This story begins in one of China's major psychiatric hospitals. One of the patients in room number 66 is tied to the bed with copper wires, but he looks quite relaxed. His roommate, a fair-haired young man, holds the exposed wires in his hands, anticipation in his eyes, and asks his roommate if he has anything to say before the procedure. The guy replies that he believes that everything will be as described in the book, and electricity will be able to heal his body. After this, the fair-haired guy inserts the bare wires into the socket. He wanted to look at this magical moment and find out the truth about what was written in the book. A moment later, the entire body of the patient lying on the bed was pierced by electricity. After some time, an alarm sounded throughout the hospital and smoke began to come out from behind the door of the ward. Everyone realized that 2 patients from Ward 666 were causing a disturbance again. The doctors immediately rushed to their room to save the patients. The guy who was lying on the bed looked very sad. His whole body was brown from multiple burns, and the hair on his head had become curly. Foam was flowing from his mouth. The boy was immediately taken away by paramedics, but his neighbor ran out after him, saying that he didn't want to stay there and wanted to know how his friend was doing. He asked to be taken away with him. The paramedics had no choice but to grant the boy's request and take him along with the victim, and at the same time check his sanity. The hospital director watched everything that was happening from the window of his office. There were different patients in his hospital. One of them was an astronomer who claimed that the Earth was square in shape. And although everyone thought it was round, it was actually the fault of psychopaths who needed to be treated. Another patient was a medical professor who had found a way to get a man pregnant. And they also had a fortune teller who knew the world was about to end and told all the patients that he had found the perfect place to hide. Director Sean understood that they all had different hobbies, and even the 2 patients in room 666 had theirs too. There were 2 patients in room 666. One was Levi, a 19-year-old boy. The other was Jasper. His age was unknown. They both had a constant urge to kill when they were in an attack. After some time, both patients were taken to the hospital. Levi said he felt as good as the book said. He claimed that all the points in his body had opened and he even saw the end of the universe. Jasper asked if it could be a consequence of him just quietly sticking his needle into his head. Levi said that he saw a green circle that no one knows about. He informed Jasper that his system was activated and greeted him, calling him Sir. Meanwhile, that same morning, something strange was happening on Mount Taishan. All the animals that lived in that place suddenly began to run in different directions, seeing an incomprehensible fiery monster. However, they did not have time to escape, because the monster turned out to be faster. It jumped on all the animals and people present there, and scattered them in different directions. The news reported that an earthquake had occurred on Mount Taishan, and what's more, 7th-level monsters had appeared. Many people were injured, and the government had already sent its people there to provide assistance. So the government asked the city residents not to go to the mountain for their safety. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the operating room where Levi is. While he was undergoing surgery, the system informed him that it had found a new host and was preparing to activate, but the new host was found to have problems with his head. Doctors reported that the patient's body was wrapped in copper wires connected to electricity, causing him to suffer second-degree burns. But his blood pressure was stable, and his pulse rate was higher than average. The surgeon said that they needed to administer anesthesia to the patient. However, Levi said he felt fine without her. He said that the burns on his body appeared because his body was cleaned. He asked to simply cut off everything unnecessary without unnecessary worries. The surgeon immediately shouted at him, saying that he had received burns because of his stupid actions. Levi said that he doesn't need anesthesia. He needs to use pain to train his mind. His mind is very strong and ordinary people like doctors can't understand it. He said that if they tried to give him anesthesia, he wouldn't pay for it. However, the surgeon understood that such a psychopath had no money anyway. So he simply put a mask on him and began administering anesthesia. Levi tried to resist, saying that he would not tolerate this, but the anesthesia was stronger. Levi was strange even as a child. One day he read books about the metal head skill and decided to test his head by hitting it with a hammer. His mother saw all this. After that day, little Levi was taken to a psychiatric hospital to be checked out. The child's mental health met everyone's expectations. He had a 5th-degree mental disorder. He was not a danger to society, but he could harm himself. After some time, the operation was completed. Levi's entire body was wrapped in bandages, and Jasper was sitting on his bed. Then Levi turned to him and asked him to prick him with the needle a few more times. Jasper said he recently learned a new acupuncture development manual based on his body. Moreover, it was an updated version. He said that he now had mastered universal-level acupuncture, and then shoved several needles into Levi's hands. Then he leaned over to his friend and asked how he was feeling. Levi said he heard a voice in his head. However, he did not have time to continue his speech, as his vital signs suddenly began to fall. Hearing this, the orderly immediately ran to the patient and called the doctor for help. Levi's pulse was dropping and his arm was covered in needles, so doctors decided to take him to the intensive care unit. The orderlies understood that they needed the help of the head doctor. Meanwhile, the strongest man system was activated in Levi's body, after which he would be able to obtain the strongest martial arts manual of 1,000 striking techniques. Meanwhile, the head physician was resting in his office after an operation that lasted the whole night. He was very hungry and took out the box of food his wife had prepared for him. As soon as he started eating, a nurse entered the office and said that the patient had been injured again and that the doctor needed to hurry. The man's face immediately distorted in horror. He threw the food box on the floor and cursed. Then the nurse said that the patient came from a psychiatric hospital, and their hospital did not specialize in that area. Soon a new day dawned, and the story again moved to the psychiatric hospital. The secretary entered the director's office and announced that the cemetery manager had asked him to find out when the boy would be brought in for burial. The director said that they would not bring him. The hospital reported that Levi's life was not in danger, but the secretary said that the manager asked him to tell him that if he tried in vain again, then next time until there was a body, he would not be able to help them in any way. Sean said that he had said this 100 times already because he was still too young. At that moment, someone called the director's phone. It was Lee, the deputy director of the emergency hospital, who was furious, saying that the mental hospital patient was simply mocking him. Sean turned to the secretary and asked him to leave, saying that it seemed the burial would still take place. Lee screamed, saying that he hadn't slept for hours, and that once he got this patient out, he would immediately send him back to the mental hospital. When he realized that Sean wanted to ask him to keep a patient at their hospital, he said that he would never do that for the life of him. He said that if the director mentioned hospitalization again, he would personally ask the surgeon to make a small mistake, and they would return the patient in a wheelchair. When he heard that Sean agreed to this proposal, he immediately hit the table with his fist, and a large crack appeared on the wooden surface. Then he hung up, cursing at the man. The story moves back to the operating room. Jasper lay on the seats near the operating room where Levi was. He did not understand why everything had happened this way. Passers-by couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy, and began to guess that he was crazy. At that moment, a brilliant idea came to Jasper's head. He took his needles in his hand and screamed, pretending that he was dying. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the surgeon was indignant when he was invited here. The director warned him that many emergency and complex operations were performed here, which would help him gain experience and gain a wealth of knowledge. At first, he didn't understand how the director knew that there would be many complex operations here. But after he came here and pulled this boy back from the brink of death 48 times, he finally understood. The man couldn't hold back his tears of regret that he had decided to go to work in this hospital. Meanwhile, the system informed Levi that he had received his first S-rank upgrade, and he had the option to exchange it for unlocking another location with additional and permanent physical endurance. However, the system soon realized that the owner was mentally challenged and lacked the resources to make a decision, so the system decided to make the default choice. The system gave the go-ahead for the exchange, and soon the countdown began until a different location opened and physical endurance changed. Meanwhile, the news reported that they were going to continue broadcasting from the scene of the incident on Mount Taishan. The awakened countries have already managed to suppress the 7th-class demons, but there are still a lot of escapees, and the relevant authorities have already sent out search parties. Soon evening came. Lee went out to the ambulance and leaned on its door. He sighed wearily when he realized that the operation was not yet over. However, soon a nurse came out of the hospital, with orderlies wheeling a patient behind her on a gurney, and she said that the operation had been successfully completed and they were returning the patient. Lee immediately ordered them to throw him into the ambulance. He then got behind the wheel of the car, saying that he would take the patient back to the clinic himself. The nurse started waving her hands, saying that they had another patient from the psychiatric hospital who had arrived along with the one who had just been operated on. Lee turned around, not believing his ears. The girl said that the surgeon was currently operating on another mental patient, and he asked her to pass something on to Lee. As it turned out, it was his working surgical mask. It was smeared with blood, and in the middle of it was written the phrase, "I quit." Meanwhile, Sean, in a mental hospital, prayed to all the gods. He begged that these patients not be brought back here. However, he soon heard the sounds of a car approaching the hospital gates, and then he realized that it was all over. He went outside to meet Lee and said that this was getting a bit too much. He said that it was impossible to transport the patient immediately after surgery because his wounds could open up. He said that even though they were brothers, he would still maintain Lee's authority, and asked that these patients stay with him in the hospital for a while. When the man heard this, he shook with irritation. Then he suddenly fell on his knees, saying that since they were brothers, he was asking Sean to spare his hospital, since these two patients had gotten on all the doctors in his hospital. Sean didn't know what to answer. This man was clearly not playing by the rules. Then Lee stood up and said that he didn't have to say anything because he understood him. After this, he immediately got behind the wheel of an ambulance and drove away, leaving the patients near the clinic. The orderlies looked at each other awkwardly and then looked at Sean, who had remained silent the entire time. The man then approached Levi and asked him how he was feeling. The guy said he was fine. Jasper said with a smile that he was feeling well too. Sean let out a tired sigh and then asked the orderlies to bring in their beds, as the patients would need to be secured. Soon both boys were brought back to room 666 and tied with strong belts so that they could not move. But Levi remained calm, stating that he was currently cultivating. He said that the psycho in his head is teaching him the method of 1,000-fold forging and 100-fold tempering. He is talking about changing physical endurance. Levi said he felt the energy in his body thickening, and it was quite a pleasant sensation. Hearing this, Jasper was incredibly happy, realizing that they had finally made it work. Levi said that the rotation of the Milky Way has been successfully completed, and the electrocultivation method has also been successfully developed. The boys looked at each other, smiling sweetly at each other, deciding that tomorrow they should repeat the hammer-to-the-chest method again. At this time, Sean and the orderlies were standing outside the door of room 6666. The director watched the patients through the window, surprised that this time they did not make a sound. The orderlies were nervous. They understood that all this was strange, but they wanted it to continue as long as possible. When Sean realized that everything was quite calm, he walked away from the door and headed to his office. Soon night fell, and a young girl was walking along the street between the houses. Her attention was absorbed in her mobile phone, so she didn't notice the strange sounds coming from behind her. However, when she turned around, she saw in front of her a huge creature with 2 ears towering over her. The girl screamed in horror, dropping her phone on the ground. The last thing she saw in her life was a huge mouth with a bunch of sharp fangs. Meanwhile, the story moves back to room 666, where it is already morning. While Jasper was sleeping, Levi didn't know what to do. He noticed the bandages that were on his head, and as soon as he looked at them, they immediately cracked. A moment later, all the straps that bound his body shattered into small pieces, and Levi found himself completely naked, but he was able to move again. He walked over to his friend and woke him up, then ran his hand over his straps, causing them to break. Jasper was amazed at how flat his friend's stomach had become. Moreover, it was quite hard, and Levi said that this was one of the consequences of his cultivation. At this time, an electrician was working in the clinic corridor. Suddenly he saw someone's shadow on the wall in front of him. He trembled with horror, remembering the stories of escaped monsters appearing in the city. However, when he turned around, he realized that one of the patients was standing in front of him. It was Jasper. For a moment he exhaled, realizing that this was not a monster, but just a man. However, it soon began to dawn on him that during the lessons on danger categories for the mental hospital residents, they were told that the patients from room 666 were practically the most dangerous creatures. They were even stronger than those awakened from the special department. Besides them, there were also other monsters of different classes. When Jasper waved at him, the man immediately realized that this was the same patient from room 666. While he was trembling with fear, Jasper immediately went out into the corridor and took the hammer from him. After that, Jasper immediately disappeared. The electrician exhaled, glad that nothing had happened to him, but he knew that it was too dangerous to work here. However, when he looked into his toolbox, he discovered that his hammer was missing. After that, he heard a strange sound coming from one of the chambers. Curiosity got the better of him, and he went to the room from which the sound was coming and looked inside through the window. He saw a blond man swing a hammer and hit another guy who was lying in front of him on the bed. The electrician's face distorted in horror at what he saw. At that moment, Jasper turned around and looked ominously at the door, indicating that this man had seen everything. The electrician immediately ran away, crying and screaming that a psycho had killed a man in Ward 666. At that moment, the system informed Levi that he had completed the highest D-rank enhancement. He had the option to exchange it for the enhancement of a separate body part, and since the owner again did not have the opportunity to make a choice on his own, the system by default chose the best option: his arms. When the electrician reached the orderlies, they immediately took him by the arms, not paying attention to the fact that he was saying that there were murderers in that room. He claimed that everything there was covered in blood, and then the director decided to check everything personally. When they walked inside, They found the room to be spotlessly clean. Levi and Jasper unharmed and calmly sipping their drinks. Sean asked what they were doing, to which the patients replied that they were drinking Coke and Sprite. Hearing this, the director was confused and did not know what to answer. Then he smiled sweetly and turned to the electrician, saying that there had been no murder or bloodshed, but that he had simply imagined it. However, the man claimed that he had seen everything with his own eyes and could no longer do this work here. He asked the patients to return his hammer to him, and he would leave here. Sean then turned to the patients, ordering them to return the hammer immediately. However, Levi pretended not to understand what he was talking about. The director then pointed to a bulge in the patient's pants. Levi put his hand in his pants and pulled out a hammer. Sean asked to calmly put the instrument on the floor so that he could pick it up. The director was very worried because he did not know what to expect from the patients of the entire hospital. He hoped that they would fulfill his request. The orderlies and nurses looked at their director with respect, calling him a hero for deciding to take such a brave step. With a trembling hand, the director took the hammer from Levi. The nurse and orderlies immediately applauded him, saying that they themselves could not have done such a thing. The man then handed the hammer to the worker and said that it was just a trifle and that he had nothing more to fear. When the electrician looked up at the director's face, he saw that it was covered in beads of sweat, and the man himself was trembling with fear. Soon it was evening, and as usual the residents of the psychiatric hospital gathered in the dining room to eat and watch the news. A female reporter reported that attacks by escaped monsters have become more frequent. And, in connection with this, the relevant agencies have activated additional resources to capture and destroy them. One of the patients claimed that the woman on TV was his wife, but another said that it was his daughter. After this, the men smiled and burst into tears of happiness, rejoicing that they had finally found each other. Jasper pointed at the TV, asking Levi if he knew the woman. Then Levi said that this was his girlfriend. Jasper scratched his chin thoughtfully and said that he believed him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the apartment of the awakened. A young blonde girl with a smile announced that her combat rank had increased to level 2. She said that now they can go destroy a couple of monsters. The subject's name was Selena. She was 16 years old and a healer from the medical academy. She was happy that her rank had increased, and now their team consisted of 4 second-rank fighters. So eliminating one second-rank monster would be a piece of cake for them. Her partners suggested carrying out this operation secretly. One of the guys said that they would find, eliminate, and bring this monster here, and then they would see what they were told. Selena was confident that they would carry out this task as true outstanding graduates of the higher academy. They could not allow their city's special forces to be looked down upon. Meanwhile, the news from the psychiatric hospital reported that today was Saturday, February 29th. Jasper didn't understand how it could be February 29th if today was March 7th. Levi then assumed that his watch was broken, but Jasper said that he had bought the watch for tens of millions. At that moment, one of the patients approached them and asked to be allowed to look at the watch. He said they were a little off, but he could fix it. He said he provided after-sales service. The man said that Jasper had purchased a watch for tens of millions, and therefore he was a VIP client. If he had any problems with his product, he would repair it completely free of charge. After that, he took a marker and drew a new watch on Jasper's wrist, and then asked him to check if everything was okay. Jasper was incredibly pleased with his new watch, and said that he really liked it. However, when they returned to the ward, he burst into tears, realizing that he had been deceived. He said that the watch turned out to be just a good fake, but very quickly broke down. Levi then took 1 carton of soy milk and handed it to Jasper, saying that this drink would lift his spirits. Jasper said it was a box of Sprite, incredibly delicious, and also said that the voice in his head started talking again. Jasper asked his comrade what his system was saying, and at that moment the countdown ended. Everything suddenly swam before Levi's eyes. The system reported that since the countdown was over, a transition to another location was now taking place. The time flow of this world was being transferred to a frozen state. To return Levi, he would need to complete a quest that involved helping the descendant of the creator of the 1,000-forged and 100-tempered method overcome bullying at school. When Levi opened his eyes, he found himself in a room where absolutely everything was painted pink. He was wearing a pink tracksuit with a bunny tail, and his hair was tied up in a bun as if he were a girl. He walked up to the mirror and looked around, not understanding where he was. When he saw what he was wearing, he immediately assumed that he had become a girl. He decided to touch himself and check if this was really the case. But at that moment a woman looked into his room and said that it was time for him to go to breakfast. Seeing her child with his hand down his pants, she immediately slammed the door and said she hadn't seen anything. When Levi realized that he hadn't actually become a girl, he sighed in displeasure. not understanding how this saint in his head could have thought of dressing a guy in women's pajamas. Soon he changed into a neutral-colored suit and went downstairs to have breakfast. His so-called mother said that he looked absolutely incredible, and then added that he should not pay attention to his classmates who did nothing but make fun of him. Levi asked what was in the glass, to which the woman replied that it was cow's milk. She said that final exams were coming soon, so he shouldn't waste his time and should concentrate on his studies. When she looked up, she saw Levi pouring a glass of milk into his cup. After that, he took it with both hands and drank all the contents in one instant. Then he smiled and said that the soy milk porridge was just wonderful. The woman didn't know how to react to her child's behavior. Soon after, Levi went to the bus stop, looking out at the street and marveling at how quiet it was outside the hospital walls. Soon the bus he needed arrived. Levi understood that he was now in the body of a guy named Charlie and had to go to school. Soon the bus set off. At one of the stops, a young girl with 2 ponytails got on the bus. She tried to reach the handrails, but she was too short and her hand simply couldn't reach them. Then Charlie decided to get up from his seat and offered the girl to take his place. At that moment, a guy with purple hair entered the bus. It was Charlie's classmate. His name was Johnson. As soon as he saw his classmate, he immediately approached him and said that he had asked him to save his seat. He leaned over to him and grabbed him by the collar, asking why he hadn't saved him a seat this time. Johnson asked if he really wanted to get punched in the face again. Images of this guy and his friends humiliating Charlie at school immediately flashed through Levi's mind. However, since there was now another person in Charlie's body, he reacted completely differently, and Johnson immediately noticed that he had a strange look in his eyes today. Then the girl intervened in the conversation and said that the guy gave up his seat for her. At that moment, a man in bloody clothes rushed onto the bus. He said that he had been attacked by a psychopath, and asked the driver to step on the gas faster and get away from there. However, he did not have time to do this, and a middle-aged man, dressed in the costume of a patient in a mental hospital, entered the bus, holding butcher's knives in his hands. He started waving knives, saying that he was going to chop up everyone on the bus. While everyone on the bus looked at the psycho in horror, Charlie calmly turned around and declared that he was not actually a psycho. When the man saw the little girl sitting in Charlie's seat, he swung his knife at her, intending to stab her. Johnson jumped back from the man in horror, and when he looked up, he saw blood splattering. As it turned out, Charlie suddenly appeared in front of the man. He grabbed one of his knives with his hand and asked why he wanted to chop up this girl with a kitchen knife. The man immediately started shouting, ordering the guy to let him go. However, Charlie had no intention of letting him go. He only squeezed the knife tighter in his palm, and blood splashed out of his hand. Everyone present looked at him in horror, not understanding why he did not remove his hand. The man with the knives also didn't understand what was happening. He clearly hadn't expected events to turn out this way. Then Charlie snatched the knife from his hand, and the man fell to the floor in horror, screaming that this guy was a real psycho. Then Charlie leaned over to him and asked him again why he wanted to chop up that girl with a kitchen knife. Soon the police and an ambulance arrived at the bus. Meanwhile, the man who wanted to attack people on the bus was horrified to see the guy in front of him who snatched the knives from him. He asked if he needed his knives, but the man could not give him a clear answer. After this, Charlie got off the bus. While Johnson was sitting on the road, he was terrified and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, behind him, he heard Charlie's voice, extending his bloody hand to him and asking him to start all over again. Johnson jumped up immediately as if stung, his face contorted in horror. He had no choice but to shake hands with his classmate. But when their palms touched, he felt a sticky sensation. He soon realized that it was his blood that was flowing from his palm. Charlie smiled and said that he remembered the guy. Soon, a nurse came up to Charlie. Seeing the blood on his hand, she immediately decided to bandage him. She praised him, saying that he was quite strong. He had lost so much blood, but he was holding up calmly. Charlie said that pain makes him stronger. He has a strong mind, so he is already used to it. The nurse didn't know what to answer. It seemed to her that this guy was completely insane. Soon the police removed the attacker from the bus, handcuffed him, and led him to a police car. When the attacker saw Charlie, he immediately burst into tears of fear and ran away, calling the guy a psycho. One of the police officers called out to Charlie, saying that he had acted very bravely and thanked him for his dedication. He said police would contact his school to let them know their hero. However, Charlie only said indifferently that he was already late for class and it was time for him to go. The policeman smiled after him, saying that he had such a deep wound, but he only thought about his studies, and such a desire for knowledge could not but inspire respect. He ran after Charlie, saying that his wounds had not yet healed, and therefore he could have a good rest today. He offered to take him to the hospital and make arrangements with the teachers at his school. However, Charlie said that pain is the path to cultivation, It only makes him stronger. Now the policeman also began to suspect that this guy was not himself. Soon, Charlie arrived at the high school he saw in the memories of the owner of this body. He smelled the books. He thought that if Jasper were here, he would make a great acupuncture teacher. However, he decided not to delay and headed towards the school building. When he entered inside, he tried to find the office he needed. Soon he entered the room where his class should have been. But for now, there were only a couple of students there. Charlie took his place at one of the desks. He lay his head on the desk, thinking about something of his own. Soon memories from his life flashed through his mind, namely how his mother and Principal Sean discussed what to do with him. The mother wanted her son to go to high school, at his age. Children usually already study in high school. But the principal said that this applies to ordinary children, but Levi is a patient with a severe mental disorder. His mother was incredibly upset when she realized that her son could not go to high school. Charlie's thoughts were distracted by the feeling of someone's hand digging into his arm. Then he looked up and saw a girl with long red hair standing in front of him. She was poking his hand with her pen, asking who gave him permission to cross the line on their desk. She said that if he crossed the line, she would stab him in the hand. The girl thought about how she hit him with such great force that Charlie should have jumped up and said that it really hurt, but he didn't do that. The girl continued to poke him with her pen, but the guy didn't react to this in any way, so she decided to press even harder and eventually push the pen deep into his hand. Charlie said his friends from the hospital liked to play this way with him too. The girl didn't understand what hospital he was talking about, and she was also very angry that he didn't react at all to her poking him with her pen, despite the fact that blood had already begun to ooze from the wound on his hand. She didn't understand what was happening, because she was definitely pushing with all her might. When the girl pulled the pen out of his hand, bright blood immediately gushed from the wound. She ran out of the classroom in horror with Charlie's blood on her cheek. One of the students, Ashton, told his deskmate Johnson that his favorite classmate had been bullied by Charlie. He said that when classes were over, he would help him drag him to the toilet and support him while Johnson beat him. However, Johnson stopped him, telling Ashton not to touch him because the guy was kind of weird. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He asked his friend if he was afraid of him. At that moment, Charlie approached their desk and decided to introduce himself to his new classmates, saying that he remembered that they loved to play with him. To Ashton's surprise, Johnson immediately jumped up from his seat and shook Charlie's hand in greeting. Charlie said he remembered seeing him on the bus. Ashton asked his friend if he was really afraid of this weakling. Soon the literature lesson began. The teacher said that yesterday she had given the students the assignment to learn the Ode to the Red Cliff for today and asked which of the students was ready to recite it. All the students understood that this old hag was too cruel, and they did not at all envy the one she would summon. The teacher's choice fell on Charlie. She asked him to stand up and tell her his homework. The students were terrified. They knew that Charlie was most afraid of this teacher, and thought that he would simply die of fear as soon as he got up from his seat. However, to the surprise of everyone present, Charlie stood up from his seat and calmly stated that he had not completed his homework. The teacher was extremely surprised. She didn't even know what to say. All the students noticed that there was an oppressive atmosphere between Charlie and the woman. They had a bad feeling. Then Charlie asked her with a smile if he could sit down in that case. His smile sent shivers down the woman's spine, and she calmly told him he could take his place. The students didn't understand what was going on, because this old hag had never behaved this way. After some time, the lesson was over. Charlie walked over to one of the walls of the classroom to examine one of the electrical outlets. At that moment, Ashton came up to him and said that he was acting rather strange today. He asked how Charlie managed to intimidate his friend Johnson, and also fool the old hag. However, Charlie did not answer him, and then Ashton grabbed him by the collar, asking if he dared to ignore him. Then Charlie said that the current could excite the body and make it stronger, and he wanted to put the key in the socket and try to cultivate. Ashton looked at the guy in horror and screamed at him, asking if he had gone crazy. However, Charlie didn't listen to him and simply inserted the key into the socket. A moment later, an electric shock ran through his body, and the shockwave also hit Ashton, who was holding Charlie by the shoulder. At that moment, one of their classmates approached them and touched Ashton's shoulder. Immediately after this, he too was electrocuted, and then the other students noticed it. They approached and began touching their classmates one after another, which started a chain reaction, and all the students were electrocuted at once. Soon after, Charlie pulled the key out of the socket, saying that the current was quite weak, so the effect was small. When he looked back, he saw that all his classmates were lying on the floor, their bodies covered in burns and foam coming out of their mouths. He thought they were just tired after school. Then he decided to let them sleep, and he himself decided to go to the toilet. Meanwhile, the next lesson was approaching. The trigonometry teacher was hurrying to the classroom. He really loved his lesson and wanted to show the students how beautiful trigonometry is. However, when he entered the office, he screamed in horror when he saw the students lying unconscious on the floor. He immediately picked up the phone and called an ambulance. He said that all his students were lying on the floor. Soon, several ambulances arrived at the school. Charlie watched them from the window, thinking that they had come because his classmates were overtired from studying. He thought it was a pretty scary institution. Soon, all the students at the school began to discuss the situation in which all the students in the second group were electrocuted, except for one, who was in the toilet at the time. According to rumors, the whole group bullied him. But in the end, this guy did not have a single scratch. Meanwhile, Charlie was walking in the park near the school when suddenly someone called him from behind a tree. When he looked behind the tree, he saw a girl there. He said that for now, he is in Charlie's body. Then the student came out from behind the tree, awkwardly looking away, her cheeks flushed. Charlie asked why she called him, but the girl was embarrassed to answer him. She was holding an envelope behind her. At that moment, someone came up and snatched the envelope from her hands. It was the school bully Terrence and his friends. He smirked and asked if the girl had written a love letter for Charlie. The girl immediately turned around and asked him to give her the letter. However, he raised his hand up, not allowing the girl to reach the envelope. He grinned, saying that Charlie had become so cool that people even began to confess their love to him. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and she begged the guy to return the envelope to her. The next moment, Charlie made one deft leap and snatched the envelope from Terrence's hands. He turned to the guy and asked why he took this thing from the girl. Terrence's face twisted in anger. He asked if Charlie had just dared to snatch the thing from his hands. He said that if Charlie read this letter right now in front of this girl, then he would not touch him today. Charlie approached the girl and asked if she wanted him to read the letter. But the girl did not want anyone to see the contents of the letter. Charlie said that since the girl didn't want it, he wouldn't read the letter. Before the girl could speak, Terrence punched a tree right behind Charlie. He asked him to repeat what he had just said. Charlie looked up and saw the dent in the wood where Terrence's fist had left it. The girl, out of fear, squatted down and cried, telling Charlie to read this letter, otherwise they would beat him. However, Charlie said that these guys couldn't hit him, so he didn't have to listen to them. Terrence smiled nervously and asked what Charlie had just said. One of his partners immediately ran up to him and told him to stop talking nonsense. Instead of answering, Charlie punched the place where the fist dent was in the wood. The next moment, the tree broke in half and fell to the ground. Terrence and his partners watched in horror as everything happened. Meanwhile, a student who witnessed the altercation in the yard immediately ran to school and told the physical education teacher that the school bully, Terrence, had again cornered Charlie from the second group. The man immediately ran to the school exit, intending to teach this bully a good lesson. The students ran after him. However, when they got there, they were in complete shock as they saw Terrence pinned against a tree, shaking in fear, while his partners were bowing politely to Charlie. Charlie told the bully that taking other people's things was bad, and that he shouldn't do it anymore. Terrence could do nothing but repeat his words in horror. He looked at what was left of the tree and began to shake with fear again. Charlie patted him on the cheeks with the envelope and said that he looked quite pale. He definitely needed to eat something. Then Terrence looked down and said that he would return home immediately and would always return home early from now on. The teacher watched everything that was happening with horror. It seemed to him as if he had entered a parallel world. He turned to the students and asked if they had mixed anything up, but the girls shook their heads. Then Charlie walked up to the girl who wanted to give him the letter and returned the envelope back into her hands. The girl's face turned red, and she said that the letter was meant for Charlie. Charlie thought. Jasper said that usually there are love letters in pink envelopes, and they are given when people want to confess their feelings. Then the girl said that she really liked Charlie and asked him to become her boyfriend. Charlie said he didn't mind. He looked up to the sky and said that his whole life was dedicated to cultivation. Then the girl suddenly turned around and ran away, shouting that she had changed her mind. Then Charlie remembered Jasper's words about many girls being quite fickle. He felt like he had forgotten something. However, he decided that it was not very important and walked away. Thoughts of the real Charlie flashed through his head. He liked cute things by nature. He was quite weak, and everyone around teased him, calling him a girl. However, that girl was not like everyone else. She never called him names and considered him affectionate and sweet. Charlie loved her, and one day he hoped that he could gather the courage to confess to her. Then she would become his beautiful first love. He firmly decided that if she took even one step towards him, he would immediately tell her words of love. However, since there was someone else in his body at that moment, his relationship with this girl was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Meanwhile, all the students in the second group were taken to the hospital. Doctors couldn't understand what modern students were thinking. Instead of studying well, They were playing with such dangerous toys. So he ordered the nurse to cut the students' clothes because they needed urgent surgery. Ashton screamed, saying that they couldn't cut up his clothes because they were so expensive, and he had been washing dishes for a month to get them. However, he was unable to resist, as he lost consciousness again. The doctor was furious. He was surprised at what these children were willing to do for expensive things. Soon, all the students were operated on and sent to the recovery ward. The boys were in a lot of pain because their bodies were covered in burns. Some didn't understand what had happened. Then Ashton said the doctor said they had been electrocuted. Then the students began to remember what happened. They were electrocuted when they touched Ashton. The guy screamed, saying that it was not his fault. He said that he got caught because he touched Charlie, who wanted to insert the key into the socket, and Ashton could not even imagine that he would actually do it. Then all the students came to the conclusion that none of them had seen Charlie in the hospital. Ashton assumed that he was already in intensive care, because if they were just holding on to him and suffered so much, then he, as the first in the chain, got the worst of it. One of the students suggested that he might have died, and then an awkward silence fell between the boys. They were more upset that now there would be no one to bully in class. However, at that moment they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door of their room. They assumed that it was another round of rounds, or that someone's parents had come to visit. However, when the door opened, Charlie looked inside the room. His classmates were horrified when they saw that he was safe and sound. He said he decided to visit them when he learned that they had been studying so hard that they had ended up in the hospital. The guys couldn't believe that he was alive and okay. Charlie said he brought them some treats. He walked up to Ashton and handed him the sausages and milk, but the boy told him to keep it for himself. He said he didn't need his handouts. Then Johnson entered the conversation and asked Charlie not to be offended, saying that Ashton simply did not know how to behave. Suddenly, one of the classmates asked everyone to open their phones and read their school's community. As it turned out, someone was harassing their boss. When the boys looked at the phone, they shook with horror, because someone sent pictures of Charlie pinning a shaking Terrence against a tree. Ashton then realized that he needed to change his approach immediately and thanked Charlie for coming to visit them and bringing them some treats. Meanwhile, one of the patients from the psychiatric department was standing on the roof of this very clinic. He looked at the city that was right beneath his feet and reflected on his life. He remembered how his wife had recently come to him and thrown divorce papers right in his face. She managed to find herself a new boyfriend and asked her husband to sign the documents and not delay with it. He didn't have much time left anyway. The man did not understand why the girl did not even wait for his death, and was not even embarrassed to come to him with her new boyfriend. Tears welled up in his eyes and he jumped off the roof, realizing how after 10 years of marriage she had no conscience left. Meanwhile, the guys from the second group were talking among themselves, and Charlie's classmates asked him if he really broke the tree in front of Terrence. Charlie pointed to one of the trees that stood under the windows from the ward and said that it was about this size. When he opened the window, it was at that moment that the man who had decided to jump from the roof flew towards him. Charlie's classmates screamed from the street, not believing their eyes. In an instant, Charlie realized something was happening, turned around and looked out the window. It turned out that he managed to grab the suicide by the hand and save him from falling. After that, he took him by the shoulder and dragged him inside the room. The boys couldn't understand how he was able to drag a grown man through the window, holding him with just one hand. Charlie approached the man and asked him why he jumped, to which the man asked him in return, asking why he caught him. The stranger said that he had a fatal illness and was no longer a survivor. His wife found herself a new young lover, came to him with him, and forced him to sign a divorce petition. Then Charlie said that the director always says that you just have to cry, and then everything will go away. Hearing this, the man pressed himself against Charlie's leg and burst into tears. At that moment, a doctor and orderlies ran into the ward. They couldn't believe that the patients had actually been saved. They ran up to Charlie and asked how he did it, while the orderlies took the suicide away. Suddenly, Charlie's classmates noticed that blood was coming from his hand. And then the boy realized that he had broken his hand while dragging the man out the window. And so his classmates were shocked. They couldn't believe that he was reacting so calmly to a broken arm. Charlie told the doctor not to pay attention to it, as this was not the first time he had received such a wound, and he was sure that it would heal soon. Hearing this, the doctor and the orderlies were confused. They couldn't ignore such an injury on the boy's arm, and so they took him to the operating room. But Charlie insisted that it was just a fracture, and they didn't need to resort to anesthesia, since the pain would toughen his mind and allow him to become stronger. He noted that this environment is quite familiar to him. The doctor thought that the massive blood loss and pain shock had affected his perception of the world. Charlie wanted to warn them that he didn't have money for anesthesia, but before he could finish speaking, the nurse announced that the anesthetic had been successfully administered. Charlie wanted to warn them that he didn't have money for anesthesia. However, before he could finish speaking, the nurse announced that the anesthetic had been successfully administered. Charlie wanted to say something about the lack of money, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly fell asleep. At this point, the system informed him that he had completed the task at an excellent level, and therefore he must now leave this location and return back to his body. After 3 seconds, Levi actually returned to his rightful body. Jasper continued to ask him about what his inner voice was telling him. Levi looked around, not understanding what was happening. He asked his partner if he really wanted to know what the psycho voice in his head was saying. Then he said that the voice said that Levi had gone to some other location and had become a sick kid in the head who wears women's pajamas. Meanwhile, Charlie was back in his rightful body. He had surgery, and soon his mother came to visit him in the hospital. After some time, Charlie woke up, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly he felt a strong pain in his arm and immediately began to cry, calling for his mother's help. After some time, the real Charlie finally returned to his school. He panicked greatly when he realized that his mother had not yet arrived, even though she had already parked the car, because he did not want to go to school alone. When he turned to face the school building, he saw in front of him a whole crowd of students, at the head of which stood the main bully of the school, Terrence. Charlie began to shake with fear and tears came to his eyes. However, suddenly all the students knelt before him and greeted him as their boss. The school radio also announced that the entire institution was expressing gratitude to a student named Charlie for his composure and saving other people. The girl who wanted to give him a love letter was watching what was happening from behind a tree, realizing that now she was no match for him at all, since Charlie had become a legend, and she was just an ordinary student. Meanwhile, the story moves to the building of the special unit, where a huge argument was going on among the people there, as some could not believe that the IQ of demons had increased. Lu Hai, a 9th-rank warrior of the Supreme Taoist Academy, said that this was impossible and that this statement was simply absurd. However, Dao Ming, a 9th-rank warrior from the Maoshan Higher Academy, said that if the demons became smarter, humanity would die out. They shouldn't even have called a meeting. They just needed to put their affairs in order, return home, and write a suicide note. The man sitting at the head of the table said it was not a funny joke at all. Sage, a 9th-rank warrior of the Higher Academy of Doctors, didn't understand why they cared. They shouldn't care at all whether the monster's intelligence grew or not. However, the man slammed the table hard and said that there could be no other options since this was already a fact. Master Umar, a warrior of the 9th rank of the highest academy of Buddhists, said that those who fear will not fear people, because he is merciful, not people. However, the man ordered him to be silent. He said that the IQ of demons had increased, and this could threaten the same combat prowess as warriors, since demons of the same rank would be too tough for them. If this was the case, then the control of the city division was in danger. Sage said they had already sent out an alert. Dao Ming said that low-ranking warriors couldn't handle it, so old men like them should take it on, since it was better to die from infection than from boredom. However, the man did not let him finish and directed a light spell at him. The man had a nickname, One Eye. He was the top one in the city's special unit. He was a national-level warrior, and said that if they didn't want to die, then they should pray for more warriors in the city. Meanwhile, a birthday celebration was taking place in the office of the director of the psychiatric hospital. The man was very happy that all the hospital orderlies and nurses came to the celebration. They wished the director a long life, and said that he was the best boss. Sean closed his eyes, intending to make a wish for everything to go smoothly and well today. However, before he could finish speaking, one of the orderlies suddenly burst into the office and said that the patients from room 666 were on strike and were pushing other patients to do the same. As it turned out, Levi and Jasper were indeed rebelling, holding homemade signs and demanding something from the hospital workers. Other patients brought them offerings that they thought the boys needed. However, Levi and Jasper said that this was not what they needed. At that moment, the director came out into the corridor to find out what was going on. The boys showed them their posters and said that they needed this. However, the director refused, and then Levi and Jasper exchanged glances. Then they fell to the floor and began to demand what was written on their signs. The director closed his eyes tiredly and told the orderlies to take it from the warehouse and give it to the patients. But the orderlies didn't even understand what they were supposed to take. Soon, several dumbbells, each weighing 100 kilograms, were brought into the ward. As well as a drinking bulb, the patients were very happy with the new acquisition. However, after some time, the punching bag was torn, and all the contents were spilled onto the floor. The dumbbells were also mangled, as if someone had hit them with incredible force. However, the patients were happy that thanks to the training they had reached the level of warriors. Meanwhile, The story moves to the city sewers, where a battle between monsters and humans took place, with hordes of demonic rats attacking the warriors. One of the guys tried to fight back, asking God to give him strength. He summoned the scrolls and decided to use all three of them, immediately calling upon fire spells. Soon the blows hit the second-ranked demon's morning dog. It was a huge dog, 50 times larger than each of the warriors present, and it looked at them menacingly with its red eyes. Then Selena summoned the first form spell, Yellow Pill and Triple Boost. She entangled one of her partners and told him he could go on the attack. The young man invoked a spell called the Sword of Inaction. Soon after, the sword pierced the demonic dog's shoulder. This angered the demons even more, and he decided to attack the warriors with renewed vigor. Then his companions ran to the aid of the young man, saying that they would help him. One of them used his beads and called upon the spell of the golden body of the Arhat, covering his partners with a strong shield. Seeing this, the demonic dog bared its teeth viciously. Then he raised his paw, intending to attack the warriors. With one quick blow, he threw Selena somewhere to the side. The girl hit the sewer wall hard and blood gushed from her mouth. The warriors couldn't believe that the demon had figured out that he needed to attack the healer first. They realized that this was no ordinary demon, and then one of the guys asked his partners to take Selena away from here. After that, he cast the spell again and attacked the demon. The guy who held the shield understood that his strength was already running out, and the demon felt it. As it turned out, the demon had been holding back all this time, and now, with one movement, he tore the guy apart. His partners couldn't believe what they saw, their faces distorted in horror. They didn't notice that the demon was preparing for another attack, and then one of the guys pushed his partners aside so that they wouldn't be hit by the blow. However, the blow landed on him, and in an instant the demon's paw pierced his chest. The guy turned to his partner, and with his last breath asked him to leave, after which he died. The guy was trembling with fear. He turned to Selena, asking if she could get up, but the girl was unable to answer. Tears came to his eyes and he screamed, begging the girl to get up. At that moment, Selena opened her eyes and looked resolutely at her partner. He thrust his sword forward and ran straight towards the demon, intending to attack him. At this moment, the girl used the second form of the spell, a secret pill with a 6-fold increase. Soon the young man's body was enveloped in a beneficial aura. Unfortunately, this was the last thing Selena could do. She died immediately after using the spell. However, the boy's strength was insufficient, and with one movement the demon struck him with his paw and pinned him to the ground with his claws. With his last strength, the boy tried to cast a spell to take the demon away with him. He used an execution spell, and his eyes glowed with a bright red light. His entire body was filled with a divine aura. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion, and the demon whined in pain. However, even this was not enough, and the demon emerged from the smoke alive. He headed towards the exit of the sewer, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The story shifts back to the mental hospital. Levi and Jasper were in the meadow, and while the blonde guy was counting ants, his friend was meditating. The system informed Levi that he had broken through to the human level in energy cultivation technique. He had formed a foundation. All things returned to their origin. At this stage, he could absorb energy directly from the surrounding space, continuously strengthening his body. When Jasper turned around to show one of the ants to his friend, he saw a strange blue aura flying around it. At first, he thought Levi was sick. The system informed the protagonist about the beginning of an ancient energy cultivation technique. The excess energy had already reached its limit, and now there was a threat of the body exploding. He became very excited and took one of his needles and then pricked Levi right in the forehead. He called it the Milky Way rotation technique and then inserted more needles all around the perimeter of his head. Levi could barely contain his pain, and his face turned red. The next moment he sneezed loudly, and all the needles flew out of his head. The system reported that the owner's inner world had been opened, the energy had stabilized, and the danger had been eliminated. He then told Jasper that he had just heard the voice in his head again, and it had been very painful. But he was glad that his friend had helped him. Jasper immediately flew up to him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked if his Milky Way rotation technique had really helped him. Levi smiled and said that this was indeed a very cool technique. However, he said there was one problem. He was very hungry. Then he took one ant and offered his friend to eat it. He said he heard that ants are very tasty. Levi opened his mouth, intending to eat the insect. But suddenly at that moment a nurse came out onto the landing and said that lunch was ready, and the patients could go into the dining room. Jasper then threw the ant back into the grass and walked with his friend back to the clinic. The other patients were perplexed when they saw Levi's insatiable appetite. Apparently, he had eaten all their food. There were several empty trays of food standing near the main character, from which he had already eaten. At that moment, a nurse came to the table and said that the patient in room 66 was eating too much. She then called the manager because Levi refused to give her the tray of food. The manager suggested that Levi had an eating disorder. When the protagonist realized that his tray of food had finally been assembled, he picked up one of the forks and began chewing on it. And then the system informed him that opening the owner's inner world had side effects. From that moment on, his body would be subject to hunger, which could not be suppressed by anything other than objects full of strong energy. Meanwhile, special forces were at the scene of the battle between the demonic dog and the human warriors. They photographed the corpses and what remained of the battlefield. The one-eyed man watched everything that was happening. He looked at the scene of the massacre with displeasure and cursed. The dead were the best graduates of their class from the 4 great academies, each a second-rank warrior. They fought 4 against one monster, and all 4 ended up dead. Then the one-eyed man assumed that the demons really had become smarter. He said that a research team had already arrived here to reconstruct the battle. As far as he knew, there was one second-rank demonic dog here, and the group's coordination was also disrupted. So the warriors were no longer able to cope with demons of the same rank. One-eyed threw his cigarette on the ground and said that the monster went down. Judging by the footsteps, it looks like this creature is using the stench of the sewer as camouflage, but it was decently wounded. He said the sewers weren't that far from here, so they had to be careful. He asked one of the workers to tell the information department to increase the rank of all demons by 1. The man said that in addition to this, the families of the victims received notification of the incident, and are now calling, demanding clarification. One-eyed asked to collect the remains of the bodies of the dead and their belongings, and give them to their relatives, and also to offer them condolences once again, because it is not surprising that these children were members of their special unit. They were very brave. Then he headed towards the exit, finally saying that despite the fact that they were brave, they turned out to be very stupid. He added that this part should not be passed on to their families. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the psychiatric hospital. The director was furious. He told his subordinates that if this creature that kills people dares to come here, then they should immediately pass the information to a special unit so that they can destroy it. At that moment, one of the hospital workers entered his office and said that the patient in room 666 had scared the kitchen workers. The director laughed nervously, asking what he had done this time. As it turned out, a couple of hours ago, the nurses and doctors decided that Levi could not be allowed to eat without supervision. His disease was progressing, and he needed to be taken for an examination as soon as possible. Other patients wondered why he wasn't made to pay for all the food he ate. Before Levi was taken away by the paramedics, he looked at his friend and winked at him. And then Jasper understood what he wanted from him. He, as his best friend, already understood his request for help. After this, the guy sat down at one of the tables and looked ominously in front of him. He then began banging his head loudly on the table, attracting everyone's attention. While the other patients were enjoying such a funny performance, the nurses and orderlies did not know what to do. They assumed that the patient had become ill. They were forced to let Levi go, and he took advantage of the moment to escape from the dining room. Finally, he gave his partner a thumbs up, implying that he had done a great job. Soon after, he headed to the kitchen where the female cooks were working. He appeared behind them and said ominously that he was hungry. The women turned around, their faces distorted in horror. Since they were facing a patient from the entire hospital, they assumed he meant he wanted to eat people. However, Levi didn't really mean anything like that. He really just wanted to eat. Upon hearing this story, the director asked for a bonus to be given to the kitchen workers as compensation. He then asked the man why Levi was so hungry. The worker said that the doctor had just taken him for an examination, and then the director asked him to tell the manager to come see him as soon as he finished. Meanwhile, something strange was happening outside the hospital grounds. A clawed paw appeared from the sewer hatch. It was a monster. It sensed that it should be safe here, since there were no warriors here. And then he climbed out of the hatch, realizing that he was badly injured, and he needed to find a place where he could heal his wounds. He decided that this place was perfect. He looked at the mental hospital and decided that he would stop there. He understood that he needed food to heal his wounds, and he decided to give the kind man the opportunity to take care of him. However, to be accepted, he had to change his appearance. The next moment, he turned into a small puppy. He heard that people adore such plush and cute babies, and no one can remain indifferent when they see a wounded puppy. He then headed towards the clinic, intending to show the foolish people that he was ready to accept their sacrifices. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi were sitting in their room and discussing the blonde guy's broken watch. The watch needed to be repaired again, but none of them had the money. Then Jasper said that he had heard that kidnapping was easy money, and suggested that he kidnap someone. He said he had a girlfriend and suggested that he would pretend to kidnap her so that she would take his watch to be repaired. And once it was fixed, he would let her go. However, Levi said that he did not have a girlfriend. Remembering that he said something about the girls from the program being his lover, Levi replied that he doesn't have a lover, and that girl is his wife. At that moment, something appeared right outside their window and hit the glass, causing the boys to turn around towards the sound. Levi noticed that there was a small puppy right behind the glass. The demon dog assumed the cutest appearance possible, intending to deceive people so that they would quickly start feeding him. Jasper leaned against the glass, saying that this dog was very cute. The dog stretched his body to reach their window straight from the ground. Then Jasper suggested that they could treat the puppy since he was seriously injured, and he and Levi decided to open the window for him and take him to their room. The protagonist suggested that Jasper use his acupuncture skills to cure the puppy, and the demonic dog thought that he couldn't even imagine that there were still people among people who used acupuncture. The puppy turned away, thinking that these guys would be around pretty soon, at which point Jasper took one of his needles and started working on the dog's head. Before Demon could think of something, the guy stuck one of the needles into his forehead. The demon dog trembled in pain, but Jasper took it as a sign that he was getting better. The guy laughed, saying that he would help the dog get better. The dog's face was distorted in horror. He wanted to stop the guy, but he couldn't do it. Soon, almost his entire body was covered in needles, and it seemed to him that he was about to die. Suddenly, Jasper heard his friend's stomach growl and assumed he was hungry again. Levi said that he was hungry all day today. Soon, a system window appeared in front of him. It informed him that high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 3 days. It was right in front of him. When he looked at the puppy, the system informed him that the creature's energy value was at the 2nd rank. It was poisonous and edible, and also offered a recommended way to eat it. The demon dog didn't understand why this guy was looking at him like that. Then he looked at his friend and said that this dog was really very cute. After this, the guys looked ominously at the animal and laughed slyly. Levi guessed that this dog must be very tasty. The demonic dog didn't understand what they meant. He couldn't believe that the people in front of him were truly ordinary people. He couldn't believe they wanted to eat him, considering the cute form he had taken. The next moment, Jasper pulled out all his needles from him, saying that if he did not continue giving him acupuncture, he would die. He asked his friend to wait until the dog died, and then they would eat him. The demon decided that these guys were completely crazy, but he, a 2nd-rank demon, could heal himself. And without this deadly acupuncture, he would cope even faster. He knelt down in front of the dog and asked him to close his eyes, saying that he would soon rest in peace. The demon chuckled, realizing that these people were too arrogant. Jasper turned to his friend, saying that the dog was still alive. The protagonist said it was no problem. He pointed at him and added that he was bleeding, so they just needed to wait until he bled out and died. The demon didn't know how to react to these words. Levi assumed that the dog was very small and would not be enough to feed them. The demon understood that his patience was already at its limit. He could not tolerate this bullying of himself. The next moment, he assumed his true form and jumped on the boys, intending to attack and kill them. He was very angry that they made him tremble and get angry, and now he wanted them dead more than ever. Seeing this, Jasper was delighted, realizing that now that the dog had become so big, they would definitely have enough meat to eat. The demon dog opened its mouth, full of sharp fangs, and headed towards Jasper, intending to eat him. However, Levi appeared in his path, and with one deft movement, he grabbed the demon by the mouth and laid him on the floor. He called the dog a bad boy, saying that biting people was wrong. The demon didn't understand what happened, and some guy had enough strength to intercept his attack. Then he opened his jaws again, intending to bite off Levi's hand. However, as soon as he closed his jaws, he realized that he couldn't even scratch his hand. Jasper walked up to his friend, saying he wanted to pet the dog's fur. Levi said that he could do it because the dog was obedient now. The demon tried to resist, but he was unable to do so. For him, as a 2nd-rank demon, this was a real shame. He intended to bite off Jasper's hand again, but Levi hit him in the teeth again. The blow broke his teeth and made his gums bleed. Levi said threateningly that the dog could not bite his friend. Meanwhile, Jasper continued to pet Demon, saying that now he really had become obedient, and although he was big and angry, he was still docile. The demon lay in shock. He did not understand what rank these people were and why they were able to win so easily. He assumed that Levi was a 4th-rank person, but his strength suggested that his rank was much higher. Jasper continued to pet the dog. He said his tail looked pretty soft too. He said he wanted to see the dog wag his tail, to which Levi replied that since the dog was now an obedient boy, he could wag his tail himself. However, the demon grinned angrily and said that he would not wag his tail like a pet. However, his life was in danger, so he had no choice but to fulfill Jasper's wishes. He decided to temporarily submit until he could escape far away from this terrible man. Then Jasper said he wanted to see him wag his tail in a circle instead of from side to side. The demon was already extremely fed up with this bullying. When Levi realized that the dog was not going to fulfill his friend's request, he grabbed it again with force by its remaining teeth. The guy turned to the dog and said that wagging his tail in a circle really was much cuter. The demon had no choice but to fulfill the request of these crazy guys. Jasper was incredibly pleased with what he saw. Then Levi said that this dog was not only cute, but also delicious. They would hardly have been satisfied with that puppy, but this big dog was a different matter. However, the boys soon came to the conclusion that they had no fire to cook the meat. Then they looked up at the lamps that were on their ceiling and thought that they could roast the meat right on them. Jasper thought for a moment, then smiled, saying that they would succeed. When he helped Levi cultivate using the electric current method, he smelled the fragrant smell of roasted meat, so they can use the same method to roast dog meat. The demon absolutely did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that he had met demons among people. After some time, the guys connected bare wires to the demon's body and passed current through it. Jasper watched the whole thing with a smile, happy that they actually managed to fry the meat. The other patients watched what was happening in room 666 through their window, and it seemed to them that someone was dancing there. Soon Jasper said he could already smell the roasting meat. Levi reported that everything was almost ready. The demon tried to stop his torture, but he no longer had the strength. Soon after, life left him. When everything was ready, Jasper approached the demon and touched his burnt fur. Sometime later, the boys cut up the demon's body to get to the tasty meat. They cut off a piece for themselves and began to eat. As it turned out, their preparations caused a power outage throughout the hospital. The hospital's new security guard, Liam, picked up a flashlight and headed out into the hallway to find out why the power had gone out. He noticed that the fuses had blown just when he arrived at room 66, and then he looked through the window on the door to see what was so special about it. He pointed the flashlight there and saw a horrific picture of the patients in the ward holding someone's head in their hands. Liam was horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that the patient's eyes were glowing with an ominous red color. Out of fear, he fell to the floor and dropped the flashlight from his hands. He then ran down the corridor, screaming that a man had been eaten in room 666. Soon the director of the clinic and the orderlies went to the room to see what had happened there. Liam continued to claim that he saw a dead head and patients eating its meat. By this time, the electricity had already been repaired, and when Sean turned on the light, he saw that one of the lamps in the room was broken. Levi and Jasper lay in their beds as if nothing had happened. The director asked them what they were doing. Then the boys said that they had prepared a carpet from the dog's wool. The director was horrified when he saw that in front of their beds, there was a real carpet made of a huge mourning dog. The director walked up to the carpet and pulled out a tuft of animal fur. He couldn't believe that he was holding the real wool of a second-rank demon in his hands. He asked the boys what they were doing, but they replied that they were just sleeping. They said they didn't even get out of their beds. However, Liam continued to claim that he saw them eating the head. Then the director got angry. He looked angrily at Levi and asked what he was hiding. The protagonist threw back his blanket in irritation and said that he was not hiding anything. But something suddenly began to glow. The director rubbed the bridge of his nose in irritation, saying that there was something glowing in his pants. When Levi looked down, he saw that there was indeed something there. It turned out to be a flashlight. He took it out of his pants and handed it to the director. Sean wanted to ask them where they got the wool, but the boys quickly lay down under the covers and said they were going to sleep. The director sighed wearily. He couldn't even imagine that because of these guys, at 54 years old, all his hair would be gray. After that, he turned off the light in their room, wished them good night, and went out into the corridor. Then Jasper asked Levi if he was full, to which the hero said that he was full, but he didn't understand something. He didn't understand why the director always found the things he hid, but he couldn't find Jasper's things. Then Jasper said that when the principal comes, he hides his needles in his hair. Then Levi began to think that he too should grow his hair. The story moves to the headquarters of the city's Special Forces unit. The one-eyed man was irritated. His head ached from the screams and cries of the relatives of the fallen soldiers. He said they needed to give him time to track down the demonic beast, skin it, and crush its bones to dust. Suddenly, someone called him, and he decided to answer. As it turned out, it was the director of the psychiatric clinic. He said that the psychos from his department made a rug out of a demonic dog. The one-eyed man assumed that the old man simply hadn't gotten enough sleep and was talking nonsense. But the director insisted. He said that the man could come to him himself and see it. One-Eye didn't have time to answer because the director hung up. The man then touched the panel that was located near the window. After this, the window opened wide, and the man stepped to the windowsill. Then he jumped down from a high-rise building, not understanding why he was doing this, to visit the damn old man. Meanwhile, Liam continued his investigation. He clearly saw how these patients ate the head, and now he was wondering where they hid it. He was walking around the area adjacent to the clinic and suddenly saw something strange in front of him. It was a huge skull, near which lay several other bones, as well as pieces of bloody meat. The man wondered why the head they were eating was so big. Suddenly he heard a strange sound behind him and looked back cautiously, not understanding what it had just been. When he turned his head back to the skull, he saw that it was no longer there. Suddenly some invisible force threw him straight to the ground. Liam felt the life drain from him. Meanwhile, the director also went to explore the area. He assumed that the demon had emerged from the manhole, but he could not close the manhole. As he was looking at the hatch, a huge demon skull suddenly rushed straight towards him, intending to attack the man. When the director turned around, he saw a huge skull in front of him, someone holding it from behind with one hand. It was the one-eyed man. He said that it was the skull of a second-ranked demon dog. Then he asked the man what happened to it. The director stood up and brushed himself off, saying that he had already told him about this on the phone. However, the one-eyed man did not believe him. It sounded like nonsense, since usually a person cannot defeat a demon. Then the director said that the guy, although mentally ill, was a completely unusual person, and then handed him a folder with papers and asked the one-eyed man to look at them. It was an analysis of the actions of the patients in Ward 666, and the one-eyed man was quite surprised when he read the contents of this folder. As it turned out, this guy had brought himself to death time and time again, but he had survived each time. All his limbs remained intact, and he himself remained completely fine and clean. Luck would definitely not have been enough here. So the patients from Ward 666 killed the demon dog. But neither the one-eyed man nor the director understood how they did it. Then Sean said that after that they also ate him. One-eyed said that he must meet these talents in person. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper were sitting in the clearing and playing a game. The rules were that the first one to look away lost. Jasper tried his best. He said that Levi could look away since he couldn't win anyway. The next moment, the main character actually looked away. Jasper was very happy about his victory. The one-eyed man and the director of the clinic watched all this closely. The man knew that staring at the sun could easily burn his retina, but this guy stared for so long and nothing happened to him. Then he realized that this guy had an innate body. He approached the director, asking if he would give him this guy if he was convinced that he really did have a special innate body. The director was extremely surprised by this proposal, and at first couldn't even believe his ears. He said that the one-eyed man could take it without question, and he could take his friend as a bonus. He said that in that case these patients would not be returned, and the one-eyed man would also have to sign an agreement declaring that the mental hospital would not bear any responsibility if anything happened. One Eye said that he shouldn't worry about anything happening to the boys under his care. Even if they faced demons one-on-one, everything would be fine because he would protect them. The director said that they could agree on this, but in fact, he was more worried that something would happen to the one-eyed man himself. One-eyed said that some kind of devilry was happening in the city. There were constant sinkholes in the ground. There weren't enough demons at critical moments. He couldn't protect the entire city alone. And if these guys were truly warriors born of the body, then he wouldn't hurt them. The director was even a little tired and uncomfortable dumping these guys on the shoulders of the one-eyed man. Then the man said that demons were progressing too quickly. After their intelligence had grown, they began to understand human weaknesses, hiding under the guise of pets, and if it weren't for the video camera recordings, he wouldn't have believed it. The director sighed tiredly, saying that fate is an unpredictable thing. Then the one-eyed man asked him not to worry. Because he was a warrior of the national level, his fate was inextricably linked with this city, no matter how strong the demons became. He said that he would meet them face to face in any case. However, he understood that the strength of one person was limited, and if there was a chance to find and train as many warriors as possible, then for the sake of the city's safety, he would do it. Then he approached the boys and said that he knew that last night they ate a second-ranked demon, a mourning dog. He towered over them, asking if they had really done it. He asked how they killed him, and the patients looked at each other, agreeing on something. Then they said that they didn't kill anyone and didn't eat the dog. He died on his own, and they don't know anything about it. Then the one-eyed man decided to use his skill. His hand was enveloped in a light aura, and he directed it towards Levi's face. He noticed that the guy showed zero attention. He reacted directly to the attack with such a reaction that even with his natural body, he would only be a third-rate warrior at best. Jasper then said that it seemed like this man wanted to help him with cultivation. The boys looked at the one-eyed man and thanked him for such kindness. However, Levi said that the one-eyed one was not suitable for him. Since he was missing one eye, it would be difficult for him to help him with cultivation. Since he is missing one eye, it will be difficult to help him with cultivation. Then Johnson intervened in the conversation, saying that the one-eyed man could ask him to help heal his eye. Then he could help Levi cultivate with him. The man guessed that these were the very suicidal actions described in the documentation, and if they did not have a natural body, then they should have killed themselves hundreds of times already. Jasper said that Levi is stronger now. He needs to increase his cultivation level. He offered to cure the one-eyed man's eye and help him cultivate together. Levi said that Jasper is a master of acupuncture. He is very cool and can definitely cure his eye. Jasper circled around the one-eyed man, offering him his help. The one-eyed man chuckled. Even the national-level warriors of the Great Academy of Doctors didn't dare to say that they could restore his eye, and although they might have an innate body, they were simply mentally ill people, and he shouldn't take their words seriously. He then sat down on the grass next to Levi and said that he agreed, since his current cultivation level allowed him to stop an armor-piercing bullet with his bare hands, so he saw no reason not to play acupuncture with the two psychos. He said Jasper could prick him once, but it was just a small needle anyway. However, when the one-eyed man's entire head was pierced with needles, he felt a strange feeling. Jasper began his universe rotation technique and pointed another needle towards the man. The one-eyed man asked if he was poking it at random. Jasper replied that this technique even has a name. This is his special technique, developed over many years of observing space. He assured that thanks to this technology, people are recovering. The one-eyed man chuckled. The fact that he was able to feel something was already a miracle. Although he took it all as a joke, he did not even activate the golden bell. But he could not imagine that a small needle could cause a resonance of his original inner source. Before he could finish, Jasper stuck another one right into his forehead. At that moment, the one-eyed man felt something strange, as if something had burst into his brain. After this, he began to lose consciousness and fall forward. Levi managed to grab him, preventing the man from falling to the ground. The protagonist stated that the man had fainted. Jasper was upset, assuming there was something wrong with his new technique, but he was glad that they had tested it on the man first. Then he said that he understood what the problem was and that it wouldn't happen a second time. He suggested that Levi try again, and he agreed, trusting his friend. After some time, Jasper discovered that his friend had also fainted, and he didn't understand what was wrong with his technique. He realized that he needed to work on this more, but he didn't know who would be willing to try something like this on themselves. He decided to try his technique on himself, and soon lost consciousness too. All three were lying unconscious when the director approached them. He understood why the security had not been able to find them until now. He was surprised that a warrior of national level decided to also try their methods. And then the man began to fear for the safety of the city. The story moves to the emergency room. The reception desk received a call that was installed specifically for the psychiatric clinic. The department staff knew what this meant and were therefore horrified. As it turned out, the director of the psychiatric hospital called and asked for an ambulance to be sent to them. He said that in addition to the two problematic patients, this time he also had a third victim. Ambulances soon arrived at the clinic, took the injured, and quickly left. The ambulance driver was a man with a bloody bandage over his eyes. The clinic staff did not understand why a man without eyes could drive a car. However, the man said that he had just had eye surgery, but he knew this road like the back of his hand. After this, the director and the clinic staff watched the car's unsuccessful attempts to leave the clinic's courtyard. They didn't know how to react, whether to worry or admire that the car didn't crash on the first turn. Lee, who was in the hospital at the time, was very irritated and hoped that all this would soon end. He even had the idea to stage some kind of accident so that these two cultivators would simply die and no longer cause them problems. However, he quickly came to his senses and slapped himself on the cheek, saying that he was a doctor and vowed to save people. Then he decided to call Sean, asking if he hadn't bowed low enough to him last time, and the director decided to send him those two freaks again. Moreover, this time, a third man joined them. The director said that he told them last time that it would be better for them to stay with him, and there was no need to drive them back and forth. Lee didn't understand how he could say such a thing, because if they had stayed here, he simply wouldn't have been able to work. A bunch of doctors had fled because of their department, because of these patients. Then the director promised to give him something as moral compensation, and this calmed Lee down a little, since he did not hope that this old man would be generous with anything. Then the director asked to just leave these guys with him for a while. He said that Lee could not refuse, because otherwise he would report the bribe to the police. He had irrefutable evidence. After this, the man hung up, leaving his partner in shock. While the doctors were performing surgery on Levi, the system reported that he had completed the SS rank upgrade itself. Now he had the option to exchange it for an S-rank defensive technique called Impenetrable Golden Body, which increases the body's durability by 100%. But since Levi was again unable to make the choice himself, the system decided to make the choice for him. Meanwhile, everything went on as usual at the hospital. Liam, who was attacked at the clinic that time, was now under the care of a young woman. She even fed him with a spoon, which the man was incredibly happy about. He thought that it was impossible to meet a good girl by chance. But now luck turned on his side, and he accidentally met a wonderful person. The girl said that she had recently gained some weight, so if Liam wasn't put off by it, then everything was fine. She asked the man not to worry, saying that in 5 months she would lose the weight back. The man said that it doesn't matter whether the girl loses weight or not. He will still like her even if she's overweight, and he is very grateful to fate that they met. The girl smiled sweetly, saying that she would definitely pass on these words to the director, who had facilitated their acquaintance. However, Liam said that he had bad news. He was infertile, and he asked the girl if she would agree to a relationship with him despite the fact that they would most likely not be able to have children in the future. The girl handed him a peeled apple and said that she didn't mind. In the future, they could take a child from an orphanage and asked who he would prefer, a boy or a girl. Liam smiled and said that he would really like a girl. However, when the girl said that she would like a boy, he immediately changed his mind and said that everything would be as she wanted. At that moment, a doctor entered their room and said that the patient was completely fine. He should avoid strong emotions, and that he could be discharged in the evening. A nurse looked into the room and said that patients had arrived after surgery, and then the doctor asked to bring them inside the room. As it turned out, the patient was Levi, and Liam was extremely surprised to see him there. He immediately pointed his finger at him and he himself began to shake with fear. He began to repeat that this guy ate a man. Then he suddenly fell to the floor in excitement, and the doctor immediately rushed to him. Soon Levi and Jasper were placed in hospital beds. The system was extremely surprised that its owner had broken through to the late stage of the human level in just 2 days. After some time he woke up. He was very tired, but he understood that he did not want to lie in the same room with these people. Liam continued to cry, begging to be moved to another room. When he turned around, he saw that Levi had already regained consciousness, and even said that he wanted to eat. When the boy heard this, he fainted again from excitement, remembering the events that had happened. Lying on the hospital bed, the one-eyed man tried to understand how this had happened, because with his strength, even if he were shot in the head, there shouldn't have been a trace left on him. However, he passed out as soon as the guy stuck another needle into him. He didn't understand how some psycho could take down a warrior of national stature. When Jasper and Levi saw that their new friend had woken up, they immediately ran to him. Jasper was upset that he had not been able to cure his eye, and he said that if the man gave him another chance, he should be able to do it. One Eye turned to him and said that he could try. Jasper even shed tears of happiness. He took his needles and said that this time he would definitely be able to heal his eye. After a while, nurses and doctors ran into the room, saying that they were losing the patient. His entire head was pricked with needles, and he needed urgent surgery. Jasper was depressed, but Levi reassured him, saying that he would definitely succeed next time. One-Eyed did not understand why he had passed out again, and also suffered a dislocated cervical vertebra. He didn't believe it was possible, because he didn't lose consciousness even when the 9th-rank demon almost crushed all of his bones. At that moment, Jasper came up to him. He apologized for not being able to cure his eye again, and said that next time he would definitely succeed. He hovered over the man, asking if he would allow him to perform the procedure one more time. But the one-eyed man had no desire to undergo acupuncture again. Jasper burst into tears and turned to his friend, complaining that the one-eyed man didn't believe him. The man then realized that he had to try again because he needed to make sure whether it was a consequence of the acupuncture or not. Hearing this, Jasper smiled and pulled his needles out of his hair again. After some time, nurses and doctors ran into the ward again, demanding that the needles with which the psychopath was maiming people be immediately taken away from him. Jasper was extremely depressed that he had failed again. Meanwhile, the nurse was rummaging around their room, trying to find needles. As it turned out, the one-eyed man's right leg was temporarily paralyzed, and the doctor said he needed rest. Jasper and Levi came to visit him and ask how the man was feeling. One-eyed was incredibly angry that some psycho could paralyze him. He didn't believe that it could be true. Jasper doubted that the man still believed him, but Levi believed that the one-eyed man still believed him, just as he did. One-Eyed watched the psychos with displeasure, hoping that they would soon leave him alone. After a while, the boys went to their room, taking a bottle of drink with them, but soon realized that it was not Sprite or cola. They decided to buy drinks themselves, but soon realized that they had no money. Then they looked at the one-eyed man, who had fainted several times because of the needles, and was now immersed in the mysteries of the universe. Jasper approached him and asked if he wanted to buy an expensive watch from him. However, the one-eyed man had absolutely no desire to talk to them. Jasper insisted. He said that this watch was very expensive, and since the one-eyed man was a good man, he was ready to give it to him. He showed the man his wrist, on which a watch had been drawn in black marker. One Eye said he didn't want his watch, but instead wanted to know how they killed the mourning dog, and he was willing to pay for the information. Levi and Jasper looked at each other, deciding what to say. Then Jasper said that the dog was obedient, cute, soft, and even wagged his tail for them. So they told him to fry himself on the electrical wiring, and he did it. One-Eyed was furious. He couldn't believe that a second-ranked demon let these guys pet him and ordered his tail for them, and then killed himself. He said he didn't believe their words one bit. He said that as soon as he finally goes crazy, he will be able to ask the psychos from the clinic himself what happened there. Levi and Jasper didn't understand who he was calling crazy. Then they extended their palms to the man, saying that they had given him information, and now they needed money. The one-eyed man let out a tired sigh and took out a plastic card from his pocket, saying that it contained about 500,000 yuan, and also told them the password for the card. He said that he had the least amount of money on this card, but it should be enough for the guys. The man said that he had no parents, no wife, no children, and he himself did not know when he would die. From the claws of demons, money for him was just some numbers, so the guys could spend everything they had without embarrassment. However, Levi shoved the card in his face, saying that it wasn't money. The one-eyed man shouted, saying that money could be withdrawn from the bank with this card. However, the guys left the card with him, saying that he should really get it for deceiving them and not giving them money. Then they left the room, leaving the enraged one-eyed man alone. Meanwhile, the story moves to a park that was located near the clinic. On one of the trees sat a second-ranked demon, a dark python. He was informed that the two people who had absorbed the power of the mourning dog were in this building. However, besides the aura of a mourning dog, he felt the aura of a high-level warrior who was completely no match for him. He couldn't mindlessly shine, because it would be too dangerous. Because if he accidentally ran into a high-ranking warrior, then he would be in trouble. He decided that it would be better if those two guys came out to him themselves. However, as the snake was climbing down the tree, she heard a strange sound, and when she looked behind the tree, she saw a couple kissing. The woman asked the man to pay first, and then get down to business. The snake thought that if it weren't for the warrior's aura nearby, it would have returned to its base form and swallowed these people. Soon the girl was left alone. She pressed herself against a tree and began to count the money she was paid for her work. Realizing that the girl was completely alone, she decided that she could eat her, because if it was only one victim, the warrior in the building would not notice it. The demon opened his mouth and rushed towards the girl, intending to eat her. However, at that moment the demon sensed the aura of a mourning dog very close by. The snake quickly disappeared behind a tree, leaving the girl alone, while the woman sighed, dissatisfied with the fact that she had earned so little today. Then she came to a path along which two young men were walking, who seemed to her quite handsome. She came out to meet them and waved her hand, inviting them to have some fun. Levi and Jasper approached her, asking if she knew where they could buy cola, get some fixes, and get something to eat. The woman assumed the men were in relationships and said that if they weren't attracted to her, they shouldn't waste her time. Levi and Jasper had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Then they asked her again if she knew where they could buy Coke or Sprite around here. The girl looked closely at the strangers and realized that they were patients from a psychiatric hospital. She remembered the events that happened in her past. One day she was running down the street trying to find her sister. When she looked around the corner, she saw that her sister had been pushed by a man, causing her to fall to the ground. He picked up her stuffed doll and chuckled, saying that she was completely crazy if she considered the doll her child. After that, he tore the doll into pieces. The girl cried, begging not to hurt her son. However, the guy only laughed at the mental hospital patient and how she mourned her doll. At that moment, the girl ran up to her, intending to save her sister, but it was too late. When she remembered this, tears came to her eyes. She asked where the boy's family was now. Jasper pointed to Levi and said that he is his family. The protagonist said that his mother is abroad, and now his family is only Jasper, and they also have a director. The girl realized that his family had abandoned him, and his roommate had become his family. Then she handed the guys the money and said that further down the street there was a place to buy food, and also where you could buy cola and Sprite. But the guys shook their heads and said that they didn't need her money. The woman smiled and said that it was much easier for her to earn money than for them, so they shouldn't refuse. At that moment, the snake sensed the mourning dog and rushed at Levi, intending to kill him and absorb his energy value. However, he was faster and grabbed the demon, preventing the snake from biting him. The snake didn't understand how this could have happened. Could this guy have stopped her with a supersonic strike? Jasper looked at the demon with admiration, saying that this snake was very cute. Hearing this, the snake became embarrassed. Those demons who examine people said that she needed to become a cute little baby. Then people would like her, and they would help her hide. Then the snake saw the little man and decided to approach him, confident that since she was now a cub, she would definitely like the child. However, when the boy noticed the snake, he immediately screamed in fear and ran away. All the other children who were playing in the clearing immediately ran away in all directions, shouting that there was a snake here. Then the snake realized that people were ignorant and stupid. They could not even see her beauty. She decided that all people who considered her ugly deserved to die. However, these people said that she was cute, and this made the snake very happy. She decided that she had met the right people after so much time. The system informed Levi that it had discovered high-energy food that could help reduce hunger for 3 days, and this food was right in front of him. She reported that the energy value of this snake was equal to the second rank. It was highly poisonous, but edible after decapitation. The main character turned to the girl, asking if she could help him with anything. Soon they went to the apartment where the woman lived, and she prepared some food for them. The smell coming from the pot was incredibly pleasant, and Levi and Jasper couldn't wait to try it. There was snake meat in the pot, then marinated in wine. Next to the pot stood a jar containing the severed head of a demon. Levi remembered the moment when he wanted to cook the snake. He took it by the neck and raised his knife over it. However, an ordinary knife could not cause any harm. It simply broke on her thick skin. As it turned out, none of the human tools could harm the demonic python. Levi had no choice but to pick up the snake and tear it apart with his own hands. Soon the woman announced that the snake soup was ready. She said that she cooks quite well in Kakovka, and her daughter really likes her home-cooked food. Then Jasper and Levi invited the woman to share dinner with them. The woman smiled sweetly, saying that she had already eaten, so she was not hungry. The boys thanked her for her help and for the delicious dish, but the woman thought that she should be thanking them for inviting her to join the meal. Soon after, the guys left the apartment and said goodbye to the woman. They thanked her again for helping them make the snake stew and for wrapping up the remaining food so they could take it with them. The woman said that it was not difficult for her at all, but now the guys need to return to the hospital as soon as possible. Levy said her daughter was incredibly lucky to have such a mother. These words brought tears to the woman's eyes. She smiled and said goodbye to the guys. Soon they headed down the alley, intending to return back to the hospital. On the way, they met a group of people in black and white suits. Levi looked at the strangers with interest. As they passed each other, one of the strangers turned around and felt a shudder run through his body, as if he had met a warrior with terrifying power. However, he soon realized that he had simply imagined it. Meanwhile, a group of warriors arrived at the right place, but they realized that the demonic aura had disappeared. They decided that the demon had escaped. Soon the one-eyed man was informed that another demon had died. He said the unit had not received such information, and he could not believe that the demon had been killed by a mere man. At this time, Levi entered the room, holding a bag of food in his hands. One-eyed said that even though the aura had disappeared, it was worth remembering that this was a second-rank demonic dark python, and could have simply hidden near the hospital, a large influx of people, and their safety needed to be ensured. Then he noticed the bag of food that his roommates had brought. When they opened the container, the man was horrified and smelled a familiar smell. The squad of warriors, hearing the cry of their leader, did not understand what was happening. The one-eyed man took the dishes from them and took out a piece of demon bone from there. He placed it in a small device, and it revealed that the bones belonged to a second-rank dark python. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi were enjoying the stew. They decided that since the one-eyed man refused to eat with them, they could eat his portion. The man didn't understand how they killed, and were now calmly eating this python, because its maximum strike speed exceeds the speed of sound. So the man decided that he definitely had to find out everything. Jasper said the snake was very cute and could hug him as much as he wanted. Then they said that her meat was very tender. These words made the one-eyed man furious. He said that he would rather jump out of the window than trust these two again. The guys didn't understand why the man was so irritated. Soon evening came and everyone went to bed. However, the one-eyed man thought that perhaps these two psychos did have innate bodies, but objectively they were weak. Yet when they met the two demons, they remained unharmed, He still did not understand how they managed to do this, and could not believe that they had hidden their true strength until now. Then he suddenly heard a strange sound. He realized that the two were not sleeping. Then he decided to pretend to be asleep and see what would happen. Jasper and Levi came to him and said that they believed that he was a good person, and so Jasper would use the full power of his improved technique this time to heal him. He then took out his needle and pointed it towards the one-eyed man's head. The man thought that since they were hiding their power that could kill 2 demons, they must have some skills. He decided to trust them again and see how strong they really were. Jasper said that the room was very dark, and he couldn't see the location of the dot. However, Levi said he had been honing his skills for so long that he could hit the target even with his eyes closed. He then forcibly inserted the needle directly into the man's forehead. One Eye tried his best to restrain himself and not show it, but the feelings came over him stronger than last time. At that moment, the needle hung over him. He understood that he could not make a mistake. He had to hit the last point precisely. However, at that moment, someone opened the door to the room, and because of this, Jasper became nervous and missed the needle. It was a nurse, she screamed in horror, asking what they were doing to the other patient. The one-eyed man could barely contain his emotions. He didn't understand what feelings he was experiencing now. Then he reached out to the door, begging the nurse to save him. However, when the girl saw his hand fall limply, she also screamed in horror, thinking that these guys had just killed another patient. After this, doctors came running into the ward again and took the one-eyed man to the operating room. He had a severe cranial hemorrhage and needed urgent surgery. Jasper was upset that he missed the last needle. Levi assured him that he would definitely succeed next time. Soon after, they were both tied to their beds so that they could not harm anyone else. The protagonist hoped that the one-eyed man would return to them alive. The man was soon taken to the operating room, where his head was cut and disinfected, and all the needles were removed. They did this because they needed to prepare the area where the skull would be opened before the surgery. At that moment, the one-eyed man looked at them with bewilderment. The doctor said it was a good thing he woke up before they started, as it would have been awkward if he had woken up during the operation. He said that all his indicators had returned to normal, so it was necessary to stop the operation and return the patient to the ward for further examination. Then the doctor asked him if he was ready to stay in the hospital, although he was also mentally ill. But his condition was much better than the others, so he could suffer. Then the doctor suggested transferring him to a separate ward. The one-eyed man looked menacingly at the doctor, without answering. Then he looked at the man's pictures again. He thought that the nurses had mixed up the pictures, because the patient's spine and leg had somehow magically healed, and this was impossible. Then he turned around and said that the patient no longer needed the cast. However, he noticed that there was no one on the bed anymore. At this time, the one-eyed man found his clothes and came back to his room. He stood in front of Jasper's bed, saying that he was the head of a special unit of national-level warriors and had failed to stand up to him 3 times. He said that Jasper should be proud of himself, and thought to himself that he would never trust psychos again and would never forget what they did to him, and his bald head would be a reminder of it. At that moment, Levi turned to him and said that the man had returned alive and strong, and that next time he would definitely cure him. However, the one-eyed man had no intention of talking to him. He opened the window and stepped out, saying goodbye to his roommates. He said that they would never see each other again. Why did he jump out of the window? And the nurse who was standing behind him also screamed, calling for orderlies to help. However, the one-eyed man landed on the ground safe and sound, but he really scared the passers-by. He once again thought about the fact that even though those guys had an innate body and a special attack style, they were simply inadequate and impossible to communicate with. He reported this to the director of the clinic, and he was very upset that the one-eyed man had done this and again put the responsibility for these two on him. After that, Lee also called him and said that one of those with them had jumped out of the window. However, he was unharmed and there was no trace left of him. He simply disappeared. At first, the director thought it was one of the 2 patients, but when he realized it was the one-eyed man, he said that everything was fine and their hospital was not responsible for him. However, Lee called him with a completely different complaint. He said that this man just jumped out of their hospital and left without paying for his stay there. Lee didn't answer and simply hung up. Shortly after, Levi and Jasper were loaded into an ambulance to be transported to another hospital. They already knew that the one-eyed man had survived, but he had left them. Jasper was worried that his eye was still not healed, but Levi assured him that he would definitely succeed next time. Jasper started crying. He thought he had disappointed the one-eyed man, and so he left without even saying goodbye. Then Levi said that the man had actually said goodbye to them. However, when he remembered that the man had said that they would never see each other again, He made a correction and clarified that he had said it in slightly different words. Jasper calmed down a little, thinking that since he said goodbye, they would meet again, and then he would definitely be able to help him. Then he noticed a box of apples on the windowsill, and said he wanted to eat them. Levi reached out to take the apple, and the straps that bound their bodies immediately snapped. Then he handed his friend an apple, and he immediately began to eat it. He said that Levi should also try the apple because it was sweet, tasty, and crunchy. Meanwhile, Lee's partner said that his deputy was very generous and dedicated to his work, since he was taking these patients back again. Lee said that just driving them personally would be safe, and he was also going to collect a debt from someone. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the city's first port. As it turned out, a fourth-rank demon, a reef octopus, had broken free. A squad of warriors came to the port to fight the monster. They used various spells, but nothing could hurt the demon. Then they noticed ink starting to emerge from its tentacles. They guessed that it was a high-ranking killing technique called death mist. They then realized that this demon was not a fourth-rank demon, but at least a fifth-rank demon, and decided that they needed to retreat, as the black fog was extremely toxic and would cause instant death upon contact. The boys started to run away, but the ink followed them. One of the guys realized that the speed of spread was too great and prepared himself for the fact that he was about to die. However, someone used their counting skill in time and blocked the guy from the attack. At that moment, the man who was standing on the beams high above the demon said that he was in a bad mood. The guys recognized this man as their boss. As it turned out, it was the one-eyed man. He said that he came to vent his anger on this monster. The boys were puzzled as to why their leader decided to change his hairstyle. Then the one-eyed man used a skill called the Buddha's Dragon Palm, which destroyed the world. He then pointed his palm straight at the demon, and a bright beam of light hit him right in the head. Meanwhile, a huge traffic jam formed on the bridge. Lee and his partner didn't understand what was happening because the traffic jam had formed so suddenly. Then they noticed that people were running out of their cars and running away somewhere back. The next moment, someone's bloody body landed right on their windshield. At that moment, the men realized that the end had come for them. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man dealt with the monster, but he understood that something was wrong here. He could still feel the waves of demonic energy even though the demon was dead. At that moment, the boys noticed that someone was running towards them. One of the special department employees said that they had a real problem. They discovered another demon moving across the bridge towards the city center. Meanwhile, real panic was starting on the bridge. Levi and Jasper didn't understand what was happening. They just thought that they wanted to eat something else. A voice in Levi's head told him that after breaking through to the human level, he needed a lot of energy. He didn't understand what that meant, but he felt hungry. Soon another demon arrived on the bridge. It was another octopus who, apparently, was looking for his dad. Meanwhile, Lee got out of the car and tried to revive the man who had flown into their windshield. He asked his partner to get some styptic from the car, but he said that they needed to run because the demon would be here soon. At that moment, Lee took off his watch and threw it to him, telling him to bring what was asked of him, and then run and keep the watch for him. The man said that these people were in critical condition, and if he didn't run away now, he would die with them. Then the deputy decided to tell him the story of this watch. He said that on the first day that he became an operating surgeon, he saved a child, and the child gave him this watch in gratitude for saving him. From that day on, he swore that he would never abandon a dying person. However, his partner said that there were 2 more tied-up beds of sick people in the car, and if they took them and ran away, then that would be their salvation. However, Lee told him to just forget about those 2. However, his partner did not listen to him and climbed into the car, intending to free Levi and Jasper. He told him that there was a huge demon on the road ahead. Then Levi stood up and ran his hand over the straps that bound Jasper's body, and in an instant they snapped. The partner looked at all the sick people with horror, and then grabbed them by the arms and dragged them along the road. But Jasper said that they had a question for him. The guys started asking the man what kind of demon was there and how cute he was. The man imagined a huge pink octopus in his head, grabbing cars with its tentacles, and said that it was quite an acquired taste. Then Levi said that in that case they would not go anywhere. Jasper said that they would go look for the demon to play with. The man looked at the boys in horror, and then shouted that they were real psychos. Meanwhile, the third-rank demon, the reef octopus, continued to cause trouble on the bridge. Apparently it was a girl, and she was looking for her father, who had already been killed by the one-eyed man. Levi was determined. He thought about the fact that her dad would not come anymore. But now it was his turn to take care of this demon. At this time, Lee continued resuscitation, trying to stop the victim's bleeding. He called his partner for help, but he had already escaped. The victim was on the verge of death, but he bravely forced out words of gratitude. Then he looked up and saw that the demon was already approaching them. He said that the doctor should run and that he didn't need to save him. However, Lee insisted. He said that he was a doctor and was not going to run away anywhere. The demon saw 2 more victims below that he could grab. Then he turned to them, asking if they had seen his dad. She said that if they didn't see him, she would kill them. After this, the octopus raised one of its tentacles over the men and intended to hit them. However, at that moment something happened and someone pulled the octopus to the side. Lee and the victim were shaking with fear, expecting to die at any moment. However, when they looked back, they saw that the demon was not nearby. At that moment his partner ran up to the doctor and said that he stole the car because the ambulance was too big and unwieldy, and in this car they would get the victim to the hospital faster. Lee was very happy to see his partner, as he thought he had escaped. After this, the man took his deputy and the victim and led them to the car. Meanwhile, the octopus fell somewhere under the bridge. Jasper, who was watching everything from above, was delighted. He really wanted to play with this demon. At this time, Levi held him by the tentacles and said that he could come down to play with him. Then Jasper jumped down, intending to land on the octopus. He succeeded. It landed right on his forehead. He started pointing his finger at him, and this gave him a lot of fun. This action made the octopus very angry, and she got angry, saying that she would now kill these people for being so impudent. She swung her tentacle to hit Jasper, but at that moment she felt something pulling her down again. Jasper fell to the ground, while Levi pressed the demon's tentacle with his foot. He said he only put a little pressure on her tentacle to prevent her from hitting his friend, but it came off. Jasper said he didn't think it mattered since she still had a lot of tentacles. Meanwhile, the demon screamed and cried, calling for his father's help and saying that he was being offended. Then Levi said that there was truth in his friend's words. The octopus was furious and waved its tentacles, intending to kill its offenders. Then Levi grabbed another tentacle and it broke off again. At that moment, Jasper ran off somewhere into a clearing, where he found an old barbecue grill. The octopus was furious and continued to wave its tentacles, but Levi kept grabbing them and tearing them off. He grabbed the demon by the tentacles once again and looked at him ominously, but something distracted him. Both the boy and the demon smelled something very tasty. As it turned out, during this time Jasper managed to cook one of the severed tentacles on the grill. He was preparing it to try it out with his friend. At that moment the demon ran up to the grill, as he also really liked the smell. However, when she realized that they had prepared one of her tentacles, she immediately began to shake with horror. Jasper cut up some tentacles for his friend and presented them to him on a plate. The main character bit into the tentacle, biting off a large piece. He said that the dish turned out very tasty. However, Jasper soon reported that he had already fried the last tentacle, and they had no more left. However, Levi realized that he was still not full. They looked at the octopus and realized that it had very few tentacles left. They immediately realized that only the head remained of the demon. At that moment, the friends came up with a brilliant plan. Soon the demon's head was also grilled. Jasper said that her eyes were still open, so he doubted that they could eat her. Levi walked up to the grill and covered the octopus's eyes with his palm, saying that no, if there are no eyes, there is no life, so they can eat it. Soon, the one-eyed man arrived at the scene along with his subordinates, and began asking where the demon was now. One of the workers reported that they detected his residual energy waves. He approached the one-eyed man and showed him something on the tablet. Apparently the demon had gone down under the bridge. However, when they got there, they found Jasper and Levi lying peacefully on the grass, sleeping. The one-eyed man was horrified, and his colleague reported that the Earth's energy waves had disappeared, but there were only 2 people there. One-eyed didn't understand why he met these guys again, because he was going to say goodbye to them forever. The man continued to stand there in bewilderment, saying that the last waves had come from here, but the demon was not there. Then the one-eyed men noticed the barbecue grill that was standing nearby, and it began to dawn on them what had happened here. One of the girls suggested taking these guys in for questioning, but the one-eyed man said that they were simply mentally ill people, and there was no point in listening to them or believing them. The girl did not understand why he was saying this. Then the one-eyed man screamed, saying that he was ashamed to even listen to such a proposal. He said that if the girl made such an elementary mistake again, he would shave her head bald. The girl did not understand why he decided to punish her so cruelly, and guessed that it was somehow connected with those 2 psychos. However, she was fascinated by the fact that her head could tell that they were mentally ill just by looking at their pajamas. She thought that he must know a lot of hospitals and the city. Apparently, he really loves his city. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the workers. He asked what they would do next, since the demon was not here. Then the one-eyed man sat down next to Levi and asked if the octopus was tasty. The boys smiled sleepily and said that it was very tasty. The one-eyed man was already confident in himself, since his guess was confirmed. Meanwhile, the story moves to the headquarters of the Special Forces, where they discuss the issue of more and more warriors starting to encounter demons who hide their powers. According to reports, the monster distribution map is constantly changing, and all this indicates an increase in the intelligence of demons. The woman who was giving the presentation was thinking about how those psychos managed to kill a third-rank demon. They already had 3 demons to their credit, and she was thinking that they should try to train them. However, images of Jasper and his terrifying needles flashed through his mind again. The woman giving the presentation said that if anyone had no objections, she would prepare everything as soon as possible. But the one-eyed man said that it would be better not to do that. Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe that the man decided to argue with her. The red-haired girl was the head of the analytical department. Her name was Tracy. She asked if the one-eyed man really doubted the analysis and the plan. She said that they would send all the trainees from the 4 great academies to a mental hospital for 1 month to toughen their minds. Then she sat down on the table next to the one-eyed man, put her hand on his head and asked if he had any objections. Everyone present thought about the fact that with such an easy test task, anyone would join their units. Of course, they had objections, but they did not dare to voice them. None of them would dare to give orders to the first military advisor of the capital's headquarters. However, the one-eyed man said that such a difficult test would be too cruel for the newly graduated newcomers. The girl thought the man would find her test too easy, and everyone else knew that the one-eyed man knew that it was indeed too easy. Tracy then said that, ultimately, fighting power is only built on the battlefield. But before sending them into battle, it is far more important to teach them to cope with the unknown and the unexpected. Their enemies are as unpredictable as the mentally ill, and there is no better place to train them than a mental hospital. She said it was great that everyone else understood it too. One Eye was actually only thinking that these psychos were really quite scary. He then asked what the recent trend of demons appearing in waves meant, and Tracy explained that the ebb and flow tactics were designed to completely confuse them. A classic spread and espionage strategy in military affairs. In the enemy country, there are beings with a high level of intelligence. They direct the activities of low-ranking demons. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Tracy said that in all of history, something like this had never happened before, and it threatened them with a danger they had never encountered before. No one knew how high the rank of the demon that controlled all of this was. She said they definitely needed more data. 3 whole days have passed since then. In a clearing near a psychiatric hospital, a pair of ants rejoiced that they were finally able to reunite with each other. At that moment they noticed someone's palm descending on them from the sky. Someone grabbed the Ant-Man and dragged him somewhere up. It turned out to be Jasper, after which he released the ant again, and it rushed to his wife, saying that he was back again. However, after this, Jasper took it back and brought it to his face to examine it more closely. At that moment Levi called him. Jasper was glad that his friend had finally woken up and lost all interest in the ant. He said that while Levi was sleeping, he found out that no matter how far you carried the ant, it could still find its way home, and that was amazing. He said that Levi slept for 3 whole days after they ate the octopus, and someone brought them back to the clinic. Levi said that he hadn't actually slept. The psycho in his head said something about forced sleep during the breakthrough. When he was just getting out of bed, he also said that Levi had broken through to ground level, and that he should try to do something. Meanwhile, a pair of ants tried to dig themselves a deep hole to hide from the cruel people, and they could never separate them. At that moment, Levi decided to do what the system asked him to do. He touched the tree with his fingers, and a crack appeared along the trunk of the plant. A moment later, the tree trunk seemed to burst into pieces. Delighted, Jasper realized that his friend had become stronger again. At that moment, the ant saw a huge tree trunk flying towards him. Jasper theorized that Levi had become so strong due to his advanced acupuncture technique. Levi smiled softly and said that it was indeed so. Meanwhile, the ant-woman ran to her dead husband and burst into tears, realizing that he had died such a terrible death. Soon other ants, who were also her husbands, gathered around her and said that they would support her in such a difficult hour. The ant burst into tears, thanking her husbands for their support. Meanwhile, a sufficient number of people had gathered in the clearing. They did not understand how such a huge tree had fallen. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper went to the transformer box. Levi wanted to try something, but Jasper said that they said on TV that it was very dangerous, and if his strength was not enough, he might not survive. However, the psycho in Levi's head said that everything would be fine. Moreover, he believed in his friend, and that he would definitely save him if anything happened. These words filled Jasper with determination, and he said that he also believed in his friend. However, he did not understand how Levi would get there. to which the protagonist said that he could jump there. With one deft jump, he found himself right on top of the transformer booth. Jasper was delighted to see that his friend had succeeded. At that moment, the head doctor approached them and diagnosed Levi with an eating disorder. However, he didn't have time to do anything, because Levi had already touched the exposed wires. He said that apparently he succeeded. He felt energy overflowing through him. The manager decided to call the director of the clinic, saying that he had some problems. Meanwhile, orderlies ran up to the transformer box, saying that he might not need help anymore, and that it would be better to simply reserve a place in the cemetery. Levi continued to hold the exposed wires in his hand, and smoke was already coming from his skin. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion, and the pillars that supported the booth were blown apart by the blast wave. After that, Levi fell on the grass, burned from just one touch. Sparks ran across his body, and his entire skin was covered in burns. The orderlies asked no one to approach him, as his body could be under voltage, as could the ground on which he was lying. However, this did not stop him. He ran to check on the condition of his friend. He saw that all of Levi's clothes and his body were brown from burns, and he immediately ran to help him. However, Levi raised his hand and stopped him, saying that he was fine, just a little tired. However, Jasper had already managed to stretch out his hand towards him, but as soon as their fingers touched, a strong discharge flashed between them. After that, they were thrown back by a strong electric shock. The manager called the director again, asking whether he should call an ambulance or go straight to the crematorium. Levi was soon taken to the operating room, but the doctor could not hold back his tears when he realized that he would have to operate on this patient again. He talked about how he was a doctor, not a god, and he couldn't handle such complex cases all the time. And although the indicators said he was still alive, his entire body was burned, 90% of his tissue was damaged. They had no chance of keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Lee wanted to get into the operating room, but the nurse told him that the head of the department couldn't find his scalpel, and without it, he couldn't begin the operation. The man said that since he still showed signs of life, they could not abandon him. They needed to do everything they could to save him. Then he said that he would replace the head of the department and entered the operating room. He said that he was going to personally perform the operation. A full 10 hours have passed since then. The operation was nearing its end when the nurse said that the director of the psychiatric hospital had arrived. She said he was now waiting for Dr. Lee outside the operating room. Shortly after, the man came out of the operating room, and as soon as he saw the director, he immediately became enraged. Not even 3 days had passed when he brought the patient back to their hospital, and he could not contain his anger when he realized that he had allowed them to play with the transformer box and then brought them to their hospital for surgery. He ran towards him, cursing at him furiously as he went. He said that he would not accept an apology not from him, his hospital did not exist, and asked him to get out of there. And before that, he had to pay the bills for the treatment of that escaped patient. However, Sean smiled and said that he had come to arrange an annual membership at their hospital. When Lee heard this, his face twisted in horror. He grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and swung it, intending to hit the man. At that moment, nurses ran up to him, grabbed the man by the hands and asked him to calm down. The doctor did not relent. He said that he would definitely kill the director. But the nurses and orderlies dragged him back to the operating room, saying that he needed to rest after such a long operation. Then the director said that he wanted to take out a membership to save money and didn't see anything wrong with it. A day passed from that moment, and soon morning came. Jasper slept next to his friend's bed, waiting for him to wake up. That day, Levi only lost consciousness, and nothing serious happened to him. While Levi was unconscious, the system informed him that he had successfully completed body tempering. He had acquired an energy cultivation technique, and he had also advanced to the middle stage Earth level. After this, Levi opened his eyes. He got out of bed and found that his entire body was wrapped in bandages. At that moment, the system informed him that this technique required the cultivator to have an extremely stable mental state, a calm heart and harmony with himself. And according to available data, the owner had the highest cultivation speed in the entire history of mankind. Furthermore, this technique had a side effect of rejuvenating the skin, and when Jasper pulled off the bandages, he found that there were no burns on his skin at all. They had fallen off like excess skin. Then he walked up to his friend and patted him on the shoulder. When Jasper opened his eyes, he was very happy, because he realized that his friend had finally woken up. Levi sat in front of him, completely naked and smiling sweetly at his friend. At that moment, a nurse entered the room, and in surprise, she dropped the tray with medicines. Soon she called the doctors and other nurses into the room and pointed out that Levi's skin was soft and tender, and that it had become that way overnight, since yesterday it had been completely covered in burns. Everyone present could not believe that he had recovered so much in just one night. Meanwhile, the story moves to the one-eyed man's headquarters. He was told that Levi had jumped onto a transformer box, and the men assumed that he had decided to commit suicide. He thought about whether he should be accepted for training, but now none of that mattered. Even though these two were crazy and were constantly hanging around under his feet, one way or another they were roommates, so later he would have to light candles for them. At that moment, a call came into his device from the director of the psychiatric clinic. He told the one-eyed man that the patients were alive, and this news left the man in complete shock. He wondered if their third-rank warriors could withstand the stress of being thrown into a transformer box, and realized that they needed at least a fourth-rank warrior for that. He then guessed that these two psychos with innate bodies were above the fourth rank. He decided that having fourth-rank warriors with special innate bodies on the team would be quite good. When Sean realized that the one-eyed man was thinking about his proposal again, he was glad. He then walked out of the hospital, and his clinic staff followed him because they thought the man had come there to discuss the terms and conditions of the subscription with the deputy. But they did not understand why he decided to leave now. The director said they shouldn't do that. He was afraid the deputy would grab a scalpel to kill him as soon as he woke up. The orderlies hoped it wouldn't come to this. Sean said the man needed a good night's sleep, and he himself could use some rest too. Meanwhile, Liam, the same mental hospital guard who had been scared by Levi and Jasper, had changed rooms and remained in the hospital with his girlfriend, who continued to spoon-feed him. As she walked over to the dresser, he noticed that her bag looked pretty bad, like it had been used for decades. However, the girl said that it was no big deal. Her bag was just torn, but it could be used. But Liam said that wouldn't work. He said he couldn't let his girlfriend walk around with a torn bag. He handed her his bank card, saying that it contained the money he had saved. He asked her to take it and buy herself a new bag that she would like. He also added that he would not be satisfied with a bag that was too cheap. The girl thanked the man and said that the deputy had heard that Liam was in the hospital and was going to come visit him. Hearing this, the guy smiled and said that he just wanted to personally thank him for introducing him to such a nice girl. The girl was very embarrassed by these words, and she said that she was not as good as he said. Meanwhile, someone was watching the visitors in the hospital through compound vision. Deputy Ivan, who was also the lover of the girl who was courting Liam, came to visit him. He came to the hospital, but lately his eyes were really letting him down. He remembered that it all started from the day when he decided to eat a large amount of salmon. That day, a third-rank demon, Tahina Larval, was sitting on the fish meat. The man reached out to pick up a piece of meat that had a fly on it. She managed to get inside the meat, and the man did not notice this and swallowed it. Thus, the demon entered Ivan's body. Now the man felt very unwell. He came to visit Liam. He understood that he would not have taken an extra step unless he needed help with conceiving a child. However, he realized that he felt incredibly tired. Then he felt something start to grow out of his back. A few moments later, 2 wings belonging to an insect appeared from his back. At that moment, a nurse was standing in the corridor. She noticed the strange patient. She was horrified when she saw the man turn into something like a fly before her eyes. She immediately screamed at the top of her voice, saying that there was a monster there, which made the man very angry, since he was very sensitive to loud sounds. He said that the girl screamed so loudly that he wanted to rip her throat out and drink her blood. After this, the monster grabbed the woman by the head and threw her forcefully into the room. As it turned out, he threw her into the room where Levi and Jasper were. The girl received several serious wounds and begged the monster not to come near her. The guys had absolutely no idea what was happening. After this, the monster approached the nurse and grabbed her by the neck. The girl began to beg the patients to save her. The monster started talking nonsense, saying that he would cut her throat. She hoped that someone passing by would help her. But all the nurses and orderlies immediately ran away as soon as they saw the monster. The girl could no longer scream because her throat was bleeding, and the monster could see it clearly. The nurse watched with tears in her eyes as her colleagues ran past the room, not intending to save her. At that moment, Jasper approached the monster and poked him in the arm with a needle, saying that he had a serious case. Apparently, there was something strange in his body, and it needed to burst as soon as possible. At that moment, Jasper approached the monster and poked him in the arm with a needle, saying that he had a severe case. Apparently, there was something strange in his body, and it needed to be removed as soon as possible. He said that acupuncture would help the monster, and even though he was scary, Jasper was still going to help him. Hearing this, the monster became enraged and forcibly threw the nurse away, and she flew into the wall. He rose to his feet and pushed Jasper, then quickly moved his hand towards him, intending to grab him by the neck. However, at that moment, Levi's hand intercepted the monster's paw. He told him not to dare to offend his friend Jasper. Jasper said that he wanted to help this monster and asked his friend to ask him whether it was possible to do so or not. Levi asked the monster if he needed Jasper's help. However, the demon continued to spout nonsense about how he would cut their throats. Then Levi squeezed his hand hard and pulled it down somewhere, causing the skin and bone to crack. He asked the monster again if he needed Jasper's help. The monster looked at his broken arm in horror. He then rushed at Levi, intending to kill him. However, he was not fast enough for him. He swung his hand at him again, but Levi dodged it again. After this, the main character approached the monster and grabbed it by the wings. Then he jerked his hand hard, ripping one wing from its back. After this, the monster sank to the floor. His whole body was bleeding, and he was exhausted. Levi walked up to him and told him that he had a bad wound, and then asked again if he needed Jasper's help. When he once again did not wait for an answer from the monster, he grabbed him by the chest and pulled him towards himself. He said he thought he just needed Jasper's help. The monster was unable to answer, so Levi grabbed him by the neck and brought him to his friend, saying that he was ready to receive his help. Jasper asked his friend why he was holding him like that, assuming that he was not at all comfortable being in that position. Then Levi said that he had also held a girl before. He must like this position. Jasper smiled, agreeing with his friend. Then without hesitation he took his needle and jabbed it straight into the monster's forehead. The monster hissed in pain, and blood began to flow from its head, while the injured nurse watched all of this. Soon the monster's entire head was covered in needles. Jasper was about to use the half-step rotation of the universe technique. He had just to insert the last needle, and at that moment the monster felt a strong sense of danger, a feeling he had never experienced before. He screamed, begging the guy to stop. The monster said that he was the demon Tahina larva. He said that this man was already consumed, and if he killed him, he would kill that man too. The demon thought about the fact that when it comes to human life, these hypocritical people are faced with the so-called moral choice. He assumed that Jasper would be in a dilemma. If he decides to kill the demon, then he will kill a person. However, the eggs he left in this body will spread through him to other people, including the girl who was currently courting Liam. If a suitable vegetation vessel is found, which can even awaken the power of the founder of the family, then this egg will receive the memories of all the other larvae. He assumed that Jasper would first look for a way to kill only the demon and save the human. But then he would become convinced of the hypocritical morality of humanity. However, Jasper didn't bother with such thoughts, and simply inserted the last 13th needle into the monster's head. The monster absolutely did not understand why this guy didn't even hesitate, why he didn't fall into a stupor from the moral choice. After that, he fell to the floor from exhaustion, thinking that Jasper was not at all like all the people he had met before. When the monster died, its body separated from the body of the man it had chosen as its vessel. But unfortunately, he also died. At that moment, the girl who was looking after Liam felt that something had happened to her father. Her eyes glowed red, and then something strange began to emerge from her face. It looked more and more like an insect's face with each passing second. A few moments later, the girl completely transformed into a fly-like creature, and then continued talking about her dad being dead. After that, she left the room, and Liam managed to grab his credit card, which he had previously given her. And then he took advantage of the moment and ran out of the room, ahead of the girl. He closed the door to the room, screaming that they were killing him. He soon discovered that the monster had begun to beat on the door, and its blows were leaving huge dents. She asked what was going on here, as she was sure that the patient should have been in the room with his girlfriend. Then Liam screamed, saying that he could come to terms with her being overweight, with raising someone else's child. He could even forgive her for the horns on his head from his betrayal with Ivan. However, he could not forgive her for becoming so ugly. After that, he noticed that the monster had managed to break down the door. The girl looked out of the hole she had made in the door and looked at the guy questioningly. Something in her subconscious still told her that she loved him. However, she heard his words, and then struck the door again, saying that since he no longer loved her, he must die. At that moment, a man appeared in front of his face. It was Deputy Lee. He held a halberd in his hands and looked very warlike. Liam immediately rushed to his side, tears welling up in his eyes as he realized that the doctor had even taken the halberd specifically to protect him, and he said that he would be indebted to him for the rest of his life. The doctor didn't answer, but events that had happened quite recently flashed before his eyes. He slept in the doctor's room after a 10-hour operation without a break. Suddenly he realized that he had forgotten to do something and jumped up from the sofa. He remembered that Sean wanted to talk about the hospital membership. Then he turned around and looked at the halberd that stood in the corner of the room. He took her with him, intending to teach the old man a lesson. However, by a strange coincidence, when he went out into the corridor, he discovered a monster there, and fortunately, he had a weapon at hand. He asked Liam to call the special forces and report the demon. One of the orderlies ran up to him and said that he had already called and that special forces soldiers would be here soon. After this, the demon rushed at the man, intending to attack him. Liam was very slow, and he was only saved by the fact that Dr. Lee managed to push him away from the girl's blow. He was delighted that the doctor had saved him again. He said that he was disappointed in girls, and now the most precious person to him was his deputy. At this moment, someone summoned several scrolls and used the execution of 1,000 spirits spell, and then directed it at the demon. A moment later, the demon found himself entangled in vines that prevented him from moving. As it turned out, Special Forces soldiers had already arrived at the hospital to kill the demon. One of them used his Sword of Wisdom for a skill called Illusion Breaking Sword. The spell proved fatal to the monster, and the sword pierced its throat. After this, the girl fell to the floor, and blood began to flow from her body. Soon, an investigation team and a supply team arrived at the hospital and said that everyone could leave the rest of the work to them. One of the workers approached the monster and reported that it was emitting energy waves of second-rank demons, Takana and Larval, but they disappeared. Thus the demon's death was confirmed. He said that along the way they had picked up the signal of another third-rank demon. It must have been the father organism of this demon. So he said that the warriors of the battle group should find it and eliminate it as soon as possible. At that moment, something began to move in the dead demon girl's stomach, and the man reported that high energy activity had been detected. When they turned around, they saw that something was actively moving in her stomach. The next moment, her body was torn apart by someone's demonic hands. Seeing this, Liam fell to the floor in fear, not understanding where they came from. Everyone looked up in horror as they watched the enormous demon emerge from the girl's stomach. All visitors and hospital staff immediately ran outside to save themselves. The monster turned out to be something that looked like a three-headed fly. It was enormous in size and with one powerful blow destroyed half of the hospital. People ran away in panic, intending to escape from this monster. The only ones who remained calm were Levi and Jasper. Jasper didn't understand why everyone was running from the hospital, and then Levi pointed out the monster to him. As it turned out, it was a 7th-level demon, a larval Tahina, the founder of the clan. He looked at Levi and Jasper and said that he would take revenge on them. Jasper didn't understand what was so special about the creature. It was just a big fly to him. But Levi said that he needed to take a closer look because the creature was incredibly cute. The story flashes back to 10 minutes earlier, with a look of sorrow in Jasper's eyes, as he reports that his test subject appears to be dead. He realized that something had indeed entered his body, and he wanted to save it. But he did not know that the test subject would suddenly die. Levi said it wasn't his fault, and Jasper was tough. If he failed, then maybe that meant the man was supposed to die from the start. Jasper didn't calm down. He thought that he would be imprisoned for murder, but Levi said that they treated him together, and therefore would be responsible for it together. Then he broke the window of their room with his hand, and said that they would escape from here. Jasper said with delight in his eyes that it sounded fun. They should jump down. A nurse who had suffered from the demon's attack observed the whole incident. She thought about the fact that even though they were crazy, they still saved her life. And for that, she was very grateful to them. Levi and Jasper smiled back at her, and then stood on the windowsill. Levi was the first to jump, landing easily on his feet despite the enormous height. He then looked around to make sure there was no one around who could notice them. All the people who were near the hospital ran away when they heard that there was a terrifying demon inside. Levi helped Jasper jump down, and then they both hid in the bushes to wait for all the people to escape from there. The story then moves to the headquarters of the Special Forces. They received news of the appearance of a 7th-rank demon. It was reported that the warriors needed reinforcements, since the maximum strength of the warriors was equal to the 4th rank. One-Eyed was clearly unhappy with this news, but he had no other choice. He turned towards the exit and said that he would go there. Tracy tried to stop him. She said that he couldn't go there because they didn't know the rank of the demon that controlled them all. The appearance of a 7th-rank demon was hardly a pure coincidence. To respond immediately to an unforeseen situation, the One-Eyed Man, as a warrior of national level, must remain in the unit. She pointed her finger at a squad of warriors and said that they would go in his place. It was a combat group of 8th-rank Special Forces warriors, called the Sacred Duty Group. These guys had just returned from a mission and were surprised that they were being sent to a hotspot again. Tracy said they should be enough to suppress a 7th-rank demon. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper continued to watch the monster. Jasper asked his friend if he was hungry. The monster, meanwhile, was filled with determination to take revenge on these guys. At this point, the system informed Levi that it had discovered a high-energy food that could help reduce hunger for 7 weeks, with 0 meters remaining until the target, and it also warned that the energy could accumulate, and the hunger suppression time was cumulative. At that moment, the monster extended its huge demonic hand, intending to attack the boys. However, Levi didn't pay attention to this. He was more concerned with what the system was saying, and it was telling him the recommended method for preparing this monster. He then told his friend what the voice in his head was saying, at which point one of the Special Forces soldiers called out to them, saying that they had to run immediately. However, Levi didn't pay attention to this. He just extended his finger and touched the monster's paw with it. A moment later, one of the monster's heads was pierced by a huge beam of energy, and it flew into pieces. The monster howled in pain and horror, and Jasper was delighted with what his friend had just done. Then the protagonist told his friend that the system told him that this blow would kill him. However, Jasper didn't understand how he was going to do this, since the monster was very large. The next moment, Levi made a powerful leap straight through the monster's 2 remaining heads. He raised his hand, intending to strike at one of his eyes. From this blow, the monster's middle head shattered into pieces. The unit's warrior watched what was happening in horror, not believing that this guy had such power. He couldn't understand who he really was. The last head of the monster continued to fight with all its might. It intended to kill this guy at any cost. However, Levi was faster. He made another jump and found himself right at the remaining head of the monster. However, the demon continued to resist and hit the guy with his forehead, causing him to fall to the ground. Levi quickly coordinated himself and was able to land on his feet. After this, the monster began to strike him with its claws, but the main character deftly dodged each of them. After that, the system activated a skill called Impenetrable Golden Body, and Levi stopped dodging, since now the monster could not reach him from behind the barrier. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist grabbed the monster by its claw. After that, he delivered a strong punch straight into his paw. The blow was so strong that it caused the paw to shatter into several small pieces. At this time, Jasper was thinking that Levi thought the monster was cute, but he thought it was disgusting, and he assumed that they would quarrel because they had different tastes. When he noticed that Levi was still fighting the monster, he thought that he must be hungry. Apparently he was fighting this fly because he wanted to eat it. Soon the main character defeated the monster and returned back to his friend. Then Jasper decided to confess to him that he didn't think the fly was cute, and asked if that meant they had different tastes. In response to this, Levi waved his hand, throwing the body of the dead monster somewhere far away. He said that he didn't think she was cute either, and that the fly was actually quite ugly. Jasper was delighted. He was extremely glad that he and his friend would not quarrel. Levi smiled in response, but he heard the system say that if he ate this fly, he could forget about hunger for 7 whole weeks. Meanwhile, a detachment of Special Forces soldiers tried to restore the walls of the hospital's crumbling inpatient department. The guys tried their best to maintain the shield while the healers treated the injured. The girls said that they should hold on, since the boss and reinforcements would definitely be here soon. The man who had been talking about energy waves all this time was unfortunately trapped under a rockfall. But his tablet reported that the 7th level demon, the larval Tahina, the founder of the clan, had been eliminated. After this, Jasper and Levi went about their business. They decided that since they were not going to eat this fly, they should continue their escape. Levi felt very hungry and tired, but he agreed with his friend and decided to continue the escape. However, after some time he fell to the ground from exhaustion. The system reported that the owner had used such an amount of energy for the first time in a long time, and therefore he needed to replenish it. Jasper immediately sat down next to his friend and began to cry, thinking that he was dying. At that moment, an elite Special Forces group came running to him. They asked what happened to that guy and where the 7th-ranked demon had gone. One of the men reported that there were still remnants of high-ranking demon's energy waves in the air. His partner approached the body of the dead demon and reported that he was already dead. Both men immediately ran there. One of them was a tall, strong, bald man, an 8th-rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the Supreme Academy of Buddhists, Frank. And the other was an 8th-rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the Supreme Academy of Taoists, Stephen. They did not understand who was able to kill this monster. At this moment, the 8th-rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the Supreme Academy of Doctors, Cheryl, approached Levi, who was unconscious. She said that he was fine, he just fainted. But she felt that this ordinary person had depleted energy. Although he fainted, there was no internal damage, and this was strange. She then examined Jasper and reported that he was also fine, but she was concerned that his canal looked like an old man's. The rest of the squad told the girl that they would help the people in the building. At that moment, the remaining member of the squad emerged from the forest and called out to Cheryl as his eldest. It was a 4th-rank warrior of the Special Forces combat team, Lewis. He said that these guys killed that demon. However, he could not finish his thought, because he suddenly began to cough. It was a cough with blood. Cheryl immediately ran up to him and told him not to waste his energy. She used the second form of the pill's secret, the six-fold recovery skill. She then offered the pill to the injured boy. After that, she dragged him to a tree, saying that it was very good that an eyewitness to the incident remained here. First, he would need to recuperate here, and for now she would help the people in the building. After that, she would return. In one quick jump, she found herself inside the building. Ambulances soon arrived at the building, rescuing the wounded and taking them to other clinics. The paramedics approached Levi and Jasper and informed them that they had no open injuries. It looked like he had fainted from the blow, so they needed to get the more seriously injured people out first, and for now, they needed to wait here. Levi was still unconscious, so the paramedic approached Jasper, telling him that if he came to, he could call his family to come pick him up. When Levi heard about his relatives, he suddenly woke up. Jasper was delighted when he saw his friend open his eyes. At that moment, Lewis waved at him, telling him that he was very cool. Then Levi suddenly remembered that not long before they had killed a man. They assumed that all these people had come for them. The protagonist said that he didn't know what they were going to do, so they better get out of here. Jasper was now extremely happy with this decision. After that, they crawled deeper into the forest, ignoring Lewis, who tried unsuccessfully to call out to them. At that moment, the paramedic returned to the clearing. He wanted to bring the two victims a bun, but they were no longer there. Soon, Levi and Jasper went out into the city. The white-haired guy said that this was their first walk along such a busy street. There were a lot of strangers here, but the main character said that if anything happened, he would protect his friend. Jasper said that he is also always ready to protect his friend. They held hands and shouted that they were best friends, which really scared the passers-by. Soon after, they went to the place where they had recently caught and eaten the octopus. They lay on the grass and remembered that wonderful day. At that moment, Jasper noticed something strange and pointed his finger to the side. Down on the road, there was a car with a little boy tied up in it. Jasper assumed he was being bullied. As it turned out, the boy had been kidnapped. The kidnapper held a gun to him and called his parents, saying that he had kidnapped their son. He handed the phone to the boy, threatening him to speak up, to which the boy indifferently asked his parents to save him. The man said he would return the boy to them for 50 million, but the boy interrupted him, saying that he was asking too little, that he should ask for at least 500 million won. He said that their predecessors started the bidding with only 100 million. The adventure is quite risky, so the reward should correspond. The driver of the car looked at his partner and said that this boy was saying the right things. The man then shouted into the phone for them to prepare the 500 million. He said that they would leave the money where he said, but the boy stopped him again. He said that this is not how it is done. They must specify specific deadlines and measures in case of non-compliance. Only then will they have leverage. The men looked at the boy in surprise, not understanding what he was saying. The man then continued talking to his parents, listening to the boy's cues about what he should say. The boy said he needed to be told that if his parents went to the police, he would find out about it immediately. But the kidnapper told him that he didn't know anyone in the police force. The boy said it was a bluff to scare his father. Most parents who want their children to stay safe would not dare to go to the police and put their child's life at risk. It was a psychological game. After this, he told everything to the boy's parents and hung up, genuinely proud that he was able to say such things. The boy said it had worked out well, but he had been on the line for too long, and they had a device at home that could track the caller's location. He said that they had already determined where they were, and that the boy's personal security would arrive there within 10 minutes. At that moment, the man stood up and pointed a gun at the boy, asking if he was trying to fool him. The boy said that he could not remember the phrases he was told. He had to dictate phrase after phrase, and it took 47 minutes and 8 seconds. Hearing this, the man became furious and said that if he didn't get his money right away, he would shoot him in the head. But his partner tried to calm him down, saying that 500 million was at stake, while the boy said that they had 8 minutes and 37 seconds left. At that moment, Jasper looked into their car and asked what kind of argument they were having. The man looked menacingly at the stranger, saying that they didn't need any witnesses here. After that, he pointed the gun at Jasper and shot him. The white-haired boy watched as the bullet flew straight towards his face. However, before she could touch his face, Levi's palm appeared in front of him and intercepted the bullet. The main character stood up for his friend and looked menacingly at the kidnapper. He told Jasper that he saw such guns on TV and said that this guy wanted to shoot him, and it was very painful. Then Jasper asked his friend to avenge him. He said that Levi is now strong, but killing people is illegal. He must restrain his strength so as not to kill him since they are still on the run. The man was puzzled as to how this guy was able to stop a bullet with his bare hands. While he was thinking, Levi ran up to him and punched him hard in the stomach, causing the man to fly out of the car. His partner ran after him, intending to save him. Jasper wondered if the man would survive. Levi replied that he was alive since he only hit him lightly. Then they turned their attention to the tied-up boy. Jasper said that they had driven away the people who had bullied him, and then the boy asked them to untie him. Soon they actually untied the boy, and then got out of the car, to which the young man said that, apparently, they were not quite normal. Then he noticed their clothes and realized that they were mentally ill from a mental hospital. At that moment, Levi's stomach growled as he became hungry again. Then the boy said that since they saved him, he would invite them to eat. After that, all three of them ran away from the clearing, since the boy said that in about 3 minutes his family's personal security would arrive here. Soon, helicopters with rescuers arrived at the scene to ensure the safety of the young gentleman. They found 2 kidnappers. The driver tried to save his partner, while he was questioned about whether he saw the child there. At that moment, a brilliant idea came into the man's head. He said he saw a child. It was a very beautiful boy, but he was kidnapped by 2 people dressed in hospital pajamas. His brother decided to intervene, and they hit him for it. He just asked if everything was okay with them, why they beat him up. At that moment, the kidnapper screamed that he was in great pain. When the driver realized that his partner was about to say something, he immediately rushed at him, silencing him and pretending that he was actually very happy that his friend had finally woken up. The rescuers looked at what was happening in bewilderment. One of the men noted that the man's voice seemed familiar to him. His partner informed him that the target's location had been detected, and they needed to go to help immediately. When everyone had left, the driver finally exhaled, proud that at the most crucial moment he had not lost his composure and had gotten out of the situation. Meanwhile, the story moves again to the destroyed hospital. Louis told his colleagues from the 8th Division that the guy jumped straight into the head of a rank 7 demon and killed him. He had a strength comparable to that of their leader. One of the 8th rank warriors from the Sacred Duty Squad of the Maoshan Higher Academy, Vincent, asked where this guy was now. Stephen chuckled and said that apparently now he saves people and does not chase fame, and this is truly the style of the master. Then Louis said that he remembered what they looked like. He was going to draw their portraits so that his colleagues could give them to the information department, and then these guys would be quickly found, since their city needed such heroes. After this, Louis took the canvas and started painting. After some time, he handed the canvas to his colleagues, saying that before he entered the Higher Academy of Buddhists, he wanted to study to be an artist. He painted incredibly realistic portraits. The soldiers noted that the picture was indeed painted very well. Apparently, the information department should be able to find these guys by the evening. When Frank approached the canvas, he was horrified, not believing that he and his colleagues were looking at the same drawing. The drawing looked more like the scribbles of a small child. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city. Levi and Jasper, along with their new friend, arrived at an expensive restaurant. A whole table of food was laid out for them, and waitresses were walking around everywhere, delivering more and more new dishes. The girls noticed that these guys looked like they had escaped from a hospital. Moreover, they had a small child with them. They doubted that these people would have enough money to pay in a 5-star restaurant. Then one of the girls said that she remembered seeing such pajamas in a psychiatric hospital. Soon the boy, whose name turned out to be Christopher, asked his new friends if this food was enough for them. However, Levi said he was still quite hungry. Meanwhile, Jasper thanked his new friend for the invitation and for feeding them. After that, they decided to introduce themselves to each other. The waitresses kept bringing them more and more dishes, and it seemed to them that this went on forever. One of them had eaten 7 dishes and was now worried not about not being able to pay. She was more worried that he would die right there and the restaurant would have to pay compensation. Then Christopher turned to Levi again and asked if he was full now. The protagonist is not yet full, but the voice in his head tells him that he will never be full, so he decides to stop there. At that moment, Jasper turned to him and said that Christopher had decided to treat them, but Levi hadn't eaten enough, and this could be interpreted as disrespect for the person who invited him. At this point, one of the waitresses stepped aside and decided to call the police, reporting that they had guests who had no money. However, Christopher had the money. He paid for his guests and loudly left the room. The girl was shocked and didn't know how to react to this. Soon after, all 3 left the restaurant. Across the street, Jasper saw a store called Video Game World. He said he had seen it on TV and wanted to go there. Christopher assumed that these guys didn't know much about the store and said that he would show them everything there. After that, they went inside. There were a lot of slot machines in the room. Unfortunately, Jasper couldn't beat Christopher in any of the games. Then he turned to Levi asking him to avenge him. However, he soon saw that the main character also lost to Christopher. The boy said that it was too easy a game and he never lost at it. He said that even if he really wanted to, he would not lose, because it was too easy. Instead of answering, Levi punched the slot machine, smashing the screen into pieces. He said that now victory is his. After that, they walked away from the store. Jasper was glad that his friend had taken revenge for him. Christopher thought that Levi had too much strength when he hit the kidnapper. The boy thought that the man was finished. The main character said that his strength is not great because he is hungry, and also very tired. He was so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't even notice how a red dot appeared on his forehead, and then someone shot at him. Jasper and Christopher turned to look at their friend, but he was already falling to the ground from the powerful shot. The next moment, Christopher's security broke the windows of the room and burst inside. They ordered no one to move and to put their hands up, and then raised their guns at the patients of the mental hospital. Jasper leaned over his friend and begged him to wake up because he was very scared. The men continued to point their guns at him, telling him that if he moved, he would get a bullet in the forehead. At that moment, Christopher removed the hand of one of the guards that was covering his mouth and ordered the others not to shoot. However, one of the guards had already managed to shoot Jasper straight in the back of the head. At the last moment, someone managed to grab the white-haired guy by the shoulder and push him aside, causing the bullet to fly past him. It was Levi. He was conscious again, and then he instantly jumped up and grabbed the man by his gun, breaking it in half. After that, he grabbed the guard by the neck and lifted him up. The remaining guards pointed their pistols at the protagonist. They were shaking with horror, because they themselves saw that this guy had just been shot in the head, and now he was standing there safe and sound. Then Christopher once again ordered his guards to lay down their arms. He said that these guys did not harm him. They were his friends. The guards looked at each other in bewilderment and then at their master, but they had no choice but to obey. Christopher then approached Levi, apologizing for his security and saying that they opened fire without understanding the situation. He bowed before his new friend, begging him for forgiveness. He said that if Levi considered him his friend, then he should let the head of his personal security go and forgive them this time. The main character looked menacingly at the little boy. At this point, Jasper intervened in the conversation. He said that Christopher really was their friend, and friends should protect each other and forgive. When Levi heard his friend's words, he still decided to let the guards go. However, after this, he suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The system reported that the hunger caused by the side effect of opening the inner world had reached its limit, and the host was being put into suspended animation for self-preservation. Jasper pressed his face against his friend's chest to listen to his heartbeat. When he heard the heartbeat, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he had simply fallen asleep. He explained to Christopher that the last time Levi had fallen asleep like that, he had slept for 3 whole days. Shortly after, a car pulled up to the store and one of the butlers took Christopher away. And at that moment, the radio announced that a 7th-rank demon had shown up at the emergency hospital that day. Christopher wondered what the special forces were doing now. The radio said that the demon had been defeated by 2 masters. And then the drawing drawn by Lewis was displayed on billboards across the country. Christopher assumed that they had all gone crazy there. The butler also carried Jasper and Levi into the car. Christopher said that they needed to be taken to a mental hospital. The driver asked what happened to the boys' kidnappers. Christopher said that they ran away. They had had enough bad luck in life, so there was no point in pursuing them. The story moves to the Special Forces Control and Monitoring Center, where it turns out that 12 hours have passed since the composite sketch of the people who defeated the 7th-rank demon was published, but they have not received any new information about them. Frank was shocked that they had no doubt whatsoever about the quality of the portraits. He seemed to be the only one who thought that no one could be found in portraits of such quality. At that moment, Tracy entered the office, her heels slamming menacingly on the floor and walking inside. She threw the tablet on the table, which had the very same drawing published in all the news outlets. She asked who gave them permission to air this. She said that the soldiers did not think at all about the image of the special forces. She asked if they saw what was written on the internet about this drawing. Louis had hoped that people would praise his skills, but Tracy brought him down to earth, saying that everyone was writing about how they were completely crazy. Louis was extremely depressed by this answer, but Frank was the only one who was glad, realizing that he was not the only one. Tracy was most angry at the 8th-rank warriors. She hoped that they would be different from the others, but they acted absolutely idiotic. She said that their 3-month vacation was cancelled in 3 days. The new recruits would be undergoing training at a mental hospital, and the Sacred Duty Squad would be responsible for them. Louis was very upset, realizing that all this happened because of his drawing. However, Vincent said that they all thought he was a great drawer. The guys came up to Louis to support him and said that his drawing was incredibly realistic, and they still don't understand why people didn't like it so much. At that moment, Frank realized that he didn't seem to fit in with their group. At that moment, the one-eyed man entered the office and said that he had just returned, and could already hear the squad making mistakes. He asked what absurd thing they had put on air. Frank thought about the fact that the one-eyed man also understood that the drawing was absurd. Apparently, he had no problems with his head. When the one-eyed man picked up the tablet with the drawing, his face distorted in horror. He could not believe that he was seeing these people again. The story moves to a psychiatric clinic. Director Sean decided to call Lee and ask how he was feeling. He heard about the appearance of a 7th-rank demon in his hospital yesterday, which injured a lot of people. The man said that there were many wounded, both patients and special forces, and he hoped that those killed by the demon could rest in peace. Then the director said that he needed to rest more, since there were still patients who needed his help. Lee said the demon appeared near the inpatient department, and 2 mental patients from their hospital were also supposed to be there at the time. Apparently, the man was leading to the fact that these guys could be killed by that monster. Lee told the director to hold on. Then there was a silent pause between them. However, soon after, both men smiled, as they realized that in the whole incident with the 7th-rank demon yesterday, this was probably the only good news, since they wouldn't have to suffer with this psycho anymore. After this, the director reflected on the fact that life and death are in the hands of fate, and nothing can be done about it. At that moment, one of the orderlies entered the office. He said that the guy who brought the patients from room 666 here was waiting for him outside. He clarified that both patients were alive. Hearing this, the director realized that he had rejoiced too soon. Soon he called Lee again, and said that he was not entirely right when he came to him to register for a subscription. He did not think about his feelings, and now he would like to apologize to him. The doctor said that for the first time he was glad to hear something from him. Then the director asked if they could still issue this subscription. Lee said that since those 2 were no longer alive, it could be done, but this subscription would be unprofitable for the director. However, Sean insisted. He said that in this case he would be able to see his partner more often. Lee thought about how men had been paying him a lot of attention lately. He decided he was just damn charming. When he said that he wanted to clear something up first, by saying that he was a man, and that he was not attracted to other men. He then said that the next time he went to the principal, he would ask for an exception to be made for Sean and for him to get a membership. After this, the men said goodbye. As it turned out, at that moment there were guests sitting in Sean's office. It was Christopher and his butler. Sean thanked Christopher for bringing Levi and Jasper back as they were like family to him, and everyone was very worried when they found out they were missing. Christopher said that last night they took them to their family's private hospital for examination. Then he handed the director a report. According to the report, they were all fine, but they had some odd indicators. Levi had increased stem cell activity, and Jasper's test showed a discrepancy between his bone age and that of a young person. Christopher said this led several experts at their private hospital to conclude that Jasper was at least 100 years old. Sean said that he was also unclear about Jasper's age, and there was no information in the hospital archives either. He said that when he started getting settled, Jasper was already here. At that time, he was still the director, and he approached the bed on which Jasper was lying and looked inside. He thought that his mental state was stable, and that he was just a carefree young man. After this, Sean became sad, because at 50 years old he was already worried about gray hair and wrinkles. After some time, Christopher left, and the director thought about the fact that they did not believe him. He said that young people are prone to willfulness. Moreover, he was a child. Plus, on top of everything, very rich. Meanwhile, the story moves to the mountains above the forest. A black raven was flying by. He flew into one of the caves and sat down on one of the stones. He reported that the plan with the larval tahina had failed. The vegetation vessel had been found. The founder of the family had been awakened, but warriors had immediately appeared and destroyed him. The demon said that he definitely felt the energy wars of the fused 7th-rank demon, but the demon encountered unknown warriors. Moreover, since the demon that had merged into one was defeated, all of its larvae left in people also died. 9th-rank demon alligator said that anyone who couldn't handle such a sure thing would simply be discarded. The 9th-rank demon polar kitsune watched all this. She thought about the fact that, after spending several hours studying people, this stupid crocodile had picked up human insults, and she did not intend to lose to him. She leaned on her master's leg and asked if they knew how many warriors were in that human city after they had carried out so many reconnaissance sorties. Raven said that there was always a large crowd of people in this place. Usually they were confronted by 3 squads from the 8th-rank war. This is the so-called Sacred Duty Squad, Rock and Soul, as far as he knew. They were under the command of the 9th-rank warrior squad. They were the strongest in this city, and their leader was a national-level warrior. The fox said that 8th rank warriors were roughly equal in strength to 7th rank demons, but it was unknown how the strength of 9th rank warriors and this national rank warrior was doing. At this moment, the demon leader hissed, and the fox realized that he wanted to send an 8th rank demon to scout out the area. She then announced that the king was ordering all 8th rank demons to come forward. After that, 5 different 8th rank demons appeared before him, among them a chimpanzee, a praying mantis, a tiger, a porcupine, and a kangaroo. After this, the king pointed his finger at one of the demons. Choose him as the one who will go on reconnaissance. As it turned out, it was an 8th rank demon, an adamantite gorilla. The raven demon reported that he also smelled the demon scent from 2 warriors without aura. The scents belonged to the morning dog, dark python, and reef octopus that had disappeared during the reconnaissance mission, and it was very strange. The fox did not understand how ordinary people could have their smell. It was only possible if they were the demons themselves in human form. It was also possible that a human ate a demon. But the fox quickly dismissed that thought, as demons feed on humans, not the other way around. After that, she ordered the raven to take 2 demons of the 4th and 5th ranks with him, and find out what kind of people were there. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to room 666. Its regular patients have returned, and Levi has been sleeping for 3 days now. Jasper was extremely upset that his friend had not woken up yet. At that moment, the director entered the room, and the boy was extremely happy to see him. 2 construction workers also came after him, and Sean asked why Levi hadn't woken up yet. The builders got to work and began installing the toilet. They were going to do it very quickly, since the director promised them double pay, realizing that no worker wanted to be in that room. After that, they quickly installed the bathtub, and then the director asked Jasper to look after Levi until he woke up. He then thanked Jasper and left the room with the builders. The white-haired guy didn't understand what was happening. He heard strange sounds, as if someone was hammering on the door. As it turned out, the builders had boarded up the door to the ward, assuming that nothing would happen until the Special Forces trainees arrived. After some time, evening came. One Eye arrived at room 60C6 through the window and watched the sleeping patients. He said that this year, Tracy decided to send the newcomers to an internship at a psychiatric hospital. They will be here the day after tomorrow. Sean was also in the room. He said that he received the notification and had already sent a response. Since it was too dangerous, he sent a refusal. However, instead of answering, the one-eyed man pulled a piece of paper out of his cloak and shoved it into the man's face. It turned out to be a check with a huge amount of money. And then Sean decided that danger is something that warriors constantly face, so he should not resist, and he will begin all the preparations tomorrow. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man was discussing how these 2 had achieved incredible strength. The director immediately took out the agreement for the sale of guardianship rights and handed it to the one-eyed man. The man said that there had never been a case in the unit where psychos became warriors, and he assumed that Tracy would not allow this. Soon, Special Forces soldiers finally arrived at the psychiatric hospital. The director greeted Stephen and wished them a successful completion of their internship at their hospital. Stephen introduced himself, saying that they were teachers from the Sacred Duty Squad for newcomers on internship this year. The trainees were extremely surprised that this year their teachers would be legendary warriors of sacred duty. But they did not understand why they were so respectful towards the director of this mental hospital. Sean said that he had already received a notice with the details of their internship and asked the interns to follow him. Some of the trainees were worried, but decided that these were ordinary people with unusual ways of thinking, so they had nothing to fear. Soon they arrived at the site. The director said that their practice consisted of personal care for a mentally ill patient for a month. If they harmed the patient or the patient harmed them, then this would be considered a failure of the practice. They would return to the higher academy to retrain and pass the final exams. The interns were shocked when they heard this. However, they quickly decided that the mentally ill were just ordinary people and could not harm them in any way. However, the hospital director felt that he was quite worried about these guys. Meanwhile, Levi began to come to his senses. The system reported that he had absorbed enough energy from the surrounding environment during suspended animation, so the mid-stage Earth-level energy cultivation technique had already been restored. When Jasper saw his friend open his eyes, he immediately rushed towards him, intending to greet him after a long sleep. He said that Christopher gave them a ride. He also said that the director was very worried about Levi, and since he was awake now, they should find him and tell him that everything was okay. After this, with one easy movement, the main characters knocked out the boards that were nailed like doors. Jasper and Levi left the room, intending to find the director. Soon it was time for the interns to be given custody of one of the patients. He introduced one of the interns to a patient who was an old man. The patient. He said that the intern was his dad, and for the next month he would not go anywhere and would take good care of him. When the patient heard this, tears of joy came to his eyes. He then lunged at the intern, saying he thought he had abandoned him forever. The director then handed the intern the notes and instructions for caring for the patient. He said he would need them. Now, together with the security, they had to take the patient to the ward. He then introduced the next intern to another patient and said that this young man had come specifically to buy a watch from him. He said that for the entire month he would buy a watch from him every day. When the patient heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He began shaking the intern's hand, saying that he had done the right thing in contacting him, since he had a large selection. Then it was the next patient's turn. He told the intern that he had heard about him and would like to become his student for the next month. The patient asked the intern if he had read a brief history of time and popular science books on astronomy. When he realized that the intern had nothing to say, he turned away and said that he hadn't even read any popular science books about space, and he wasn't going to accept such a talentless person as a student. Then the director told the intern to quickly follow him. He would take care of him for a month and would have to convince him to take him on as a student. He then also handed over to him the notes on the patient's care requirements. At that moment, Jasper and Levi came onto the site. Jasper was surprised that now they had to line up to see the director. They decided that in that case they should also take a place. Soon it was the turn of one of the female intern. The director smiled and was about to introduce her to the patient. At that moment, Jasper approached the director and greeted him. Sean was horrified when he heard the patient's voice. He immediately fell to his knees and clutched his heart. Then the girl came up to him and asked if he was the same patient that she would also be taking care of next month. Then she introduced herself, saying that her name was Lucretia. The patient also introduced himself and smiled broadly at her. At this point, the director intervened in their conversation. He said that Jasper was not the kind of patient that Lucretia could take care of. He said he would help her find another patient suitable for her. However, at that moment her face turned red and she said that she could take care of this guy. Meanwhile, he approached the main character and said that he would take care of him next month. Levi immediately shook his hand, and the director watched everything that was happening in horror. After that, he ran up to them and separated them, saying that these two were not participating in their practice. They were warriors with a specially born body, so the trainees could not handle them. However, Louis said that in that case, he was even more glad to meet them, since warriors with an innate body possessed the second rank at birth. These were rare talents, and he would like to see them. He couldn't even imagine that he would reach the third rank immediately after graduation. At first, he was upset because of such a simple test, where he would not be able to prove himself in front of the teachers. But, fortunately, now the beast itself ran into his hands. He said that the test rules did not allow him to fight ordinary people because they would be seriously injured. So he said that even if the patients were not afraid and attacked him, his golden doll technique had already reached the third rank, so they would not injure him. The other trainees watched the bald man with admiration. He was their leader, and they admired the fact that his golden dome had already reached the third rank. At first, Levi couldn't believe that this guy was asking him to hit him. Louis told Levi not to underestimate him because just punching him wouldn't be enough. He asked him to use some kind of innate body skill. However, Levi didn't listen and punched him straight in the chest in one motion, shattering his golden dome. Meanwhile, Vincent was practicing his skills near the site. At that moment, Cheryl ran up to him. She said that the rest of the four-way formation was already completed, and the squad leader would soon arrive here for inspection. Then Vincent said that everything was in order, and the four-way formation was completely completed. The girl then gently grabbed him by the clothes, and said that she was upset that they had lost their 3-month vacation. Then Vincent said that he got Cheryl her favorite boiled egg. The girl saw that something resembling her face was drawn on the egg with a marker. She smiled broadly and thanked the guy for his concern. Then they sat down in a clearing so the girl could eat the egg. She asked if Vincent could feel the energy waves of everyone inside. The guy said that he could do this. As soon as one of the trainees decided to harm a person, the formation would immediately react, and they would have time to intervene. Cheryl laughed, saying that in that case they had nothing to worry about. All the patients would be completely safe during the practice. However, when they looked up, they saw some guy flying straight towards them in the sky. They watched in horror as he landed right at their feet. The girl choked on the egg out of surprise. Vincent immediately picked her up and started shaking her so that the egg wouldn't get stuck in her throat. Soon after, the egg flew out of her mouth. At that moment, Stephen and Frank ran up to them. They thought that the guy was trying to beat up his girlfriend. However, when the girl came to, Vincent explained how everything really happened. They then approached the wounded Louis. He told them about Louis with the congenital body and that he beat him. However, Vincent said that he did not feel anything inside the building. Stephen guessed that since he was able to beat a third-rank warrior without using energy, he must have used the brute force of his innate body. Meanwhile, everyone present on the site watched with delight and horror as the boy flew far from Levi's blow. Then the director approached him and said that while their pranks only concerned the two of them and did not harm anyone, he did not pay attention to it, but now he hit the man, which greatly disappointed him. The main character lowered his head guiltily and said that this guy himself asked him to hit him. However, the director said that even in this case he had no right to swing his fists. Meanwhile, the interns watched the patient in horror. They understood that their strength was not enough to defeat even an ordinary person. They then approached the director, saying that they were refusing to participate in the trial because they were still far from that level. At that moment, Frank came to the site, carrying Louis on his back. When he saw the patients, he realized that these were the two masters he saw when the 7th-rank demon appeared. He understood that his perceptions were very different from those of his comrades. He immediately recognized these masters. But he wondered if the other guys would understand the same thing. As it turned out, all the other members of the squad also recognized the two masters they had seen on the battlefield. They immediately ran up to the patients and said that thanks to them, there were far fewer victims in the incident with the 7th-rank demon. However, Frank was puzzled as to why the masters were dressed in the pajamas of the mentally ill. Then Stephen suggested that some great monks were hiding in the market, and the masters decided to pretend to be mentally ill. However, Frank assumed that these guys were simply mentally ill. Then Stephen decided to remind them that before they arrived here, several high-ranking officials and units had ordered them to be respectful to Director Sean. This is because the masters asked the director to fake their mental illness, so that they could lock themselves in here and cultivate in peace. The boys then decided that their squad could recommend these masters to join the special forces, since the two of them had defeated a 7th-rank demon. Louis watched the whole thing in horror, and when he realized that these guys were worthy of being recommended to join the unit, even from a sacred duty, he realized that he had been a real fool. The director realized that this would be a great opportunity to get rid of these two, and said that these guys were actually hidden masters. Such talents should be recommended to the boss of the special forces. The warriors bowed to the director, and then Stephen shook his hand. However, Jasper and Levi did not understand what was happening. They came to the conclusion that they did not want to leave the hospital. Moreover, they were worried that the director would worry about them. However, the director was more worried about them staying here. After this, he turned to the patients and placed his palms on both of their heads. He said that although it will worry about them, he knows how much they want to cultivate, and the special forces these guys are talking about can help with this. Although it was hard for him to let the boys go, he would not have forgiven himself if he had forced them to stay here. These words made Jasper and Levi burst into tears, and then they ran to the principal to hug him. The soldiers watched the proceedings with emotion, noting that it was a very touching farewell. Louis said that they were just like ordinary people. Nothing human was alien to them. At that moment, Frank told him that since he was wounded, his tests had failed, and he would have to return to the academy. These words made Louis burst into tears. Meanwhile, Lucretia approached Jasper, told him that he was her partner in this trial, and asked if she could keep an eye on him. Then the guy turned to her and said that she could do it. He then pulled out the needles from his hair and said that in return, he would like to take care of her health with acupuncture. The director wanted to stop the girl, but Lucretia had already agreed. Jasper decided not to delay and immediately got down to business. Lucretia thought that the effect of the master's acupuncture was simply incredible. Perhaps it would help her strengthen her internal source of energy and make her stronger and more beautiful. Soon the whole head was pricked with Jasper's needles. Everyone present looked at Lucretia in surprise, since only recently she had been in perfect health. But now she seemed to have fallen into an eternal sleep. Jasper also didn't understand why she suddenly fell asleep, but Levi said that she would definitely wake up. Cheryl said Lucretia was fine, but she still couldn't figure out why she hadn't woken up. Stephen said she had also failed the tests. Then the soldiers said that they should return to the Special Forces unit together with the masters in a month, as soon as the probationary period was completed. However, neither Jasper nor Levi seemed particularly concerned about this news. Meanwhile, a demonic raven flew onto the territory of the psychiatric hospital. He found two people who smelled like demons. He decided that the 4th-rank Fierce Bear should test them first. However, at this moment, he sensed something. The raven was so focused on these two that he did not notice the aura of the warriors, and now he realized that the aura of 8th-rank warriors was felt here. Luckily, he had a special skill called concealment, which allowed him to hide the energy and aura of himself and other demons. Otherwise, it would have been too dangerous. He understood that he needed to lure them out, and then they would check everything. At that time, Jasper and Levi were playing with the ants, and the warriors of the squad were watching them closely. Stephen decided that through contemplation of all living things, they would comprehend the secrets of cultivation. The director reported that all the trainees had been successfully assigned, the 2 injured had been sent to the hospital, and the 8th rank warriors were monitoring those 2, so he assumed that everything should be fine. However, he did not understand what to do if something suddenly happened. Soon the patients went back to the ward, and the warriors continued to watch them. They decided that the fact that they were drinking milk and saying it was cola and Sprite was the highest level of cultivation. Stephen said that with the help of consciousness, they define and change reality. Then they went back to the clearing. Jasper decided to practice his acupuncture, but the main character passed out again. Stephen talked about how practitioners help each other, and with the help of acupuncture, Frank began to think that something was wrong. Jasper then turned to the warriors and said that he had been honing his technique for many years and would like to try it on them. The warriors looked at the sleeping Levi again and decided that perhaps they should try. Frank, however, doubted that this was a good idea. However, no one listened to him, and all the other members of the squad asked Jasper to take care of them. Jasper then pulled out his needles and prepared for the procedure. At that moment, Frank heard the sound of a clarinet, which usually played when people died. Soon after, Stephen, Vincent, and Cheryl fell asleep, just like Levi. Jasper didn't understand where he had gone wrong again. Then he turned to Frank and said he had one more try. He called him to him, and at that moment Frank clearly saw death standing behind him. After this, he fell to his knees and said that, in giving in to the sacred duty, he understood that he would walk on the edge between life and death. And although he and his comrades were different, they had one destiny, and if they died, then he would die too. Then he raised his head to the sky and shouted that he was ready for the procedure. After that, he fell asleep along with his partners. At this moment, the crow felt that the aura of the 8th rank warriors suddenly disappeared. He called out to the 4th rank demon, the ferocious bear, and the 5th rank demon, the mad tiger, telling them to attack the remaining 2 people while there were no 8th rank warriors nearby. Meanwhile, the system informed Levi that he had completed the SS rank upgrade itself, and also noted that high-energy food had been discovered nearby that could help reduce hunger for 4 days and 1 week. Other patients sitting in the clearing saw a large bear and a tiger approaching them. They thought that these animals would be friendly, but this turned out to be completely wrong. Jasper also noticed a large, ugly black bird sitting on a tree branch. Raven was extremely annoyed that this guy called him a freak. He immediately ordered the tiger and the bear to immediately eat these people. After this, the demons rushed at Jasper, who still did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Levi woke up, as the temporarily suppressed, extremely strong feeling of hunger brought him back to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge tiger flying straight towards his friend. However, his reaction was extremely fast, so with one blow, he knocked the animal away from Jasper. The tiger hit the ground several times and flew off somewhere far away. After that, it was the bear's turn. Levi took his hand and asked Jasper if he thought the bear was cute. The demon was extremely surprised when he heard that these people called him cute. However, he was very upset when he heard Jasper say that he thought the bear was evil and ugly. Soon his sadness turned to anger, and he began to wave his paws to the sides. Then Levi took him by the paws and asked his friend if he was reading that his paws were cute. Jasper looked at the bear's paws and said that they were really cute. He smiled at the bear and said that everything was fine with his paws. When the demon heard this, he was very happy. He remembered how he had suggested to the leader that he should send him to the people. The king had said that people thought that baby bears were cute, but they thought that adults were good. He was afraid that if the bear showed his true form, he would be in danger. The other demons laughed at him, saying that no one would find him cute. They had been studying people together with the leader for so long, and had already figured out who exactly people liked. Nevertheless, the bear still went to investigate the people. Pretending to be a little bear cub, he hid in a box in the middle of the street. One day, a little boy approached him. It was pouring rain outside, and he decided to save the little bear cub so that he would not get wet. He took him home, but said that this one was quiet because he couldn't let his mom and dad know about him. Otherwise, they would give him to the zoo. That day, the parents returned home and called their son. The bear cub jumped out of his arms and came out from behind the door. His eyes began to glow red, and although the boy tried to stop him, the demon did not listen to him. Soon the boy heard a piercing scream behind the wall of his room. His parents screamed that there was a demon in their house and called for their son, but the boy was frozen with fear. When he plucked up his courage, he walked out the door and picked up a knife, intending to kill the bear that had just killed his parents. His first blow landed on the bear's eye. After this, the boy held a knife in front of him and ran towards the demon, intending to kill him, but apparently he did not succeed. Now the demon was extremely surprised, since no one except that boy had ever told him that he was cute. However, when the bear looked down, he was horrified. He realized that these two people had simply torn off his paws. Other patients immediately ran up to them. One of them said that bear paws are a high-quality ingredient. He said that he knew how to prepare a delicacy from them. He took the bear paws from the boys and ran into the kitchen. Then the demon screamed in rage and resentment because these vile people had deceived him and taken his paws from him. He wanted to rush at them to kill them, but Levi stopped him in time with his fist. With one deft movement, he tossed the demon upward, causing it to spin in the air. After this, the demon fell to the ground and cried again from resentment. A raven flew to him, saying that he was lucky to be alive, since these two people were simply terrible. Levi and Jasper turned their attention to the tiger, who had also been defeated in battle with them. At that moment, the raven had a very bad feeling. Something told him that the tiger would not return to them. Then he decided to escape with the bear, leaving the tiger to die in the clearing. The patient chef came running to them again, saying that tiger root was also a high-quality ingredient, and he knew how to prepare a delicacy from it. The boys didn't understand what he meant by tiger root. Levi then said that he thought the tiger's whole body looked cute enough, so they should cook that too. They grabbed the dead tiger by the paws and dragged it towards the clinic. Soon they appeared in the kitchen, which scared the cooks working there to death. The patient took the knife in his hands and began to prepare the tiger root. Soon the stewed bear paw dishes were ready, and he presented them to other patients. Levi and Jasper also cooked tiger body and invited others to judge their culinary skills. Meanwhile, the cooks approached the director, saying that a patient had come to them and simply started chopping everything in sight. They feared for their lives and did not want to work there anymore. When the director and the cooks came to the canteen, they were horrified. He walked up to Jasper and asked why he had bear paws on his hands. Jasper explained that they were all gnawing on the tiger root together at first, and then this happened. Sean was furious when he realized what was happening. He guessed that the same patient chef was behind all this. He immediately vouched to take him away for good reason, and although the guy shouted that he was not guilty and blamed Levi and Jasper for everything, it did not help him. The director then asked where he got the ingredients, as they were very expensive and high quality. The chef explained that Levi and Jasper had killed these animals, and he had done nothing wrong. Then the director decided to use a different tactic and said that if he told him everything, he would get him a job in the kitchen. But the chef said that he would not work where there were no high-quality ingredients. The director shouted, saying that basically all such ingredients are illegal. As it turned out, the patients' stomachs were too weak to digest the demon's food. So the director turned to the orderlies and told them to take the victims to the clinic for treatment. He turned to Levi and Jasper, telling them not to give the ingredients they had obtained to anyone in the future. At that moment, the man began to doubt that he would even be able to live to old age with such stress. Meanwhile, the story is brought to the clearing where the squad members were lying, having undergone acupuncture. Apparently, they were beginning to come to their senses. Steven said it was no wonder they slept for so long, since Jasper had put them into a baby sleep. Then Cheryl noticed that her skin had become smooth, and Vincent suddenly felt a surge of strength. Then Frank said that they had missed the most important thing. He pointed to his partners, saying that they had all advanced to rank 9. Frank himself also noticed that he too had moved up to the 9th rank. They couldn't believe that simple acupuncture had raised their rank, and they began to assume that these masters were immortal gods. Vincent then decided to use his new power and used the bipolar lightning clap skill. His teammates appreciated how impressive the 9th rank formation looked. Vincent was also delighted and was going to thank the master for such a service. However, at that moment, a small drone flew towards them and said that they had an emergency mission and needed to return to headquarters immediately. The boys didn't understand what could have happened, but decided that they would thank the masters later and now set off on the mission. While they were heading to the special forces, they thought about something they couldn't imagine, that they would break through the 9th rank in such a way, and all thanks to the masters. Meanwhile, Tracy, who was at headquarters, reported that an hour ago, the control and monitoring center detected energy waves from 8th rank demons. The squad members who had already arrived at headquarters were extremely surprised by this statement. One-Eyed guessed that 7th rank demons had begun to appear one after another in the vicinity of the city, and now an 8th rank one had appeared here as well. Tracy said that if you connect all the places where 8th rank demons appear on a map, you can see that he is moving somewhere, and they already know the next point, which is a nature reserve on the outskirts of the city. In other words, it can be assumed that the demon camp may be there. It is also quite possible that this is a trap, and the demon is leaving too obvious traces. Perhaps this is just a performance for people. Tracy said that for this reason they cannot assign low-ranking warriors to this task. Then Stephen realized that the emergency mission was that they needed to test Tracy's hypothesis. Vincent was delighted. He said that they could entrust them with this task, because in fact, they had already broken through to the 9th rank. When Tracy heard this, her face contorted in shock. However, all members of the squad confirmed that they were helped in this by the craftsmen they met. However, Tracy said that the task was urgent, so they did not have time to reevaluate, and she doubted that their words could be trusted. But the one-eyed man said that their internal source waves exceeded the 8th rank. They were now definitely at the 9th rank. Tracy sighed in relief, as this was good news. The chances of this actually being a demon camp or a trap were extremely slim. She said that since the squad members were now at rank 9, they should return in full force. Vincent said that whether it was a trap or not, they would definitely complete the task and return safe and sound. One Eye thought about the fact that they would only be able to return in full force if they didn't encounter 2 demons above rank 9. However, he decided to put those thoughts aside, since an 8th rank demon couldn't possibly reveal the location of their camp. It was definitely a trap, and even with their current strength, they could handle it if they fell into it. Then he thought about the fact that these 4 had just returned from psychiatry and were talking about some masters. So the man began to guess who exactly they meant. When he introduced his old acquaintances, he shook with horror. Soon, all members of the squad set out on a mission. They arrived at the location, but their detectors did not respond. They did not understand why they still did not sense the energy of the 8th rank demons. At that moment, Frank noticed something strange. When he touched the air with his hand, it was as if he felt something. Then he felt his face hit something. A moment later, he realized with horror that it was a water barrier. Soon, all members of the squad were surrounded by a wall of water. Water barrier is an innate ability of 9th rank demons. It can hide the waves of demon energy. At this moment, even those who reported that several demons of the 6th to 9th rank were detected around, the system reported that the squad should immediately leave the battlefield. Then the guys realized that this place really was a demon camp. Frank immediately grabbed his partners by the hands and told them that they needed to run immediately. However, at that moment, something fell from the sky with great force and pierced the tablet that Stephen was holding in his hands. The headquarters in the apartment reported that the signal from the sacred detector had been lost for a long time, and contact with them had been lost. At that moment, a 9th rank demon, the Polar Kitsune, appeared in the clearing. She grinned as these people had managed to find them after all. The squad members realized that they were facing a 9th rank demon with an innate ice body, and they knew they couldn't handle her. Then Stephen said that the water barrier was the ability of a demon with an innate water body, meaning that she wasn't the only rank 9 demon here. Then the fox said that although they had found their den, they would not be able to get out of there. After that, she rained icicles down on the people. Frank instantly grabbed his beads and covered the team with a golden dome. The shield was very strong, so all the icicles simply shattered from it. Cheryl used the second form of the secret, the 6-fold restoration pill, and aimed it towards Frank. At that moment, they noticed that something appeared in the sky and quickly headed towards them. It was a 5th rank demon, an iron-beaked woodpecker. He used his iron beak skill and attacked the golden dome, creating a large crack in it. At that moment, Vincent ran up to the gap and used the purple lightning skill, attacking the woodpecker. It was a very strong skill, so the woodpecker fell unconscious straight to the ground. However, they soon noticed that the woodpecker was not alone here. A whole flock of iron-billed woodpeckers was flying towards them. They began to continuously attack the golden dome along with the fox's icicles. There were so many of them that the guys could not defend the dome from attack. Frank was holding on with all his might, and Cheryl was helping him. But it still wasn't enough. The girl understood that the man would not last long. The next moment she saw blood spurting from his mouth. The man fell to his knees and the golden dome disappeared. When Frank looked up, he saw one of the woodpeckers flying straight towards him. However, he did not have time to touch the man's forehead with his beak, because a powerful stream of wind appeared behind him, which cut through the birds flying towards him. In the middle of the ceiling there was a cane that transformed into a sword. It headed straight towards the fox, and she managed to dodge at the last moment. She noted that this man was quite strong. The sword continued to pursue her, but she nimbly jumped through the trees, thinking that the strength of 9th rank people was quite great. After this, a deafening explosion was heard in the middle of the clearing. Stephen used all his strength to use the most powerful skills. Vincent helped him with this. He touched the ground and summoned 2 polar thunderbolts. However, he did not notice that at that moment a kitsune appeared behind him. While Vincent was busy preparing the spell, she used her ice spear skill and threw it at the man. When he turned around, he saw a sharp spear flying straight towards his back. The last moment before his eyes, he saw Cheryl, who turned her back to him. As it turned out, the girl came to protect her lover, and the spear pierced her through, penetrating her body. Blood immediately gushed from her mouth, and Vincent watched in horror as the girl fell rapidly to the ground. At the last moment, he managed to catch her and sit her on his legs, covering them both with a shield. He saw that the girl's entire body was covered in blood, but she claimed that she was not in pain. She used sixfold recovery and directed it towards herself. At that moment, Stephen and Frank approached them. They were also quite badly injured. Then Vincent said that his defensive formation would not last long and told the men to leave. Stephen decided to use his last strength and called upon a skill called Bipolar Vortex, which opened a portal. He called on his partners to leave here immediately through him. At that moment, Cheryl used a spell and summoned all of her heavenly pills, then sent them towards Frank and Stephen. The men were horrified when they realized that she had given them her last heavenly pills that were keeping her alive. Then the girl explained that the formation needed to be fed with her energy from the outside. Vincent said that if he entered the portal, the formation would collapse, and Cheryl was already at her limit. He said that they needed to notify the head of the department and everyone else as soon as possible about what had happened here. Frank screamed in horror when he realized that Vincent and Cheryl were going to stay here, but the portal had already begun to suck them in. Before they could disappear into the portal, Vincent said that they would become comrades again in the next life. Meanwhile, the 8th and 7th rank demons, the Reaper Mantis, the two-headed wolf, and the three-tailed leopard, ran out of the forest and were about to attack the protective dome. Vincent decided to confess to the girl that he liked her. He said that when he first entered into the sacred duty, he was completely inexperienced, and she cared for him and inspired him. At that moment, their dome was surrounded by a 6th-rank demon, a titanic centipede. Cheryl said she did all this because Vincent was genuine and sweet, and she liked to see him smile. Then the guy said that he also adored Cheryl's smile. He said that the protective structure was about to collapse, and suggested that the girl commit paired suicide, so that these creatures could not touch her. Cheryl agreed. She was ready to do anything to stay with her lover. And then Vincent began preparing the spell. He asked for a spell to take his blood and perform the execution. At that moment, a powerful explosion occurred in the place where the dome had just been, causing the titanic centipede to fly apart. The fox deftly jumped away from the site of the explosion, watching everything from the side. She was surprised that people were not afraid of death at all. Meanwhile, Frank and Stephen left the battlefield and used the portal to move to a safe place. He immediately jumped to his feet and said that they needed to immediately report everything to command. However, at that moment someone attacked him from the air. The stranger wanted to kick Stephen in the head, but at the last moment Frank summoned a golden dome and covered his partner. However, the attacker's force was too great, and the dome began to crack from one blow. The demon then rose into the air and directed a powerful stream of energy straight at Stephen. The blow was so strong that the men were thrown against a tree, and their wounds began to bleed profusely. When they looked up, they saw a humanoid demon standing above them, who did not speak human language. He only hissed. It was a demon of national rank, a cockroach. At first he looked at the people in bewilderment, and then he swung his leg, intending to hit Stephen on the head. However, at that moment, Frank jumped up from his seat and rushed at the cockroach, again summoning the protective dome. He turned to the style and told it to leave this place immediately. The man stood up and leaned on his cane, saying that the aura of this monster was much more powerful than the aura of the 9th-rank demon they had met before. In front of him he couldn't even move, but that wasn't the main thing. He said that if it weren't for the breakthrough to the 9th rank, he probably wouldn't have even been able to attempt to cast a certain spell. Frank looked at his partner in horror, realizing what he wanted to do. He then swung his arm, intending to hit the cockroach, knowing that once Stephen used this move, there would be no turning back. He used the Arhat's fierce fist skill and aimed it straight at the cockroach's face. Frank used all his strength and put it into this punch. However, it seemed that the demon didn't care at all about his attempts to cripple him. The demon quickly thrust his leg out and kicked Frank hard in the stomach, sending him flying to the side. Blood immediately gushed from the man's mouth, but Stephen continued to use his spell regardless. Fast currents of wind swirled around him. He said that he would use the wind like a brush in his hand. At that moment, memories from the past flew before his eyes. One day they came to a cemetery. Frank was with him, as well as a little boy. The boy cried and said that he was scared every time Stephen went on a mission. He was afraid that one day he would not come back, just like his mom and dad. He understood that Stephen was a true warrior and protected ordinary people, and therefore he could not stop him. But he was still very afraid. He said that if a man ever decides to die, he should remember that there is a person who is waiting for him and dreams of seeing him alive. He wanted to know that Stephen also remembers him, because if he is gone, then the boy will be gone too. Then Stephen knelt down in front of the boy and put out his index finger, calling forth a small whirlwind. He said that he had studied the writing of the Book of Heaven. At that moment, the man made a promise to the boy in case he suddenly did not return. In the present, Stephen continued to use his spell, saying that the earth would become like paper to him. The demon realized he had to act and rushed straight at the man. He intended to attack him while he was preparing the spell. However, Frank came to his aid again. With the last of his strength, he rushed at the demon and pushed him aside. He said that since Stephen intended to finish what he started, then in the next life, he would become his shield. However, his strength was at its limit, so the demon easily intercepted his blow and grabbed Frank by the head. The next moment, he clenched his hands tightly, killing the man. After that, he dismissively threw his bloody body aside. The wind currents immediately pulled in the body of the dead Frank, and his blood mixed with the wind currents. The demon stepped aside and began to observe what was happening around Stephen. A ball of blood and wind began to spin around him. He said that from now on his blood would become his ink. After this, a deafening shot rang out. The demon leaned to the side, confident that the explosion would not affect him. However, a moment later he discovered that there was a deep scratch on his cheek. When he raised his head, he saw that where Stephen had just stood was his skeleton. There was no skin or anything else on it, but he was still standing on his feet. The cockroach watched in amazement at what had become of the man, and at that moment a fox flew up to him. She asked if they should postpone the assault on the city. The cockroach answered her something in the demonic language, and the fox bowed obediently. Meanwhile, One Eye was looking at the Special Forces employment contracts that were intended for Levi and Jasper. He didn't understand how Tracy had come up with the idea to sign this, since without this agreement, he wouldn't have had the strength. He decided that one way or another he was the strongest warrior in the unit and could not allow this. At that moment, Tracy burst into the office. She screamed that the members of the Sacred Duty were missing. This news horrified the one-eyed man. He soon arrived at the battle site where Stephen's skeleton remained. In despair, he fell to his knees before his corpse. Not long before, Tracy said that she had sent a search party there again. But the one-eyed man said that a group of 9th-rank warriors had been destroyed, and it was stupid to send a different squad to certain death. He said that only he was stronger than the 9th rank here, so he would go there, because only he had a chance to return from there. When he saw what happened on the battlefield, his face distorted in horror. Then he turned to the side and saw that there was another corpse lying next to him. When he saw the state Frank's body was in, his body shook with horror. After this, he covered his face with his hands and cried, unable to bear this horror. He lifted Frank's body from the ground and took it with him, and then addressed Stephen's skeleton, saying that he had done a good job and could now rest in peace. However, when he touched his shoulder, he noticed that energy flashed between his hand and the bones. He realized that it was a powerful residual internal energy, so he leaned down to the ground and placed his hand on the grass. A moment later, a huge seal appeared on the ground. A powerful energy began to envelop the one-eyed man's body. Then he realized what was actually happening before his eyes. He saw the message left by Stephen. He reported that the final destination was the demon camp. It was surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented them from being detected. There was a huge flock of 5th-rank iron-billed woodpeckers that could pierce armor. There was also a 9th-rank demon with an innate ice-type body, and a sensor-qualified demon. He reported that this demon was of national level. Soon after, the seal began to send out energy chains into the sky, which formed a dome between themselves. Soon this dome spread throughout the city. The trainees noted that this was a very strong internal energy of the position. It was the formation of a warrior above the 9th rank. Levi and Jasper also noticed that some kind of writing was flying over their heads. And then the chain spread somewhere outside the city and reached a young blonde guy. This guy was that boy, Silas, Stephen's grandson. That day, the man promised him that if one day he did not return, he would use this power to say goodbye to him. When the boy looked up, he saw in front of him a letter his grandfather had left for him. As Silas began to read it, tears came to his eyes. Stephen said that unfortunately, his grandfather had to leave him, and asked the boy to take care of himself in the future. Without a family, he would have a hard time. But his grandfather knew how strong he was and that he could handle it. He did not want to leave the boy alone. But with great power comes great responsibility, and everyone has things that they must do. Silas knew this like no one else. He learned about this before Stephen himself. At the age of 12, he had already entered the higher Taoist academy, and Stephen was very proud of him, no matter what path he chooses in the future. The man hoped that he would make the right choice, according to his heart, will rejoice and enjoy life. because a person's days are short, and they should not be wasted on regrets. His last will was that Silas lived an honest, happy, and prosperous life, and that his grandfather and parents love him and wish him only the best. Meanwhile, Raven and the wounded bear demons managed to escape from the battlefield to a safer place. The bear continued to cry, complaining that he had been deceived. It was very hard for the Raven to drag this bear, so he decided that now he should abandon it, since without it would be easier to escape. However, while he was thinking about this, someone's hand appeared behind his back, and someone grabbed the bird and squeezed it in their hands. As it turned out, it was a gorilla demon named Gargamel. He began to shake the bird and talk about some of the chief's ideas, but the Raven said that it did not understand what he was talking about. Then he remembered that one of the demons told the chief that they could try to coexist peacefully with people, but the Raven did not like this idea at all, since people were their food. The Raven said that there could be no talk of any peace with people. It would be the same as people making agreements with the pigs they raise for slaughter. He admitted that he had told the king about this idea, but he did not see anything wrong with it, since he was extremely annoyed that the demon was talking such nonsense. When the king found out about everything, she had to explain her words to him. The king didn't like her proposals at all, so he decided not to hesitate and simply killed her. Gargamel realized that Raven was behind all this, and so he came to take revenge on him. And although Raven tried to justify himself so that the gorilla would settle him, he took him, closed him, and tore him into 2 pieces. Then he threw the demon's corpse near the trash can and left. For a moment, images from his past, when his mother was still alive, flashed before his eyes. Meanwhile, the story moves again to a psychiatric clinic. Late in the evening, Jasper discovered that his watch was missing. Then Levi asked him where he could have lost them. However, Jasper didn't remember where he might have dropped them, and then his friend said that he would help him find them. They began to rummage around the floor, looking for watches under the beds. However, they soon discovered that they were not in the room. Apparently, Jasper had lost them in the yard. However, they didn't find anything in the yard either, and then Levi suggested going outside to look for them there. Soon the boys walked down the street outside the clinic, and although Jasper doubted that they were on this street, they still continued searching. At that moment, headlights appeared on the road. Someone was driving behind the guys. As it turned out, it was a large motorcycle with someone very large sitting on it. At first, Jasper was very scared, thinking that ghosts were following him. However, the motorcycle passed them and suddenly stopped. As it turned out, a gorilla with green hair was sitting behind the wheel. It was the same Gargamel. At this point, the system informed Levi that it had discovered a high-energy food that could reduce hunger for 1 month. The boys came to the conclusion that the monkey on a motorcycle looks pretty cute. The gorilla became embarrassed, not believing that people really thought she was cute. She came to the conclusion that people, apparently, are not as bad as they say. Levi decided they needed to make contact with this gorilla and headed towards it. At that moment, the gorilla pouted and blew a kiss to the boys, which horrified them. At that moment, the boys realized that they had been very wrong when they called her cute. They decided that they needed to get out of there quickly and immediately rushed to the side. When they left, the gorilla looked up and saw someone familiar. It was he who said that the king ordered the gorilla to return back to his den. However, the gorilla did not listen to him and simply hit him in the face. The blow was so strong that the praying mantis's head flew off. After this, the gorilla started the motorcycle and left the scene. However, the mantis did not arrive alone. All the other demons were hiding under the water barrier. When they saw that their brother was killed, they immediately came out, intending to attack the traitor that the king was looking for. They didn't know that it was the gorilla that had given the people their location. Some of the praying mantises ran after the gorilla, while others rushed after Levi and Jasper, who suspected nothing. When they heard a strange sound, they decided to turn around and saw a large praying mantis in front of them, but it did not frighten them at all. At this moment, the gorilla touched his hand and pulled out a tuft of hair from there, and then threw it on the ground. This was an innate ability. That is, it is the 8th rank, called the astral body. The gorilla's hair turned into his clones and immediately rushed into battle with the praying mantises. Meanwhile, one of the praying mantises loomed over the patients, intending to kill them. However, one of the gorillas quickly jumped on him, and with one blow of its fist blew off his head. The system informed the protagonist that the ingredients were spoiled and unsuitable for preparing a delicacy, but were perfectly acceptable as low-grade food. The gorilla was very pleased with the work done. After that, he looked at the boys again and winked at them, which again horrified them. The next moment it evaporated, leaving behind small clouds of smoke. Then the real gorilla waved to the guys and said goodbye to them. After that he left, thinking that people really should be friends with demons. The guys noted that this monkey was somehow strange, apparently. It had problems with its head. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man returned to headquarters and informed Tracy about the national rank demon. He gave her the message left by Steven, and said that due to the 9th rank demon's innate skill called water curtains, they could not determine their number or strength. The sacred duty sacrificed their lives for this information. It was hard for the one-eyed man to admit this, but he said that a national rank demon, according to the re-evaluation of demon powers after increasing intelligence, was absolutely no match for him. He was very strong compared to him. Then Tracy realized with horror that this demon had previously sent his minions into the city to scout out the area and gather information about people. Then she suddenly jumped up from her seat and declared that this demon was going to storm the city. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi continued searching for the watch in the city. They approached one of the buildings and remembered that the same woman who had recently prepared a delicious snake soup for them lived there. Jasper said that even though they hadn't found his watch, they should visit the woman again. And the protagonist suggested buying some gifts so as not to go visiting empty-handed. Soon they went to a small grocery store. The saleswoman was horrified when she realized that these people were dressed in psychiatric hospital pajamas. Levi approached her and said that they would like to buy a crate of milk as a gift for their friend, but they did not have money. The girl was shaking with fear. Obviously, she didn't want to give the goods away for free, but she understood that it was better for her not to run into crazy people, so she said that they could take the box for free. Soon after this, the boys came to the girl's home. At first they wanted to leave milk at her door, since it was already late at night and the woman should be sleeping. After that, they decided to return to the clinic. In the morning, the daughter of Sophia, that same woman, reported that there was a box of milk at their door. Sophia opened the door and was surprised that there really was a whole carton of milk there. She didn't understand who could have left it. Their conversation was overheard by one of the neighbors, a bald middle-aged man. He immediately came out of his apartment and said that he had ordered this box, but the courier had simply gone to the wrong door. Sophia asked him if it was really his order. The man immediately shouted at her, saying that a woman like her did not dare suspect him of lying, since with his financial situation there was no point in him lying. Sophia said that she didn't mean anything like that, and didn't understand why he responded to her so rudely. Then the man threatened that if she continued to poke her nose into other people's business, he would go to her daughter's school and tell everyone what her mother was doing. In response, Sophia lowered her head and went back into her apartment, apologizing to the man. His son was at home and asked the man why he had bought another box of milk, to which the man replied that someone had left it for the woman who lived across the street. But he decided to take the box for himself since Sophia could do nothing to stop him. After that, he suddenly felt a strange dizziness in his head. A moment later, his legs gave way, and the man fell to the floor. Meanwhile, the story moves to the clinic where Lee works. He called the director of the psychiatric clinic with dissatisfaction, since he had just issued a subscription and had already managed to send him several dozen people. At that moment, a nurse entered his office and said that those 2 people were here again. The man looked at her with horror, guessing who she meant. He fell to his knees and screamed in horror, because all of them had to be swallowed by the 7th rank demon. They could not rise from the dead. His worst fears were confirmed, and Jasper and Levi popped into the office, saying that they were just looking for a doctor to visit him. He said the man was so friendly to them that they missed him. At that moment, he picked up the phone, and Principal Sean told him that he had completely forgotten to tell him that Levi and Jasper had survived and were okay. He said that he didn't expect this to happen either, but they had secretly run away last night. And since he heard their voices on the phone, he assumed that they had come to see the doctor. At that moment, tears of despair began to flow from the doctor's eyes. He understood that the director had tricked him into signing up for a season ticket and played with his emotions, and he had no intention of forgiving him for it. Then he took the boys by their shoulders and led them out of the office, telling them not to come to him again. He said that besides the fact that they were full of sick people, they also needed to resolve the issue of financial assistance today, so he didn't have time for them. As they walked down the corridor, they noticed that there was a crowd of people in the hospital lobby watching the fight. Levi realized that he heard Sophia's voice. As it turned out, a fight broke out between Sophia and the wife of the man who fainted, the woman accusing Sophia of seducing her husband, which caused him to have a stroke. She pulled the girl by the hair, forcing her to confess to something she didn't do. Then she swung her hand, intending to hit her in the face. However, at that moment Levi ran up to her and grabbed the woman's hand. He said that hitting people was wrong, but the woman was outraged, not understanding who he even was. Then she noticed his clothes and realized they were psychiatric hospital pajamas. She screamed that this guy was crazy and ordered him to let him go. At this time, Jasper approached Sophia and helped her to her feet. At that moment, two people standing behind her began to support the woman, asking how Sophia could call a psychopath for help. When everyone around realized that they really were standing in front of mental hospital patients, they immediately scattered in different directions. Sophia thanked the guys for their help and asked them to let the woman go. However, Levi said that she wanted to hit her, and in his opinion, she should be properly taught a lesson for this. The woman looked into the boy's crazy eyes and imagined how they were torturing her. After this, she burst into tears, vowing that she would never do such a thing again. Then Sophia asked the guys if that box of milk was really meant for her. Jasper said they left a box at her door last night as a token of gratitude for the snake stew. The girl smiled, and tears came to her eyes. She thanked the guys for the milk. At this point, Dr. Lee intervened in their conversation, grabbed the boys by the collar and said that they couldn't just wander around here mindlessly. At that moment, Christopher appeared behind him with his bodyguards, as well as a woman, who said that the young master was here today to determine the amount of financial assistance provided to the hospital. The doctor immediately pushed Jasper and Levi aside and ran up to Christopher, thanking him for the meeting and shaking his hand. At that moment, Christopher noticed that his new friends were also there. They approached the boy and said that they had come here to visit an old friend. Then Christopher said that since Dr. Lee was their friend, they could skip the hospital audit and simply provide top-level financial assistance. He said that he would now take Jasper and Levi with him so that they could take a bath, and later he would return them home. As the car pulled up to them, Christopher asked his butler what the special forces were doing, as he had noticed that they were patrolling the streets more and more. The man said that the number of defensive structures capable of detecting demons had increased around the hospital. He said that this usually only happens during wartime. Then Christopher assumed that something terrible was coming. Meanwhile, a third-rank demon rooster was on the loose on one of the streets. He was annoyed that despite the fact that he had hidden so well, he was still discovered, and he did not understand why the special forces had suddenly increased their vigilance. At this point, the warriors continued to search for the demons, who had become quiet and hidden behind a trash can. He regretted that he was not cute enough and had to hide because of it. But if he could also become a human pet, he would devour people one by one and become a hero among the demons. Soon, Christopher and his friends arrived at his house. He drew a bath for them so they could wash themselves. An hour later, he decided to show them the living room, saying that they could move in right away. He also said that he had already contacted the director of the psychiatric clinic and that the guys would take him back tomorrow. Jasper was delighted when he saw the incredibly large bed. As the three of them settled into bed, Christopher said that he had never had any friends, and his parents were always abroad, so he had never shared a bed with anyone before, and wanted his first time to be with his friends. Then Jasper said that they would all get a good night's sleep together that night. Christopher smiled and closed his eyes. However, when he woke up in the middle of the night from very loud snoring, he realized something. From that moment on, he decided that it was better for him to always sleep alone. Meanwhile, something strange was happening outside Christopher's villa. The same kidnappers who had once abducted the boy lifted the hatch, and one of them said that this sewer led directly to the courtyard of the villa. They went downstairs, but Levi was hesitant about doing this, as it was dangerous to enter the territory of the richest man in the city to kidnap his son again. But the man told him to calm down, as he had done this hundreds of times already. At that moment, Levi's eyes opened. He looked at Christopher, who was also awake, and said that he had woken up quite early. He then informed the boy that he apparently had guests, and asked why he did not want to greet everyone properly. Christopher did not understand where he could have guests at such a time. Levi told him that they were underground, and by the time the kidnappers emerged from the hatch, Christopher's guards were already there. The men were soon pulled outside, but they continued to claim that they were utility workers. Christopher said that in that case they should be allowed to continue laying the sewer. Then the main character said that he remembered that these men had already offended Christopher in some way. They decided to punish the men and sent them back into the sewer, which was full of waste. Meanwhile, Christopher and the main character were sitting in the courtyard. The butler suggested that the boy go back to the bedroom, but he said that he was happy there. At this point, the system informed Levi that it had discovered high-energy food that could help him sit without feeling hungry for 4 days. It was located at a distance of 5,000 meters. The protagonist said that he was quickly running away on some business and immediately rushed towards the target. Meanwhile, the rooster continued to hide from the Special Forces soldiers. The guys said that the energy waves from a third-rank demon are constantly moving. At this rank, it will try to eat a person to speed up its development, so they needed to find it as soon as possible. At that moment, a girl was running down the street. She had stayed at school until late and was hurrying home because her mother was worried. The rooster decided that she would be the ideal victim, since once he ate her, he would be able to move up to the 4th rank. He also rushed in pursuit of the girl, using the ability of instant movement. However, he didn't have time to bite the girl because someone grabbed him by the neck. As it turned out, it was Levi. He was holding the rooster by the neck and looking at him menacingly. He then showed the demon to the girl and asked if she thought it was cute. The girl decided that it was better for her not to argue with this strange guy and said that the rooster was really cute. Levi laughed and said he thought so too. Meanwhile, the rooster began to gradually lose consciousness from lack of oxygen. In the morning, the kidnappers finally cleaned out the sewer and reported this to Christopher's guards. The man said that he had watched them clean the drains all night and said that they had talent and skill because they did a good job. And for this, he gave them money from the young master. The men couldn't believe that their hard work would be paid. One of them recalled moments from his past when a sage told him that he had been walking down a dark path for half his life. But now fate would force him to change for the better. Then he realized that the prediction had come true, and from now on he would take a different path. Meanwhile, Jasper woke up. He had slept soundly all night. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his friend was holding a rooster in his hands, but Levi insistently called him a chicken. The demon was indignant, saying that he was a rooster, not a chicken, because if he were just a chicken, he would not have been able to hold out all night while this guy was holding him by the neck. Jasper was delighted, saying that the chicken was really cute. The demon decided that since these people considered him cute, he was completely safe. However, Jasper suggested to his friend to fry this chicken and taste it. The protagonist liked his friend's proposal and looked conspiratorially at the demon. The rooster's face twisted in horror, and then the boys noted that in an instant this chicken had become incredibly disgusting. Then Jasper said that chickens can lay eggs, and it would be better to keep her alive and collect her eggs, so they could have scrambled eggs for breakfast every day. The demon was horrified when he heard what they were going to do to him. Then Levi said that they would wait until this chicken laid 2 eggs for them. The demon did not know what to do, since roosters do not lay eggs. Moreover, this whole situation humiliated his dignity. Then the main character suggested that this chicken actually couldn't lay eggs, and it would be better to make soup out of it. At that moment, the demon realized that he had no choice but to actually lay an egg for these crazy guys. He was ashamed of his actions, but he tried to convince himself that it was just a strategic move. After some time, the boys took the eggs to the kitchen so that the butlers could prepare scrambled eggs for them. The demon was horrified because these guys forced him to watch as they fried the embryo of his chick in oil. The demon watched as his egg turned into scrambled eggs. When everyone sat down at the table, Jasper said that he would like the hen to lay a couple of eggs for them for breakfast every day. The demon was furious. For him it was a real shame. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Tracy reported that all hospitals and schools in the city had been protected by 6th-tier defensive structures, as well as structures to detect demonic energy waves, and they would continue to install structures in residential areas. Then the one-eyed man turned to his colleagues and asked how the construction of the 9th-rank defensive structure around the city was progressing, and asked when it would be completed. The man said that everything was almost ready, but the great 9th-rank defensive formation consumed too much energy, which meant that after installation, it would need to be activated by pouring in a huge amount of internal energy. And after activating the formation, the energy of both of them would only last for 25 minutes. They reported that they required support from the general staff and other surrounding cities. Tracy said that in order to ensure a quick victory against the national-level demon, they needed the support of 2 more national-rank warriors. Otherwise, no matter whether he entered the city or fought outside, the city would be destroyed. One Eye, out of frustration, reported that the nearby cities refused to support them, and there was little reason for national-rank warriors to leave their own cities, especially given the lack of evidence of the existence of a national-rank demon. Tracy said she would go to General Headquarters with a personal report and request for support. At that moment, the one-eyed man stood up from his desk and said that he believed Stephen, and that he had discovered a national-rank demon. Tracy asked him where he was going. The man said that he had some business to do. In the morning, Christopher brought his friends back to the psychiatric clinic. His butler said that Levi was holding not just a rooster, but a 3rd-rank demon, but Christopher said that he seemed afraid of the guy. Then he said that in that case, he had nothing to worry about. He believed that Levi was capable of handling him. When the boys approached the clinic, the director asked them if they had really bought milk at a 24-hour store. Jasper said it was them, but they didn't have the money to pay, and they wanted to give the milk to their friend. The director laughed nervously. He said that before she went abroad, Levi's mother left them a good sum of money at the hospital. But with Jasper, it was different. He said that he didn't even know how long he had been lying in this hospital, and during all this time no one had given money for him, at least in the last few decades, while he worked here as a director. Upon hearing this, Levi said that half of his money should be given to Jasper. The director asked Levi threateningly how many times he had already been in the operating room, hinting that he did not have much money to share. He told the boys not to dare buy anything anymore. They have no money now and they can't afford it. The rooster noted that the two were quite strong, but in front of this man they acted like kittens. He assumed that this man was a warrior of national rank. Then Sean turned his attention to the chicken. Levi said that he caught it, and now it lays eggs for them, so they want to keep it. The director doubted that it was a chicken, since it looked like a rooster. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man was already in room 666. Suddenly he felt the energy waves of a third-rank demon. When I looked out into the corridor, I saw Levi and Jasper there. They were carrying a chicken in their hands. Then the one-eyed man realized that this was the very same third-rank demon. He immediately pointed his palm, enveloped in energy, at him, intending to kill the demon. However, Levi grabbed his arm, preventing him from harming their pet. He said that it was a good hen that laid eggs for them. The one-eyed man was extremely surprised that Leo stopped his hand without making any special effort. The man used only 40% of his strength, but the boy easily stopped his blow. He then used the spell called Thousand Demon Seal again to seal the demon. However, Levi easily dodged this blow. The system informed Levi that this skill was strong, and recommended that he use instant movement to dodge, otherwise his power would be blocked for 25 minutes. The main character said that he didn't want to fight the one-eyed man, but he couldn't let him hurt his chicken. After 3 hours, there was still not a single scratch on Levi, and the one-eyed man was already very tired. He understood that, apparently, this was far from all his strength. The rooster watched the warrior's terrifying aura with horror. He didn't understand why there were super strong warriors constantly circling around these two. Then the one-eyed man said that he would not kill the chicken and would not fight with the guy, but he wanted to discuss something with him. Jasper said that the man was a good person and could be trusted. Then the protagonist handed him the demon and went with the one-eyed man to have a heart-to-heart talk. The man led the boys somewhere away from the ward so that no one would hear them. When Jasper was left alone with the demon, he offered to give the rooster acupuncture. Soon, the one-eyed man and the main character went out into the garden. The man reminded him of the day when the leaders of the test for beginners and sacred duty were here. He said that they all fell in battle. The man then said that the boy was strong, and although he couldn't determine his fighting power right now, he was able to dodge his strongest blows without the slightest effort, so he realized that Levi was definitely strong. The man said that the city is now in serious danger, since demons can begin to storm the city at any moment. He asked the protagonist if he could trust him with the fate of the city if he suddenly died in battle. Soon after, he went to the director of the clinic and presented him with 2 Special Forces employment contracts. Sean was very pleased that the man even managed to persuade Tracy to take these 2 on. However, the one-eyed man said that Tracy would definitely not allow the mentally ill to be accepted. So Levi and Jasper are their guest masters at first, and although they cannot join the staff, all privileges and guarantees are simply dropped for them. One Eye said that he would be honest with anyone who worked for the good of the city. And even though these guys didn't quite understand what they were doing, as long as they continued to fight demons and protect the city, he would be grateful to them with all his heart. After this, the director signed all the papers, saying that from that moment on, the one-eyed man was their legal representative. And even though they are mentally ill, having spent their entire lives in a mental hospital without any real life experience outside its walls, it still doesn't mean anything. Sean smiled and said he was sure they were good guys. He said that if the one-eyed man thought they could be useful, then he should take good care to ensure that they were actually useful. He asked that they be allowed to live a meaningful life and not be seen as just crazy people living in this world. After this, they all went outside so that the director could say goodbye to his charges. Jasper said that they would definitely visit their director, but in reality, Sean didn't mind at all if they never came here again. After that, they said goodbye to the director and their friends at the hospital and set off on their journey with the one-eyed man. But suddenly the man heard them mention something about salary. The director then announced that their monthly payment would be deposited into the psychiatric hospital account. The demon, meanwhile, was terrified. He understood that if these men had not managed to return, he would already be dead. However, Levi and Jasper soon returned, interrupting the acupuncture process. At that moment, the demon felt the cold breath of death on the back of his head. Soon the one-eyed man reported that they had arrived at the place. It was the headquarters of the city division. The guys were delighted. They had never seen such huge rooms with such huge devices. The demon sensed the warrior aura from everyone present here, and understood that he was already in the jaws of death. Suddenly the warriors approached the rooster and pointed at it with their fingers, saying that it was a demon. However, The one-eyed man said that they should disperse, since everything was fine. It was a special demon that had already been subdued, so they didn't need to worry. After this, the warriors dispersed, but the rooster was still terrified. The man then called the boys to follow him, and they headed to one of the wings of the building. Soon they came to the reception desk. The man asked the girl to register the new employees. He said that they needed to be marked as warriors with innate bodies. The girl was confused by the fact that the guys were wearing pajamas from a mental hospital, but the one-eyed man said that they were just cosplayers. The girl believed him, saying that the new employees looked quite young. After that, she gave them registration forms and also asked if they needed this demonic rooster to evaluate their strength, or if she should inform the research department to take it for autopsy. These words again horrified the demon. However, the one-eyed man said that this demon should be listed along with Levi as his pet. The girl couldn't believe that these guys' pet was a third-rank demon. She didn't understand how strong these two new employees with innate bodies were if they had such a pet and were personally accompanied by the head of the department. They soon arrived at the lab to check in. Jasper was thrilled when he was enveloped in green energy from one of the machines. The system informed him that his combat rank was currently 0. Jasper couldn't believe that a person with a combat rank of 0 was knocking him out time and time again. Thus, he was just an ordinary person. So no one understood why they were brought here to test their abilities. Soon Levi came up for verification. The system reported that his rank was also 0. The system then scanned the rooster and reported that its battle rank was 3. One Eye didn't understand why these guys couldn't be scanned. One of the workers said that the device did not show any features or internal energy, so he asked why the chief brought ordinary people here. The one-eyed man said that they were not ordinary people, not warriors with special innate bodies. It was normal for them to not have internal energy. But the man objected, saying that other warriors with innate bodies could be assessed by instruments, and their rank too. However, the one-eyed man tried to convince him that even ordinary people detect parameters of this device, so these guys are definitely unusual people. He said that the report should state that their rank was not established. After this, he called the guys with him, saying that it was time to change them into the proper uniform. The worker didn't understand whether the boss really wanted to push these two ordinary people into the special forces, since they weren't even his relatives. Soon a new collar was also found for the demon rooster, but he did not appreciate it, intending to take revenge for such a disgrace. However, Jasper was delighted when they were issued new special forces uniforms. Meanwhile, the rooster was still hatching a plan for revenge, realizing that he was in the very lair of his enemies. Soon a one-eyed man entered the boys' room. He said that this was their home, and after work they could rest here. He also said that the Special Forces soldiers with natural bodies are allocated one apartment for 2, and there is a facial recognition system there. Each has his own bedroom, and now this is their home. However, now they had to get down to their duties. He said that there would be nothing special about it. They would just patrol the streets and help those who needed help. At this point, Jasper interrupted him, saying that he had already perfected his half-step of universe rotation technique, and asked if he could try to heal his eye again. One Eye was a little surprised. Even though these guys were crazy, he couldn't think that they were really worried about him. Then he said they could try again. Jasper said with a smile that there was one condition. First, he had to blind the man's healthy eye. The one-eyed man did not agree to such a condition at all. When evening came, the man went to his office, nervous and realizing that he had almost fallen for their persuasion again. And even though others didn't know the truth, he had to understand that these guys were actually crazy. After that, he snapped his fingers and called out to someone named Isaac, and soon a ghostly man appeared from the wall, looking more like a hologram. It was a special forces warrior with an innate body, Isaac. He was a 7th rank. He asked if the leader had a new task for him. The man asked if Isaac had seen the newcomers he had brought here today, to which the boy replied in the affirmative. Then the man said that his job was to keep an eye on the two without being noticed. Then Isaac asked if he should intervene if an unforeseen situation arose, but the one-eyed man asked him not to do so. He said that if these guys were in danger, then Isaac needed to run quickly and also take care of himself. He also said that this task was quite dangerous, so when she had a free minute, he needed to write a will. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi were once again waiting for their chicken to lay eggs for them. The demon felt incredibly humiliated, but since he was in the enemy's lair, he had to pretend that he was on their side. However, he will never forget his dream of becoming a hero who ate all of humanity. After that, the boys went to the kitchen to cook some eggs. After that, they took bottles of soy milk, continuing to call them Coke and Sprite. Isaac, who was watching them, couldn't understand why they called these drinks soda when the boss had clearly ordered that soy milk be brought to them. He began to think that these guys had come up with such a code for themselves, and were secretly talking about something. Suddenly the main character said that he felt like someone was watching them. Jasper looked around, but said he couldn't see anything. A smirk crossed Isaac's face. He didn't understand how they could notice him, because his innate skill, the hidden light, even hid his insides. Neither demons nor people had ever revealed it. Then Levi said that they should catch the man and knock him down for sneaking around and peeping at them. But Jasper said that they should eat and get to work. Isaac didn't understand why these guys made his friend sweat. When the boys came out into the common hall, the other warriors began to look at them with interest. Some of them suspected that these guys were brought here through connections. At that moment, Lewis ran up to the unsuspecting boys, pulling something out of his jacket pocket. He then used his skill and aimed his fist straight towards Levi. At that moment, the main character turned around and looked emotionlessly at the guy attacking him. Lewis was sure that these were the masters who defeated the 7th-rank demons in the hospital. The main character looked at the guy questioningly, not understanding what he meant. Lewis burst into tears of happiness, saying that he knew that the chief would not bring in his relatives through connections, and that these guys were truly strong warriors. Soon the boys went outside to patrol the city. All the passers-by watched in surprise as Levi led the rooster on a leash. Suddenly, they noticed an old woman in front of them who was actively looking for something. They approached her and asked if she needed help. Then the old woman awkwardly looked at her watch and said that she had been there for 4 hours already, and she needed to get home. Levi and Jasper looked at the old woman with determination and said that they would walk her home. Soon they took the old woman by the arms and led her down the street. The woman said that they were almost there. However, they had been walking for an hour already and still had not reached the old woman's house, despite the fact that she assured them that they were almost there. Suddenly she exhaled and said that she was very tired. Then the boys said that they could carry her in their arms. Levi picked up the woman and carried her in his arms, while Jasper led the rooster on a leash. The demon was very tired of walking and did not understand when this old woman would finally find her home. Soon night fell, and the boys had already left the city limits, but the old woman's house was still not nearby. The woman continued to assure them that they were almost there. Soon they came to a house that looked more like a barn. The old woman thanked them for their help, saying that she was very lucky to meet these guys. Then she took 2 wreaths from her basket and put them on the boys' heads. Levi and Jasper looked at each other, saying that these wreaths were very beautiful. Then they thanked the old woman for the gift and went back to the city, dragging the rooster behind them, who was no longer able to walk on his own. Isaac watched all this, although he didn't know how strong these guys were, but they were quite young and promising. While the boys were walking through the city, the rooster suddenly felt the demon's energy waves, and they were quite strong. Then he realized that this was his chance to get rid of these two. He was only a 3rd rank, but this demon energy was at least a 5th rank. If he brought the guys to him, he would definitely eat them. After this, the demon jumped to his feet and ran somewhere to the side, causing the guys to fall. Not far away, near one of the shops, a battle was taking place. The demon's blow was so strong that one of the warriors was sent flying. It was a group of 5th-rank warriors. They were fighting against a 5th-rank demon with a birth ability. It was too strong for them, and they couldn't defeat it. There was one of these warriors, but he was seriously wounded. So one of the girls asked to inform the control and monitoring center that they needed the help of warriors of the 6th rank. At that moment, the demon struck them again, causing the warriors to fly to the side. His blows had an electrical aura, so the boys were also strongly electrocuted. The warriors flew off to one of the buildings, near which sat a little girl who, by some ridiculous accident, found herself on this street at night. She was crying and calling for her mother to help. At that moment, Lewis turned to her and told her to run away. Suddenly, one of the warriors saw that the monster's tentacles were heading straight towards the girl. Then the warrior ran up to her with lightning speed and grabbed her, saving her from a strong blow. After that, the guy screamed, using all his energy to save this girl and attack the monster. However, he too was soon critically wounded and unable to fight. Of the entire squad, only one warrior remained, and he began to shake with fear. In front of him stood a 5th-rank demon, a royal electric eel with an innate ability called electric arc. The warrior simply looked at the demon and did not understand what to do with this monster. At that moment, a rooster ran out from around the corner. He was delighted when he realized that it was not just a 5th-rank demon, but a royal electric eel with an innate feature. The demon heard that even some 6th and 7th-rank demons did not dare to disturb him, so he decided that this eel would definitely save him. He grinned evilly, realizing that this was the end for these two. Soon Levi and Jasper caught up with their pet. Surprised by how big the fish was outside, the system told the protagonist that it was an eel. He looked in surprise at the rooster they were leading on a leash and sensed demonic waves in it. When the eel felt that he was wearing a collar filled with human energy, He assumed that this rooster served people. However, the rooster crowed, saying that he had suffered humiliation to penetrate the enemy's lair and wanted to become a great demonic hero who ate humanity. The eel looked arrogantly at his third-ranked kinsman and said that such a worthless creature would never become a hero. The fifth-rank warrior who remained conscious saw the warriors with innate bodies next to him and immediately turned to warn them of the danger. He said that this demon was too strong, and if they were below rank 7, they shouldn't even think about approaching him. However, Jasper was already thinking about what to cook with this eel once they killed it. Then the main character asked his friend to wait for him here while he caught this eel. However, the warrior still tried to stop him, saying that this demon hits hard and hits very hard. However, the main character did not listen to him and reached out to the eel, touching it with his palm. After this, he was struck by a powerful electric shock, and the fifth-rank warrior who was holding his hand at the time was also struck. In his heart, he hated Levi for what he had done. After this, his body could not withstand it, and he was thrown to the side. He also lost consciousness, like his partners. Levi and the demon looked at the guy in bewilderment. Cole didn't understand what was happening. This man seemed quite weak, but he was able to withstand his current. Then the protagonist turned to his friend, saying that this demon was fighting well, and this feeling reminded him of the day when they were cultivating. However, he said the sensation was quite weak. When the demon heard this, he also became furious. He didn't believe that this guy was calling his strength weak, so he decided to shock him with 10,000 volts of electricity. However, this was not enough, and soon the demon was defeated. The protagonist twisted it into a knot and carried it on his shoulder towards the headquarters. Cole didn't understand where he was being dragged, and then he decided to turn to the rooster. He asked his fellow eel to save him, and despite the fact that the eel had offended him shortly before, the rooster said that he would try to do it. Isaac watched everything that was happening. He was dumbfounded with shock and just stood there. He knew that resistance to electricity was a great talent, and this guy was able to single-handedly deal with the king electric eel. Isaac still couldn't comprehend how strong these newcomers were. Soon the boys dragged some coal into the kitchen of their apartment, intending to cook it. Then the demon turned to the rooster again, begging him to save him. The rooster replied gloomily that he was trying to do so, and then turned away, intending to somehow help his fellow rooster. However, when he saw that there was eel blood on his cheek, he immediately shook with shock and was unable to do anything. At night, the rest of the warriors smelled a scent coming from the neighboring apartments. It was so delicious that they even woke up from it. As it turned out, Levi was cooking eel at that time. Jasper was delighted when his friend introduced him to his new dish. It was so delicious that Jasper ate it all at once and asked for more. Then the main character decided to share the dish with his pet and handed him a spoon with a piece of coal. The rooster could not believe that they would actually make him do this. Not only did they cut up his relative and roast him before his eyes, but now they also want to force him to engage in cannibalism. Now the rooster understood that it would be better if these guys just killed him right away, because when he ate a piece of another monster, he would immediately explode. Since the demon, they can devour each other, and although this will lead to a short period of a large amount of energy, after a while the one who ate it will explode. However, the rooster decided that if it exploded, the shockwave would hit those of yours, and thus, he would avenge himself and his fellows before his death. So he still decided to try a piece of eel. With tears in his eyes, he chewed a piece of his relative's meat. However, he soon became delighted, because the meat of his fellow was so tasty and aromatic. The eel, who was in heaven at the time with his supporters, could not believe that the rooster had actually done this. The demon was glad that he had at least eaten well before his death. Suddenly he felt a surge of energy and incredible power inside him. He was filled with energy to take revenge on these damn people. He then quickly darted forward, intending to attack Jasper with his beak. However, at that moment someone's palm flew straight into his face. It was Levi. His blow was so strong that the rooster flew to the floor. Jasper didn't understand what had happened, and then his friend said that the rooster had tried to steal a piece of eel from him. The demon couldn't believe that he was reflected so easily. Despite feeling a surge of enormous power, he could not accept that he was destined to die in such disgrace. He felt terrible, and then Jasper assumed that the chicken was sick. However, the main character said that Jasper has the ability to perform magical acupuncture that cures any disease. When the rooster woke up, he saw 13 needles sticking out of his stomach, which almost sent him to the next world. When the boys saw that the chicken had finally woken up, they were very happy. Suddenly, the rooster felt a strange sensation as if his body had become very light, and he was filled with strength again. As it turned out, he had increased his rank, and now he was a 4th-rank demon, an electric rooster. He had acquired the ability of an electric arc. He couldn't believe that he had survived, and even broken through to the 4th rank. Isaac, who was watching all this, was horrified. He did not believe that one demon ate another, and at the same time did not explode, and also increased his rank. The next morning he arrived at the one-eyed man's office and told him everything he had seen that evening. The one-eyed man covered his face with his hands, saying that nothing in this world would make him believe in the effectiveness of this guy's acupuncture. He then said that years of research had shown that human energy could not mix with demonic energy. It caused a strong rejection reaction, so Isaac should not spread the word to anyone for now. He said that it was quite possible that this was their individual innate characteristic, and it should not mislead anyone. He then asked Isaac what happened to the battle site after they took the electric coal. Isaac said that the 6th rank warriors and the supply team hurried in time, so there were no casualties. However, Levi's merits were attributed to the 4 ignorant warriors who knocked out the demons. But the one-eyed man said that there was nothing wrong with that, and they should not mention such trifles. However, Isaac insisted, saying that the merits of newcomers directly affected their positions in the team rankings and individual combat power, so he did not understand how this could be treated as a trifle. He also added that he could report this to the research team and act as a witness. However, the one-eyed man tried to stop him, saying that those 4 guys had done a good job too, so they should close their eyes this time, and next time they would shrink. But in reality, he just didn't want to let that guy make a fuss, because then Tracy would find out about everything. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper went to the market with their pet. The rooster still couldn't believe that thanks to the help of these two, he had broken through to the 4th rank, and also obtained the ability of his fellow eel. However, he pulled himself together, thinking that he shouldn't thank these guys, because they make him lay eggs every day, and he will never forget this humiliation. He was going to use the power these two gave him to find a stronger demon, and then team up with him and destroy them. At that moment, Levi heard someone's cry for help, and the rooster felt powerful waves of energy. Apparently it was a 6th rank demon. At this point, Jasper tried to reach out to the girl, thinking that she needed help, but her boyfriend was extremely unhappy that some strange guy was pestering her. So he swung his hand at him, intending to hit him. However, when he waved his hand, he realized that this white-haired guy was no longer there. He ran away somewhere with his friend. The rooster was sure that this was the end for these two. This time he and his brother would definitely be able to send them to the next world. As it turned out, a battle was taking place in the clearing near the lake, and something forcefully threw one man onto the grass. Soon a demon approached him. The man didn't understand how this happened, because he had simply bought a small pig from his friends. He just wanted to go out into nature and roast pork. He could not have imagined that this pig would turn out to be a demon. His friends tried to approach the demon to save their friend, but they were all terrified. At that moment, the demon approached the lying guy and kicked him right in the leg with his hoof. After this, he assumed his true form, saying that he was going to eat all the people present there. It was a 6th rank demon, a royal illusion pig, and its innate ability was frighteningly oppressive. This pig took the form of a small, harmless piglet, but its ability makes everyone around it fearful. The pig wanted to attack the man again, but at that moment Levi and Jasper came into the clearing and attacked the demon, throwing him into the water. The men didn't understand what was happening here. Then they suddenly saw that these guys were wearing the clothes of Special Forces soldiers who had natural bodies. Then they said that they would take their friend to the hospital and decided to leave everything to the soldiers. At that moment, the rooster turned to his fellow pig, asking him to help him kill the two who had kicked him into the air. The rooster decided that with the help of the royal pig of illusions, he could finally kill them. However, before he could look back, the two had taken the piglet out of the water and were roasting it over the fire. By evening the meat was ready, and the boys decided to try it. The protagonist said that a voice in his head told him that he had broken through to the final stage of the energy cultivation technique. Then Jasper decided that in this case they could try his needles on him, and since he had become stronger, they could try his new technique of completely rotating the universe. The protagonist agreed, which made his friend very happy. Jasper soon began the procedure, but he quickly realized that his technique needed some improvement. At this moment, the rooster was thinking that he had nothing to fear now, because he had already broken through to the 4th rank, and now he was the strongest 4th rank demonic electric rooster. Then he turned his attention to Levi, who was lying unconscious. His breathing was very weak, and the rooster thought that he was dying. He wondered if he should start with it while he still had the chance. However, then he saw that Jasper was now completely alone. Then the rooster ran towards him, intending to attack him again with his beak. However, at that moment, Jasper picked up the pig's snout and held it straight into the rooster's beak. The rooster was shocked. He did not expect such an attack from his side. He decided to spit out the demonic meat as quickly as possible, as he was sure that it would tear him apart. However, it was so tasty and sweet that he couldn't do it. However, common sense told him that he needed to stop. However, he soon felt that he did not have time to do this, since the energy had already begun to spread throughout his body. He was sure that he would definitely die this time, since it was the meat of a 6th-rank demon. He decided that he had to use the energy one last time and kill this guy. However, the sensation of the meat was very pleasant, and therefore the rooster could not concentrate. He ran up to Jasper and began wiping his knees, begging him for another piece of meat. However, Jasper decided that the rooster just wanted to test his quills, so he inserted several into his tail. The demons watching everything from the other world decided that this chicken had neither shame nor conscience. Jasper looked at the remaining pork meat, but he knew that when Levi wasn't there, he had no appetite at all. However, he soon decided that he should eat the meat after all. And after a while, all that was left of the piglet was a skeleton. Jasper was sure that leaving food was wrong. The director always told them so. Then he lay down on the grass with his friend and began to look at the sky. He turned to his friend, who was lying unconscious, and said that the sky was very beautiful today. Isaac watched everything that was happening, keeping in mind the one-eyed man's words that he should not interfere, no matter what happened. The next day he came to the one-eyed man's office and told him everything he had seen. He didn't understand why even a 6th-rank illusion royal piglet couldn't withstand a single blow from Levi. So he asked the man what rank these people were. However, the one-eyed man himself did not know the answer to this question. So he said that their rank was still not established. Isaac didn't understand how they were able to kill a 6th-rank demon with such ease if their rank hadn't been determined yet. Then the one-eyed man said that it was Isaac who dealt with the 6th-rank demon, so he should receive all the credit. But the guy stopped him. He said it was unfair because this time they both eliminated the demons without anyone helping them, so the credit goes entirely to Levi and Jasper. Isaac said the boss was oppressing young talents. He then turned around and said he would pass the message on to the military advisor. Then the one-eyed man asked him not to go to Tracy, since he had already realized his mistakes and would definitely attribute this victory to those two. Isaac stopped immediately, saying that their leader was the best in the world. He then said that they don't count the victory over the King Electric Eel, but killing the Royal Illusion Piglet awards 6 points to get into the warrior rankings. A minimum of 6 points is needed, in which case Levi and Jasper's team is placed at the bottom of the team rankings, and Levi is placed at the bottom of the individual rankings for the victory. One Eye asked him not to tell him such details, but Isaac insisted, since he was their observer, and would help them upload the merit data after it was verified. The man then said that Isaac had done a very good job and deserved some of the points that the other two had earned, but it would be better if no one knew about it. Isaac was delighted, and said that he would be very happy to receive these points, and that no one would know about it. But he had no intention of accepting them as a bribe. Then the one-eyed man thought that he shouldn't pay attention to it for now, since the demons have become better at hiding. So these two won't be able to find them so easily. While they are at the bottom of the rankings, no one will even pay attention to them. The story moves to the capital headquarters. The Warriors noticed newcomers in the warrior rankings. Their team was called 666. Both team members had innate bodies, but the Warriors did not understand why they did not have a designated rank, and also had a 5th-rank demon as a pet. There was no additional information about these guys, so the Warriors decided that these guys were invited masters, and this Levi alone received 6 points, but still was at the bottom of the rankings. As it turned out, the rooster actually broke through to the 5th rank and received a new ability called Frightening Pressure. The other warriors were very frightened by this demon, since he had recently been of the 3rd rank. The guys realized that it was better for them to stay away from these guys, and as soon as they appeared in the hall, everyone immediately ran away. At this moment, Jasper approached the protagonist and asked if the last acupuncture session had helped him become stronger. The protagonist said that this session really helped him become a better person. At that moment, someone's fist flew straight into Levi's face. It turned out that it was one of the 7th-rank warriors. He wanted to test Levi's reaction and realized that everything was bad with her. But there was nothing to worry about, since he was already convinced that they were masters, and therefore wanted Levi to hit him back so that he could evaluate his strength. The protagonist asked his friend if he should hit the guy, but Jasper said that he had already apologized for his actions. Then Levi decided that in this case he shouldn't hit anyone back. The warrior did not understand why they were ignored. He thought that he was not worthy of them. 6 hours before this moment, the system informed the protagonist that he had completed the SS rank upgrade itself, so now he had the opportunity to exchange it for a technique called Divine Culinary Art. Since the protagonist was again unable to make a decision, the system did it for him. Meanwhile, A new demon arrived in the city. It was a turtle. She decided that she had hidden well, and people would never be able to find her. She just had to wait for the king's order and begin the massacre. As Levi and Jasper passed by the place where the turtle was hiding, the rooster, who had spotted his fellow turtle, addressed him, saying that the two perverts behind him had already killed many of their fellow turtles. He said that they even wanted to bribe him with a breakthrough to new ranks. But he remained true to his principles and aspirations. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that it had discovered high-energy food that could reduce hunger for 7 weeks. This turtle was a 7th-rank demon, a poisonous titanic turtle, with an innate ability called poisonous spit and a titanic shell. He told the rooster that these guys had a rather weak aura, so they should not be afraid of them, and with joint efforts, they would free the rooster from captivity. The turtle then decided to use one of its skills and threw poisonous slime straight towards Levi. The protagonist saw the spit flying at him, but there was still no emotion on his face. In an instant, he found himself right next to the turtle and grabbed it by the neck, thinking that this was that very high-energy food. When the system informed him of the methods for preparing the turtle, they immediately took the demon in their hands and rushed towards the kitchen. Soon they cooked turtle with steamed chicken. The smell was so delicious that even the rooster couldn't move away from the plate with the dish. However, after some time he realized that the turtle was dead. He said that he would definitely avenge his brothers, but drool was already flowing from his beak. Jasper said that today's eggs were incredibly tasty, so they should reward the hen for her efforts. He took a piece of turtle meat and held it out towards his pet. The rooster could not resist his desire to try a piece of his fellow and ate the dish. After that, he began to roll on the ground, thinking that this time he would definitely die. He then began jumping on Jasper's legs, begging him to prick him with the needle. The protagonist said that he thought the chicken was getting a little agitated, and then he remembered the director's words about pets needing to be sterilized. The rooster clearly did not want to be sterilized, but his brothers agreed with Levi's decision, and thus, intra-family feud broke out. Jasper then said he could try acupuncture to sterilize the chicken. At that moment, the slain tiger's old psychological trauma flared up, and he burst into tears of grief. Jasper soon performed an acupuncture session to sterilize him, and at that moment the rooster felt like he was losing something important. However, Jasper said that it only helped get rid of the bloat, but did not neuter the rooster. The slain demons watching everything did not understand why this rooster was so lucky. After some time, the rooster again thought about how to kill these two, because for the sake of his own freedom and revenge, he urgently needed to find allies. By that time, he had already broken through to the 6th rank and acquired 2 more new abilities. Then he turned to the underwater demons, saying that with joint efforts they could defeat them. As it turned out, he, Levi, and Jasper were in the central aquarium, as the system informed the protagonist about the discovery of high-energy food. Soon a whole school of fish from the aquarium arrived in the next world. They were crying and calling for their mother. There were so many of them that the other demons couldn't even count their number. They didn't understand why those people were so heartless. Soon the director of the oceanarium was informed that the glass of the deep-sea fish aquarium had been broken. The man couldn't understand how this could happen, because the glass was made of 20mm plexiglass, which couldn't be damaged even by laser cutting. However, the worker reported that there were wars with native bodies from the special forces. When the man heard this, he was immediately speechless. After some time, Levi and Jasper prepared an incredibly huge plate of fish. While they were enjoying the dish, the rooster looked at everything that was happening in horror, not understanding how this happened. Then he handed him another piece of fish, telling him to try their new dish. When the rooster tasted a piece of fish, he tried to resist, but the feeling of pleasure was beyond him, as the meat was incredibly tasty, and he wanted to eat as much of it as possible. Soon Jasper and the rooster reported that they were full. Isaac watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe that the two had caught fish to eat, nor could he understand how they had discovered that the fish were actually demons, as their energy waves were so well camouflaged that they were very difficult to detect. At that moment, the rooster felt that someone was watching them. At that moment, the only remaining inhabitant of the aquarium jumped out of it. A 3rd-rank demon, a small starfish. He immediately screamed, calling the rooster a traitor, because he had destroyed the entire flock of demonic flag surgeons who had successfully hidden here for 20 years. He said that he would definitely report this to the king. But at that moment the system again informed the protagonist about the discovery of food. Soon the parents of the dead fish arrived in heaven, and the family was finally reunited. After some time, the rooster woke up, again surprised that he was not torn apart. He had eaten so much demon meat, but did not even feel pain from the energy growing in him. As it turned out, He broke through to the 7th rank and acquired another ability. Passers-by couldn't figure out what kind of unusual rooster it was. But at that moment the bird was thinking about how it could break through and become stronger by eating demonic meat. And this was extremely surprising. He was afraid that his brothers would not understand him, because they would definitely find out that he ate his own kind to become stronger. He was confident that he could become stronger without eating his own kind, but these two forced him to do it. The rooster decided that from now on, he would not harm his brothers unless it was in self-defense. He was confident that he had not yet lost his mind, and remembered his intentions and hopes. Soon all three went to the clearing. The rooster turned to the cage in which the demons were sitting, hiding in the guise of chicks. These were 7th rank demons, evil-eyed parrots. The rooster tried to convince them that they should believe him. However, the parrots sensed a traitor in him and immediately broke out of the cage to attack him. Then the demon realized that they left him no other choice. As he sat on the bench eating parrot shashlik, he tried to convince himself that they had attacked him themselves. However, he decided that there was no point in being sad, since he would finish eating the meat and become even stronger, which would increase his chances of successful revenge. However, he suddenly thought about what these guys had just saved from the parrots. However, on the other hand, they forced him to lay eggs every day. Then he again thought about the fact that this was a real humiliation of his dignity. He still remembered the revenge for his brothers who agreed to team up with him to kill them. So even if his brothers suspected him, he would remain himself. Soon, Isaac arrived with a complaint to the one-eyed man. He said that they were billed for repairing the aquarium, since Levi broke the glass. When the one-eyed man saw the amount they had to pay, he became furious. A week later, the Warriors discovered that Team 666 had a sharp increase in points, from just 6 points to a whopping 1031. When the one-eyed man learned of this, he immediately shouted, saying that it was impossible. Isaac then said that he had collected the demonic remains, and the full amount had been handed over to the research team. However, the man insisted that this was not evidence. Others might think that they did not do it themselves. Then Isaac said he had video proof. The one-eyed man asked the boy if he understood that this would attract unnecessary attention to them. He thought that if Tracy found out about everything, it would be the end for him. At that moment, Tracy burst into his office and asked what was going on with the new members of Team 66. When she saw that the one-eyed man had already called the observer for a conversation, she asked Isaac to initiate a request to the investigation department so that everything could be thoroughly checked. In the event of false accusations of combat merit, a dismissal procedure would be carried out. Then Isaac said that he still had some things to do and immediately flew out of the office. After this, the girl turned to the one-eyed man, saying that the general staff had approved the allocation of national-level reinforcements. However, they had one condition, which was that the one-eyed man would have to go to the capital. However, the man did not agree with such conditions. He was sure that if he left the city, he would have no one to protect him. Now was an extremely bad time to go to the capital to personally describe the situation. However, Tracy insisted, saying that he should personally go to the capital and tell them everything. Only then would they give them warriors of the national level. But the one-eyed man was sure that if he left the city now, something would definitely happen. The girl understood his concern, so when she was there, she offered to send one of the national-level warriors to replace the one-eyed man here while he was away, so that he could come to them in peace. The man was furious that the girl made the choice for him. However, Tracy insisted that he should go there. The one-eyed man was extremely surprised that the girl was so insistent that he should go there. At that moment, an alarm went off in the headquarters apartment, reporting high-level energy waves. The authorities ordered the soldiers to be fully prepared. At that moment, Levi Jasper arrived at headquarters, along with the rooster, who had become an 8th-rank demon. At that moment, the one-eyed man was sitting in his office and did not react to the alarm, thinking about what to do. Isaac tried to bring him to his senses, saying that they urgently needed to do something about the alarm, but the one-eyed man shouted at him, saying that he could hear everything anyway. Isaac then asked if he should report that Team 666's pet had broken through to rank 8. One Eye stood up from his seat and said that it was too late to report about the rank 8 demon. He would personally go and explain everything to the research team. He soon came out to meet Levi Jasper and their pet. He asked the guys to come closer to him. Then one of the research team members said that he had to check the safety of their pet, which was an 8th-rank demon. The boys smiled and said that their chicken would behave well, so they had nothing to worry about. A worker at the center became curious about whether the pet could restrain itself, even in close contact with a person. And then the one-eyed one asked the children to hug the chicken. The boys picked up the demon and began petting it, and then the worker announced that close contact safety had been confirmed. Then he wondered if their pet could follow orders. The main character turned to his pet and asked him to lay 2 eggs for him. Everyone present looked at the guy in horror, not believing that he asked the rooster to do such a thing. However, to everyone's surprise, the rooster actually laid 2 eggs. The research center employee was surprised that this demon followed orders 100% and could even change the internal structure of its body and become a female to lay eggs. The rooster decided that for the sake of revenge, freedom, and survival in the hands of these monsters, he had to hold on. When it was all over, the rest of the warriors began to approach the demon to pet him. Once everyone was convinced that he was completely safe, they couldn't help but laugh because he was quite cute. Among those who wanted to touch the demon, there was one girl. She really wanted to touch the rooster. Levi and Jasper looked at each other, wondering if they should let the girl play with their cock. In fact, the girl wanted to start a broadcast and show all the viewers the demonic pet of the newcomers from Squad 666. She said he looked like a regular rooster but was very docile and loved to be petted. However, this was too much for the rooster, so he turned his head towards the girl, intending to bite her. At that moment, someone came up and grabbed the rooster by the neck, saying that it was not a toy. It was the one-eyed man who said that the 8th-rank demon shouldn't be shown on live television. The boys apologized for their mistake, and then the one-eyed man handed the rooster back to its owners, telling them to take better care of it in the future. Then Jasper said that he really wanted to do something. Levi understood everything and addressed the one-eyed man on behalf of his friend, saying that he really wanted to help him and hoped that the man would trust him again. One-eyed turned around and said that it was very touching when people were worried about him. However, he told those 2 psychos to stay away from him and keep his eyes away. After that, he cursed angrily and ran away. Levi and Jasper walked up to him and gently grabbed his cloak, telling him that this time they would definitely succeed. The one-eyed man asked why they thought he would meekly let them take away his eye. However, the boys continued to insist that he let them heal him one more time. But at that moment, a red-haired man in a purple suit entered the room and asked the one-eyed man if he wasn't supposed to personally meet the national-level warriors who had been sent to help us. As it turned out, it was one of the 5 permanent warriors of national rank at the general staff, Joseph. One-Eye said that he had some difficulties and had to stay late, and he wondered to himself why they had sent him. Joseph then approached them and turned his attention to the rookie team called 666, as well as their demon pet. Then the one-eyed man asked him why he agreed to look after them. Joseph said that these guys have a demon pet. Moreover, their points have increased sharply by 1,000 in a week. Then the one-eyed man realized that these guys had been watched all this time. Joseph said that wasn't all they could find. The one-eyed man did not understand what the man wanted to say by this. Then Joseph said that since he was helping these guys and holding back the demon, then maybe he was helping them score points. One-Eye understood where he was going with this. He didn't want them to look at Levi and Jasper. After all, they might find out that they were from the psychiatric ward. But he was curious why the man was being so curious. Joseph said the man had kept the secret very carefully, but his family found out anyway. Then he asked him if these 2 were really his nephews. The one-eyed man looked at his red-haired partner in bewilderment. Joseph continued to talk about how he had discovered that the one-eyed man was their guardian. One of the guys had black hair, and the other had blonde hair, and they looked very similar to the one-eyed man. At first glance, it was clear that they were related. At some point, the one-eyed man thought that his connections were stronger than director Sean's love for money. Joseph then introduced himself to the boys, saying that he was very glad to meet them, and that he was also a colleague of their father. Then he extended his hand to the boys so that they could shake it. After this, the boys also extended their hands to him. They did it at the same time, and Joseph did not understand whose hand he should shake first. Then he crossed his arms and shook hands with both boys at the same time. At that moment, the one-eyed man came up behind him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that these 2 employees were rising stars, especially Jasper. He was studying acupuncture, and if Joseph had any pain, he should contact him immediately. The man said he was very lucky because his cervical spondylosis had just flared up, and he was looking for a specialist to treat it. And since the one-eyed man recommended his employee, he was glad to receive help from him. Soon, the 4 of them went into a separate room for Jasper to begin the procedure. Joseph was confused by the fact that his needle looked very much like a sewing needle. However, Jasper said that the old blood had already been washed away and was clean. The one-eyed man assured him that this was nothing, and he should not pay attention to it. When Jasper inserted the first needle, Joseph said that although he, as a gentleman, should not ask such questions, he was still interested in why it was necessary to pierce the forehead for cervical spondylosis. Jasper said that his half-step universe rotation technique was completely completed, and these places were simply the most visible, so the man didn't need to worry. After that, He inserted a few more needles into his head, and then Joseph said that he felt something. Meanwhile, Jasper was already using the 13th needle. Joseph felt that the sensation of this needle was a little different. He felt like he was flying along the Milky Way, and his insides were boiling. When the man fainted, the one-eyed man sighed contentedly, thinking that now that he was not the only national warrior this guy had knocked out, he felt calmer. Jasper didn't understand why he hadn't succeeded again, but his friend said that he would succeed. But first they needed to get the man to the hospital. One-eyed told the guys to go back to their place, and he himself would send him to the hospital. After all, he was a warrior of national level, and you couldn't kill him so easily. However, before leaving, he asked Jasper to take the needles out of him. Otherwise he would be uncomfortable. Jasper walked over and pulled all the needles out of Joseph's head in one motion. When the warriors were left alone, the one-eyed man realized that it was time to begin. He walked up to Joseph and quickly took off all of his clothes. He then took a scanning device out of his pocket and pointed it at the man. Near his chest he detected a strange signal source. Then the man remembered that last month Joseph said that he had received an injury near his heart, and that must have been when he had the surgery. After some time, the man woke up, but he did not remember what had happened. Then the one-eyed man said that Jasper's procedure caused drowsiness, so the man simply slept peacefully. He also warned him about possible complications, but said that he should not worry, since he was already calling an ambulance. Joseph began to turn his head from side to side and realized that his neck had indeed healed. He couldn't believe that he had suffered from this disease for so many years, and this guy cured him the first time. However, he suddenly felt some discomfort. He didn't understand why his trousers were so tight on him, since he never pulled them all the way up. He apologized to the one-eyed man for his tactlessness, and said that he should step aside to adjust his trousers. When Joseph disappeared behind the screen, he discovered that his pants were on backwards. He immediately returned to one, asking what he had done to him. The man said that there was nothing serious about it, but this was the first time, so he had better call an ambulance. However, he was furious and demanded that the one-eyed man tell him what he had done to him. However, he did not wait for an answer from him and decided to use his skill to punish him for mocking him. The one-eyed man saw that a beam of strong energy was flying from him. He asked if Joseph really wanted to fight. The man said that Joseph's body is currently weakened. He wanted to use his shield, but Joseph's power strike easily pierced it. One-Eye didn't even understand how it happened, and didn't notice that the force beam was right next to his face. The blow was so strong that the man flew into the wall and broke through it. At that moment, Tracy entered the office and asked the one-eyed man what he was doing. However, in front of her she saw her uncle, Joseph. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. The man then said that this man was a scumbag and he would not allow Tracy to stay near him. One-Eye realized that he had underestimated Joseph. Apparently he had become stronger since their last meeting. Then he asked him angrily if he hadn't even tried to restrain himself. However, Joseph was furious. He was surprised that the one-eyed man had the audacity to say such a thing after everything he had done to him. Then the one-eyed man asked him what he had done that Joseph was ready to kill him. The man wondered how he could have known that he had scanned him. Then he decided to confess, and said that he had indeed done all this without his consent. When Joseph heard this, he became furious and called the one-eyed man a damn pervert. The one-eyed man did not understand why he called him names, and said that next time he would definitely ask his permission. At that moment, he realized that it was time for him to leave here. As he passed Tracy, he whispered to her that her guess had been correct. Then the girl realized that the one-eyed man had managed to scan her uncle. After this, she said that in 2 days he would be leaving for the capital, to which the one-eyed man replied that during this time he would heal his wounds. Joseph still couldn't come to his senses. He told Tracy to stay away from this pervert. That is, him. Then the girl asked him what had happened. Joseph immediately hesitated and said that nothing really happened, and that he still had a lot of things to do, so he needed to go. Finally, he turned to his niece and said that some people have human faces, but rotten hearts, and the girl should remember this, otherwise she will greatly regret it. Why did he burst into tears, saying that he had suffered greatly for the sake of her asking for help? Then he asked her if she knew that the one-eyed man had smuggled his 2 illegitimate children into the special forces. Tracy didn't understand what Joseph meant. When she returned to her office, she carefully studied the investigation report of Squad 666. At that moment, one of the employees approached her with important news. He said that the defensive structures in the west and east are strengthened, but in the north and south they will not be able to do it in 2 days, because they have a shortage of people. Then Tracy said that in that case they should take newcomers, graduates of the 4 higher academies, who should have already completed their internship at the psychiatric hospital. They needed to take everyone who passed the test. However, the man told her that no one had passed the test. All of the students in that year's class had failed their internship at the psychiatric hospital because they had all been traumatized. For the most part, it was mental trauma. The story moves to the demon's lair, where the fox informed her king that the energy waves of the flag surgeons hiding in the aquarium to collect information about people have disappeared. The Titanic turtle and the evil-eyed parrots are also missing. She said that they had all successfully mastered energy concealment, and therefore humans would not be able to detect them unless they were assisted by one of the demons. Then the king gave the girl an order and handed her a map with some signs. Then he asked her something, and he looked very angry. The fox said that the adamantine gorilla had not returned, and the energy of the group of titanic mantises they had sent had also disappeared. Then she understood everything. She decided that the gorilla was the very traitor, and he had completely gone over to the side of people. She obeyed the orders of the master, who said that they needed to get rid of the gorilla before he revealed more information about the demons. The story moves to an abandoned factory. This was the place where the adamantine gorilla was hiding, but by order of the king, it was finally found. They were the 8th-rank demons, the Reaper Mantis, and the two-headed wolf. They came to kill the traitor. As it turned out, the gorilla had been expecting their arrival and was ready to fight them. He immediately jumped up from his seat and leaped into the air, intending to strike from above. He used his split skill again and jumped straight at his opponents. At that moment, the mantis used its ability called shadow scythes to deflect the blow. It was a pretty strong technique, so the gorilla didn't manage to land the devastating blow he had planned. As he landed on the ground, a wolf immediately rushed past him. In a moment, both his heads were right behind him. However, the gorilla managed to react and pushed the wolf away with one blow. At that moment, the wolf switched to the head, which had suffered the least, and grabbed the gorilla by the hand. The gorilla barely managed to fight him off, and then jumped away from his enemies again. He looked at them resolutely, intending to fight to the last. Meanwhile, Jasper, Levi, and the rooster were walking down the street. The demon felt the waves of the 8th-rank demon. Moreover, he was not alone. Then he ran towards the waves again, thinking that since there were 4 of them, they would definitely be able to kill these 2 monsters. However, when he ran to the place where the demons were supposed to be, he felt that the energy of one of them was dissipating. He then used his fast flight ability and flew straight to the abandoned factory. When all 3 approached the doors, a 2-headed wolf immediately flew out of them. When the rooster looked inside, he saw that the praying mantises were fighting with the gorilla. He tried to intervene in their fight, saying that they were brothers and should not try to harm each other. However, when he realized that the demons were not listening to him, he decided to use his titanic shell skill. He stood between the praying mantis and the gorilla, telling the brothers not to dare shed each other's blood. The gorilla decided to take advantage of the moment, and with one blow pushed the praying mantis away from itself. The rooster tried to persuade them to stop and resolve everything peacefully, but the gorilla jumped up to the mantis and aimed its fist straight at its eye, delivering a crushing blow. The praying mantis's head flew straight to the rooster's paws, and with his last breath he said that the gorilla was a traitor. The rooster cried out in horror, not believing what his brothers had done. The gorilla leaned on one of his shadow copies and thanked the rooster for his help. The rooster couldn't believe that his fellow 8th ranker thanked him. Then he ran to the gorilla and said that he needed help. When the gorilla saw Levi and Jasper, he said that it must be fate. He was glad to meet his friends again. After this, he stroked the rooster on the head, saying that he also believed that it was possible to peacefully exist alongside people. After that, he headed towards the exit, waving goodbye to his friends. The rooster was horrified. Now he realized that the gorilla was in fact a traitor. He turned to the mantis, trying to explain to him that he was not really like that gorilla. After some time, Levi and Jasper discovered the corpse of a 2-headed wolf and decided to roast it over a fire. Jasper said that since the chicken had led them to this delicacy, they should give her 2 heads as a reward. The rooster realized that the 2 did not want to eat the praying mantis, so he should bury it. However, he suddenly realized that he was drooling again. He couldn't understand when he lost his mind, and began to be overcome by the desire to eat his fellow humans. However, when the boys called him to them, he looked fascinatedly towards the fire, and he seemed to forget what he wanted to do. The rooster tried to resist his desire, but he couldn't, and he obediently ate both heads. Then he looked at what was left of the mantis. The rooster realized that the drooling was definitely due to genes. It was due to the desire to eat this tasty and nutritious meat. Then he turned to the body of the mantis, saying that his help would be very great, and he would be able to become stronger. After a while, the boys felt that they were full. They decided it was time for them to go back. At this moment, a combat squad of the 8th rank Special Forces unit called Soul entered the factory, and Joseph was among them. They came here because they sensed the energy waves of the 8th rank demons. But now Joseph couldn't believe his eyes that these guys had killed 3 demons single-handedly. The other members of the squad watched in amazement as their pet absorbed the flesh of other demons and thereby became stronger. While they were talking among themselves, one of the squad members, August, noticed a piece of paper lying on the floor. He picked it up and examined it carefully, at first not understanding what it was. There were several praying mantises drawn there. They were crossed out, and a fox and a crocodile were drawn on top. Soon it was evening, and the gorilla was walking through the city after a hard fight. Although he won, he was so badly wounded that he could barely stand on his feet. Moreover, the mantis's attacks were poisonous, so he felt terrible, and didn't even notice that he was walking straight into an open hatch. Shortly after, the gorilla fell straight into the sewer. At first he lost consciousness, as the depth of the hatch was quite large. The 2 male kidnappers, who were in the sewer at the time, realized that something had fallen. When they came to the sound, they found a gorilla lying there unconscious. One of them wondered how much the gorilla was worth now. His friend assumed he wanted to sell its meat, but the man said he wanted to send it to the zoo. His partner said it was illegal because capturing gorillas with the green fur mutation is prohibited. If they send him to the zoo, they will go to jail, and then they can use their money. However, the man continued to think that he could make good money from this gorilla. However, he quickly pulled himself together, saying that he wanted to open a sewer cleaning company, not a circus. Soon the boys returned to headquarters. The alarm again reported energy waves of a high-ranking demon, but soon everyone realized that it was a rooster. The rooster was unconscious, and the boys thought she was sick because she ate that praying mantis. At that moment, a combat squad of the 8th Rank Special Forces unit called the Rock came out into the corridor. Led by Tracy, she told the guards to immediately take these guys away. Levi and Jasper didn't understand what was happening. However, they were soon sent to a special cell for the detention of soldiers. The royal rooster was placed in a separate, special cage for demons. The strongest demon they had ever imprisoned was a rank 7 demon, so the researchers doubted that this cage could support a rank 8 demon. But since the rooster was currently sleeping, they decided to find out later. Then Tracy asked for mental and emotional stability tests to be carried out on these guys, and if they passed them, then they should be kept in custody no matter what. And then she asked to conduct another DNA test and compare it with the DNA of all the Special Forces soldiers. Soon, a 9th rank warrior was sent to the general staff to accompany One Eye to the capital. Tracy and Joseph arrived at the helipad. The girls said that they were late because they were dealing with 3 unstable and dangerous elements in the unit. She couldn't even imagine that One Eye would hire 2 mentally ill people behind her back and allow them to walk around the city with an 8th rank demon on a leash. Then the man said that while he was gone, he would leave the city to them. He promised Tracy that he would return very soon. Then he took her hand and said that the city was not with their guys, nor with the security system. So while he was gone, Tracy would be the city's only hope. Joseph was furious when he saw the one-eyed man reaching out to his niece. At that moment, One Eye cast a spell, saying that this was the head of his 3 heart dragons. He said that from now on, he would protect Tracy. After that, he let go of the girl's hand, and she looked after him, enchanted. One-Eye turned around and headed straight for the helicopter. The story shifts back to the demon's lair. The fox informed her king that the energy waves of the Reaper Mantis and the 2-headed wolf had disappeared. They must have been killed by the gorilla already. However, there was something else. The gorilla's own waves were barely perceptible. He must have been poisoned and was slowly dying. At that moment, the fox smelled something strange. It was a human scent. The king lay in the origami's hands, and the eyelashes felt that there was a human scent on this paper bird. At that moment, the king of power clenched his fist, breaking the bird. As it turned out, they found out that my national level had left the city, but the fox did not understand why this happened. However, it dawned on her that the ruler had an informant among the people. She bowed politely to him and promised to carry out all the orders that the demon communicated to her in the demonic language. As it turned out, he ordered her to notify everyone about the beginning of the assault. The story moves to a city market where 2 young people were walking their dogs. However, the animals suddenly sensed something and revealed their true nature. As it turned out, they were demons hiding under the guise of pets. When people looked up, they saw that there was something in the sky. Realizing that they were huge demons, they immediately abandoned all their things and ran in different directions. These were 3rd-rank demons, the demon with desire and the 4th-rank demon, the dog of hatred. Headquarters reported that 3rd and 4th-rank demons had been detected on one of the streets. Soon, the system reported that demons of various ranks had been detected throughout the city, and everyone needed reinforcements. Tracy and everyone else watched in horror as demons began to attack people all over the city. The girl immediately ordered that combat units be sent to the sites of appearances and that they be mindful of the re-evaluation of demonic ranks, and that they should under no circumstances engage in combat with those of equal rank. All the employees immediately began to carry out the girl's order. Then Tracy realized that the general staff was right. There was a traitor among them. Meanwhile, the demons continued to attack civilians. One of the girls tried to escape, holding her dog named Chumazik in her arms. At that moment, the dog thought he had been a pet all this time, and his owner Elsa was now trying to save him. The owner was always kind and good to him. He lived a happy life. She gave him warmth that he had never felt before. But he had one little secret that he never dared to tell her. He was just a stray dog, and no one wanted to take him in because he was born ugly. And even though he became soft and fluffy, this is how he spent his last 100 years. When the dog realized that his owner was in danger, he immediately decided to take on his demonic form and protect her. The demon swung his clawed paw at Elsa. However, at that moment, Smudge bit his paw. The demon was furious, not believing that his fellow man was protecting the man. Then Smudge said that all the other demons did nothing but laugh at him, but Elsa gave him warmth and care. In fact, Smudge was a 6th-rank demon, Tiangu. He immediately rushed at his relatives, protecting his mistress from them. Elsa watched in horror at what her pet had become. When Smudge turned to her, she saw that his entire mouth was covered in blood, and there was a third eye on his forehead. When the girl saw this, she shook with horror. Smudge noticed this and let his guard down for a second, but decided that saving the girl would be more important and continued attacking his fellows. He dealt the demon a crushing blow and sent him flying far away from Elsa. Then he turned around to look at the girl again. He saw that tears were welling up in Elsa's eyes and her body was shaking with horror. Then he rushed towards her. Then Elsa thought that Smudge was going to attack her and, out of helplessness, fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and screamed. However, Smudge had no intention of attacking her. Instead, he was going to protect her from the 6th-rank demon, the 2-headed python, who was about to attack her. When Elsa opened her eyes, she saw that her pet was dealing with a huge snake. However, he was attacked by the 2nd head of the snake. Elsa watched everything that was happening with horror, because she felt very sorry for her pet, despite the fact that he had turned into a demon. She didn't notice that demonic snakes began to crawl towards her from behind. When she turned around, she saw that she was surrounded by 2nd-tier demons, dark pythons. One of them rushed straight towards her, intending to bite her with its poisonous mouth. However, a second before the attack, Smudge appeared in front of her again and cut the snake into pieces with his claws. He was still fighting with the python, but he saw that Elsa was in danger and rushed to her aid. Soon he struck again, cutting the remaining snakes into pieces. However, one of them remained alive. She quickly ran up to Smudge and sank her teeth into his paw, poisoning his blood. Smudge tried to fight with all his might. He grabbed the snake's body with his paw and crushed it. However, the python's attack was too strong. It began to strangle Smudge, causing him to fall to the ground. Then he realized that now was the time to use his innate ability called Berserk. Waves of energy immediately swirled around him, cutting the python's body into pieces. When he got to his feet, he looked at Elsa, and tears appeared in her eyes. Smudge didn't notice that someone's energy wave was flying straight at him from behind. The blow was so strong that the demon's body was thrown several times across the concrete. When Elsa looked up, she saw that a squad of 7th-rank warriors had come to her aid. When the boys realized that the demon was still alive, they were going to use a spell that would definitely kill him. However, at that moment, Elsa stood up and jumped towards her pet, shouting that they did not need to kill him. She said that even though he was a demon, he saved her, and that's why she begged him to leave him alone. The warriors looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting her to do such a thing. At that moment, a kitsune appeared in the sky. She said that now that they had discovered the traitors, he would not be able to escape. After that, she used the ice spear skill and aimed it straight at Smudge. Elsa raised her head and looked in horror at the ice spear flying towards them. She jumped on her pet, covering him with her body. She said that his mother would always be there for him. However, at the last moment she felt something throw her back. When she looked up, she saw that Smudge had stood up and covered her with his body. Elsa realized what had happened and screamed in horror and grief. The warriors couldn't believe that this 6th-rank demon actually protected her. However, they were more concerned about this anthropomorphic demon that was floating in the air. His very appearance indicated that she was incredibly strong. At that moment, something unexpected happened at headquarters. One of the workers reported that the appearance of a 9th-rank demon had been detected. He said that according to the re-evaluation of ranks, only 4 7th-rank warriors were sent there to suppress the 6th-rank demon. Suddenly he reported that their signal had just disappeared. Then the man said that the closest thing to the 9th-rank demon now was a squad of warriors from the Soul Squad. Tracy was shaking with excitement. She said that she would not allow them to go to certain death, so she ordered to tell them to retreat. However, the man said that they had already set out. He suggested that they did this because of the civilian population in that area. When Tracy heard this, she couldn't hold back her tears. She walked away, thinking that the national rank demon hadn't appeared there yet. She understood that this was just a diversionary tactic, and the checkpoint would be destroyed. And then the whole city would come to an end. She looked at the map, wondering where the Rock and Yanhai squads were now. As it turned out, the Yanhai squad was confronted by 2 rank 8 demons and 3 rank 4 demons on one of the streets. The Rock squad is currently fighting 2 rank 7 demons on Central Street. So only the Soul squad remained. Tracy began to cry again, refusing to accept that they would die too. At that moment, Isaac came to the prison where Jasper and Levi were imprisoned. He said that he was releasing them, since they were warriors with the innate bodies of a special forces unit. He said that at such a time they too should stand up to defend the city. Jasper didn't understand who this guy was, and why he appeared out of thin air. Then Levi said that he was the scoundrel who was spying on them. Isaac was horrified when he realized that he had actually felt it all this time. He then opened their door and asked them to come down to protect the citizens, as it was their sacred duty as warriors of the city. However, the system reported that he had entered the wrong password and did not have sufficient rights to re-enter it. Levi understood what he was being asked to do, so he walked up to the bars and easily pushed them apart with his hands. Isaac was horrified when he realized that all this time they could just up and walk out of prison at any time. Jasper asked if they should take the rooster with them, but the protagonist said that the chicken only does what it eats, and they need to kill demons. Isaac followed them outside, saying that they were observers during combat operations and belonged to the reconnaissance group, and now he needed to return to them. However, when he turned around, he saw that the boys were no longer there. He was very offended because he felt that they did not consider him their comrade at all. Meanwhile, the battle continued on one of the streets. Elsa mourned her dead pet, while the Special Forces soldiers suffered defeat in the battle with the Kitsune. The fox chuckled, saying that people at the 7th rank were very weak. At that moment, a healing pill flew towards one of the warriors. As it turned out, members of the Soul Group arrived at the scene. Among them was Morgan, a member of the 8th rank Higher Buddhist Academy. He stated that it was useless to treat these guys, since they were already dead. The girl next to him was his partner from the Soul Squad, Lexi, from the Higher Academy of Doctors. She was also an 8th rank fighter. The fox turned her attention to the newly arrived fighters and asked if they too had come here to die. Following his partners, Augustus from the Supreme Taoist Academy appeared on the battlefield. Chung from Maoshan High Academy also arrived with him, using the skill to seal the demon. He then called upon the Polar Wind's containment formation. The fox managed to jump away from the spell at the last moment, screaming that people are weak but very insidious. She then put up an ice shield in front of her, blocking out the people's spells. After this, she decided to go on the attack and rushed at the people, covering herself with a shield. However, she soon realized that the wind currents were beginning to cover her from all sides. Now that they were relatively safe, Lexi said that they had come here to save people. She rushed to Elsa, who was still mourning her pet, and asked her to get up. Lexi took the girl by the hand and dragged her away from the scene, despite the fact that she wanted to stay with her pet. Elsa began to cry, but she understood that if she stayed here, she would die. Meanwhile, the fox was trying to get out of the wind flow. She used a spell that caused a powerful shockwave that knocked back all the squad members. When Lexi turned around, she realized their formation had collapsed. Then she turned to Elsa again and told her to run away. When the fox realized that the measly 8th rank warriors were able to hold her back in formation, she realized that she had underestimated them a little. She then decided to immediately use the Ice Needle skill to condemn the warriors who dared to attack her. At that moment, Morgan put up a golden dome, covering his partners with it. Chung also used his spells to block the ice spears. Legcha came running to his aid, summoning an earthly pill of 9-fold restoration and directing it at the boy. However, the fox said that she would not give them time to recover, and used a skill called Frost on Bones. Suddenly, all members of the squad felt a strange, unpleasant feeling. It was a cold that penetrated to the very bones. August and Morgan, who were under the dome, ran to their partners, who were shaking from the incredible cold. Lexi turned around to them and told them to get out of here and save people. When the boys turned to look at the demoness, they realized what skill she had used. They also saw that her snowflakes were passing through their barrier. The fox descended a little lower, asking how they felt about the polar blizzard. She said it was just natural selection, where the less fit die out. At that moment, an alarm was heard throughout the city. People were asking to go to the nearest safe zones and take shelter there from the demons. Levi and Jasper walked down the street, looking at people who were scared to death. Suddenly they met Elsa. They asked if she needed any help. When the girl realized that warriors were standing in front of her, a ray of hope flashed in her eyes. She immediately turned in the other direction and told the boys to follow her. They soon arrived at the battle site. The fox practically sank to the ground with pleasure, watching her opponents writhe in pain and cold. When Lexi saw Elsa come back, she cursed at her, not understanding why she came back to die. When the guys from the squad saw that Levi and Jasper came without their rooster, they decided that these guys would definitely die, since they were now without an 8th-ranked demon. They shouted at them to run away from here quickly if they wanted to survive. Kitsune chuckled, saying that since they had already come here, they should not dare run away. She then used her ice needle skill again and aimed them towards the boys. The squad members continued to shout at them to run away, but the boys stood their ground. When the icicles came too close to them, Levi immediately jumped and intercepted each of them in 1 second. The fox watched in horror as this guy caught all her icicles with such ease, yet she didn't sense any warrior aura in him. At that moment, Jasper said that this fox had a pretty cute tail, but Levi said that even though she had a tail, she was apparently a human, so they couldn't touch her. At that moment the fox screamed, saying that humans were pathetic and vile, and ordered them to stop calling her a human as she was a 9th-ranked demon, a polar kitsune. The main character said that since she is not human, he will take her tail. Jasper asked if it would hurt, but Levi said it was just her tail, so she wouldn't feel anything. The next moment he was right behind her. The fox didn't even have time to realize it. When she returned, there was only a bloody wound where her tail had been. Levi returned to his friend and gave him the tail. Jasper was delighted, saying that it was very big and fluffy. However, he still doubted that it was the right decision to take her tail away like that. Then Levi said that as soon as Jasper had played with it enough, they would return it to her, and with the help of acupuncture, they would help get it back. The fox was furious and immediately rushed at her offenders, intending to kill them. In an instant, she appeared right in front of Levi's face and used the ice blade skill. The squad members watched in horror as everything happened, thinking that this was the end for this newcomer. However, when the blizzard died down, they saw that Levi had grabbed the fox by the hand. The fox realized that she couldn't escape the fight and couldn't reach this guy with her claws. She didn't understand what rank they were. When she noticed that this man was drooling on her, she felt disgusted. She called him a lustful animal and rushed at him with her free hand. However, Levi grabbed her other hand and turned to his friend, asking if he thought the fox was cute. Jasper said she was quite cute, especially her ears. The demoness did not understand why her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't accept that she was afraid of this man. Levi then launched a punch, breaking her ice shield and sending the fox flying. The demoness managed to land on her feet at the last moment. She was furious and was about to attack her offenders once again. Now only the 3 of them remained on the battlefield. The protagonist said that they needed to return the fox to her true form. The demoness was furious and continued screaming that she would kill this man. She then raised her head up, calling to the alligator and saying that she needed his help. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that there was food nearby that could reduce hunger for 14 weeks. She reported that the target was 1,000 meters away. However, a second later she reported that there were 0 meters left to the target, and when the protagonist looked up, he saw a column of water flying towards him. He put his hand forward, intending to block the attack. However, this time it didn't help him, and his limbs were enveloped in water tentacles. Then they lifted him up and started shaking him from side to side. Soon, a 9th-rank demon, Alligator, came out from behind the wall. He grinned, saying that the fox said that among the warriors below the national rank, she had no opponents, and now she needed his help. The demoness screamed, saying that if they did not kill this man, then the master's entire plan would go down the drain. At that moment, the alligator approached her and hugged her around the waist, saying that he alone would not be enough to ruin their plans. So he suggested to the demoness that they quickly unite, because she herself said that she agreed to do this. He said that his water type and her ice type meant they were made for each other, and invited her to enjoy the sweet feeling of being strengthened. The fox asked why he was so insistent on subduing her, but the alligator said that water turns to ice, but not the other way around, and he just wanted to enjoy the power-up, as he had been waiting for it for a long time. Without waiting for an answer from the fox, he bit into her. The squad members watched everything that was happening in horror, and Augustus seemed to begin to understand something. He remembered the drawing he found in the abandoned factory. He screamed, saying that they can't let them unite. However, the process had already begun, and the fox began to merge with the alligator. Soon, a rank 10 demon, the Lord of the Furious Storm, appeared before them. He bared his teeth and asked if these insignificant people wanted to freeze to death. A moment later, a column of water appeared in front of the boys, and Levi barely managed to jump back, holding his best friend in his arms. However, the demon was even faster, and in an instant he was right in front of the guys. He rushed at them, intending to attack them with his tails. Jasper didn't understand what was happening, while the protagonist dodged the demon's attacks. The system activated a top-tier defensive skill for him, called Impenetrable Golden Body. After this, the demon teleported behind the protagonist and dealt him a crushing blow. The system warned Levi that although the demon did not have energy cultivation, it still possessed truly destructive power, but it was not capable of destroying water. The system said that the water environment was the host's worst enemy, but Levi couldn't resist the fact that he and Jasper were falling into the water. The system asked the protagonist to avoid falling into water and dodge water attacks by any means necessary. When the protagonist touched the water, his friend Jasper got out of his arms and looked at Levi in surprise. He watched in horror as his best friend was pulled into the abyss by watery hands. The demon laughed, saying that now it was the end for them. He used a skill called Watery Grave and trapped the two guys in the depths of water and a row. The protagonist quickly rose to his feet and hurried to throw off the water paws that were preventing him from moving. Then he heard his friend's voice and looked at him with concern. Jasper said he couldn't move, so the protagonist said he would help him. Jasper was shaking, clutching the tail he had taken from the fox. The next moment he saw that he and Levi were locked in an ice capsule. The protagonist was furious. The system warned him that he must break the ice coffin before the oxygen ran out. Meanwhile, the story moves to the demon containment chamber, where the rooster was kept. However, he no longer looked like a bird at all. He looked like a man with bird attributes and feathers. At first, he didn't even notice that he was in a cage. However, when the rooster realized this, he immediately became angry at Levi and Jasper for locking him in a demonic cage like a normal chicken. After that, he jerked his hands, and the cage flew away from him with ease. He could not believe that he was able to throw off his shackles with such ease, because the cage was quite heavy. He discovered that he no longer looked like a bird, his wings were gone and he looked like a man. The rooster cried out in terror, saying that he had become a hairless monkey. However, he realized that along with this, he also became stronger. Now he didn't really care that he had become a freak, because he had incredible strength. He realized that this was the price that every demon at the 9th rank had to pay. He said that for the sake of the death of those monsters, he would even endure this terrible form, because the power of a 9th rank demon would definitely help him achieve justice. He was determined to take revenge on the two monsters who had been tormenting him all this time. After this, the rooster used his ability of fast flight and headed straight towards them to take immediate revenge. He flew over the city, looking for his enemies, but all he saw were people running in panic. Jasper and Levi were not among them. However, he noticed that something strange was happening in one part of the city. Energy waves of a very strong demon were coming from there. He was sure that these two were definitely fighting him. After that, he rushed in that direction, intending to save his fellow man. Meanwhile, chaos was raging at headquarters, as workers reported that energy waves from a 3rd rank 9th demon had been detected. Tracy was horrified. Not only had the energy waves of the 2 rank 9 demons disappeared, but now another rank 9 demon had appeared, and stronger energy waves of rank 10 demons had also appeared. Horrified that this might be the end for their town, she asked the workers if they could contact the shower crew. The guy said that they could contact 2 warriors from the team. Since the moment they arrived at the scene, the connection had not been lost. He said that these 2 warriors were the reason why the energy waves of those 9th rank demons disappeared, and now they were confronting a 10th rank demon. Tracy asked for information about the 2 warriors to be displayed on the screen. The girl was surprised when she realized that these were the same newcomers from Squad 666, and their pet demon of the 8th rank was also with them. The girl completely forgot that they had arrested and locked them in prison. However, one of the workers suddenly reported that the cells were empty and all 3 had escaped. He then said that their rank 8 demon had also escaped, but the next moment he suddenly reported that this 3rd rank 9 demon also had a signal. He is listed under the number that belongs to the 8th rank demon of Team 666. Everyone present could not believe that he had broken through to the 9th rank, but they realized that he had apparently rushed to help his masters. Meanwhile, the rooster arrived at the scene of the battle. The squad's warriors were terrified when they felt the waves of another 9th rank demon. However, they soon realized that it was their friend the rooster. The rest of the squad members were also overjoyed when they realized that he had broken through to the 9th rank and had come here to save his masters. At this point, the demon turned to his fellow rooster, asking if he was another traitor, but the rooster said that he was not a traitor. He pointed his finger at the ice coffin and said that he had come to kill those 2 monsters. The Stormlord chuckled, asking how he intended to do that. At that moment, the rooster jumped from his place and rushed straight into the ice coffin, saying that he was going to do it himself. However, he suddenly saw an ice arrow flying straight at him. His reaction was enough to dodge her without receiving any injuries. He yelled at the Storm Lord saying that they were kin, and he almost killed him. The demon called him a vile traitor. Surprised that he continued to pretend, he thought that the rooster was going to free the two from the ice coffin. Then the rooster crowed, saying that he really was not a traitor. At that moment, the demon rushed at him, asking how much people trusted demons. At that moment, the rooster was thinking about something, and almost missed the attack of his fellow rooster. The Storm Lord continued, saying that the four, as soon as they saw him, were immediately glad that he had come here to save his masters, and yet he continued to claim that he was not a traitor. The squad members realized that they had messed everything up because the rooster wanted to gain the demon's trust, and he failed due to their violent reaction. Then the rooster crowed, saying that he was not really a traitor, but that he wanted to become a demon who would devour humanity. The Storm Lord chuckled when he heard his words. He said he could feel traces of the warrior's aura on him, and it was simply disgusting. Then he rushed at the rooster again, saying that he also wore a collar around his neck. Then the Storm Lord said that the rooster could die, and in that case he would believe that he really was not a traitor. After this he jumped away from him and chained him in a watery grave. The rooster realized that the demon was really going to kill him, and so he decided to use his ability of fast flight. However, he realized that he could not break free from the water's grip because it was too strong. The demon screamed using the ability of the hexagonal ice coffin. The rooster responded by using a water wall. The Storm Lord laughed, asking if he really wanted to stop him with water. He said it all looked pretty funny. After this, the rooster used another ability, a shower of needles. The Storm Lord continued to laugh as he saw the rooster using water-type attacks against him. He said that he is the strongest water-type demon and they are useless against him. The rooster then used a skill called an electric arc. At that moment, the Storm Lord's entire body was pierced by lightning. After this, he fell to the ground, realizing that the rooster had used a wall of water and a shower of needles to then shock him, and it had worked. However, he immediately raised his head and laughed, saying that this was still not enough to defeat him. In an instant, he appeared right in front of the rooster and intended to kill him, but the rooster used the ability of the Titanic shell to protect its body. After this, the Storm Lord used the skill he had gained from fusing with the fox. The rooster did not expect such a blow and did not have time to dodge. The demon's strength was so great that the blow sent him flying to the ground. He said that the rooster was strong for a 9th rank, but he was just a demon bird, although surprisingly he had more than 3 abilities. But he lacked actual combat experience. He said that his death was only a matter of time. However, at this moment the rooster decided to use another of his skills called intimidating pressure. The Storm Lord felt a strange feeling that made him retreat. At that moment, the rooster used his deep-sea breathing skill, and a huge water whale appeared above them. The Storm Lord didn't understand how a bird demon could possess the innate ability of a deep-sea demon. The water whale hit the demon, and he felt a strong pain in his head. Then the rooster crowed, saying that he really only wanted to kill those 2 people, and the demon lord came at him to fight, and he had no choice but to defend himself. However, the demon did not want to listen to this, and immediately rushed at his fellow, intending to kill him. The squad members watched their fight in horror, realizing that the rooster was unable to avoid this attack. However, at the last moment, the rooster managed to use the evil eye ability to stupefy the Storm Lord. The demon found himself in an incomprehensible dimension. The shadows of monsters began to circle around him. He understood that it looked like an illusion. The next moment he came to his senses again, and saw with horror that the rooster had cut off his hand with one attack. The demon immediately fell to his knees, saying that the rooster was very strong. He had a great variety of abilities and was unrivaled among the 9th-rank demons. The next moment he rushed towards the rooster, saying that despite all this, he was still a 10th-rank demon. He pierced the rooster's leg with a thorn that was sticking out of his hand. With his remaining hand he rushed straight at the rooster, intending to grab it by the head. With one deft movement he cut off the demon's head. The squad members watched in horror as their fellow rooster died. The Storm Lord rose to his feet, saying that he was indeed very strong with all his innate abilities. He even felt sorry that the rooster met him on his way. He turned to leave the battlefield, but suddenly he heard a sound behind him. As it turned out, the rooster stood up and used the skill he got from the praying mantis to restore his head. The Storm Lord turned around and looked in surprise as his rival was reborn. The rooster understood that if it weren't for the ability of the second head, which he got from another demon, he would have really died. He was afraid that if they cut off this head too, he would definitely die. He understood that this 10th-rank demon was too strong and definitely wanted to kill him. Then he decided that either he would kill him, or the opposite would happen. So the rooster rose from his place and immediately rushed to attack. The rooster decided to use another of his abilities called 6 Shadow Scythes. He began to attack the Stormlord incessantly with his 6 paws. The demon laughed, saying that he was still just a pathetic chicken. Then he decided to counterattack and attacked him with his spikes right in the stomach. After this, he forcefully kicked the rooster, causing it to fly in the other direction. This attack was quite powerful, but the rooster was able to land on its feet, thinking to itself that it was still a 10th rank demon. The demons clashed again on the battlefield. The Stormlord was genuinely surprised that this little 9th rank rooster was still able to resist him, a 10th rank demon. The rooster understood that he could not cope with the Stormlord, and that his end would soon come. When he opened his eyes, he saw that snowflakes had started falling from the sky. In an instant they pierced his body with 1,000 thorns. The Stormlord coughed up blood, saying that this demon even forced him to resort to a killing move. However, he did not understand what was happening to him. He felt incredible pain, and his whole body was bleeding. When he looked at the floor, he saw that there was something green in his blood. As it turned out, it was one of the rooster's abilities called Poison Spit. The Stormlord was horrified, saying that for this he would cut this rooster into pieces. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to resist the water tentacles that enveloped his limbs. The system informed him that he had a preliminary estimate of 10 seconds left to successfully escape the ice coffin, but his friend Jasper only had enough oxygen for 5 seconds. The protagonist can continue to escape the ice coffin or move to a new location to become stronger and then return. But only in the latter case will he be able to save Jasper. The protagonist, without further ado, chose the option in which his friend would be saved. At that moment, the system informed him that the time flow of this world was frozen, and the protagonist was moving to a new location. The object of his task would be a man named Fabian. He is a descendant of a fire deity, and Levi must return him to the right path. Soon, Levi found himself in a new body. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 girls in front of him. There were bruises on their bodies, and their clothes were torn. They were crying and begging that they would behave obediently from now on. They were shaking with fear, saying that they would never try to escape from here again. Levi was surprised that once again he had become someone else. The girls, with trembling hands, handed him a whip for punishment, but the main character had no idea what was happening. New memories appeared in his head. Now his name is Fabian. According to his memories, this man did many things that the director told him never to do. At that moment, a man entered the office. It was Victor, the head of personal security and Fabian's bodyguard. He said that they needed to discuss something, since Daryl was already waiting for them at the negotiating table. It took Fabian a second to be right at the door. He turned to Victor, saying that the 2 women in his office were too naked and injured. Victor thought that these women were too old for the boss, and next time they needed to find someone younger. Then Fabian ordered his bodyguard to send these women home. After this, the bodyguard went with him to another room and handed him an expensive suit, saying that his boss should wear it to today's meeting. When everything was ready, Fabian and his bodyguards went outside. The men said that, according to their information, the 8th Authority had been invited to the meeting, but Fabian didn't care. Victor grinned, saying that, apparently, he didn't even care about the presence of the 8th Authority. This was what one would expect from their boss. Soon the men approached the expensive car and opened the door for their boss. Fabian climbed into the car and thanked Victor for holding the door for him. The man was shocked. He did not understand why the boss suddenly became so polite. It seemed to him that he had done something wrong. As the men rode towards each other, Victor said that Daryl had invited the authorities only to force them to give up the land, and he asked the boss if he was going to insult him. Another bodyguard said they couldn't give them the land because too many of their guys had died for it. But his partner said Daryl was too well connected, and they couldn't afford to insult such a man. The bodyguards were delighted, realizing that their boss was incredibly unperturbed, as if he didn't care about the presence of the 8th Authority. They thought that this is how a real leader should be. At that moment, Fabian was thinking about his own things. He was worried that, like last time, he found himself in another world without his friend Jasper, and therefore he was sad. But a voice in his head said that, in order to save Jasper, he needed to complete the task here, namely, return the current Fabian to the true path. He then turned to one of his bodyguards and asked him if he knew what the true path was. The man suggested that it meant becoming a good person. The men began to reflect on the fact that they could never guess what was going on in their boss's head. Soon they arrived at an expensive restaurant. Victor opened the doors to let his boss out of the car. Then he turned around and shouted, asking Daryl what it all meant. He asked why he had brought so many people with him to the negotiations. since they had agreed to take no more than a few people. He suggested that since Daryl had the support of the Eighth Authority, they could use such brazen methods. Then he turned to his boss, saying that he and the guys would quickly sort everything out. However, Fabian stopped them, saying that they shouldn't do that because everything was fine. The bodyguards didn't believe that with so many big guys around, Fabian would just go inside. However, when they saw that not a muscle moved on his face, they immediately respected him. Fabian's bodyguards reflected on the fact that they had always admired their boss, but today he had once again shocked everyone. They soon arrived at the restaurant, and Victor opened the door wide for his boss. There were several men sitting inside, and they chuckled when they saw that Fabian had finally arrived. Among them was that same Daryl. He waved his hand at Fabian and asked him to sit down. Everyone present expected Fabian to sit across from him, but he sat right next to Daryl. The man cursed under his breath, not understanding why Fabian had decided to sit next to him, since he had a weapon hidden under his desk. But it was now completely useless. The Eighth Authority also did not understand what was happening and looked at the guest with distrust. He knew how their negotiations had gone before, and that's why he felt out of place now. Daryl began to suspect that Fabian had figured out that there was a weapon hidden under his desk. Then the main character said that they should bring him something to eat, because he was very hungry. Soon the waiters presented him with a whole plate of food. Everyone present couldn't believe that Fabian had actually come here just to eat, since there were supposed to be gang fights going on here. Shortly after the meal, the protagonist thanked Daryl for such a rich table. But the man could not believe that he was really just sitting and eating during negotiations. The men looked at their guest in bewilderment, watching him calmly eat all the dishes on the table. Soon after, the plates were perfectly clean. Once Daryl was sure Fabian was full, he said they could now begin negotiations. However, at that moment Fabian got up from the table. Daryl thought that this was his way of showing that he wasn't even going to discuss anything, and wasn't going to give them the land. After this, Fabian headed for the exit, and this really infuriated the man, who also stood up from his seat and pointed a gun at him, ordering him to explain whether he was going to give up the land or not. In response to this, Victor and the rest of Fabian's bodyguards also pulled out their weapons and pointed them at the man. Daryl said that an Eighth Authority even arrived for negotiations today, and Fabian is planning to leave like this. However, the main character did not understand what they wanted from him. He turned back to the exit, the one-eyed man heading away, thanking Daryl for such a warm welcome. The man began to threaten him, saying that he would definitely shoot him now, to which Fabian said that it would be quite painful, but the shot would not harm him. Daryl said he definitely had the guts to do it. Then Fabian turned to him and smiled, telling him to shoot him. However, Daryl did not dare to pull the trigger, and he himself began to shake with fear. After this, he admitted defeat and walked towards the exit in disgrace. When he left the room, the Eighth Authority addressed Fabian and said that for a young man he was quite fierce and brave. However, the main character was not going to listen to him. He once again said goodbye to the men, thanked them for their warm welcome, and headed for the exit. The Eighth Authority was furious when he did not receive sufficient respect and honor. Soon his accomplices reported that both men had left without paying, and now the Eighth Authority was the only one left who had to pay for the entire banquet. Soon Fabian and his bodyguards got into the car. The men admired their boss and the way he conducted himself during the negotiations. However, Fabian thought that if Jasper had been with him at that moment, he would have definitely enjoyed being in that room and playing with those men. Then he asked Victor where they were going now. The man said that today the boss had to give a final ultimatum to an orphanage. Soon the men arrived at the flower orphanage. The bodyguards said that this time they had done a good job, and were now confident that soon everything here would become their domain. At that moment, a small child peeked out from behind the doors of the orphanage. Seeing the men in front of the entrance, he immediately screamed, calling for the director's help, saying that the bad guys had arrived. Soon an old woman came out onto the square in front of the orphanage. The little children were shaking with fear and hiding behind her, and the woman herself was crying from hopelessness. She said that this was just a dilapidated orphanage, and she herself would soon die. She just wanted to give these children shelter and begged them to leave them alone. Then Fabian asked her if she needed any help. He said that the situation here is terrible, much worse than at home. The director said that the situation greatly affects psychological development. The woman was horrified. She thought that Fabian wanted to deceive her and do something bad to the children. Then Fabian said that, in his opinion, the woman would need a lot of money to renovate everything here. The woman continued to cry, saying that she really had no money, but she did not intend to sell the orphanage, because without this place these children would have nowhere to go. Then Fabian turned to Victor, asking him to bring money here. He said that they would help them. When it was all over, the men got back into the car. The bodyguards asked Fabian why he gave money to the orphanage, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to become a good person. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening in Fabian's office. Two of his subordinates took a man captive, saying that he had broken the rules and must now be punished. When he dared to escape, he should have known that this day would definitely come. One of the men said that the boss had been dealing with people like him personally for the past 3 years, and that soon they would bring him to him. The man was horrified when he was told that all he could do was await his death. Then they untied him and dragged him down the corridor straight to the boss's office. They then threw him on the floor and said that they had brought a traitor, and then asked the man what they should do with him. Fabian looked at the man in bewilderment, not understanding how to react. He noticed severe wounds on his body and asked the man if they had beaten him. He then walked up to the man and told him to get up, thinking to himself that if Jasper were here, he would definitely help improve his health with his needles. The man began to justify himself, saying that he did not want to do this. He said that on that day, just as he was about to start, his mother suddenly fainted right next to him, and he had no choice. He had only to take her to the hospital. Then Fabian asked him what happened to his mother. The man said that doctors found she had leukemia. The man burst into tears, begging his boss not to touch his mother, saying that she was seriously ill and did not have much time left. He begged the man to give him a little time to be with her, and after that he was ready to accept any death. One of his subordinates watched everything that was happening with indifference, realizing that Fabian would not agree to this. He himself had been undercover here for 3 years already, and had begun to understand a little about the affairs of the criminal world. He had already realized that Fabian did not care about people, even if they were his allies. He was extremely cruel to everyone. Soon after, Fabian sent all his bodyguards to the hospital for a bone marrow test to find a donor for the man's mother. They were surprised because they all thought that the boss was supposed to kill the man, but instead, he promised to pay for his mother's treatment. Then Victor said that they were just stupid because they didn't understand that their boss was going to punish his mother instead of him, and that this would be a warning to them all. He was afraid that this time he would not even spare that man's mother. The other bodyguards agreed, finding an incredibly logical meaning in Victor's words. Meanwhile, one of Fabian's subordinates, who was dealing with the man, sat in the toilet despite the fact that other customers asked him to leave the stall, ignoring them. It turned out that the man was Santiago. He was a police officer who had been working undercover for Fabian for 3 years. It turned out that he had received a message saying that his delivery was on site, but he said that he had not received anything, and asked her to call him back. He didn't believe that Fabian was actually going to help that man. He had seen too many of his men kill others without the slightest hesitation, and he didn't believe that now Fabian would suddenly decide to show mercy. Fabian was very cautious. Apparently he knew something. The one-eyed man thought that if the raid was successful, then perhaps Santiago would be able to return home. The man began to suspect that Fabian was not actually going to help him, but instead wanted to harm his mother. And no matter how he tried to dissuade him, the man would not listen to him at all. Soon they all arrived at the hospital. As it turned out, one of the nurses was also an undercover agent. She whispered to Santiago that the target was there. One of the doctors was also working undercover. They all had headphones so they could talk to each other. Fabian said that the man looked very bad, so he needed to change his clothes to meet his mother. That's why they prepared a beautiful white suit for him. When he arrived at his mother's room, the nurse said that relatives could only communicate with the patient by telephone. The man picked up the phone and said that he had finally arrived, at which point the nurse announced over the earpiece that she was ready and was waiting for a signal. The woman cried with joy when she saw her son, and the man also cried, saying that he should have listened to her earlier. He regretted that his life had turned out this way, but now he had no choice. He said that the company was sending him on a long business trip, but they would see each other sooner or later anyway. Then Fabian turned to him, saying that since he was from his company, he would not send him anywhere. Moreover, forcing him to go somewhere far away would be wrong, considering the condition of his mother. Now he should spend more time with her. He said that from that day on the man would stay here and look after his mother, and during that time he himself should get some treatment. The man immediately rushed into his boss's arms in tears, not believing that he had truly forgiven him. Fabian patted the man on the back. The bodyguards standing behind him couldn't believe their eyes. The undercover agents reported that they had lost their target, and since the situation had changed, they now had to retreat. Reporters soon arrived at the hospital and said that there was a long line of volunteers waiting outside the hospital today for bone marrow testing and donation. They were all reportedly employees of the largest real estate company in the city. Victor also gave an interview. He said that this whole initiative for testing and donation was taken into the hands of their boss, or rather their chairman of the board of directors. All of this was organized in order to help the mother of one of their employees, who is sick with leukemia. Daryl, who was listening to this news, was shocked. He also learned that Fabian donated funds for the reconstruction of the orphanage yesterday. He could not believe that he was actually hearing all this. Soon, the reporter reported that she had arrived at the shelter that the company was helping. She had personally come here to make sure that the shelter had actually received funds. She was sure that it was all a scam, and she wanted to rip off the hypocritical mask from this criminal organization. She then approached the woman who ran the orphanage and asked if the company had actually donated funds to her orphanage, and the woman confirmed that they had indeed donated money. Daryl found out that 50 million had been allocated for the orphanage, and when he heard that amount, he was furious. When Fabian was left alone, he decided to investigate the computer that belonged to the former owner of this body. As it turned out, he really did a lot of bad things together with his workers. There were a whole bunch of folders on his computer that contained videos of murder scenes. He thought that if Jasper were here, he would definitely be very scared. However, when he remembered his penchant for using needles, he immediately dismissed those thoughts. Then he began to think about how to bring back to the true path the one who had committed so many atrocities. And then he suddenly remembered that the director had said that if any problems arose, he should contact the police. So he decided to call the police station directly. He asked how to bring a person who had conspired with a group of people to do bad things back to the right path, considering that these things were of a criminal nature. The operator told him that in such a case, this person must be legally punished. This is the first thing a criminal must do to return to the true path. She said that accepting legal punishment was the first step towards good faith. And if he had committed any crime, she strongly recommended that he confess as soon as possible, as this could mitigate the sentence. After this, he called Victor to him, saying that he wanted to become a good person. He said that was why he had just called the police. When Victor heard this, he was shocked. Fabian reported that the operator told him that if he had committed a crime, it would be best for him to turn himself in and confess, and that his bodyguards should do the same, since they were all guilty here. He then asked the man what he thought about it. Victor wanted to say that, in his opinion, it was not worth taking such a radical path, and then suddenly realized that in fact the boss was testing his loyalty in this way. That's why he said that the boss is thinking in the right direction, and he will always support him and follow him anywhere. When Fabian asked him to prepare the dinner table for tomorrow for all members of the company, and slip a sleeping pill into each dish, Victor decided that in this way he would prove his loyalty with action, and promised Fabian that he would never let him down. The company's employees were very happy when they learned that the boss was inviting them all to lunch tomorrow. However, Santiago was confused. He didn't understand why he was gathering so many people just to eat, and he suspected that something was wrong. Soon, he went to the garden to talk to one of the agents. He informed that this time everyone would be present. The stranger said that last time Santiago said the same thing, but in the end he used his most serious powers and got nothing. He said that if this continues, it will be very difficult for him to explain all this to his superiors. Santiago said he had been undercover here for 3 years. He left everything behind. His friend, his girlfriend, and his dog. He had nothing left. No cat, no home. He didn't even have anyone to pour out his soul to. Then the man apologized, saying that all this was in the name of justice. With this information they would soon end all this. Santiago would return to the organization, and they would return his dog to him, give him a cat, and find him a new girlfriend. However, the guy said that he wasn't interested in that, because he had been stuck there for 3 years, so that Fabian and his guys would be held accountable under the law. He trusted his intuition, and was sure that this time they would definitely be able to catch him. And one day, he would see how these scum of society would receive the punishment they deserved. The day of the banquet soon arrived. All the company's employees arrived at the restaurant and decided to make this evening unforgettable. One of the men became rowdy, not understanding why all the waiters in this restaurant were guys, and started demanding girls. The restaurant manager said that today was the girls' self-care day, so they didn't show up for work. But they could offer guys as waiters. But the man continued to insist, saying that they definitely needed female waitresses. The manager tried to maintain a calm demeanor, saying that it was beyond his power. But he was thinking to himself that the girls hadn't actually come simply because they didn't want to serve these scum. Then the man walked up to him and grabbed him by the shirt, saying that this sounded like an incredibly stupid excuse. Then he swung, intending to hit the man. However, at that moment Fabian appeared behind him and grabbed his arm, preventing him from striking. He asked the man if he had eaten his food, and he, frozen with fear, answered in the affirmative. Then Fabian asked if he didn't feel anything. The man then replied that he was beginning to feel something and that his head was spinning, after which he fell to the floor unconscious. Soon all the other men at the tables felt a strange sensation. Victor said that to avoid suspicion, he would also take a sleeping pill, because he was going to always support his boss. Then Fabian said that they could now surrender to the police. Victor was horrified, but he thought that the boss still didn't trust him and wanted to continue testing his loyalty. At that moment, a policeman came up to him from behind and put a gun to the back of his head. The police said they had received a report that a criminal act would be committed there today, and they had also received a call with a confession from a member of their organization. Fabian immediately waved his hand at them, saying that it was he who called them. He said that he had gathered all the members of the company here so that they too would surrender, and then he would hand over the evidence of their crimes to the police. He pointed to a huge box of computers, saying that all the incriminating evidence on their company was there. The police realized that there was indeed evidence there, but they did not understand why Fabian did this. When they got into the police car, Victor asked his boss if he was still checking him out. One of the young police officers approached Santiago, who was lying unconscious, and said that apparently their boss's conscience had awakened. He decided to put everyone to sleep. He did not believe that he simply had problems with his head. At that moment, a senior employee approached him and asked him to take statements from the restaurant employees, saying that he would deal with this guy himself. He then leaned over to Santiago and told him that the gang had been caught and praised him for his excellent work. Meanwhile, Daryl and the Eighth Authority threw a celebratory feast in honor of Fabian setting up his entire company. They decided that without him, the entire criminal underworld of this city would be in their hands. They began planning how they would divide Fabian's territory. However, at that moment, police officers burst into their house. They pointed their guns at them and forced the men to raise their hands. As it turned out, Fabian's computer contained incriminating evidence against Daryl and the Eighth Authority. The police officer said that the computer also contained incriminating evidence against other criminals. Daryl couldn't believe they had been treated so meanly. As he sat in front of the police, he cursed Fabian to the 18th generation. Soon, Fabian and all his henchmen were brought to court. The judge announced that due to the aggravating circumstances of the crimes and based on the evidence they had, the leader of the criminal organization, Daryl, was sentenced to death. Fabian was also accused of crimes with aggravating circumstances. But given his active assistance in solving and investigating the crimes, as well as his sincere confession, he was sentenced to death with a reprieve. Meanwhile, Santiago finally finished his job. His partner praised him, saying that he could now destroy the criminal forces that had been poisoning their city for so many years. Santiago asked when he could return to his normal life, since the mission was already completed. Then the man said that they had been inspected to monitor the sentencing and its subsequent execution in Fabian's case. They find his confession too suspicious and assume that he might do something else. In other words, they need someone to follow him in prison and find out what he is planning and who is covering for him. The man understood that this is quite cruel to Santiago, but the organization will not return everything to him so quickly. The guy said that ordinary people can't handle life undercover. It requires acting skills, a strong psyche, and a cool head, because the slightest carelessness can lead to death. However, for the sake of the future of their city and the safety of the citizens, he agreed to continue to monitor Fabian. The man then said that he would be the only one Santiago could see during his time in prison. He said that for the sake of justice and the safety of the city, he was ready to sacrifice himself. After some time, Fabian and his henchmen were taken to prison, where the leader of the group announced on television that he had indeed drugged everyone and handed them over to the police, saying that he only wanted to make good people out of these men. He was sure that they would be grateful to him, since the director told him that there is goodness in every person. But in reality, everything turned out to be completely different. Then Fabian gathered all his minions in one place and said that he understood their feelings. But they should not thank him, since he was also very glad that they had become good people. Santiago thought that the warden must have a score to settle with this guy since he locked him up with these guys. But if Fabian died in prison, then he wouldn't need to be undercover anymore. The prisoners agreed to do something when the time for labor began. They armed themselves with spoons and headed out of the prison. The prison gates were guarded by two men who kept a close eye on the prisoners as they worked in the garden. Santiago wondered if he should call the jailers, as he suspected that these guys were going to kill Fabian. At that moment, the main character stood up and called Victor to help him with the plants. A moment later, one of the prisoners jumped up and decided to attack Fabian from behind, swinging a spoon at him. Victor immediately shouted, telling his boss to dodge immediately. His loyalty was unwavering, and the fact that he was sent to prison for life did not waver him in the least. So he immediately rushed to the aid of his boss. However, another man got ahead of him. It was the same worker whose mother had cancer and Fabian had saved her. He stood up for his boss and said that no one dared touch him while he was there. Victor joined him and said that it didn't matter what situation they found themselves in, or what test they had to endure, because they were going to remain absolutely loyal to the boss forever. The remaining prisoners glared at their opponents, angry that the attack had failed. Then they began to attack the men from all sides, at which point the jailers noticed the scuffle and immediately ran up to separate the prisoners. The prisoners ran towards Fabian, intending to kill him. Victor was about to defend his master, but he managed to stand up for himself, and with one deft movement of his hand, threw the attackers straight into a puddle. He said that if they started fighting, his partner might get hurt, so he suggested that the men separate on good terms. Although in reality he didn't care and he didn't mind playing with them. When the prisoners saw the man's incredible strength, they immediately fell to their knees and apologized for their behavior, saying they would never do it again. 3 years have passed since then. Fabian saved up some money and asked to send it to an orphanage. He said that this is the allowance that he saved during 3 years of correctional labor. He wants to get on the right path, and therefore wants to donate it to an orphanage. The other prisoners also held out the money they had been saving for all these years with trembling hands, so that it would go to a good cause. But from their looks, it was clear that this was not a completely voluntary decision. Fabian then turned to Santiago, who was the only one who had not yet given away his savings, as he wanted to keep them to buy food for the cat and dog. Fabian's friends immediately ran up to him and asked how he dared to ignore the boss's orders. Then Santiago said that he wanted to become a good man and handed over an envelope with money. Fabian thought that everyone present had changed for the better, and in theory this should have put him back on the right path. He really hoped that in this way he would be able to return and save his friend Jasper. However, 3 more years had passed since then, and he still could not return to his rightful body. After some time, Santiago finally found himself a girlfriend, and together they got a dog and a cat. He met with his partner, who thanked him for working so faithfully for the good of the fatherland for so many years. He reported that the department had investigated almost everything. Fabian had not made any attempts to contact the outside world for several years, which meant that he had either been left to rot in prison, or no one was going to help him. Santiago, after so many years spent with Fabian, began to think that he really was just a mentally ill person. His partner laughed, saying that after spending so many years in prison, he began to slander people for no reason. 60 years had passed since then, and finally the day came when Fabian was to be released from prison. Journalists gathered near the entrance to the prison, wanting to capture this legendary moment. A 90-year-old man, a former head of the criminal underworld, leaving prison. A girl immediately ran up to Fabian and said that she wanted to thank him on behalf of the orphanage for helping them all this time. Then the protagonist turned to the system and said that the girl had just called him a good person, and he considered this a sufficient reason to return to his home world. The system reported that although Fabian's character had not changed, and he could return to the path of evil, his life was already coming to an end, so Levi could return back. The system reported that the hero would return to his world in 3 seconds. For completing the mission, the protagonist also received a new ability that allowed him to control the flames of the fire deity. The system asked him if he should use this ability to destroy the ice coffin. Without hesitation, the main character decided to use his new skill. A moment later, a flash of bright flame pierced the ice coffin. The Stormlord watched in amazement as Levi, who had been imprisoned there, broke free from his icy prison, his body engulfed in flames. The demon didn't understand what was happening, as he had never seen such power before. However, before he had time to come to his senses, he realized that the column of flame was flying straight at him. Yet the demon had too little strength to resist, and he simply burned alive. The rooster watched in horror as the 10th-rank demon was incinerated in just an instant. Then he turned around and saw the protagonist emerge from the fire carrying his friend in his arms. At first, Jasper didn't understand who was in front of him, and then the rooster said that he was their pet and asked not to kill him. The boys didn't understand why the chicken didn't have breasts, even though the director said that girls should have them. Jasper then asked the demon if he could still lay eggs for them. The rooster remembered with horror the day when Levi told him that if he couldn't lay eggs, they would make soup out of him, so he had no choice but to answer in the affirmative. Meanwhile, Dad, after many years, finally returned to his body. He looked around and asked where he was and where the girls they had caught were. He immediately called his bodyguard Victor to him and asked who these 2 old men were who dared to approach him. However, he suddenly noticed that his voice had become too hoarse. Victor approached him and said that he would not leave him his entire life for the boss, if it were possible. However, Fabian did not understand what kind of old man was standing in front of him. Then he looked at his hands, and then he touched his face, Then he asked in horror what year it was. The girl standing in front of him said that it was now 2080. Then Fabian realized that a whole 66 years had passed. The girl said that although she knew that Grandpa Fabian had done a lot of bad things before, he had now become a good person. The man did not understand why 66 years had passed in an instant, and he woke up as a good person. These thoughts haunted him, and he even began to lose consciousness. Since he was already at an advanced age, this event proved fatal to him, and he fell dead to the ground. Some time later, his funeral took place, to which they brought his portrait from when he was still young. Victor walked ahead of everyone, saying that although Fabian did not leave any descendants, he would always remain their boss. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's world, the rooster had already returned to its chicken form, and obediently jumped into Levi's arms. Jasper, meanwhile, turned to the squad members, and said that he was going to heal them with his new technique. Then he saw that Elsa was still crying over her dead pet Smudge, and he asked if he needed help. Levi said that Jasper is a master of acupuncture, so the girl can trust him. After some time, Smudge's entire face was pricked by Jasper's needles. However, to the surprise of everyone present, the demon opened his eyes. Elsa burst into tears of joy when she saw her pet come back to life. But at that moment the system informed the protagonist that there was high-energy food right in front of him. The protagonist turned to his friend, asking what he thought about it. But Jasper stopped him, saying that Smudge is not beautiful and cute enough to eat. Then they returned to the squad members again. And even though Jasper had performed his acupuncture technique, the boys still hadn't regained consciousness. The boy said that the heat of the flames that scorched them was too strong, and therefore he doubted that he could help them. Then Levi said that all this must have happened because of him. Then Jasper calmed him down, saying that he knew the guy didn't do it on purpose, because he couldn't control the power of his flame. And even though he couldn't help those guys, Levi has become stronger, and now he can save many more people, so they should continue their work. After some time, the squad members finally came to and were surprised to notice that their wounds had healed. They were very surprised because they were sure that in order to heal the attacks of a rank 9 demon, a doctor of rank 10 or national level was needed. They suddenly realized that it was the work of those two newcomers and their pet. August said that although they had not seen the second one in action, their squad was definitely strong. Then all the members of the squad came to the unanimous conclusion that those two guys were truly masters of their craft, and with their help they would definitely be able to defend the city and fight back the demons. They realized that the two had already rushed to help others, and in that case they shouldn't hesitate either. They needed to contact headquarters and go to where their help was needed. However, Lexi said that they would not be able to do this because the connection had been cut off. They wondered if something had happened at the control and monitoring center. Meanwhile, the story moves to headquarters an hour before everything happened. The workers were too busy with the signals coming from all over the city. Because of this, they didn't notice that a demonic cockroach was crawling along the wall. Suddenly, Tracy noticed that one of the workers was shaking with terror. The guy said in a trembling voice that they had detected waves above the 10th rank. He then announced that the waves were coming directly from their headquarters, and these words left Tracy in shock. The rest of the workers immediately began to shake with fear, not understanding what to do. They were busy and didn't notice how someone's demonic hand reached straight towards one of the workers. The next moment, the cockroach demon grabbed the guy by the neck and lifted him off the ground. A moment later, he pierced his neck with his claws, causing the rest of the workers to run away in terror. Tracy didn't understand how this demon managed to bypass the Defense Monitoring and Control Center and get in completely undetected. She didn't believe that this demon really didn't have a mind. The cockroach looked at the girl emotionlessly, throwing his victim straight into the wall. After that, he headed straight towards Tracy, who was standing in one place and didn't know what to do. The girl and the demon met eyes. After this, the cockroach immediately rushed at the girl, intending to attack her. He swung his foot at her, intending to deliver a crushing blow to her head. However, at that moment, a golden dragon appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the demon by the leg. The demon didn't expect such a blow, and so Tracy had the opportunity to counterattack him. She kicked him right in the leg and jumped back to the floor. However, the shockwave was still quite strong, so the girl flew straight towards the wall. Tracy knew that if it weren't for One Eye's heart dragon, she would already be dead. Suddenly, her Uncle Joseph entered the office and used a skill called fingertip sword dance, aiming it straight at the cockroach. However, the demon was agile enough that he easily dodged all the attacks. Joseph watched as his spell immediately crumbled into tiny pieces. The demon looked at his opponent and grinned slyly. However, Joseph was not going to give up and used another dancing skill. The cockroach hissed in displeasure and again tried to dodge the attacks. However, this time he was not fast enough, and one of the projectiles hit his antennae, tearing them off and causing the demon to bleed. Joseph chuckled at him, asking if he thought that was all he could do. He then used the next skill called spin dance. The cockroach turned around and saw another batch of shells flying at him. After this, a deafening shot was heard, and Joseph saw parts of the demon's body flying out of it. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the demon's body had been decapitated. Tracy propped herself up on her elbows to get a better look at the demon's body. She couldn't believe that he was actually dead. After all, if he really is a national-ranking demon, then everything can't be that simple. However, she realized this too late, and when she turned to look at her uncle, she saw that the demon was safe and sound and was swinging his leg to hit Joseph. He used the skill and hit the man with a laser, causing him to smash his body through a concrete wall. However, Joseph survived. His ribs were broken, but he was still breathing. However, he did not understand why the demon was still alive, since he himself cut off his head. The man didn't understand how long he could hold out. The cockroach didn't wait and rushed at Joseph, intending to launch another attack. Then the man again used a skill called Blade Whirlwind. However, this time the cockroach deftly dodged all the projectiles, and they flew past him. A moment later, he was right in front of Joseph and swung his leg, intending to cut off his head. However, at that moment, One Eye jumped into the building through a hole in the roof, using the 1,000 Dragon Seal skill, Demon Imprisonment. The fire dragon enveloped the demon's limbs, preventing him from striking. The cockroach looked up angrily, clearly dissatisfied with the fact that yet another opponent had prevented him from striking. After that, One Eye used another skill called Buddha's Dragon Palm, which destroyed the world. This spell shackled the cockroach's limbs, and it could not escape. He then dealt him a crushing blow, ripping off the demon's arm. After that, One Eye used the great information of the 5 transformations, and several beams of power were directed straight towards the cockroach. The demon was worried because he still couldn't move, and the projectiles were getting closer and closer to him. He screamed, intending to break the shackles that held him, but he failed, and all the projectiles hit him straight. One Eye and the others watched tensely to see what would happen to the demon after this attack. Tracy remembered how she had ordered One Eye to leave the city not long before. She said that, realizing the risks of an attack by a national-ranking demon, headquarters had ordered him to leave the city. She said that there were 2 possible options. Either headquarters didn't believe them, or they did believe them, but specifically gave such an order. One-Eyed was furious, not understanding why this happened. Then Tracy said that they nevertheless approved their demands for a replacement for the national rank warrior. So she was inclined to the second option. The headquarters definitely knows about the existence of the national rank demon, but deliberately forces One Eye to leave the city. Moreover, the girl suspected that there was a traitor in the headquarters, and it had to be one of the 4 who could influence the headquarters' decision. One-Eyed asked her angrily what she was planning. After all, if the headquarters knows about everything, then they are sending a warrior of national rank to certain death. He must not be their man. However, it is quite possible that a tracking device was implanted in it. Tracy said that they need the help of a national rank warrior, so One Eye should play along with them and go to the capital headquarters. First, they will wait for the national rank warrior who will arrive here to replace him, and then halfway through the journey One Eye will turn back and hurry to the city. However, Tracy had a frightening guess. It was that as soon as One Eye left the city, the demons would begin to attack. In which case, it would mean that they were aware of his departure, and the traitor in headquarters and the demons were exchanging information. If they have information about his movements, then it would be logical to assume that they would quickly find their defense center. If it comes down to it, Tracy and her men will be waiting for him there. They will use One Eye's most powerful binding spell and kill him, no matter how tightly he is bound. The girl said that this was the only thing they could do in this situation. At best, they would all just die together. One Eye said that if it was just the 3 of them, then it would really be the best outcome for everyone. Now One Eye watched as Joseph struggled to fight the Demon King. With his last breath, he used the 5-sword energy transformation spell. Then he extended his hand and bolts of energy poured out. The cockroach watched in horror as these energy waves approached him. After that, his body was enveloped in lightning, and he screamed in pain. At that moment, One Eye looked up and looked at the sky where thunder was rolling. Lightning struck right on the roof of their building. At that moment, One Eye thought that they needed to kill this demon immediately. He believed that they could actually kill him. A powerful lightning strike pierced the cockroach's body. Everyone present watched in fear to see what would happen next, because if the cockroach did not die now, then all the residents they were supposed to protect would die. When the lightning stopped, they saw the cockroach's bloody body fall to its knees. There was not a single living spot left on his body. It was charred by a powerful lightning strike. Then Tracy shouted, saying that his ability was to recover. He should be back to normal soon. However, Before she could finish speaking, One Eye felt that there was someone behind him. It was the demon. He again looked safe and sound. The blow was so fast that One Eye did not have time to dodge it and flew into the wall. Joseph and Tracy immediately screamed, realizing that One Eye had been badly hurt by that blow. The man understood that due to his injuries, his protective dome of primordial energy could only block 30% of the attack, but this was not enough for even one attack. Then he understood what the drawing meant, which Augustus had given him shortly before. Although the drawing only showed 4 cockroaches, this did not mean that this was the limit of his capabilities. Perhaps he had the ability of unlimited regeneration, and with such a powerful ability, it was simply impossible to kill him. At that moment, the demon jumped on One Eye, intending to deliver the finishing blow and kill him. However, the man quickly got his bearings and jumped away from the blow, rolling behind the cockroach's back. He had no intention of giving up, and decided to use the world-destroying Buddha Dragon Palm skill. The cockroach didn't expect the man to be behind him so quickly. When he turned around, he saw that his hand, blazing with fire, was already approaching his face. However, he still managed to dodge, and One Eye was unable to touch him with his hand. The cockroach decided that he couldn't delay and immediately struck the man in the stomach. The blow was so strong that blood began to flow from the man's mouth. But with the last of his strength, he tried to hold back the demon's hands. He then used the demon confinement skill, preventing the cockroach from escaping from his grip. The demon looked with concern at the fire dragons that were approaching him directly. However, he was able to dodge the attack and threw One Eye back into the wall. Joseph and Tracy watched in horror as the fight became so unequal. However, One Eye had no intention of giving up, despite his dire situation. His whole body was shaking, but he still got to his feet, intending to continue the fight. At this moment, Joseph appeared behind the demon, using the spin dance skill. The cockroach didn't expect this, and all the projectiles hit him straight in the head. The one-eyed man decided that he needed to act right now, and immediately rushed at the demon, using his skill. He defended this city for 11 years, and intended to continue doing so until his death. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper were walking around the city. It was already evening and the sun was setting behind the horizon. Suddenly the rooster felt that there was a demon power above the 10th rank nearby. He couldn't believe that this was really the legendary king. He decided that if the king had come here in person, it meant that this was the only chance for the rooster to escape from the hands of these two. And although they had become stronger, he could not believe that they would ever become stronger than the king. Therefore, the demon spread his wings and flew out of the protagonist's hands. In flight, he assumed his human form and landed nimbly on the ground. Then he took the protagonist by the hand and said that there were people nearby who needed help. At that moment, the system informed Levi that there was high-energy food nearby that could reduce hunger for a whole year. So the protagonist's eyes immediately lit up with delight, and he ran to meet his prey. He immediately picked up his comrades and rushed towards the food that would satisfy his hunger for such a long time. They soon arrived at the building, and the protagonist informed her that she was there. But Jasper did not see anyone there who might need their help. After this, a deafening explosion was heard in the building, causing Jasper and the rooster to flinch in fear. A moment later, One Eye fell to the ground and rolled right at the boy's feet. Jasper recognized him as the same good man who had once trusted them, while the rooster still continued to sense the powerful aura, realizing that it definitely belonged to the king. Jasper immediately ran to meet One Eye, saying that his acupuncture would definitely help him. However, the man turned around at his friends and shouted at them to run away from there as fast as they could. However, Jasper didn't have time to react, and the cockroach flew out of the building, intending to attack him from above. He kicked him straight in the back, sending the boy flying to the side. The protagonist watched in horror as the demon hit his friend so hard that he was sent flying with incredible force. He immediately ran up to grab his friend and prevent him from hitting the ground. When he sat down on the ground with Jasper, he saw that blood was coming out of his mouth, and he was in very bad condition. This sight enraged the protagonist, and he intended to take revenge for what had been done to his friend. Meanwhile, the rooster rejoiced, realizing that now he would definitely be able to get rid of these two people and would never have to lay eggs again. Then Levi turned to his friend and told him to be patient for a little while, promising that he would soon take him to the director, and he would definitely be able to help him. Then he rose to his feet and looked menacingly at the cockroach that stood not far from him. In an instant he was next to the demon, not giving him a chance to come to his senses. His eyes were blazing with rage as he delivered a powerful punch straight into the demon's face. The blow was so strong that the cockroach flew off somewhere to the side like a football. The protagonist looked after him with indescribable fury. The rooster and One Eye looked at everything that was happening in bewilderment, not believing what they had just seen. The cockroach quickly recovered from the blow and flew up to the guy. intending to hit him even harder. However, the protagonist looked on indifferently as the fist of a national-ranked demon approached his face. Everyone present on the battlefield couldn't believe that Levi would be stronger than a national-ranked demon. The cockroach didn't even have time to react to the fact that his blow was so easily intercepted, when he suddenly noticed that the protagonist's fist was approaching his face again. Levi delivered an even stronger blow straight into the demon's face. With this blow, he slammed it into the ground, causing it to crack into many small pieces. However, the cockroach was not going to give up and immediately broke free from the main character's fight, ending up right behind him. He raised his leg, intending to hit him in the back. However, due to the incredible feeling of rage, the protagonist's agility was at its limit, and he heard a cockroach that moved behind his back. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to dodge his attack, as well as grab his leg and forcefully slam him into the ground. Then Levi hit him with his other hand right in the stomach. However, the cockroach used its teleportation skill again, and appeared right behind the main character. He raised his fist, intending to hit him in the head. However, Levi was faster than him. He immediately rose to his feet and intercepted the cockroach. He grabbed it by the neck and lifted it off the ground. The protagonist was filled with rage, so he squeezed the hand that was on the demon's neck with all his strength. The next moment his head fell to the floor and blood gushed out of his body. The rooster watched everything that was happening in horror, not believing that Levi was a human being. One Eye was also perplexed as to what was happening, but the realization came to him that this demon was not an opponent for Levi at all. The demon continued to use his revival skill and attack the hero again and again, but he continued to kill his copies one after another. The one-eyed man understood that although Levi lacked combat skills, the strength of his attacks, defense, and movement speed were higher than those of a national-ranked demon. And if this creature did not have the ability to constantly recover, he would have died long ago from Levi's blows. At that moment, Joseph and Tracy came out of the building, supporting each other, as they were both badly injured. When they saw what was happening outside, they screamed in horror. For a second, the protagonist let his guard down, and that was enough for the demon to land a powerful blow to his stomach. The protagonist leaned away from the cockroach, catching his breath a little. One Eye understood that Levi had already killed this cockroach more than 100 times, but its limitless regeneration prevented him from finishing it off completely. The protagonist jumped, intending to strike the cockroach again. The blow was very strong, and another copy of the cockroach was dead, but the next copy was already ready and hovering right behind the main character. At that moment, the one-eyed man decided that, unfortunately, Levi would end up being the loser. The protagonist didn't have time to react to the next attack, and the demon threw him with a powerful blow straight into the wall. At that moment, a system warning sounded in his head, informing him that the carrier's energy and power were almost depleted and would be temporarily unavailable in 10 seconds. Levi rushed recklessly towards the demon, gathering all his willpower. He condensed the flame control skill, destroy the demon. He put his life on the line for success. Then the system congratulated the owner on the successful use of the flame control skill and informed that he can now use the first-level coal flame chain based on his willpower. Sensing Levi's attack, the cockroach sensed danger, and the system's voice rang out again, congratulating its owner on instinctively acting and successfully removing the seal to use the second-level flame from bone ash. The demon became increasingly panicked as Levi's attack intensified, and the system's voice rang out again, congratulating the master for moving forward and successfully removing the seal to use the third-tier demonic original flame. The moment the combined attack engulfed the demon, he felt himself close to death, something he had never experienced since becoming a demonic creature guarding the city. It turned out that Levi had completely destroyed the seals by successfully using the 4th-level Earth Flame Explosive Soul, the moment he dealt the final blow to Jasper. The system warned that the host's strength was exhausted, and he could no longer use internal energy cultivation techniques. The cockroach was engulfed in the flames that Levi had just released, which did not cause any external harm to his body, but was extremely unpleasant, invading his soul and completely incinerating it. Although the demon had the ability to be reborn endlessly, he could not change one thing. A dead soul could not be revived. It was dead forever. The rooster, standing on shaky legs, collapsed to the ground, no longer feeling the energetic force of the Great King. His whole body shuddered from the realization that the Great King had been killed by this evil man. Looking at Levi passing by, he felt a destructive aura emanating from him. Trembling with fear, the rooster was so frightened that it reverted to its original form, not daring to move as Levi approached Jasper. Suddenly, a voice from the system rang out, causing Levi to become confused. The man in front of him lost his vital signs, stopped breathing, and his heart stopped. Levi walked up to Jasper and shook him, his voice full of concern, calling for Jasper to wake up, not wanting to believe the system's message about Jasper's death. He remembered the director telling him not to listen to that voice, but the system angrily repeated in Levi's head that Jasper was dead. Even his brainwaves quickly disappeared. Tears welled up in Levi's eyes and, ignoring the system, he called Jasper's name over and over again, reminding him of their promise to always help him grow and to remain good friends forever. In Levi's eyes, Jasper was a man who would not lie to him. Looking at Jasper's cold, lifeless body, Levi remembered how, as a child, the director took him by the hand and brought him to a mental hospital. The director told Levi that from now on it would be his home, and that he might be a little scared because the people there were not normal, except for him. Looking at the white-haired young man who was about to prick another patient tied to a tree with needles, Levi asked the director about him. The director suddenly shouted angrily that they were not normal. He went to untie the tied man, ordering the staff to take the white-haired man away. The white-haired youth shouted loudly, insisting on doing acupuncture and learning the technique of moving into lunar orbit, claiming that he would succeed. His words aroused Levi's interest. The principal then took Levi to room 666, telling him to come to the principal if he needed anything. Levi asked where his mother was, and the principal replied that his mother had gone abroad for work, and he should understand her busy schedule. Seeing that the boy was left alone in the hospital room, the nurse asked why the director had given him a separate room, since the hospital was short of beds. Before entering, Levi turned around and asked the director to prepare temporary cultivation tools, a vegetable knife, a welding gun, and an iron hammer for him. When he asked for a hammer, the nurse finally understood why the director had given him a separate room. Thus began a long series of days during which Levi mentally tormented everyone present, was repeatedly taken to intensive care, where he practiced his skills with an iron head and sometimes cut his own neck. He was taken to intensive care after breaking his leg while practicing his iron leg skill. Another time, he was taken to the emergency room when he lost consciousness from holding his breath on the toilet and his heart stopped. In another hospital room, a white-haired young man was no better off, and hospital staff came to take him away because he was practicing acupuncture on other people without permission, causing them to foam at the mouth and lose consciousness, forcing staff to rush the victims to the hospital. After some time, one patient was tormented by convulsions caused by acupuncture. Another similar case resulted in the victim of his acupuncture becoming partially paralyzed and being hospitalized. Realizing that this guy was too dangerous and could threaten the lives of other patients, the director decided to tie his legs with chains and lock him in a ward. With an innocent, harmless smile, Jasper assured them that he would not cause any more trouble and asked to be released. The director sighed, noting that Jasper's face was perfect for a con artist, which is why the staff always tried to persuade him to let him out. Seeing that the employees were standing still, admitting their mistake, the director sighed and decided that he needed to find subordinates for the one-eyed man, some strong martial arts master with a unique ability to hypnotize. Once hired, the employees would allow him to lightly hypnotize them into looking at Jasper as an old, feeble man. This was the only way to prevent them from being fooled by his persuasive abilities. The one-eyed director would no longer have to worry about employees being fooled by Jasper. Meanwhile, while watching Levi, two exhausted hospital staff fell asleep right in the garden. Jasper sat chained and sad in his room. Suddenly he heard a noise outside the window. Confused, he looked outside and saw Levi standing on a chair, peering inside. They looked at each other intently and quickly found a common language. The hospital staff constantly prevented them from doing what they wanted. Levi asked Jasper if he could teach him acupuncture cultivation. Jasper happily replied that he could help him. Levi happily said that the acupuncture he practices on him helps him develop, and he can practice too. Jasper, pleased that he had found someone willing to give him the opportunity to practice, asked Levi to call him Jasper from now on, and they promised to always be good friends and help each other grow. When the two guards watching Levi woke up, they discovered that he was missing. As it turned out, Jasper had already performed acupuncture on the boy. When they arrived at the hospital, they found Levi unconscious on the floor with needles sticking out of his head. Jasper sat in his room and thought that after this incident, Levi would no longer look for him. However, after some time, Levi returned, showing Jasper that he had recovered and wanted to continue acupuncture treatment. Levi also stole and brought him acupuncture needles. Overjoyed to see Levi, Jasper laughed loudly and told Levi that they would remain good friends forever. Levi told Jasper that the last time he helped him with cultivation, he thought it was very effective. Jasper, pleased that his skills were recognized, promised to always help Levi. Levi told Jasper that after the 13th injection, he thought he saw a bridge with a beautiful white-haired woman waving at him from it. Jasper stroked his nose, deep in thought, and said that it seemed like his moonbridge transfer technique needed more research. After the acupuncture treatment, Levi passed out again, but Jasper continued to ask Levi when he would come next. Levi continued to go to Jasper for acupuncture, and Jasper admired the butterfly clip in Levi's hair. Hearing this, Levi took it off and gave it to Jasper, saying that the nurse gave it to him, and although it was beautiful, Jasper was his friend, so he would give it to him. It was the first gift Jasper received. He tied it to his ponytail and asked Levi if it was handsome. Jasper thanked Levi for the gift and said that he would keep it carefully. Holding acupuncture needles in his hands, he wanted to repay Levi in kind. The translocation technique he had researched had now been upgraded to the soul translocation technique. Jasper was full of spirit and confident that this upgraded version would make Levi stronger. He quickly inserted 3 needles into Levi's head. After Jasper performed the technique, Levi felt like millions of galaxies were swirling around him. But after the 13th needle, hospital staff sent the unconscious Levi back to intensive care. When the director learned that the staff had failed to monitor Levi's condition for the 8th time, they were dissatisfied. They complained that they did not have enough people to provide constant 24-hour monitoring, which was truly tiresome. The 2 exhausted guards watching Jasper's room also spoke up. They said that if they weren't paying attention for even a minute, the 2 would meet and do acupuncture. To prevent this, they suggested to the director to assign different guards, since everyone was exhausted from working day and night. The director also had no solutions. He calculated that there were not enough people. One-eyed if they could not stop them. Maybe it was worth placing them together and just keeping an eye on them at the same time. Jasper boasted to the director that he had found someone willing to let him practice acupuncture on him. He placed both of them in room 1666, warning Jasper that they must live in harmony and not disturb others. The director accidentally let it slip that if the dangerous Jasper accidentally killed Levi, it would solve the problem. The employees were horrified by the director's words, and he backed down, saying that he did not mean to hurt anyone. One of the employees asked if they should be separated, but the mischievous director waved his hand dismissively, saying that there was no need. Seeing that Levi had woken up, Jasper happily informed him that the director had given them permission to stay together, and that they no longer had to meet in secret. Both were happy that they would be able to study together without interference. The guys vowed that they would remain best friends forever. But in the present time, tears were streaming down Levi's face. He was hugging Jasper. His voice was filled with sadness. He was begging Jasper to wake up quickly, believing that he had deceived him. Jasper lay in blood. Suddenly his painful voice was heard, asking whose steps these were and who had offended him. He screamed in agony, calling for Levi. There was a series of incoherent, disjointed sounds. Then everything went silent, and Jasper remained motionless, his eyelids suddenly twitching. Levi was delighted to hear the system inform him that his vitality was being restored, and he was coming to his senses. When the words faded, Jasper opened his eyes and called Levi's name in confusion. Levi smiled with satisfaction and told the stunned Jasper that he knew he wouldn't deceive him and had always believed in him. The system spoke, explaining that it wasn't a matter of deception, but of faith. It advised the owner to be more reasonable, noting that Jasper had died and returned to life, meaning his personality was clearly not ordinary. Even a system as powerful as this one had made a mistake in deciding that Jasper had deceived it. The system declared that it was tired of dealing with 2 weirdos, warned of the risk of a system failure, and began self-diagnosis. Jasper sat there in a daze for a moment. Then he suddenly remembered with indignation how he told Levi that someone had kicked him so hard that it hurt. Jasper rushed to hug Levi, complaining of pain and asking him to avenge him. Levi pointed to the dead copies of the demon and said that he killed it many times to avenge Jasper. The rooster looked ahead with narrowed eyes, drenched in sweat, and silently thanked all the gods that the evil man had not yet died. Otherwise, the madman Levi could have destroyed him too. Jasper's eyes darted around, searching for the other eye, wondering if it was okay. While they were distracted, the rooster ran off to clean up the corpses for the demon king. Fearing that the 2 evil people were too disgusting, if they noticed him, the demon king might not have a single body left. The rooster hurriedly used his wings to dig a large hole in the ground and bury the cockroach's body. Jasper enthusiastically approached the one-eyed man and offered to cure him with acupuncture. The one-eyed man, seeing Jasper unharmed, could not understand how he managed to survive the powerful blow of the demon. Levi tried to convince the one-eyed man to trust Jasper, saying that he was really strong and could probably cure him, but the eye refused in fear. The rooster, digging the ground, looked back, having almost finished burying it. Then he noticed an ant, and, surprised by the white color of its eyes, wondered if it was dead. Without thinking, the rooster pecked the ant, tossed it up, and swallowed it whole. The Demon King's soul was outraged when he saw the rooster's action, although the evil spirits found this scene familiar. Thinking that most of them had ended up the same way, they watched as the carefree rooster stroked the Demon King's grave. The rooster apologized, saying that he didn't know that the evil man was stronger than the Demon King, and didn't want to bring him here to die. After lamenting for a while, the rooster sighed, and suddenly remembered that he didn't know the Demon King's true form because he was too weak a beast spirit. The Demon King's soul screamed furiously, the flames of rage blazing brightly, calling the rooster a shameless chicken for eating his true form alive. The rooster wondered what the king's true form was, because he had been too weak before and had never seen such an important person. The fox tried to calm the Demon King down, saying that although he had devoured his true form and caused his death, he should not think about it anymore. The naive rooster remained unaware of his crimes, but suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, as if he heard icy voices cursing him. In horror, the rooster did not understand what was happening. Energy like an erupting volcano was seething in his body, causing excruciating pain. The spirits thought that the rooster was about to join them, but instead, they saw him writhing on the ground and screaming in agony. Contrary to their expectations, the rooster successfully raised the level again. One Eye watched in shock as the rooster leveled up, becoming a national rank demon. Jasper, seeing the rooster flying in the air, said that therefore he too could fly. He was afraid that the flying chicken might not return, but Levi reassured Jasper, saying that he was not going anywhere. Levi called to the rooster, calling him to come down. The arrogant rooster, now at the level of a city lord, thought that he had risen to the same level as the former Demon King. He lunged at Levi, intending to attack, but to everyone's surprise, the brazen chicken cowered, allowing Jasper to hold her down. The rooster realized that despite his new status, he would not be able to defeat these two evil people who even killed the demon Cain. The one-eyed man was once again horrified to see a city lord-level demon voluntarily become a pet for these two. They not only killed the city lord-level demon, but also forced him to become their pet. Having calmed down, Tracy led the group after Levi and his companion. She thanked them for saving Yanhai. Outside the city, a group of 9th-rank experts, exhausted from the intense battle, successfully dealt with the demons. Even the most powerful demons lay defeated. Fortunately, the human crew remained unharmed and quickly treated the wounded they found along the way. Finally, a temporary calm returned to Yanhai. Tracy joined the group chat offering condolences to the victims, and they observed a 5-minute silence in memory of the unfortunate victims. The next day, Tracy was seen dozing by the one-eyed man's hospital bed. He advised her to rest and work later. Noticing that One Eye had woken up, a tired Tracy spoke up, saying that she had been waiting for him to wake up because she wanted to tell him that although the demon attack on the city had passed, the danger they faced was not over. One Eye asked if she had informed Tracy about the internal high-ranking traitor. Tracy only noted that it was quite possible that after One Eye left, the demons would attack the city. He needed him to come and cooperate with them to complete the formation to fight the city lord-level demons. One Eye praised Tracy for her caution even towards her own uncle, admitting that it was no surprise that she had become the headquarters strategist. Tracy thought it would be better if fewer people knew about it before there was enough evidence. The one-eyed man reminded Tracy to warn Joseph to be careful. Tracy continued, explaining that she had coordinated with the martial arts master directors to perform surgery on her uncle, removing a cutting-edge monitoring device from his body that could not be detected nearby, but which could reflect signs of his life. One Eye said that this level could be explained as monitoring the safety of the city lord's life. The tracking function could only be used for escort purposes, not as evidence that the demons had colluded with the traitor. It could even be approved by high-ranking authorities as a normal security measure. Tracy insisted that they needed to gather enough evidence before reporting to headquarters. One Eye suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask about the group with Levi and the city lord-level rooster and how they were treated. He was shocked when Tracy said that she temporarily invited them to the mental hospital. Only these two could suppress the city lord-level demon, so she had to let him follow them. One Eye winced, looking tense and asking Tracy if she knew everything. Tracy explained that initially, when the demons attacked the city, she locked them in the observation room, intending to settle everything with him. She believed that unstable mentally ill people would not be able to use their expert abilities, which would be too risky. But now she felt lucky that he secretly recruited them, and thus Yanhai was saved. One Eye breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Tracy's words. She noticed that the group chat was discussing Levi and Jasper. Even though they were mentally ill, with the support of a city lord-level demon, they had tremendous combat power. They must find a way to use them. Tracy thought that although there was some risk, their current strategy was worth the risk. She needed to visit the mental hospital and find Director Sean to understand what state they were in, although it might come with some risk. One Eye was pleased to see that Tracy recognized the two of them. Tracy decided to hide their status as mentally ill. She wanted to secretly contact Director Sean to delete the information related to them. Using the influence of the Kim family and the concealment of information by Hawk in the entire land of dragons, only a few would be able to investigate them. Suddenly, One Eye grabbed the wound on his stomach painfully. Tracy ran to him anxiously and asked if the wound had opened. They saw with horror that vines were growing from the open wound. Tracy quickly went after Chandler and martial artist Sage. They administered first aid to the one-eyed man and placed him in a glass cage. Chandler, the head of the research team, said they managed to temporarily use energy to stop the vine's growth, but its roots had reached the internal organs, making removal impossible. Medical expert Sage continued, saying the seed appeared to have pierced him, intending to destroy the enemy's body from the inside. Sage suspiciously asked Tracy if this was the innate ability of the slain city lord-level demon. Tracy decided that it was not, as the creature was constantly suppressed by the formation's attacks. Sage wondered where the old man encountered the attack. Inside the glass case, the one-eyed man pressed the button of the device, wanting to contact the outside world. Seeing this, Chandler asked his assistant to activate the communication device. One Eye explained that the attacker was a level 9 expert sent by headquarters to escort him, but his abilities exceeded level 9. When he hurriedly returned to defend the city, he had no choice but to use a special technique to force him to find his way to the headquarters on his own. As he turned around, a man suddenly pounced on him. The attacker turned out to be a level 9 expert from headquarters named Sam. His comrades died fighting the demons. Although Sam was a Taoist cultivator, he later used his special innate plant-based abilities to fight. One Eye remembered how after he blocked Sam's attack with his Buddhist defense, vines suddenly appeared from below, piercing his stomach and causing him to immediately cough up blood. The one-eyed man was puzzled as to how a Taoist cultivator could simultaneously use special innate abilities based on plants. The old man then said that he was invited to humbly return to headquarters. Everyone present was horrified when they learned the truth. Chandler said doubtfully that according to research data, experts with special innate abilities that awaken cannot use internal energy. He did not understand how innate abilities could coexist with the cultivation of internal energy. One Eye continued to explain that, combined with his special plant-based innate abilities, Sam's strength had surpassed the 9th level, reaching the level of a city lord. One Eye had no way to retreat and was forced to use a fatal blow to destroy it. Sam's body fell into a protected forest outside the city. Tracy screamed frantically that Sam's body was the key piece of evidence, and they had to find his remains. Tracy pointed to the map, ordering a squad of spirits to explore the sacred forest area outside the city, where the team of celestial engineers had sacrificed themselves. Based on the one-eyed man's description, he was most likely located there. But he felt the energy waves of a 7th-level demon. Tracy guessed that it might be the reserve forces of the demons that attacked the city this time. Although they had wiped out the main forces of demons in this area from the 8th level to the city lord level, they probably left behind reserve troops, perhaps camp-type demons. There were quite a lot of them left, and they could not be underestimated. Since Team Yanhai and Team Rock were seriously injured in the recent battle, and had not recovered enough to ensure safety, Tracy decided to send Team Soul to scout and search for the corpse in the forest. Team 666 would accompany them for protection. The squad felt a boost in spirit when they were assigned this mission with Team 666. Tracy nodded in agreement, saying that she would talk to them first. She also reminded them that the situation with One Eye was a high-level secret, and everyone had to be careful. As Tracy was about to leave, she asked Lexi if there was a way to work with the other experts to safely remove the vines from the one-eyed man's body. Lexi hung her head in disappointment, saying that they had tried everything possible, but felt hopeless. With a dejected expression, she said that they tried and confirmed that it was caused by the power of an innate ability above the 9th level. Perhaps a 10th level expert or a city lord level expert would be able to destroy the vine's life force without harming the single eye. Recalling the predecessors of Team 666, Lexi excitedly told Tracy that their team was previously attacked by a 9th level demon's innate ability and almost lost all their fighting power. but Team 666 saved them all. Not only did the innate ability disappear, but the wounds were completely healed. If the two predecessors of Team 666 take action, they might have a way out. Tracy listened with a satisfied expression as Lexi told her story, having experienced it herself. Tracy immediately went to the mental hospital to meet Levi and Jasper. Jasper patted his chest confidently, stating that his universal method of acupuncture and energy transfer was highly skilled and definitely capable of curing the one-eyed man. Levi stood up for his friend, saying that Jasper's acupuncture was very powerful and could definitely save people. Hearing the assurances of the two madmen, Tracy breathed a sigh of relief. She believed that they would definitely be able to cure the one-eyed man, and gave a thumbs up to the director sitting in the distance. Tracy decided that the communication method used by Director T was effective. She handed the director a contract in which she promised to take on all risks, and included a formal employment contract with salary and benefits for both of them. She assured the director that she would pay according to department standards, leaving Levi and Jasper to play with chickens on the sidelines. Tracy told the director that if he agreed to cooperate with Kim's family to cope with their mental illness, he could sign the contract. Tracy was puzzled when she saw the director searching for something in his jacket. The director pulled out a pre-prepared waiver of liability and indemnification that he wanted Tracy to sign. She was wary, but the director explained that this was a precautionary measure so that she would not regret what she had done later, and called on her to understand as a reasonable leader. After listening to him, Tracy signed the papers and expressed her understanding. Then she asked the director if it was possible to cancel the contract after signing it. Regardless of the further development of events, the director smiled happily and assured her. Tracy rushed to take the two patients back to headquarters. Director Sean felt uneasy, sensing that he might be at a disadvantage, but he dismissed the thought as an illusion. Noticing that Tracy was in a hurry, he asked if she had an upcoming assignment, and Tracy confirmed that she did. At headquarters, Jasper pressed his face against the glass, greeting the one-eyed man and terrifying him. One Eye's entire body was covered in goosebumps, and he gave a signal to Tracy. Jasper explained that his universal acupuncture method was powerful and required immobilizing the one-eyed man. The poor one-eyed man was tightly tied and screaming, wanting to speak. Jasper told Tracy that silence was essential during acupuncture to avoid medical problems, and insisted that everyone cooperate and gag One Eye. Now even his mouth was closed. While the one-eyed man lay motionless, Jasper anxiously prepared for the acupuncture procedure. Sage noticed how the one-eyed man's body was shaking and felt that something was wrong. It seemed to him that Jasper was trying his best to avoid the acupuncture. He then looked at the rooster in Levi's hands, assessing its strength. Jasper approached the one-eyed man with the needle with a dangerous smile. The one-eyed man, unable to speak, internally cried out for help. After acupuncture was performed on his entire head, the one-eyed man quickly lost consciousness, and the monitoring staff urgently reported that muscle spasms were observed in the leader's body, and his temperature was rapidly dropping. When Tracy inquired about the one-eyed man's condition, Jasper assured her that everything was within normal limits. Levi supported Jasper, stating that he had never deceived anyone before. A panicked employee told them that the leader's pulse had disappeared. Tracy tried to contain her anger, but Jasper said that there was no problem. Levi echoed his words, saying that if Jasper said there was no problem, then there shouldn't be one. The monitoring officer then reported that the leader had stopped breathing, and his heart had stopped beating. Sensing Tracy's murderous intent, Jasper repeated that there was no problem, although he didn't know why that was the case. The employee, pale with fear, stuttered that it looked like the man had died. Tracy felt like her world had collapsed in an instant. She and Sage burst into tears as they looked at the one-eyed man. Jasper whispered to Levi that he had killed someone who trusted him, and Levi consoled him by suggesting that it might be due to the severity of the injury to his only eye. The assistant, noticing their whispers, suspected something was wrong. Then he exclaimed in surprise that the chief's heart and breathing had been restored. This news came as a lifeline to Tracy, who had been devastated just minutes earlier. Sage noticed that the leader's body had come to life. Jasper felt relieved, and Levi praised his friend's impressive skills. The one-eyed man, immersed in a deep sleep, showed signs of life, and his condition gradually improved. The monitoring center was updated, and the assistant announced that the national-ranked demonic beast would become a companion pet. It was an impressive update that increased Team 666's overall rating. Tracy believed that the energy wave of a national-ranked beast was impossible to hide, and upgraded the system, knowing that if they tried to hide it, powerful experts would be even more terrified when they discovered it. Upon reflection, Tracy realized that their decisions were being influenced by an inner traitor. He secretly left Yanhai, but now he successfully confronted a national rank beast. She updated Team 6666's news and used a national ranked companion beast to draw attention to herself, trying to hide Levi and Jasper's strength. She knew that eventually their strategies would be revealed, and they would become key in the fight against the mysterious traitor. Soon the squad headed to the forest area on the outskirts of the city. Levi, the rooster, and Jasper looked bored, and Lexi and August followed behind, asking if the brother rooster would like to eat the insects they brought. The rooster, inwardly indignant, decided that he could not be bribed with small pleasantries, and vowed to avenge his kind. Oblivious to Morgan and Chung discussing their plan of action, Lexi and August playfully tried to lure the rooster with insects. Chung asked them to stop disturbing the elders and the rooster, then said that the demon camp was right ahead. The group fell silent and continued searching in the forest. Jasper, worried that Levi would get tired carrying the heavy rooster, offered to take it on himself, but Levi refused, fearing that Jasper might get tired. Lexi and August willingly volunteered to carry the rooster, glad of the opportunity to get closer to him. The rooster, unable to tolerate stupid people, thought that he really wanted to fly, but he did not dare refuse Levi's help. He believed that people of the 8th level would not be able to carry it away. Then the rooster spread his wings and flew into the air. Jasper, seeing this, decided that the rooster was afraid that they would get tired. The rooster began to make signals in the air, intending to warn his relatives about the need to run, fearing that otherwise they would all die. He quickly rushed away, but then he remembered that the speed of people was incredibly high, perhaps even faster than his own. The rooster realized that he could not lead people to his relatives, since this would mean betraying the beast tribe. Now that he had reached the level of national rank, he had responsibilities, and he needed to find a reliable way to help and protect his family. After some thought, he came up with a plan to find the body of a level 9 human, hoping that it would stop people from chasing and killing his kind. To everyone's surprise, the rooster transformed into a human form and descended to the ground. He said that he wanted to help find the body and bring it back, believing that this would allow him to avoid a fight and quickly report the completion of the task. The rooster looked pitifully at the people, hoping that they would agree. Lexi and August thought the rooster was cool and always gave his all for them, and they thought he was a good ally. Rooster, upon hearing Levi whisper to Jasper about knocking him out to prevent him from escaping, was taken aback, but assured them that he did not want to run away and still wanted to do good deeds. Seeing that Levi was about to attack, the rooster pounced on him at the speed of light. He accused the people of thinking that he did not know what to do, and demanded that they comply. Suddenly the rooster dropped to his knees, his shining eyes tenderly holding Levi's hand, and he begged to be allowed to find the body first. The crew of people were shocked to see the mighty rooster kneeling and begging Levi. Levi glared at the rooster with displeasure. The rooster was surprised that Levi didn't fall for his tricks like Jasper usually did. He was confused why it wasn't working. At this point, Jasper approached Levi and said that since the rooster was a girl, they could not bully her and had to respect her wishes, which meant they would release the rooster. Hearing this, Levi told the rooster that although he had small breasts, he was still a girl, and if he wanted to go, he could. Jasper reminded him that he shouldn't comment on a girl's breasts, as it would make the rooster feel even more insecure and impolite. The rooster was speechless after Jasper's words. Levi, taking the advice, refrained from mentioning the rooster's breasts again, but asked if the rooster girl knew how to turn into a human and whether they should buy her some girl's underwear. The rooster felt indescribable pain and humiliation. Filled with indignation, he decided that sooner or later he would kill these cruel people. He flew away quickly, crying as he went, internally cursing the people for their constant insults and swearing revenge. It seemed to him that with his speed he had flown quite far, and he smiled, thinking that he had managed to put a considerable distance between himself and them. Having reached the 9th level, the rooster believed that people did not realize his power, and decided that he would not be foolish anymore. Having declared himself free, he planned to escape and take revenge later. However, suddenly his whole body froze, unable to move. As it turned out, he had entered a formation called the 5 Elements Devil Formation. Inside, the rooster saw how the human enemy was killing all his fellow tribesmen, the demonic beasts. Enraged, he realized that this was a national ranking expert who was dealing with his fellow tribesmen. This mysterious man's target was Sam's corpse, and he didn't want it to fall into the hands of the one-eyed people. As soon as he laid Sam's body on the ground, he sensed danger and noticed ice needles heading towards him. He felt a powerful energy wave and quickly dodged to the side, carrying the corpse away. The mysterious man realized that the energy wave must come from a national-ranked demonic beast, and felt uneasy about the appearance of the Emperor demonic beast. Rooster in the Sky used his Lightning Lake ability to attack the mysterious man, forcing him to dodge while he carried Sam's corpse. The mysterious man muttered to himself that even if One Eye came in person, he was sure he could carry away Sam's body before him. The rooster watched coldly from above, using lightning strikes, electric arc, a secretly trained skill against evil people, on the stranger below. The stranger thought that the demonic beast had powerful water and lightning abilities and hurried to hide. He decided that this national-level demonic beast was formidable, and he didn't know how to deal with it. The rooster's blow caused Sam's corpse to fall, and the strange man was also hit, screaming in pain. He hesitated, realizing that he would not be able to reach the body and would hardly be able to escape on his own. The rooster was determined to avenge his fellow tribesmen, and combining the abilities of the Lightning Lake and high-speed flight, dived straight down, attacking the strange man. The stranger felt that if he did not run away, he might not return alive. Just as the rooster approached him, he used his special talent to quickly transform into shadow form and run away. The rooster cursed, thinking about the formidable man with special abilities. He used his national-level power in battle for the first time and felt like he had gained a new ability: infinite reincarnation, remembering that this was the ability the Demon King had used against Levi. Puzzled, the rooster wondered where he got the Demon King's ability from, and suddenly remembered the ant he had eaten, guessing that it might be the Demon King's body. The rooster panicked, realizing that this was why he had advanced to the city level and obtained the abilities of the Demon King. He fell to his knees on the ground, repenting. The souls of the demons thought that the despicable rooster was tormented by his conscience, and decided that he was still afraid of the king. The rooster, still agitated, loudly declared that he would continue the Demon King's will by using his power to kill the evil people and avenge him. He didn't even suspect that the Demon King wanted to devour him the most right now. Suddenly, 3 new 7th-level demonic beasts emerged from the forest and charged at the traitorous rooster with a furious roar. Reflexively turning, the rooster noticed that one of them had something with a human aura hanging around its neck. The rooster hastened to explain that he was not a traitor and did not kill his fellow tribesmen. Instead, a man of national rank dealt with them, and he wanted revenge. All 3 looked at the rooster with disbelief and declared that they did not believe him unless he could kill powerful people. The rooster cried out that the people would soon arrive and called on them to run away, warning them of his strength. The demonic beasts replied that they could quickly deal with 2 weak ordinary people and called the rooster a traitor for running away from them. The enraged rooster decided to run away, not wanting to be captured again. As he prepared to fly away, he was startled by the call of Levi coming from below, who thanked the rooster for bringing them there and told him to come down. The rooster was stunned. He realized that Levi had found him, and he felt that everything was over, and he thought about a risky attempt to escape. A 4th-level Fire God Soul Stealer appeared in Levi's hand. The demonic beasts glared at the humans. The warriors allowed the masters to occupy the battlefield, and they themselves rushed towards Sam's corpse, their main target. The rooster, having returned to human form, cried out for them to stop. He ran towards Levi, claiming that he had convinced the demonic beast to surrender. Turning around, he winked at the demonic beasts, asking if they had surrendered. Despite the rooster's efforts, the stupid demonic beasts rushed to the attack, unwilling to surrender and preferring to attack people. Night fell, and the main characters were roasting poultry over a fire. The system reported that this was the energy value of the 7th level. Jasper and Levi were roasting meat, and the demonic beasts they had roasted earlier smelled delicious. A team of warriors were gnawing on dry rations nearby. The aroma made their mouths water, but they did not dare to eat it, since it was the meat of a demonic beast. Lexi and August decided that the elders had special innate talents to simply cook the meat of a slain beast. Hiding under a tree, the rooster crowed loudly, declaring that he was not a traitor, but a hero who had come to save them. A few hours earlier, the rooster panicked when he saw the fire in Levi's hand, who was preparing to take revenge on the demonic beasts that wanted to devour them. With trembling hands, he stopped Levi. The rooster coldly stated that there was no need to act, and if the demonic beasts did not surrender, he would kill them. Seeing the rooster turn to attack them, the demonic beasts rushed at him, accusing the rooster of betrayal. The rooster used the Evil Eye's ability to trap them in illusions. He then used the 6th-level Blade Shadow to quickly end their lives. The rooster thought coldly that they simply did not know what horror the 2 evil men were bringing upon them. The Demon King had the ability to reincarnate endlessly, but even he was killed by these people. The black flame in Levi's hand had a terrifying aura that could kill souls. Returning to the present, the rooster felt despondent. He tried to prove to himself that it would be better for the demonic beast to die by his hand, which would allow them to gain new life, than by the black fire of an evil man, which would destroy them completely. Noticing the chicken crying, Jasper brought over a fried wing to check on her. Jasper gently coaxed the rooster, offering him delicious roast meat and asking him not to cry anymore. Seeing the meat of his comrade, the rooster shed tears, thinking that one day he too would be roasted in the same way. He drooled pitifully, telling Jasper that they had already killed and eaten many of his kind, and sooner or later his turn would come. Jasper patted the rooster on the head, saying that they always considered the rooster a friend. Friends protect each other, and they do not kill or eat their friends. The rooster felt relieved to think that these words were true. Jasper assured the rooster that people followed this rule, but the rooster, doubting, said that he was just a chicken, and did not understand all the complexities of the human world. Jasper, confident in himself, told the rooster to trust him. He praised the hen for laying excellent eggs, which extinguished the rooster's hope in people. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Jasper was puzzled by the rooster's reaction to his words at that moment. Suddenly Levi called out to Jasper, leaving the rooster behind. Jasper hurried to him to enjoy the fruits of their preparation together with Levi. The rooster buried his face in the tree trunk with regret, feeling deprived. The people watched them eating and came closer to ask for some. But Jasper said they had plenty of antelope meat left, but they all refused because they could not eat it. The rooster sat and cried in the corner while he ate. He did not consider himself a traitor, but the meat was too tasty to resist. Then the system's voice came on, telling Levi that roast meat goes better with beer, and a case of beer appeared in front of Levi. Levi asked Jasper if he wanted a drink, angrily calling the voice in his head a psycho. The team was puzzled as to where Levi got all this from, as they didn't have enough ingredients to cook or even brew beer. The eyes of the entire team stared hungrily at the can of beer in Levi's hand. Although they couldn't eat the roasted meat of the demonic beast, they could drink several cases of beer. Sitting around the fire, the group celebrated the discovery of Sam's body and the completion of the task, happily sipping beer. Looking around, August noticed a rooster hiding in the shadows. He grabbed it by the wing and pulled it towards him. The rooster danced with tears in its eyes. The story shifts back to the city hospital ward. Tracy dozed off on the edge of the bed and woke up to hear One Eye's voice. Tracy jumped up and asked if One Eye was okay. One Eye said that his wound was feeling much better. Seeing Tracy's face up close, One Eye suddenly let it slip that he wanted to drink some wine. Tracy didn't understand and asked what he meant, causing One Eye to become out of breath and his face to turn red. He explained that he wanted to drink some wine, but Tracy declined, saying that his wound had just healed and it was 1 o'clock in the morning, so he needed to rest. Tracy eyed him suspiciously, noticing that he was constantly covering his gouged-out eye. Seeing that One Eye's face had become even redder and blood had suddenly started to spurt from his nose, Tracy was about to call a doctor to examine One Eye, but One Eye stopped her, saying that he was just hot. Tracy asked how long he had been unconscious. One Eye replied that it had been 36 hours since Jasper had treated him. Tracy thought that she shouldn't trust this crazy Jasper, but fortunately, he managed to completely cure One Eye. Tracy asked why One Eye's face was so red. One Eye said it was not a side effect, and removed his hand from covering his eye. Thrilled to see Tracy, One Eye praised Jasper, saying that he had doubted him before because he was crazy, but he was actually a genius. Tracy felt a certain suspicion. Her intuition told her that One Eye was definitely hiding something suspicious. It turned out that Jasper really did heal One Eye's eye, but not so that he could see normally, but so that he could see through objects. Meanwhile, the squad members and the main characters continued to feast in the forest. However, it did not last too long. As soon everyone passed out from the alcohol they had drunk, only the rooster continued to drink and cry. He decided that since none of his brothers could understand his motives, he would have to go this path alone. The demon wanted to get to his feet, but the alcohol took its toll, and he fell onto the grass. Before he fell asleep, he decided that he would think less about the opinions of others, because what mattered was that he would become a demon destroyer of worlds. The next morning all the boys sobered up and set off on their way back home. When they entered, they were immediately greeted by Tracy, who praised the warriors for finding Sam's body so quickly. The girl said that she would immediately send a research team to take the body for examination. Suddenly, the panicked voices of One Eye and Joseph were heard. He said that an emergency message had come from headquarters. The nearby city of Kangxi was destroyed after being ambushed by continental-level demonic beasts. The girl shuddered when she heard this. One-Eyed said that when the assault on Yanhai began, the neighboring city of Kangxi was also attacked by a continental-level demon. Tracy trembled with fear when she heard that the attackers were of national level. Joseph confirmed that they did not send out any distress signals until contact with headquarters was lost. The strategists at headquarters found this suspicious and tried to contact the Changxi Special Unit, but were no longer able to establish contact. 2 hours later, someone from Sanxi unilaterally opened a connection and sent a bloody video to headquarters. It featured elite warriors from the city garrison who were being tortured by demonic monsters. One of the men in the video screamed for the demonic creatures to kill him if they had the courage. Tracy suddenly stood up when she saw the footage. The one-eyed man continued to explain that the soldiers of the Changxi city garrison were still alive and being tortured. One-eyed reported that headquarters had activated remote satellite surveillance and detected the energy signatures of national-level demonic beasts. Moreover, energy signatures of high-level beasts have been detected throughout the city. Tracy also panicked when she received additional information that all internal communications had been cut off and the airlocks were completely sealed. No one knew what state Sanxi was currently in. Tracy shuddered as she realized that this was a national-level demonic monster with an extremely high IQ, capable of controlling and shutting down network channels, and that it had learned from humans how to record video, shut down information, and seal off a captured city. Tracy's body shook violently. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands for support, her voice trembling as she said that it was no longer just a high IQ. It had evolved, and now had strategic potential. Tracy's condition worsened. She was sweating profusely. She had difficulty speaking, realizing that if they had to deal with a national-level demonic beast that understood and could use human science and technology, then they would be in serious danger. Suddenly, Tracy's vision went blurry and she collapsed to the floor, and the one-eyed man and Tracy rushed towards her in alarm. The story takes place in a mysterious place where a mysterious man, a continental-level warrior, was admiring flowers. A warrior of the city garrison level, who had escaped from the rooster, appeared there and respectfully knelt down. The mysterious man noticed the warrior's uneven breathing and asked if the mission had failed. The warrior apologized and said that he was unable to return Sam's corpse because it had been kidnapped by a national-level demon. The mysterious man asked if this was the Dawnbringer from the forum. The warrior confirmed that it was him and noted his water and lightning type abilities. The national-level warrior inquired why the national-level beast served people so faithfully. The warrior explained that just as humans could betray their kin, so could demonic beasts. He added that the beast had a talent for physical development. It could absorb the energy of its demonic brethren to improve itself. It was originally a third-level beast, but quickly reached the level of a city garrison. The national-level warrior deduced that the rooster must be an enemy of his demonic brethren. Perhaps the rooster was not loyal to the one-eyed and high city either. It only temporarily allied with humans to kill its demonic brethren by continuously absorbing their energy. The rooster's scheme was very profound and could not be underestimated. The national-level warrior feared that the rooster was not loyal to the high city. Now that One Eye has taken possession of Sam's corpse, it won't be long before they reveal their secrets and whereabouts. Sam's body was most likely taken to the Yanhai research lab. They still had a chance to take him, but the more they took from One Eye and Tracy, the more people would realize that this was no easy matter and would start keeping a close eye on them. The national-level warriors wanted to take direct action against this troublesome creature, planning to let Yanhai be cleared of the demonic beasts and silence them forever. They were afraid that the rooster would interfere with the demon's second attack, so they wanted to deal with it first. The subordinate asked how to deal with it, admitting that he could not defeat it. The national-level warrior pointed out that there were only 4 national-level masters in the entire dragon country, and their identities would be exposed. A national-level warrior asked a subordinate if he had received news of the destruction of Kangxi, and the subordinate confirmed this, noting that the bloody video had left him in great shock. The subordinate noted that Vivian would definitely convince headquarters to send a rescue team to Changxi. Even though Vivian was a medic warrior with a weak battle strategy, the headquarters couldn't stop her. The man in the video was her younger brother, and she would insist on going. A national-level warrior ordered a subordinate to observe the situation and retreat if necessary. The subordinate asked if he would go too. A national-level warrior confirmed that headquarters would send 2 national-level warriors along with Vivian, and teams from neighboring cities would join the rescue. The boy turned purple with rage when he was told to deal with the rooster himself. He said that he had already mentioned that he couldn't beat him. However, the man said that dealing with him did not necessarily mean killing him. As long as he no longer posed a threat to Yanhai City, that would be enough. He added that the rooster was not truly loyal to Yanhai City, meaning that if stronger human experts wanted to form an alliance with him, he might not choose Yanhai. The subordinate thought for a moment, and then asked how they could be sure that One Eye would send a warrior of national standing. The national-level warrior confirmed that One-Eyed would definitely send him. The story shifts back to the hospital. One-Eye came to visit Tracy, told her that the headquarters had sent a rescue team along with 2 national-level warriors, and nearby cities were asked to send at least 1 team of level 9 experts to participate in the rescue operation. Tracy intended to send the Yanhai team, but they would retreat if the situation seemed unstable. One-Eyed expressed concern, saying that sending the Yanhai team could lead to a high probability of failure. Tracy understood One-Eye's concerns, but she also knew that Team 6666's situation was precarious. The mysterious traitor had still not been found, despite One-Eye disobeying HQ's orders and killing Sam. If evidence confirming Sam's name was not found soon, Tracy feared that the traitor could attack Yanhai City at any time. Team 666 was their last trump card, and if it was exposed, they would immediately go on the defensive. One-Eye spoke softly, acknowledging Tracy's concerns about the traitor and her mother's safety as the first military advisor to the city of Sangxi. He advised her to make rational decisions and not reveal that the traitor considered her a pawn. The man said that Levi and Jasper would also be going there with their pet demon, making the operation more likely to succeed. Tracy burst into tears, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Joseph, standing outside the door of the room, heard a woman's sobs and immediately went inside. He saw with horror how his niece, in tears, pressed herself against the one-eyed man's chest. He immediately started screaming, telling the pervert to let Tracy go. When the one-eyed man turned around, he saw that an energy projectile was flying straight at him. The blow was strong enough that the man flew straight into the wall. He didn't understand what Joseph was unhappy about again. But he suddenly thought that for some reason he began to care about his feelings. He remembered asking Tracy to warn him about possible danger. At that moment, he was genuinely worried that something would happen to Joseph. Before Team 666 boarded the plane and headed to the assembly point, One-Eye stood next to them and gave them instructions. He said that while the mission is to help others, it involves solving a difficult situation by bringing in additional people. He assured them that he had a way to communicate with strangers, leaving it up to Isaac, who was also sent to oversee the mission. One-Eye instructed all 3 that the top priority in a dangerous place was safety, and if they felt danger, they should retreat immediately, especially Isaac, who had no need to show himself except for communication. Behind them, Joseph asked why One-Eye didn't let him go. One-Eye responded firmly, telling Joseph to focus on getting better. Soon the squad boarded the helicopter. Seeing Levi and Joseph watching the helicopter with excitement, Rooster looked down on them, considering them inexperienced. Using his demonic ability, he soared freely into the sky, surprising the boys. They reached the outskirts of the city, the scenery of which was very beautiful. From below, in the forest, a man with a bow exclaimed, seeing the silhouette of the rooster in the sky. Thinking that they were being attacked by a demonic beast, he fired an arrow without thinking. Feeling his strength as a national-level demonic beast, Rooster looked at the arrow with disdain. Suddenly, the black circular ripple around the demon expanded, freezing both the rooster and the arrow in place. The national-level warrior and medical genius Vivian intervened and shouted at the attacker not to touch the rooster, explaining that it was a national-level demonic beast sent by Yanhai City and not an enemy. The attacker angrily asked why he was considered a pet. When the helicopter landed, Vivian explained that these were the new members of Team 666 from Yanhai City, along with their accompanying beast, the rooster, the Imperial Herald of Dawn. The rooster felt the power that had enveloped him suddenly disappear, causing him to fall from the sky in shock. Seeing this, the archer who had attacked him earlier jumped down from the tree and began criticizing Yanhai City for treating a national-level demonic beast like a pet. Luckily, Levi managed to catch the rooster as it fell. Jasper, not seeing the rooster, was worried for a moment and wondered if he had fallen and hurt himself. The archer was shocked to realize that the rooster was indeed a pet. Vivian walked over and greeted Team 666 from Yanhai City, explaining that the Heavenly Emperor Rooster was sent straight from the Heavenly Realm. She expressed pride, linking his appearance to the fact that the military advisor from Sangxi has roots in the Kim family. However, Levi's comment that the rooster might lay an egg for the girl frightened her. Seeing that the 2 members of Team 666 were only paying attention to the rooster, Vivian decided that the members of the new Team 666 were ignoring her. Isaac appeared in front of her and hastened to explain that he was the curator of Team 666, who was tasked with helping them communicate. He added that if she had any questions, she could ask him. Hearing this, Vivian thought that these 2 newcomers looked arrogant, since they needed help communicating, and they only had a national-level demonic beast as a pet. The two national-ranked experts standing behind Vivian mockingly remarked that the Yanhai warriors must rely on demonic beasts to be so arrogant. They said they had nothing to be proud of. Isaac quickly explained that, contrary to their belief, it was One-Eye's initiative. The archery expert spoke again, criticizing the One-Eyed Man for their lack of prospects, citing the arrogance of the newcomers due to their demonic beast. However, the main characters didn't care at all what people said about them. Mateo, a national rank expert from the capital headquarters with a special talent, and the young man in a hooded robe standing next to him, Leon, also a national rank expert, did not understand what was being said, but considered it unimportant. The rooster glared at Leon, immediately recognizing him as the one who had previously dealt with his fellow roosters, and then used his special ability to escape. Leon felt the rooster watching him and silently worried if the Heavenly Emperor recognized him. Mateo continued to crow next to Leon, noting that the rooster was not loyal to the city, not revealing his previous infiltration to steal corpses. Seeing Leon, the rooster swore quietly, wanting to avenge his relatives, but knowing that the evil people would not allow him to do so. Leon smiled politely at the rooster and said that if they were alone, he would ask if he wanted to join them. The enraged rooster took Leon's smile as an attempt to provoke him. Jasper, puzzled by the conversation, did not understand why they were discussing these issues. Levi also did not understand the details, but did not consider them important. Hearing Levi's words, the archery expert shouted angrily, feeling disrespectful towards the newcomers. He wanted to teach them a lesson in respect for their superiors. However, the detachment still had to wait for detachments from other cities. But time passed, and no one came. Suddenly, Mateo's phone alerted him to a new message. The man looked at the screen with concern, and then turned to Vivian. He said that a message had come from one of the city representatives, saying that they were not going to send strong 9th-rank warriors to certain death, but instead would send those who would not be a pity to lose. Mateo and Vivian scolded him for his cowardice and meanness. However, when they saw the helicopter flying towards them, Vivian and Mateo were incredibly happy. Mateo excitedly exclaimed that a team of experts from Xinfeng City had arrived. However, their mood quickly changed when they learned that experts had arrived to provide assistance, but did not take their task seriously. Julian and Giselle, brother and sister experts from Xinfeng City, greeted everyone, explaining that they had received orders from their leader to join them, but made it clear that they could retreat if the situation became unfavorable. They greeted Vivian and expressed their intention to support her. Noticing the change in mood, Leon recognized them as a team of experts from Xinfeng City, known for their special talent and strategy of retreat rather than combat. Giselle didn't understand why the squad members were so unhappy, but Julian told her that if anything happened, they could simply run away from them. Mateo heard this and was about to attack the twins. Vivian intervened, telling Mateo not to take things personally, and that the Xinfeng City experts were supporting their subordinate experts. She thanked Mateo and Leon for volunteering to join her on the dangerous mission. However, Leon understood that he was not here to save people. Noticing Mateo's awkward behavior, I understood the true motive behind his desire to accompany Vivian on the rescue operation. In the forest on the outskirts of Kangxi, Vivian informed her two companions that they were in Kangxi territory and must conceal their presence. She told about the existence of a secret passage built by a special department of each city as an emergency exit. However, only the top commander knew its exact location. Turning to Mateo and Leon, she advised them to move forward carefully. She used her invisibility field to conceal everyone's presence and warned them not to go beyond 500 meters from her, emphasizing that even without encountering enemies, going beyond that distance risked detection due to the field's limitations. Vivian immediately moved, enveloping everyone in her invisibility field. She announced that they could begin to make their way into the territory of the Zhangxi forest. Everyone stayed close to Vivian with caution as they moved through the forest. Leon walked ahead, calculations flashing in his eyes. He thought that although they were very careful, he had his own mission. He had already tried to approach the newcomers several times, but they did not leave the messenger. He decided that before starting the task, he first needed to destroy these two. Secretly, he used the weapon to cut his palm while Vivian was distracted. Leon pressed his injured palm against the trunk of a nearby tree. When he removed his hand, fresh blood hissed, but the group silently moved forward, unaware of Leon's actions. The scout demons in the air quickly detected the presence of human experts. Ahead, Vivian stopped suddenly, her heightened expert senses warning her of approaching danger. Tensing, she turned around and shouted that a demonic energy wave was approaching them. They had been discovered. Everyone was surprised to hear this news. Vivian informed everyone that there was a 5th-level demon nearby, 2 4th-level demons, and 1 8th-level demon. As soon as Vivian finished speaking, She saw that behind Levi and Jasper was a level 8 vicious winged beast. He raised his sharp claws and attacked them with incredible speed. Seeing the speed of the beast, Mateo realized that he would not be able to save these two. Leon thought that the two were probably dead. He quietly told himself that their existence had prevented him from fulfilling his mission. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the approaching creature by the leg. As it turned out, the rooster turned into a man and grabbed his legs tightly. The rooster complained that they would all die, but he could not watch them seek death and did not try to save them. Seeing the impending danger, Jasper screamed. The system immediately informed Levi that there was a powerful energy body 0 meters away from him, capable of helping him resist hunger for 10 weeks. The rooster clenched his teeth, trying to hold back his tears. As soon as the 8th level demon recognized him as a traitorous rooster, his body was torn to pieces. The rooster gritted his teeth and personally ended the life of his fellow demon. The 8th level demon called a disgrace to demons. The rooster said that despite the hatred, he must save them. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper were puzzled by the rooster's actions, thinking that the burden he bore as a demon hero might explain why he was unable to escape his fate. The warrior twins, who witnessed everything that happened, also believed that the people at the forum were right, meaning that the herald had truly reformed and become truly formidable. Vivian and Mateo were also surprised by the rooster's timely rescue, sensing its urgency and reliability in saving lives. Leon stood there in bewilderment, unable to believe what had happened. He couldn't understand how the rooster was loyal to Yanhai City and why he didn't reveal his identity. He thought he was smart, thinking that the rooster showed absolute loyalty by saving the newcomers. He planned to team up with the rooster against Levi so that they wouldn't suspect him. He knew he had to find a way to protect himself. Levi pointed to the bird's mangled corpse and asked Jasper if it looked cute. Jasper smiled, finding the crippled bird cute. Mateo and Leon quickly dealt with the remaining demons. Only the 8th, 5th, and 2 4th level ones remained. Vivian couldn't understand how the demons had discovered them, as long as everyone remained within her invisibility field. All the experts' auras should have been hidden. She growled angrily as she saw the two masters carelessly frying the meat. The system reported an energy value of level 8, meaning it was toxin-free and edible. Vivian growled, pointing angrily at them and shouting that they were doomed. The demons had gotten in here because of the roasting meat. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, someone's demonic paw grabbed a tree branch and broke it. The 9th level Midnight Wolf was enraged to learn that human experts were starting a fire and roasting the flesh of her evil kin. She ordered the demon scouts to investigate. The energy waves of the evil creatures suddenly disappeared as someone appeared behind them, exclaiming in the darkness of the night that it smelled so good. Upon seeing the new arrivals, the wolf woman and the demon scouts respectfully greeted the 4 emperors. One of them claimed that human experts came to the edge of the forest, killed their relatives, and even dared to light a fire to roast them. He was the Ant King, a national-level demon. He believed it was revenge for the video of the torture of city experts sent to headquarters. Meanwhile, Vivian and Mateo were hovering around the fire, trying to put it out. Vivian and Mateo grabbed the masters and turned to shout to the others to hurry up and not stand still. Everyone quickly began to move. Vivian ordered an immediate retreat so as not to attract more powerful demons. As they ran, Vivian thought bitterly that it wasn't that she didn't want to save them. She cried as she ran, lamenting that her teammates simply weren't trustworthy. Suddenly a whip flew towards Vivian, blocking their escape. Tightening her grip on Jasper, she quickly used her domain to jump back, avoiding the wolf holding the whip. The she-wolf mocked them for lighting fires on their territory to roast the demons, provoking them. When faced with a 9th level demon, Vivian planned a quick strike and retreat in case stronger demons appeared. At that moment, the figure of Harlow, the Ant King, appeared behind the wolf woman. He picked up the severed head of a rooster, showing that it was the head of the messenger. The group was horrified. Levi and Jasper were also quite surprised. Jasper started to cry when the chicken died and sobs were heard. Leon stepped aside. Seeing that the demons had dealt with the rooster, he decided that his path was useless. As the protector of the city, possessing abilities with electricity and water, the herald was considered quite strong. Seeing Jasper sobbing, Levi consoled him, promising to avenge the chicken. In the face of danger, Vivian quickly released her sphere to discharge Mateo and Leon. Mateo silently thought that one level 9 demon and a national rank demon was a bit dangerous, but with Vivian's help they could handle it. He shouted at the level 9 fighter to retreat. Behind him, the twins turned invisible with their special ability. Not wanting to go forward, Mateo knew he was furious and wanted to deal with these two first. Leon silently calculated that one demon protecting the city and one 9th level demon meant that with Vivian's protection, they were evenly matched. But they had already exhausted their strength. A national-ranked demon could kill the herald silently, which made Leon wary and determined to flee at any opportunity. At that moment, Harlow suddenly appeared in front of Leon, his shrill voice blaring, accusing Leon of thinking about how to escape. His cold gaze turned to Leon and he continued, stating that he hated traitors the most. Leon's eyes widened in shock and he wondered if Harlow was reading his mind. Before he could react, the demon attacked Leon. The attack was too fast for Leon to dodge. The wounded body flew back and stopped, hitting the trunk of a tree. At that moment, the arrow fired by Mateo quickly flew towards the demon. Harlow dodged to the side, avoiding the arrow's terrible force, but his face was scratched and a trickle of blood flowed from it. Mateo, empowered by Vivian, could hurt Harlow. He felt that his arrows would be even faster now. Vivian used her skill to heal Leon while analyzing the battle strategy. She believed that it was extremely dangerous for Mateo to fight alone, even with her protection, and she needed to act quickly. The wolf swung her whip towards Mateo as Vivian released her third-level control skill, tripling Mateo's strength and speed. She thought that she couldn't let the enemy take the initiative, and decided to kill the 9th-level demon first. The arrow he fired instantly pierced the female wolf through and through. Vivian yelled at Mateo to back off. Seeing the demon rapidly approaching him, Mateo heeded the warning and dodged to the side. However, Harlow's attack did not stop. It turned out it was aimed straight at Levi. Levi's cold face showed that he was determined to avenge the chicken. At that moment, a rooster appeared in front of him, grabbed the demon's hand in front of Levi, and blocked Harlow's attack. He shouted angrily that he had already told them not to come near this man again. The squad members were surprised. This meant that the herald was not dead, but they did not understand what kind of severed head it was. Seeing the herald's appearance, Harlow retreated. He was shocked to see the herald in perfect form before him. Harlow remembered that the rooster used to hide from him, crying and dreaming of becoming a hero. After taking a sip of beer and snacking on some chicken, the rooster muttered to himself that he was clearly a hero. But his fellow roosters didn't understand him and even scolded him, and that their meat was delicious. Suddenly, Harlow appeared in front of the rooster and saw him eating the flesh of his fellow villains, which enraged him. He wanted to kill this traitor who followed the people. The rooster explained that he was not with the people to betray his fellow demons, but to protect them, and warned them not to approach this man. Ignoring the rooster's excuses, Harlow launched a deadly attack to kill him. As Harlow watched the rooster's head separate from its neck, spin, and roll across the ground, he shouted that the thing he hated most in this life was traitors. Taking the rooster's head, he left, wanting people and demons to see the fate of the traitor. But now that he saw that the rooster, in perfect form, was still protecting people, Harlow quietly regretted that he had not read his mind earlier and discovered the traitor's abilities. Tears streamed down Jasper's face as he rushed to hug the rooster, joyfully exclaiming that the hen was still alive. The rooster did not understand why the man was so happy that he was not dead. Then Levi's voice was heard, saying that they would have fried eggs tomorrow, and the rooster thought with annoyance that he had almost been deceived again. He thought that he was really just a chicken, an instrument for laying eggs. He told Levi with a pitiful look that if any demon attacked them, he would kill it. They did not need to act, and it would silently think about its fellows and where it should return to help them escape. But Levi remained as uninterested as before. Leon, while healing his wounds, muttered curses at the demon who ended up protecting the 2 residents of Yanhai. He wondered what was wrong with the messenger and why he had to act so realistically. Vivian also couldn't believe it, seeing the messenger's devotion to Levi and his friend, but at the same time believing that he could be trusted. Mateo silently praised the rooster for his loyalty. Harlow looked scared. He couldn't read the rooster's mind and didn't believe that such a thing could happen. He wondered why he couldn't read the traitor's inner thoughts. After narrowly escaping death from an ambush by his fellow tribesmen, he gained the ability to read the minds of demons and humans through numerous tests. He discovered that their common trait was betrayal. Hearing the chicken coaxing Levi, Jasper jumped up from his seat, agreeing with her and urging everyone to trust her and allow her to avenge his own beheading. Jasper admired the chicken's ability to be reborn after being decapitated, finding it truly formidable. While Harlow was wondering if his ability had failed him, and if the rooster was a traitor, the she-wolf called out to him, telling him to move away. He suddenly saw the rooster, using its ability to transform into a titan, rush at him. Harlow staggered back from the rooster's powerful blow. He regained his balance with difficulty and realized that he had underestimated this rooster. He thought that this messenger was very strong. Harlow then used his earth-binding ability to entangle the rooster's legs in rising earth and rocks. He then used his crushing fist ability, aiming a punch at the rooster's head. Sensing the approach of his fellow's deadly attack, the rooster made a decision. Even though he had lost one head to Harlow, he still considered him his fellow. For the sake of their future lives, he could no longer hold back. The rooster released his demonic illusion ability, causing Harlow to fall into a trance. He panicked when he realized that this rooster also had an illusion ability. At that very moment, the rooster condensed a sphere of lightning. His energy waves emitted outward frightened the warriors. Leon couldn't see because of the blinding light and cursed, saying that he hated bright light. The rooster gritted his teeth and whispered to his brother, who was defending the city, that he should forgive him for having to save it. Having finished, the rooster released his lightning lake ability towards Harlow, who stood paralyzed with fear before the overwhelming power of the lightning ball, and could only helplessly watch the scene unfold. Sensing mortal danger, the two antennae on the head of the other king consort, Tristan, began to shake violently. A dark figure appeared quickly, lunged at Harlow and pushed him aside, dodging the rooster's oncoming ability. The two of them tumbled on the ground and hit a tree trunk. Surprisingly, the newcomer's appearance and clothing were identical to Harlow's. Seeing Tristan, the wolf woman sighed with relief, thanking Tristan for arriving in time, otherwise Harlow would have died. Seeing Harlow clutching his head in pain from the forceful impact he had received from the tree trunk, Tristan crouched down next to him, telling him that he had just nearly died. Tristan reminded Harlow of the danger threatening his life. Harlow's face fell as he stared at the devastated area where lightning had leveled everything. Harlow spoke up, acknowledging the herald's truly terrifying destructive power. Tristan mocked him, saying that if he hadn't arrived in time, Harlow would have been watching from the sidelines. Both Vivian and Matteo were horrified when they saw the second national rank demon. Tristan happily told his brother that a second before his death, Harlow had the idea to call for help. Harlow blushed and admitted that at that moment he had to touch his mustache. At that moment, Tristan suddenly slapped him. Harlow angrily covered his face with his hands, asking why he did that. An angry Tristan scolded his stupid brother, saying that he only called for help a second before his death, while an embarrassed Harlow stubbornly refused to admit his mistake, claiming that he was not that stupid. From afar, Jasper watched the confrontation between the two mustachioed brothers closely, noticing that they looked like ants signaling to each other. The rooster also noticed this, deciding that they were discussing battle plans. Leon, recovering in the corner, silently thought that the combined strength of the two brothers would be formidable, and that the herald would definitely not be able to cope with them. He wondered whether he should run away now. Meanwhile, the rooster's legs were still pinned to the ground by Harlow's abilities. He told himself that these two brothers were very strong, but they did not know the true horror of these two evil people. Having escaped from the earthen prison, the rooster jumped on Levi and Jasper. His goal was to prevent the two brothers from approaching the evil people and being killed by them. The rooster condensed his lightning lake skill again. Deep down he believed that as a demon hero, even if his brethren didn't understand, he had to be the first to strike at these evil people, quickly expending all his strength to save the lives of his brethren. The 9th level wolf sensed that the herald was preparing to attack again, and shouted to Tristan and Harlow to be careful. Before the rooster could attack, a black shadow flashed in front of him, approached, and cut off the hand in which the lake of lightning was condensing. Tristan's mocking voice sounded in the rooster's ear, noting that the smell of the roasted beast was quite appetizing. Tristan's figure appeared and then disappeared, frightening the rooster with its incredible speed, which was impossible to defend against. Tristan's killing blow was aimed at decapitating the rooster. After the attack, Tristan's figure reappeared to take revenge for them injuring the she-wolf and nearly killing his brother. And filled with hatred, Tristan declared that he must kill everyone present to vent his anger. Jasper screamed in fear. All the members of the squad were terrified. Tristan walked up to the rooster's corpse, coldly stamped on its head, and said that he didn't know why the rooster was chasing people, but he didn't care. After finishing speaking, he stamped his foot hard, crushing the rooster's head. Tristan muttered that he cared very much about his shortcomings, and that the rooster should die for wanting to kill his brother. Leon realized with horror that the speed of the newly appeared demon exceeded all previous ones. The ant told his brother that it was useless to behead the rooster, since he had already tried to do it. Tristan ignored his brother's words, confidently stating that cutting off one head would not kill a two-headed wolf. But if both were cut off, it would take 3 days for them to grow back. Vivian and Matteo were gritting their teeth in horror. Jasper, standing next to Levi, was screaming breathlessly, doubting whether the rooster had really died this time. Matteo, seeing the death of the rooster, became worried that they had lost the initiative, and their chances of winning were no longer great. Vivian also believed that their only option was to risk their lives fighting these evil creatures. perhaps opening a bloody path to salvation. Leon was completely perplexed by the death of the rooster. He thought that the rooster was very loyal to Yanhai, but at the same time, he was willing to fight to the death without hesitation to protect these two newcomers. He couldn't believe that there was a demon so devoted to people. Having dealt with the rooster, Tristan glared at Levi and Jasper, declaring that it was their turn now. Levi stood up to the shaking and crying Jasper, angrily vowing to avenge the rooster. Suddenly something rushed at Tristan from behind. It was a rooster. He jumped on Tristan, warning everyone not to get close to the two people. The ant was shocked to see the rooster appear again, his eyes widening as the rooster's sharp claws nearly grazed Tristan's face, but he quickly dodged out of the way. Tristan was also surprised, wondering how he had survived after being beheaded twice. The rooster returned, covering Levi and the others. Jasper happily welcomed the rooster's rescue. Vivian and Matteo felt the same relief, realizing that the rooster was alive and would help them fight the demons. The ant wondered if this body was a fake, but I soon realized that it was like a quick rebirth. He recalled his battle with the rooster, and noted that he had many other abilities that were truly complex and defied natural laws. The ant quickly stepped towards Tristan, remembering that human warriors on the internet said that the two roosters had a special physique that could absorb and assimilate the power of demons of the same species. Tristan, noticing his brother's panic, came over and placed a reassuring hand on Ant's shoulder. Realizing that his brother was passing on information, Harlow looked down in horror. In addition to these abilities, the rooster had the ability to quickly transform. It could not be killed, and it could perhaps even block prying eyes, preventing them from seeing its abilities. Unable to read his thoughts, Ant cautiously suggested retreating with the she-wolf, since the two of them couldn't handle it. They quickly took the she-wolf and flew into the sky. Seeing the demons retreat, Vivian decided it was because they had failed to kill the rooster. When Tristan and his brother had disappeared with the she-wolf, the rooster solemnly remarked that at last one of his kind had understood his suffering and heeded his warning. The rooster silently rejoiced, calling on them to leave quickly and not to approach the cruel people who stood behind him again. Vivian shouted to Matteo that they couldn't let them leave for fear that their plan to escape and save the people would be discovered. Vivian feared that if the demons found out about this, the demons guarding Zhongxi would definitely come for them. Matteo immediately aimed his bow at Harlow and Tristan. With an angry growl, Tristan delivered a powerful blow to Matteo's chest. He forced him to his knees and retreat. Leon still sat there, hesitant, not knowing whether to run or not. Seeing Tristan and his brother returning, the rooster turned green with fear. Tristan telepathically informed the rooster that he seemed to value the two weaklings behind him very much. Tristan admitted that he couldn't kill the rooster, but said that dealing with the people would be easy. The ant quickly moved behind Levi, stating that they weren't actually afraid of the rooster. The rooster was horrified, deciding that his two stupid relatives were really bringing death upon themselves. The arrogant brothers grabbed Levi and Jasper, threatening the rooster and demanding that he reveal his weaknesses. Levi was puzzled by the strange bearded man putting his arm around his shoulders, while Ant threateningly told the rooster that if he did not show his weakness, Levi would be crushed to death. Seeing the trembling rooster, Ant decided that these two people must be the messenger's weak spot. Levi thought that Ant just wanted to get acquainted. The ant was delighted and demanded that they quickly reveal their fatal weakness. He was puzzled when the rooster, trembling, pointed at Levi. Feeling like he was being mocked, Ant shouted angrily, asking if he understood what weakness he was asking about. The frightened rooster groaned quietly, calling for them to let go of the terrible man in their hands, otherwise they would not be saved. Sensing that the rooster was unwilling to cooperate, Tristan prepared to kill Jasper. The rooster remembered Levi's furious attack to avenge Jasper, which cost the king his life. However, the ant had no intention of retreating. When Tristan's hand reached for Jasper's neck, Levi's eyes flashed dangerously. The rooster crowed and rushed to Tristan to make him stop and tell him not to harm Jasper. Tristan froze in amazement. The rooster used his animal abilities to quickly fly over and change position, successfully shielding Jasper with his body. Enraged that the rooster had stolen his target, Tristan immediately rushed after it. He struck him hard in the back, causing blood to fly out of the demon's mouth. Seeing the rooster sacrifice itself again to protect him, Jasper burst into tears and began calling the rooster. Vivian and Matteo were again shocked by the rooster's willingness to die to protect his master. Even Leon was moved to tears by the rooster's self-sacrifice. The ant and the she-wolf watched in complete shock, wondering why the rooster was so devoted to these two people. The rooster fell to the ground, trying his best to save his foolish relatives, but realizing that he could no longer help them, he could no longer save them. Levi consoled Jasper, asked him not to cry, and swore that he would definitely take revenge. Ant watched in horror as Levi approached Jasper, unable to understand how the man could have slipped out of his grasp without him noticing. Levi suddenly delivered a powerful punch to Harlow's stomach, sending him flying to the side. A black shadow rushed to catch the falling Harlow. The ant muttered that this man was very strong. Levi, who was standing on the ground, suddenly disappeared, and using his teleportation skill, appeared above the brothers and delivered a powerful blow, causing them to fall to the ground and sink into the earth. The messenger brothers were seriously wounded by Levi's vicious blow. Levi landed quickly, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Vivian and Mateo were stunned by what they saw. Things were no better for the members of the squad hiding nearby. Rooster remained completely calm, expecting this. Levi turned to Jasper and asked if he should kill those who had seriously wounded the rooster. The trembling rooster raised his wing, wanting to beg Levi to spare his relatives. Seeing the roosters suffering, Jasper decided that he did not want to forgive them, so they could only be killed. Hearing Jasper's words, the rooster coughed up blood. He wanted to tell him to shut up, but the internal injuries did not allow him to speak. Levi immediately turned away, declaring that he would kill them to avenge the chicken. The rooster strained his neck, wanting to say that he was still alive and did not intend to take revenge, but the internal injuries did not allow him to speak. As Levi approached the brothers, the wolf released her Moon Fury ability and telepathically called for Harlow and Tristan to flee. Then she was about to attack the protagonist. Feeling an attack from behind, Levi quickly teleported after the she-wolf. Realizing that Levi was the most terrifying of them all, the she-wolf saw his fist heading towards her head. As Levi struck, the brothers deployed the primordial barrier to protect the wolf. However, when Levi struck, they instantly realized that the barrier couldn't withstand another blow. The demons watched in horror as a large crack spread across the dome. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Special Forces headquarters in the city of Changxi. The demon sitting inside the office felt his brother's cries for help. It was Dante, their older brother. The demon's subordinate brought the documents that Dante requested, but he, having received a distress signal, disappeared without explanation. The fourth brother, Nico, also received a signal from the ants while he was pruning flowers. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to help his brothers. Meanwhile, Levi hit the brothers' barrier again. The impact was so strong that the barrier cracked at the seams. The warriors realized that something important was being hidden from them. The two evil creatures of national rank were no match for the new man of Yanhai. The brothers watched in horror as their defenses crumbled. They exclaimed that this weak-looking man was the strongest they had ever encountered as he broke through their barrier. Levi suddenly turned around, sensing an unexpected attack from afar. His system warned that the blow could damage the host's indestructible diamond body and advised him to dodge. Levi quickly dodged the powerful long-range attack, watching as it struck the forest and raised clouds of dust. The system warned Levi that there were 4 energy signatures of national rank evil beasts nearby. Although each of them could support the host for a year, their combined strategic value exceeded the host's current level, and the system recommended a cautious retreat and escape. Seeing Levi's confused look, the system angrily scolded him, hinting that he did not understand the seriousness of the situation. The national rank demon that appeared turned out to be Dante, the eldest brother of all the ants. Vivian and Mateo turned pale with fear at the appearance of 3 national rank demons. The creature that appeared exuded an extremely powerful energy, far superior to the previous 2. The system warned Levi of poisonous arrows approaching from behind, warning that the poison could harm the host, and advising him to dodge. Levi managed to dodge to the side, and the acidic poison, hitting the grass, hissed terribly. Lying in ambush on Levi was Nico, who had rushed here after receiving a distress signal. The system sternly warned the owner to be careful in battle, as the 5 demons posed a mortal threat. Then Levi was surrounded by 2 newly arrived national-level evil creatures, forming a pincer formation. Leon was no less horrified, understanding why the city had fallen so easily to such powerful evil enemies. He doubted that the man could withstand the combined power of 4 national-ranked demons. After considering fleeing, Leon hesitated, deciding that if Levi survived, his identity as a traitor would be revealed. Leon thought about the ghost brothers and sisters and realized that even though they were weaker than the national level, he could easily destroy them. However, if a person or a rooster survives, he will not escape punishment. Leon decided to stay and watch for now. Dante's expression was cold as he quickly swung his sword, attacking Levi. The system warned Levi that he should dodge a destructive attack. The sharp blade only grazed Levi's shadow as he jumped back, dodging the attack. Levi found it hard to believe that he was surrounded. At this time, Dante relentlessly attacked him with his sword. Nico moved towards his brothers. The she-wolf sighed in relief when Nico excitedly announced his presence. Upon seeing Nico, Tristan warned his brother that this man was no ordinary opponent, surpassing him even in speed. Tristan added that despite his weak appearance, the man should not be underestimated. Nico ignored everything else, focusing on treating Tristan and Harlow's wounds. The rooster, lying nearby defeated, thought bitterly that even with powerful reinforcements he was useless. This cruel man had used soul-burning flames, and all his relatives would perish. The rooster wanted to save his brothers, but he could not move his body, neither dead nor capable of being revived. Watching from afar, Vivian realized that Nico was also a national-ranked demon with healing abilities. Fearing that once he healed the other two townspeople, the man from Yanhai would be in danger, Vivian decided not to give them time to heal. She quickly used a spell to help the new person quickly defeat them. It tripled Levi's attack speed and power. Sensing Levi's increased strength, the system reported that the host had received support from an ally, doubling its combat power. Suddenly, Vivian fell down, losing her strength. Matteo caught her, scared and not understanding what happened. She felt that her energy was completely drained. The effect of the support was only doubled, which had never happened before. The system's voice excitedly informed Levi that he was now stronger than all the demons, urging him to not hesitate and defeat them. Seeing Dante swing his sword to attack, Levi quickly dodged to the side, and with incredible speed he was right next to Dante. Realizing Levi's increased speed too late, Dante didn't have time to react before Levi's punch sent him flying backwards, crashing through the trees. Dante stood up, horrified by Levi's sudden increase in power. He realized that he hadn't encountered such a strong person for a long time. Seeing Levi defeat a national-ranked opponent, Vivian exclaimed with delight that his doubled strength was clearly stronger than anyone she had supported before. Vivian was suddenly horrified by the realization that Levi had been the strongest person she had ever supported. She couldn't support him any longer because his combat power had already surpassed her, a national-level expert. Levi lunged at the kneeling and immobilized Dante, unable to stand up. Dante could only watch helplessly as Levi approached. As Levi prepared to strike again, he noticed poisoned arrows flying towards his back and jumped to the side, barely avoiding the vile attack. Levi cast a cold glance forward. The four brothers acknowledged his strength, admitting that it had been a long time since they had faced such a strong opponent without joining forces. Without thinking, Levi rushed at the brothers. Harlow raised his hand to block Levi's blow, but fell powerlessly to the ground. He swung his blade, but Levi's blow was stronger. Levi appeared behind him, and his powerful blow sent the ant down, badly wounded and coughing up blood. As Levi landed, Tristan swung his sword, but Levi had already moved behind him to deliver another crushing blow. Tristan spat out blood as he hit the ground hard. After this, the main character forcefully slammed him into the ground. Seeing Levi land, Dante swung his sword furiously, but Levi dodged the blow with incredible speed and reappeared behind him. Dante's keen sense of smell warned him of Levi's impending attack. He swung his sword to block Levi's strike. After this collision, the difference in strength became obvious. Dante's sword broke from the force of Levi's blow. Levi remained motionless, but Dante, from the force of the blow, involuntarily flew back 10 steps, unable to withstand it. Suddenly the system warned the owner of a sudden attack. Raising his head, Levi saw that Nico's poison was pouring down on him from above. Levi jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Nico, puzzled by Levi's disappearance, was struck by a crushing blow from behind. The force of the blow sent him crashing down, badly wounded and coughing up blood, just like his brothers before him. Vivian, continuing to support Levi, knew that she couldn't make him stronger. But this new man was so strong that just supporting him was enough. Dante's eyes burned with determination. He gave a signal to the 3 remaining brothers. With difficulty keeping his feet, he activated the ant barrier, enveloping himself in a protective sphere. The other 3 brothers immediately joined him inside Dante's barrier. Levi heard the system's voice warning him that his teammate was under attack. He turned to look, and the system, seeing that Levi was still standing idle, unwilling to provide support. The system cursed as the wolf woman lunged forward. Matteo raised his bow to stop her, and his arrow pierced her shoulder, forcing her to retreat. Enraged, she realized that under the protection of a man of national rank, she would not be able to kill the man who had supported her. After seeing Matteo save Vivian, the system noted that it was lucky to have a teammate, unlike other systems that relied solely on their host without putting in any effort themselves. Suddenly, Levi received a system warning that the vicious beasts inside the barrier were abnormally increasing their total energy. Realizing that the four brothers had united for some reason, the system sensed danger and advised Levi to act first to suppress them. Levi rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to the barrier. Suddenly, a sharp air blade burst out from within and rushed towards Levi, seeing the approaching attack. Levi tilted his head back to dodge it. The angry voice of the system exclaimed that Levi shouldn't dodge and asked if he had any strategy at all. Levi stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what the voice in his head was saying. The blade headed towards Vivian and Matteo. Seeing the wave of energy directed at them, Matteo rushed towards them, knocked Vivian to the ground and shielded her from the attack with his body. He wrapped his arms tightly around her to keep her out of harm's way as they were thrown back by the blast, one-eyed Vivian and Matteo injured and coughing up blood from the powerful impact. Vivian lay in horror beneath Matteo, realizing that the energy wave that had attacked them had exceeded the national level. Seeing Vivian helpless, the she-wolf quietly rejoiced that Levi had lost his combat support. She whispered excitedly that the prince's consorts had completed their fusion. Waves of terrifying energy burst forth from the demon barrier. The barrier quickly collapsed, and the four Herald brothers successfully merged into a continental-level demon, Titus. There was a note of bitterness in the system's voice. Without the support of the team, and with the enemy's level growing, the owner was facing death. The system regretted not having been more careful in choosing its owner. The rooster lay powerlessly next to Jasper, doubting whether his kin would be able to merge into such a powerful national-level beast and kill this evil man. However, he knew that the evil man's black fire could burn even souls. He was afraid that his kin might die if they were not careful. He approached Jasper about acupuncture treatment. The boy was surprised that the rooster trusted his skills, and his spirits were lifted when he readily responded, promising to cure the rooster. Titus's cold eyes looked down at Levi, and with his keen senses, Levi noticed the attack and jumped to the side to avoid it. The system's voice angrily shouted a warning, noting that with such force even the most indestructible diamond would be shattered into pieces. Upon seeing a continental-level demon attack with a sword, the system informed Levi that its speed exceeded his own, and that the sword contained a deadly poison. The system did not want to die with its owner. Seeing the blade approaching his head, Levi dodged to the side. After that, he immediately decided to use his newly acquired skill. Levi's eyes flashed dangerously as he successfully summoned Earthfire. The system thought with excitement that if the fourth-level Earthfire burned Titus, his soul would disperse and the master would win. Seeing Levi's hands, imbued with black fire, swing towards Titus, the demon sensed the ominous black fire and hastily released the Blue Devourer skill to block the attack. The system muttered fearfully that the earthly fire would not be able to approach and burn the soul if it was blocked. Soon, the earth fire on Levi's hand was successfully absorbed by Titus's skill. The shield erected by the demon easily melted Levi's power. The system's voice sounded bitter. The protagonist's hand got stuck in Titus's shield. The demon looked menacingly at his opponent and called upon the spell Sword of the Sky. The demon's eyes flashed with malice as he drew his sword and summoned a massive sword, aiming straight at Levi's head. The system decided to prepare for the fact that the owner would now die. The colossal sword fell swiftly on the forest below, causing a great commotion. Levi's figure was nowhere to be seen, but suddenly a crimson flame burst out, obscuring the giant blade. Facing death, Levi quickly summoned a crimson fire to repel Titus's attack, the system admiring his battle strategy and realizing it had underestimated its master. Vivian, although seriously injured, cried out in delight, thinking that this was a battle between continental-level people. Leon hid, wondering if a newcomer from Yanhai could be legendary as a sovereign. He was afraid that Levi could surpass even a demigod. After all, only a ruler-level person could fight a national-level demon. The epic battle between Levi and Titus continued. The system understood that Levi was still far from the battle strategy of a true ruler. Although his strength was approaching that level, his cultivation of internal energy could always help the master become stronger, but he lacked combat experience and relied solely on brute force. Titus landed on the ground, stunned that this man was able to block his sky sword. He let out a mocking laugh, confident that the massive sword would eventually fall. He wanted to see how long the man could withstand it. The system warned that the owner might not last long, and soon Titus saw with horror that his sword of heaven was burning and melting from the crimson fire. The system suddenly had the idea to upgrade the owner and offer him more fighting styles, but this would take time. Titus, furious and trembling, saw that this man dared to destroy his rare heavenly sword and rushed at Levi. Faced with the approaching demon, Levi realized that the enemy would not give him time to update the system. The system panicked, thinking they had used too much crimson fire. But when death approached the main character, a rooster suddenly appeared and protected Levi. Titus's eyes flashed with rage as he saw the rooster use its strengthening ability to strengthen its body and block the attack. He never expected that this divine beast would protect a human. The rooster parried one of Levi's blows but was seriously injured. He intervened because if Levi had used black fire, his soul would have been destroyed. The rooster, who had inherited the king's ability to reincarnate, decided that he could try to prevent others from getting close to this evil man. Seeing the rooster protecting Levi, the system happily realized that this was its chance to renew itself. The system's voice sounded in Levi's head, ordering him to close his eyes and enter a state of silence to speed up the renewal process. The wounded rooster fell limply to the ground. The enraged Titus screamed at the divine beast, accusing it of defending evil people and deserving death. The rooster realized that its poison was half blocked by the beast's ability to throw poison darts, but was still able to move a little. Titus glared at the silent Levi, who was resisting the sword of heaven. He rushed to kill Levi, but the divine beast used its teleportation ability to shield him again. Enraged, Titus dealt a furious blow to the divine beast, sending its body flying and leaving it lifeless on the ground. He then lunged at Levi again, intending to interrupt his self-improvement process. Suddenly, the rooster quickly reincarnated behind the national-level beast using its illusory blessing skill. Titus saw the unharmed rooster behind him and roared, almost forgetting about its ability to quickly reincarnate. However, these shackles were not strong enough to restrain a continental-ranked demon. Seeing Titus quickly break free, the rooster lamented that his illusory blessing could not keep him trapped even for a second. Titus, filled with murderous rage, cried out that he was fed up with the rooster. He used his Black Moon Wine ability to pin the rooster to a tree trunk, the powerful toxin not killing him instantly, but slowly eating away at his body. Enraged by the beast's endless reincarnation, he devised this torture to make him wish for death. Rooster felt that the demon's toxin was too strong for his poison spit ability to block it. Jasper called the chicken and Levi, feeling that something was wrong with the universe circulation technique and blaming himself for being useless. Vivian watched as the rooster kept rushing to block the newcomer from Yanhai. She quietly reproached herself, realizing that this trip was supposed to save her brother, but it led everyone into danger. She asked Mateo to help her sit up and closed her eyes to regain her strength, wanting to quickly regain her fighting power. Titus glanced at Levi and turned mockingly to the rooster, declaring that he could not save himself and was powerless to stop him from killing the man. The helpless rooster begged him not to approach the man. Meanwhile, Levi's system completed the upgrade, loading actual combat programs and the berserker fighting style. The upgrade also improved Levi's control over the Crimson Fire. Titus was horrified to see that his rare sky sword had completely melted. The system's voice sounded in Levi's head, ordering him to control the direction of the Crimson Fire and concentrate the flames into one point. The system reported that his mastery of Crimson Fire had reached 60% of level 1. After completing the requirements, he unlocked one of the Divine Beast control skills. Levi immediately released flames using his upgraded Fireball skill towards Titus. When the demon saw the approaching flames, his heart fluttered, feeling the life-threatening Crimson Fire. He hurriedly used Devouring the Firmament to block the Crimson Fire from touching his body. After successfully repelling the Crimson Flame, Titus's heart calmed down. But at that moment, Levi's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Under the guidance of the system, Levi combined Chi and Earth Fire to create a new deadly move, the soul-crushing explosive fist. Levi rushed towards Titus. His face turned pale. His feelings warned him that if he was hit, he would certainly die. Titus decisively used his ultimate escape technique, Dark Substitution. He never expected that he would have to use this technique. The rooster, unaware that he had been teleported to another place, suddenly felt his body relax. Still stunned, he looked up to see Levi swinging his fist at his head. The rooster saw with horror the blazing black fire in Levi's hands and cried bitterly, deciding that this was truly the end. But contrary to the rooster's thoughts, Levi forcefully changed the direction of the deadly movement to save the rooster, and he himself received damage and coughed up blood. This time the system did not blame its master, but praised Levi for doing the right thing. Levi's selfless act stunned the rooster. It took his brain a moment to realize that this so-called evil man had deliberately deflected the blow to save his life. Meanwhile, Titus pulled the poisonous roses out of his body, and Levi turned to look at him. Titus approached Levi, admitting that he was the first person to ever make him use his ultimate escape technique. Levi, still holding the black fire in his hands, looked at it calmly, waiting to see what Titus would do next. He admitted that Levi was extremely strong, especially the black fire in his hands, which terrified him. But the more menacing Levi seemed, the more determined Titus was to prevent him from entering the city of Changxi. He waved his hand, releasing the poisonous Black Divine Moon to kill Levi with poison. The system warned Levi that earth fire could burn souls, but did not deal physical damage, and suggested using Crimson Fire to block the demon's attack. Following the system's prompts, Levi successfully blocked the incoming poison. Titus was extremely indignant. After using the Sky Sword and the life-saving skill, he had used up most of his energy. His remaining strength was limited. He recklessly gathered all his remaining strength, wanting to release his ultimate technique. Titus growled. No matter what, he couldn't lose for the sake of Changxi City. Behind him, Levi also lost his composure as the system warned that the demon's technique had immense destructive power. The system urgently informed the owner that his power was approaching its maximum, and he could mobilize all the internal chi of the Earth realm, combine it with the power of the Crimson Fire, and release it. Levi immediately concentrated all the power of the Crimson Fire into his fist. The system continued to work, ordering the owner to make every effort to mobilize even more energy. Having reached the late stage of cultivation, he must transcend the limits of the body to advance to the next level. The master had remained in the late Earth realm for too long, and he needed to simultaneously release all of his internal chi to block the enemy's fatal blow and break through to the heavenly realm. Hearing this, Levi immediately met Titus's sword. At the same time, Vivian and Matteo were horrified by the demon's fatal blow. Vivian quickly used her skill to double Levi's blessing. The system noted the timely blessing and called on the owner to be energetic in battle. Two incredibly powerful techniques collided. They caused a deafening explosion that forced everyone to lie on the ground to avoid the shockwave. Titus's eyes blazed as he saw his full-force killing blow successfully blocked by the hated man. The blow sent his powerless body flying far away, unwilling to accept defeat. He screamed. He couldn't let these people set foot in the city of Changxi, where Zoel was still. But now he was powerless, his inner strength completely depleted. He called out to Zoel silently. Suddenly Titus shot up into the air before hitting the ground. When it seemed that everything was over, an unexpected event occurred. The moon turned blood red, and an angry female voice was heard, scolding the arrogant people for invading her territory. Her figure was invisible, but a powerful spiritual force threatened everyone present. The system urgently warned Levi that the carrier did not possess spiritual power and was in a state of mental suppression, unable to resist. The rooster lay stunned on the ground, not understanding what was happening. Vivian and Matteo were brought to their knees by the oppressive spiritual force, realizing with horror that it was indeed the energy of the demon guarding the country. The she-wolf respectfully addressed the aura, greeting Her Majesty. Two disembodied hands appeared, supporting Titus's wounded, unconscious body. The spiritual embodiment of a powerful demon in female form was the Blood Moon Queen. Her cold voice rang in the ears of Levi's group, asking if they had come to punish her and take over Changxi City, or to save the people from that video. Vivian mentally closed her eyes, unable to speak. In horror, she realized that this was truly a formidable continental-ranked demon. Now she understood why everyone at headquarters thought that her decision to come was a death wish. The Blood Moon Empress turned to Titus's memories to understand the situation, and soon she understood everything and became furious, blaming the insignificant humans for defying the Empress and injuring her husband. The Blood Moon Empress threatened the people, asking if they were ready to face her wrath. The system in Levi's mind panicked, deciding that it was all over. The host had failed to successfully break through to the heavenly realm, and was definitely no match for this demon. He felt that this was truly the end. Suddenly a hand appeared, pulling Levi's clothes. It was Jasper, who walked up to Levi with a stunned look and complained that he had a slight headache and he felt like he was getting sick. The system could not understand how Jasper got to Levi without being affected by the spiritual power. It angrily told Levi not to worry about him, as he just had a headache, but to worry about everyone else who was immobilized by this terrifying spiritual power. Jasper's figure caught the attention of the Blood Moon Empress. She noticed his soulless body, which was not affected by spiritual power, and was horrified. Realizing that this terrible man had 9 souls, the Blood Moon Empress hesitated to attack him, and decided to first take Titus back to Changxi City for treatment. She warned the people to leave the city of Changxi quickly, and threatened that if they went any further, none of them would return alive. The Blood Moon Empress, carrying the wounded Titus and the she-wolf in her arms, disappeared. As soon as she left, the moon returned to normal, and the oppressive spiritual force dissipated. Jasper looked around in bewilderment. His inexplicable headache had also passed. Levi looked tiredly at the sky. Vivian felt the pressure ease, and the warriors breathed a sigh of relief. They were miraculously alive again. Leon did not believe that they had managed to survive the arrival of the Empress. Jasper worriedly asked Levi if he was okay, noticing that his clothes had been torn by the vicious creatures. Suddenly, a voice came from the dog tag Jasper wore around his neck, assuring him not to worry as he had brought spare clothes for them. The rooster was surprised to see a hand emerge from his badge on his neck. It was Isaac, who cleverly hid in Jasper's neck badge. Sensing danger, Jasper was so scared that he almost lost consciousness. As the perfect assistant, Isaac brought not only clothing, but also food, drink, and sleeping bags if the warriors wanted to rest. Finally, after a difficult night of Vivian using her power to heal Levi and the others, Isaac made sure she replenished her energy. The rest of the squad enjoyed the food the boy brought. Seeing that Levi had woken up, Jasper rushed excitedly towards him, exclaiming that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The system signaled, noting the enormous support of his teammates, who had healed everyone from their wounds during the night. Jasper held out 2 buns, knowing Levi's strong flame. He waited for him to wake up and warm up the buns. Seeing Levi use the divine technique to heat up the buns, the system became angry, thinking that it was the divine flame skill bestowed upon the owner. But he used it to heat up the buns for Jasper. The system became even more enraged when Levi's proficiency in using the technique reached 80%. Levi felt very ashamed of himself for repeatedly burning Jasper's buns. Just as the buns were about to turn black, a stream of water was thrown at them, and the rooster intervened and added water to prevent them from burning, wanting to get back at Levi for deliberately letting his attacks slide. The aroma of steamed buns delighted Jasper, and the system was stunned to see that the technique's mastery had reached 100%. Everyone sat around the fire, savoring the hot buns, the fruit of Levi and Jasper's collaboration. Jasper carefully handed the bun to the hen, urging her to eat. Then the rooster had an idea. Perhaps these 2 people were not as evil as he thought. At this point, Levi approached the rooster and said that he was still hungry, and that the buns were not enough for him. He wanted to eat chicken eggs, especially those laid by the hen. The demon froze, realizing that he had misjudged these 2 people. As expected, they were truly evil. He shook with anger, but obediently helped Levi boil the eggs. The system discovered a powerful energy in the eggs that could help the host withstand hunger and thirst for a week. Leon and the others were stunned to realize that the eggs, despite being high-level evil objects, were being used for sustenance. The twins looked at the skinny, flat body of the rooster and wondered if it was really a hen. Suddenly Isaac appeared, frightening everyone. Caught up in the commotion, he said that he wanted to tell them something. He asked everyone present to hide the fact that Levi and Jasper possessed abilities that exceeded the national rank, hoping that they would not publish it on the internet, but only report it to their superiors. He also told about the news conveyed by One Eye that Levi and Jasper were high-level cultivators temporarily invited from the mountains. They had reached the upper realm, but they were acting modestly. If anyone wanted to spread news about them, they would risk offending them, which would be fraught with unpredictable and dangerous consequences. Everyone vigorously nodded in agreement. Vivian silently acknowledged that even their pets had a special constitution that could directly absorb evil spirits. Leon was silently about to report this to his superior, so that he could figure out what to do with these 2 new arrivals to Yanhai. When Leon asked if they should take the opportunity to retreat from this dangerous place, Vivian replied that she had no intention of retreating. Leon and the twins turned pale upon hearing her decision. The evil spirits of Kangxi were too strong, and their only choice was to retreat. If not for the senior cultivators of Team 66 who saved them earlier, they would have met their ancestors long ago. But here only 4 national rank evil spirits appeared. Vivian also realized the impending danger, so she decided that everyone should return quickly. She would go on alone. Previously, she was worried that everyone would not be able to leave here safely. But now that she knew Levi's strategy, she decided to accompany and protect everyone, despite the dissuasions of others. Vivian knew that this journey was a trek towards death, but she was determined to save her trapped brother Tsangxi, whose fate was unknown. If she did not go, she would never see her brother again in this life. After thanking everyone for accompanying her so far, Vivian said that from now on she would continue the journey alone as much as possible. Plucking up his courage, Mateo told Vivian that he would not back down but would accompany her. Vivian was even more surprised when Levi and Jasper called on everyone to go save the people, as One Eye had entrusted them with this mission. Seeing that the 2 senior cultivators had no intention of leaving, the twins had no choice but to carry out the order. Vivian was very touched that everyone decided to accompany her in a dangerous situation. No words could express her feelings. Seeing Mateo's impatience, Leon could only cover his face and look away, cursing inwardly. He did not understand why he was looking at him like that, because a traitor like him would not go to seek death with the others. Using the spirit talisman, Vivian led everyone to the secret passage leading to Kangxi. On the high wall there was a building that looked like a temple. Seeing a wall covered with vines in front of him, Leon wondered if it was just a wall, or if there was a secret passage hidden behind it that he had to get through. Vivian explained that it was not a wall and used her blood to activate the guiding talisman. Seeing this, Leon frowned, thinking that the talisman was clearly drawn with someone else's blood. He wondered if some special spell other than blood was required to activate it. The top commander of this organization was always so careful. The talisman began to react, sensing Vivian's heavenly aura. Seeing that a secret passage had appeared, Leon realized that only special people could open it, and that others would hardly be able to get into this secret passage. But at least he figured out how to open it. Vivian told the twins to hide outside and watch them. She reminded them that if their group did not appear within 3 days, they should quickly leave and report to headquarters. Not wanting to put himself in danger, Leon was about to offer to stay behind to back up the twins. However, before he could finish speaking, Mateo grabbed him and said that they would take on the reconnaissance of the secret passage. Realizing that he was indeed going to be a pioneer, Leon cursed inwardly. He wondered why he should seek death for the sake of Mateo's happiness. Seeing that the two had successfully entered the passage, Vivian turned to Levi, saying that it was time for them to leave as well. Watching everyone disappear beyond the passage, the twins were confident that with the help of the messenger and the senior cultivators, they would be able to successfully rescue the people within 3 days. They would definitely not flee. Giselle asked what would happen in 3 days, and Julian replied that they would figure it out later. Soon, all members of the squad entered the building. When Vivian and Levi appeared in the passage, Mateo reported that there were no anomalies ahead. To ensure safety, Vivian deployed a sphere of concealment, concealing everyone's breath. Mateo and Leon took the lead, with Vivian and the others following close behind. After examining the surroundings, Leon realized that this secret passage was connected to the city's water supply system via a teleportation array. Mateo was shocked to feel a large amount of formation aura. Vivian commented on Mateo's remarks about the large number of formations, saying that it appeared to be the drainage system of the high-rise buildings in the Kangxi department. Leon realized that Mateo was not afraid to enter the demon's lair to save people. Suddenly, Vivian shouted over the voice transmission for everyone to be careful. With her keen senses, she caught something ahead. A small demon representative appeared in front of them, introducing herself as Tori, a 5th-level demon, a 5-colored pheasant. She was still just a cub. Tori showed no fear of the people and asked who they were. Mateo was angry to see that the little animal dared to threaten them. And next to him, Leon felt that Tori was most likely very strong. Seeing that the people were silent, Tori shouted that if they did not answer, she would attack. The warriors couldn't figure out what was wrong with this little demon. Tori said that since they lost to the Empress, they definitely couldn't handle her. She arrogantly rushed straight at Leon to punish the disobedient people. However, suddenly her legs became entangled and she lost her balance and fell face down on the ground. The group was stunned by this scene, thinking that she was menacing, but turned out to be a clumsy girl. Crying in pain, Tori screamed, calling on other demons to help her deal with the people. The rooster looked around in bewilderment and realized that, besides Tori, he was the only representative of the animal tribe here. Tori sensed the rooster and said that he must be from the tribe, as she could hear the hearts of her tribe mates. Then the rooster realized that the little pheasant was blind. Tori thought with delight that the rooster was playing hide-and-seek with the other demons. She touched the rooster with curiosity, asked what color his feathers were and whether they were beautiful. She said that her own feathers and eyes were colored 5 colors. The rooster thought that this weak chick must be colorblind, and asked how her eyes could be 5 colors if they were red. Tori pouted and angrily shouted that those eyes weren't hers to begin with. Her Majesty the Queen used her blood to create these eyes for her after she lost her own eyes, which were gouged out. Tori sadly said that her eyes were indeed 5-colored, like precious stones, as her clanmates saw and appreciated their beauty. Hearing this, the rooster exclaimed internally that he believed her, but asked her not to look for her demon companions, as the 2 evil men would kill them all. Tori then praised the rooster for being formidable and daring to play with Her Majesty the Queen's human subordinates, adding that she had never dared to approach these people before, even though Her Majesty had said that they could no longer resist. Tori's words shocked Vivian, who wondered if the people in question were Zhangxi experts who had survived but lost their ability to resist. Vivian decided that the demon from Zhangxi was most likely the queen that Tori was talking about. She feared that the warriors were under the control of this evil demon. The more Vivian analyzed, the more she worried that their spirits had become puppets controlled by demons. She was worried for the safety of her younger brother Valerio, not knowing whether he was alive, dead, or turned into a submissive puppet. Matteo then transmitted a voice signal asking Vivian what they should do. Kill this demon or not, Leon suggested, capturing it to gather more information. Vivian was surprised when she asked the demon if she knew the continental-ranked warrior Valerio. Tori offered the rooster to accompany her on her search, saying she didn't want to disappoint Her Majesty the Queen. She wanted to go to the Wall of the Ant Punishment to find this person. None of the other demon comrades dared to go. The rooster internally calculated that the person Tori spoke of was most likely the target that Levi's group came for. If they could save him, many demons would not have to fight with evil humans and be killed by them. Tori couldn't believe her ears when the rooster agreed to accompany her to the execution wall, and Vivian's heart rejoiced when she learned that Tori knew where her brother was imprisoned and would lead the rooster there. On the way, the rooster couldn't resist asking Tori why she wanted to find Valerio. Tori answered honestly that Her Majesty the Queen hoped that they would be stronger against the human warriors. She also wanted to become a brave demon. Hearing Tori ask his name, the rooster told her that he had no name. Hearing the group call him a chicken, she asked if he really was a chicken. The rooster shook his head in embarrassment, not admitting it. Then Tori suggested giving him a name, asking if she could call him Six. The rooster thought to himself that being called that was better than being called a hen. Tori led them to the end of the road where they had to climb up. Hearing Leon's voice asking if there were any traps up there, Vivian scanned him with her spiritual sense and replied that she had not detected any demon energy waves for the time being. Rooster climbed up the ladder after Tori, looking around and noting that, fortunately, there were no demons nearby. The rest of Levi and Vivian's group walked up the stairs and then headed towards the elevator. Tori said there might be a button here. Then the rooster asked curiously if they had really lived here before and didn't even know what a human elevator was. Tori replied that they all used to live underground with Her Majesty the Queen. Then the rooster asked if she lived in the city of Zhangxi, which is why she understood people so well. The rooster answered in the affirmative, saying that he always hid in the human city. Tori was very curious to know about the human city when she was underground. Her Majesty the Queen told her a lot about the human world, but did not allow her to approach them. Later she somehow snuck up on her without her knowledge, and then she met Valerio. As they approached Valerio's prison, Tori began to tremble even more. She wanted to see the man, but she didn't dare go closer, so she asked the rooster to push her forward. She said that if the rooster was also afraid, then let the human subordinates of Her Majesty the defeated queen push her. She led everyone to the stone door, Levi acting carefree, as if he was just taking a stroll. Suddenly, Tori's trembling voice was heard asking Her Majesty's subordinates to open the door for her. Vivian guessed that Tori must have thought that they were still under the control of Sanshi, unable to resist the demons, so they could not allow their identities to be revealed, and had to follow Tori's words. Vivian, Leon, and Matteo went to open the heavy stone door. Vivian froze as she saw the horrific scene inside. Tori closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them. Inside hung the brutally tortured corpses of Zhangxi experts. Right in the middle of the wall hung Vivian's brother, Valerio. His body was being eaten by red ants, but he was still alive, hearing someone calling his name. He turned his head towards the door with difficulty, not daring to believe that he saw his sister. Tori's whole body was shaking with fear. She tried to convince herself not to be afraid as she stepped into the room. Her Majesty the Queen told her to overcome her fears by facing them head-on. She screamed, feeling the blood of brave demons in her, and said that she would succeed. She rushed towards Valerio, wanting to take his life in order to dispel the fear in her heart. Seeing the demon attacking Valerio, Vivian couldn't stay calm and screamed out her brother's name. Matteo instantly fired an arrow forward. Matteo's arrow instantly pierced Tori's wing, and her face turned pale. Everything happened too quickly for the rooster to react, and Jasper and Levi were also caught off guard by the events unfolding before their eyes. Tori's body was pinned to the wall by her wing. She screamed in pain. At that moment, the girl realized with horror that the people present here were not subordinates of Her Majesty the Queen. Vivian rushed to her brother, removing several nails from the victims' bodies. The other two warriors are long dead. Valerio was still breathing weakly, and Vivian quickly used her healing skills on him. After his sister had healed him a little, Valerio said that he was already feeling better, and that he could feel his inner energy being restored. Now he could heal himself, and he immediately used his healing abilities on himself. Tori's wing was pinned to the wall, and she asked the rooster if he had been threatened by those human warriors. The rooster doubted. He really wanted to help Tori, but he knew that people and demons were at odds. He was afraid that helping Tori would anger people, and they would kill him. but it was unbearable for him to see his young fellow tribesmen suffer. Protecting the baby is what a mature man should have done. So the rooster tried to help Tori escape, but before he could take action, he heard Valerio's cry. He said that he felt the energy waves of a national rank demon. Vivian calmed her brother down so he wouldn't panic. She told him it was a demon from Yanhai who was on the human side. She praised her brother for enduring such physical torture without resorting to one horrific method. When Vivian broke down in tears, she admitted that she had not dared to imagine that her brother was still alive. After this, Vivian told her brother that next time, if the danger was truly life-threatening, he should use this method, regardless of the consequences. As long as he lives, that will be enough for her. Just as Vivian was about to introduce Levi and the city lord to her brother, Valerio interrupted her, stating that it was not urgent. He approached Tori and asked if she really brought them all here. Vivian confirmed this, noting that this demon was very weak and blind and practically did not threaten anyone. As Valerio looked coldly at Tori, he noted that her abilities had been destroyed by his companions, and despite the forced evolution, her body remained weak. He added that she could not even sense the energy waves and levels of other demons, and his attack power was less than that of a normal adult. Valerio's words horrified the group. They wondered how he could understand Tori's condition so well. Hearing Valerio's voice, Tori screamed in horror, begging him not to gouge out her eyes. However, Valerio pounced on her mercilessly, tearing out her eyes in one movement. The man's actions enraged the rooster. Tori collapsed at the rooster's feet, a pool of blood immediately forming beneath her. Quickly rushing towards Valerio, the rooster shielded Tori from this ruthless man with his body. Despite her severe injuries, Tori could still speak, and told the rooster to run away quickly. The rooster felt that Tori's energy wave had completely disappeared, and he muttered bitterly that even a demon like him, she couldn't sense it. Which showed how weak she had always been. Even though she was facing death, she was still worried about the rooster's life. Jasper couldn't hold back his tears and admitted to Levi that he didn't understand why he felt so sad at that moment. When Valerio turned to his sister in confusion and asked why she said that a national-ranked demon was on their side, he wondered why he reacted so strongly after seeing another demon being killed before his eyes. Valerio continued to suspect that the rooster was pretending to help the humans, but not knowing its true intentions. He assumed that it might be a spy, disguised to stay close to the humans using all of its abilities. The rooster roared and charged straight at Valerio. Vivian quickly rushed to protect her brother, while simultaneously using her boundary sphere to create a shield to counter the rooster's attack. Seeing that his sister's shield could not withstand the rooster's blow, Valerio turned pale with fear. He thought with horror about how his ruler-level sister, who was using a shining shield to protect her life, was instantly crushed by a demon. His combat power was definitely not up to par with a normal national-rank evil beast. After this, the rooster pointed his fist towards Vivian, not having time to react in time to the destruction of the shield. Suddenly someone grabbed the rooster by the fist. It was Levi. He ordered the rooster to stop, explaining that this woman helped heal their wounds. Seeing how Levi easily restrained the rooster, Valerio was shocked. He whispered that this man must be one of the masters his sister spoke of. Seeing that Levi had stopped him, the rooster hissed bitterly, realizing that this evil man would not allow him to act against his own kind. Tori was just a chicken. It was okay for a powerful man to kill a little girl. The rooster always knew that. But this time, seeing Tori die, he really felt extremely terrible. Suddenly, there was a slapping sound. Vivian hit Valerio, and her furious voice screamed that she had already told him that it was Tori who brought them here. Moreover, she emphasized that this demon was very weak and practically did not pose a threat. She demanded to know why Valerio killed Tori. Valerio refused to admit his guilt, immediately replying that, as a powerful warrior, he did not need a reason to kill the demon. His words surprised Vivian. She could not refute them, realizing that he was not entirely wrong. When his sister told him he had acted too cruelly, he explained that dealing with demons could not be considered cruel. He angrily pointed at his two dead teammates and screamed about how these demons tortured them to death every day. He told how he endured their torture while he waited for Vivian to save him, and he said how unbearable every minute was. He kept telling himself that she was already on her way, and he just needed to be patient a little longer. After hearing what her brother had gone through, Vivian couldn't bring herself to scold him any further. Unexpectedly, Valerio warned his sister about the rooster, wondering if this demon could be a spy. His words earned him another hard slap from Vivian, who was puzzled by her brother's furious mood. She warned him never to doubt the rooster's loyalty to the two senior experts. Mateo and Leon fully agreed with Vivian's words and added that the one who needed to be saved was saved. Everyone quickly prepared to leave this place. Seeing the corpses, Vivian asked Levi to cremate them with hellfire, and Valerio cast the gray veil skill on them. Inside the veil barrier, the air temperature, and the air inside and outside did not change. The rooster looked at Tori's corpse and asked Levi if he could help cremate her remains as well. Seeing that Levi quickly agreed, the rooster reminded him that this was cremation, not roasting for food. Soon everything was ready. The ashes of the deceased were carefully separated and placed on the cloth. Seeing Vivian carefully collecting the ashes, the rooster felt a pang of conscience and asked her why she was doing this. Vivian explained that this was very important because they needed to return the ashes to the families as a keepsake, and she emphasized that this was a human tradition passed down from generation to generation. The rooster frowned, not understanding why they were going to so much trouble for someone who was already dead, feeling guilty for Tori's death. Vivian apologized to the rooster on her brother's behalf. She understood that Valerio's hatred for evil creatures stemmed from the murder of his teammates and his own torture. Despite Tori posing no threat, he still killed her. Vivian expressed genuine remorse, but the rooster turned away coldly, knowing that no amount of apology could bring Tori back to life. Seeing that everyone was getting ready to leave, the rooster decided to collect Tori's ashes, but he realized that he had nowhere to store them. Suddenly, Isaac reached out his hand from the pendant around the rooster's neck, offering him a small pouch. He carefully packed Tori's ashes, intending to return them to the family if the opportunity presented itself. Brother Isaac emerged from the medallion on the rooster's neck and conveyed the one-eyed man's instructions to everyone. He explained that if the rescuers successfully rescued Valerio, they should also try to find and rescue Serenity's military advisor. One Eye knew that the situation in Mercenary City was unpredictable, and danger lurked everywhere. Even though he had made the request, Vivian had every right to make decisions. Vivian thought to herself that One Eye and Tracy definitely wanted to save Serenity, which was why they sent the 2 senior experts and the rooster. If they hadn't sent Unit 6666, she wouldn't have been able to enter Mercenary City to rescue her brother. Then Vivian decided to try to find and save Serenity, the mother. She immediately told Valerio to go with Mateo and Leon. They must first escape through the secret passage to the outskirts, and she with Squad 666 will go to save General Serenity. Seeing the expression on Valerio's face, she asked why he looked worried. Hearing this, Valerio lowered his eyes. He was worried about Vivian, who was confronting a powerful demon. Valerio suggested that everyone first leave, call more warriors from headquarters, and then return and save Serenity. Seeing Valerio's worried look, Vivian thought that Serenity was her brother's first military advisor. Perhaps Valerio was also very worried about her. The girl was sure that there must be more survivors in Sangxi, and even though their consciousness was under the control of the demon, they must be alive. She decided to report this to the general staff, so that they could resume the rescue mission. As a continental-ranked warrior, she couldn't just care about her brother and ignore those who fought to the last moment to protect the city. Their families must be hoping and praying for the return of their loved ones. Vivian reassured her brother, saying that the 2 senior experts and the rooster were very powerful, and acting together with them meant that nothing would happen. She told him to go with Mateo and Leon first, and the rest would rescue Serenity and find them outside. Mateo suggested that Leon take Valeria and leave, while he and Vivian would go save people. Seeing Valerio's fierce gaze, Leon sincerely admired Mateo's courage. Hearing his sister calling for him to leave, Valerio suddenly exclaimed that Serenity had betrayed humanity. Initially, Valerio wanted to hide it, not wanting to reveal Serenity's betrayal towards humanity. But he was forced to tell them after Sanchi was captured by a demon. Serenity surrendered and became a servant for the continental-ranked demon occupying Sanchi. Valerio's words struck Vivian like thunder, and horror crossed her face. She couldn't believe that Serenity, the very one who thirsted for life and feared death, had voluntarily become the demon's servant. Vivian's distant memories flashed back to the high command meeting at Lungo headquarters. Everyone was worried that young Valerio was defending Sanchi alone, which was causing concern for the others. Although medicine was respected in Kangxi, Valerio was still a warrior, so it was decided to send General Serenity from headquarters to support him in Kangxi. Hearing Vivian's doubts about Serenity's identity, the man sitting next to her reassured her, saying that Serenity was still from the Jin family, the wife of the next patriarch of the family, and her record was completely clean. Vivian was surprised that Serenity was from the Jin family, and so even the elder Yu felt at ease. After the meeting ended, Vivian wanted to meet with the commander alone to discuss Valerio's issue. At this time, seeing Serenity passing by, the commander called her over and introduced her to Vivian in a friendly manner. He said she was one of the first military advisors accredited by the Coordination Center. Serenity greeted Vivian in a calm voice, promising to support her brother and keep Sanshi and its people safe. Vivian couldn't believe that Serenity was a traitor, but Valerio's words made her doubt. He said that after the demon's torture, other warriors were nailed to the wall, but there was no sign of Serenity, and that was enough to prove that she was a traitor. Valerio said that the video of the demon tormenting everyone was taken on a signal from Serenity. Valerio could no longer remain calm. He continued to shout that Serenity was not under control. She was fully conscious and had voluntarily colluded with the demon. Valerio's harsh words caused Isaac to speak out in Serenity's defense, stating that the Jin family had always been one of the great clans that protected the country, and their experts had always fought desperately against demons, and he didn't believe that she had betrayed humanity. Vivian also silently thought that Serenity was the future matriarch of the Jin family. Seeing that no one believed him, Valerio spoke up, insisting that they find Serenity and find out the truth for themselves. Valerio looked at his sister, thinking that she must have taken the risk of coming here, and he had to take the risk of returning to the lab. His evil gaze fell on the rooster. He couldn't allow Vivian and this demon to act together. Although he didn't understand why his sister and the others trusted such a demon, he would never trust a demon who would eventually reveal his true face. Vivian knew that Valerio was suffering greatly and wanted to leave as soon as possible. But only Valerio understood better than anyone all the intricacies of life in Sangshi, and with him, the journey would be much safer. Then Vivian suggested that they all look for Serenity together. Vivian didn't want her brother to put himself in danger, but at the moment it was the best option. No matter what happened, she had to protect him. Vivian and the others arrived at the office and were looking around when they sensed the presence of a demon nearby. The girl alerted everyone to the 9th-level demon and warned them not to disturb the 7th-level creatures. She activated her breath-masking domain, which covered 500 meters, which could hide their presence in this large building. However, the range of her thought transfer domain was only 5 meters, so she reminded everyone to keep their distance. One demon suddenly slammed the documents on the table and announced in an irritated voice that the prince consort was ill, so these tasks had been entrusted to others. The demons who were assigned the job looked dejected. They could not understand why a prince with enormous power could not work while he was ill. They discussed whether they should wait until the great emperor recovered before continuing the work. They thought that the prince could not feel bad. The demons continued to bicker over work, making Vivian think they were the same as humans. Valerio knew the area well and led everyone left and right through the different sections of the building. The squad began to make their way through different sections of the premises. After wandering around for a while, Valerio led everyone into a deserted corridor. There was a large door with a warning sign above it stating that this was an important scientific and technical research area, and that entry was prohibited to outsiders. Valerio explained that this was where he needed to go. Once inside, Valerio suggested that his sister and the others inspect the area, while he retrieved something very important from the laboratory. Seeing Valerio quickly turn to leave, Vivian said that she did not want to let her brother go alone, wanting to go with him. Suddenly, Vivian heard human voices coming from a small room nearby, and this left her confused, thinking that Serenity might actually be here. Filled with curiosity, Vivian quietly approached. She did not find General Serenity, but she heard the demon asking 2 people about some kind of cake. They answered that it was an ordinary flour cake, and teased the demon for not having tried it before. Looking inside, she saw a 9th-level demon and 2 warriors chatting happily without any hostility. The 9th-level demon wanted more cake and asked 2 human experts to make more. This interaction horrified Vivian, and she realized that the surviving warriors perceived the demons who had recently appeared in Sangshi as newcomers. Meanwhile, Valerio, entering his old research laboratory, opened the safe and took out a bottle of medicine. He smiled, realizing that the chemical medicine he had hidden had still not been discovered. He quickly grabbed his coat and hurried away. He didn't even suspect that the moment he took out the mysterious vial, the national-rank demon Zoel woke up. Zoella coldly remarked that she had found the last vial and intended to destroy it, and then Valerio, who had stolen it. Unaware of the impending mortal danger, Valerio maintained his spirits, believing that by taking the vial out, he could put an end to the war between demons and humans. Meanwhile, Vivian reflected on the conquest of the people by demons during her walk. Suddenly a hand grabbed her, scaring her half to death. It was Valerio, who was urgently asking everyone to hurry up and leave, as he had found what he needed. When Vivian looked at him puzzled, Valerio explained that searching for Serenity now would likely lead to a direct confrontation with the demon. The most important thing is to take everything he has from here. Excited, Valerio showed his sister the vial. claiming that it could protect Vivian and all people from demons. He quickly pulled her aside, determined to safely transport the bottle out of Changxi. Just when they thought everything was going smoothly, a demon with both arms cut off burst into the corridor. He recognized with horror the people as fugitives from the place of execution. Soon a second demon emerged from the office, also shaking with fear. Valerio knew he couldn't let them report his escape to the queen. The demons ran away, and he immediately pounced on them to prevent them from notifying the demon that was subjugating the people. Just when it seemed the demons were doomed, the rooster suddenly appeared and stopped Valerio. He grabbed the man's chains with his hands, preventing them from attacking the demon cubs. Valerio, in a rage, accused the rooster of being a spy since he intervened to save the demons. The rooster was worried that those two terrible people might think the same thing. Jasper's worried voice came out, asking if the two little animals were okay. Jasper's concern for the demons stunned Rooster. Valerio, enraged, shouted that the rooster fundamentally does not support humanity and is a spy. The man covered his sister with his body and asked her to be careful. After this, he looked menacingly at the rooster, intending to kill him. He released poisonous vines that crawled straight towards the demon at an incredible speed. They pierced the rooster's limbs, preventing him from moving. However, the demon was strong, and so he jumped away from the vines, but quickly realized that the thorns were poisoned. Vivian was surprised at how much power her brother had. Vivian frowned, remembering something from her memory. The commander told her that Valerio's strategic assessment could not be verified, but at the peak of his skill, it reached continental levels. The commander said that Valerio was young, but possessed unprecedented talent. Surprised by this, Vivian realized that Valerio had been suppressing his fighting power all this time. The rooster, sweating profusely, endured the pain from the poisonous vines. He watched in horror as another vine flew towards him. Just when Rooster thought he was finished, Levi suddenly appeared and blocked Valerio's attack. He angrily shouted that no one had the right to beat his rooster. Levi's words moved the rooster to tears, but his hopes were dashed when Levi continued, threatening to kill the rooster if he did not lay eggs. Valerio shouted angrily, asking why they were helping the demons. He said that demons are the enemies of humanity. Meanwhile, Jasper helped the rooster to his feet. Valerio asked them if they had any commitment to humanity. Vivian was shocked to hear her brother's words. Jasper could no longer tolerate Valerio's constant insults towards the rooster and spoke up, declaring that the rooster belonged to them and was their close friend. Levi confirmed his friend's words, emphasizing the importance of the rooster for them. He said that if anyone offends him, they will deal with him. Valerio was furious at these words. Suddenly Zol's cold voice was heard, warning the people to quickly disappear from Tsanchi. Suddenly everyone was trapped, immobilized by her spiritual power. Only Jasper seemed unharmed, looking around in confusion. At that moment, Mateo and Leon appeared with blank expressions on their faces, their eyes full of bloodlust. Valerio realized that they were most likely being controlled by Zol and gritted his teeth angrily. He realized that this demon had deliberately allowed him to escape in order to eventually weaken him and take the last copy. Mateo suddenly fired an arrow towards Vivian. Valerio screamed, desperately trying to save his sister. He pierced his hand with vines to free himself from Zol's spiritual oppression through physical pain. Then he quickly darted to the side and pushed Vivian away. He covered her with his body and the arrow flew past them. He then turned to his sister, asking if she was okay. Vivian had no idea that her brother had secretly hidden the bottle in his robe. Jasper let out a loud cry as he saw Leon advancing on Rooster. However, due to hypnosis, the demon could not move. The rooster cursed silently, freezing in place as Leon's blade came towards him. Just when it seemed like the end was near for the king of roosters, a bun flew out of nowhere and hit Leon on the head. Leon was stunned by the unexpected attack, and Isaac, who was hiding in the rooster's necklace, was able to blind Leon with the cloth. Isaac asked Jasper to tie Leon up. Meanwhile, Mateo, controlled by Zoel, aimed his bow at the group. Rooster and Levi waited impatiently for his approach. However, Mateo had another arrow ready. At that moment, Isaac threw a frying pan at his head, knocking him off his feet. Suddenly, Zoel's gloomy voice was heard, expressing annoyance at underestimating people. Suddenly, 2 red threads flashed from outside, causing the rooster to remember the excruciating pain from their injections. 1 red thread went straight to Vivian and Valerio. Valerio realized that this was a materialized spirit thread that could directly damage his spirit. While enduring the pain, he used his demonic vine to protect his sister. Vivian watched in horror as vines burst from the ground. Valerio explained his plan to use the vines to safely free Vivian. The girl was horrified, realizing how much risk her brother was taking. Suddenly, a huge vine burst out of the ground and grabbed Vivian, lifting her up. The girl felt that the surface of the vine was very soft. She began to seriously doubt that her brother was really so heartless. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand appeared and grabbed her tightly by the throat. It was Zoel. She began to threaten Valerio, saying that he also had someone to protect. The man watched in horror as the demon did to his sister. He angrily ordered Zoel to let Vivian go. Then Zoel threw the girl to the ground with force, looking at her with disdain. Valerio ran towards her, his body shaking with rage and powerlessness. Zoel then asked him if he wanted to experience the grief of losing a loved one. Without waiting for an answer, the demon cut off the girl's head with one swift movement. Valerio watched in horror as it happened. However, suddenly he felt something strange, as if he was frozen. A bond formed between him and his sister that was tied to their hearts. Meanwhile, Jasper was trembling with fear. He tried to call Levi, but a woman's hand tightly squeezed his throat. Everyone else, including Levi, was caught in a spiritual illusion created by Zoel. Levi remained locked in an illusion. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. In this difficult situation, he still had to rely on the system. The system had no choice. The demonic spirit's abilities only affected those whose spirits were awakened. With no other choice, the system decided to use its final move. After 10 seconds, it would forcibly shut down the spiritual world, including the host's consciousness. The system would temporarily transform into another consciousness within the host's body, and, having gained complete control over it, would begin to fight in berserk mode. After the 10-second countdown, Levi's eyes suddenly opened, and his irises turned a mysterious golden color. This unexpected development shattered the system's understanding. It never expected that there could be another consciousness hidden within Levi's body, and hidden so deeply that even the system had never detected it before. The system cursed loudly as this consciousness wrested control of Levi's body from it, and he rushed towards Jasper, who was being strangled by Zoel. Levi's fist flew straight into the vile creature's face. Seeing the white-haired figure continuously attacking the demon, Jasper anxiously asked if it was Levi. Hearing his name, the golden, cruel eyes turned to Jasper. Horrified by Levi's appearance, Jasper screamed, thinking that it was not Levi. Seeing Levi reaching out his hand to him, Jasper trembled with fear and closed his eyes tightly, expecting pain, but he felt no pain. He saw the stranger's hand gently stroke his head. Golden eyes looked at Jasper with loving tenderness. He told the child to protect himself. The system watched the unfolding events with bewilderment. It seemed that Jasper was involved in them, and questions arose about the old man's true identity. The system, knowledgeable in all fields, knew nothing about Jasper's origin. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, and the system did not have any necessary information. Suddenly, the demon's leg shot out towards the two. Jasper, oblivious to the danger, noticed nothing. Before they could react, Levi had hoisted Jasper onto his shoulder with incredible speed, dodging the attack. Jasper, who was standing behind Levi, asked doubtfully who he was with an unfamiliar aura. Levi turned to Jasper and answered cryptically, prompting Jasper to ask who he was. Puzzled, Jasper asked in return who he was. Levi's words only increased the guy's confusion. He also didn't know who he was, but he could confirm that he was Jasper. Seeing that Jasper continued to doubt, Levi confirmed that he was Jasper, so he would protect him. A strange instinct made the unfamiliar Levi act in exactly this way. Zoel looked at Levi suspiciously, realizing that this human state was completely different from the previous one. Her spiritual power could no longer suppress him. Her intuition told her that this man now posed a threat to her life. Suddenly, Levi rushed at Zoel like lightning. Seeing Levi flying towards her, she was completely shocked. This man moved too fast. Even her spiritual senses couldn't keep up with him. In such a situation, Zoel could only grit her teeth and use the giant ant next to her as a sacrifice. Levi's blow shattered the giant ant's body into tiny pieces, revealing it to be Zoel's spiritual avatar. Levi moved again and lunged at her. As she watched Levi's attack, she realized with horror that the man's speed and strength had increased terrifyingly. The shield created by Zoel couldn't withstand Levi's attack. It was quickly destroyed, and she took the full force of the impact, slamming her entire body into the ground. Luckily, she used her spiritual power to block most of the damage, so her injuries weren't too serious. Zoel realized with anger that she could no longer resist this mutated man. The system didn't expect that as soon as the attack began, Levi would immediately use a third-class destructive fire source, because he knew that the demon armor was created using the abilities of a spirit beast. Levi swung his fist and used a third-class destructive fire source to launch an attack on Zoel. Zoel was horrified when she saw the man rushing towards her. His speed was increasing. What shocked her even more was that the flames from this man's attack could destroy her spiritual avatar. Sensing the approaching danger, she quickly dodged to the side. She realized that her spiritual avatar had been melted by the man's fire. What happened next left Zoel even more horrified, as she discovered that she could no longer recreate her avatar. Levi looked at her and said mockingly, realizing that she was unable to recreate the illusory body. For the first time, Zoel felt fear of a human. The flames in his hands could suppress her animal abilities. Not wanting to put up with this, she angrily asked who he was. Levi calmly replied that he himself did not know who he was. Too many years had passed, and he had long forgotten who he was. But just by looking at Zoel, Levi realized that her condition was very serious. The man's words only increased Zoel's panic. Her kind was relatively rare. She was strong, but she couldn't compare to the one who controlled this human body. What was even more frightening was that the man saw that she was seriously injured and poisoned, and was completely out of the game. Levi smiled and continued, saying that this fool's spiritual world could be forcibly sealed, so the ancient divine fire arts he possessed were beyond her power. The system heard Levi's voice in his head, and was surprised at how he knew everything. Levi replied that he didn't remember who he was, and if the system could tell him about it later, that would be great. The system angrily scolded Levi, demanding to know why she had to tell him this. She wanted this stranger to immediately regain control of Levi's body, even though he was mentally ill. He was cuter than his current consciousness. When the system began to scold Levi furiously, she suddenly fell silent, and her essence was grabbed by Levi's hand. The system was shocked at being threatened and completely lost its dignity. Standing to the side, Jasper asked who Levi was muttering and talking to. Levi explained that he was having a private conversation with a small creature that could help the real Levi become stronger. Jasper calmly said that if it helped Levi become stronger, then he would like it. Levi's golden eyes looked coldly at Zoel, asking if she still wanted to fight. He warned that if she stubbornly refused to retreat and insisted on dealing with these people, then he would have no choice but to kill her. Zoel was truly not afraid. Although she looked at the person standing in front of her with apprehension, she firmly stated that these people deserved to die. They ignored her warning and dared to invade the city, and even save that scoundrel. She would never let that hateful person leave here with a dangerous item. Even if she had to risk her life, she would never let him leave. If the people survived and left, the entire demonic beast kingdom would be in mortal danger. Levi's voice grew colder as he asked if Zoel was tired of living. Instead of responding, Zoel took action. She had no other choice, otherwise she would become a traitor to her kind. When Zoel's voice was heard, a red net enveloped everyone present. Levi and Jasper stood there in shock as the cracks opened up beneath their feet, swallowing them into a bottomless abyss. Levi realized that Zoe had used the primordial soul orb against him without hesitation, demonstrating her determination to fight to the end. Levi saw Jasper falling in horror. He quickly extended his hand, beckoning his friend to grab it. Levi quickly caught Jasper's hand, and pulling him to his feet, told Zoel that she was lucky that he had temporarily spared her life. Fearing that there wasn't enough time, Levi began to explain to Jasper how to enter someone else's primordial soul vision, where the primordial souls would devour each other. Although Zoel's cultivation in the primordial soul realm was low, Levi was unable to absorb other primordial souls, so they had to return. Jasper looked stunned, not understanding anything. Levi continued to assure his friend that Levi would continue to protect him, confirming that he had chosen the right person. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Levi's head. Control was restored. The residual consciousness released control over the host's body and retreated deep into his subconscious, plunging into a deep sleep. When the system began to analyze the captured remnant of another consciousness deep within the host's subconscious, it discovered that this consciousness was a fragment of the original soul. When the two finally landed, the system was subjected to successive psychic attacks, causing its processing area to be severely damaged and temporarily entering maintenance mode, causing Levi's spiritual world to be forcibly closed and his subconscious to awaken. Jasper noticed that Levi's hair was slowly turning black again. When Levi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at himself, Jasper was delighted to recognize the real Levi. Stunned by the strange scene, Levi's eyes widened as he noticed the giant ant was about to attack them. He quickly hugged Jasper and they rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Zoel's angry voice rang out, declaring that no one had ever survived leaving her realm within the blood moon. The protagonist looked up at the sky and saw a large blood-colored moon. She arrogantly declared that in this primordial soul realm, she had endless strength and countless ants, so she was invincible. Jasper stared in shock as the swarm of ants rained down from the sky. Levi hugged him, moving left and right to avoid the giant ant's attacks. He deftly maneuvered between the monsters. Suddenly, an ant appeared in front of them, blocking Levi's path. However, he was quickly cast aside. Then the main characters landed in a free space. He moved quickly, carrying Jasper to safety. Now they could finally catch their breath for at least a couple of moments. Levi stood in front, covering them and summoning crimson flames in his hands. The giant ants that attacked them were fried to a crisp. Suddenly, Levi condensed the power of the crimson flame and forcefully slammed his fist into the ground. Because of this, a ring of fire spread across the earth. It incinerated the swarm of giant ants that surrounded them. After seeing Levi's attack, Zoe acknowledged that while Levi was impressively strong, he was unable to kill her or burn away her true form in this realm. She sent a swarm of ants to attack again. However, Levi dealt mercilessly with each of them. She watched as the giant ants attacked and surrounded them endlessly, unable to kill them. The insects fell dead to the ground, burned by the protagonist's fire. However, Zoe continued to say that they would not be able to defeat her. Soon, a new squad of ants surrounded the boys. An angry glint appeared in Levi's eyes. He felt helpless. In the world of Levi's consciousness, the system angrily screamed that the fragment of the original soul remaining in the host's body was exceeding its authority, considering itself the most useless system. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, indicating that the host was in danger and the system was in danger of being destroyed. The processing center issued a warning, calling on the system to actively assist the host and turn the danger into an opportunity to help him become stronger. The system cried out excitedly, declaring itself brave, unafraid of difficulties, and determined to help the host become the strongest being. The ants surrounded Levi, crawling over him and forming a living mound. Then Levi summoned a level 4 geofire, not knowing what would happen. However, he was able to summon a third-level green flame, hoping to destroy the swarm in one fell swoop. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Levi turned around and didn't see Jasper. He screamed desperately, then frantically used third-level geofire to comb through the swarm. Jasper sat in the middle of the swarm with an indifferent look. He called out Levi's name. After that, he collapsed to the ground, and the main character immediately rushed to help his friend. Jasper lay in Levi's arms, and they could only call each other by name. Jasper said he felt a lot of pain, and Levi's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth, and anger flared up in him again. Levi immediately summoned fire, causing the ants to become frightened when they saw the swirling green flames. Seeing the swirling fire tornado, the ants hesitated to attack, knowing that the flames would suppress their beast abilities. Many ants had already been destroyed by the flames. However, Levi sent a tornado straight at them, leaving countless ant corpses in his wake. The system's mechanical voice announced that it had rebooted and was loading to restore operation. The system sighed, noting that the connection had only been lost for 5 minutes, and Levi and Jasper had already suffered so much. It seems Levi couldn't do without the help of the system. The system received a notification that a large amount of energy value had accumulated in the host's body. By clearing it, it was possible to open an internal store with medicinal preparations, various enhancing drugs with special effects, and artifacts that could be purchased with energy value. The owner had the right to agree or refuse to open the store, but the system knew that his mind was unsettled, so it silently accepted the optimal choice and successfully completed the exchange. The energy value accumulated in the host's body was purified and the store opened. The system used 1% of the host's physical energy to purchase medicine to treat severe injuries. After Jasper took the medicine, his wounds were completely healed, and he happily showed Levi that his body was restored and no longer hurt. Levi thanked the system in his head with delight. Hearing Levi mutter that without divine intelligence, Jasper would have died, the system wanted to go crazy. Jasper, seeing Levi's despondency, blaming himself for not being able to protect his good friend, and considering himself useless, was puzzled by his state. At that moment, the system asked Levi if he wanted to become stronger and the strongest man in the world. Knowing that Levi had entered the system, she said that from now on he should trust her. As a powerful system, she would 100% guarantee that Levi would become the strongest in the world. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The solid ground beneath Levi and Jasper split into large cracks. Zoel's angry voice rang out, declaring that the arrogant humans thought they could defeat her by exterminating her ants and suppressing her beast powers. She claimed to be an invincible being that they could never destroy. Jasper and Levi realized in horror that they were falling into a deep, black abyss below. In this crisis situation, the system activated the S-rank defense. Levi grabbed Jasper with one hand and desperately grabbed the solid stone wall with the other to stop their fall. The system's voice warned that the rock walls were slowly approaching to crush them both. The crack closed faster and faster. Huge stones that broke off from the cliff also fell on the boys. Levi spread his arms and legs to prevent the rock walls from crushing them. The system reassured him, urging him to trust it and promising that with its support, no one would die. She told him how to manage his reserve physical energy, continuously directing it to his palms and concentrating all his strength in his hands. The 10-second countdown began, and the system paused at the 5-second mark so as not to distract Levi. The system offered to transfer Jasper to a safer new form, and use 1% of the host's physical energy to exchange for a special vial of medicine. Levi decided that it was necessary. The system successfully completed the exchange, taking away the physical energy from the owner. With some dissatisfaction, the system helped Jasper quickly drink the bottle of medicine. The system shrank Jasper to a safe size to reduce the load on the host, making it easier for him to hide from enemy attacks. She also reminded Levi to hold on tightly to the choker around his neck so as not to fall and so that the owner would be comfortable fighting the demon. Levi gently reassured Jasper, promising that he would protect him well and advising him to hold on tightly to the ring around his neck. When the countdown resumed, the system unlocked the Earth-level energy cultivation skill technique. Levi used a new technique to prevent the rock walls from closing in further. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Levi pushed off the falling rocks and rose to the surface. Upon seeing Levi, Zoel growled furiously, declaring that there was no way this technique wouldn't kill him. Noticing a giant stone statue summoned by Zoel approaching them, the system called on Levi to rush at him fearlessly, and releasing 6 flames, smashed the statue to pieces. When Levi and the stone statue collided, the system reminded Levi to concentrate his energy and deliver a strong blow. The protagonist summoned a green flame and rushed at the stone golem. Their attacks collided, and Zoel was left speechless with shock. Levi crushed the statue's hands. After this, the boys noticed that the statue began to fall apart into pieces. Suddenly, a small rock flew past them at great speed, from which Jasper almost died. Enraged by the failure, Zoel used her demonic ability, Heavenly Raging Fire, and brought down a meteor shower on Levi. Levi narrowed his eyes, focusing on Zoel's attack. A system interface appeared in Levi's mind, showing that his level 3 demonic fire skill had reached 60%, automatically unlocking the level 3 demonic fire skill. Flames erupted powerfully around Levi's body, repelling the demon's attack. Zoel exclaimed in amazement as she saw Levi block her attack with just one move. She didn't expect Levi to have such immense power in this spiritual world where her power should have been the most powerful. In doubt, she asked if he had obtained the power of a master. The system informed Levi that his power had indeed reached the level of a master, and although he was only one level lower, the gap was huge. The innate power of a continental-ranked demon could not suppress the level of dominance. If the host's mind was not weakened, it could easily subjugate a beast like Zoel. Zoel couldn't believe that Levi had reached the level of a master, given her information that there were no experts of that level left in the world. Jasper noticed that it was raining, and Levi gently explained that he was afraid that the meteor shower would hurt Jasper, so he melted him into the rain. Levi's explanation made Zoel wonder with horror if this man really possessed the power of a ruler. Zoel remembered an incident 200 years ago, when a lord, the Lord of the Locusts, appeared among the demons. He then led the demonic beasts to destroy human fortresses one after another. Wherever the ruler went, destruction and piles of human corpses followed him. However, when he attacked the country of Lungo, he encountered desperate resistance from the demons there. At the most critical moment, an expert of the level of Lord Bayun suddenly appeared in the country, using himself as a catalyst to suppress the demonic forces. According to an ancient book from 200 years ago, at that time, humans had 5 overlord-level experts guarding the 5 strongest nations, but now everyone knows that there are no more experts left in Lungo. Zoel coldly remarked that even if Levi truly possessed the power of a ruler, she admitted that she did not have the strength to destroy him, but she could trap them both in her spirit world forever. She stated that in this world she was invincible, and no matter how strong Levi was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being imprisoned in it until his death. She chuckled, and mockingly asked what he would like to receive as his last meal. The system reminded Levi that if he could break the blood moon, he would be able to leave this spiritual world. Seeing Levi furiously trying to smash the blood moon, the evil creature showed no fear, acknowledging that its power came from the moon of this place and wondering what he could do even if he discovered it. She asked him if he knew how far it was from the crescent moon and called him naive. She stated that even the dominant level beasts that entered her crescent realm could not escape. She noted that the human experts who entered it had only one option: to be buried in this place. The path to this place lay through human desires. The stronger the greed and lust in the human heart, the further the distance to the crescent moon. In the years since she began cultivating this place, not a single human or demonic beast had been able to breach her crescent moon realm. Seeing Levi's strange actions, Jasper asked doubtfully if he was going to attack the moon. The system replied that it was impossible to attack the moon in the sky. Jasper reminded Levi of this, and the system also warned that it could not measure the distance from Levi to the crescent moon, but suggested that he had a chance to reach it. Jasper asked Levi what he was seeing, and if it was a voice in his head. Levi explained to Jasper that the voice said that if he trusted it, he could become stronger, and attacking the moon would not be difficult. The system urged Levi to use his internal energy to break through to the heavenly realm, claiming that he would then be able to reach the height of a crescent moon. Trusting the voice, Levi quickly followed its instructions. The system constantly encouraged him, because his cultivation in the Earth realm had been stalled for a month. This time, he had to break through. However, solving the crescent moon problem was not so simple. The system was stumped by the demon's abilities and could not measure the distance from Levi to the high-hanging crescent moon. Suddenly, the system saw that Levi had actually managed to hit the crescent moon. Seeing her true form being attacked, Zoel exclaimed in shock, wondering how this was possible. As Levi descended, the crescent moon cracked wider and wider until it shattered into pieces. The spiritual illusion was destroyed by Levi. Zoel's injuries worsened, and she was constantly coughing up blood. She could not believe her defeat. No one had ever destroyed her spiritual sphere. Seeing Levi appear before her, she acknowledged that his mental state was stronger than hers, and admitted her defeat, saying that she could be proud of the fact that he was the first person to make her admit defeat in over 1,000 years. She noted that even dominant-level demonic beasts had never forced her to admit defeat, and called him truly formidable. After hearing Jasper praise Levi for breaking the moon, the protagonist said that it was because he followed the instructions of the voice in his head. After Levi destroyed Zoel's spiritual sphere, the rooster was the first to awaken. The system warned that the owner's accumulated energy value and stored internal energy were completely depleted and needed time to replenish them. Those around him also began to free themselves from spiritual bindings. The system did not know how to help the protagonist break through. The numb Valerio suddenly woke up, hearing his sister calling his name nearby. What he saw before was just an illusion. His sister Vivian was alive. Valerio's trembling hand reached out to touch his sister's face, making sure that she was truly alive. Vivian pressed her brother's hand to her face, gently reassuring him not to be afraid. After seeing his sister use her healing skills on herself, Valerio finally decided to believe that everything that happened was just an illusion, and that his sister was alive. Valerio couldn't hold back his tears, happy that his sister had survived. He suddenly remembered his tragic childhood memories. One stormy day, the village and the family he lived with were besieged by demonic beasts. His mother was seriously wounded while protecting him, and before she died, she urged him to strive for a good life. Now Valerio was grinding his teeth, silently telling himself that everything that was happening was an illusion and would not affect him or his plans in any way. Seeing the two small demons nearby worrying about their queen, Zoel said she was fine. Suddenly there was a blow from a sharp, thorny whip, and the little demon screamed for Her Majesty to be careful. At a critical moment, the little animal risked its life by using its body to block the queen's attack. It all happened too quickly. When Zoel turned around, it was already too late. Valerio growled in anger as he saw her rushing at him with the intent to kill. He swung his blackthorn whip coldly and dealt her a powerful blow that made her spit out even more blood. The demon's body fell on its back. After the destruction of the Crescent Moon Kingdom, her injuries were too severe and she had no strength left to fight. Valerio's thorn whip was aimed at Zoel's head again, but the little demon ignored the danger and stepped forward to take the attack in her place. Zoel could only scream helplessly for Valerio not to hurt them. There was a terrible sound as the barbed whip struck flesh, and Zoel froze, staring into space in front of her, blood splattering across her face. At the most dangerous moment, two strong hands grabbed a sharp thorn whip. The rooster blocked Valerio's attack in time, covering the little animal, and roared furiously that he could not stand it any longer. Valerio calmly said that demons are still demons, and accused the rooster of finally showing himself in all his glory and intending to completely betray his master. The rooster fell silent. An unreadable expression appeared on his face. Suddenly he hissed, admitting that there was no betrayal. As he had never been loyal to the likes of Levi, he became furious, declaring that he was a demonic beast and could not be loyal to humans. Mateo and Leon were stunned to hear the rooster confess that he was a spy. The rooster confessed that he was the perfect spy, destined to become a hero admired by all the demonic beasts for killing people. Hearing this, Valerio laughed arrogantly. He knew from the very beginning that the rooster was the enemy of humanity. Valerio stated that everyone heard the demonic beast confess that he was a spy and had never been loyal to humans. He coldly stated that Levi had come to save people, not demonic beasts, and that the spy demonic beast hiding next to them had always helped its kin. Valerio pointed angrily at the rooster, declaring that it deserved to die. The rooster realized that Valerio knew that he had been poisoned with thorns, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to persuade the people present to attack him together. The rooster was afraid that Levi and the others would unite to destroy him. He couldn't run away, but he didn't want to see his brothers die defenseless. The rooster was surprised when Levi suddenly stepped forward, refuting Valerio's words. Levi stated that he would not allow anyone to harm the rooster. Valerio angrily exclaimed that although the rooster admitted to being a spy and had never been loyal to him, Levi still wanted to cover for him and protect him in front of all humanity. Levi thought silently, not understanding what Valerio was talking about. The rooster froze, not daring to believe his ears. When Levi boldly declared that he did not care whether the rooster was a spy or not, Levi insisted that the rooster had helped him, and therefore he would protect him. He assured the rooster that he would not allow Valerio to harm him, no matter what anyone said, and the rooster almost burst into tears upon hearing such a statement of protection. Meanwhile, Valerio growled angrily, wondering if they had gone mad, or if they had never considered themselves human. At that moment, a female voice suddenly rang out, declaring that Valerio could not represent humanity. The woman, who turned out to be Serenity, angrily asked Valerio if he regretted nearly destroying the city. Leon and Mateo, confused, asked what she meant by the city being almost destroyed, since the city was already destroyed. Serenity explained that the Ant Queen had controlled the minds of all the warriors, and also recorded the torture video. However, in the end, she still accepted her offer to stop harming the warriors and the people living in the city. Zoel agreed to let Serenity help the demons find an antidote. The very name of the medicine made Vivian shudder. She remembered coming to the city and seeing her parents lying dead next to the corpses of demonic beasts. Vivian didn't know what to do. She could only sit helplessly and cry. Suddenly, her brother appeared next to her and gently stroked Vivian's head. Valerio consoled his sister, asked her not to cry, and promised to kill all the demonic beasts to avenge her parents. Valerio was determined to exterminate all the demonic beasts, leaving not a single one alive. To do this, he wanted to develop a poison that could cause them to disappear. He reminded Vivian that she taught him English, and this poison would be called the Demon Extermination Disaster, or DED for short. After listening to Serenity's explanation, Vivian asked her brother if he could really research the BID. Mateo and Leon had no idea what this bid was. Levi asked them to explain what they were talking about. Serenity continued, explaining that she initially supported Valerio's research, but later discovered that his research differed from what he said. When her superiors ordered her to support Valerio in the city, Serenity greeted him as an expert and expressed joy at his presence in the city. She suggested that they defend the city together. Valerio replied that in the future he would have to rely on her a lot. Serenity replied that he didn't need to be so polite, because that was exactly what she, the first military instructor, was supposed to do. Valerio mentioned that he was developing a special cure for demonic beasts, which, if successful, would be a temporary paralyzing spray effective against them. Serenity, who knew nothing about medicine, was optimistic that this would greatly help the entry-level experts. Valerio explained that he could focus on this research, and Serenity would handle the rest of the tasks of their special department in the city. Serenity happily agreed, telling Valerio to focus on his research while she tried her best to handle the rest. Since that day, Valerio has been working in the research room, the work progressing slowly due to the limited amount of materials provided by Serenity, as the types and characteristics of demonic beasts were so diverse that a universal cure effective against all seemed impossible. After the IQ of demonic beasts was increased, it seemed that a major breakthrough had been made in the research. Serenity often peeked into the research room from the side and saw Valerio working without rest. One day, Serenity went into Valerio's restroom. When she pressed the button to open the door, a mechanical voice informed her that the highest level of access was required to open it. Serenity looked at it doubtfully, wondering why Valerio set the highest level of authority only for the restroom. Unable to contain her curiosity, she used the higher access to enter. She thought that perhaps Valerio had converted the restroom into his office for convenience. When she entered the room, she saw Valerio sleeping at his desk. Serenity carefully covered him with her cloak. Realizing that this guy was only 18 years old, he was clearly still a child, and he was already working himself to the point of exhaustion, she decided to take care of him, deciding that he needed to take care of his health. Seeing that Valerio's computer was still on, Serenity decided to turn it off, but she froze when she saw lines of text on the screen. It stated that all energy sources directed at demonic beasts during research produced lethal toxicity. It could spread and kill all life forms with the same energy signature. The codename was the Demon Extermination Disaster. Serenity was shocked when she heard Valerio's voice. With a gloomy and cold expression on his face, he asked her how long she had been in the room and what she had seen. Serenity angrily asked Valerio what he was trying to do, noting that his research was completely different from the paralyzing spray he had spoken of earlier. Valerio calmly replied that she had already seen everything, and he told her that he was developing a deadly toxin that could kill all demonic creatures. Serenity's face turned pale with horror as she realized the implications. She claimed that many demonic beasts had abilities related to toxins or antidotes, and this line of research could not be successful. Moreover, if this medicine were developed, it would certainly cause problems. It was too much. Valerio calmly said that the more impossible it seemed, the more interested he was in the research. He explained that people were killed by demonic beasts every day, and the relationship between people and these beasts was a relationship of life and death. If there was a cure that could put a decisive end to their lives, he would not see anything wrong with it. Valerio's ultimate goal was the destruction of demonic beasts. He believed that a world without demonic beasts meant that people would no longer have to fear these monsters. Valerio told Serenity that his research was aimed at making people's lives better, as it was an effective way to bring peace to humanity, no longer requiring them to risk their lives fighting demonic monsters every day. Serenity did not accept Valerio's explanation, saying that it was a disaster. If he really did this, then it would haunt humanity later. She believed that the intelligence of demonic beasts could increase and develop, and then humans and demonic beasts could coexist. Valerio exclaimed angrily, asking if Serenity wanted to coexist with these beasts. He claimed that they were naturally stronger than humans, and with an increase in IQ they would become even stronger. He was afraid that people would become prey for these animals to hunt and kill. Serenity believed in her thoughts, and argued that peace for humanity cannot be achieved through inhumane infectious mortality. She believed that if the IQ of demonic beasts increases and develops, then humans will become stronger. As evidence of human potential, she cited the existence of gifted experts and special forces. Serenity argued that science, technology, faith, protection, and emotions of people will not allow them to become weak. Valerio asked Serenity if there was a shortcut. Why not take it? He wondered how many more innocent people would be killed by the demonic beasts if they left their evolution to chance. Valerio believed that if extinction research was successful, it could save many human lives. Serenity countered that disrupting natural evolution could lead to disaster. Valerio casually replied that he didn't need to think about it, and reminded them that, besides Earth, there were many other planets in the universe where they could move. Serenity angrily screamed at Valerio, expressing her disbelief at his insane idea. She stated that it was not up to him to decide the fate of an entire race, and demanded that he immediately stop his extreme research. Valerio's cold gaze turned to Serenity, deciding that he had misheard. His eyes turned red with anger as he remembered how his parents were killed by demonic beasts. He vowed to make those demons extinct. Serenity was stunned by Valerio's words, realizing that his mind was consumed by hatred. She knew that she should report this to headquarters so that they could take enforcement action against Valerio. But suddenly everything went dark before Serenity's eyes. Before losing consciousness, she realized that the attacker was Valerio himself. When Serenity woke up, she found herself in a hospital, unable to move her limbs or speak. Valerio secretly used drugs to temporarily paralyze her, and announced to the outside world that she had inadvertently come into contact with the drugs in the research room. She was only able to rest temporarily and was hospitalized for treatment. After Serenity exposed his actions, Valerio angrily stated that there was nothing wrong with his actions, that it was done for the sake of humanity. Vivian turned pale upon hearing her brother's words. Serenity furiously asked Valerio if he could act without principles and limitations for the sake of humanity. She asked what else he had done, and whether he dared to tell his sister about the atrocities he had committed. Valerio's gaze turned angry and cold as he stared at Serenity. Memories of Valerio testing his strength on the specialized equipment at headquarters came flooding back to him. He thought that if it determined his strength to be at the continental rank level, he would have to stay in the capital under the supervision of headquarters. Since the monitor showed that Valerio's combat value had risen to the level of a continental, he secretly used tricks to make the equipment evaluate his combat level as a national one. He knew he needed his own base to research the extinction poison. The monitoring department staff congratulated him, noting that at only 18 years old, he already had a national rank, impressive and convenient for distributing research resources and avoiding control from headquarters. However, Valerio was thinking about the need for access to medication. In order to carry out his plan, Valerio went to the chief of staff and expressed his desire to go to the garrison of the trading city. Being a strong cultivator, he really wanted to go there, but he understood that being young, people might not feel confident. The commander accepted Valerio's request and agreed to hold a staff meeting to decide whether to allow him to go to the garrison of the trading city. Valerio successfully obtained an assignment to the Changxi garrison, where he could focus on researching the extinction poison. However, the test subjects died quickly, unable to pass the poison on to the next generation. Valerio realized that the problem was the high mortality rate and low infectivity. He ordered his level 9 cultivator assistants, Leland and Vincent, to go out and find new specimens to study, preferably high-level demonic beasts. On an ordinary day in the middle of the day, a small pheasant was frolicking when it was caught. Her body trembled with fear as she looked at the approaching cruel people. At the headquarters of the special branch, Valerio received a captured pheasant from a cultivator. A fat man called out to him and introduced himself as Chairman Chu of the local merchant group. He noted Valerio's young age and mentioned that he had heard of him as a genius from the Supreme Cultivation Academy. Valerio greeted Chairman Chu politely and showed him the level 5 pheasant in the cage. Chairman Chu admired the pheasant's eyes, comparing them to the colorful gemstones he collected. He jokingly asked if he could buy some pheasant eyes. Valerio cursed Chairman Chu internally for his abnormal hobby, but smiled as he explained that he could sell her eyes for a high price. He offered him to look at other samples of demonic beasts if Chairman Chu was interested in purchasing them. Although Valerio was disgusted by Chairman Chu, he knew that his research required funding, and all his previous savings had been spent. Chairman Chu expressed interest in any other good samples Valerio might have, assuring that money was not a problem. Seeing a man approaching with a sharp knife, the pheasant begged in vain, pleading not to take away her eyes. Pheasant let out a pained cry and then fell silent as Valerio's subordinate handed her eyes over to Chairman Chu. Remembering Valerio's instructions, the subordinate told Chairman Chu that they had many other interesting things if he was interested. At the time, Valerio was experimenting with the process of destroying Pheasant's body, and he discovered that using smaller demonic beasts allowed for better control of the infection, as the subjects did not die as quickly. He brought Chairman Chu to the demonic beast containment area and asked if he was interested in any of them. When Chairman Chu became concerned for his safety, Valerio mentioned that he had an assistant who could remove the demonic beast's abilities, rendering them harmless. Chairman Chu became interested in several demonic beasts due to their aesthetic qualities. They were a bird with unique wings, beautiful coral ears and eyes, a rabbit-like animal. Valerio did not refuse, realizing that he needed funds for the continuous development of research. With the financial support of the chairman, Valerio's research was proceeding as usual, until one day Valerio's assistant, Leland, urgently called him to his office. Leland reported that the third poison variant could force young demonic beasts to evolve, but it would weaken their bodies, reducing their energy levels, akin to evolution draining life. Hearing this, Valerio asked about the toxin's infectiousness. Leland cited the results of clinical trials, noting that they were not very promising, as they could only infect one demonic beast, and the transmission was easily interrupted without achieving an extinction effect. When Valerio asked how long a pheasant could live, Leland said that, judging by her physical condition, she could live no more than a year. Leland also informed Valerio that their research finances were slowly improving, and shared an idea to open an underground auction in the city. From that day on, an underground auction appeared in the city. The auction featured special items, including a frightened cat girl in a cage, which was to be sold to wealthy patrons with a taste for exotic delicacies. The bidders excitedly discussed the lot, unsure whether the cat girl was truly a demonic beast or whether she posed any danger. The host assured them that these evolved demonic beasts were stripped of their abilities and posed no danger. He stressed that they needed to be handled with care, as they were now weak and could lose consciousness. People were still skeptical about their safety, but were intrigued by the new product, with one buyer delightedly remarking that the sexy yet petite cat girl would be perfect for them. The evolved demonic beasts became a fashionable pastime for the nobility, providing a flow of money to the Valerio Foundation. Hearing Serenity's revelation, Zoel looked at Valerio with indignation. She accused him of murdering Carmen, her child. Zoel screamed loudly, condemning Valerio and vowing never to forgive him for taking Carmen's life. One day, Carmen, a little demon girl, came to the surface out of curiosity. She cried and begged her parents to save her. Suddenly, Carmen encountered Leland, Valerio's subordinate, who hunted demonic beasts. Leland, amazed by Carmen's abilities, almost let her escape, but instead decided to capture her. Leland realized that Carmen would be worth the most at the underground auction. Suddenly, Vincent shuddered as he felt the swift approach of national-rank demonic energy. Leland fled, leaving behind a captured Carmen. Carmen was actually a princess, the only daughter of the Demon King. The father went to look for her, but the girl was already too badly injured. Carmen cried and said that she was in a lot of pain. Seeing the state she was in, the Demon King growled angrily, demanding to know who dared to harm his precious daughter. Convinced that Carmen had been poisoned, the Demon King rushed to return her to the underground palace, using his abilities to assess and treat her condition. The ants used their aura to heal the girl. Nico said that she was poisoned. However, he knows how to neutralize the toxin. Carmen's words interrupted their thoughts. She said that she was very cold and asked everyone to hug her. The prince's consorts leaned over to embrace their daughter. Harlow screamed, unable to bear to see Carmen suffer. However, another prince stopped him, saying that she could infect them all. Nico asked to let him take care of the girl, since he had already touched her. Suddenly, Carmen said that she was very cold. Dante looked at his daughter in horror, trying to contain his emotions. Then he finally leaned down to hug her. Just as the Demon King was about to embrace Carmen, Zoel appeared. Using her abilities, she pulled Carmen towards her. Fragile Carmen exclaimed that her mother had finally arrived. Hearing that Carmen was afraid of dying, Zoel reassured her, promising to save her and assuring her that everything would be fine. Carmen expressed her love for her mother. She said that she went to the surface in search of Tori, who had been captured by humans and had her eyes gouged out. But despite attempts to save her, Carmen was discovered by humans. As Carmen tearfully recounted her story, she vowed never to surface again, feeling her life force rapidly fading and her voice weakening. Choking with grief, Zoel advised Carmen to sleep if she was sleepy and if she was cold. She promised to fulfill Carmen's last wish and save little Tori from people. At that moment, the demon's heart was filled with incredible anger. Meanwhile, Valerio and his colleagues were conducting their research when they were suddenly startled by a loud voice. The voice declared that people would pay for their crimes. The group fell to their knees under the crushing mental pressure. In the present, the veins on Rooster's enraged face bulged, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he heard the whole story. He remembered the thousands, even tens of thousands of crippled baby demonic beasts kept in the laboratory. Vivian was stunned to hear her brother calmly acknowledge Serenity's accusations. Despite this, Rooster wanted to pounce on Valerio. However, Levi held him back, urging him not to fight. The rooster stood motionless, gritting his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Serenity was shocked to see that this national-ranked demonic beast was actually listening to a human. She loudly announced that the Special Forces team had investigated the illegal transactions at the underground auction and consulted with the Department of Special Forces. To everyone's surprise, the organizer of the dirty deals at the underground auction house turned out to be Valerio. Valerio responded sharply that showing mercy to an enemy was cruelty to oneself. He stated that demonic beasts would always remain enemies of humans, which caused Mateo and Leon to express their surprise. Serenity couldn't help but respond sharply, questioning Valerio's right to speak on behalf of the people. She accused him of betraying humanity and called him an avenger, not a hero. One day, Valerio angrily swept the materials off the lab table and shouted in irritation that not a single infection had been found during his research. He wondered where he had gone wrong. Despite using all the genes of the demonic beasts and combining the most toxic life forms. Determined to find the cause of his failures, Valerio descended into madness, obsessed with the idea of conducting research on human bodies and introducing human genes to improve his biological chain. He began to catch drunkards and drug addicts for his experiments. The only thing missing from his research was man. The assistant brought Valerio the results, reporting that sample 48 had increased significantly in infectivity, but had also had an undesirable effect on humans, increasing cancer rates tenfold. Valerio smiled slightly, convinced that the increase in infectivity justified his decisions. He decided to continue research with people in order to improve the degree of infectivity while minimizing the impact on humans. Meanwhile, Leland accidentally cut his finger and it started bleeding. Despite Valerio's warnings, the incident was quickly forgotten until one day he looked into a microscope and was shocked. He detected poison activity in Leland's blood. He suggested that especially gifted people were another form of demonic beasts. He also realized that his assistants were ideal subjects for exploring this hypothesis. Valerio reflected on the similarities between humans and demonic beasts. Both evolve and mutate, and some people have innate superpowers similar to demonic beasts. Their strength is not like that of ordinary warriors. They do not need to undergo training to become stronger. After reflecting on this revelation, Valerio made a radical decision. Valerio conducted an experiment targeting especially gifted individuals with sample 48, completing the chain of infection. He was stunned by the results of the study. Valerio realized that his genocidal weapon was capable of destroying all demons, including humans, although the poison was practically harmless to ordinary people. Leon, not surprised by Valerio's revelations, clicked his tongue, agreeing with Serenity's statement. Serenity loudly accused Valerio, Vincent, and Leland blindly followed his research, even at the cost of their lives helping to develop a deadly toxin that eventually infected everyone exposed to sample 48. Valerio's eyes grew angry, and his teeth clenched in anger as Serenity scolded him for inadvertently infecting him despite his warnings. The infection spread throughout the shopping district, affecting almost everyone, including families, residents of the area, and especially gifted individuals whose abilities were enhanced while their health deteriorated. Matteo, himself a particularly gifted person, could not believe what he heard. When asked whether the toxin could kill people, Valerio evaded the question, stating that only particularly gifted people do not pose a mortal threat to ordinary people. Vivian lowered her head, knowing that she, like the other specially gifted, would not be able to escape the effects given their shared origins with the demonic beasts. Valerio stubbornly insisted that he could control the situation by continuing his research and focusing on destroying the demonic beasts. However, Vivian angrily exclaimed in response, challenging Valerio's belief that humans and demonic beasts shared common biological roots. She claimed that for demonic beasts, killing humans is simply a matter of survival in accordance with natural laws. Valerio winced, admitting the impossibility of creating a toxin that would target demonic beasts exclusively and not affect other living beings. He bitterly admitted that he had sought to avenge his parents' deaths by destroying the demonic beasts even at the cost of human lives, and realized too late the wider implications of his research. Vivian asked her brother if he had wanted to destroy the world from the very beginning. She couldn't believe that he wanted to kill every living thing, including her. Valerio became aware of his actions, not understanding how he could have wanted to destroy all life on Earth. He thought he wanted to destroy the demons. But now he realized that if he succeeded, the human warriors, including his sister, would die. He realized that he had understood this before. In fact, he had known this for a very long time. However, he did not understand what to do. Valerio couldn't come to terms with the fact that he would have to forget about the murder of his mother and father, and accept a world in which demons live. He decided that they could not exist together. His parents are already dead. They died before his eyes, protecting him. He didn't understand why he had to put up with demons. Tears welled up in Valerio's eyes. Vivian began to blame herself, apologizing for leaving him alone after her parents' sacrifice. She regretted not having supported him emotionally and blamed her absence for his loneliness and suffering. Valerio shuddered and hugged his sister tightly, realizing the deep pain and loneliness he had endured since childhood. Serenity sighed softly, turning her icy gaze to Valerio, while Rooster and Levi stood motionless. Matteo and Leon also watched the family drama gloomily. Vivian clung to her brother and burst into tears, saying that being alone all this time had left him unable to leave the past behind. Valerio hugged his sister tightly and began to cry, realizing everything that had happened during this time. Everyone present silently watched the dialogue between brother and sister. A system alert in Levi's mind warned him of danger, sharp poisonous roses flying towards his back. The rooster acted quickly, deflecting the sudden attack with his feathers to protect Levi from harm. He asked him contemptuously why he didn't dodge. Titus's voice broke the silence as he entered the room. Zoel and the baby demon were happy to see the king. However, Zoel, who was wary of physical contact due to the risk of transmitting the disease, stopped her husband. She said she was exposed to the power of the poison. Zoel used her spiritual power to stand up and address the group of Levi cultivators. She informed them that the common people of Changxi were safe in their homes under the rule of her people. However, the Changxi warriors were imprisoned in a special department building, guarded by her subordinates. She expressed her contempt for those who showed hatred towards her people, and insisted on justice for Vincent and Leland. The demon reported that all those involved in creating the poison and abusing her relatives were punished as they deserved. She promised not to be angry with those who were not responsible for the poison research. Until then, they had not taken out their anger on ordinary people. But now, they gave people a choice. Zoel offered Levi's group two options. They could save all the people in Sanshi, keeping them safe from her people, or give Valerio and the last vial of poison in his possession. Zoel said he must be punished for the death of their child, and the cruel torment he brought upon their people. Vivian's expression was one of fear, as Zoel coldly stated her terms. Threatening to destroy all of Chanshi if they refused, Zoel put a squad of powerful demons on alert, awaiting the humans' decision. Zoel's icy voice filled the air, striking fear into Mateo and Leon. However, Serenity remained calm as she analyzed the situation. Knowing that the enemy had already been defeated by the time they arrived, she assumed that Vivian was leading the rescue party that had infiltrated Sangshi. Vivian, although a continental-ranked healer, had no combat skills. Mateo and Leon were national-ranked warriors from. Serenity was familiar with their strategy. But she understood that without Valerio and his unique talents, they would not be able to defeat Zoel. The Queen's only chance of victory was those two whose innate skills she couldn't understand, as well as that national-ranking demon. Confident in her assessment, Serenity turned to Levi, worried about the current situation. She said that if they angered Zoel, the entire city would end, and it seemed Levi was the one who should make the decision, since he was the strongest in the team. The main character remained silent and then thought for a bit. After that, he turned around and looked at Vivian. Serenity guessed that he wanted Vivian, as a continental-ranked warrior, to make a decision. Vivian turned to everyone, feeling their expectant gazes on her. She then turned to her brother, urging him to admit his mistakes. Valerio couldn't believe that he was actually wrong. Then Vivian screamed, saying that he had really made a huge mistake. Valerio eventually admitted his mistakes. Vivian hugged him with tears in her eyes, reminding him of the consequences of his actions and asking him never to repeat them. She then delivered a stunning blow to Valerio's head, rendering him unconscious. The man fell to the floor unconscious. Vivian firmly told Zoel that she agreed to give her Valerio and the last vial of poison. Vivian knew that the people and cultivators of Kangxi carried a toxin that could significantly increase cancer rates, posing a serious threat, so they could not leave Kangxi without a solution. Vivian proposed a peace treaty that would allow the Sanshi cultivators and herself to continue collaborating to find an antidote to the poison and ensure Serenity's safety. Silently reflecting, Serenity admired Vivian's self-sacrifice in proposing a peace treaty and proving her wisdom and nobility. She acknowledged that Vivian had made a profound sacrifice for the greater good by giving up the only member of her family. The tension eased when Vivian crafted the Blood Covenant talisman. With his help, she sealed the contract with Zoel in blood. In this way, she bound both parties with promises with serious consequences in case of violation. Then it was the demon's turn to sign the contract. When Zoel dripped her blood onto the talisman, invisible chains seemed to bind Vivian and the Queen together. Vivian handed over the last vial of poison, expressing her belief in peaceful coexistence under Zoel's leadership in Sanshi. Before leaving, Vivian wanted to talk to her brother one last time, but saw that he seemed to be sleeping. She expressed her love and encouraged him to live without making new mistakes, recognizing his own shortcomings. Then Vivian lost consciousness. Mateo rushed to her and tried to bring her back to consciousness. Some time passed since then. The detachment got out and walked back home through the forest. After some time, Vivian came to her senses, looking at her surroundings with bewilderment. The twins, Julian and Giselle, explained that they were on the outskirts of Changxi, awaiting the boss's conclusion and discussing the future of the peace treaty with him, hoping that Changxi would become a symbol of peaceful coexistence between demonic beasts and humans, protected together under Zoel's leadership. Vivian covered her face with her hands in horror, and suddenly she screamed piercingly, ordering them to let her go, and her voice echoed throughout the surroundings of Sangxi. Mateo awkwardly assured Vivian that everything was fine, explaining that he was not tired but had been carrying her when she fainted. Vivian seemed to lose her composure and angrily grabbed Mateo with her claws, demanding that he let her go. Mateo and Leon, puzzled by Vivian's behavior, looked around the area as if looking for someone. Vivian called out anxiously. Her face turned pale, and she screamed that she had to return to Changxi. Mateo looked at Vivian with concern, thinking about the events that had happened since she had lost consciousness. Vivian's mind flashed back to the moment they met Zoel, who demanded that the people give them Valerio. The girl ran, continuing to replay that meeting in her memory. She remembered hugging her brother for the last time and asking him to use that thing if his life was in danger. She said that she didn't care what would happen next. The main thing for her was that he lived. As it turned out, Vivian decided to save her brother by exchanging souls with him, using the Wang family's secret life protection technique, which could only be used once in a lifetime. Valerio rushed to the place of execution of his sister, who was in his body, immediately after signing the peace treaty with the demonic beasts. Only a few city residents dared to come to the square to watch the execution. Tears welled up in Valerio's eyes as he saw the scene before him. His sister was punished by the demonic beasts just as Valerio had punished them. She was crucified in the square with arrows and stakes sticking out of her body. In front of the place of execution stood a small demon, aiming an arrow at a man. The prince chose the punishment of being pierced by 1,000 arrows, and perhaps at that moment Valerio truly realized her mistake. Trembling, the real Valerio whispered that she had forced her sister to make such a difficult choice. Despite the threat of execution, Vivian remained silent, her choice torn between her blood brother and the innocent people and warriors of Changxi. She couldn't choose herself and ignore the people of Sangxi. As a sister, she could not accept the fact that Valerio would also die, despite his misdeeds. Vivian had sacrificed herself because it was the only way to save her brother. And now, feeling the satisfaction of being reunited with her parents, she felt she had made the right choice. Mateo found Vivian unconscious and carried her away again, the twins whispering to each other, realizing how devastated Vivian was after her brother's death. Although Kangxi was called a model city of peaceful coexistence, due to the spreading toxicity, other demonic beasts and especially gifted warriors could not dare to enter the city. Ordinary people coming to the city will also need protection for the foreseeable future. On the way, everyone looked ahead with apprehension and saw Zol appear in front of them along with the prince consorts. As it turned out, she wanted to get Tori's ashes. The rooster was shocked to hear from the overlord that Tori had the blood of an ancient divine phoenix flowing through her, and she claimed that he had a method that would allow Tori to be reborn from the ashes. A mysterious energy emanated from the demon's necklace, enveloping Tori's ashes. Everyone watched in awe as she performed the resurrection technique. A powerful energy transformed Vivian's ashes into a brilliant 5-colored egg, which the queen carefully handed back to the rooster. Jasper suddenly cried out, but his words were cut off when a bead on the overlord's necklace darted towards him and sank into his forehead like a third eye. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. Even the demons froze in surprise. The twins' faces darkened and they whispered their concerns about the possible consequences of this incident, fearing that the elder had stolen someone's treasures immediately after the peace treaty was signed. Jasper swayed uncomfortably and said he felt uneasy. Zol exclaimed in surprise that her power was overflowing from her reckless absorption of the treasure's power. She warned that Jasper could explode or fall into a coma. In front of everyone's eyes, Jasper fell from Levi's head in horror, seeing that Jasper returned to normal size. Levi hugged him, noting that he had tremendous power, capable of prematurely dispelling the shrinking effect. The 3 demons stared at him, wondering if Jasper was dead. However, their faces turned pale when they heard the white-haired boy's energetic cry that he felt full of energy. Zoella muttered in shock that Jasper had not died, and had even been able to absorb the power of the treasure bead. She theorized that Jasper was able to absorb the power due to his connection with the descendant of her benefactor. Recalling the events of 1,000 years ago at the foot of Mount Sangxi, Zol recalled the moment when she was seriously injured. She was attacked by the alpha wolf while she was fighting the queen bee. Suddenly, she noticed a human silhouette in the distance. But she did not think that he would save her. On the contrary, she was sure that he would kill her at the first opportunity. A little monk approached her with compassion and asked if she was wounded. Zol asked him with fear in her head what he was going to do. The boy offered her a healing stone for healing. Zol was surprised by the kindness of the little monk, who did not kill the demon at the first opportunity. She never expected that he would help her heal, rather than harm her. Then she told him that she was not human. However, the boy replied that for a monk all lives are equal. The little monk left the treasure with her and then set off west, promising to pick up the pendant on his return journey. After her healing, Zol came to the river constantly, waiting for the monk to return, year after year, century after century. Over time, the mountain turned into a city, but the monk never returned for the treasure. Back in the present, Zoel looked at Jasper with hope, and asked excitedly if he was a descendant of her benefactor. Jasper looked confused, not understanding what the woman was getting at. Those present were amazed to hear the lady address Jasper in this manner. She explained that the bead belonged to her benefactor, and Jasper could absorb its power without harm. The demoness thanked Jasper for sleeping with her all those years ago. Having confirmed that Jasper was a descendant of her benefactress, the mistress decided to impart to him a thread of spiritual power formed from her intention. This thread will remain hidden unless activated by Jasper's thoughts. By tearing it apart with his hand, Jasper could call on her for help when needed. Jasper decided to try it out right then and there, and broke the thread, causing Zoel to appear right next to him. The demoness repeated once again that he should not pull her unnecessarily. After saying goodbye to the Lord, Levi's group headed straight to the landing site. The twins looked at the sky, waiting for the planes and helicopters sent for them to arrive. Jasper's eyes glittered with anticipation as he looked at Levi. He said he would like to try his new acupuncture technique on him. Helicopters dispatched from the capital approached to pick up the group. Inside sat 2 warriors of continental rank. They spoke curiously about Levi's strength, impressed by his ability to defeat Zoel and force her to sign a peace treaty with the humans. Geo, a warrior from the Supreme Taoist Academy, guessed that Levi's strength surpassed even the level of a nation's guardian, and speculated that he could have reached the level of a sovereign. Berkeley, another warrior from the highest Buddhist academy, agreed that Levi possessed exceptional fighting skill. Geo felt that if Berkeley's prediction turned out to be correct, it would be a significant event for the country, or even for all countries in the world. After a while, Giselle was delighted to see that a helicopter from headquarters had arrived to pick them up. She felt honored that the great cultivators Geo and Berkeley had personally come to receive them on behalf of the headquarters. Geo expressed his gratitude to the team for their efforts in the mission to save the city of Kangxi. Geo asked Matteo with concern what happened to Valerio and Vivian. Matteo explained that Vivian was fine. She was just overwhelmed with grief after Valerio's death and had fainted. Geo sighed as he noticed that Valerio's case had been reported to headquarters, which, sadly, was a signal to take action. Geo suddenly noticed the presence of a demon beside the 2 young masters. It seemed that these 2 young people were senior cultivators invited from Yanhai to deal with such a strong demonic beast. Their help was extremely important. Meanwhile, Levi was lying unconscious on the grass. His head was pierced by needles. Seeing Levi lying motionless on the ground, Geo was even more convinced of his strength. He was surprised by the young man's ragged breathing, as if he had lost consciousness. Geo thought that Jasper's acupuncture technique must be too powerful. Jasper, who was sitting next to Levi, said with regret that his technique caused Levi to lose consciousness. Hearing this, Geo doubted his initial guess. He doubted that Levi had lost consciousness from the needle pricks. Geo watched Jasper and guessed that he was another senior cultivator in Levi's team, but he didn't sense any fighting power from him. Soon, Geo ordered the team to board the helicopter and return to headquarters. He then used his testing technique on the warriors, making sure they were not carriers of the virus, and said the boys could return. Geo assured that the craftsman would take care of them. Before leaving, Leon thought that they were lucky to have escaped from here, as they would not have been able to defeat Zoel. After discussing some issues, Geo and Berkeley returned back. In the capital of Lungo, on the roof of the Special Department Headquarters building, 2 figures were waiting for the helicopter. The long-haired man sensed the energy of the national demon from the helicopter. It was a warrior with an innate continental rank, Cassius, who excitedly announced that they were already here. Noticing Leon among those disembarking, Cassius muttered that he had finally returned safely. Cassius looked at the people exiting the plane and immediately guessed that they were Team 66 from Yanhai City. Isaac, hidden in the rooster's necklace, remained unnoticed. The deep voice of the commander was heard, stating that this rescue operation had been difficult and that they had all made a great contribution. The almost impossible mission had been completed. He told them to rest first, and then the members of the rescue team would receive the honors due to them. By evening, Valerio was transported to the capital's central hospital. He was placed in a high-comfort ward for observation of his health. Suddenly, tears came to his eyes, as if he was seeing a nightmare. He saw the demons tormenting the real Vivian. Valerio embarked on this path to avenge his parents, to restore justice for his loved ones. Valerio wanted to protect everyone. To protect everyone, he was ready to do anything. But what Valerio could not bear and was afraid of was seeing his loved ones die before his eyes. His only family now was his sister. How could Valerio watch his sister die because of him? It all started because of him, so he has to put an end to it himself. Maybe he was wrong from the start, maybe not. But it didn't matter anymore. At that moment, Valerio had only one wish, for his sister to be strong and live well. However, since their bodies were still connected, he felt that after so much torment, Vivian's life had left her, and her eyes had closed forever. When the fake Vivian woke up, she was crying and calling her sister's name. At this point, Matteo excitedly reported that Sister Vivian had woken up. Vivian asked Matteo if he had been standing guard outside all this time. Mateo's face turned red, and he stammered that since she hadn't woken up, he didn't want to leave her alone. Hearing Vivian's gratitude, Mateo blushed even more and waved his hands, saying that there was no need for that. Unable to find the strength to stay, he hurried to buy Vivian something to eat. As Vivian sat mourning her brother, the commander suddenly came in and said that eating people was a way for demonic beasts to quickly evolve. Theoretically, humans and demonic beasts cannot coexist peacefully unless they have a common enemy. The commander told Vivian that after studying Valerio's past, he felt that Valerio was extremely unhappy with humans and demonic beasts living in peace. But in Kangxi City, demonic beasts and humans could only coexist peacefully. Vivian's eyes widened as the commander continued to explain that they had a common enemy because of the poison that Yuan Valerio had researched before leaving. The commander quietly announced that he had secretly brought Valerio's remains from the city of Tsanxi to bury them next to the graves of her parents. But this could not be disclosed. Only Vivian should know about it. Vivian thanked the commander. After a pause, the commander said that there was nothing to thank him for. If the poison had spread, it would have destroyed all life on Earth. His existence was an absolute disaster, not a blessing. The commander took a deep breath and continued that they couldn't deny that his existence would increase the intelligence of the demonic beasts, and they would realize that humans were not as weak as they thought. Vivian wept when he heard that if humanity truly reached its end, the consequences would be beyond their ability to bear, and the commander withheld judgment on whether Valerio's approach was right or wrong, admitting that they had done far less than he had. At the cemetery, Vivian knelt before the unmarked headstone next to her parents, deciding to carefully consider how best to protect the people of Changxi in the future, emphasizing that protecting the living was far more important than seeking revenge. 3 days later, Levi woke up with a rooster feather tickling his nose, and Jasper expressed joy that Levi had regained consciousness. At the same time, the system in Levi's mind reported incredulously that the master had awakened. His life force had been successfully restored, and he had prematurely overcome the physical limitations to reach the heavenly level. Jasper noticed that Levi had been sleeping, snoring continuously for 3 days, and it was not easy to wake him up. Levi felt his body become stronger than before, and thanked the system that didn't want to listen to him, quietly wondering if it had become too useless. Jasper's eyes sparkled as he asked if the world rotation technique had been successful. Levi confirmed that it had. At that moment, Gio entered Levi's room and smiled meaningfully when he saw that Levi had woken up. Gio relayed that the commander wanted to invite him to the force assessment room at headquarters. Levi and Jasper froze, not understanding what this stranger was talking about. In the combat evaluation room, seeing the information displayed on the test equipment screen, the commander and other national leaders remained silent. Gio was even more convinced that he was not mistaken. Levi's aura was indeed very weak for a strong cultivator. The commander quietly asked the 3 national leaders if the rescuer's report could be inaccurate. Gio wondered if this was the same unstable combat power. The commander wondered if there was another way to evaluate this guy's strength. Berkeley hesitantly suggested using a surprise mock battle, noticing that Jasper and Levi had disappeared. Meanwhile, the boys went on a field trip and saw that the bald-headed students were lined up to be assessed for their fighting skills. Jasper asked what game they were playing, noting that it looked funny. The leader carefully instructed the student, emphasizing that the wall of mystical steel was the most difficult, and to destroy it, one had to concentrate defense on the fist. The student concentrated his power and punched the mystical steel wall. He was delighted when the curator announced that they had moved to the 6th level. One of the students recognized Levi and Jasper as 2 people with special talents. The angry disciple shouted that when they arrived at headquarters, it was there that the Buddhist cultivators were testing their defensive power, and asked why the 2 were making a fuss if they weren't Buddhist cultivators. Then striking them with mystic steel with their bare hands would have resulted in death. At that moment, the leader called the student for inspection. He turned around, warning the student not to let these upstarts break his arms. The student quickly channeled his power and punched the wall of mystic steel. The staff member announced that his power had improved to level 7, which meant a big improvement. Jasper whispered to Levi if he wanted to join. When they approached the mystical steel wall, the leader asked if they wanted to try it. The Buddhist disciples mocked them, suggesting that ignorant fools should test the hardiness of Buddhist cultivators. Jasper gathered all his strength and noted that this game was a lot of fun. However, when his fist collided with the mystical steel wall, the overseer sighed and declared that its defensive power was 0. Jasper trembled, embarrassed in front of the laughing Buddhist cultivators. They heard about the 0 level for the first time, and laughed heartily. Seeing Jasper clutching his hand, which was swollen with pain, Levi ignored the Buddhist cultivator's taunts. The chief prepared to strike the mystical steel wall, but before doing so, the Buddhist cultivators warned him, claiming that it was not for thin-skinned and pale-faced children like him. Levi channeled his power and broke through the mystical steel wall with a thunderous blow, causing the surrounding Buddhist cultivators to freeze in shock and fear. With one blow, Levi pierced the legendary rock-hard mystical steel wall that had been intact since ancient times. The manager watched in horror at the boy's incredible strength. At this moment, the commander's group appeared, and silence reigned all around. Gio couldn't believe it. He asked the three warriors next to him if this was really the rank of the Overlord. The commander confirmed that Levi had reached the rank of the Overlord. After venting his anger, Levi went to check on Jasper, asking if he felt any pain. He assured Jasper that he destroyed the mystical steel wall to avenge him. Jasper smiled happily and thanked Levi. The protagonist used the glasses to buy a healing potion for Jasper. At that moment, the commander approached him and said that he needed to discuss something with Levi. The Buddhist cultivators turned pale upon hearing Gio's warning that anyone who leaked information would face the harshest punishment. In the senior leadership meeting room on the top floor of the headquarters, Levi and the commander sat. The commander stated that he wanted to invite Levi to stay at headquarters and become the new high guard protecting the capital. Neither Levi nor Jasper understood what this meant. But the masked man explained that their country had not had a supreme cultivator for 200 years, so Levi was now very important to the kingdom. Levi asked doubtfully if he should stay there and wondered what would happen to Jasper. The commander assured Levi that he would arrange a special flight to send Jasper back to Yanhai City. Suddenly Levi turned away coldly, declaring that he was not going to stay there. The commander was confused by this unexpected action. Understanding Levi's intentions, the commander asked if he could ask Jasper to stay in the capital. Jasper gently expressed his desire to return home, finding the unfamiliar place uncomfortable, and he whispered to Levi that he missed the director and that it had been a long time since they left home. Levi confirmed that they both wanted to go home. Reflecting on this, the commander revealed that headquarters had found out that One Eye was their guardian, and the commander decided that Levi wanted to return to One Eye, believing that they deeply trusted him and had a strong sense of belonging to Yanhai City. After analyzing the situation, the commander decided that it would be better to leave Levi at headquarters or invite One Eye for a discussion. The commander quickly got his bearings. 2 days later, One Eye arrived at headquarters, while the other warrior temporarily guarded Yanhai City. One Eye was shocked when the commander privately informed him that Levi's combat abilities had reached the highest rank. The commander noted that Levi and Jasper had been insisting on returning home all along, so he wanted to temporarily hire them at a high price to guard the headquarters. The one-eyed man was delighted, sensing the possibility of financial gain. The commander then proposed to invite Levi to a special unit in the Yanhai City headquarters, offering to pay 10 times more. Since Levi had reached the supreme rank, he offered a price of 100 times more, pretending to be righteous and caring about the safety of the capital. Pretending that he could not resist his honest conscience, One Eye jokingly offered to sell Levi and Jasper. Before heading to headquarters, Tracy warned One Eye that the rescue team had successfully completed the mission and returned. Headquarters had called him after learning of Levi's true abilities. Analyzing his combat strength, the headquarters will undoubtedly discuss the issue of him staying to guard the capital. The commander was looking for One Eye because Levi refused to stay and wanted to meet with him to convince Levi to agree. Tracy looked sternly at One Eye, reminding him that he should not agree to Levi staying to guard the headquarters, no matter what conditions the old man offered. So the man stopped abruptly, saying that he would sell these guys only over his dead body. He remembered Tracy's words about him not agreeing to such a deal. The commander looked suspiciously at One Eye, asking why he had refused such a lucrative deal. But in reality, the issue was different. Firstly, Tracy claimed that these two were mentally ill patients and could not be cured. Secondly, if they remain at headquarters for too long, their mental illness may be revealed, rendering Levi's combat power useless and possibly leading to their imprisonment. Moreover, Levi looked like a time bomb. One Eye apologized, stating that he could not agree to Levi and Jasper remaining at headquarters. The commander was puzzled by One Eye's refusal, not understanding why he would refuse such an attractive deal. One Eye came up with an excuse, claiming that the two were his illegitimate sons, thus emphasizing the deep bond between father and son that could not be broken. The commander was stunned by One Eye's revelation, not knowing whether it was true or not. One Eye continued, like a talented artist with tears in his eyes, to say that if Levi and Jasper remained at headquarters, they would feel abandoned. The room fell silent as One Eye's performance created a sensation. The commander looked at One Eye, considering his claim that he was Levi and Jasper's direct guardian, even though their detailed backgrounds had not been fully explored. Now the commander understood the boys' strong attachment to home. After hesitantly asking if they were brothers, the commander noted that their last names were different. One-Eyed, without thinking, lied, saying that they took their mother's surname. The commander noticed that Jasper's personal file did not list his date of birth or age, which raised further questions. One Eye sweated profusely, trying to remember the details. The enraged commander slammed the table, accusing One Eye of being a womanizer. One Eye feigned innocence, admitting his carelessness, but at the same time saying that their sons, despite being born as a result of such actions, were two fighting geniuses. One-Eyed suggested that despite their background, they were still young and in need of fatherly love, displaying award-winning acting skills. The commander stepped back, stating that there was no other choice. Looking at One Eye with disgust, he agreed to let Levi and Jasper go to Yanhai City. However, as the country's fighting forces, they could not stay and guard the headquarters, given that the internationally recognized equipment could not evaluate Levi's abilities. The commander decided not to announce this publicly for now. If One Eye agreed, then when the country needed him, Levi would be able to carry out the order and join the headquarters defense team. One-Eyed readily agreed, guaranteeing that there would be no problems. Suddenly, someone outside, using his authority, entered the room where One Eye and the Supreme Commander were talking. One-Eyed assured the Supreme Commander-in-Chief that defending the headquarters meant defending the country, and stressed that they would not refuse. Unaware that another person had entered, One Eye continued his conversation with the commander, mentioning that Levi and Jasper were his illegitimate sons and asking for confidentiality. The commander cursed One Eye inwardly, considering him a shameless womanizer, but he reluctantly agreed to his terms. Suddenly, the man who entered could not resist speaking, expressing surprise that the high-ranking combat genius was in fact the illegitimate son of One Eye. The one-eyed man suspiciously asked who this person was. The exquisite red-haired man introduced himself as Stefan, one of the 13 general-level elders of the headquarters, and one of the 5 Supreme Realm experts permanently stationed at the Jin Fortress headquarters. Stefan was the future head of the Jin family. The one-eyed man realized that this man was Joseph's younger brother. He is also Tracy's father. Trembling, One Eye extended his hand to shake Stefan's. Stefan's next words sent One Eye into deep shock. He hinted that One Eye's life was over because of his 2 brilliant illegitimate sons, and now he would never see marriage. Meanwhile, the story moves to the garden where Leon previously met with his commander. After learning from Aya that Levi's combat abilities had reached the supreme rank, and that he was allowed to return to Yanhai City without having to stay at headquarters, Leon inquired about how the commander had agreed to this. Cassius continued, mentioning that the one-eyed man acknowledged Levi and Jasper as his illegitimate sons. Leon didn't know whether the one-eyed man was telling the truth or lying, given his reputation as a dissolute womanizer. Cassius thought about it, and suggested launching an attack using the evil artifact to destroy the city of Yanhai, and take the opportunity to eliminate One Eye and Tracy. Leon noted that they had Sam's corpse in their hands, and if they didn't destroy those two, the secret would also be revealed. Cassius offered to convince those demons to take action, as only they were capable of killing the Supreme Warriors. Leon muttered something that caught Cassius's attention, and he was speechless when he heard Leon's angry comment about the one-eyed man having 2 illegitimate children, even though he was already 40 years old. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the Rooster was upset that Levi and Jasper had gone to the battle evaluation without taking him with them. However, he decided that this would be an excellent excuse to get a good night's sleep. Just as the Rooster climbed onto the bed for his legendary afternoon nap, Jasper's loud voice rang out, rudely waking him up. The Rooster crowed angrily at them for disturbing his sleep and doubted their humanity. Meanwhile, the twins returned to the special district of Xinfeng City. Everyone welcomed them very warmly, considering them true heroes for completing a difficult S-rank task. From now on, the twins became not a disgrace, but a source of pride for all the residents of the city. Giselle secretly told Julian, expressing embarrassment at everyone calling them heroes. The guy irritably responded that they shouldn't feel embarrassed. They smiled and waved to everyone around, and I saw that Team 66 was ranked 16th on the national leaderboard, and was shocked that these two, having joined the Special Forces a few months ago, had already climbed into the top 20 in the country. He muttered to himself that it took Yanhai Team half a lifetime to score points, and now they were instantly overtaken by Team 666. Others thought that these two were the strongest team in Yanhai City. but he knew that they were just two eccentrics with different mindsets. One Eye suddenly remembered that Levi had completed an S-rank quest, earning 10,000 points and a national award. Tracy and her uncle were already waiting for them, having received One Eye's message about his time of return. The director of the Psychiatric Institute, Sean, seeing two familiar figures, greeted them. Jasper and Levi were touched to see the director and almost burst into tears as they hugged him. The director hastened to hug them tightly, admitting that he missed them very much. Then the man suddenly noticed the rooster that had arrived with his patients. Then he ran up to him and hugged him too, saying that he missed him very much. One Eye stood silently, watching the director express his affection for them, understanding why he was so emotional. The previous evening, the director was watching a food review channel when he suddenly received a notification that the hospital account had received 240 million from the Special Forces headquarters because Levi, Jasper, and Rooster had completed an S-rank rescue mission. Each of them was to receive a national reward of 80 million. The director thought he was seeing things and trembled as he checked the numbers, unable to believe his eyes. All he had to do was wait until morning to greet the three of them. Meanwhile, Tracy answered One Eye's question about the warrior who remained to watch the city. She reported that after receiving news of One Eye and Team 6666's return to Yanhai City, he also boarded a plane and returned to the security headquarters. The one-eyed man asked Tracy suspiciously how she found him. Tracy quietly replied that she did not believe that he was the traitor, because from the moment of his arrival, he had not left anywhere, and had not examined the traces of the corpse, which was still in the one-eyed man's room. One Eye moved closer to Tracy, and quietly asked which of the 4 national-level experts at headquarters, other than her and him, seemed to be behaving the most suspiciously. Joseph suddenly appeared, interrupting their secret conversation. He told the one-eyed man to stay away from his niece. As soon as the younger uncle separated them, Tracy shouted loudly, offering to continue the examination of Sam's body and immediately report any findings. The woman then asked what they should do with Levi and Jasper. He decided that there was no need for that at the moment, and suggested that they follow Sean to the psychiatric hospital to get some rest. Sean took Levi, Jasper, and Rooster back to the mental hospital. All the hospital staff were told to cooperate, and the director paid them. They stood outside and welcomed Levi and Jasper back. However, after 3 days, everyone felt that it would be better if these troublemakers never returned. After returning, Jasper happily went to treat other patients. Meanwhile, on his first day at the hospital, Levi stole a vegetable knife from the kitchen to demonstrate his insensitivity to pain to the other patients, a fact the director dismissed as a minor issue, knowing that the two had enjoyed extreme play since they were young. On the second day, Jasper decided to use the gardener's electric saw to exercise Levi's muscles, but the director reassured the gardener that it was nothing. On the third day of being in the mental hospital, Jasper continued to diligently practice acupuncture, and Levi continued to test his strength on the tree. The director could no longer tolerate their antics and was afraid that they could cause even more damage if this continued. He believed that even 2 billion would not be enough to compensate. Looking at the rooster, fast asleep on the tree branch, the director silently praised him for his good behavior. The rooster seemed to notice the old director's gaze and looked at him disapprovingly. He would have driven the old man away if it weren't for these 2 people causing trouble. Suddenly, a boy and his assistant arrived on the hospital grounds. It was Christian and his assistant. The director was very happy about the appearance of Christian and his assistant, hoping that he would invite the 2 troublemakers to his place. Christian was puzzled to see Levi and Jasper in warrior uniforms, but didn't pay any attention to it. He thought about inviting them out of town to have some fun in the fresh air. The guys didn't understand why he decided to invite them. Christian sighed quietly, realizing that they might not be able to fit in due to their mental state, so he said that since it was impossible, they could forget about it. The director could not miss such an opportunity, and hastened to grab Christian by the hand, persuading him to take them with him. He asked Christian if he would help cover the expenses Levi had incurred on the street. Christian nodded in agreement, knowing that for his family a little money was no problem. In the forest, Jasper and Levi chased butterflies and bees. Christian took them to a forest on the outskirts of town for an outdoor barbecue party, personally hosted by a 5-star hotel chef, while he relaxed on a sun lounger. Suddenly Jasper noticed a cave ahead. They decided to explore it. The demons watching them from the sky realized what kind of cave it was. However, the boys were not bothered by anything and headed inside. It was dark and quiet inside the cave, and Jasper walked and hummed a song. Deep in the cave, a huge demonic beast caught their human scent. He was angry that he was disturbed during his hibernation. It was a very strong beast that had been in the cave for 300 years. He and his cockroach brother came here 300 years ago, but were locked in while his brother fought with people. The cockroach was gifted with strength, but after 300 years, he must have rolled Yanhai, becoming its ruler. The demon didn't know that his brother was already dead. He decided that he would now eat these people and go see his brother. Seeing Levi and Jasper approaching, the beast grinned greedily, while a systemic warning about the demonic's power appeared in Levi's head. The Demon King approached Levi and warned him that meeting him was his misfortune. Hearing this, Levi began to drool and declared that he would not leave. 10 minutes later, Rooster was already admiring the multicolored egg in his hand when he heard Jasper's voice. He was stunned to see the demonic beast being captured by 2 fiends. The rooster dropped the egg, but Isaac managed to catch it. The Demon King, the bull, recognized the rooster as his kin. He tearfully begged for help. The rooster sadly replied that he could not help in any way and accused the Demon King of choosing the wrong cave. The cockroach watched his brother's death with sadness in his eyes. When the soul of the Bull King rose up, he saw his brother, the Cockroach King. They rushed towards each other and embraced, crying and expressing their shared grief. The other demons watched the touching reunion of the brothers. Night fell, and Levi's group savored the aroma of roasting wild ox meat. The rooster chewed on the Demon King's meat on a skewer and wished his fellow rooster a peaceful journey, tears streaming down his face. Christian's assistant asked if he wanted to add some pepper. The rooster readily agreed, believing that this would enhance the taste of his relative's meat. On the second day of his journey through the outskirts of the city, the demonic owl watched the people below, thinking that food had come to him on its own. Holding a fragrant roasted owl in his hands, the rooster justified what had happened, attributing its fate to his own stupidity. On the third day, while again exploring the surroundings, Levi noticed a small, cute snake. The rooster was skewering meat, scolding the snake for being so careless. On the fourth day, while exploring the surrounding area, the boar demon settled comfortably in his lair and was about to fall into a deep sleep. Levi and Jasper couldn't resist seeing the plump sleeping boar. Levi commented on his cuteness, causing the boar demon to cry pitifully and declare that he would no longer dare to eat people. The rooster, savoring the taste of the roasted boar, noticed that his fate was sealed due to his drowsiness. New victims joined the previous ones. The rooster blamed the rabbit for growing up so beautiful. He blamed the frog for growing up so ugly. The salmon's only fault was that it had very tasty meat. Another night later, the rooster ate the demonic creatures from the outskirts. As it turned out, he had successfully advanced to the level of a continental-ranked demon, inheriting all the abilities of the kin he had devoured. The Cockroach Demon King and the Rooster Demon King were angry and astonished, and they fainted at the sight of the rooster. Soon, everyone returned to the city. Christian was tired of eating game and invited Levi to have dinner with him before heading home. They went into a rather expensive restaurant. Levi told Jasper that he saw that same kind-hearted girl, Sophia. It turned out that the girl wanted to get a job there, but the manager turned her down. As she was leaving, Levi and Jasper called out to her from behind. The girl was very surprised to see her friends. Jasper told Christian that this was their friend who once fed them a very tasty meal. She said that she hadn't been able to find a job, but decided not to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Christian offered to help her, mentioning that his house still needed a cleaner, and asked if she would like to try. Sophia couldn't believe that such happiness had fallen on her head. Hearing about the high salary and benefits, the excited blonde accepted Christian's offer. The boy's assistant asked her to leave her phone number for further communication. The blonde bowed to Christian with delight, thanking him and promising to work hard. However, apparently, Levi did not understand why the girl was so happy. While the two troublemakers continued to cause trouble, Deputy Director Lee's mood was high, as they had not appeared for a long time, and the hospital had a wonderful working atmosphere. However, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he felt calmer when he thought about them being dead. As a doctor sworn to save lives, he slapped himself in the face as punishment for his previous dark thoughts. He thought about how, thanks to Levi and Jasper, the hospital had received funding. He came to the conclusion that his conscience was bothering him and decided to pray and burn incense. Suddenly, Jasper's cry was heard from behind, informing Deputy Lee of his visit. Hearing the familiar voice, Old Man Lee became furious. He pinched off the incense and threw it on the ground, expressing dissatisfaction that from now on, he would no longer pray and burn incense. When they approached Deputy Lee, Jasper mentioned that it had been a while since they last saw each other, and that he missed Lee, so they came to visit him. Old Man Lee smiled bitterly and thanked them, feeling touched. He treated the two troublemakers like puppies who had come to visit him and asked them to leave. He put them in the car, smiled, and said goodbye to them. The guys waved goodbye to the man as the car drove away. Lee suddenly realized that something was wrong. Upon the boy's arrival, the director warmly thanked Christian for taking care of Levi and his friend over the past few days, regretfully thinking that the boy might simply not bring them back. The director gathered all the new staff and strictly ordered them not to let the two out of their sight for more than 5 seconds. The new nurse asked worriedly what would happen if they were out of sight for more than 5 seconds. The director replied that they should call him immediately, and then quickly begin a search throughout the hospital. The nurse suddenly called loudly for the director. She reported that more than 5 seconds had passed, and Levi and Jasper were nowhere to be seen. Looking around, the director turned pale, realizing that they were not there. He shouted for everyone to immediately organize a search party. Meanwhile, the guys arrived at the roof where the lightning rod of the psychiatric hospital was located. Levi said that the professor told him that there would be a thunderstorm that day. He wanted to use lightning and thunder for training. Jasper did not quite believe him, because the watch seller exposed the professor as a mental patient, so his words could not be trusted. Levi added that the professor also said the watch seller himself suffered from mental illness and only sold counterfeit watches. They both stared at each other, not knowing who to believe. Jasper asked Levi what if they were both mentally ill. Levi frowned slightly and noted that on TV they said that mental illnesses were very dangerous, so maybe they should avoid those two. Suddenly there was a clap of thunder, and Levi realized that the professor was telling the truth. He pointed out the lightning and thunder to Jasper. Jasper sadly noted that he would no longer buy watches from this seller. Levi was in awe of the lightning's power, exclaiming how strong it was and that he needed to go train immediately. Jasper encouraged him by saying that once he finished cultivating, he would become even stronger. Just as Levi approached the lightning rod, a group of hospital staff came running and tried to stop them from cultivating. Seeing the staff trying to intervene, Levi's best friend Jasper decided that he couldn't allow anyone to interfere with Levi's cultivation at this critical moment. 3 paramedics ran towards Levi, but suddenly one of them stopped in fear and pointed at Jasper with a trembling hand. Jasper said goodbye to her, running away from the doctors right to the edge of the building. This spectacle became a real horror for medical workers. One of them screamed at Jasper not to move, but he slipped, lost his balance, and fell. Luckily, the nurse quickly reached out and grabbed his shoulder, and she hurried to call 2 of her colleagues for help. All 3 tried to get Jasper up, complaining that it would soon be over, and that they needed to ask the principal for a raise. A deafening clap of thunder sounded behind them, making the 3 paramedics' hair stand on end. From a distance they saw Levi standing motionless, completely blackened. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. A colleague urged them to quickly inform the director. After rummaging through their pockets, 2 male colleagues discovered that they had forgotten their phones. The nurse then took out her phone while the 2 men urged her to call and inform the director to come to the scene immediately. Then they suddenly realized that they had forgotten that they were holding Jasper's hand as he fell. All 3 looked down. Jasper was falling freely because they forgot about him. Jasper thought that this was probably the end. However, at the most critical moment, a rooster suddenly appeared and saved the boy's life. Jasper successfully landed on his feathered back. All 3 paramedics were delighted, exclaiming that the bird had caught it and expressing their relief. The nurse also remarked that the large bird looked beautiful and asked why it seemed so familiar. The nurse explained that this animal, raised in room 666, was the demonic beast that the director had introduced earlier. Upon hearing this, the nurse turned pale. She remembered scolding this chicken for constantly dropping leaves from the tree. 2 nurses held the shocked girl by the hands and discussed what to do with Levi now. They discussed whether to take him to the hospital, since he seemed to have burned to ashes, but at the same time smelled quite appetizing. They decided to contact the director again to find out what to do next. The story moves to the hospital. Lee already knew there would be problems when he sent the 2 back. Suddenly the man realized what was wrong with those mentally ill people that day. Opening the car door, Lee asked Sean why those guys were wearing Special Forces uniforms. He noted that if the mentally ill could become powerful, their city would be in trouble. Sean quickly covered Lee's mouth, assuring him that they were just cosplayers. Lee pushed Sean's hand away and stated that their hospital had treated many wounded Special Forces soldiers, and that he could tell the difference between a real uniform and a fake one. Sean intervened, pointing out that Levi was sunburned and Lee was picky about his clothes. Lee didn't back down, he continued, noting that this wasn't the first time Levi had gotten burned. He asked why Sean was so surprised. Sean turned away, pretending not to know about the form. He muttered that he had nothing to say, but Lee continued to press him, asking if he was really going to allow mentally ill people to work illegally in the Special Forces. Sean moved closer and quietly named the price of $500,000. Lee turned him down, reminding him of their shared past. When Sean was the best student, Lee remembered how Sean said then that together they would develop the country's psychiatric industry. Sean gritted his teeth and raised the offer to $1 million. Old Lee was stunned, calculating how much it cost Levi and Jasper to work legally. It seemed like he wanted to squeeze more out of Sean. Lee asked how much more Sean wanted for them to work legally in the Special Forces. This time Sean did not hold back. He asked and simply said how much more he wanted. Hearing this, Lee settled on the amount of $1 million and mentioned that their hospital did not have enough funds for an emergency life-saving operation. Suddenly, Lee received a call from the deputy director, informing him of a $1 million sponsorship for their project. Lee closed the phone and told Sean that he would pay for Levi and Jasper's legal work in the Special Forces. He assured Sean that it was not about the million, but about the trust in him, his best student. The deputy director seemed to himself like someone who was losing money very quickly. So he laughed awkwardly and apologized, explaining that he did not mean to say that. After a day of rest, Levi woke up from the surgery. When he opened his eyes, a system notification appeared on the screen congratulating him on cultivating to S rank. Levi received the Thunder Absorption Body, which doubled the speed of natural energy absorption and opened spatial realms. The system asked if he wanted to immediately move to a new dimension to level up. Sensing Levi's hesitation, the system silently asked him again. Suddenly, Levi said not to move to the new location. Outside, a nurse walking down the corridor felt that all the patients were behaving so well. She thought it would be another peaceful, happy day. But when she saw Levi preparing to jump out of the window, her sense of peace was completely crushed. Levi climbed onto the windowsill and said goodbye, explaining that today he had to go far, far away. The nurse dropped the folders from her hands and rushed to help, calling on the others to help her. A panicked crowd of nurses took turns pleading with Levi not to jump. One young man managed to grab Levi's leg, and another nurse pleaded with him to think about his parents. They tried to convince him not to jump, no matter how serious his illness was. As long as he could breathe, Levi looked blankly at the nurse when he heard a voice outside the window. It was Jasper, carried by a rooster flying outside. Levi said he tried riding a chicken too. Hearing this, the rooster turned pale. Jasper was also confused, since he had to sweat over his friend's prank. The next day, rumors spread online that a patient had jumped from the hospital, and a reporter came to interview the nurses, who incoherently explained that they were unable to pull him away because he had stuck his legs out the window to jump. The reporter criticized the nurses, calling them crazy. But after an investigation, it turned out that not a single patient had actually jumped. The nurses and orderlies quickly explained that they were not lying. Indeed, a patient from their room had disappeared and had not yet returned. On the night of the incident, Levi jumped out of the hospital window and fell to the ground. The rooster quickly flew to catch Levi, thinking that he could. Without thinking, the rooster flew higher. Levi enjoyed the fresh air. He felt very comfortable, much more comfortable than on the plane. Isaac crawled out of the rooster's neck locket and handed Jasper some clothes so Levi could get dressed. The main character put on his warrior uniform. Levi jokingly suggested that Jasper should also stand up. Jasper was stunned by the situation and considered it dangerous. Jasper expressed concern that he would fall, but Levi reassured him by promising to hold him tightly if they fell. Jasper brightened up, expressing his trust in Levi. The young people held hands, like in the movie Titanic. A beautiful night city scene appeared before them, and Jasper noted that it looked familiar to him. He exclaimed that it seemed as if he had once flown like this, which enraged the rooster, who remarked that these two fools thought that they had grown wings to fly in the sky like him. Higher up in the sky, the energy wave of a national rank demon could be seen. The demon rats also sensed the demon's energy pulse, noting that powerful national ranking demons could coexist with humans and even be considered their pets. The rooster didn't dare resist and allowed the two people to sit on him. The mice decided that the demons should also know that they belong to the pacifist faction and intend to live peacefully with people. If this succeeds, then in the future, they will no longer be able to secretly devour people to increase their level. Elsewhere, the monkey demon Gargamel recognized a rooster flying high overhead as his comrade in arms and two human friends, and he chirped in wonder that his rooster brother had risen to the level of a city-state. Although the monkey was underground, he knew of the non-aggression pact between the evil beasts and humans in Kangxi, which brought the world closer to the one his mother had imagined. But outside the city, most of the evil beasts still preferred to eat humans and fight among themselves. Suddenly, the kidnapper's brother tapped the monkey on the head and scolded her to stop being lazy and get to work. The monkey didn't understand anything, and the boy urged his brother to hurry up and finish the job. Levi was still sitting on the rooster and flying around the city. Below, Smudge was walking with his owner, Elsa, and also saw a flying rooster. He was glad that the evil beasts of the city-state level were ready to live peacefully with people, and believed that even more demons would agree to try. Seeing that Chumazik stopped and looked around, Elsa asked what was the matter. Chumazik replied that nothing had happened and suggested going home, since it was already late. Since there was no one around, Smudge turned into a giant to carry his owner home. Elsa quickly climbed onto Smudge's back, appreciating his collar, an advanced version of a demon leash that could increase in size, control, and track location. The girl really liked Smudge's fur, and the demon hurried home to give his mistress a rest. That night, Sean couldn't sleep. In addition to the million he paid to Director Lee, Levi's treatment in the hospital cost him tens of thousands more. Sean sighed helplessly, not knowing when Levi would recover this time. It seemed to him that treating Levi now was a waste of medical resources and manpower. As he was lost in thought, the shadow of a rooster appeared outside. Sean almost dropped his cup of tea in shock when he saw two patients outside the window. He wanted to cry at the sight of these two. He ordered them to go to bed immediately. The boys obediently lay down to sleep on the grass under the open sky. Early in the morning, when Sean saw this scene, he couldn't stand it, because he didn't tell them to sleep here. He was about to leave, but then he turned around, realizing that he was afraid that they would catch a cold, and finding a blanket, he covered them. The director had indeed been up all night, watching over the two sleeping fools. Sean sighed resentfully, not understanding why no one had come for them yet. He had never felt time move so slowly as he had in the last few days. Hearing the director's words, the assistant standing next to him felt that it was unfair. In a month of working at the psychiatric hospital, he only had 4 days off. He glanced at Levi, who was fast asleep. The system reminded the owner that the Otherworld stage was still waiting to be unlocked. Today was the deadline for completing the Otherworld stage quest, which provided excellent resources for cultivation. Looking at Levi sleeping indifferently, the system felt exhausted. Suddenly an idea came to her. The system could try to attract Jasper to the stage of the Otherworld. As the system predicted, upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately opened his eyes. Levi also immediately sat up, expressing his willingness to try. The system warned that it would only be able to bind the host if he was unable to pass through its connection to get to the other world. Levi woke Jasper and gave him the system's offer. Jasper was still sleepy when Levi told him about the proposal. However, he agreed without hesitation, being ready for any adventure with his friend. The boys sat down under a tree, and Levi told his friend that they needed to hold hands and close their eyes. The system's voice reported that the otherworldly scene had changed and the carrier had begun to enter it. The current world of the carrier will go into a state of temporary freezing. Then they closed their eyes. The condition for escaping the frozen state was to complete a mission in the other world. The mission was to help Levi, the descendant of the god of war, restore the power of his family in the city of Mengcheng. The system warned that since it was trying to establish contact with the alien for the first time, special operations were possible, so they needed to be patient. But the connection was established instantly, and Levi and Jasper began to gradually move into the otherworldly scene. Not only Jasper, but also the rooster he was holding in his hands, also fell into the illusion of the other world. The story moves to the headquarters of the Mengcheng City Martial Arts Association. A group of people burst into the headquarters and threw the estate's butler aside, sending him into the living room. The man fell to the floor with a crash, his entire body covered in wounds. The butler, suffering from pain, shouted for the master to quickly order the lady to take the young master and run. The strangers threatened to kill them all if they did not give them the scroll, warning that today the Lin family would be exterminated. After Lin Shu's death, the Lin family ceased to be the main fighting force in the city. They declared that it was useless for them to keep the treasures, and demanded that they be given them back, asking whether they intended to give them to the only remaining member of the Lin clan. He pointed at Levi, the last heir of the Lin clan, who was rolling on the floor like an animal and laughing loudly. The woman, his mother, rushed towards him, screaming for him to escape. Hearing his mother calling for him to get up quickly, Levi shook his head and, lying on the ground, refused to get up, declaring that today he was a dead dog. Levi's mother was helpless in front of her son's stupid state, tears streaming down her face. The old master suddenly spoke, asking the butler, Arthur, if he would like to fight him in this last one. Despite his wounds, Arthur shouted loudly that even if his flesh rotted and his bones shattered, he would fight beside the old master until his death. The old master firmly planted his staff into the ground, a furious aura emanating from his body, his clothes fluttering without any wind. He stated that the space scroll was the Lin's inherited treasure. passed down from generation to generation. And even if he died, he would not let those shameless people get what they wanted. The man's eyes flashed with a murderous fire. The old scoundrel was truly stubborn. One of his henchmen muttered that the old man, Yusef, was a combat expert, and warned that if he fought recklessly, they would suffer losses. Arthur, a mid-level combat expert, was so loyal that he was willing to die for the Lin family. It would not be easy to deal with these two old men fighting desperately. Seeing that the long-haired man was hesitant to move forward, two figures approached him from behind. A woman named Carla impatiently asked what he was afraid of. Since they had so many people, she was sure that they would be able to deal with these two old men at their last breath. The old master became angry and yelled at them, reminding them of how the blood demon had wreaked havoc on the city many years ago. And if it weren't for the sacrifice of his son Lin Shu, they would have perished long ago. Carla shamelessly retorted that if Shu were alive, she wouldn't dare come. But since he died, leaving behind only a good-for-nothing son, she doubted whether she should watch the military scripture of spatial arts fall into Levi's hands. The old master swore angrily and declared that if they had come to this, they should speak frankly. He refused to give up the scroll and declared that today the Lin family would fight to the death. None of them were afraid of death. The old master urged his daughter-in-law to leave quickly with her grandson, who were frightened by the suddenly appearing domain. Seeing that Carla's group was about to attack the old master and destroy the domain, Arthur stood in front of him and growled furiously that with him, no one would dare touch the old master. Carla knew that the old master was sacrificing himself to buy time. She ordered her fighters to immediately destroy his domain so that the heir could not escape. Levi's mother, Camilla, couldn't let their sacrifices go in vain. She quickly tried to pull him away, but Levi crawled along the ground, stubbornly pushing her hand away. He said that he didn't want to walk and now felt like a dog forced to move on all fours. Levi's mother, in anger, grabbed him by the collar and, unable to restrain herself, hit him in the face, ordering him to obey. Stunned by his mother's blow, Levi covered his face with his hands, whimpering in embarrassment and not fully understanding what was happening. Then his eyes suddenly opened wide and his gaze changed from excited to emotionless. He stood up slowly, scratching his dirty, unwashed hair. His mother was silently worried, wondering if she had been too harsh on her wayward son. As it turned out, at that moment, Levi was possessed by his namesake from another world, who was tasked with returning the boy to his greatness. Levi screamed, asking where Jasper was. Meanwhile, in the old master's domain, someone's movement hit him hard, destroying the domain. His body was thrown back and he landed at Levi's feet. Levi asked doubtfully if it was Jasper. Yusef ignored him and told him to run quickly. Levi explained that the old master was currently badly injured, and once he found Jasper, they could have him treat his injuries with acupuncture. Seeing the evil group approaching him, Arthur sacrificed himself. He shouted loudly for the old master and mistress to leave quickly, realizing that he would not be able to stop the enemy for long. When Arthur died before their eyes, old Master Yusef cried out in grief. Arthur's blood splashed on Levi's face and he wiped it away. Suddenly, Levi's expression turned cold. He said that a group uniting against one person is wrong. He saw on TV about the lack of fighting ethics. The group looked at Levi with cold eyes, mocking him. Carla couldn't help but laugh as she mocked Levi for being stupid and crazy. Levi said that they could beat him up, but he didn't care because it was just part of his cultivation. The leader laughed at his words and then rushed at him, saying that if he did not get the scroll today, he would destroy their entire family. Levi's mother and the old master screamed in horror. The evil man lifted Levi from the ground to kill him. However, the man suddenly panicked and let go of Levi when he heard the sound of his bones cracking. The group, confused, asked what had happened to his hand and realized that it was mangled and crushed. As it turned out, all 5 fingers on his hand were broken. The people standing behind the man looked at each other in shock. They recognized the guy as a real martial arts expert, and wondered if the guy had been pretending to be stupid all this time. Seeing this, Carla assured her group that even if Levi was faking it, they still needed to kill him to get the scroll. The man swung his sword and rushed at Levi. He attacked him in the shoulders, but his sword shattered into pieces, leaving him momentarily stunned. Levi calmly told him that he didn't need help with cultivation. At that moment he was momentarily distracted and Carla attacked him from behind with a palm strike. Levi stood motionless, unwavering, and took the woman's blow. Carla was shocked, but Levi blocked her blow, leaving her arm mangled and her face pale with fear. She screamed, accusing him of pretending to be a fool to deceive them. When Levi turned and looked at Carla, her people turned pale with fear. They didn't understand how he was able to defeat Lady Carla without even attacking her. They wondered if he had deceived them from the very beginning. In desperation, the group began to use their last resort against Levi. They rushed at the guy at once, intending to crush him with the crowd. Yusuf and Camila screamed, realizing that their boy was about to die. However, Levi's body remained intact, and the entire group was seriously wounded and thrown back. The man said with annoyance that in the martial arts world, everyone considered Levi a fool. However, Old Master Yusuf had planned everything, deeply hiding his grandson's abilities. Levi looked back at the attackers and saw that they were all dead. He thanked them, saying that no one there except Jasper had made such a selfless effort to help him with his cultivation. He said they were great people. Then Levi turned around and saw Arthur facing death. Arthur was trying to talk to Old Master Yusuf, realizing that Levi had been pretending all along. He had served alongside Levi for many years and had not noticed it, and Old Master Yusuf had told him not to say anything more. Camilla watched the touching scene. With tears in his eyes, Arthur asked Old Master Yusuf to take care of his granddaughter. Yusuf screamed, not believing that Arthur was actually dying. Saddened by Arthur's death, Levi asked if he wanted him to revive him. Old Master Yusuf was shocked and quickly asked if Levi could really do it. Levi replied that a voice in his head told him it was possible, but he needed medicine to revive Arthur. The system reported that the store function was open and asked if the owner was willing to spend 2% of the body's accumulated energy value to make a purchase. Although Old Master Yusuf did not fully trust the medicine Levi had given him, he decided it was worth a try, since Arthur had already died and he no longer had any fear of death. As soon as the liquid entered the man's mouth, he suddenly came to life, roared loudly and asked where their enemies were. Confident that he could deal with 10 of them at once, Yusuf was extremely shocked to learn that the medicine unexpectedly turned out to be a divine pill, capable of reviving the dead and saving people on the brink of death. The story moves to a mansion where a rooster has ended up. Somewhere in the strange kingdom, countless questions arose in the rooster's head. He wondered where he was, how he had ended up here, and whether this was the strange kingdom the two evil men had spoken of. However, the rooster came to the conclusion that all these details were not so important. The main thing was why he became a woman. The rooster couldn't believe that he had taken on the human form of a woman until someone's foot suddenly knocked down the door. The stranger asked if this was really the same girl. The woman said that it was true. Before the rooster could finish his thought, Hans had already begun to approach him at high speed. Hans rushed forward, grabbed the rooster tightly by the neck and lifted it up, making no secret of his intention to kill it. The rooster, enraged by the man's actions, thought that he was asking for his own death. He tried to use his thunder breath ability to incinerate her, but suddenly realized that he couldn't perform the attack. In a panic, the rooster tried to use the poison mist ability, but failed again. The rooster panicked even more, trying to use all his abilities and failing. Hans angrily asked the man standing behind her how the girl had behaved before, and she frightenedly replied that she didn't know, suggesting that Arthur's granddaughter didn't usually behave like that, and hinting that Hans had scared her out of her mind. Hans chuckled and asked if that old fool hadn't shown up yet. Soon they left the building and went outside. Hans dropped the rooster from a height straight onto the stone floor. The rooster felt extremely dissatisfied, silently cursing his inability to use any abilities in this world. Despite this, his strong body allowed him to endure until now, barely escaping death. Hearing a noise outside, Arthur went outside to find his seriously injured granddaughter Rosalie lying in front of him. He ran quickly towards her. However, before he could touch her body, a cage of golden light appeared, preventing him from getting closer. Arthur screamed in pain as he was thrown back like a cannonball. Luckily, Old Master Yusuf appeared just in time and caught him. Enraged, Old Master Yusuf shouted at the one who dared to cause trouble in his residence. Floating in the air with a cold aura, the master of the Chu family spoke, accusing Arthur of killing his granddaughter Carla. The rooster watched in horror as a ring of golden light suddenly appeared on his neck, which steadily contracted. Hans declared that he had come to Lin today to repay blood with blood, and threatened to bury all of Lin, young and old, along with his granddaughter. Recognizing Hans as the sinister man from the Chu clan, Old Master Yusuf realized that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist him. Hans treacherously asked Arthur whether they deserved compensation for his granddaughter or not. He threatened that if Arthur did not give up his stupid grandson Yusuf, he would destroy the entire Lin clan. Arthur angrily replied that he would fight Hans to the end, refusing to give up his grandson Yusuf. Hans laughed arrogantly and began to mock Arthur, saying that even though he was at the middle stage of the martial ancestor, he was not afraid of Arthur, who was just Lin's henchman. He boasted of his experience as an expert of the martial monarch realm and claimed that Arthur was seeking death by challenging him. He then raised the rooster into the air, saying that for disobedience he would see the death of his granddaughter Rosalie. Old Master Yusef angrily intervened, demanding that the madness stop. Hans asked if he wasn't willing to sacrifice his brainless grandson to save everyone else. Yusef accused Hans of using Yusef's grandson as ransom for the servant's granddaughter. Old Master Yusef thought that if Carla died in Yusef's residence, Hans would not ignore it. He would still destroy the entire Lin clan. Seeing that Rosalie's life was hanging by a thread, Old Master Yusef was about to submit to Hans's demands when Levi suddenly came out of the house and asked what everyone was arguing about. Hans noticed that Lin's useless grandson looked rather stupid. Looking around in bewilderment, Levi suddenly exclaimed when he saw a chicken. The rooster, in a pitiful state, having lost all his abilities, tried in vain to break free. Hearing Levi call him a chicken again, the rooster felt like he wanted to die immediately, crying over his humiliation that the demonic beast, who had turned into a human female, was appearing before this evil man in such a state. The rooster tried to control his thoughts, repeating to himself that he was not a chicken, but just a powerless man. Hans made fun of Levi, noting that, judging by his reaction, he liked the rooster very much. He challenged Levi, asking him if he would dare to exchange his life for ransom. Levi just chuckled, surprising Hans, who didn't expect the brat to agree. Levi remained indifferent to Hans's challenge, claiming that he was already on his way to him. Upon seeing Levi approaching, Hans's eyes flashed with murderous intent, indicating his readiness for confrontation. Arthur couldn't help but cry as he thought about the qualities his family possessed to deserve such exceptional treatment from Levi. He believed that life was not lived in vain. Arthur rushed quickly to Levi's side, determined not to let the young master sacrifice his life for their family. Old Master Yusef secretly whispered to Levi, warning him of the risks involved with his bravery and the limits of his indestructible diamond body, cultivated for years. He warned that while it might be enough against some cultivators, the villain Hans had reached the monarch level and was a serious threat. Approaching him could result in the destruction of his soul. Levi looked at the two old men in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. Despite their concerns, Levi decided he would be okay and stepped forward. Hans looked at the boy defiantly, anticipating a fairly easy battle. Arthur screamed in horror, wanting to stop him but couldn't. Tears streamed down Arthur's face as he watched the young master walk forward bravely. Old Master Yusef trembled and stood still, shocked by the bravery of his fearless and courageous grandson. He believed that this was truly befitting of a descendant of Lin. Another armed group arrived in the courtyard of Yusef's residence, and a rare expression of joy appeared on the face of Old Master Yusef. He noted with relief that people from the fighting union had arrived, including Chief Farrell, the warrior monarch, and with his participation, perhaps the problem could be resolved. 3 figures appeared, emitting an aura no less powerful than Hans's. At the head stood Farrell, the head of the Warrior Alliance, and next to him stood the Alliance's honored guests, the respected Grandmaster Samuel and the Alliance's student Skylar. Arthur's expression improved slightly, as he thought that with these 3 elders, the old master would be able to deal with Hans. Yusef readily expressed his gratitude, thanking Chief Farrell for coming to bring justice to Lin. Farrell replied solemnly that there was no need for such politeness. He said that he came today to restore justice. Upon hearing this, Yusef explained how Carla and the others came to Yusef's residence to steal the treasure, which resulted in their deaths. Yusef stated that he had already reported this, and that their corpses and heads were handed over to the Alliance. Farrell took a deep breath, interrupting Yusef. He explained that pursuing justice was not revenge, and asked if it was true that the Lin family had killed Carla. Farrell's behavior made Yusef's face change. But Farrell continued to coldly argue that if Levi had really killed someone's granddaughter, then Elder Chu had reason to seek revenge. Arthur, shocked, asked how this could be reasonable. Yusef tried to explain that the day before the attackers came to kill them, and if his grandson had not been skilled, then all of the Lin clan would have been destroyed. Farrell laughed coldly, noting that, other than the guards and servants, all the Lin members were safe, claiming that the Lin had suffered no real losses. Yusef's voice deepened as he questioned the chieftain, expressing his grief over the servants who were killed before the villains broke into the main hall. He emphasized that they were loyal servants. He asked the chieftain how he could speak so heartlessly. The chief remained heartless, declaring that these were just a few worthless lives. He disputed what Old Master Yusef had emphasized about them, as they had killed the young talent of the Chu family. The man asked if they considered this an equal exchange. Yusef could hardly contain himself. He wondered how he could assess the situation like that. Farrell remained unperturbed, stating that Lin must hand over his grandson's life to Elder Chu. He added that one person is not enough. He insisted that the Chu family had lost a genius, so 2 lives were needed. The wayward grandson Lin and another life from their family. He suggested that Arthur's granddaughter could compensate for Elder Chu's grief, and also ordered them to give him the scroll. Old Master Yusuf's anger flared and he slammed his staff down, splitting the ground. He accused them of being shameless scoundrels. The 2 who followed the leader quickly tried to calm Yusuf down, advising him not to be stubborn. They tried to convince him that the leader's proposal was reasonable. They quoted a Buddhist saying, advising the old master to let go of himself and become free. They emphasized that attachment to material things is a disease. Old Master Yusuf reacted angrily to this, accusing them of being unworthy people because they coveted the Lin scroll and committed misdeeds and massacres, and he condemned them as a disgrace to Buddhism and Taoism. The chieftain remained indifferent to Old Master Yusuf's outburst of anger. He acknowledged that the scroll was the highest scripture of martial arts, and stated that if Old Master Yusuf did not want to hand it over, then the Lins should be prepared to face the consequences. Farrell's eyes turned ominous, and he prepared to act. He pointed his gun straight at the rooster. But just as he was about to strike, Levi carefully raised his hand to catch his weapon. He warned against throwing things around carelessly for fear that someone might get hurt. The Grandmaster's face showed disbelief as he watched Levi's display of skill, noting that Levi had indeed blocked the chieftain's primordial power. Remembering that moment, Hans became thoughtful. He noted that Levi's movements were blurry, and admitted that even he could not see him clearly. The Warrior Alliance and Hans silently agreed that this grandson of Yusuf was not to be underestimated. Suddenly Hans lowered his voice, declaring that he had not been unreasonable that day. He stated that if Lin only paid compensation for his granddaughter's life, he would not make any other demands. Farrell thought that even Hans had backed down, which meant that this guy must have something special. He admitted that they shouldn't have acted so rashly. He said that Rosalie's life would be quite enough. Arthur couldn't believe that they would actually take his granddaughter. Farrell announced that the matter would be resolved and warned that if Old Master Yusuf refused, Elder Chu would deal with Lin to the end. The rooster became enraged by their endless chatter and came to the conclusion that they wanted to kill him. Old Master Yusuf and Arthur resigned themselves to the fact that they would have to sacrifice Rosalie. Suddenly Levi reached out and tightly squeezed the ring around the rooster's neck. With one movement he caused the magic ring to crack. Levi called him a chicken and noticed that he had shrunk considerably in size. He casually mentioned that they should go home and eat, saying that if a hen is sick, she won't lay eggs. The rooster tried to escape from Levi's grip, but to no avail. An angry roar came from behind Levi. It was Hans, expressing anger that Levi hadn't even offered the girl's life to the Chu family. The man then swung towards the boy, intending to kill him with a powerful spell. Seeing Elder Chu's murderous aura, Rooster cried out that he was now an ordinary person and was afraid of death. Levi casually waved his hand, catching Chu's attack. He sternly asked him not to hit his little chicken. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes when Levi casually blocked the Peak Monarch's powerful strike. Hans was beside himself with rage, and gritting his teeth, declared that he would fight the boy himself. He raised his burning hands to his face and growled menacingly. Then he rose up, and his hands emitted bright lightning. Seeing Chu's aura flaring up fiercely, his overwhelming power made it hard for those around him to breathe. Yusuf paled as he recognized Chu's famous move, the golden demonic killing thunder. He noted that until now it was believed that this blow was invariably fatal. The rooster, who had become an ordinary man, could not withstand the powerful blow of the warrior monarch. He lost his balance and fell off Levi's shoulder. Levi turned around anxiously to check on the chicken. At that moment, the fatal blow struck his back. Hans laughed coldly, expressing anger at having to use his famous ultimate skill against Levi, believing that he deserved to die. However, strangely enough, Hans's blow didn't even ruffle the hair on Levi, who looked quite healthy. Levi's words about the feeling of lightning on the body being quite pleasant almost made the elder explode with rage. Hans saw with horror that Levi was completely unharmed. What was even stranger was that the offspring had absorbed his golden demonic killing thunder. Hearing the painful whimpering of a small chicken behind him, Levi turned around in alarm. Seeing that the demon was hurt, he rushed to him, asking if everything was okay. The rooster cursed inwardly, deciding that the human body was too fragile. But then he realized that his injuries were really serious, and he needed to lose consciousness for a while. There was only one thought in Levi's head: the chicken was dead. Old Master Yusuf and Arthur could only watch what was happening with tears in their eyes. Hans looked at Levi as if he were a monster. Surprised that this boy had absorbed his golden thunder, he declared that it was impossible, remembering his master's words about the legendary thunder absorption body. Levi's figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of Hans. His murderous intent flared up when he accused Chu of killing his chicken. Before Hans could react, Levi's fist struck him in the jaw with lightning speed. Levi's blow sent the monarch flying high into the sky. The three warriors watched Hans's defeat, pale with fear. After defeating Hans, Levi's voice was heard, addressing the three warriors with unfriendly eyes. He accused them of wanting to kill his little chicken. Before Farrell could speak, Levi's figure flashed in front of them. He accused them of being no different from Hans, and struck the Alliance leader hard. This sent him flying into the stone wall behind him. Noticing Levi's attack, Samuel tried to shield himself with his hand, but it was too late. Skylar's hair stood on end as Levi stared at him. He begged in horror not to kill his master. But before he could finish speaking, Levi punched him right in the stomach. The three monarchs were beaten half to death. The Alliance students couldn't believe it, thinking that the monarchs couldn't be defeated so easily. Levi cracked his knuckles, declaring that a blow would be dealt to anyone who had harmed his little chicken. The students burst into tears after learning of Skylar's murder. The men looked in horror as Levi killed the warrior with one blow. Then they screamed in horror and ran away from that place. Meanwhile, Levi went to the rooster to check on his condition. The rooster could not believe that one day a man would worry about him so much. Levi cried, saying that if the hen died, there would be no one to lay eggs for him. At that moment, the demon decided that in this case it would be better to die. Meanwhile, the story moves somewhere high in the mountains, where the palaces of one great master were located. His disciples came to their master in tears to tell him what had happened to their brother. They reported to the patriarch that their brother was killed by a fool from the Lin family. They begged the master to avenge their elder brother. A calm voice came from Master Jasper asking them not to cry. He spoke softly, agreeing to help. The cries of the disciples filled the entire sect, and the elder felt exhausted. Every time he saw their tears, he found it very difficult to cope with them. His heart was too soft to refuse those who cried. He wondered about Levi's whereabouts, and tears flowed from his eyes. The students whispered among themselves, noting that ever since their master emerged from seclusion after his breakthrough, he had become more accommodating. It seemed to them that while they were crying, the master was agreeing to everything, especially since he liked the pastries they made. They expressed their sympathy for the current character of the master. Meanwhile, Levi walked along, carrying the rooster in his arms, lamenting that he had promised to protect it, but could not. Suddenly the rooster coughed up blood, causing both elders' eyes to widen in shock. Levi was overjoyed that his hen was still alive, but the rooster muttered to himself that it would be better if he died. The elder checked the rooster's pulse and reported the severity of his injuries, accusing Hans of excessive cruelty, recalling how severely he had beaten little Rosalie, resulting in him receiving serious internal injuries. Arthur continued to mourn his granddaughter, expressing regret over Rosalie's grave condition. Elder Yusuf's words struck Arthur like thunder. He said that he could not save Rosalie. Arthur began to cry, lamenting that he had been useless and had been unable to protect little Rosalie. Suddenly, Levi's mother spoke up, giving hope. She asked Elder Yusuf about his acquaintance with the sacred lotus of heavenly origin from the sacred warrior realm. She reminded him that even its scent is said to be able to revive a person. Both elders were stunned, but then they remembered the sacred lotus. Levi's mother took out a small box and suggested using the spatial ring's treasure. She suggested that Levi go to the sacred warrior realm to exchange it for the heavenly origin sacred lotus. Levi's mother noted that Rosalie was like a daughter to her. She watched her grow up. She stated that she was ready to use the treasure to save Rosalie if Elder Yusuf would keep it safe for her. Elder Yusuf agreed with his daughter-in-law, expressing his desire to save Rosalie. He decided that Levi should go to the Holy Warrior's realm and exchange the spatial ring for the sacred lotus. Levi's mother gave him the treasure, emphasizing that it could save the girl. Levi handed the rooster to Arthur and reached out to take the young treasure. However, an iron chain suddenly flew out from behind him and dragged the treasure away. After spinning in the air, the treasure fell into the hands of a man, who laughingly said that it was the very thing from the Lin clan, calling it the treasure of the spatial code of the Saint Warrior. Yusuf gritted his teeth in frustration. He realized that this man's appearance meant that the Chongtang sect's patriarchs had been notified. The man introduced himself as Dorian, an inner disciple of the Chongtang sect, and explained that he had overheard them talking about going to the warrior's sacred realm to exchange the treasure for the sacred lotus. Elder Yusuf protested, stating that the spatial ring was his family's treasure and could not be easily given to others. He demanded that it be returned. However, Dorian brushed off his requests, reminding him that the Chongtang sect and their clan had always been at odds in the Holy Warrior realm. He claimed that his master had given them permission to take the spatial scroll to the sacred warrior realm. He threw the treasure behind his back, and it fell into the hands of another disciple, Theon, the third disciple of the Chongtang sect. Theon covered his mouth with his fan and declared that in their domain, everything good could only belong to the Chongtang sect. He claimed that no one else could lay claim to what belonged to his lord. Yusef could only grit his teeth, realizing that another disciple had arrived. He feared that Levi had actually provoked the Chongtang sect patriarch to pay a personal visit today. Suddenly, a blade was pressed against Levi's neck. It belonged to Kai, the second disciple of the Chongtang sect. He realized that Levi was the foolish grandson of the Lin family who suddenly became enlightened. He noted that Levi had a reputation as a cultivator above the rank of warrior king. Kai tried to attack the guy. Levi's family screamed in horror, thinking that the boy was about to die. However, Kai's blade broke into 2 pieces. This caused him to retreat to a safe distance from Levi. He admitted that Levi was able to break even his blood-forged weapon, and confirmed that even if the 3 disciples joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him alone. He assured them that their master had arrived. They watched as a figure entered the Lin manor. The faces of the other Lin members reflected obvious fear. It was Jasper, the supreme elder of the Chongtang sect, and the Immaculate Mountain Chief. Jasper was a handsome man who looked much younger than his years. Elders Yusef and Arthur were sweating profusely, their faces pale. They feared that Levi was truly doomed today, realizing that no matter how strong the boy was, he would not compare to this exceptional figure. In the world of martial arts, strength is everything, and 3 factions are at the very top. Among them was the Holy Land of Martial Arts. The second group was the Chongtang sect. The third group was the Military Alliance. A fighting alliance was formed by various feudal lords for their own protection. The Lin family also belongs to one of them. While the strength of the Holy Martial Land and the Chongtang sect lies in the 2 masters, they stand unshakably like rocks, and no one dares to challenge them. The head of the Holy Martial Land, whose face no one has seen, and the head of the Chongtang sect, Master Jasper, the teacher of many of the strongest warriors. Their actions were believed to be able to change the heavens and the earth. With one wave of his hand he could destroy mountains and rivers, turning people into ashes. Elder Yusef knelt down and begged Jasper to spare the only representative of the Lin clan. Dorian laughed, noting that they now understood that they had to fear his master. But it was too late. The entire Lin clan would have to pay with their lives for what had happened to their elder brother. Levi's mother and Arthur begged Jasper to spare them, even being willing to die in Levi's place to make up for their loss. However, Dorian shook his head, stating that it was impossible to let them go because of his master's reputation. He warned them that if he had gone this far, then they were all destined to die. Suddenly Jasper's eyes lit up and he pointed at the man standing behind Arthur. Levi and Jasper stared at each other, sensing something. Finally recognizing each other's aura, they excitedly called each other by name. Levi and Jasper happily hugged each other, their reunion reminiscent of lovers meeting after a long separation. Seeing Levi greet Jasper so warmly, the 3 Chongtang students wanted to hit their heads on the ground. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Levi introduced Jasper to his family as his best friend, and Elder Yusef stood dumbfounded, wondering how Levi could address Jasper by his first name. Jasper also drew Levi to him and introduced him to the students, emphasizing that Levi was his best friend from a world they didn't know about. The 3 disciples of the Chongtang sect turned pale and wondered if Levi had reached the divine realm, given his familiarity with their master. Realizing this, they immediately fell to their knees, pressing their faces to the ground, and began to ask Levi for forgiveness for their disrespectful attitude towards their elder. Jasper was on the verge of hysteria when he saw the chicken covered in wounds and emaciated. Unable to contain himself, Jasper burst into tears of grief, lamenting that he had lost the golden needle that could have healed her. Levi consoled him by assuring him that they would find a golden needle to help. Levi also assured Jasper not to worry about the chicken by offering to use a small wooden box to trade and save it. The rooster, hearing this plan, became alarmed, realizing that his fate was sealed if these 2 tried to save him. After this, Jasper walked up to Arthur and took the rooster from his hands. Kai walked up to Levi in horror and gave him the stolen box. After that, Levi said that everything was ready. Levi informed the family members of their plan to use the box to trade for something to save the chicken. Elder Yusef and the others quickly agreed to this plan. Jasper told his 3 students to wait for his return, while he accompanied Levi to exchange the box for something to save the chicken. The students, puzzled by their master's sudden connection with the young woman, wondered what charm she possessed to captivate him so strongly. The rooster, annoyed by the situation, tried to ignore their words. Jasper leaned over to the rooster and promised that he would definitely save him. Jasper's 3 apprentices were equally puzzled and upset. They could not understand why their master, who had never shown interest in women, was now personally dragging a young woman around with him. They feared that their master's reputation was being undermined. Suddenly Dorian felt someone staring at him. Seeing Levi looking at them, they decided they had misunderstood his intentions. They decided that he also liked the girl in the arms of her master. Jasper and Levi believed that the hen would recover, and were sure that her eggs would be just as tasty. The rooster cursed silently, feeling that it was better to die than to be saved. Soon Levi and Jasper said their goodbyes and left the residence, the 3 students kneeling at the gate to see their master off, hoping for a quick return. After watching them disappear into the distance, Arthur turned to Elder Yusuf and asked if he had any thoughts. He mentioned that Yusuf had previously said that the young master had used the medicine to save him from death. He wondered why they couldn't continue to use the medicine to save Rosalie. Elder Yusuf and Mother Levi were stunned by this reminder. One of Jasper's students quickly added that the medicines that could revive the dead were very valuable and most likely exhausted. He doubted that Elder Yusuf could remember this. Elder Yusuf and Mother Levi nodded understandingly. The story moves to the street where Levi and Jasper were walking. People were very surprised to see them. There was a lot of debate about whether it was the real Jasper or not, and people recognized Levi from the Lin family next to him. Meanwhile, Camilla, wanting to clarify the situation, she asked Elder Yusuf if he knew where the Holy Land of Martial Arts was, and how to get there. Elder Yusuf, shocked by the question, remained silent. Jasper's students proudly declared that since Levi was accompanied by a master, they had no need to worry. The Lin family members looked on, puzzled by this turn of events, wondering why the others hadn't left yet. Suddenly, one of Jasper's students, Kai, appeared in front of Arthur and the rooster. All 3 students offered to help. They offered to give Rosalie the rejuvenating pills. They noted that although their master was already old, having an elder as their husband was like having a treasure. They suggested that Lady Rosalie could become more graceful. All members of the Lin family were shocked by this proposal. The rooster was furious and thought how these despicable people dared to insult him like that. Moreover, he was a man and did not want to change it. Meanwhile, Levi suddenly sneezed, and Jasper asked with concern if he was sick. Levi shook his head and replied that according to the director, sneezing does not necessarily mean illness. It could also mean that someone is gossiping about him behind his back. Levi scratched his head and wondered why the director still remembered him, but the old director did not want to mention those 2 immortals. Jasper soon realized that he had forgotten where they were supposed to go. Levi thought for a moment and said that it was some kind of holy land of martial arts. Jasper slapped his forehead and exclaimed that he remembered now. He clarified that they needed to use the box to exchange it for something. Jasper frowned and asked if they would have to carry it all the way because it seemed very heavy to him. Meanwhile, the rooster was irritated and thought about what he had done to deserve such torment. Jasper's students decided that they were putting in enough money and effort to prepare a good bride for the master. However, they realized that the owner most likely did not know at all how to look after girls. Then Theon decided that if they were attentive, they could do everything themselves. The other students sighed, because they thought that the master would be alone all his life. They noted that the Lin family had already given away a martial arts technique scroll in exchange for vital medicine to save their lives. However, they soon realized that it was time for them to go to rest, and it was Theon's turn to take care of Rosalie. The rooster looked at people with disdain, hoping that all this would soon end. The scene shifted to where Levi and Jasper left off, Jasper complaining about the heavy box they were carrying. Levi opened the box and explained that the heavy part was mainly the item inside. He took the scroll and released black fire to burn it to ashes. He noticed that by destroying it in this way, it would become lighter. Jasper nodded, tried to lift the chest and noted with delight that it really did become much lighter. Levi asked if he was hungry. Jasper replied that he was not, but admitted that having arrived in this place, he did not feel hungry, although his appetite had been worked up. Jasper thought that they should continue on their way since they didn't need to eat or sleep. Levi quickly nodded in agreement. However, they didn't know how to get to the sacred place of martial arts, so they boldly headed forward. As they moved, Levi's figure gradually disappeared. Jasper was surprised to see Levi disappear right before his eyes. Meanwhile, his family was sitting on the porch eating sunflower seeds. Yusuf was worried about the fact that the sacred place of martial arts was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the main city. He wondered how long the journey would take. Levi's mother expressed her concern, saying that she didn't expect them to get there instantly. She just hoped that they wouldn't wander from forest to forest. Artis nodded in agreement, stating that the lady was right. If all 3 had been at home, they might have directed someone else. but they could neither dissuade them nor stop the boys. Hundreds of thousands of miles from their home stood a huge temple, with a large sign on the main gate indicating that it was a sacred place of martial arts. Suddenly, Levi's figure appeared, reaching the sacred place of martial arts in the blink of an eye. Levi looked around for Jasper, wondering where he was. Levi's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his original place, on the sacred martial arts field. He looked around, calling out Jasper's name. Levi continued to look for Jasper under every tree. Suddenly, Levi's figure moved and appeared behind Jasper. Jasper was glad to see Levi again. He asked why Levi disappeared so suddenly and mentioned that he had been looking for him all this time. Levi noticed a large bird and asked curiously what it was doing there. Jasper explained that he had met a large bird in the forest and tried to ask it where Levi had gone, but it refused to answer until he lightly tapped it, at which point the bird obediently agreed to lead him to look for Levi. Levi looked at the large bird that was shedding tears. It was the lunar eclipse vulture. The bird wondered to herself where these people got such strength. With just a light blow of her palm, she could defeat her. The vulture vowed to remember them and take the opportunity to take revenge. Meanwhile, the boys, comfortably seated on the back of a large bird, were talking. Jasper mentioned that he had already been to the sacred place of martial arts, and said that they would get there in the shortest possible time. Jasper found it strange that they had not arrived yet. The bird was so furious that it couldn't speak. It felt that humans were truly shameless. The martial arts holy land was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the demonic beast forest in the east. Jasper wondered how they had gotten there so quickly. Suddenly, Levi stood up and offered to take Jasper straight to the sacred place of martial arts. Jasper happily exclaimed that it was wonderful. Levi grabbed Jasper's hand and used his spatial abilities to transport them to another location. The bird noticed in horror that it was moving along with them. Soon, in their place, a sparkling dot remained in the sky. They instantly appeared in front of the sacred place of martial arts, startling the kitten who was catching butterflies. They teleported there so quickly that the bird became sick from motion sickness. Jasper smiled widely, praising Levi for his amazing abilities. Meanwhile, the bird was still trying to come to its senses. The boys went forward, not noticing that their horse was in poor condition. The bird thought about how she, being at the peak of the realm of the martial emperor, could not withstand this flight. But nothing happened to these two. She then followed them, but she was still shaking with nausea. Jasper turned to look at the large bird and told Levi that it looked like it was uncomfortable. Levi suggested that they climb inside themselves and leave the bird here. The large bird wondered whether it should flee, since they had spatial technology, and it doubted that it could escape. Suddenly, the guys were stopped by a defensive formation. Jasper noticed that something seemed to be blocking them inside the sacred ground. A warning was broadcast within the city that there were invaders at the Holy Land formation. The servants quickly reported this to the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord, sensing the intrusion, said there was no need to worry, he would personally investigate. Levi touched the formation and examined it. Suddenly, he grabbed an invisible barrier blocking them. He thought he could crush it instantly, but he stopped when the Holy Lord's voice rang out. The Moai, the Holy Lord of this holy martial arts ground, introduced himself and asked the two warriors not to destroy the protective formation. Levi reluctantly released his grip, picked up the box, and declared that they had come to the holy place of martial arts to exchange it for the heavenly origin's sacred lotus. Jasper enthusiastically expressed his desire to save someone. The Holy Lord Moai thought that Jasper from the Chuntang sect also wanted to save someone, and was therefore looking for his sacred place of martial arts. After thinking for a while, he asked if the heavenly origin sacred lotus he had brought was enough for exchange. Using magic, he examined the chest. Moai thought that there were rumors in the martial arts world recently that Jasper and the youngest of the Lin family, Levi, had become friends. He deduced that this guy must be from the Lin family if they wanted to exchange the heavenly origin sacred lotus. When Moai opened the box, he realized that it was empty. He turned to the guys in shock and asked them about their intention to exchange. They looked at each other in shock and then pointed to the box. Moai's expression turned cold, and he asked if they really thought they could mock his sacred place like that. They didn't understand anything and asked if they could exchange her. In a rage, Moai crushed the box and growled that Jasper had gone too far and was bullying others. Meanwhile, two disciples came running from somewhere in the Holy Land and reported that the Holy Lord and the uninvited guests were fighting, and they needed immediate help. The man in the cloak calmly advised them not to rush, given the high level of cultivation of the attackers. They decided to wait for the Holy Lord's instructions. Everyone watched the battle nervously. Levi engaged in combat with the Moai, while Jasper stood to the side and watched what was happening. Moai thought that Jasper had no intention of interfering. He decided that even if this Levi had reached the level of a saint warrior, he would be able to handle him. However, Levi's blow unexpectedly fell on Moai. The man did not expect the blow to be so strong. The shockwave made him stumble back and cough up blood. Moai was shocked to realize that Levi's level surpassed his own. He couldn't believe that the very same powerful warrior from the Ling family was standing in front of him. Moai's father told him before he died that only someone who had surpassed the stage of a saint could help. Moai noticed Levi's pure and innocent look, which he thought was not like the look of ordinary people. After some thought, Moai asked if they wanted his sacred lotus to save anyone. They nodded vigorously. Moai decided he should make a condition. He said that in order to obtain the sacred lotus, the Levi who defeated him must marry his daughter. Both boys looked puzzled. Levi replied that he didn't need a wife. Suddenly Jasper had an idea. Levi needed to do cultivation. He didn't agree. So could he marry Moai's daughter instead? Hearing this, Moai angrily shouted at Jasper, asking who would want to marry an old monster like him, calling himself a 1,000-year-old monster. Jasper turned to Levi and offered to marry Moai's daughter, since he wouldn't let him. Levi briefly wondered if they should even save the chicken. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the Lin estate. The rooster, recovering from his wounds, suddenly sneezed. Panicked, Jasper's students asked if their new mother mentor was all right, and offered him some rejuvenation pills. The rooster trembled in the corner, feeling a cold chill run through his body. Meanwhile, seeing the sad expression on Jasper's face after he said that they shouldn't save the chicken, Levi changed his mind and agreed to marry Moai's daughter, even though he felt extremely ill. Moai trembled with anger when he saw Levi's sad look. He turned and invited them into the house, saying that they would wait for the wedding of Levi and his daughter, after which they would be presented with the sacred lotus, while the large bird still lay motionless, wondering whether to run away. Meanwhile, the great defender was walking in the garden. One of the servants ran up to him, asking if they were really going to marry the Holy Virgin to a barbarian. The great protector was shocked to learn that the Holy Lord intended to marry his daughter to Levi, the intruder from Lin who had previously invaded the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Levi was admiring the beautiful flowers, and the large bird followed him, still wondering whether to run away. Suddenly, a girl came out from there and introduced herself as Aluna, the holy maiden of the sacred martial arts field, who was sent by their father to meet the two of them. Realizing that she was Moai's daughter, Levi simply greeted her, and Jasper immediately complimented her beauty. Aluna informed them that the wedding was scheduled for 3 days and would take place on their sacred martial arts field, and after the wedding, following her father's orders, she would give them the sacred lotus of heavenly origin. The news quickly spread throughout the city. Early in the morning, information was received that peak-level demons, as well as hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts, had surrounded the Chongtang sect's mountain gate. The reason for this was still unknown. The sect, which could face its biggest crisis since its founding. Dorian then decided to go to the sacred place of martial arts to find his master and see how the demons would behave in his presence. 3 days later, the auspicious time arrived for the wedding ceremony of Levi and the holy maiden Aluna at the holy place of martial arts. The master of ceremonies invited the bride and groom to enter. The future newlyweds walked down the hall straight to the altar. The aura of the great protector was very formidable. Moai wondered if he had been discovered to be only pretending to be a master at the saint stage. He silently begged Lady Aluna to save him, promising to do nothing more as long as the true Holy Lord was present. As soon as the priest announced the beginning of the ceremony, Levi interrupted him, saying that they needed to wait. He looked around, but Jasper was nowhere to be seen. Levi was told that he had been called back to deal with the affairs of their sect, because a group of demonic beasts had gathered in the Chongtang sect. A look of sadness immediately appeared on Levi's face. Levi mentioned that Jasper is his best friend, and he agreed to protect him. He expressed concern that Jasper might get hurt, so he intended to help him for a short time and return quickly. As soon as Levi finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. Nobody expected such a development of events. The wedding ceremony had just begun, and he promised to return after helping his friend. Aluna trembled with rage as she cursed Levi, expressing disbelief that Jasper, who was at the peak of the saint's realm, needed help in fighting some demonic beasts. She sarcastically remarked that he had his own priorities, and noted that it was almost time for their wedding, but he was still thinking about his friend, and she herself would depend on her brother until she got married. Meanwhile, when Jasper appeared at the main gate of the Chongtang sect, the Peak Realm's demonic beast kings rushed to attack him. A protective light suddenly appeared around Jasper, causing the demonic beasts to crash into him and fall wounded. The bird was unhappy that this man not only captured her, but also forced her to serve in the fight against demons. Dorian praised his master, who, relying only on the protective sphere of primordial energy, wounded these demonic beasts, demonstrating the strength of a true master. At that moment, a large bird stepped forward towards the demons. She asked them to leave immediately if they did not want to be captured like she had been. With tears in her eyes, she said goodbye to her brothers. Suddenly, Levi appeared next to Jasper and asked if he was hurt. Offering his help, Jasper looked at Levi in surprise and asked why he came here on his wedding day. Levi explained that he was worried that Jasper might get hurt and informed the others about it before coming to help. Jasper suggested that they go back. The sect leader stressed the importance of keeping his word. Levi nodded dejectedly, then left with Jasper. Jasper handed the bird to his student and then vanished. He left before Dorian could answer him. He doubted that he would be able to cope with the bird, since it was higher in rank than him. All the guests arrived at the wedding ceremony. Levi said that Jasper was okay, so they could continue. The master of ceremonies solemnly announced the beginning of the wedding ceremony. The man began a ceremonial speech, but Levi looked completely disinterested. Then he suddenly noticed a strange expression on Aluna's face. The master of ceremonies said that the earth itself brought their paths together. Jasper stood behind his friend, encouraging him. Jasper suddenly remembered what they were talking about on TV about wedding gifts. He realized that he had brought nothing himself, and decided that he should prepare a gift for Levi. Soon the master of ceremonies said that the newlyweds should bow to heaven and earth. As they bowed to heaven and earth during the ceremony, Levi suddenly realized that something was missing. When he turned around, Jasper was nowhere to be seen. Levi quickly asked where Jasper had gone, and was told that he had wanted to prepare a gift for the groom and had run away to the mountains. Levi was informed that there were many demonic beasts living behind the mountain of the sacred place of martial arts, so it was very dangerous. He asked them to wait for him a little longer, and he went off to look for Jasper. Aluna's body emitted a murderous aura as she reflected on her disappointment in Levi. Something strange was happening in the forest. Demonic tigers were screaming at their relatives. 2 demonic beasts were tormenting small animals. Feeling the terrible aura, the animals promised not to return to the mountain. Suddenly, one of the tigers said that someone equal in power to the boss was approaching them. The tigers decided to run when they realized that the elder was approaching. At that moment, Jasper was racking his brains over what gift to prepare for Levi, and became upset to the point of tears. He complained that he had nothing to give, felt like a penniless weakling, and was worried that Levi would be sad without a gift. Suddenly, Jasper's gaze fell on the 2 demonic beasts ahead. He found them charming when he looked at them up close. He decided that they would be a wonderful gift for Levi. The demon thought that they were lucky that they were not killed, but simply captured as gifts. He remembered that in the human world, people usually take gifts well. Suddenly, Levi appeared in the forest. He asked Jasper if he was hurt, and Jasper asked why he came, joking that he missed his own wedding again. Levi explained that he had previously told the others about the danger beyond the mountain, and was worried that Jasper might get hurt, so he should go back. After this, the guys decided to return back to the ceremony. The 2 demonic beasts thought it was a dangerous gamble, but they knew they couldn't defeat a holy warrior realm expert like Jasper. At the wedding, the gift registrar recorded that Jasper had given the newlyweds a pair of 2 white tigers on the steps of the fighting emperors. He then continued with the second rite, which was called attachment to bone and flesh, which spoke of honoring parents, the heavenly order, and elders. Jasper stood somewhere to the side and constantly encouraged his friend. Meanwhile, Moai was happy that Levi had finally returned. Aluna looked incredibly grim when the master of ceremonies asked them to bow. Before Levi could answer, he noticed that Jasper had disappeared again. Levi quickly asked where Jasper had gone, and was told that he had received an urgent message from his sect, activated the talisman, and teleported back through the communication channel. Hearing that Jasper had received an urgent message, Aluna's face darkened again. Levi said that he would go check on Jasper for a while, and asked them to wait for him. Aluna, unable to restrain herself any longer, pounced on Levi and grabbed him by the chest. Doubting his sanity, she threw Levi away. She put so much force into it that Levi broke through the roof of the building and flew outside. As a result, his head hit the ground. However, Levi quickly rose to his feet, his body unharmed, and he looked around for Jasper. The 2 people from the sacred martial arts grounds whispered among themselves in confusion, wondering what was going on with this guy. Meanwhile, Jasper was called back to the Chongtang sect by someone. The old man hurried to greet Jasper respectfully and explained that the sect had received important information. This old man was Yusain, the head elder of the Chongtang sect. He reported that the Holy Land of Martial Arts had obtained the Lin family's scroll and had secretly entered into a marriage alliance with the Lin family. The old man expressed concern that if the Holy Land of Martial Arts entered into an alliance with the Lin family warrior, it would pose a serious threat to their sect, and the balance between the three major martial forces would be disrupted. The sect may become one of the isolated powers on which all efforts will be directed. This issue cannot be taken lightly, and the patriarch must make a decision. As soon as Levi showed up, he expressed his concern. Jasper replied that he was fine, but mentioned the conversation about the wedding. Levi asked who appeared and when. Usain was amazed by Levi's sudden appearance and the way he spoke to the master. He quickly recognized the young man as Levi from the Lin family. The realization that he knew what they had been talking about his wedding scared the crap out of him. Levi confessed to Jasper that he might never be able to marry again. Jasper asked why, and Levi took him to the main gate of the Holy Martial Arts site. There were 2 large banners hanging on them, stating that Levi was not allowed to appear there. Jasper realized that this meant that Levi was no longer needed by his wife. Jasper's face turned pale, and he quickly mentioned that they all promised to save the chicken. Then Levi knocked on the door, asking if there was anyone inside, and asked to continue the marriage ceremony in exchange for the sacred lotus. Suddenly, someone opened the door for a moment and threw the lotus out into the street. Aluna screamed furiously for them to take him and leave. After that, she threw 2 tigers out into the street, and Jasper immediately picked them up. The animals were in pain, but they were glad that they were able to survive. Meanwhile, the Chongtang sect's disciples were struggling to keep the rooster alive with their remaining energy. Jasper shouted with delight that they were back. The 3 disciples of the Chongtang sect saw Jasper, and tears of joy flowed down their faces. They were happy. The rooster was exhausted by dark energy and almost went crazy. Jasper asked worriedly if he could lay eggs yet. Levi was wondering the same thing. The disciples of the Chongtang sect took the opportunity to insult Levi, saying that his words were vulgar and shameless. Levi wondered why they were scolding him when all he wanted was to eat eggs for breakfast. The students claimed that their master had never done anything like that. He was the most polite. Hearing the commotion, 3 people from the Lin family peeked through the door. Rosalie was okay, and they thanked Jasper and the young master for saving her life. Levi and Jasper explained that they intended to save the chicken, and everyone present was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Arthur was furious and objected to Rosalie serving 2 husbands, saying she was still young. The rooster was so angry that he almost went crazy, wishing for the whole world to destroy the idiots behind him. The 3 of the Lin family whispered secretly. The thing is, they noticed Levi's wedding dress. They decided that he wouldn't just wear wedding clothes for no reason. Levi recounted the events at the Holy Land of Martial Arts, and mentioned that he was supposed to marry the Holy Maiden, which shocked the Lin family. Levi's mother tried to protect her son, hoping that the Lin family did not offend the Holy Land of Martial Arts, because the Holy Land of Martial Arts gave them the heavenly lotus to save Rosalie. Meanwhile, Dorian began to cry from helplessness, realizing that their master was really going to marry Rosalie. Theon replied that their plan was now up to them. Waking up from his stupor, the rooster saw something strange. He realized that Levi was looking for his eggs. On the other side, Jasper lay and stared at him. The rooster was annoyed and said that he was not laying eggs. Then Levi reminded him that if he stopped laying eggs, they would use him for soup. At some point, the rooster thought that this would be even better than lifelong slavery. However, Jasper, realizing Levi's intention, quickly stopped him, saying that they could not mock the chicken that was their friend. They ended up in another world and turned into different people, including the chicken, who turned into a human and could not lay eggs. Jasper explained to them that they had to wait until they returned to their old world, where the hen would lay eggs again, and the rooster cried bitterly, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. The 2 spirit beasts whispered among themselves, upset at being held so tightly. Seeing that people were sharpening their knives, they began to console each other, deciding to leave, if only they would not be killed. The spirit beasts were astonished when the rooster spoke to them in animal language, showing that he was a demonic beast and could understand them. He said that people are not going to kill them. Hearing the spirit animals plea for help, the rooster remained standing with his hands folded. The animals looked in horror at the 2 men looming over them. The rooster wanted to save them, but he understood that he himself was very afraid of these 2. Levi showed Jasper his shiny knife, noting that it was sharp. The 2 frightened spirit beasts screamed, begging for their lives. Levi noted that tiger meat is very tasty, and tiger skin is very soft, and suggested making gloves out of it. Suddenly, someone's hand snatched the knife from Levi. The demon stopped them. The rooster hesitated, thinking that he was weaker than before, so he was afraid that these 2 cruel people could kill him at any moment. The rooster wondered whether he could trust them, whether he would provoke them to kill even him. Jasper silently wondered what the chicken wanted to tell them. The rooster, gathering all his courage, began to beg Jasper to spare the tigers and give them to him. Levi noticed that the hen seemed to like the cute white tiger cub, and the rooster sighed with relief. Levi invited them to eat together, which almost made the rooster faint from fear. The rooster desperately begged to keep the tigers as pets, comparing the situation to how girls keep small pets. The boys were very surprised by such a proposal from the rooster. Jasper mentioned that many girls like to keep small pets, and asked if they could give the tigers to the hen to keep as pets. Levi agreed, and the two spirit beasts were very grateful that their lives were saved, and began to regard the rooster as their master. The rooster wondered if people really considered him a friend. He doubted the meaning of this word, but still dared to trust them. He wondered if this was why people helped him find the cure and saved him, even gave him 2 tigers. Maybe they really weren't deceiving him. These thoughts made the rooster smile and hug the tigers closer to him. Soon, 3 disciples of the Chongtang sect approached the rooster, brought gifts, but stood at a distance. The rooster looked puzzled, and then the disciples explained that he was being protected by 2 demonic beasts that had reached the level of a warrior monarch. However, the rooster calmed them down, saying that they were completely harmless. The students guessed that the animals must have been restrained by their owner. Then the disciples presented the rooster with the condensed aroma of knowledge. They explained that it could nourish a person's appearance for 1,000 years and make the whole body fragrant. The fragrance was highly prized and in demand among many women. The rooster coldly remarked that the remedy would not work on him, but unexpectedly the aroma responded to his touch, which testified to his affinity with it. This confused and angered the rooster a little, and he asked why he, a male demonic beast, needed to nourish his appearance or have a fragrant body. The students then presented the Mountain Peak Ring, a treasure capable of blocking all attacks below the warrior monarch level. The rooster's eyes lit up, realizing his potential for self-defense. He quickly put on the bracelet, learning that it could warn its owner of danger. The talisman was a gift prepared for the owner's wife, and it could not be removed unless the owner tore off that part of the body. The rooster was upset by this discovery, but calmed himself down. The students suggested that he perform an amputation. However, the demon decided that this was not a solution. Then Theon handed him another box, saying that it was the master's rarest treasure. He said that it was a condensed drop of loyalty that soothed the heart. It was created by the master when he reached the peak level of Saint Warrior. After drinking it, the rooster will significantly improve his physical body, become stronger, and will be able to increase his strength 100 times in an instant. The rooster felt that after this, no one would dare to offend him. Nevertheless, he still drank the whole bottle. After this, the students went aside to discuss something. They didn't understand how they would know that it would be the call of the heart. Then Dorian said that they should try. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi started a competition to see who could catch a big bird faster, which confused 3 students. They didn't understand why the master was in such an elevated mood. Jasper tried to fly into the air like a bird, and Levi clapped for him in admiration. Jasper then decided to test his fighting skills on the members of the Lin family. The students decided that the call of the heart was not true, and then they decided to come up with another way to convey the master's feelings to their mother. Jasper soon went inside to rest, lying next to the rooster. On the other side of the demon lay Levi. Levi and Jasper expressed their pleasure at the fragrant smell on the chicken's body, which was the result of the condensed scent of knowledge. The rooster snorted coldly, admitting that he liked the new scent on his body. Arthur was adamantly opposed to letting Rosalie go as a common concubine, and begged Jasper and the young master to abandon the idea. Both tigers smugly acknowledged that their master, as the highest human female, had the right to choose her husband. The rooster sighed helplessly, thinking about the current situation. The students approached him and wondered what had happened to their mother and whether Levi had provoked her again. They noted that Levi was an arrogant young man, but pure and honest. They came to the conclusion that he did not love her and expressed their suffering. The 3 disciples took advantage of the opportunity and brought the rooster a large bird so that the matriarch could play with it. They noted that the bird was meant for her and that she was supposed to be cute. However, the rooster said that this bird was a male, and he was not cute at all. The demon did not understand how this girl knew what gender he was. Then Dorian decided to check if it was true. The rooster warned him, saying that this bird would kill him now. Dorian, seeing the bird's murderous aura, quickly dodged its attack. The rooster clicked his tongue in displeasure, surprised by the man's stupidity. The bird decided to turn to the rooster, asking if he understood him. The demon said that he was not a human and understood him, but the bird's arrogance infuriated him. 3 students, not understanding what was happening. They watched as the younger matriarch and the large bird spoke to each other. Soon their conversation turned into a quarrel. The bird was shocked that the man had a beast-like aura and the habits of their race. He also noted that this man smelled very nice. As it turns out, when a male performs a dance in front of another male, it is a provocation. But when a female does it, it is something completely different. The birds, embarrassed, recognized the rooster's dance, but declared that people and animals are different species. The rooster looked at his fellow rooster with bewilderment. The bird said that although the rooster was not a demon, he could still consider himself half-demon. The bird, giving the rooster another chance, spoke further, which irritated him. Finally, the rooster realized what was going on. He said that he was neither a man nor a woman, but was born a male, and then walked away. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples were unsure whether to be sad or happy about the increase in the number of the master's romantic rivals, noticing that one of them was not human. They noticed that the large bird looked dejected as the rooster ignored it. He continued to show off in front of the demon, hoping to win his attention in this way. The rooster tried to contain his anger, but he understood that it would not last long. The bird continued to grab his leg, preventing him from leaving. He was upset that at first the rooster reciprocated his feelings, but then abandoned him. He promised that he would soon become human to please him. At that moment, the rooster could not stand it and swung his leg forcefully towards the bird. He screamed, saying that he was not a female, and even less so that he was not a human. The students watched everything that was happening. Dorian actively encouraged the rooster. At this point, Levi and Jasper intervened in the quarrel, as Theon had called them to sort things out. He said that this huge bird was offending their matriarch. They did not understand how this demon dared to stretch his paws towards their future mother mentor. Jasper asked the rooster if the large bird had bullied him, but the rooster shook his head, worried for the bird's safety. To the bird's surprise, he stated that nothing of the sort had happened. These words became confirmation for the bird that the rooster still loved him. But one way or another, he is a man, and it will be difficult for him not to be charmed by such men. After this, the bird flew up and said that he was going to cultivate and take the form of a man, and then return to the rooster. The rooster could not stand it any longer and crowed. After that, Jasper and Levi started competing in various stupid things. The rooster tried to live his life in a female body together with his tiger animals. The seasons changed one after another, and Levi and Jasper did nothing but have fun. In winter, the rooster had no peace at all because snowballs kept flying at his head. 3 years passed from that moment, and one day a weak, wounded man arrived at the great gate of the Lin family. He asked for help to save their girlfriend. Jasper and Levi heard a noise and looked towards the entrance. The news shocked the entire martial arts world. The Holy Land of the Warrior was destroyed. The Patriarch was killed, and the Holy Virgin was seriously wounded. Yusuf told Levi and Jasper to be extremely careful and prioritize their own safety during the operation to rescue the Holy Virgin. After this, the boys held hands and set off on their journey using teleportation. Arthur assured Yusuf that the young master, a martial arts genius who had mastered the Lin family's space sealing technique, would be able to defend himself even if the rescue failed. 3 days earlier, Moai had met with the great protector of the Holy Land, accusing him of poisoning him. The great patron confessed to his crime. He said he was driven by unrequited love for a holy maiden he had admired for years, but who had been married off to a member of the Lin family. In a heated battle, the great patron attempted to destroy the patriarch. The man said that he could only dream about Aluna. After that, he used his skill and threw the traitor away. The defender was seriously injured, but survived. Then Moai called him an ungrateful dog and said that he would die a terrible death for his betrayal. However, suddenly he heard a strange voice in his head. A half-naked red-haired man appeared in front of him and said that thanks to the poison in Moai's blood, he had enough power to break the seal of confinement. Moai didn't understand how the demon managed to get out. He didn't believe that the blood demon had been released. The blood demon attacked the man with his hand, easily knocking him aside. The blow was so strong that it flew very far away. The demon waited for many years to take revenge on the one who imprisoned him so long ago. When he killed the patriarch, he turned his attention to the Holy Virgin. The defender watched in horror at what was happening. He jumped into the air and headed straight towards her. Suddenly some invisible shackles stopped him. It was the Holy Protector. He said that the maiden had nothing to do with it. However, the demon said that he didn't care, because the man who locked him up was wearing this mask. The Great Protector tried to stop. However, the demon was not going to give up and began to break through the girl's shield. However, Aluna was strong, so the demon was thrown aside. He realized that she had the cultivation of the saint's realm. She was not a holy maiden, she was the ruler herself. The girl said that her father gave his life to seal this monster, and she herself cultivated all her life to replace him. Aluna was destined to become the head of the Holy Land and protect the seal. She was indeed a holy maiden, as well as the head of this land. She turned to the Holy Protector, saying that today he helped the blood demon break the seal and escape, so he was now a traitor and an enemy of the Holy Land, and she was not going to rest until she killed him with her own hands. After some time, the defender actually died. The great patron died a tragic death. His chest was pierced, and his heart, which was still beating, was crushed. A second before, the blood demon devil had furiously pounced on the holy maiden, who seemed about to fall before the devil lord's deadly move. But at the last moment, the great patron used his body to block one of the blows. The blow was so strong that it pierced the man's chest. Aluna watched in horror as her patron was killed before her eyes. The blood demon noticed that the great protector was dead and threw them aside, declaring that they were no match for him. He stated that both of them were poisoned by his blood demon venom, and that even if they managed to escape, they would be trapped in the sleep demon venom and would never wake up. The Holy Virgin was able to escape from there, but she understood that life would soon leave her. She remembered how her father had told her to find a cultivator above the Saint Warrior level to dual cultivate in order to strengthen her bloodline and strengthen the seal. She admitted that she couldn't do it and apologized for disappointing him. She also said that she doesn't want to marry a man she doesn't like or who doesn't like her. Aluna pressed her back against the large stone and closed her eyes, preparing to leave this world. At that moment, Jasper and Levi appeared in the clearing right next to this stone. Jasper told Levi that he saw his wife. However, he soon realized that she was badly beaten, but she gave them the antidote to save the chicken, proving that she was a good person. Levi nodded, admitting that although they were not officially married yet, they needed to save her. The blood demon appeared right above them, asking if they wanted to join her. He growled viciously, claiming that even though she had been poisoned by his blood demon poison, her family's cultivation could still be inherited, which explained how she was able to remove his seal. He then expressed his intention not to leave such a disaster behind him and attacked the boys with poisoned needles. The boys saw a whole mountain of needles flying at them. Levi quickly jumped up and caught all of the blood demon's poisoned needles. He then handed them to Jasper, who was delighted to have the golden needles again. Levi reminded his friend about the poison on the needles. However, Jasper was going to use the complete reversal of the universe to save Aluna. The demon, angry at being ignored, growled in frustration. He rushed at Levi, who didn't even think about dodging. The demon said that Levi's brain would fly apart. However, Levi only casually raised his hand and grabbed the red-haired man, causing him to gasp in shock. The system informed Levi that he had completed the self-test to rank A, increasing his overall physical strength by 1%. Levi thanked the system while the red-haired man sweated, thinking about how Levi survived his full-force palm strike. The red-haired man jumped away from him and asked who Levi was. However, Levi ignored him and said that there were many good people in the world he trained in. The demon, determined to defeat Levi, rushed at him again. Levi, seeing that this was a chance for development, did not dodge and took the blow. Blood started coming out of his nose, but he stayed on his feet, shocking the red-haired man once again. The demon, not believing that a brat like Levi could be so strong, jumped back. He growled that no one could be that strong. Levi wiped his nose and thanked the red-haired man, feeling refreshed after the blow. The system reported that Levi had completed 1% of his self-improvement. The red-haired man, blazing with rage, demanded that Levi strike back or admit defeat. His entire body was enveloped in a bright energy that was only fueled by his rage. He was sure that this guy's offensive skills were not as strong as his defensive ones. He rushed forward again, aiming his fist straight at Levi's face. However, at the last moment, Levi put his fist in front of himself. The blow wasn't very strong, but it made the red-haired man stop. After that, his head flew into pieces. Levi reminded him that he himself had asked for a counterattack. The red-haired man's soul appeared, screaming that he asked to be hit, not killed, but Levi no longer heard him. Levi asked Jasper if the golden needles were working. Jasper replied that although he had finished the acupuncture, Levi's wife had not yet woken up. Levi assured him that they would find new golden needles later, and that she was not really his wife yet, but just a person whose mind sometimes wandered. Jasper wondered if the blood turned black after acupuncture if the needles were poisoned. Levi explained that these were needles laced with blood poison, and Jasper became afraid that he might have killed Levi's wife. Levi assured him that she was still breathing, and her breathing had become stronger. Suddenly Aluna opened her eyes and asked if they had really saved her. Levi noted that Jasper helped her with acupuncture. Suddenly the girl realized that she had never heard of the master being proficient in acupuncture. Then she realized that his needles were needles with blood poison. If she had not been poisoned initially, then most likely Jasper would have definitely sent her to the next world. After some time, the boys went to another place where there were many ripe apples on the tree. The system recorded a significant increase in reverence and worship around the mission target. The glory of the Lin family shook the martial world. becoming even more prosperous than before. The mission status was completed with rank S. Levi and his friends sat under the tree and began to eat apples. Levi noticed that the divine consciousness in his head seemed to want to send them back, and the system issued a mission reward, a secret martial art from the secret manual of the Ling family, realizing 50% of 2 martial divine wills in the highest realm. After appearing, he entered the state of descent of a martial god. Jasper asked when they would leave this place, and Levi replied that soon. At that moment someone approached them. It was Aluna who came to thank them for saving her. Levi replied that there was nothing to thank them for, since she also gave them the sacred lotus. Jasper understood everything and slipped away, leaving the newlyweds who never happened to talk alone. He ran to share the apples with the students. The holy maiden asked if he had come to save her because of the sacred lotus. Levi replied that she was a good person. The holy maiden shyly turned her face away and continued to explain that she had previously been poisoned by the blood demon's poison, and had fallen into an illusory realm, experiencing a long dream. In this illusion, Levi did not run away from the wedding. She was married to him and became his wife. He was a little stupid, needing her to instruct him in everything. But in the end she accepted him, and they lived happily ever after. Afterwards, he loved her all his life. Even if she no longer knew him, he always pursued her, and was by her side. Levi asked in confusion if it was her illusion. She replied that this life was her dream. And now that she realized that Levi was not the man from the dream, she had to leave. Levi also said that he had to leave. Before leaving, the Holy Virgin handed Levi something that looked like a seed. She said that it was a sacred lotus seed that could cure all diseases and turn into an eternal lotus that would never wither. She said goodbye and turned to leave. Levi thought the seed looked very appetizing and quickly put it in his mouth. After this, the system suddenly charged with energy and reported that it had accumulated enough energy to establish communication. 3 seconds before the host left this alternate world, his current world stopped in time, the flow of time resumed, and the countdown began. Aluna turned around one last time to say that she would be glad if he did propose to her. She then apologized, saying it was a moment of weakness. The Holy Virgin turned to leave, apologizing again. At this moment, Levi from this world suddenly said that he agreed. His face turned red and he immediately looked down. He thought to himself that the sacred lotus seed had cured him of his feeble-mindedness by making him impulsively confess. But he didn't know why he felt he had to agree. The surprised face of the Holy Virgin was replaced by an admiring smile. She ran up and hugged Levi, saying that she was very happy with his decision. A few minutes earlier, Jasper and the 3 students were eating apples together, remarking that they never dared to think that their master would personally pick the apples for them. Suddenly, the system informed Jasper that it was still building the return tunnel, and anyone who followed the alternate scenario to help the master complete the task would also receive a reward. A few minutes earlier, the rooster was eating apples while riding on the tiger. The system reminded the rooster that the return tunnel had already been built, and any chick that entered the alternate kingdom scenario and helped the owner complete the task would also receive a reward. The countdown to return has begun. After the 3 returned to the old world, the real Master Jasper caught the fallen half-eaten apple. He asked the disciples if they were tasty. The disciples, not knowing that their master had returned, innocently replied that the apples were tasty and that the seeds should also be saved because they were sweet. They joked that a personal gift from their master could not be untasty, even if the seeds were eaten. Jasper laughed coldly. Hearing the master's laughter, the students turned around in shock. Jasper stood up and said that he seemed to be a better master than he had been. Soon the students looked at the master's figure in fear, wondering why he had beaten them. He growled, demanding that they tell him what was going on, his anger flaring like a furious fire. He thought about how he had turned into someone they couldn't recognize. They would definitely be able to guess that something was wrong. And yet they tried by any means possible to win the favor of this man. He stated that he had seen everything they had done and would definitely settle the score with them. His evil gaze fell on the 3 disciples, who were afraid that this might be because they secretly stole the treasures from their master's monastery. They remembered that even when the jade bracelet was put on his bride, their master did not look so angry. They secretly gave the little nun a heart-calming pill, thinking that the master liked its fragrance, and ran after her every day. The 3 disciples felt a chill run down their spines and sweat dripped off them as they thought about how their master had changed over the past 3 years. Jasper asked if they noticed that their master had changed. The frightened students unanimously responded that they had definitely noticed it, and Jasper breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 disciples whispered among themselves, wondering if their master was possessed. He looked ferocious, like a different person. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jasper coldly ordered them not to leave the mountain for the next 3 years. The students still not understanding why their master was so unrestrained and beat them at the slightest opportunity. Meanwhile, the opportune time had come for a grand event in the Lin family. Young Master Levi was to marry a Luna of the sacred martial domain. The host announced the beginning of the ceremony, and everyone bowed to heaven and earth, and then to the marriage union. The news reported that the Lin family and the sacred martial house had married. Levi married the holy maiden Aluna of the holy martial domain. When they bowed to each other, they were officially declared husband and wife. The story moves to the Lin family residence. Rosalie reached out the window to catch a falling leaf, while 2 spirit beasts conversed next to her, noting that their master had become more like a human woman. They asked if it was okay to talk like that in front of the owner, knowing that she no longer understood animal language. They noticed that at some point the girl stopped understanding them. The tigers even began to doubt that this was really their mistress. Rosalie sat thoughtfully. She recalled an old story from her childhood, when a beautifully colored feather fell into her hand. It was very beautiful, and she liked it more and more. Because of this, Rosalie began to dress up like the person who owned the feather. She thought about how the stranger had occupied her body for 3 years, forcing her to remember her former self more and more often. She realized that this person was most likely a man, since his speech and gestures were not at all like those of a girl. Luckily, he left behind a pair of docile white tiger cubs, and she thought he would never return. Suddenly a voice was heard announcing that the king had returned to marry Rosalie. It was a half-demon man, with white hair and fur and blue ears. Rosalie was puzzled, not recognizing the man standing in front of her. The male, who had taken on human form, thought that he had become so handsome that the girl did not recognize him. He pursed his lips and made a drawn-out sound. However, Rosalie still didn't understand anything. The male bird asked if she understood the demonic language anymore. The girl became more and more perplexed, not understanding his words. The male bird realized that she really didn't understand him. Then he decided to perform the dance that Rosalie had performed for him several years ago. However, the girl said that she did not understand the dance. Moreover, she had never danced. At that moment, the demon realized that she was not the one he was looking for. Rosalie remembered that 3 years ago that man used her body to dance that dance, and now she realized that this demon came for him. She decided to clear everything up and say that she really is not that man. The demon was finally convinced that she was not the one he had fallen in love with back then. After that, he left, saying goodbye to Rosalie forever. The story moves to the Lin family residence. Rosalie was walking in the garden when a voice called out to him from behind. It was Jasper. He apologized and asked for the return of the mountain peak ring, which belonged to his family. His gaze fell on the white tiger beast in her arms. The man thought to himself that he was incredibly cute. Rosalie invited him to touch it, knowing that he wanted it. Jasper couldn't understand how the girl understood this. He assumed the most indifferent expression, and said that he did not feel anything like that towards demons. However, despite his words, Jasper quickly picked up the animal and stroked its soft fur. Rosalie watched him, thinking that his enthusiasm was not so small. Half an hour later, Jasper returned the animal, its fur ruffled from being petted. Remembering the main matter, Rosalie asked why he came. However, Jasper suddenly decided to leave, saying that it was nothing special. The girl bowed after the master and said goodbye to him. The man said that he would pay her a visit when he had time. From that moment on, Lin visited the family every 2 weeks, becoming increasingly close to Rosalie, and they played with the tiger cubs together. 5 years later, he took Rosalie as his companion for paired cultivation. In his cave abode, Jasper angrily scolded his disciples for stealing the treasure that connects hearts, accusing them of bringing death upon themselves. The disciples explained that it was intended for Mother Superior. Jasper growled angrily, but a gentle voice calmed him. It was his wife, Rosalie. He hugged the girl, deciding not to argue anymore and to spare the students. The man told her not to worry about it. The students mentally thanked Rosalie for saving them. Time passed quickly. The seasons changed one another. 500 years later, Levi, under the guidance of Aluna, successfully cultivated to the Holy Kingdom and became a true ruler. And 500 years later, Rosalie died and was buried in the forbidden lands of the Chuntang sect. Jasper sorrowfully stroked her tombstone and then locked himself in the cave. And after that, he never appeared in this world again. It was time to return to the real world, and the system transported our heroes back under the tree where they were. The main character was the first to wake up. Levi slowly opened his eyes and turned to Jasper. The young man was nearby again, and noticing that he still had his eyes closed, the protagonist anxiously asked if he had come to his senses. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, announcing that Jasper had returned to the main body of the stage and could now complete the task. In doing so, Jasper received a reward, a fragment of the primordial spirit that fell from the endless chaos. An elegant pattern gradually appeared on the young man's forehead, causing the surrounding space to seem filled with powerful force. When he opened his eyes, he saw hands with long, dark nails holding a cup of tea in front of him. The guy slowly took it and sipped, savoring the rich aroma. Then the mysterious man gently explained that after this divine tea, one could calmly close one's eyes and get some sleep. In response, Jasper nodded and noted that he could already feel the barrier weakening. He then added that he would still have to go back and fix the defenses. However, before he could finish speaking, the man suddenly pulled out a sharp dagger and plunged it into his stomach. Looking at the wound, Jasper tried to understand the reason for what was happening. However, he was simply not allowed to finish speaking. The man thrust the weapon into him all the way to the base. The attacker explained that the fragment of the primordial spirit had already completely merged, and therefore the weapon was now capable of causing harm to it. Meanwhile, under the tree, Levi lightly flicked Jasper on the ear and quietly called him. He even had to hit his friend harder because he still wouldn't wake up. And then the guy suddenly woke up from his oblivion. Seeing that he had finally opened his eyes, the hero noted with concern that he seemed to be in great pain. Jasper, finally pulling himself together, admitted that he had a dream in which some villain stabbed him with a knife, and it felt extremely painful. At that moment, the system spoke again, repeating that the rooster had returned to the main body and received the reward, the sensual call. Now, with a strong desire, there was a chance to temporarily summon a creature from another world if both parties thought about each other. The creature suddenly woke up and began to protest in panic. The demon didn't understand what this strange ability was and why they just shoved it into his head. However, almost immediately the rooster nodded happily, muttering that they had indeed returned back. The harbinger spread his wings and soared into the air, and then landed on a branch, already in his human form. Now he was finally convinced that he was in a familiar place, where he had lived before, and also in his old body. Suddenly he looked down and immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Fortunately, he was no longer human, and certainly not a woman. The rooster squealed joyfully, rejoicing that he had finally regained his former appearance. However, in the eyes of Levi and Jasper, all this looked extremely stupid. And then suddenly a familiar voice was heard, and Sean appeared in front of them. The protagonist and his companion were both surprised and delighted by the appearance of their beloved director. Then they rushed towards him with such speed, like hungry animals who had finally seen their prey. Jasper hugged the man tightly, and admitted that he missed him terribly, and hadn't seen him for a long time. Levi immediately supported him, adding that he felt the same. But Sean first made a cold face and mockingly noted that only one night had passed. However, joy still flashed in his eyes, and he smiled warmly, saying that he had missed her too, and had come to tell her the good news. Sean calmly explained that their temporary leave was over, and a special unit had already sent people to pick them up. After closing the bottle of water, he looked up and asked if the guys were happy about it. In response, they both just nodded quietly and froze in place. Meanwhile, Tracy pushed the document towards One Eye and announced that the autopsy report was ready, and contained a most unexpected discovery. In the laboratory, eggs of the evil creature's larvae were found in the corpse's hair. Their animal energy allowed them to contract and expand freely. It matched perfectly with the sensations Sam had used when attacking them in the helicopter. Tracy explained that Sam had somehow allowed a special evil creature with unique animal energy to parasitize his body. They existed in symbiosis, sharing energy and nutrients, effectively living and dying together and growing stronger over time. Hearing this, One Eye noted with doubt that this was about the ability to coexist and resonate with the beetle. Tracy emphasized that this was proof of betrayal. Sam and the merchants associated with him from headquarters had conspired with the forces of evil. When asked whose subordinate Sam was, she replied that he was part of the headquarters combat team and had a power level of 9. One Eye concluded that as soon as the evidence was handed over to headquarters, the traitor who appointed Sam would inevitably be put under investigation. Tracy confirmed that if Sam's body and the lab report were delivered to the Supreme Commander through the headquarters command center, she said that the traitor would be quickly identified and countermeasures would be developed immediately. But the man was sure that he was not so stupid. Tracy agreed with him. She also thought that the price of such a symbiosis was not great, and his minions had already entered into an alliance with the demons. Most likely, they had already changed the General Staff's archival data, and now they did not know the traitor's identity or his strength. However, One Eye did not understand that if the traitor was a human, then how could he possibly go over to the side of those who eat people? Tracy explained that demons are not only stronger than humans, but can also progress by eating them. Soon the man went to the airstrip. There he gave instructions to Levi, Jasper, and Isaac. He warned that on the way, people or demons might try to seize the body on the plane, as well as the documents handed to them. He added that given Levi's level of strength and Jasper's presence nearby, it would be difficult for the enemy to obtain the body and evidence. In the end, he declared that he trusted them completely and entrusted them with this escort mission, and Isaac would have to help and act according to the situation. Suddenly, One-Eyed seemed to remember something, waved his hand and called him to come over. The man pulled Isaac closer and asked if he had noticed that Levi and Jasper visited the psychiatric clinic quite often. Isaac immediately understood everything and nodded confidently. According to his version, visiting the mental hospital served as a special practice and mental training for them. He even recalled the saying that there is a fine line between genius and madness, which is why their frightening powers seem so illogical. This unexpected deduction impressed One-Eye so much that he slapped Isaac on the back and confirmed that he had understood everything correctly. Despite all the instructions, One-Eyed was still worried. He understood that the evidence transmitted to headquarters would certainly enrage the traitors. Eventually, he decided to voice his request and asked that the Imperial messenger be left on the coast to help guard the cities. The rooster's eyes lit up at this, and he covered his muzzle with his wing and muttered contentedly that it seemed he could temporarily get rid of these two. However, Levi coldly remarked that the hen was already too strong, and upon hearing this, the rooster thought sadly that it turned out that they simply didn't trust him. One-Eyed immediately showed a friendly smile and explained that after the events in Sangxi, he felt the loyalty of the Imperial messenger. He recalled that he himself called himself a spy, but a real spy would never admit it, and certainly would not remain among people. He added that the Imperial messenger had died repeatedly in Sangxi while defending them, and therefore he fully considered him a reliable ally. Then Jasper turned to Levi and agreed that the chicken was still worth trusting. Seeing that everyone had come to a unanimous opinion, the hero decided to leave the rooster here, entrusting him with helping with security. After this, everyone successfully boarded the helicopter and prepared to fly to headquarters. One-Eyed pressed the demon to himself and silently looked at the sky, full of anxiety and hope that nothing bad would happen. He thought that if something did happen, he would have to rely on the help of the Imperial messenger. The rooster in his hands closed his eyes and gloomily reasoned that an evil creature could not help people in any way. However, then he wondered if he should take advantage of the fact that these two were not around right now. Meanwhile, somewhere above, demons were mocking the fact that a traitor with such strength and capabilities was hesitating and even thinking about escaping. Then the rooster suddenly realized that the hero was able to move instantly and cross space, so there was no chance of escape. This made him tremble, which made One-Eye uneasy. Meanwhile, a helicopter with 3 passengers arrived at the high-rise building, and One-Eye paced nervously, going through the worst-case scenarios and worrying that they were about to be attacked. At the same time, the messenger continued to lie peacefully, eating fruit. One-Eye rubbed his temples tiredly, figuring that they should already be almost at headquarters, and worrying about how Levi and Jasper were doing now. Meanwhile, the rooster lived his best life while the servants looked after them. And suddenly One-Eye's phone rang. The delivery was successful. No one tried to interfere. The body remained intact, and the data was completely saved. Hearing this, One-Eyed suddenly came to life and slammed his palm hard on the table several times. Jasper was discussing the information he had received with his senior commander at the time, while Isaac was talking on the phone with One-Eye. Lowering his voice, he reported that everything had gone well, but One-Eye doubted whether this was even possible. It seemed strange to him that those people could just sit back and do nothing, and he wondered if the body and materials had actually been delivered. Isaac confirmed that this was exactly how it happened, and representatives of the Jin family were also present next to the Supreme Commander. The news clearly surprised him, but a feeling of inadequacy was growing in his soul. Everything had gone too smoothly, and it didn't fit into his logic. He then began to discuss the situation with Tracy, asking if the traitors at headquarters had really surrendered. The girl was in no hurry to believe this version. In her opinion, they were now in plain sight, while the enemy was hiding in the shadows and had the support of demons. The one-eyed man propped his chin up with his hands, frowning, and noted that, given such opportunities, the enemy was quite capable of going into the open. On the other hand, Tracy had also been thinking and suggested that the enemies might be plotting a much larger plan. One-Eyed admitted that even if the headquarters command center received the body and data, this does not guarantee that it will be possible to identify the traitor. Just when the tension reached its peak, the phone rang again. One-Eyed turned pale, sensing that such a quick return call was clearly a sign of trouble. He immediately realized that something was wrong and accepted the call. The person on the other end of the line quickly introduced themselves. It was Axel, the head of the Xinfeng City Special Department, and a national ranking expert. Hearing this name, One-Eyed noticeably darkened and demanded to get straight to the point. Axel began to answer with a smile, claiming that nothing important had happened, but less than 3 seconds later, One-Eye simply dropped the call. Axel was indignant at being interrupted after a single sentence. He sarcastically remarked that One-Eye was behaving even worse than him. Soon, One-Eye's phone rang again, and he picked it up, deciding that it was most likely Isaac and that something had happened to Levi and Jasper. However, his expectations were not met. Axel called again and jokingly reproached him for hanging up so easily. One-Eye's face twisted with contempt, and he, not wanting to continue the conversation, ended the call again. However, less than 2 seconds later, the phone rang again, and One-Eye, barely controlling his anger and with a trembling hand, demanded that his time not be wasted. Axel said he wanted to discuss the report on the rescue operation in Changxi. He admitted that he had not had time to read it earlier. He initially instructed a military advisor to review the documents, but it turned out that they were only accessible to the leaders of the city unit. He asked if Axel could open the report now, and Axel swore and said he would try. One-Eyed soon discovered that access to the document had expired. Axel was surprised and asked how long he had been putting off this question. He added that he had previously looked at transaction reports even several years later, and there were no such restrictions. Hearing this, One-Eyed roared, threatening to file an official complaint for negligence. When the call ended, he threw the phone down in a rage, scolding Axel for taking so long to deal with such a trivial matter. Tracy noticed something suspicious about what was happening, but before she could do so, One-Eye's phone rang again. Thinking it was Axel again, he irritably accepted the challenge and immediately began shouting, demanding that he speak immediately. But this time Isaac was on the line. One-Eyed immediately suppressed his anger and began quickly asking about the situation. He stated outright that he had been expecting this call and asked if something serious had happened, if Sam's body had been stolen. Isaac, looking at the sleeping Levi and Jasper, explained that the man who sent Sam to the coastal town was named Cassius. It was a continental-ranked warrior who actually conspired with the headquarters of the traitorous evil beings. He reported that Cassius and other experts who collaborated with the enemy headquarters were already completely under control and would soon appear in court. In total, several hundred warriors were detained, but when One-Eye heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. Everything had gone too smoothly. Tracy listened to him and replied that the efficiency of the headquarters command center had always been high, so there was nothing surprising about this. However, One-Eye quietly muttered that the joy had fallen on him too suddenly, and he was not prepared for such an outcome. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander thanked both boys for guarding Cassius in recent days. Levi calmly replied that since they had been told that Cassius was a bad person, they would, of course, help with his protection. After listening to them, the commander noticeably calmed down and announced that in 3 days a special department would hold a public trial of Cassius. Meanwhile, the sky above the coastal town gradually became covered with clouds, and Levi and Jasper fell into a peaceful sleep. Cassius stood not far from them, watching the sleeping people closely. He then called upon his accomplice, Leon. The next moment he immediately emerged from underground. Leon slowly stood up and noticed with obvious alarm that Levi was a warrior of the Lord rank, and his strength was truly frightening. He didn't understand why he had been called at all. Having sat down, he began to complain that although Cassius was not afraid, he himself was afraid. However, Cassius himself remained remarkably calm, as he was sure that being asleep, these guys were not dangerous. Leon listened to him and offered to bring food, but was refused. Then he changed the subject and suggested that the special department's public trial was already close, which is why Cassius was nervous and couldn't sleep. In response, Cassius only smiled and noted that since the trial would be public anyway, if you put yourself in his place, anyone would be worried. Hearing this, Leon immediately made a doomed face and declared that he himself suffered from social phobia, and in a similar situation, he would simply die on the spot. A moment later, he suddenly asked if he had already thought everything through. Cassius confirmed that he had made a decision, because everything would inevitably come to this. Then Leon sighed heavily and reluctantly admitted that he was sorry to leave this place, the special department and his colleagues. Then Cassius reminded them that there was no longer any place for them here, and asked if Leon had said that he would go with him to the end. Hearing this, he reluctantly agreed and declared that he was ready to follow him. At that moment, something moved behind Leon's hood. He pouted and complained that this little creature had been drinking his blood all day long for no reason. However, Cassius advised her to eat more, suggesting that if she became full, she would lose interest in blood. Leon immediately began to get indignant, declaring that since this creature was parasitizing on him, he could eat as much as he wanted. but he still didn't get fat. He even sarcastically noted that he no longer needed to lose weight, and suggested that in the future he would warn about this when recruiting regular experts. Cassius looked at him in surprise. Then, seeing the bat, he smiled softly and calmly agreed. However, Levi's voice suddenly rang out, asking them to stop talking. Both men flinched, and then the hero added with displeasure that this would wake Jasper up. Leon was scared to the point of trembling and immediately hid behind Cassius, obediently falling silent. Cassius quietly remarked that there was something strange about what was happening, pointing out that there was no reaction from Levi to Leon's appearance. Without waiting for an answer, he turned around and found that Leon had already slipped away, and he wondered if he was really that afraid of Levi. 3 days have passed since then. The herald's feathers became smooth and shiny, and he proudly showed off his luxurious plumage, striking impressive poses. Meanwhile, One Eye sat on the couch with Tracy, reminding her that the public trial was about to begin. On the TV screen in front of them, Cassius stood in the dock. Watching this, One Eye thoughtfully noted that he wondered why a warrior like Cassius would dare to involve people in a conspiracy with demons. Tracy immediately remembered Sam's words about the report on the rescue operation in Songshi being sealed, and said that this gave her an idea. The girl explained that all laboratories subordinate to the special department, regardless of the city, received a direct ban from headquarters. All those involved were also banned from the forums, leaving no leads for further investigation. When asked what this was leading to, she explained that the report on the operation in Songshi was most likely directly related to the ban on the mysterious laboratory. That's why, after all the procedures were completed, the document was immediately sealed, and now the department's archives and the forum have no access to it. One-Eyed added that he had seen the report himself and still remembered its contents, but at the time he had not noticed anything unusual in it. At that moment, an official voice came from the television screen, announcing the start of the public trial. It was announced that the trial of the criminal Cassius, accused of treason and a threat to the peace of human society, was beginning. It was also stated that he was a continental rank warrior from the Special Department Headquarters Task Force. Cassius, listening to all this, bowed his head slightly and looked forward without a shadow of fear. He was then asked whether he was in secret contact with demons, and whether he was passing them intelligence information about people. The man did not show the slightest excitement and calmly confirmed that he had contacted demons. Hearing this, Vivian looked at him in surprise. The investigator continued to press, clarifying exactly when the contacts with demons began, but Cassius maintained his composure. He reported that 10 years ago, using the hidden ability of the four-eyed raven to move, he transmitted patterns onto paper. One Eye and Tracy sat in their chairs and watched the process on the screen. The process was observed by the demon cockroach himself, who angrily crossed his arms over his chest. The female investigator then asked a new question, asking for what purpose he had previously contacted a city-ranking demon. Cassius chuckled indifferently and noted that headquarters had long known that the goal was to help the demons attack Yanhai City. On the other side of the screen, Mateo, seeing such a frank confession, slammed the table in rage, calling Cassius a scoundrel. Then the investigator reminded that if the demons attack the city, many people will be killed. Cassius chuckled again and confirmed this. Then the commander asked the next question. He asked if Cassius had given Sam the order to transfer the city leader from Yanhai in order to facilitate the demon attack. Cassius's answer was short. He confirmed this too. After this, the Supreme Commander struck the gavel and announced the final verdict. Cassius, a warrior of continental rank, was found guilty of treason and undermining the stability of human society. Axel frowned at the screen and noted with disdain that such a creature could hardly be called a human. The head of the Heng City Special Forces, calmly sipping coffee, indifferently remarked that the death penalty was a more than fair punishment. Levi and Jasper were under pressure from what was happening all this time. Jasper looked up, his thoughts confused and dejected. At this moment, the old head of the Jin family cleared his throat and said that he wanted to ask Cassius one last question. He asked why Cassius would do this, colluding with demons and betraying humanity, even though he was a continental-ranked warrior. Until then, Cassius, who had been indifferent, suddenly came to life. He smiled and noted with obvious triumph that this question had actually been asked. He glanced at the Supreme Court emblem and asked in return if anyone here knew about the ban on laboratories. The Supreme Commander immediately flared up with rage. Tracy and One Eye also rose abruptly from their seats, their faces becoming serious. The commander quickly stood up and ordered the live broadcast to be turned off immediately. Cassius just smiled triumphantly, realizing that he had achieved his goal. However, the investigators began to panic, turning pale, and reported that it was impossible to turn off the broadcast. The system had been hacked. Having no other choice, The commander tried to stabilize the situation and ordered Cassius to be taken away. However, he reminded him with a smile that earlier, using his special ability, he could have easily freed his hands. The surveillance personnel were sure that this was exactly how it was activated, and even recorded it. Then he suddenly announced that in fact everything was different. The next moment he snapped his fingers. Immediately after this, Levi and Jasper's bodies blurred, as if they had been teleported somewhere. The same thing happened not only to them, but also to Vivian and her group, who were sitting nearby. A hum echoed through the space. One Eye jumped up from his seat, not believing his eyes, and shouted that Cassius was still able to use his abilities. Mateo quickly grabbed his bow and arrows, gritting his teeth, and rushed to the exit, intending to immediately go to the place. One-Eyed also wanted to run away, but Tracy grabbed him by the clothes and stopped him. She explained that there was no need for this. Cassius's special ability, Mirror World Recording, can trap people for up to 10 minutes. Cassius acted as if nothing had happened, and stated that he was ready to answer the last question asked. He waved his hand confidently and, ignoring everyone around him, wondered why he did it. Cassius explained that the reason for the betrayal was directly related to the ban on laboratories, which hid the truth from all the department's warriors. He smiled and said almost in a whisper that the content of this prohibition was that the truth should not be revealed to humanity. He then stated that people should never know that demons do not eat people with natural bodies. Tracy was shocked and clearly disturbed by what she heard, and the room immediately became noisy, and the crowd erupted in indignant shouts. People couldn't believe what was happening. The idea that demons might not eat people seemed absurd to them. The short-haired girl insisted that she had seen with her own eyes how her commander, a warrior with an innate body, was killed. A nightmarish episode came to mind. On a snowy mountain, a giant monkey lifted up a strong fighter and pierced his chest with its huge palm. The girl could only scream in horror. Then the monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to bite the man. However, something strange happened next. The giant monkey furiously squeezed the already dead body and roared so loudly that the sound was deafening. After this, the monster suddenly threw away the corpse, looked straight at the girl and rushed towards her with a frightening grin. The girl trembled, unable to resist, but at the last moment the monkey merely flew past. The memory was cut short, and at that moment she seemed to realize something. In a panic, clutching her head, she mentally repeated that all this was true. The creature did not eat the captain or finish her off when she was wounded, but simply left. The girl's face turned completely white. She realized that if she and her captain had not attacked that demon first, they might not have been killed, and the captain might still be alive. Meanwhile, Cassius continued to say things that made things even more confusing. He claimed that humans with innate bodies, like demons, were capable of evolving by devouring ordinary humans. The short-haired girl collapsed to the ground, unable to accept what was happening. Gradually, the looks of those around her changed. Something cold and bloodthirsty appeared in them, and the girl realized that they were all demons too. Cassius, clearly enjoying the effect, stated that warriors with innate bodies of a special type were not targets for demons. The special department had long ago come to this precise conclusion in laboratories, but the government deliberately concealed this information from the public. Cassius noted that the conflict with the demons could have been avoided, but people decided to turn them into weapons for their own protection. Concluding his speech, Cassius concluded grimly, stating that demons could not lose, and that was why he had betrayed humanity. Since they have a common source of power, they cannot devour each other. They and the demons belong to the same species. According to him, it would be more correct to speak not about the betrayal of humanity, but about the rational choice of true comrades. Cassius added that warriors with innate bodies and demons are a new stage of evolution, and the demonic society is a new home for them. He stated that he would be waiting for anyone who longed to return home on Hyun Island. Then Cassius pulled the man standing next to him by the hand, which made him noticeably nervous, and tried to break free, not wanting to show his face. Cassius happily declared that anyone who agreed to cooperate with the demons to complete evolution would automatically become a member of the society. He added with a smile that it would be possible to eat a lot without gaining weight and always maintain a good figure. This left Tracy speechless. At that moment, Mateo drew his bow and fired an electric arrow. Grinding his teeth in rage, he attacked, and the arrow, like a meteor, flew into Cassius's back. However, the warrior noticed this instantly, turned around and smiled confidently. Leon immediately jumped forward and covered him with his body, blocking the attack. Seeing this, Mateo roared, reaching for a new arrow, and cursed his former comrade, not expecting such a complete betrayal. Jeremy was stunned, not understanding how Leon managed to escape from the cage. He immediately ordered his subordinates to check the rest of the prisoners. However, Cassius stopped them, saying that there was no need for that, explaining that one of them had made a contract with the four-eyed raven. Jeremy then asked how Cassius was still able to use his abilities while in suppressor iron shackles. Cassius stretched lazily. Then he opened his eyes, and the relaxation disappeared from his face. He invited his interlocutor to guess for himself. According to Jeremy's calculations, Cassius had no more than 5 minutes left, since his ability could hold people for a maximum of 10 minutes. Jeremy knew that the same target couldn't be re-tightened within 24 hours, so all they could do was wait for Levi to get out. However, at that very moment, Cassius snapped his fingers and smiled, and the body of the man in glasses immediately distorted. Mateo stared in amazement at what was happening, shouted something and sharply pulled his bow, cursing quietly through his teeth. At that moment, Cassius noted that Mateo, being a warrior with an innate body, had gone through a lot for the sake of ordinary people. At the same time, he hinted that those same people might ultimately be saved, but at the same time forget the one who protected them. Mateo exploded in rage, claiming that Cassius was just a servant, and that he himself was not a demon, and was not capable of betraying and starting to devour people. Watching his opponent take aim at him with a bow, Cassius noted indifferently that many also claimed not to be traitors. But there is a saying that over time, yesterday's friends can become today's enemies. The girl continued to tremble, not taking her eyes off the screen, and Mateo's voice, filled with rage, grew louder. 3 arrows, imbued with electricity, flew from the bowstring. Mateo acted without hesitation. However, Cassius remained motionless. A shield appeared in the air in front of him, and he activated the mirror world. He watched with a smile as the arrows were drawn into the mirror, then calmly started the reverse rotation. Mateo was confused, and then realized with horror that a mirror had appeared behind him, and the same 3 lightning arrows had flown out of it. He reacted instantly, turned around, and doing a sharp somersault, managed to dodge. Cassius smiled slyly, noticing that the 10 minutes were still far away, which meant he was not going to let the girl go ahead of time. Then he snapped his fingers again with a suspicious smile, as if he was planning something else. Mateo's body also began to blur, and Cassius casually announced that he could let him see her. Mateo panicked, desperately resisting. However, his figure gradually disappeared while Cassius waved his hand in a friendly manner, making it clear that there was no need to thank him. At this moment, Jeremy folded his hands, and together with his subordinates, activated the 10,000 Spirits Castle technique. Scarlet chains erupted from their bodies and rushed towards Cassius. Jeremy loudly ordered that the opponents not be allowed to leave this place at any cost. Cassius put his index finger to his lips, reminding them that since ancient times it was he who locked others up, and not the other way around. The next moment, Jeremy and everyone else began to blur, just like those who had previously been sucked into the mirror world. The hall, which had been filled with people just a moment ago, suddenly became empty and plunged into silence. Then Cassius put his hand on Leon's shoulder and suggested that they leave. A black abyss opened up beneath their feet, and they stepped into it together. Before disappearing, Cassius didn't forget to address the broadcast screen, stating that new comrades were awaited on Haiyun Island. However, he barely had time to enjoy the effect when a powerful blow fell on his face. The broadcast's viewers froze in complete bewilderment. The girl on the other side of the screen watched what was happening with an awkward expression on her face. Cassius was thrown into the wall. He cried out in pain and spat out blood. Leon stood frozen, watching the scene in shock, and could only tremble as he looked between Cassius and Levi. The protagonist stood straight, with his fist raised high and his shoulders confidently squared. At that moment, the warrior finally realized that in front of him was a warrior of the rank of a lord, and now it became clear to him why he was so feared. Leon didn't dare say a word. It seemed to him that Levi recognized him, and this thought terrified him. After Cassius's words, many warriors burst into discussion, amazed that a new ruler had appeared in their country, and one with an innate body at that. People realized that this hero did not belong to the demon society, and did not side with the demons. The girl thought in a daze that even after learning the truth, Levi still chose the side of humanity and decided to believe them. And then she wondered if she could make such a choice herself, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Leon hurriedly approached his comrade, trying to help Cassius up, and in a panic checked to see if he was alive. However, Cassius had no time for answers. He just thought that he felt serious damage to his internal organs, but he probably wouldn't die. Leon looked at Levi with confusion, not understanding why the mirror world had disappeared. But the hero sharply demanded an explanation, reminding that Jasper had disappeared. He had checked many spaces, but still could not find his partner. Cassius was initially taken aback by the mention of multiple tested spaces, but then he suddenly changed his tone. He stepped forward and tried to calm the hero with a smile, explaining that the mirror world was not capable of holding people for long and that they would soon come out. Levi then asked if that was really the case and how much faster it would all end if he simply killed Cassius. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly pulled himself together. The warrior confidently assured that in 3 minutes at most, everyone would be freed, and for the sake of these 3 minutes the protagonist did not need to kill him. Levi began to consider the options. If you check 1 space per second, then in that time you can inspect 180 spaces. However, after thinking for a bit, the hero came to the conclusion that this was taking too long, which meant it was easier to just kill Cassius. At this moment, the warrior completely fell into a stupor. He completely stopped understanding Levi. Meanwhile, Leon removed his hand from Cassius's shoulder, who flinched and turned around sharply, looking at his companion in surprise. Leon's face was gloomy. He warned Cassius that if the protagonist decided to strike, it would be impossible to escape. He even looked pleased with himself when he came to the conclusion that 1 victim was better than 2. Cassius froze, not knowing what to answer. Deep down he knew there was logic in his companion's words, but that didn't make the situation any easier. Suddenly, without warning, Levi struck a powerful blow. Cassius didn't have time to react, and the hero's fist crashed straight into the protective barrier he had created. Cassius quickly activated the reflection of the mirror world, but immediately his eyes widened in amazement. The shield began to crack. Overloaded with energy, the defense could no longer repel attacks, and eventually the shield completely collapsed. The next blow hit Cassius right in the chest. He spat out blood in pain and was thrown back into the wall. Leon, half hidden in the shadows, watched the beating and screamed Cassius's name in panic. He remembered that Levi was also a warrior with an innate body, and Jasper, who was standing next to him, was a hominous creature. He noted that ordinary people and warriors would not be able to help but fear people like them. Cassius raised his head with difficulty and looked at Levi with a determined gaze, inviting him to join the Demon Society. However, seeing the murderous expression on the young man's face, he immediately became frightened and tried to stop what was happening. Cassius sighed and felt helpless. He knew very well how stubborn this guy was. It was impossible to convince him. So he decided to take a different approach, hinting that continuing the beating here was dangerous, as something terrible could be happening in Yanhai right now. He then deliberately teased Levi by claiming that he didn't even know if his father was still alive. Meanwhile, in Yanhai, children's voices could be heard, playing with kites, bragging about whose was the coolest. Suddenly one boy froze and said that the eagle in the sky was eaten by a phoenix. His father didn't believe it at first and waved it off mockingly, but then froze, his mouth wide open as he looked up at the sky. There really was a phoenix there, and one of incredibly large size. The man panicked and grabbed the child and screamed for everyone to run, realizing it was a demon. People around began to run away in fear. Someone screamed in pain, burning under the flames of the phoenix. Soon the entire city was engulfed in flames, with residents below desperately calling for help. In the special department's control center, one of the employees slammed his desk in panic after detecting sharp energy waves. He immediately ordered the highest level of alert to be declared, and an urgent report to the leadership that a demon of the Lord rank had appeared in Yanhai. The other employees looked at the screen, trembling, and noticed that the target was moving straight towards them. A furious attack began on the other side of the protective barrier. The barrier cracked and gradually collapsed until the phoenix finally broke through and rushed towards the control center personnel. People ran away in panic, and wherever the phoenix flew, people burned alive in the fire. He let out a deafening roar and burned everything around him. At the same time, One Eye and Tracy, who were in the room, felt a strong vibration and looked at each other in fear. Elsewhere, August and Lexi were chatting happily with the Herald, but he himself suddenly felt a fluctuation of energy. The rooster immediately realized that a fellow demon had appeared nearby, and his strength surpassed even his own level. At that moment, the Taoist master was attacked. He was thrown to the ground. He spat out blood, writhing in pain. A giant phoenix towered before him. The sage clutched his chest, feeling that the temperature had become unbearable. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in front of him, and a fire barrier temporarily protected him from the flames. Another master struggled to maintain his defense, covering his comrade. Meanwhile, another man attacked the phoenix with 3 talisman swords using the Tao style. However, the attack had almost no effect. The phoenix roared and spewed flames. One Taoist was thrown into the wall, and the second found himself in an equally difficult position. One woman quickly picked up the master. Then the two of them began to retreat, and the girl encouraged the master as he ran. Suddenly she turned around and saw with horror a huge wave of fire approaching them. At this moment, a 3-headed dragon appeared in front of the phoenix and rushed to attack. pinning it down with the Heavenly Dragon Castle technique. Almost simultaneously, a powerful stream of water gushed out, stopping the flames. The woman turned around in panic and saw that the fire had been blocked. Recognizing the familiar figure, she smiled with relief and mentally thanked the herald for his help. However, the herald, hearing this, tensed up internally. He reminded himself that he was not saving people as a demonic hero hiding among people. He just got too close and didn't want the fire to scorch his feathers. He lowered his head and again convinced himself that he was simply protecting himself and nothing more. The souls of the demons around them watched everything the messenger did with gloomy faces, feeling such anger that they could not utter a word. Meanwhile, One Eye continued to fight fiercely with the phoenix. Suddenly, One Eye appeared out of nowhere and immediately attacked the phoenix using the Buddhist dragon-slaying palm. The phoenix, noticing the attack, opened its mouth wide, preparing to spew flames in response. However, the experienced fighter took advantage of the moment and managed to deliver another blow, temporarily stopping the phoenix's advance. However, the flames still broke through his technique. One Eye frowned, blocking the blow and dodging the furious fire. He immediately realized that this was no ordinary flame. It was directly burning through even his Buddhist technique. Then an alarming thought flashed through his mind. In front of them was truly an evil demon of the Lord rank. The Divine Spirit team members instantly rushed towards him. Their leader, Chung, said that on the way here, many areas were burned, hundreds of civilians died, and the fire could not be extinguished. The city turned into an inferno, with clouds of black smoke rising everywhere, charred bodies lying on the roads, and everything around destroyed by flames. Despite this, some still tried to hold the line. The black-haired girl helped the elderly man and hurried him, asking why the Fire Lord's talismans were no longer used. Meanwhile, the three-headed dragon continued its mortal battle with the phoenix. One-eyed and the others, looking at what was happening, felt only fear and growing panic. Suddenly the phoenix stopped and stared straight at them, letting out a piercing cry. And then One Eye felt a strong anxiety and cried out that his heart dragon could not bear it any longer. The team immediately dispersed, and One Eye cursed as he realized that the flames had not only grown more powerful, but also seemed unquenchable. And then Phoenix struck the dragon, causing it to scream in pain. The dragon's heart began to glow with a bright light, and One Eye noticed this oddity, and suggested that the white glow could be the source of the demon's power. However, even after realizing this, he hesitated. It was practically impossible to get close to the demon's body. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. One Eye sharply lowered his palm to the ground, activating the energy of the 5 elements. The team immediately supported him. August activated the water formation, followed by representatives of earth, fire, and wood. They all pressed their hands to the ground at the same time, forming a massive array of 5 elements that began to close in on the phoenix. The earth shook, rocks rose up, and a huge boulder appeared next to the phoenix, filled with the combined power of the 5. Outside the formation, a woman helped the master up and retreated with him to a safe distance, watching the events with alarm. Both Taoist masters also looked at the shrinking stone block. Everyone had the thought in their heads that if this didn't work, the city was doomed. It was then that One Eye's eyes widened in horror and he screamed, feeling that his heart dragon was in danger. The next second, the phoenix destroyed the stone formation with one blow. The released force crashed down on One Eye, throwing him into the wall. He coughed up blood again and collapsed, exhausted. Seeing this, the team members screamed, but it was too late. The ground and rocks that held the phoenix cracked and instantly exploded. The next moment, a deafening roar shook everything around. The masters were thrown back even further. Morgan and Lexi also couldn't stand, crashing hard into the walls. The herald, hiding to the side, watched what was happening and noticed that Lexi looked seriously injured. At this moment, the phoenix grabbed the one-eyed heart dragon. Having assumed human form, he raised the dragon's head. Then, with a mocking look, he bit off a piece of it. The one-eyed man clutched his chest, experiencing unbearable pain. His body shook and he fell to his knees as the heart dragon finally disappeared. Phoenix smiled triumphantly, noting that the taste was quite tolerable. However, he then decided to try something else with a frightening expression. The next moment he disappeared and appeared next to Lexi. The fire demon grabbed the girl by the neck and lifted her into the air, causing her to tremble. All her comrades screamed at once, unable to stop what was happening. Phoenix was about to devour Lexi when the herald suddenly appeared. He snatched the girl from his grasp using spatial displacement. Holding Lexi, he trembled and quickly explained to the stunned Phoenix that he had no intention of helping people. However, his face was pale and his words stuck in his throat. The next second, he suddenly spat out a large amount of blood. The Phoenix appeared behind him and pierced his body without hesitation. He smiled ominously, mocking the traitor. He coldly stated that more than anything else, other than destroying Yanhai, He wanted to kill him. At that moment, the demon pierced the herald's chest and tore out his heart, mockingly asking if it hurt the traitor. The herald's hand holding Lexi trembled, and the next moment they were gone. Despite his mortal wounds, he managed to carry the girl away using rapid movement and spatial shift. The messenger, out of breath, ran far ahead, his breathing ragged, his body began to fail, and soon he collapsed exhausted to the ground. A phoenix stopped nearby and silently watched what was happening. The atmosphere at this moment became especially dark and oppressive. Then the fiery creature began to slowly approach the herald and Lexi. The demon casually tossed aside the heart he had just ripped out, making it clear that there was no longer any escape route. However, the next moment the messenger suddenly appeared behind him. He activated the iron scythe technique. His body was completely covered in a metallic sheen, and 6 ghostly scythes flashed in the air. But Phoenix instantly sensed danger and turned around sharply. He dodged the blow, then sent the herald flying with one powerful kick. He spat out blood with a wheeze and, under the influence of monstrous force, crashed into a stone wall. The fire demon approached again, already understanding his abilities. He said that even before arriving here he had understood its power, and knew about its ability to endlessly regenerate after death. The herald's face turned pale, for his main secret was revealed. The raven grabbed him by the neck sharply, squeezing ever tighter, and coldly said that such energy might seem invincible, but in front of him it was useless. Coming closer, he made it clear with a distorted smile that the messenger was unlucky to meet him. The next moment he used a deadly technique, and the herald's head ended up in his hand. The fire creature lazily turned its wrist, shaking its prey, and sat down calmly, as if enjoying the process. However, he was in no hurry to carry out the final reprisal, deciding to kill the messenger slowly and cruelly. Although the herald's head was severed, his body still moved. He struck out, his fist flaring with a fierce flame, but the attack struck an invisible space and missed its target. It seemed as if there was a protective barrier in front of the enemy that instantly redirected the fire to the side. Phoenix burned the head in his hand, making it clear that there would be no resurrection this time, and noted that the enemy had used his second ability. He then placed his palm on the herald's head, anticipating that he would seek revival and try to strike from behind. His calculations were correct again. He used the second head to save his life, and then attacked. The messenger shuddered in horror, and the veins on the phoenix's hands bulged. He reminded the rooster that he was only of continental rank. The blood gushed out again and landed right on the phoenix's face. The demon ran his finger across his bloody face and licked off his blood. Then he said with pleasure that in front of him any attempts at resistance were useless. The weak remain weak. And then suddenly the herald activated a new series of techniques, and energy wrapped around the raven's body. The abilities Poison Spit and King Cobra Venom followed one after another. However, the phoenix immediately responded with flames, burning up the attacks as they approached. The herald gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing with despair that his attacks couldn't even get close to their target. At that moment, a phoenix appeared behind him. As soon as the herald turned his head, the flame turned into a rotating vortex. Streams of fire instantly entwined his arms and legs, and then flared up with renewed vigor. The demon just stood there, with a smile on his face, squeezing the fiery vice tighter and tighter. And then suddenly the messenger realized that this was not quite an ordinary flame. Then the phoenix reminded him that it had already told him that it could kill him. Meanwhile, the phoenix confidently said that it was using the true flame of Yun, which was capable of burning not only the body, but also the soul. The fire raged until the herald was reduced to a pile of ash, but it wasn't over yet. The fire creature turned calmly, and the herald reappeared behind him. His body was shaking, his strength was rapidly leaving him. Now he realized how unbearable the pain of his soul being burned was. Phoenix explained that each such cycle would weaken the enemy's soul until it could no longer bear the pain and disappeared completely. He wondered with a mocking smile whether the herald would even be able to be reborn after yet another time. The messenger's body could barely hold on. He staggered, trembled in pain, but still stood. But the phoenix was very interested in how much longer he could endure this pain, and whether he would be able to move after this. He then continued his attack, using ever new techniques. In response, the herald gathered the rest of his strength, surrounded himself with the image of a golden bull, and rushed into a frontal attack. The phoenix took the blow, braced its hands against its horns, and straining its strength, was forced to take a step back. He chuckled, noting that this must be a new ability gained from devouring his own kind. A moment later, the image of the bull disappeared, and the messenger retreated, breathing heavily and barely able to stand on his feet, finally admitting that he did not consider himself a traitor. He is just a spy, but none of the demons recognize him. Like all demonic creatures, he just wanted to survive. Then the phoenix asked him if the way to life in this world was to trample on the corpses of one's own kind and become ever stronger. However, the herald immediately objected, realizing that he did not want to kill his kin. Other demons would have destroyed him first without hesitation in such conditions. Phoenix agreed with this, but immediately noted that the demon world was originally an arena where the strong devoured the weak. He then asked the herald why he called the demons his brethren, and the question caught him off guard. Phoenix said that only the weak submit to the strong and call each other kinsmen, while the strong rule alone. He emphasized this with a mocking smile, and then coldly explained that he had no intention of killing the herald for devouring the weak or betraying him. The reason was different. He hated him for his weakness, for daring to dream of strength and trying to rise up by devouring others. In the end, he contemptuously reminded him of who the messenger was originally, just an insignificant third-rank rooster. Then the phoenix pointed at the enemy with disdain, mentally wondering if he was worthy of being called strong. The herald's eyes turned bloodshot and he roared in anger. The rooster then jumped up sharply, using frog leap. Tearing apart the space with a demonic strike, he brought down an attack with his claws straight at the demon. The demonic beast's chest was cut open. Blood gushed from the wound, but then the creature immediately counterattacked. He grabbed Levi by the neck and lifted him high above the ground. He said he was still able to boost his power for short periods of time. At the same time, the dead demons watched what was happening with bewilderment, not understanding what was being discussed. The messenger again replied that he did not consider himself either weak or a traitor. However, the phoenix didn't pay any attention to this. He was sure that he would eventually die when his soul was burned. The messenger clearly sensed the young man's fear of death. He truly did not want to die, but at that moment he could no longer resist. And suddenly a voice sounded in the rooster's mind, reminding him that he still had power. It was a sensual call. At that moment, the powerful demon Theo was sitting on a branch, drinking wine and lamenting that he could not find his queen. And suddenly space and time were sharply distorted, revealing before him a picture of the battle between the herald and the phoenix. The demon raised his head, recognized the color of the hair, and realized that this was his princess. Then Theo, smashing the bottle on the ground, jumped into the rift in space without hesitation. Almost simultaneously with this, a spear flew out of the rift, heading straight for the phoenix and the herald. Theo instantly intercepted the herald, pulled him towards himself, and at the same time threw the phoenix back with a powerful kick. The demon gnashed his teeth angrily and was forced to retreat to maintain a safe distance. His body slammed into the wall with all his might. Moreover, Theo's spear pierced his hand, causing a fountain of blood and a painful cry. Upon seeing the weapon, the phoenix became confused, realizing that the arrow had managed to damage its body. Phoenix felt furious and anxious, suspecting the appearance of another traitor, a powerful demon at the martial saint stage. Meanwhile, the herald, who was in Theo's arms, was still shaking in pain. The demon noticed that the girl's body was covered with wounds, and by the color of her hair, he realized that in front of him was the same woman from the past. Theo held the suffering girl tightly to him, thinking that she had probably taken over Rosalie's body, which was why she looked like this. He looked at her and her surroundings with delight, wondering how his queen could become a demon, although she was previously human. He also noted that his princess was at the peak of the martial emperor stage. He then handed her the cloak, explaining that it was an earthly rank spiritual treasure. It was able to block any type of flame and gradually heal wounds. Convinced that the enemy was of a fiery nature, Theo became even happier, finally recognizing her as his queen. The demon, having found love, literally glowed with happiness, not even hiding his joy. However, he soon noticed a spear flying towards him and intercepted it. Then Theo straightened up, realizing that he was in an alien world, no longer his territory. As he spun his weapon, he felt the blood of an ancient beast in his enemy. He indicated that he was the ruler of the demonic beings of the Honggu continent, and the one the phoenix was trying to kill was his queen. But the demon reacted indifferently, considering both of them traitors. He believed that they both deserved to die for their betrayal. Theo's face darkened, and he decided that if his intention did not change, their relationship would no longer matter, and he would kill him. In response, the opponent grinned smugly, not recognizing him as an equal. Theo then pointed his spear, shrouded in icy energy, at him, asking the phoenix how dare he provoke him. The next moment, the fire axe and the ice spear collided, the weapons ringing in the air. Theo used all his strength and attacked the enemy. But the phoenix did not give in either, repelling all of the enemy's attacks. After this, they both seized the opportunity and decided to attack each other directly. After several exchanges of blows, the spear almost pierced the phoenix's neck. However, at the last moment, the demonic beast managed to dodge, but Theo did not miss the opportunity and rushed forward, using the enemy's axe as a support. He pushed away from it, and at the same time, the three-legged golden phoenix released a golden phoenix fire blast. In response, the demon also activated the seal of battle. Thus, both sides simultaneously used powerful techniques, one based on fire and the other filled with cold. Just as the two attacks were about to converge, the golden phoenix's firebird suddenly began to turn into ice. The frost quickly spread to his hands, and he realized with amazement that his true fire had been sealed away. Theo said that his seal was capable of freezing all things with just a touch, and even the heavenly flames couldn't compare to it. He also emphasized that he is the embodiment of the true embodiment of martial arts, and the fastest beast, the Twilight Griffin. Phoenix looked down at his sealed hands, feeling the cold continue to spread, and the frozen areas go numb. The next moment there was a whistle, something rushed past, and the phoenix was forced to cut off its own arm with its own axe. Theo's spear flew past, and the demon himself mentally noted that he had already lost his elemental advantage. The one-eyed man, whose wounds were still severe, watched the battle with trembling eyes, realizing that another Lord-ranked demon had appeared here. He then turned his gaze to the unstable herald and noted that the hero looked extremely wounded. The one-eyed man hoped that this demon would be able to defeat the Golden Phoenix. Otherwise everyone, including Yanhai City, would perish. Meanwhile, the flames rushed towards Theo again. It was another fiery attack from the Golden Phoenix. The demon instantly released Moon Deep Ice, blocking the attack, and then used Moon Shadow Copy. Another Theo appeared next to him, and the clone appeared right behind the enemy's back. He attacked from behind with his spear, while the Golden Phoenix continued to spew flames, focusing on the enemy's main figure. However, the wall of fire was so dense that the spear could not penetrate it. Then Theo used the heavenly profound weapon, Ice Soul Spear. The weapon was released instantly, creating a huge whirlwind around itself, and burst into flames, rushing towards the phoenix. However, the flames soon flared up even brighter. It became clear that the enemy had a plan in mind, and he smiled ominously. Theo was forced to retreat, realizing that his move had been discovered. He quickly merged with his copy and felt how powerful the enemy's fire curtain was. The true fire seemed unquenchable, erupting without interruption. The demon guessed that being a fellow martial saint, his opponent possessed an excessively strong primordial energy. Theo then somersaulted in the air, dodging the swing of the axe that had already partially sealed his bloodline with a seal. After a protracted battle, he landed and again went on the attack with his spear, wondering why the fire had not yet subsided. The blade approached the Golden Phoenix's neck again, but a curtain of fire rose up and blocked the blow. The demon realized that it was extremely difficult for the Ice Soul Spear to break through. Moreover, the spreading flames forced him to jump aside. At this moment, One Eye reminded Theo that the heart, the whole body, and other parts of the phoenix's body were noticeably different. Hearing this, Theo thought for a moment and suddenly realized a hidden truth. He turned back to his opponent, preparing the final blow with concentration, knowing that he could only use the seal one more time. The messenger, barely able to remain conscious, watched the battle. When he opened his eyes, he saw the phoenix axe being thrown aside by Theo's blow and flying towards him. As a result, the weapon ended up right at his feet. Left without a weapon, the three-legged golden phoenix rushed forward, attacking with its claws and releasing explosive flames. Theo just grinned. Since everything that was happening was according to his plan, the entire previous fight was just preparation for this moment. Suddenly, Theo's tail entangled the phoenix, completely restricting its movements, and the enemy was unable to do anything. Theo continuously used Moon Shadow Copies and the seal, and the phoenix could only watch as one attack after another came towards him. Refusing to accept defeat, he activated the fire defense of the true burning purgatory. However, the demon instantly used ice, suppressing the resistance. His frost shield proved stronger than the phoenix's fire attack. After the barrier dissipated, the flames actually weakened. Immediately after this, Theo, with a triumphant smile, continued to attack the enemy without stopping. The herald watched the battle with shock, recognizing the enemy as an allied demonic beast. However, he was unable to remember who he was. No matter how hard he tried to remember him, he couldn't. But he couldn't shake the strange feeling that they had already met. Meanwhile, the phoenix had finally gone on the defensive, already bound by Theo's icy energy, and all its strength had been spent on desperate counterattacks. Theo himself understood that using the seal twice was an extremely heavy burden. Meanwhile, One Eye took off his bandage and looked at the battlefield with his white eye. His gaze penetrated the enemy's body and he saw a heart shining with white light. He could clearly see that the phoenix's heart had already been completely frozen by Theo. At that very moment, the enemy felt a sharp pain in his chest, realizing that his source of power had been struck. His body trembled, and Theo coldly noted that the freezing had happened instantly. Meanwhile, the phoenix, clutching its chest, begged for its heart to be returned, unable to bear the piercing cold. Theo looked closely at his opponent and wondered if this heart belonged to him. If the heart were his, then at the moment of pain all the blood in the body would be connected to it, and the force would circulate freely between the blood and the heart. In this case, the frozen heart would gradually expand, and the body would then become completely covered in ice. However, in the current situation, something different was happening. The heart continued to supply the body with energy, but at the same time the whole body did not return a drop of strength to it. The true owner of this heart was much stronger than its current owner. But now the phoenix only used it as a source of energy. As a result, he gradually found himself completely frozen in ice. The demon was full of anger and hatred, and in his last moments he cursed the traitors. Soon the phoenix's body completely froze, and it died on the spot. One-Eyed watched what was happening, and noted with relief to himself that the pressure of the fire element had disappeared. At the same time, in another part of the city, a brightly burning cart suddenly began to die down, and soon only ashes and smoke remained. The people shouted joyfully when they realized that the fire had gone out, and began to celebrate their victory over the creature. They were delighted to realize that their leader had prevailed, and that the being of the rank of ruler had won. Meanwhile, Theo thrust his spear into the frozen body of his enemy. After that, he took out the heart from it, which looked like an incredibly valuable treasure. Then he turned and headed quickly towards the herald, intending to present the find as a gift to his queen. At that moment, Levi and Jasper teleported nearby. Seeing the frozen heart, Jasper instantly recognized it and froze in shock. He pointed his finger at the find, realizing that it was his own heart. The ice around him began to crack gradually, and Theo noticed with bewilderment that his deep ice was suddenly melting, and his heart itself seemed to come to life. The next moment it jerked sharply, tore itself out of his hands, and returned with lightning speed to Jasper's body. Theo was shocked that his greeting gift had disappeared, and rushed towards Levi and Jasper in anger. However, the heart was already completely back in place. Jasper felt his body, making sure that it was really inside again. Then Theo used the cold claw technique, but Levi recognized the attack and blocked it without a weapon. The demon's body instantly tensed from the familiar oppressive pressure. And then the hero gathered his strength and with a powerful movement threw Theo away, who crashed into the wall and slid down next to the herald. He noted with annoyance that Levi's level was much higher than he expected, after which he turned around and began to complain to the herald. He began to feign helplessness, declaring that he was no longer able to fight and could only die with her. 10 minutes earlier, Levi had heard Cassius warn him that if he didn't go to help, his old man's fate would be in question. Levi admitted that he didn't understand anything and decided to first deal with the warrior himself. At that moment, Cassius stopped him abruptly, shouting that he was crazy for wanting to fight instead of saving his own father. Suddenly a familiar voice interrupted the conflict. It turned out to be Jasper, who teleported back and asked what was going on. Levi immediately perked up, walked up to him and explained that they were locked up, which is why he wanted to deal with the offender in order to free him faster. Then Leon and Cassius breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had almost died. Soon the Supreme Commander appeared, and with him the rest of the members of the trial. The Supreme Commander suddenly noticed something important. He immediately gave the order to seize Cassius. Geo immediately used Taoist Chain, directing it towards the target. However, Leon instantly stood in front of him and tried to block the attack with his weapon. Cassius panicked and tried to stop him, warning him that resistance was futile. Although Leon managed to knock the chain away, it immediately returned and rushed towards him again. He quickly went on the defensive, but even so he couldn't completely stop the attack. The other end of the chain rushed towards his heart. Then Geo activated Heart Unlock, and the chain instantly wrapped around Leon's heart. He fell to his knees in pain, struggling to catch his breath. He realized with horror that he was completely bound, and his heart ached incredibly. Cassius encouraged him, asking him to relax and stop resisting. However, Leon insisted that he leave immediately. He stated that he could maintain the illusion for long enough. Cassius hesitated, but Leon continued to convince him that it was easier for one to survive than for two to die. In the end, Cassius admitted that he was right, noting that in his place he would have run away long ago. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander stood up and gave the order to hold Cassius at any cost. Berkeley immediately rushed to attack, using Heaven-Destroying Palm. However, Cassius countered with an attack, activating Mirror Move. However, it was clear that he was approaching the limit of his capabilities, as his entire body was shaking violently. The attack was reflected in the mirror, and the very same heaven-destroying palm appeared right in the portal behind the warrior. But Berkeley still managed to dodge, causing the blow to fall to the ground, splitting it. Then Gio's seal caught up with them. Cassius's body was pierced. He trembled. As a result, both traitors were completely immobilized. Leon smiled bitterly, admitting that he no longer saw the point in maintaining the illusion, and that in this situation, they would not escape. Cassius remained silent, and Leon sighed heavily, admitting that he had hoped for salvation after his escape. But now it became clear that even that was impossible. He was tormented by doubts about whether there was any future at all for people following such a leader. At that moment, Gio came closer and coldly stated that the gate of Cassius's heart was already sealed, meaning escape was impossible. He also noted that although they do not usually resort to such measures, the actions they took were the most obvious evidence of guilt. He warned that resistance was pointless, and that it was better to obey the orders of the Supreme Commander. Otherwise, if greed, hatred, deceit, or intentions appear in his heart, the seal itself will carry out the punishment. Leon's expression changed abruptly, immediately wondering if the elder's words were really true. At that moment, the Supreme Commander approached Levi and Jasper and informed them that the capital center had just received an alarm signal. In Yanhai, there were more than one Lord-rank demons, and then he said that they should hurry and save the people. Jasper immediately asked the protagonist if this meant that the director and the chicken were in danger. Levi also felt that this was most likely the case, and therefore, without hesitation, he decided to immediately return to the city. The woman next to him looked puzzled, because with the fighting power of two overlord-ranked beings, even for a warrior like Levi, it would be extremely dangerous. However, the hero responded decisively, not accepting any refusals. Then he and Jasper instantly disappeared, teleporting without delay. The remaining people looked at each other, and the woman thought that Levi didn't look scared at all, and assumed that it was due to his abilities. Jeremy then recalled that previously international instruments measuring combat power had failed to determine Levi's level. The strength index rose all the way to rank 13, and only then was it confirmed as overlord level. The man continued to reason, wondering if this meant that Levi's actual combat power might even be higher than rank 13. Meanwhile, Theo continued to lament and plaintively address his beloved, lamenting that they did not even have time to express their feelings. The messenger listened to this with growing irritation, mentally wondering what kind of reunion and what kind of beloved were they talking about. At that moment, Theo accidentally exhaled, and his warm breath fell right next to the messenger's ear, causing him to involuntarily blush with embarrassment. He tried to pull away, silently cursing this twisted demonic beast, feeling like he couldn't take it anymore. Jasper, noticing the chicken's condition, worriedly noted that it looked seriously injured and offered to help with acupuncture. At that moment, the messenger sensed something was wrong and quickly waved his hands in denial, insisting in a trembling voice that he was not, in fact, wounded. Then Jasper asked Levi with resentment whether the chicken really didn't want him to treat her with acupuncture. Levi, remaining unperturbed, encouraged him, saying that the chicken wanted it, and hearing this, Jasper decided that he would definitely take up the treatment. As he approached, the messenger felt as if his life was coming to an end. He trembled with horror and began desperately begging not to come closer. At that moment, Theo stood in front of him. He firmly declared that no one dared to harm his beloved in his presence. He then used a technique to create an ice wall that blocked the path. Then the messenger looked at him with gratitude, admitting that despite all his strangeness, he was still not so unbearable. Jasper happily announced that they just wanted to cure the chicken, and that he was an excellent acupuncturist. And then Theo asked doubtfully whether they were really talking about his beloved. Then he turned to the trembling girl, who was shaking her head desperately. Seeing this, he raised his hand protectively and firmly stated that his beloved refused, and therefore no one should come near. Jasper looked at Levi with tears in his eyes and said that the chicken clearly did not want him to treat her. But Levi consoled him, repeating that she did want it. Then the hero suddenly approached Theo, causing him to be taken aback. Then, without giving him time to react, he pinned his head to the ground. After this, Levi told Jasper to begin treatment. Jasper happily agreed and ran up to the herald. He screamed in horror, desperately calling for help, continuing to howl pitifully and beg to be saved from these needles. Theo tried to rush to help, but he couldn't. Levi had him under complete control. At that moment, Jasper, without hesitation, plunged the needle straight into the herald's head, and Theo flinched when he saw this. However, Levi immediately hit him on the head with his fist, causing a large bump to immediately appear on his forehead. The herald screamed in pain, calling for help from his comrade, but by this time, his head was already covered in Jasper's needles. When he went limp, Jasper anxiously asked Levi if the chicken was dead, but Levi examined it and calmly replied that it was not yet. The messenger and Theo's hands touched, and Jasper, noticing this, noted with surprise that their relationship seemed quite close. Levi explained that he calls the chicken his beloved. He compared it to the image of a wife from a movie they watched earlier. Then Jasper suddenly realized what was happening, and wondered with shock if their hen had actually found a rooster. Jasper almost burst into tears, complaining that they themselves did not have wives yet, but the chicken had already become someone's wife. Then Levi stroked his friend's head and tried to calm him down. The protagonist then turned and looked at the ice-covered phoenix. He drew Jasper's attention to the demon, noting that it looked quite cute. The young man turned around, looked, and was immediately filled with sympathy, mentally agreeing that he really did seem charming. The demon spirits didn't know how to react, as they seemed to have made a new friend again. The aroma of the fried phoenix was incredibly rich. The one-eyed man, having caught the scent, also realized how enticing it was. Jasper excitedly asked if everything would be ready soon. The protagonist looked at the cauldron and said that there was very little time left. Meanwhile, Theo, who was unconscious, caught the aroma of food. His nose twitched and he suddenly came to. He sat up and saw the messenger lying in front of him, unconscious and covered in blood. The frightened man trembled and quickly checked if he was breathing. But quite quickly he realized with relief that his beloved was still alive. After some time, he carefully wiped the blood from his body. Jasper, noticing this, waved his hand and invited the rooster to come and drink a bowl of soup. Theo turned around sharply and expressed indignation at being mistaken for an ordinary rooster, since he considered himself a spiritual beast, the incarnation of the demon king. However, then he himself became confused by what he had heard, and began to think that the word chicken probably referred to his lover. Looking back at the messenger, he was surprised to realize that his husband's animal form actually resembled a chicken, and he even found it cute. Gradually, Theo realized that when they said rooster, they meant him. He immediately confirmed that in that case, he would be a rooster, which caused the souls of the demons to fall to the ground in complete shock. Jasper then explained that the herald's internal organs had been burned and were now completely healed with the help of his needles. Theo felt relieved as his lover's aura had indeed improved significantly. After that, he asked curiously what exactly they were cooking, as the smell was incredibly appetizing. Jasper happily reported that the frozen turkey he found nearby turned out to be very cute. He then handed the bowl to the demon. Theo at first tried to act noble, arguing that they were, after all, the same species as the phoenix. However, almost immediately he demanded a larger bowl and took out a huge bowl, wanting to get his portion, and immediately began to eat. People watched this with amazement, thinking that even a demon of the Lord rank ate its own kind and apparently had an innate body. Theo himself explained that ancient rare beasts are extremely valuable ingredients, but due to the conflict of elements, he cannot eat too much. However, Levi noticed that his words were at odds with his actions, as soon a whole mountain of empty bowls grew in front of him. Jasper just sighed. He noted that he wanted to leave one bowl for the chicken. Theo thought happily that these people really did treat his wife well. Then he immediately pulled out another huge bowl. Levi and Jasper froze. However, after another blow from the main character, he still replaced it with a smaller one. But when Jasper was about to eat, it turned out that there was nothing left in the cauldron. The boys searched him with regret, but there really was no food. Then Levi thought irritably that it would be easier to kill the rooster hen. Jasper looked at the empty cauldron with a sad face, but then he stopped, sensing something was wrong, and called out to Levi. Turning around, the hero saw Jasper handing him his bowl, saying that best friends should share. In response, Levi accepted the food with gratitude. However, he drank only half, deciding that his friends needed equal amounts. Jasper immediately beamed with joy. Theo felt a chill run through him, as if he had momentarily felt a strange premonition, but decided that it was just his imagination. After some time, the messenger also woke up, and Theo was already holding a large bowl nearby, waiting for him. He called his lover again and again, offering him golden phoenix soup. The messenger was irritated by this, and he was mentally indignant that they continued to call him husband, and this perverted demon was still nearby. However, looking at the bowl, he thought that what was in front of him was phoenix meat soup, and if he drank it, he might be able to reach the rank of a sovereign himself. Looking at the fragrant dish with enthusiasm, he decided that after the breakthrough, he would no longer be afraid of this ice demon. In that case, he will finally be able to get rid of the annoying pervert. Theo watched as the messenger devoured the food greedily and sighed heavily, finding him surprisingly obedient and sweet. But the messenger, noticing the gaze on himself, realized that he was being spied on, so he sharply turned his head, demanding that they stop staring. Jasper noted that he and the hero treat the chicken well, because he is their good friend. which means that he and Levi will not kill the rooster. Then he immediately raised his hand, warning that if the chicken was bullied, he and Levi would kill the offender without hesitation. Theo, hearing this conversation, couldn't help but think that the cultivation level of these two people might even surpass the realm of the gods. After this, he suddenly stood up and declared that he had been looking for his beloved for 5 years, and therefore he would do everything possible to take good care of her. These words moved Jasper to tears, and Levi immediately tried to calm him down. The messenger's face darkened, biting his nails and thinking that the conversation clearly concerned him, but he did not fully understand how. Theo turned to him and informed him that his beloved had 2 good friends who truly cared about him, and this touched him very much as a husband. However, the messenger recoiled, panicking as he wondered where these good friends who were humiliating and mocking him had come from. Jasper meanwhile turned to Levi and wondered if the hen would be able to lay chicks in the future now that she had a rooster. Hearing this, the messenger became furious and shouted that he was not a chicken at all, but a real rooster. Jasper noted with alarm that in that case they would no longer be able to eat eggs, since that would mean eating their friends' children. The protagonist sadly asked if it was true that they wouldn't be able to eat eggs now, and Jasper sadly confirmed that it most likely was. The two of them continued to discuss this with even greater enthusiasm, reaching the conclusion that no more eggs would appear unless the rooster died. Hearing this, the messenger decided to resort to flattery. He called Theo a pervert, but said hello and patted him on the head. Then the messenger, pretending to soften, asked why he had suddenly appeared and helped him earlier. Hearing the question, Theo became embarrassed again and decided that the queen herself had called him. This stunned the herald, and he began to wonder if it was a sensual calling that had appeared after the journey to another world. However, he could not remember thinking about this creature, but watching the tale of his interlocutor, he suddenly remembered events from another world. With difficulty containing his irritation, he realized that in front of him was the very same madman who had once not let go of the past. With a gloomy face and cold sweat on his forehead, the herald realized that he had been mistaken for Rosalie, and therefore pursued to this world. However, he admitted that the same stupid beast turned out to be surprisingly loyal. However, the messenger noted with bitterness that he was not Rosalie at all, and moreover, not even a woman. He carefully approached the captivated demon man. However, noticing that Levi and Jasper were watching them closely, he became afraid that they should not know the truth. Then the messenger took Theo away, putting on a mysterious look, and declared that this should be discussed away from strangers. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he loudly announced that he was not, in fact, the queen he was looking for. He even played out a tragic scene, declaring the story to be very sad. The messenger then told a touching story, in which Levi and Jasper were once good friends of his sister. However, later she died, they grieved greatly, collected her soul, and sent her to another world to cultivate a spiritual body. There she entered the body of a human woman named Rosalie. With a sad expression on his face and tears in his eyes, he announced that she was the queen Theo was looking for. He, having heard all this, could hardly contain his bewilderment and clarified that in that case, the queen was the herald's sister, and not he himself. In response, the messenger quickly nodded, confirming this. But the interlocutor still asked suspiciously how he knew that his sister had died. Then the messenger explained that her physical body had died, but her soul had survived, had been cultivated in another world, and had returned to tell him everything. Then Theo leaned forward sharply and asked what exactly she had told him. As soon as the man took a step closer, he retreated. Then the man came even closer. The distance between them decreased, and the messenger began to stutter. In a moment of despair, it dawned on him, and he cried out that she had told him everything in the egg. And with these words he quickly took out the motley egg. Theo suddenly believed what was said. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, and he decided in shock that his queen was inside. The messenger, not daring to look him straight in the eye, confirmed this, and added that after the conversation her soul had weakened again, so now she was sleeping. Theo's face turned to stone and he reached out to the egg, causing the messenger to break out in a cold sweat. The next moment he suddenly grabbed his hand, and with a wet, loving look began to doubt whether they were lying to him, and whether they had fallen out of love with him. This scene completely threw the messenger off balance, but Theo continued to complain that they wanted to abandon him immediately after his confession. The messenger felt physically uneasy, and barely containing his irritation, he muttered something unintelligible, and then finally broke down. He grabbed him sharply by the ear and angrily declared that he was not the queen he was looking for and could not be her. The messenger exploded and shouted that the reason for this was simple. He was a man, he was a rooster, not a hen. With these words, he tore off his outer clothing, revealing his muscular body. Theo leaned down to look at his body closer and froze. For a moment they just stood silently in the wind. And then suddenly a sparkling tear rolled down Theo's chin. Seeing this, the messenger quickly called out to him, but he was already frozen with grief, and the messenger sank to the ground, exhausted. Then he took out a hammer and began to tap on the ice in a panic, demanding that it wake up and listen to him carefully. He repeated that he was a rooster, not a queen, and then pointed to the nearly hatched egg, explaining that the real queen was there. He said that when the egg hatched, perhaps she would agree to become queen, and then he would be able to see his sister. Under the pressure, the ice began to gradually melt. The messenger continued to assure that she could be the very queen they had been looking for so many years. With a heavy heart, Theo took the egg from his hands, and the ice finally melted. He carefully pressed the egg, and with tenderness in his voice asked if she had really told him all this. The messenger confirmed hesitantly, adding that, after all, it was his sister. And Theo then asked worriedly when the egg would hatch. This question took the messenger by surprise, and he evasively replied that he did not know, since he had no idea how to hatch eggs at all. Theo's eyes lit up, and he suggested trying to do it himself, at which the messenger turned pale with horror. However, the demon enthusiastically declared that he would learn this. The messenger mused that this naive man was so devoted to his queen that he might actually be able to help him hatch. He decided that after Rosalie was born, he would not remember anything and would certainly not become a rooster. Then he solemnly announced that since this was the case, he reluctantly entrusted his sister to him, but reminded her that he himself, a rooster, could not be a queen. Theo then called him brother-in-law, but he also noted that Levi and Jasper constantly called him chicken. Hearing this, the messenger did not explode with anger, not knowing how to explain everything, limiting himself to saying only that it was a sad story. He explained that Levi and Jasper accidentally fell into the void when returning from another world, and therefore, upon returning, they mistook him for his sister. Theo asked if he had understood correctly that the hen was his sister and not himself, and the messenger irritably confirmed that, of course, he was a rooster. Seeing that his brother-in-law looked tired, Theo offered to explain everything to Levi and Jasper himself, and at the same time check if his medicine could heal them. But the messenger explained that they would not be able to accept that she was dead. So in order not to hurt them, he continued to pretend to be his sister. Then Theo thanked him enthusiastically, calling him amazing. In response, the messenger noted that since that was how it had turned out, then let him continue to provide the service. Theo softened, his eyes shining as he listened to Levi and Jasper's request not to reveal this brutal truth. Then the messenger patted him on the shoulder and asked him to continue pretending to be his rooster, while he himself would play the role of his sister. Theo was shocked, his cheeks flushed, and he tried to object. However, the rooster said that there was nothing to worry about. In the end, Theo, although very embarrassed, still agreed. After this, the messenger turned away, wearily rubbing his forehead, and thought with satisfaction that in this way he would get rid of this perverted demon. Now he would no longer be forced to lay eggs for two evil people, and yet he considered himself incredibly smart. Meanwhile, Theo continued to carefully examine the egg in his hands, but the next moment his body began to gradually dissipate. However, the herald himself reacted rather indifferently, after which he sighed with relief, noting to himself that the call turned out to be temporary. Soon Jasper appeared out of nowhere and loudly asked where the hen's rooster had gone. Hearing this, the messenger instantly changed his expression and said that he had indeed returned home temporarily to hatch the egg. Then, with feigned pride, he added that their relationship was simply excellent, and that if he were only called, he would immediately appear. Levi, noticeably dejected, muttered that he had hoped to eat eggs, but the messenger, maintaining a false smile, said that this was not yet possible. It was at this moment that the messenger suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A feeling of guilt washed over him, and he wondered if it had anything to do with the fact that he had just deceived that king. This suddenly made his conscience ache, and he sank to the ground. Seeing this, Jasper and Levi anxiously asked what was happening to him. Jasper, after assessing the situation, came to the conclusion that the meat and soup he had eaten earlier were probably the cause, and now his body was undergoing changes. The main character looked down and realized that the person in front of him was clearly no longer a chicken. Soon the bird's wings opened, engulfed in raging flames, and Jasper wondered with alarm if he had become fried chicken. However, the next moment a fiery phoenix appeared before them. It soared into the sky and sparks flew around, the heat of which became unbearable. At the same time, a notification appeared on the system screen that an energy body had been discovered that could reduce thirst for 10 years. Thus, the herald officially evolved into a Lord-rank demon, a sinister fire-devouring phoenix. All the deceased demons were overcome with fear, They realized that he had already reached the rank of a ruler, and they doubted whether they could defeat him. Only the polar kitsune's soul remained calm. She had thought about this back when he had just reached national rank. After this, the soul's gazes silently turned to the side where the phoenix was calmly picking its nose. One of the demons quietly reminded them that they also had a being of the rank of a master, but the kitsune immediately explained that rank in itself meant nothing, because he too had ascended, and in this world, the strong rule. Meanwhile, the messenger was completing his promotion. After the transformation, a huge, powerful image appeared behind him, resembling a giant bird. He extended his sharp claws, finally establishing his status as a fire-devouring phoenix lord. All the warriors were mesmerized and admired its beauty and grandeur. Even though Lexi was unconscious, she was no less shocked. Upon landing, he felt his body become powerful, and even he himself was amazed at the changes that had taken place. Looking at himself, he couldn't believe that he had actually reached the rank of a ruler, and even changed his appearance. He grabbed the bracelets on his hands, realizing that he was no longer a chicken, and his appearance had changed completely. He was overcome with conflicting feelings and even apologized to his ancestors, as well as to the roosters and hens who had given birth to and raised him. However, the very next moment there was no trace left of his former greatness. With a fan in his hands, he jumped up and down and admired the fact that he had turned into a phoenix. Then, suddenly becoming serious, he said that from now on he would beat up anyone who dared to call him a chicken so hard that they would forget the word forever. But as soon as he said this, Jasper noted that the chicken had become even more beautiful. Hearing this, the phoenix roared in rage and demanded to know who still dared to call him a chicken. Jasper stared at him in confusion, while Levi, feeling threatened, quickly forced the herald to shut his mouth. The next second, he changed his facial expression, folded his hands into a heart, and said with a smile that he was grateful for the compliment. Jasper immediately brightened up and, giving a thumbs up, again noticed that the chicken was getting more and more beautiful. Inside, the messenger only silently complained about his fate, realizing that no matter what rank he achieved, in the eyes of these people he would forever remain a chicken. Finally, he sighed heavily and pressed his forehead against the wall, falling silent in resentment. At this point, One Eye leaned against the wall and wondered to himself whether these two mentally unstable guys were too strong. Then he mentally calculated their combat ranks, and remembered that the herald also had allies of the same rank who came to his aid. Moreover, after the broadcast of the trial at headquarters, Levi's combat power was fully revealed. Thinking about this, One Eye covered his head with his hand and secretly wondered what the dominant fighters from other countries would think. Meanwhile, Jasper yawned so much that tears came to his eyes. Then the main character suggested going back and resting. His partner quietly agreed, after which they approached One Eye and explained that Jasper was not feeling well, so they would like to leave early. Immediately after this, the messenger turned into a chicken and jumped into Levi's arms. One Eye watched them go and thought that it was truly wonderful that even after reaching the rank of a ruler, the messenger still obeyed Levi. Inspired, One Eye hit himself on the chest and mentally called Levi comrade. When night fell, both young men were fast asleep in separate beds. However, Jasper felt ill, and his mind was plunged into a nightmare again. He saw a white-haired man with a knife in his hands, from which blood was flowing. He coldly stated that the dagger was made of stardust, and demanded to know whether the other man was in collusion with the enemy. The stranger replied gloomily that even without cooperation, the protective barrier would not last long. The opponents were too strong, and could not be defeated now. Then the white-haired man darkened and concluded that he had betrayed him. These words struck a chord with the stranger. After a short pause, he broke down, shouting that all the gods were weakening, including the man himself. He continued to talk about how more and more gods were dying in battles, and divine power was becoming less and less. Then the stranger, with a cold smile, declared that capitulation was the only way out, and stubbornness only led to death. And at that moment, the white-haired man decided that the stranger was unworthy of being his successor. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he angrily accused his opponent of being a worthless creature. As Jasper prepared to attack in his dream, the stranger immediately retreated, and stated that there was no point in being angry with him anymore. He explained that his task was only to destroy the defense with the dagger. As soon as he finished, 4 more figures appeared nearby. They looked at Jasper with dangerous and provocative glances, and the stranger mocked him for being afraid of millennials. Jasper instantly became wary, but suddenly lightning struck from the sky. Someone ran up from behind and plunged a knife into his back. Then the robot pierced his chest from afar. Immediately after this, another opponent struck from behind. Finally, the woman brought down a powerful blow with her palm on his body. All these attacks came at once, completely suppressing the resistance. He fell to the ground, then fell into the void with blood flying around him. In reality, Jasper's face turned pale. His body was covered in sweat. He was shaking his head convulsively and groaning in horror. At that moment, someone's hand gently rose and lightly patted him on the cheek several times. Levi, who was sitting next to the bed, called his name worriedly, and gradually Jasper opened his eyes and broke out of the nightmare. Jasper burst into tears and said that he had dreamed again about bad people who brought even worse people with them and beat him to death. After hearing this, Levi instantly became angry and declared that next time he would deal with these enemies himself. The boy looked at him for a moment, confused, then wiped away his tears and quietly agreed with a smile. Meanwhile, the sky above the top floor of the academic building began to brighten. One Eye and Tracy were already waiting for the helicopter to land. Seeing the arrivals, they greeted them respectfully, and Supreme Commander Tracy also politely invited them to pass. In the conference room, he declared that Cassius's words, spoken during the broadcast, had become the biggest crisis in the history of the department. He stressed that if the fallout from this conversation could not be addressed, the consequences would be dire not only for the department, but for the entire country. Then One Eye asked if what Cassius had said about the forbidden experiment was true. The commander immediately confirmed that this was indeed the case, and that was why the consequences were so serious. He added that if Cassius had not revealed the truth, headquarters would have hidden it until the very end, because such a thing could split humanity. But he also noted that Levi is an outstanding talent and a powerful fighter, and the broadcast, despite everything, could have had a positive effect. The commander confirmed this, and explained that this was why he had come to Yanhai. He then announced that in 3 days, headquarters would conduct a new nationwide live broadcast to all special operations units. The commander explained that he was talking about negotiations with Cassius, which would determine whether it would be possible to alleviate the crisis provoked by his statements. He emphasized that talented fighters like Jasper and especially Levi would definitely appear in these negotiations. Tracy stated that she fully understands the situation and will cooperate fully with the Supreme Commander. Then One Eye, resting his chin on his hand, said that he had a question. Tracy, thoughtfully repeating his gesture, added that she had one too. They looked at each other and simultaneously voiced the same question. How exactly should these two mentally unstable types be dealt with? Then both fell silent, and a second later they spoke again in unison, admitting that, as expected, they had been thinking about the same problem. The man then suggested the idea of a live broadcast, but it was unclear what would happen if the two didn't understand the commands and started talking nonsense. Tracy clutched her head, closed her eyes, and acknowledged that if they refused to cooperate, the impact would indeed be extremely serious. Then she remembered Levi, with a completely innocent look, declaring that he chose the company of demons because they were delicious, and one could eat to one's heart's content there. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Tracy that made her feel delighted with herself. She stated that such matters should be handled by professionals. Meanwhile, Sean was sitting under a spreading tree and decided that it was time to talk to Levi and Jasper. Not long before this, Tracy and One Eye came to him to ask him to help them with something. Now Sean looked up and wondered if Levi and Jasper would be sent back later. He had just put down his mug and stood up when someone called out to him, calling him teacher, and the voice made him turn around in surprise. He saw the Supreme Commander raise his hand and remove his mask. He bowed deeply and greeted his mentor, and Sean asked how such a busy man had found time to visit him. The commander put his mask back on and explained that he had come to Yanhai on official business and had decided to visit his teacher. Sean noted with a smile that it was nice to see how the student, having become the Supreme Commander, did not forget his old mentor and remained polite. The commander bowed and admitted that he owed everything to the education he received in his youth. In response, the director laughed and noted ironically that now, as the Supreme Commander, the student would probably receive a good salary. Sean threw up his hands and laughed as he pointed to the hospital building, noting that it was leaking all over and needed equipment. He hinted that if he had the funds, he could invest in it, but the commander awkwardly looked away and admitted that his salary was not high. Suddenly, Sean's phone vibrated, indicating that funds had arrived. Despite his previous concerns, the director smiled contentedly and praised the student, urging him to continue serving the people. The commander bowed silently again, and to himself, with pain and sincerity, noted that he had always remembered the teacher's instructions. Meanwhile, 2 helicopters were flying in the sky. Jasper pressed his face against the window and asked Levi if they were heading back to headquarters. The protagonist immediately replied that the director had said that if they cooperated well, they would simply be told what exactly to say. When they arrived, the commander recalled that the incident during the broadcast had caused concern within and outside the department. Today's national broadcast was specially launched by headquarters to clarify all the statements made then. The commander immediately pointed out that the information about the forbidden laboratory was true. Demons do not eat fighters with natural bodies. The commander noted that after realizing this fact, many will come to the conclusion that warriors and demons belong to the same type of creatures. This is why headquarters hid the truth for a long time, fearing that humanity would be divided. The commander pointed out that Cassius, by revealing this, had already split society into ordinary possessors of inner strength and warriors with innate bodies. He explained that warriors with innate bodies and demons are both evolved species that cannot devour each other. However, ordinary people and ordinary bearers of inner strength are prey for them. Eventually, Cassius proposed a plan to collaborate with the demons, the goal of which was to help ordinary people and warriors become hominous. He emphasized that if people agree to this, the threat of mutual devouring between them will disappear, and the demons will become relatively safer. In conclusion, the commander stated that he was going to accept Cassius's plan and agreed to cooperate with the demons for the sake of universal development. Hearing this, Tracy and One Eye's eyes widened. Even Cassius himself could not have imagined such a development of events. The people gathered in front of the screens were also stunned and could not hold back their exclamations, wondering whether the Supreme Commander had gone mad. The commander then turned to Cassius, asking whether he, as a representative of the demonic side, could agree to cooperate. He addressed all the viewers, reminding them that Cassius was under a heart-block spell and was physically incapable of lying. Therefore, if he agreed, it would mean that humanity could indeed achieve evolution through cooperation with demons. The commander then asked Cassius again, asking directly if the demons would agree to help all of humanity. But the warrior did not say a word. This caused discontent, and viewers began to wonder why he was silent, if he had previously assured that he could help ordinary people. The commander explained that he could not lie, and therefore the only way out for him was to refuse to answer. He then stated that collaborating with demons to turn all of humanity into hominous was an impossible task. He wondered if viewers understood what the collaboration between ordinary bearers of inner power and demons would actually entail. The man explained that the demons' agreement to cooperate was already a warning sign. Their true goal is not to protect ordinary people, but to lure away only a limited number of strong and strategically valuable fighters from humanity. Ordinary people and ordinary bearers of inner strength have no value to demons. Even if such fighters try to join the evil side, due to a lack of strength they will simply be absorbed. Demons, most of whom were stronger than Cassius himself, would not voluntarily give up the opportunity to hunt humans. According to him, Cassius had only one goal: to split human society and attract ordinary bearers of inner strength to his side. Then the commander addressed everyone again, calling on ordinary people and warriors not to believe a single word of the demons. He then extended his hand and pointed at Levi, emphasizing that among the gifted fighters, he was the strongest. He noted that Levi did not succumb to the concept of evolved species proposed by Cassius and consciously chose the side of humanity. Tracy watched silently as One Eye listened to the broadcast with anger. Many viewers were deeply touched, some admitting that they too choose to protect their loved ones, since all their relatives are ordinary people. At that moment, the commander declared that, on behalf of ordinary people, he intended to sign a declaration of a united front for humanity. Suddenly Jasper leaned close to Levi's ear and reminded him that the director had said that if the commander stood up, they should stand up too. Hearing this, the hero responded briefly, after which he and the commander rose from their seats at the same time. Their sudden action attracted everyone's attention, and even caught Leon off guard. Meanwhile, the commander promised that humiliation, discrimination, or fabricated charges would never be used against fighters. The crowd burst into applause, but then suddenly fell silent when the commander announced that he was going to inform the soldiers of several facts. He began by confirming that warriors with innate bodies could indeed become stronger by eating people, just like demons. However, since they are still human, cannibalism is an abnormal behavior that crosses the moral boundary of humanism. He continued by emphasizing that such a path would have an irreversible negative impact on the consciousness of ordinary people. Warriors who become stronger by eating people will inevitably turn into monsters. If a gifted person actually takes this step, he will become an even more abnormal being than a demon. That is why, if someone does not want to turn into such a creature, he cannot cross this line. The commander then stated that, at least based on their own interests, they could still choose the path of protecting humanity. If ordinary people and ordinary carriers of profound strength are destroyed, only demons and gifted people will remain in the world. Even if both sides are evolved species and cannot devour each other, they still cannot coexist peacefully. The more demons there are, the stronger they become, and their laws of survival are initially based on the principle that the strong suppresses the weak. Even if the gifted cannot be considered food, in the eyes of demons they will inevitably become slaves. The weak will find themselves under constant. He noted that gifted people who do not possess power superior to demons will themselves become victims after the disappearance of ordinary people. If the gifted decide to rely on demons for their power, then ordinary people will be the first to be destroyed. Next will be the gifted ones themselves, even if they are not seen as food. Then the Supreme Commander placed his hand on his chest and announced that the Special Department was giving all soldiers a choice. He outlined 3 options. The first being to remain in the department, continuing to fight on the side of humanity, under government supervision. The second is to leave the department and live as an ordinary person, not participating in the fight against demons, but still being under state control. The third is to go to Haiyun Island, join the demonic society, and become an enemy of humanity. The commander added that the department will issue ID cards and smartwatches for monitoring to everyone who chooses the first or second option. If warriors with innate bodies without such watches are discovered in the future, they will be considered enemies after confirmation. He emphasized that all registered gifted people remain comrades, friends, relatives, and part of humanity. At the same time, the commander strictly forbade ordinary people and soldiers to show contempt for them or discuss them. The Supreme Commander then turned to Levi, naming him the new Lord-ranked fighter of their country, and asked him to make a choice. Then the protagonist reached out, took the smartwatch, and holding it up, declared that he intended to stand at the forefront with humanity in... The commander, watching this, was surprised that Levi was speaking with his eyes rolled up, and wondered if he was displeased with them. The young man then added that his choice was also dictated by the desire to protect his family and friends. Sean, who was watching the broadcast, was pleased and noted to himself that everything was going quite well. He did not notice how 2 hands reached out to him from behind. 2 patients grabbed his shoulders, recognizing Jasper and Levi, reminding him that one of them owed money for his watch, and the other had never delivered his special lunch. However, Sean, remaining calm, smiled and assured them that everything would be delivered, asking the patient to first put down the knife. Meanwhile, the commander thanked Levi and Jasper for their agreement and for continuing to fight shoulder to shoulder with the department. The big screen showed the main character and his partner putting on watches and raising their hands, and the audience watched closely. A girl stood in front of the table with a clock, smiling. The rest of the fighters looked at the new devices and then took them one by one. By putting on their watches, they reminded each other that they were not going to eat people, that their families were ordinary people, and asked each other to continue to trust them. Hearing this, the others also began to put on their watches. Meanwhile, the commander stood up and thanked all the soldiers who decided to trust the department. He declared that from that moment on, the Union of Humanity would exist forever. Zoel, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up, noticing that the commander was quite eloquent. Serenity breathed a sigh of relief and agreed, emphasizing that he had indeed made every effort to save humanity. At that moment, Tracy and One Eye visibly relaxed, and the girl quietly noted that events were finally starting to develop for the better. Meanwhile, in the Special Department dormitory, one man also breathed a sigh of relief. On the screen was a video call in which Stephen, a warrior of the rank of the sovereign of the state Dialgo, announced that Lungo had a new fighter of the rank of sovereign. Another warrior of the rank of ruler of the state of Shago, Hamu, immediately responded that the new fighter turned out to be very young. The blue-haired man sitting in the room chuckled and mockingly doubted the veracity of Hamu's words. Hearing this, Stephen picked up the taunt and added that it was unlikely that the new fighter could be younger than Hamu, whose face immediately turned red. He then pointed at the camera and sharply warned Mikhail not to use rude language towards his girlfriend. The man with a mocking expression sitting in the chair was Mikhail, a fighter of the lord rank of the Xiaogo state. Stephen even wiped away tears of laughter and mockingly declared that Hamu was deceiving himself, because no matter how beautiful Mikhail was, she was still a man. He began to prove that no one could say for sure unless they saw it with their own eyes. Hamu then began to extol Michael, calling him his goddess. Mikhail, however, with a gloomy expression on his face, declared that he didn't care about such words, and now he was only interested in the question of whether Sarah was alive. Hamu, gritting his teeth, impatiently declared that the woman would not die so easily, and even offered to bet a large sum of money. Stephen burst into tears of laughter and added that he was ready to bet 10 times more, assuring that Sarah was not only alive, but also continued to curse them. Mikhail noted that her curses did not matter, since without an order from the United Center of the 5 countries, they would not be able to save her anyway. Hamu immediately picked up the words of his goddess, nodding along with delight. Then Mikhail, crossing his legs, calmly expressed the hope that Sarah would be able to hold out until their arrival. Stephen recalled that there had been no contact with Sarah for 3 days, and the center of the 5 countries reported that the situation on the island remains unknown. The reasons for the escape of object number 99 from the master remain unclear, and its exact location could not be found. Stephen explained that by protecting number 99, the center could create thousands of similar ones, unlike them, because such creatures do not appear at will. Mikhail then suggested that with the arrival of a new warrior of Lord Lungo's rank, the United Department would likely speed up its actions. Stephen smiled smugly and declared that he felt the moment of their personal meeting was already close. Mikhail looked at the screen and replied that he would look forward to their trip to the island together. Hamu, however, admitted with alarm that he was not at all waiting for the moment when Object 99 would get out of control again. Everyone saw how much more terrifying it was than the demon. But Stephen dismissed these concerns, and said that in that case, he would simply liquidate the facility. Mikhail countered that it wasn't that simple. After the death of a warrior of Lord Lungo's rank, it took the Alliance 200 years to create number 99. But Hamu snorted in irritation, deciding that since the object had come out from under the ruler, it must have been poorly created from the start, and there was no shame in taking it apart. In the end, all 3 came to the same conclusion, but Hamu grunted with displeasure, expressing hope that the combat power of this object would not disappoint. Stephen added that the people of Lungo were always overly cautious, but Mikhail noted that for a 19-year-old newcomer, fear was quite natural. He then added that if he burst into tears and called for his mother, he would not hesitate to send him back to her. Meanwhile, in the capital of Lungo, inside the headquarters building of the Special Department, the commander was having a telephone conversation. He calmly confirmed that this time Lungo would appear at the same time as everyone else, and then ended the call. He noted that everything was developing exactly as he expected. As soon as Levi's identity was revealed, the creation of an alliance would become inevitable. At this time, Levi and Jasper stood nearby and listened attentively to the commander's request. He informed us that the main character needed to represent the lunar country at an extremely important international conference. Jasper, sensing the scale of what was happening, was clearly inspired and immediately expressed a desire to join. Seeing his friend's excitement, the hero automatically extended his hand towards him, thereby supporting the initiative. However, the commander was noticeably puzzled. According to the established rules, only fighters of the rank of Overlord could participate in the alliance. However, he remembered One Eye's words from earlier, with an urgent request not to separate Levi and Jasper. Moreover, Sean warned One Eye, and through him the commander, that any operations involving Levi must also include his partner. As a result, the commander allowed Jasper to act together with the main character. At the same time, he decided that if the rulers of other countries expressed dissatisfaction, he would have to deal with it personally. Meanwhile, Stephen sat at the table, resting his chin on his hands, calmly waiting for the meeting to begin. Hamu, idly playing with his knife, was skeptical about whether they would really have to go to the island with this new fighter. Mikhail, who was sitting between them, reported that he heard that the universal strength assessment equipment did not work on this man. Then Hamu grabbed the knife in irritation, sat awkwardly in the chair, and admitted that after that he had even less confidence. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Stephen was the first to turn his gaze to the door, and soon the attention of everyone present was focused there. The door opened and Levi and Jasper walked into the room, the young man leaning forward slightly and politely greeting the assembled group. Hamu and the others were frankly surprised that 2 people had come at once, so the hero calmly introduced himself and explained that Jasper was his best friend. And then Hamu's face darkened. He asked if there had been a mistake. Stephen supported him, comparing the situation to going to the toilet holding his hand. The conversation was interrupted by a telephone ringing. Mikhail immediately accepted the challenge, listened briefly to his interlocutor, and confirmed that he understood everything. He then explained to the others that Lungo had formally submitted a request to the department to allow a family member to accompany the ruler. The reason given was that the 2 had been inseparable since childhood, and their emotional state and fighting power dropped sharply when separated. Hamu was angry. It was already unclear how useful this new ruler was, and now a person of a lower level was added to him. However, Levi and his comrade looked at him with obvious bewilderment. At this point, Mikhail recalled that the current meeting was called by the department to discuss the rescue operation on the island. Jidao Island was a joint project of 5 countries. The most advanced technologies and the best minds were concentrated there. Project 99 was considered the most successful in recent years, and due to the extreme combat power of this object, There was always a ruler on the island. 4 days ago, the ruler of the Huiguo country went there to supervise the next tests, but since then, contact has been completely lost. Summing up, Mikhail said that their main task was to go to the island and try to rescue the survivors. Hamu added that they now have to deal with the project that has gotten out of control, and at the same time rescue the woman. However, neither the main character nor his partner apparently understood almost a word. The young people looked at them with wide eyes. Seeing this, Hamu quickly raised his hands and summed it up, stating that they understood everything. Then Mikhail quickly made the decision to move out immediately. Soon the group was already in the air, heading towards the target by helicopter. In the cabin, Mikhail reported that in order to reduce the risk of an accident, during each exercise, Object 99 was charged to only 10% of its energy. Therefore, if it is not possible to suppress it directly on the island, it will be possible to try to drag out the battle until the energy is completely exhausted. Hamu looked at the boys with open contempt and sharply reminded Levi that he himself insisted on taking his family with him. He warned that if something goes wrong, he shouldn't cry or ask for help. But the hero calmly stated that he would protect Jasper. Hamu narrowed his eyes and mockingly expressed the hope that he would actually cope and not prove incapable of even defending himself. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix woke up, stretched sweetly, and only then noticed the strange silence around. Looking around, he wondered where Levi and Jasper had disappeared to. Realizing that the two were not around, the creature instantly became enraged, deciding that the treacherous people had abandoned him in the dormitory again. However, the very next second he lay back down on the pillow, deciding that the first day without hatching eggs could well be considered a vacation. True, he was not able to lie still, after tossing and turning a bit. The phoenix, with a gloomily look, began to think about whether to start laying eggs again. This thought immediately made him shake himself and mentally scold himself for such stupidity. He reminded himself that he no longer had to do this. Meanwhile, Lexi was holding a jar of rice water in her hands and beaming with joy. Augustus had the same jar, and he himself looked unusually lively. They stood at the door as if waiting for someone. At that moment, August's phone rang. One-eyed asked if the messenger had woken up yet and how things were going with them. At that moment, the door slowly opened, and the phoenix majestically stepped out, illuminating everything around with a golden glow. The boys immediately began to list all the dishes they had brought him, but the creature irritably refused everything offered. The phoenix noted to himself that his tastes had indeed changed. Then Lexi hurriedly brought the prepared bamboo, and August brought the pure and sweet mountain spring water. The phoenix's eyes lit up, his drool began to flow, and he began to eat greedily. He admitted to himself that it was indeed incredibly delicious. Meanwhile, the situation on the helicopter where our heroes were flying was still quite tense. Hamu noticed with irritation that the two were acting as if they were on vacation. Stephen burst into tears of laughter, agreeing with this observation, while Mikhail watched silently, not expressing his opinion. Jasper, meanwhile, was looking around with delight. He pointed forward and admiringly drew the hero's attention to the blue water. Suddenly the pilot sounded an alarm, pointing at something ahead. A huge vortex of water began to form from beneath the surface of the sea, rapidly approaching the nose of the helicopter. Stephen assumed that Subject 99 was able to manipulate water, since that was clearly not Sarah's ability. Then the pilot reported that the island was already very close, but it was impossible to get closer because of the tornado. And then Hamu grinned confidently, playing with his knife, and declared that in that case all they could do was jump. He then placed his hand on Levi's shoulder and with a provocative smile, challenged Lord Lungo to prove his abilities. The helicopter door swung open and Hamu stood at the hatch as the wind roared in. Turning around, he called out to Stephen and Mikhail. Then he jumped down without hesitation, mockingly throwing out that he would see who would reach the island first. Michael also stood up and, waving to Levi, noted that the island was extremely dangerous. Therefore, if the hero does not want anything to happen to his companion, now is the time to send him back along with the helicopter. With these words, he followed Hamu, and Levi watched them, not fully understanding the meaning of what was said. At this point, Stephen reminded him that Jasper did not have the power of a ruler, which meant that no one could guarantee his safety on the island. Having finished his sentence, he also jumped down, finally emphasizing that they did not take responsibility for their fate. Levi didn't argue, he just calmly and politely repeated that he would protect Jasper. Meanwhile, Hamu was the first of the team to reach the bottom, falling rapidly until he found himself next to a waterspout. Then Stephen used his own skill and began to glide across the sea surface. At that very moment, a huge ice mass appeared on the water, and Mikhail, having taken the form of a beast, walked across the sea, controlling this block. It was a Shaoguo Lord rank skill called Ice Beast King. Stephen, increasing the gravity beneath his feet, landed on the shore, emitting red flames. Looking around, he asked if the helicopter had returned. Mikhail noticed that the Lungo representatives were still nowhere to be seen. However, at that very moment, Levi and Jasper suddenly appeared in front of them, and the protagonist calmly clarified where exactly they should go. The three men stood frozen in place with blank expressions on their faces. Hamu then pointed his hand in a stunned manner and suggested that Levi might be a spatial type. Michael and Stephen were also surprised, although not as violently. Hamu immediately jumped off the ice beast and concluded that it was now clear why it dared to take a companion with it. He pointed at Levi and Jasper, stating that they were spatial types, which was almost cheating. He then smugly noted that even if the combat power was low, the ability to instantly disappear made survivability almost perfect. However, Levi and Jasper didn't really understand this stream of words. Mikhail, resting his chin on his hand, thoughtfully noted that spatial abilities clearly should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the tornado continued to furiously approach the fighters. Stephen reported that the energy fluctuations there were extremely strong, and Mikhail immediately concluded that Sarah and object number 99 were most likely there. On the other side of the island, sand humanoids appeared, continuously cut by streams of water. Sarah fought the water vortex, furious because no one warned her that Object 99 was capable of controlling water tornadoes. At this moment, the girl was already at her limit. Her body was trembling, and concentration was difficult. The whirlwinds turned into sharp columns of water and rushed towards her. The sand creatures she controlled were completely destroyed. She then immediately activated another skill, raising a wall of sand. However, it also couldn't withstand the flow of water, and the defenses were broken through. It was obvious that the water attacks seemed to be deliberately aiming to kill her. At that moment, subject number 99 suddenly appeared from behind, coldly noting that he had finally dealt with her sand soldiers. The cyborg, who possessed strength above the rank of an overlord, chuckled, mentioning that 3 days of fighting the sand creatures had been extremely tiring. He then prepared to deliver the killing blow, his hand covered in scarlet wind blades slamming down on Sarah. The only thought that flashed through the girl's head was about the end. However, the expected pain did not follow. Opening her eyes, she saw a blurry silhouette. Levi was standing in front of her. The main character blocked the attack in time. Sarah looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in confusion, not understanding who he was. Meanwhile, Levi sent Object 99 flying with a powerful blow, then began to unleash a series of attacks, his strength leaving no time for the enemy to defend itself. Nevertheless, he confidently declared that human strength, even that of a ruler, was not capable of harming him. But the sentence was cut off when Levi smashed his head with a crushing blow. The subject was shocked by such power. After the beating, he was thrown far to the side where he rolled on the sand. The hero, turning to Sarah, clarified whether it was really enough to simply throw this thing away to save people. Then he turned and asked if she needed help. However, at that moment, the girl was again caught by the stream of water, thrown aside and forcefully slammed into the ground. She was seriously wounded and coughed up blood, almost without strength. The team immediately ran up to her, and Stephen noted with amazement that object number 99 had already been effectively neutralized. Mikhail paused, realizing that Lord Lungo had accomplished the task before their arrival, and his combat power was questionable. Then, after checking the girl's condition, he concluded that she was seriously wounded, but still alive. Meanwhile, Stephen approached the defeated Object 99 and discovered that the energy level was almost depleted, essentially turning it into scrap metal. He couldn't help but wonder how much effort Sarah had expended before Levi's appearance, and what state the object had been in before his intervention. At the same time, he could not help but admit that the Lord of Lungo turned out to be even stronger than he expected. Then Levi, looking at Sarah, noted that her life energy was weak, and she had almost stopped breathing. The Hamu anxiously asked if she would die. At that moment, Jasper cautiously leaned forward, curiously asking if they needed a doctor. Everyone looked at him in surprise, clearly doubting the guy's qualifications. Levi immediately took him by the hand and introduced him to the others, explaining that Jasper's healing abilities were quite professional. Then Stephen finally understood why the hero had insisted so much on taking his companion with him, and urged Hamu not to delay and to immediately save Sarah. Then Jasper took out the needles, and Hamu immediately recognized them as the famous Eastern technique of miraculous acupuncture. Stephen watched as Jasper carefully inserted the needle into the girl's head, and immediately noted that his movements were without the slightest hesitation. Hamu immediately picked up on this idea, stating that the technique itself was faster than any Eastern acupuncture he had seen before. Stephen, however, not fully believing what was happening, noted that in front of them was probably a true master among masters. Then Jasper calmly explained that in fact it's not that difficult, and it's enough to just inject where it looks the most inappropriate. After the procedure was completed, he looked puzzled. He wondered why everything was already finished, and Sarah still had not come to her senses. Sarah herself lay motionless on the ground with several needles in her head, and looked extremely pitiful. At that moment, the previously defeated robot suddenly began to emit red light again. He sat up abruptly, his eyes glowing with an ominous gleam. Almost immediately, Hamu spat out a mouthful of blood and was struck in the back with a powerful blow. The cyborg's fist was so powerful that it generated steam. Michael and Steven were stunned, not understanding what had happened. Seeing this, the protagonist instantly pulled Jasper back. The hot steam emanating from the robot filled the space, forcing everyone to retreat immediately. Steven gritted his teeth as he realized he had nearly been hit by the explosion of steam that had erupted from Hamu's body. He believed that with such a level of energy he should have already been written off. However, suddenly stopping, he stated that the robot's energy level was already extremely low, meaning it shouldn't have moved at all. However, he quickly concluded that even if the object was capable of movement, it no longer mattered. Hamu's steam had penetrated the hull, and soon the robot would short-circuit completely and fail completely. And indeed, object number 99 staggered for a while, as if about to do something. However, the next moment he simply collapsed onto the sand. Everyone approached him cautiously, and Steven examined him and concluded that this time the robot was indeed deactivated. Mikhail asked if it was true that Hamu's steam could only be used 3 times a day, and that each time it caused damage to the nerves. Remembering this, Mikhail involuntarily admitted that the impact of object number 99, which was able to trigger such a reaction, was clearly very powerful. Then he wondered if that was why Lord Lungo had so quickly suppressed the enemy earlier. And then suddenly Hamu turned around and shouted at Steven in anger, reminding him that he had assured everyone that the facility would be completely dismantled and decommissioned. Steven, ignoring his anger, sarcastically replied that at that energy level, the robot was indeed considered a write-off. Hamu, completely enraged, muttered once again that everything has its reason. And just when everyone thought he had calmed down, the man suddenly kicked the robot's head hard, sending it flying. Steven flew up to Mikhail and asked if Hamu had become even more hot-tempered, and he noted that nerve damage could do that too. Then Jasper pulled Levi along with him, offering to check what exactly had flown off, while Hamu began looking around again for Steven. Everyone was busy with their own business, and no one noticed that the robot's severed head began to emit a red glow again. Mikhail noted that Steven's scanner was never wrong, but the behavior of Object 99 and its control of water flows looked strange. Suddenly, something pierced the Ice Crystal Beast King, leaving a huge hole in it. Everyone instantly jumped to the sides, and then suddenly the robot's head hung in the air, emitting a scarlet light and showing everyone an ominous smile. Everyone was shocked that she was still able to move. Steven tried to attack her, but quickly realized that the object was being controlled by someone. Moreover, he easily dodges all of his attacks. Then the Ice Beast King raised his fist, trying to crush the head. Mikhail, recalling the previous attack, mentally noted that the ice, the strength of which was comparable to diamond, had nevertheless been broken through. He gritted his teeth and put even more force into the blow, not believing that his opponent would withstand it. He increased the hardness of the bear's paw by 10 times, and thought that the cyborg would definitely not be able to withstand this. From the outside, Steven even thought that watching an enraged ice bear was an impressive sight. However, suddenly something made the beast stop. His arm cracked and the robot's head suddenly burst free. The cyborg noted with disdain that this was the pinnacle of human tactics, which turned out to be extremely disappointing. The next moment suddenly someone's hand grabbed my head. The cyborg turned around in horror and recognized the protagonist, unable to restrain his indignation at his ridiculous hat. Levi didn't answer, just took a stance, and with a slight movement sent his head flying like a baseball. The robot swore indignantly, but it didn't help. He was thrown into the sand, after which Levi's foot landed on top of him. Everyone watched in silence as Levi dealt with his opponent. Then the protagonist turned his head and asked the others for their opinion on whether or not to crush the object completely. At that moment, the robot under his foot desperately resisted, claiming that it could not be destroyed, because people created it for their own salvation. However, the Trinity of Rulers were frankly too lazy to listen to this, and they unanimously decided that the object was subject to destruction. At that very moment, Levi crushed the machine's head, but part of the body began to move again. Hamu stepped on it in irritation a few more times, muttering that now the object was definitely written off. However, before he could finish speaking, the robot's body suddenly burst out from under Hamu's foot with such speed that no one had time to react. After this, he completely stopped trusting Steven's words. sarcastically declaring that, apparently, the fate of his country was truly doomed. Stephen himself, in turn, was angry with himself for having misjudged the situation for the 5th time. It was then that Levi suddenly jumped up and swung his leg with force. The main character sent the robot's body flying with one blow. He tried to cover himself with his hand, but it was instantly broken and flew to the side, and the body itself flew more than 10 meters. Levi didn't stop, immediately catching up with him and stepping on him again, completely turning him into a pile of rubble. He then turned back to the others, still looking a little confused, and asked if this one should be killed too. The 3 fighters, without hesitation, once again unanimously confirmed that this was exactly what needed to be done. A crunch was heard, and the robot was finally destroyed. After this, Levi approached Jasper. The young man immediately began to praise the hero, noting that he looked very impressive in battle. Levi, although pleased with the praise, pretended not to care, claiming that it was all the fault of some madman with mental problems. Mikhail watched them. Initially, the threat of object number 99 seemed serious, but the Lord of Lungo handled the mission surprisingly easily. But suddenly it dawned on him, the mission was not over yet. The real controller of object number 99 had never been found. At that moment, the Levi system issued a notification about the appearance of a large energy body, capable of providing its owner with energy for 10 years. Levi's face instantly became serious. He turned around and headed in the direction indicated. Gradually, a creature began to rise from the sea, the water enveloping the wreckage of the robot. Suddenly, someone's voice declared with contempt that after 1,000 years of development, humanity had deeply disappointed him. The flow of water began to take on a human form, and soon a merman, a demon of the Lord rank, an ancient Triton named Sheyu, emerged from the water. His gaze slid over the group with interest, and he said that compared to the object, people represented a much more valuable victim for its owner. Mikhail immediately realized that it was this creature that was behind the control of object number 99. Sheyu looked down on the people from above, and Levi's system issued a warning again. He possessed a special aura that defied analysis. Hearing this, Levi instantly stepped forward, covering old John, and increased his vigilance. Jasper stared at Sheyu, his eyes suddenly widening as if he sensed something frightening. Sheyu himself remembered how he once sat in a pond, spending time alone. He was covered in wounds and tears were streaming from his eyes. Suddenly he saw the silhouette of a man who called him to him. It was Jasper. He knelt down and beckoned the mermaid to him with his hand. Despite his fear of that clawed hand, Sheyu still swam closer, hesitating. He was scared, but he still obeyed. Then the man reached out and gently touched Sheyu's forehead. The mermaid closed his eyes in horror, but the next moment the golden light completely healed all his wounds. Sheyu touched his own body in shock and realized that the pain had disappeared. Fear gave way to gratitude. Then he sincerely thanked his savior, admitting that he was ashamed of his mistrust. The man just calmly turned away, telling him not to pay any attention to it. As he left, he recalled that when he came to the tribe, Sheyu was the only survivor of the ancient merman clan. Jasper told him to live on, to preserve the last hope of his people. Sheyu couldn't hold back his tears, and only briefly responded with agreement. At that moment, an oath was born in his heart. From now on, that man would become his master, and Sheyu himself would find a reason to live for him. Later, Sheyu lay in the dark abyss of water, looking at the night sky and then at his tail, and silently cried. He firmly decided that he was ready to experience the pain that his master had experienced himself. Gritting his teeth, he tore out one scale, then another, and another, until the blood mixed with the water. The entire surface of the water was covered with his bloody scales. And suddenly a voice was heard that stopped him. Sheyu turned around and saw the same man lying in the water, wounded and barely alive. The mermaid swam quickly and called him his master. In the dark water, a man in white clothes lay, exhausted and covered in scars. However, Sheyu did not panic. He only sat down next to him, quietly crying at his hand, and wished him peace. However, Jasper only looked at him and then at the dark-haired man behind him. His name was Mugu. He then added that they both betrayed him. Sheyu's hands trembled. He clenched them into fists and said with effort that he would always be his master. The merman's tears were streaming down his face, and his tail was already stained red from the scales. Each of his tears turned into a sparkling pearl. The owner also closed his eyes, and his body seemed to begin to evaporate. He changed his appearance, gradually turning into a sparkling white dragon. Then Sheyu reached out to the dragon's body, without thinking, tearing off its scales. After that, he attached it to his tail. Mugu watched this. He witnessed all of Sheyu's actions. Sheyu, meanwhile, sighed with satisfaction as he watched his tail recover, becoming even more majestic than before. It was the power of the dragon scale, a sacred armor that possessed protection that was impervious to all physical and magical damage. When the merman returned to the present, a voice called his name twice. Xiaoyu froze, his expression darkening. In his eyes now there was only the image of a white-haired youth being protected by a man. He stopped, unable to believe it. His body was shaking. His hands were clenched into fists. His eyes were full of malice. He couldn't believe it. It was a human aura, just a tiny human. He could not understand how such a man could be so similar to his master. Unable to contain himself, he lunged at Jasper, completely ignoring Levi, who stood in his way. Jasper was grabbed by the neck, and Xiaoyu threw him forcefully to the ground. Levi was too stunned to react. Xiaoyu squeezed his neck fiercely, one thought spinning in his head. He kept asking who this man was. Meanwhile, Jasper himself couldn't breathe. His face turned red. He was greedily gasping for air. Levi reacted quickly, flying towards the demon and slashing towards Xiaoyu. However, he quickly pulled his hand back and retreated. The blow was completely absorbed by the sand. Levi stood up, helped Jasper up and looked at Xiaoyu, his gaze blazing with malice. He remained in the air, wondering why he retreated. After he received absolute protection, he was not afraid of any attacks. But at that moment, under the influence of this man's aura, he recoiled. He realized that among the people there was a strong one, someone who could make him afraid. Jasper's face didn't look very good. He rubbed his neck and replied that it hurt a lot. Xiaoyu's face was grim, his thoughts returning to his master. He thought that his master never showed weakness in front of people, did not show his wounds, and did not seek protection from others. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He was sure that no one deserved this. His eyes turned bloodshot and he began to control the water, causing it to rage. Xiaoyu flew like the wind, but his mind refused to accept it. He could not understand how someone could be worthy of his face and life in this world. The merman flew towards Levi and Jasper, holding out his hand and preparing to attack the puny man. However, Levi said that he would not allow him to do this. He punched the mermaid in the neck, and he did not have time to dodge. He could only use absolute defense to protect himself, and the rainbow light surrounded him, protecting him. Levi's blow was incredibly powerful, creating a strong wind. He frowned and added that he would not allow Jasper to be harmed. However, Xiaoyu sneered and declared that no one could break his absolute defense. He swung at Levi, and the system immediately warned that the scales on his fingers also carried dangerous radiation. Soon, Xiaoyu clenched his hand, preparing to attack, but Levi instantly teleported to his friend. He grabbed it and quickly dodged the attack. Hamu, who was standing behind him, suddenly shouted, asking why the Overlord rank couldn't penetrate his defense. Michael, who was observing what was happening, noted that this demon was at least of the rank of a ruler. Xiaoyu was pleased and stated that under absolute protection, all physical and magical attacks were useless against him. He added that the man could not harm him, and reminded him that it was his master who possessed the most powerful ability. Before he could finish his speech, Levi felt a threat from behind. Jasper didn't realize what was happening when Levi pulled him aside again. In doing so, he made it so that Xiaoyu missed. The merman was dissatisfied and wanted to destroy the humans, believing that there was no way for them to escape his attack. But just as he was about to continue his attack, Mikhail and his team realized that it was time for them to join the fight. In an instant, Steven was right behind Xiaoyu and prepared to attack. At that very moment, Hamu put a knife to his neck and enveloped his entire body in his poisonous vapor. The man was already prepared to deliver the decisive blow straight to the demon's neck. However, as soon as the blade touched his body, he felt as if the blow had struck ice. In an instant, Xiaoyu found himself right next to the ice bear Mikhail. The man inside the beast froze in horror, realizing that his icy armor was beginning to crack under the demon's onslaught. Xiaoyu had already managed to move behind him, and couldn't help but notice how pathetic these little people were. He struck Mikhail with his claws, shouting that they were no match for him. The boys watched in horror as the demon cut off one of the ice beast's paws. At the last moment they jumped away from the falling boulders, but Xiaoyu had already managed to teleport behind Steven. The man turned around and realized with horror how fast their opponent was. Before he could do anything, Xiaoyu hit him with all his might, sending him straight down into the sand. At that moment, Michael tried to gather his last strength to resist the demon. And then he suddenly saw a drop of water in front of him, and a shocking realization came to his mind. He loudly announced his discovery, explaining that the water surrounding Subject 99's body was what allowed Shay to teleport. It appeared at points where he could move, and he used it for positioning. Mikhail quickly explained that this was exactly the water that Xiaoyu had left on the beach beforehand. As he finished his speech, fire surrounded the water ball, Steven controlling the flames to affect Xiaoyu's water. Sheyu moved quickly and reported that the water he controlled was evaporating on the beach. He could not change its position arbitrarily. After that, Sheyu moved to the sea. He thought that now he couldn't approach Levi so easily. An evil smile spread across his lips, and he declared that the nightmare was just beginning. The system transmitted a warning to Levi about the appearance of a special magnetic field around the energy body, which transformed into a god sphere. After several mental warnings, the system began to interrupt and then disappeared. In Stephen's mental world, his face frowned, and the thought that he was a Dialgo Lord rank appeared in his mind. Stephen glanced to the left and assessed Hama with his mental eye. He noticed that his mind was in disarray, and his steam, which was the source of his increased thermal energy, was liable to explode at any moment. Then Stephen's gaze moved to the right, and he glanced at Mikhail. Although the beast's ice crystal Mikhail was slightly different from his energy, Stephen noticed that his thermal energy was holding him back. Finally, he focused his gaze on Levi, the newly arrived Lord rank from Lungo. Levi seemed even stronger than all of them. Stephen decided that if he wanted to become the strongest person, he needed to defeat and kill Levi. In the real world, a glint of menace flashed in Stephen's eyes. Then he grinned mockingly and raised his gun. However, it wasn't just Stephen who was being manipulated. At this time, Michael also focused on Levi. Although Levi was a spatial type, his power completely surpassed that of Object 99. Looking at Levi, he thought he wanted to know how much stronger he was than him. He decided to try to find out. Mikhail stood on the ground, taking a fighting stance. He thought that in the future, it would be important on the international stage whether Diaoguo or Lungguo deserved more attention. The third member of their team, Hamu, also resisted these thoughts. He was infuriated by what was happening. This time, the new rank of the ruler from Lungo completely stole all the attention during the mission on the island. In his thoughts, Hamu wondered irritably if the spatial type was really that impressive. Noticing how Mikhail was looking at Levi, the young man noted with hidden anger that the goddess was constantly paying attention to the main character. Clenching his fists, Hamu plunged into a stream of resentment and anger, mentally vowing that at the first opportunity, he would beat the hero half to death. Thinking about this, he even let out a crazy laugh. Returning to reality, Hamu immediately sprang into action and abruptly jerked behind Levi. At that moment, his fist was only a few centimeters from the protagonist's body. However, Levi already had a premonition of danger. The hero realized that Jasper was behind him. He could not allow him to get hurt. Looking at the young man, Levi reminded himself that he had already promised to protect him at any cost. The protagonist's eyes filled with determination. He made it clear that anyone who dared to come close would be destroyed. The next moment, Levi jumped up sharply, dodging the combined attack of 3 opponents. Then he moved behind Stephen with lightning speed and kicked him with terrifying force. The impact impulse spread almost 100 meters. Stephen was thrown to the ground, coughing and barely catching his breath. Levi looked at him coldly. Then the hero, without the slightest hesitation, crushed his hand, and blood instantly spurted out. Seeing this, Jasper's face turned pale with fear. He looked at what was happening with horror, and his whole body trembled. When Levi heard Jasper's voice, the expression on his bloody face froze. Meanwhile, he slammed his fist down on the Ice Crystal Beast King, red energy swirling around his hand. Mikhail looked in shock at the beast's destroyed body, not believing that its icy defense could be destroyed with just one blow. He was confusedly trying to figure out where Levi was now. But before he could figure it out, a figure flashed behind him. A threatening glint flashed in the protagonist's eyes, and he furiously kicked the ice beast, which was still covering Mikhail, in the back of its head. The head of the King of Beasts cracked, finally collapsing. Mikhail himself lost his support and began to fall down. But it didn't end there. Levi kicked again, this time directly at Mikhail, increasing the speed of his fall. He fell face down on the ground. The impact shook the surface. He spat out a mouthful of blood and, trembling, tried to rise. The protagonist slowly turned his head, and behind him lay Stephen, completely immobilized and covered in blood. Levi formed a fireball in his left hand, his gaze remaining cold and filled with killing intent. Soon, thick smoke rose up around him. The flames grew, forcing Hama to move quickly through the curtain of smoke. He held a small knife in his hands, and another blade he was clenching with his teeth. He couldn't understand how a spatial type could control the fire element. But the next moment his eyes widened in horror. He realized that Levi had already appeared behind him. Hamu clenched his fist, about to strike, but Levi had already struck, sending him flying with monstrous speed. Having flown to the side, he rolled on the ground several times and remained lying there, barely alive and completely immobilized. The hero came close and stood right above his head. Then he raised his foot and brought it down on Hamu's head. Just as he was about to finish him off, a scream from behind made Levi stop. The protagonist turned around abruptly, still radiating a murderous aura. Jasper, trembling with fear, called his name, his face turned pale and his body continued to shake. Then Levi removed his foot from Ham's head. He looked closely at Jasper and quietly said that there was still an enemy in front of him. With these words, he headed towards the young man. At this moment, Jasper was overcome with real terror. He retreated step by step, while Levi inexorably approached. The protagonist quietly repeated to himself the rule: protect those behind him and destroy everyone in front of him. Jasper continued to call out to him in panic, his eyes tightly closed and trembling. He tried to convince himself that there was no need to be afraid. After all, in front of him was Levi, his best friend, who would not raise a hand to him. However, the next second, a picture of Levi raising his fist straight to his face flashed before his mind's eye. Jasper couldn't bear it anymore and screamed, choking on tears. Just when the blow was about to reach him, the messenger, lying on the hammock, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sat up abruptly, feeling a strange discomfort and not understanding where this feeling came from. At the same moment when Jasper called out to Levi in reality, the protagonist's fist stopped in the air. Then the voice of the system sounded in his mind, insistently calling him to wake up. The system reported that he had received a mental attack. The system's voice continued to warn that if he allowed his evil thoughts to get out of control, he would lose his mind. Although he has a mental illness, his mental defenses are weak, and he is practically defenseless against such attacks. And yet there is a choice. He can come face to face with his inner self. At that moment, a struggle began in his heroic consciousness. He saw his own darkness, accepted it, and allowed it to be a part of himself. And then memories came flooding back to him. He remembered the hospital room and himself next to Jasper. Then Jasper excitedly told them that he wanted to buy a watch, but almost 9 million was too expensive, and they didn't have that kind of money. Then he just lay down, deciding to forget about it and go to sleep. However, 14-year-old Levi took his wishes seriously. Soon morning came, and a nurse was pushing a cart with medicines down the corridor. Suddenly Levi appeared right behind her, greatly frightening the girl. He asked if she needed help and if she could give him money. The nurse was sweating, but she turned around, smiled, and offered him a simple deal. If he pushed the cart to the end of the corridor, she would give him 1 yuan. Levi silently grabbed the cart and agreed. When the cart reached the end of the corridor, the girl confirmed with a smile that he had fulfilled his promise and handed him a coin. Levi stared at the shiny yuan for a few seconds. However, he then abruptly turned the cart around and ran away. But he returned just as quickly and declared that she now owed him 2 coins. The nurse was perplexed as she watched the boy disappear and reappear, rushing down the corridor again and again. She felt like she was going to go crazy from all this, because Levi pushed her cart until late in the evening. Soon he stopped in front of her again and calmly announced that the final amount was 30,000. The girl was completely confused, and when she came to her senses, she got angry and began to scold him, accusing him of robbery. However, Levi reminded her that she had promised to pay him 1 yuan for every time he delivered the cart, and he had done so 30,000 times. The nurse was beside herself with rage and, clutching her head, tried to calm herself with the thought that she was dealing with a mentally ill child. At that moment, a man with slightly graying hair approached. It was Director Sean. He good-naturedly asked what was going on here. The nurse immediately began to complain in tears, pointing at Levi and claiming that he had deceived her. Levi was still standing, holding onto the cart, listening silently. The girl wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, and the director gently patted her on the shoulder, calming her down and saying that it was nothing serious, and nothing serious had happened. He then handed Levi a paper with 30,000 yuan written on it. Sean explained that the check contained money he had honestly earned that day. Seeing the check and hearing these words, Levi was genuinely happy, thanked the director, and clutching the paper with his wounded hands, happily left. Behind him remained the nurse and the director, who were glad that they had finally made the boy happy. However, already at the exit, Levi turned around and said that he would return to help tomorrow. At that moment, the nurse's smile disappeared and the director's face turned pale. Levi himself happily walked towards Jasper, intending to tell him that he had earned money. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the young man cheerfully waving his hand at him. Jasper happily informed him that he had been looking for him for a long time. He showed off the watch he bought because the old man gave him a discount, and the watch only cost 1 coin. He exchanged it for a bottle of cola. The main character chuckled quietly and sadly, quickly hiding the paper behind his back. Then he chuckled again with the same depressed expression on his face. Late that night, Jasper was sleeping peacefully in the next bed when a pair of feet approached the bed. Levi's face was gloomy, and his gaze was fixed on the sleeping boy. He brought his hand to his mouth, ran his tongue over his fingers, and then extended his damp palm toward Jasper, repeating the action several times. In the morning, when the sun appeared over the horizon, a piercing cry broke the silence and scared the birds outside the window. The main character woke up suddenly. Next to him, Jasper was crying loudly and calling his name. Seeing that the hero had woken up, the young man extended his hand and showed his watch. Now there were no numbers or hands on it. He said in despair that the watch was broken, adding that he had bought it only yesterday and had even been waiting for this moment. Levi immediately ran up to him with a check in his hands, showing that he had money. His palms were covered with red marks and scars. The hero honestly explained that he had earned this money yesterday, that the director had given it to him himself, and that the wounds on his hands would soon heal. Hearing this, Jasper noticeably perked up, reacted approvingly, and sincerely praised him. Then Levi, smiling, said that he would buy him a new watch, and Jasper nodded happily. Soon a new watch appeared on his wrist, and he admired it with delight. The hero, sitting next to him, explained that this watch cost 30,000 and was much better than the old cheap ones, which meant it wouldn't break so easily. Jasper was so happy that his eyes sparkled, and he noted with gratitude that this was his favorite gift. Levi was also pleased, sharing this feeling. However, this memory was cut short by Jasper's scream. Calling the hero by name, Leon suddenly opened his eyes, covered in sweat. Jasper stood in front of him, happily asking if it was really him. Levi frowned and called out his name, but the words were cut off halfway. The next moment, blood splashed on his face. The hero saw with horror that a black hand had pierced Jasper's neck. Almost immediately, Sheu appeared behind him, quietly declaring that he would keep his promise to destroy and kill. His eyes were dull, filled with contempt, and the mockery never left his face. He said that the hero would not be able to escape. Levi was frozen with horror, not knowing what to do. But then he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He attacked from behind, his eyes bloodshot. However, Sheu sensed danger and instantly shifted, moving at the speed of light. Jasper immediately collapsed onto the sand. His body was shaking. The pain from the wound on his neck was becoming unbearable. He could no longer hold on. The young man staggered and began to fall down. However, the protagonist instantly picked him up. He pressed the weakened body to himself, calling him with a trembling voice. Jasper whispered softly that he was in a lot of pain. Levi's eyes filled with despair, and tears began to flow down his cheeks. The system immediately issued a notification about the urgent need for treatment. He was automatically given an advanced potion in his dying state for 4% of his energy. Levi pulled out a glowing bottle and, with trembling hands, tried to give his friend some water, begging him not to die. However, the system immediately reported that the situation was critical. The trachea was severely damaged, so the medicine could not enter the body. In desperation, the hero demanded more vials of the potion from the system. At that moment, a dull thud was heard behind him and blood gushed from his body. As it turned out, Sheu attacked from behind, smiling triumphantly. He noted that Levi had awakened from the siren's song, recognizing him as a rare and powerful person, but stressed that this was still not enough. However, the hero ignored everything around him, continuing to try to get Jasper drunk, the system in a panic warning him of serious injuries. Then Sheu pulled his hand out of his body and threw Levi away in one movement. The hero flew several meters and fell to the ground. He raised himself with difficulty and heard Sheu enticingly invite him to come with him. The Russell promised that he would become the most valuable human gift for the Lord. In this way, he will gain even greater power. However, the answer was a fist flying straight into the mermaid's face. Sheu dodged, and Levi immediately launched another attack. However, the enemy was playing with him, constantly teleporting. At the same time, the hero, as if mad, dealt increasingly powerful blows. Sheu calmly stated that even if Levi's strength had already surpassed the level of a master, he had only just touched the edge of the divine. He recalled that his absolute defense was once his strongest ability and allowed him to repel invasions for millennia. His master used her to lead all the gods and resist the invaders. He then extended his sharpened claws and said that such protection could not be penetrated. A claw strike sent Levi flying into the air. After that, he fell heavily to the ground, causing a strong tremor. The sky suddenly darkened and a torrential rain poured down. The main character, all wounded, lay and stared blankly at the sky. The system issued new notifications. A critical aid potion was required for 4% energy, but supplies were insufficient. The rain continued to pour, and Levi looked at Jasper. Then, overcoming the pain, he tried to get up. At this time, Sheu mockingly noted that rainy weather was his element, and asked if the hero was sure that he wanted to die. The system issued a final warning. Blood loss had exceeded 30%. His condition was critical. His death was near. Levi took a step forward, each step leaving a trail of blood on the wet sand. At this moment, the system confirmed that the passive skill God of War had been successfully activated, and the owner had entered the corresponding state. Meanwhile, Sheu remembered how Mugu explained to him that he possessed an ancient talent of the siren race, which allowed him to change his position with water. Combined with absolute defense, this made him invincible below the divine rank. He added that if Sheu's psychic power reached the rank of an overlord or higher, it would become extremely difficult to kill him. Then Sheu, trembling, replied that since things had come to this, he was obliged to become stronger, otherwise he would be unworthy of his master. However, Mugu believed that constant strengthening alone was not enough, and suggested that they search the planet together for truly strong creatures. Sheu asked anxiously if such strong opponents were capable of defeating him. In response, he heard the cold explanation that there was probably no one on Earth who could defeat him. The remaining gods were already trapped, and the strongest person of the Lord rank had only just reached the divine threshold. Moreover, even without reaching the rank of a god, no one could break through his absolute defense. Soon these memories dissipated. In the present, Sheu watched as Levi's body gradually changed. The rain intensified, the sky became covered with clouds, and the seals on the protagonist's body shimmered blindingly. Sheu explained with feigned confidence that in rainy weather he was able to silently merge with the water and move to any point. However, the hero completely ignored his chatter. In an instant, Levi disappeared and immediately appeared behind Sheu. The protagonist, without holding back, unleashed a series of blows on his enemy, and the latter could only defend himself. For the first time, Sheu felt fear. He didn't even have time to change positions, and the speed of Levi's spatial movements was frighteningly high. Another powerful blow made Sheu notice with horror a crack in his protective shell. Mugu's words about how even with absolute protection, one should be careful when facing divine power came back to him. Previously, Sheu did not understand why this protection was considered absolute, since even divine-ranked beings could not penetrate it. Then he learned that this protection had special scales. Now Sheu could only watch in horror as Levi's attacks became more and more violent. Wherever he teleported, the hero immediately followed him, the cracks in his barrier growing. Sheu furiously tried to attack with his claws, and the next moment the mermaid's claws collided with the hero's fists. The impact was so powerful that the earth shook, and the protective layer of Sheu was covered with a network of faults. The moment the defense was broken, his sharp claws also became curved and deformed. One of his hands was pierced through, and Sheu froze in shock. He quickly jumped away from Levi, pain contorting his face. The idea that after 1,000 years a man could injure him seemed incredible. However, Levi didn't give him a second to breathe and rushed forward again, the confidence completely disappearing from Sheu's eyes. Fragments of the past surfaced in his mind. The moment when an iron rod with a dagger pierced his master's defense and struck the reverse scale. Then the scales fell, the protection was destroyed, and only after that were the alien forces able to deal with the owner. As a result, several scales fell into the mortal world. Absolute defense without reverse scale was incomplete and could only block attacks below divine rank. But now the rain kept pouring down, and Levi's blows became more and more violent. Huge cracks almost completely covered the protective layer of the Rusal. Looking at the hero in horror, Sheu saw how he concentrated all his strength into one blow. Again, words heard long ago surfaced in my memory. Mugu once said that without scales, absolute protection is useless. Now Levi's blow completely destroyed Shei's last move. He screamed, spitting out blood. And then he received a crushing blow that sent sand and dust flying into the air. He froze with a broken arm, unable to resist. Levi, having withstood all the attacks, quickly approached and raised his leg, preparing to deliver another blow. He stepped hard on the enemy's tail. Although Sheu tried to dodge, the tail was still broken, and blood flew around. The enemy was thrown towards the sea, and the fragment of the tail remained at the hero's feet. The main character immediately teleported to him and prepared for a new blow. Lightning split the sky, and Sheu felt the overwhelming pressure of his power. He took another powerful blow and, sliding across the blood-soaked sand, stopped. He looked up with difficulty and saw Jasper. At that moment, Sheu bitterly realized that he never thought of losing to a human. However, while he was still thinking, Levi was already above him and raised his leg for the decisive blow. The foot came crashing down, causing him to choke on blood again. An oppressive silence hung in the pouring rain. Sheu secretly admitted that over the course of 1,000 years, humans had indeed become stronger. Levi pulled his foot away and Sheu's face turned pale, his scales starting to fall off. Then scales from the broken tail and remains of the body rose into the air. They flew towards Jasper, who lay motionless on the ground. And then suddenly the scales began to merge with his body. Xiaoyu, watching this, was shocked, and did not understand why his master's scales were reacting in this way. His body trembled, and he weakly whispered his master's name. He reached forward with a bloody hand, sobbing and realizing that with his own hands, he had brought about the death of the one he served. Xiaoyu's bloody body lay at Levi's feet, half buried in the sand, trying to crawl towards Jasper, leaving a trail of blood behind him. His mind was torn by the feeling of guilt for having harmed his master again. At that moment, the hero loomed over him. Levi, full of killing intent, gathered the last of his strength and brought his leg down with all his might. Xiaoyu's head was severed from his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Before his death, he only managed to silently apologize to Jasper. At that moment, memories flooded into Xiaoyu's mind. As a child, he watched his owner with curiosity, asking what he was writing. The man explained that these were divine records that could be used to strengthen the barrier if he was ever no longer around. These words immediately raised many questions in Xiaoyu. He could not understand how a god could disappear, since deities should exist forever. However, the man calmly explained that gods are born from faith, and therefore are obliged to protect the place where they exist. Protecting this world was his mission, for which he could live for 10,000 years, or completely destroy his own soul. This thought deeply shocked Xiaoyu. For the first time, he thought about the fact that a god was truly capable of sacrificing even his soul for the sake of protection. Later, on a quiet night by the pond, Xiaoyu argued loudly with Mugu, insisting that he would never allow his master to be harmed. In response, he heard a cold reminder that there was no one around but the two of them, and that there were some things that only they could do. An angry Xiaoyu accused his interlocutor of simply wanting to take advantage of his master's trust, collude, and betray him. He, hiding his true emotions, spoke only of survival and of existing longer, perhaps even of achieving immortality. Xiaoyu, in a rage, claimed that such an existence had no meaning without a master, and that he would rather destroy this world than accept such conditions. It was then that he saw a smile on Mugu's face. He turned around and went into the room, leaving Xiaoyu in the water, confidently throwing out as a parting shot that one day he would still agree. Later, Xiaoyu was next to his master, who was immersed in work, and Xiaoyu watched him with admiration, running from side to side. At some point, the owner suddenly started coughing and spat out blood. Xiaoyu rushed towards him in alarm. However, he only calmly replied that everything was fine. The man wiped away the blood, which suddenly turned golden. Then he continued writing. The symbols he had drawn began to glow with a blinding golden light. Soon, Xiaoyu lay down on the table, a thought flashing through his head about how much time had already passed and whether Mugu was right. He closed his eyes and tears quietly rolled down his cheeks, knowing deep down that his master was slowly wearing himself out and would one day die. Returning to reality, he saw the shore strewn with bodies. Levi was still standing in front of Shay's lifeless body. Tears rolled down Xiaoyu's cheeks as he silently mourned the loss of his master, Jasper. His eyelids drooped heavily, and the last thought that remained in Xiaoyu's mind was that he was the only one in his life to whom he was faithful. Meanwhile, scales were gathering one after another on Jasper's body. Soon the last of them merged with his forehead. A warm ring of light surrounded his body. Levi took a step forward to see what was happening. Jasper's heart began to flicker and his body suddenly rose up, the golden glow in the hero's eyes growing brighter. However, then a system warning sounded that Levi's blood loss had exceeded half of his volume, and his vital functions began to shut down. The God of War's skill was immediately deactivated. The hero's hair returned to its normal color, and the light around his body gradually faded. The system continued to notify that the owner had already been on the brink of death several times. A new warning appeared before the hero that his condition required urgent treatment. But Levi no longer cared. He just stretched out his arms, hugged Jasper, who had turned into a dragon, tightly to himself, and collapsed to the ground with him. The hero closed his eyes, not letting go of the small dragon body. As Levi held Jasper, the system panel continued to pop up in front of his eyes. The creature in his arms was reported to be unconscious, but its life was not in danger. His body slowly tilted and he fell, and suddenly a black smoke began to thicken behind him. Gradually she took on human form. It was a demon lord-ranked demon at its peak, the demon lord of the Roman land. He hovered in the air with a sinister smile, looking around and noting how brutal this battle had been. He looked at Xiaoyu's body and was surprised to see that a group of human fighters had managed to kill him despite his absolute defense. After thinking about it, he guessed that only Kunji or the master could deal with Xiaoyu. And then he suddenly suspected the presence of a divine-ranked fighter among the people. He started looking around, muttering under his breath about who exactly it could be. Then an evil thought flashed in his eyes. He waved his claws and decided to check them one by one, and pointed at Levi lying on the ground, noting that he was the closest to Shay. Meanwhile, the crowd of girls could not hold back their enthusiastic cries, discussing the appearance of the messenger. They admired his appearance despite being a creature, and mentioned that he had reached the rank of a lord. Some noted with delight that the messenger had arrived at the branch alone, and wondered who he really was. However, everyone unanimously came to the conclusion that it was the most beautiful satellite in the world. At that moment, One Eye sighed tiredly in the room and rubbed his temples. Hearing a knock on the door, he gestured for entry. When the newcomer appeared on the threshold, the man immediately recognized him and exhaled in surprise. It was the messenger. The rooster came in with an extremely dissatisfied look, walked back and forth several times, which completely confused One Eye. Then the phoenix slammed his palm on the table and cursed, declaring that it was all that evil guy's fault, and not Levi or Jasper's. Then One Eye finally understood what was going on, and carefully asked if the messenger wanted to know when the protagonist and his partner would return. He said that the herald's anxiety was entirely understandable, since 2 days had already passed since their departure, and there had been no news from headquarters. He then added that such a delay was only possible if the rulers of different countries united and a special task arose. The messenger, feeling both awkward and irritated, grabbed his hair, not understanding where this painful feeling came from. Then he turned away, and a little embarrassed, asked if One Eye knew where they were now. In response, he only shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, the phoenix itself nervously bit its hand, clearly unable to find a place for itself. And suddenly it dawned on him that he knew where they were. Then rage flared up in him. He noted that the man had eaten the eggs that he had laid, and they still contained his energy vibrations. Meanwhile, Roman's clawed hand stopped a few centimeters from Levi's head, and then suddenly lightning flashed in his mind. Roman instantly realized the danger, activated his ability and retreated, avoiding the blow of the elements. Then he looked ahead carefully, and wondered if this was the traitorous rooster who had helped people kill the phoenix. At that moment, the messenger descended swiftly from above. He became even more angry, clenched his teeth, and mentally resented the fact that he was mistaken for a rooster, because he was a phoenix. To this, Roman objected that even if he was a phoenix, all the animals had long considered him a traitor, and many of them dreamed of killing him. In response, the herald calmly noted that he had now reached the rank of ruler, and was no longer afraid of such threats. They stood opposite each other under the gray sky, with sand swirling around them, while Roman analyzed the situation. According to the information, this traitor had the ability to devour the powers of other demons. Even the Phoenix flame was neutralized by him. Phoenix was on the verge of a breakthrough. Although he was not superior to the overlords, the number of abilities he had absorbed made him extremely dangerous. If the unexpected happens and Roman himself becomes his prey, it will be a catastrophic loss. Having weighed all this, he gradually removed the force from his palm and instantly changed his tone, smiling at him flatteringly. He decided that enmity was not at all necessary, since the Lord himself said that seizure by force is secondary, but the conquest of hearts is more important. The messenger, noticing such a sharp change, became wary, but Roman continued to persuade him, declaring that his master was always glad to see talents. Although his abilities branded him a traitor, his growth rate surpassed any demon. Previously, he was too weak to approach the Lord, but now, having reached the rank of overlord, he is quite worthy of it. He added sarcastically that people are ultimately unreliable. Roman reminded him that demons were his true kin, and wondered if he really intended to spend his entire life on the side of humans, serving them. Looking at Levi's body lying on the ground, Roman mercilessly questioned whether people were really worth such help. Memories immediately surfaced in the herald's head, and he thought gloomily that there was little good there. He was forced to lay eggs every day. Noticing how the phoenix's face darkened, Roman decided that he was hesitating and chuckled inwardly. He continued to tempt him, saying that he was far from the divine rank, but if he returned to the demons, the master would help him become stronger. He reminded that the divine level is considered a legendary rank that no demon has ever reached. However, there are rumors that the master stands above even this limit, which is why he searches for strong demons all over the planet and is always glad to see the strongest. Phoenix suddenly realized that if what Roman said was indeed true, he would no longer have to worry about the threat of laying eggs. Moreover, he had a chance to reach the divine rank and stop being considered a traitor. However, the other demons, hearing such thoughts, immediately became indignant. In their eyes, he was not just a traitor, but an obvious betrayer. At this point, Roman confirmed that within their race, there really was a divine level, a legendary pinnacle of power. He then placed his hand on the phoenix's shoulder and insistently urged it to return to the demon camp. Roman stood in front of Phoenix and added that with such power, no evil demon would dare call him a traitor again. A flicker of hesitation flashed across the Phoenix's eyes as he turned his gaze to Levi and the others. Roman concluded that among these people, there also seemed to be divine-ranked combat power, so he offered to deliver them to the Overlord. Although the Waterlord died, in return they received a Phoenix and divine-ranked human power, which would surely please the Lord. However, he suddenly noticed the Phoenix energy rushing towards him. Luckily, Roman managed to dodge. Enraged, he demanded an explanation, not understanding what exactly the Phoenix had in mind and whether it really still wanted to be the people's tame demon. But the messenger firmly said that it was forbidden to touch them. Hearing this, Roman laughed loudly, and then with a mocking sigh noted that for an evil demon, such feelings for people seemed absurd. He reminded that the Phoenix was going to leave anyway, so why protect these people? Looking at those lying on the ground, Roman again tried to convince him, arguing that a fighter of divine rank could be hiding among them. But Phoenix again emphasized that he was not allowed to touch these people. Then Roman roared in anger, reminding him that the Phoenix had already agreed to go with him to the camp, which meant that the lives of people should not concern him. The herald frowned and declared that his decision was final. Even though people had treated him excessively cruelly, they had previously protected him. He insisted that without them, he would remain just a third-rank creature, an ordinary rooster, who would never rise to the rank of a ruler. Roman wearily clutched his head and coldly remarked that such devotion to people seemed excessive. The one who is so obviously inclined towards people also claims to hate them. In his opinion, the Phoenix has become too attached to them. Phoenix looked sternly at his opponent and reminded him that he was only one step away from the divine rank, which meant he had nothing to fear. In response, Roman lashed out, claiming that he had offered a better way, but the Phoenix had rejected it and chosen to protect these little humans. Roman's face darkened and he grinned evilly, calling the Phoenix a loyal dog of humanity. However, Phoenix rejected these words and stated that it was thanks to people that he was able to rise to this rank, and now he was obliged to first repay this debt. Roman didn't want to listen to him anymore. His heart was burning with rage and his body was tense, black smoke swirling around him. Phoenix, standing opposite, noted with surprise how strong his opponent was. This power significantly exceeded the power of the Firebird. He understood that even as a ruler, he would not be able to match this power in a direct confrontation. So he decided to call for help. The next moment, a man with long white hair, fox ears, and an icy aura appeared next to him. It was none other than Theo. Seeing this, the enemy turned pale. He was truly amazed to realize that there were two rulers in front of him at once. Assessing the situation, Roman came to the conclusion that the summoned creature was probably also the master and ally of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, Theo, as if remembering something, turned to Phoenix and asked if it was he who had summoned him again. Phoenix smiled tensely, and pointing at the enemy, admitted that the enemy was too strong, so he had to ask for help. The man laughed loudly, confidently patted himself on the chest, and declared that he was always ready to come to the rescue. And then suddenly Theo noticed that his brother-in-law began to look even more majestic. He became even more animated and, coming closer, began to admire the fact that the Phoenix had also advanced in rank, praising its appearance. Phoenix puffed out his chest importantly, pretending that it was nothing, although he clearly liked the praise. Meanwhile, Roman mentally mocked their complacency. However, Phoenix quickly remembered the main thing. He pointed sharply forward, intending to suggest that they deal with the enemy first. But at that very moment he froze, and there was no longer a trace of Roman before his eyes. The demon himself, having completely cast aside his pride, ran away in panic, drenched in sweat, and mentally admitting that the two traitors were beyond his strength. Phoenix pouted in displeasure, feeling contempt for how cowardly this so-called overlord was. However, the next moment the white-haired man noticed something behind him, and upon realizing who exactly was lying on the ground, he screamed in horror. Then he lowered himself to the ground and carefully lifted the bleeding body of the protagonist. After examining the wounds, the man noted with alarm that the damage was too severe, and even his blood rejuvenation pill might not work. Now they needed to find the holy medicine, and suddenly Theo saw something similar right in front of him. He immediately took the bottle and was delighted to realize that this medicine was at least of heavenly rank. He then poured the contents into the unconscious Levi's mouth. After this, the hero's breathing evened out slightly, but it was clear that without divine medicine, it was impossible to completely heal such wounds. Although the young man remained unconscious, he still held Jasper tightly to him. The messenger remained perplexed, not understanding why Jasper himself never showed up. Carrying Theo and the seriously wounded Levi on his back, he became lost in thought. as he clearly sensed the energy vibrations of the eggs on this island. Theo, meanwhile, diligently treated the hero, since one medicine was clearly not enough. Suddenly, Phoenix wondered if he had forgotten something important. Theo immediately assured with a sly smile that nothing was missed, reminding that the demon of the rank of a combat saint had probably already been killed by Levi. He closed his eyes with pleasure, wiping away his saliva, because the meat of such a noble demon was of the rarest value. Phoenix mentally snorted, despising him for his excessive love of trophies. Theo explained that merman meat is very rare, but its upper part is very similar to human, so the masters are unlikely to eat it. And then Theo's face darkened and he raised his hand, filled with killing intent. However, the next moment he suddenly put on his chef's hat and with a joyful expression began to cut up the catch. Theo then stored the meat in the spatial storage and explained that it could be used to condense a water core, which would greatly enhance the attack. Phoenix's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in delight, amazed at the possibilities of this world. Knowing there was no time to waste, Theo concentrated, enveloped in a blue glow. Phoenix looked around warily, and then Theo created another pill and handed it to his brother-in-law. He was surprised to feel the powerful water energy, and soon both of them swallowed the pills at the same time. After this, the demons rushed into the dark sky. Along the way, Theo continued to treat Levi and discuss with Phoenix how best to cook merman meat. He asked his brother-in-law what he preferred: fried meat, stewed meat, or just cooking fish soup. Phoenix sighed, remembering that he was their kinsman of the rank of overlord. However, almost immediately his expression changed to delight, and he enthusiastically suggested making sweet and sour fish with pepper. Theo readily agreed, fully supporting the idea, while Phoenix again wondered if he had missed something important. In the distance, on a large island in the middle of the ocean, a group of people lay unconscious on the shore. Sarah was the first of the defeated team to wake up. She sat up, rubbing her head and noting that the blow had been painful. Looking around, she noticed a pile of debris and thought with alarm that Object 99 seemed to have been destroyed. Then she saw seriously wounded comrades around her. Sarah realized in shock that they had probably gotten hurt while protecting her. Folding her hands, the girl sincerely thanked them and mentally repented for her previous bad words. Gathering her strength, she assessed the situation and realized that all her equipment was destroyed, and without it, it was impossible to contact the Alliance. Placing her hand on her body, she expected to feel pain, but unexpectedly felt nothing. In a panic, she began to feel herself, finding no trace of a serious wound. She was filled with questions about who could heal her. Memories of the battle made me think that it was that same man who did it, because the others were not capable of such a thing. Sarah started looking for him, but couldn't find him anywhere. Remembering the moment when he fought with Object 99, she felt fear, because such power could really destroy him. Sitting on the sand, she sincerely wished Levi luck, imagining him as a pure, flawless creature with white wings. Soon her attention was drawn to the needles. She guessed that it was they who saved her, and she realized that her benefactor was probably from Longo. The girl folded her hands and prayed sincerely, then decided to try to signal with sand. As soon as she touched the ground, a sand statue immediately rose from it, surprising even her. Sarah couldn't believe she had created such a huge thing. Meanwhile, Phoenix was cutting through the sky and casually inquired about the progress of his little sister's hatching. Theo confidently replied that there was nothing to worry about, since his brother was taking care of it. Phoenix asked doubtfully if this was acceptable. However, Theo, continuing the treatment, smugly assured him that the fire element was even better suited for hatching eggs than water. Phoenix sweated, remembering the interaction of fire and water, and feeling a slight discomfort. He was worried, realizing that with her Phoenix bloodline, she was probably also a fire elemental. The thought flashed through his mind that this idiot with the ice element clearly couldn't do it without his brother's help. He coughed quietly, looking away, and then reminded her that his little sister was in the egg and told her to hatch it well. Theo pointed smugly at himself and proudly added that from now on, wherever he went, he would have to call him uncle. Phoenix didn't immediately realize what the problem was. He wondered why he couldn't just say that the egg belonged to his beloved. Theo immediately objected, because his brother had remained a bachelor for 900 years, and if he found out that the egg belonged to his beloved, he would be jealous. Phoenix waved it off. Although the feeling that something was wrong hadn't gone away, he just couldn't figure out what the catch was. However, the next moment Theo noticed a bright red feather on the Phoenix's tail, and his face instantly darkened. He suddenly reached out and pulled out the pen with obvious intent. Phoenix roared in pain and rage, turning sharply and demanding an explanation. Theo, with tears in his eyes, complained that the feather was too beautiful and exactly the same as his beloved's. He was afraid that over time he would forget her appearance, so he tore out the feather so that he would have something to look at. Phoenix stood in a complete stupor, awkwardly tossing and turning from side to side and feeling guilty, without understanding why. At that moment, Theo plaintively asked permission to keep the feather for himself. The Phoenix exhaled heavily, and seeing no way out, was forced to agree. Theo instantly blossomed with happiness, clutching the feather he had just found in his hands with delight. And then the Phoenix seemed to be struck by lightning. If after hatching the color of his sister's feathers did not match, this idiot would definitely suspect something was wrong. Phoenix's face turned green and he quickly looked around, calculating his options. In desperation, the thought occurred to him that even if the chick hatched the wrong color, it could be said that the girl changed a lot as she grew older. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Yanhai City was in a state of panic. One man, after reading the urgent message, suddenly turned pale and hit the table. He announced that energy fluctuations of the rank of the overlord from demonic creatures had been recorded, 2 of them at once. Everyone present froze, then leaned back in their chairs, staring at the large screen with the satellite broadcast. The image showed a giant phoenix, with Theo and the seriously wounded protagonist on its back. The employees' hearts sank into their boots, their faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. However, a second later, everyone simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing the messenger, and admitted that they had almost been scared to death. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a high-rise building, One Eye stood, waiting for the hero's return. When the herald landed, a strong wind howled around him. Phoenix and Theo dropped down in front of the building, and Theo jumped off his back, still holding the unconscious Levi. The one-eyed man cried out, recognizing the hero, and immediately ran up, hastily asking what had happened to him. Phoenix took on human form and explained that he had found Levi on the island in extremely serious condition, but fortunately had managed to find a cure. Then he crossed his arms, glanced at Theo, and coldly added that this white-haired idiot was not his son-in-law at all, and at the same time asked his name. Theo instantly perked up, opened the demon's mouth and introduced himself with shining eyes, saying that he was born during a lunar eclipse. However, the herald turned away, frowned and crossed his arms, mentally deciding that this demon did not seem to be very intelligent. Then Phoenix closed his eyes and quietly announced that Theo had already treated Levi's wounds on the way, so they were fine. One Eye warmly thanked the messenger and his companion, and then looked around in bewilderment, asking why Jasper was nowhere to be seen. Theo, still holding the hero, confirmed this. He remembered that back then he noticed only a small glowing object emitting a faint golden light. He wondered if it was a small snake-like creature or a tiny dragon in Levi's hands. Only now did Theo and Phoenix simultaneously notice the creature. Feeling the familiar energy fluctuations, Phoenix's expression changed dramatically. He opened his eyes wide and looked closely at the tiny glowing creature in the protagonist's arms. Gradually his expression darkened. There was no longer any doubt, it was Jasper. He looked again at how tightly Levi held the little dragon close to him, even while unconscious. And then the messenger had no doubt at all. It was definitely Jasper. One Eye asked doubtfully if it was really Jasper, but the messenger answered confidently that there was no doubt. Then One Eye wondered why Jasper turned into a demon. The rooster explained that he did not know the reason. When they arrived on the island, everything was like that. Then the man, thoughtfully stroking his chin, suggested that perhaps it was the ability of that demon that turned Jasper into this. Theo supported this version and analyzed in detail the abilities of the sea demon. One Eye's face darkened, especially at the thought that the other masters might accidentally kill Jasper without knowing the truth. He then asked when Jasper would be able to return to normal, but Theo honestly admitted that he was not sure that was possible. Then One Eye lowered his head and sincerely thanked them for the fact that Levi and Jasper were able to return safely. The messenger pouted, closed his eyes and turned away, while Theo, on the contrary, slapped himself on the chest and said that for him it was just a matter of honor. One-Eyed added with a smile that in terms of cultivation level, both of them are seniors, so they deserve respect, and the entire department is grateful to them. If they have any requests, they will always be happy to help. After this, One Eye, having made sure that everything was all right with Levi and Jasper, took his leave. He needed to report on the situation at headquarters. When he left, Theo looked around curiously and noted with admiration that human houses in this world looked very unusual. He awkwardly touched the glass door, admiring how high the ceilings were and how much light there was, which only irritated the messenger. Theo also noted that people in this world are very smart and hardworking. However, the rooster thought that for a dunce like Theo, everyone else would seem like real geniuses. After some time, Levi finally woke up. The hero sleepily rubbed his eyes, sat up and mechanically muttered Jasper's name. Jasper, in his demon form, was sleeping on the pillow nearby. The protagonist looked at him and made sure that he was still not awake. At that moment, he was called out to, and Levi turned his head. The herald was standing nearby, and next to him, Theo was beaming with a satisfied smile. The blonde guy immediately took out a frozen seaman tail from the spatial storage and asked if Levi needed it. However, Levi turned away with obvious disgust and said that he did not need it. The herald's eyes immediately lit up, drooling almost as he stared greedily at the meat. Theo was about to take the loot for himself, but suddenly remembered that Levi and Jasper still considered the herald a girl. This meant he would have to continue the act, though the thought of pretending made him cough uncomfortably. In the end, he declared that since Levi didn't need a tail, he and his beloved would make soup out of it. At that moment, the messenger literally turned to stone. But Levi didn't pay any attention to them and briefly allowed them to take the loot. Both demons immediately thanked him joyfully. Soon, the long-awaited demon tail dish was ready. A steaming cauldron of fish appeared on the table. The aroma was so appetizing that the eyes of the messenger and Theo lit up. The very first piece melted in their mouths, and delight overwhelmed them. They ate without hiding their happiness, washing it down with large bowls of rice. But Jasper was still sleeping. Levi was sitting next to him, looking gloomily at the curled-up demon. When he was handed a bowl of rice, he initially shied away. However, Theo gently tried to calm him down, explaining that Jasper's transformation was temporary. The demon explained that his aura was stable. He was just sleeping and would wake up soon. Finally, Levi agreed, took the bowl and began to eat. Theo watched this with a smile, and the herald, although he looked cold, was clearly pleased in his heart. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice rang out, announcing that the host's energy had been restored, and that reserves had been accumulated for a whole year ahead. Theo then took out several blue pearls and one red pearl and handed them to Levi, explaining that they were the tears of a merman found on the island. The red pearl was especially valuable. A seaman only gets one of these in his entire life. The system literally reached out to the pearls, confirming that this was exactly what Levi needed now. Theo politely helped the protagonist crush the pills into powder, after which he carefully sprinkled them on the rice that Levi was eating. The hero blushed slightly as he looked at the shining bowl in his hands, and then, without hesitation, ate every last grain. Almost immediately, a system notification sounded. The owner's mental strength increased significantly, and resistance to mental attacks increased. As night fell, Levi and Jasper were fast asleep when the system's main module reported that the reward had been delivered. Meanwhile, the messenger was tossing and turning in his sleep, his face turning purple and his body covered in cold sweat. He dreamed that he was drowning. The water was slowly pulling him down. His breathing was getting heavier and his eyes were turning red. The demon tossed and turned on the bed, gasping for breath. Suddenly his eyes widened, feeling a strong pressure. Realizing that something was literally pressing on him, the herald instantly assumed his true form. He tensed his muscles and released the source of pressure with fury. When he saw what it was, his expression became even darker. The tail seemed familiar, and after a second he realized what it was. The enraged roar of the phoenix woke Theo. The messenger said in a rage that this idiot still hadn't left. Theo immediately drooped, looked up guiltily, and reminded him in bewilderment that he had apparently been sent back last time. The messenger rolled his eyes in irritation and thought for a moment. They lived together so naturally that he simply forgot to drive this guy away. Realizing his mistake, he immediately summoned the portal and said goodbye with feigned cheerfulness, emphasizing that it had done a good job. Theo was on the verge of tears, looking extremely offended, and said that he was being sent away too quickly again. The messenger merely waved his hand, feeling awkward, and thought that next time it would be better not to summon this stupid bird at all. Now let's go back to the island about a day ago. A huge golden bird was flying over the endless blue sea, with Sarah and 3 other seriously wounded soldiers on its back. The girl stood with her arms crossed, right under the gusts of wind. The bird was heading rapidly towards the city, having successfully completed its mission on Sand Island. However, it was not Sarah who brought the masters from 4 other countries, but she who returned them home. In one of the offices, the commander ordered that Levi could rest. He was going to discuss the situation with the Joint Department. Meanwhile, the rotating head of the organized crime group, Vasily, addressed his fighters, asking what had happened on the island. Stephen reported that they had encountered a water-type Lord-ranked demon with absolute defense. Vasily asked a clarifying question about whether their combat robot had been destroyed. In response, Stephen grinned and answered negatively. However, he added that it was the fighter from Lungo who destroyed him. Then Vasily turned to Mikhail, asking about the fate of the frozen demon. The answer was the same. He was also destroyed by the same ruler. The minister visibly tensed up and, sweating, switched to the last participant, Hama. He, lying on a hospital bed, remembered that at that moment he was under mental control. After regaining consciousness, he was also beaten by the Lord of Lungo and thrown back by streams of high-temperature fire. Then Vasily asked the men if the new rank of the ruler from Lungo was really stronger than all the others. Mikhail, turning the handle, explained that everyone was under control then, and the three of them attacked him. However, even with their combined efforts, they were unable to overcome him, despite the fact that he acted more on instinct. Vasily was stunned, but generally understood the picture. He said that he would report everything to the Five Nations Alliance, declared the meeting closed, and wished everyone a speedy recovery. However, Hamu delayed him, inquiring about Levi's condition. He wondered if this guy was even alive. Vasily reported that the hero was seriously injured, and was taken to Lungo along with Jasper thanks to his pet. Vasily noted that there is almost no information about the pet, but it may indeed have tracking capabilities. Hamu just snorted, glancing to the side, and admitted that the main thing was that Levi was alive, because he still hoped to fight him. Immediately after this, the man said goodbye to everyone and disconnected the video call. Stephen then said that since there were no more questions, he would also take his leave. After this, Michael concluded that although everyone was under control, none of them were killed by that ruler. It was probably the man from Lungo who single-handedly dealt with the sea demon and saved everyone on the island. Vasily agreed with this version, adding that, judging by the data about the pet, the Waterlord could indeed have been defeated by Levi himself. As he was leaving, Mikhail asked with a smile to convey his greetings to Bishop Lungo if the opportunity arose. The connection was broken, and Vasily was left alone, immersed in thought. He thought that Project 99 had failed again. The Alliance sought to stimulate the growth of human power by compiling a ranking of the strongest, and now it was clear who was at the top. Apparently, the #1 fighter now is the Overlord rank fighter from Lungo. Meanwhile, the story moves to the state of Huiguo. The measuring machine reported that Sarah's combat power was beyond the limits, and according to calculations, she could have reached the pinnacle of the Overlord rank. Upon hearing this news, the staff member immediately began to shower Sarah with flattering praise, and emphasized that Sarah was truly amazing. The girl raised her chin proudly, feeling her own frightening strength. A feeling of glee blossomed in her chest. She could already imagine how those three would learn about her combat power indicator and would literally crawl at her feet. However, she soon remembered that the new ruler of Lungo and his brother had participated in the rescue operation on the island. Sarah immediately remembered Levi, because he was her benefactor at the time, and acupuncture was intended to heal his relative. Then a question arose in the girl's mind. Could her sudden strengthening be connected with him? Almost immediately she dismissed the thought, deciding that it was impossible, because he was only a healer and could not possibly make her that strong. However, the doubt did not disappear, and she thoughtfully ran her hand over her chin, trying to understand where this strength came from. Gradually her thoughts turned in a different direction. The guys mentioned that there was a water demon on the island that specialized in mental attacks. Then Sarah remembered that they were all under mental control, but she herself, being unconscious, was not controlled. She muttered under her breath, reasoning with frightening confidence, and the further her thoughts went, the stronger the feeling of pride returned. This thought made her burst into laughter, mentally proclaiming herself to be the strongest fighting force in Huiguo. Beautiful, cold, and merciless. At that moment, the employee interrupted her thoughts and informed her that the organized crime group was going to publish a ranking of the strongest representatives of humanity. Sarah's face immediately lit up as she was informed that this was a preliminary list of the top 10 human combat power and was offered to look at it. However, as soon as she saw the first name, her joy instantly turned to anger. At the very top of the list was Levi. The girl almost squealed with anger, not understanding why he turned out to be the strongest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief was studying the same rating. If something like this had happened 200 years ago, it would have been a shock to the entire world. Lungo has once again risen to the top of the global fighting force, and Levi has taken his place as the former greatest warrior. Meanwhile, One Eye stuttered as he remarked that Levi would officially become Lungo's representative as the strongest man. He carefully reminded about the possibility that if his fears turn out to be unfounded and the hero's mental diagnosis becomes known. However, Tracy tried to calm him down, suggesting that they act according to the situation. They had prepared measures in case of unforeseen circumstances. Sean turned out to be the calmest. He noted with a grin that the strongest man in the world simply cannot be perceived as mentally ill. Even if the most authoritative organization confirmed the diagnosis, he immediately changed the subject and calmly took a sip of water. He then explained that in the future, people would think not that Levi was insane, but that he was so powerful that his thinking was beyond the pale. The one-eyed man suddenly realized this logic and burst out laughing like a madman, realizing that there was nothing more to be afraid of. He realized that Levi was indeed crazy, but because of his insane strength, and that's exactly what people need. Even if Levi is a patient in a psychiatric clinic, it doesn't matter, he is strong, and therefore he is right. Meanwhile, the main character himself sat under a tree, cross-legged, and calmly listened to the system's report. After his mental strength increased, his true thunder body began to absorb energy much faster. The system happily reported that after the mental breakthrough, it was overflowing with energy, and was finally able to start the process of evolution. The system then began checking the skills that had reached their maximum, and reported that the proficiency of the Crimson Fire skill had reached 100%. And then suddenly Levi opened his eyes, and the system immediately fell into panic. She was puzzled as to why the host had stopped concentrating on absorbing heavenly energy, even though there was only one step left until the late stage of heaven. However, the protagonist only looked at the dragon curled up around his neck and noted to himself that Jasper still hadn't woken up. The system came to the conclusion that Jasper's body was completely fine. Moreover, it turned out to be extremely strong. The hardest part of absorbing the water demon's energy was protecting the dragon, but now all that energy has completely merged with the body. Although she couldn't obtain information about the scales, it turned out that its defensive power had reached a rank that even a hero couldn't penetrate. That's why at that moment her attitude towards Jasper changed dramatically, and she decided that she had a way to speed up his awakening. At that moment, One-Eyed approached the hero with a rating list and announced that the preliminary top 10 of combat power had already been compiled. Now he needed confirmation from Lord Lungo, but Levi pretended not to understand anything. However, the one-eyed man immediately shoved the list up his sleeve, not caring whether the young man had time to examine it. He nonchalantly declared that the confirmation was good, and then went to report everything upstairs, clearly pleased with himself. A look of confusion crossed Levi's face, while a system activated in his mind, announcing the opening of another location. The vibration awakened the rooster, and then the connection was successfully established, and the process of doubling the energy body began. The world around froze, after which a mechanical voice confirmed a successful entry, and the hero simultaneously found himself inside an anomalous world. The action took place in 2014, when anomalies began to appear en masse again throughout the world. Over 50 years, the population had declined sharply, and the picture of what was happening was truly shocking. After enormous losses, humanity finally systematized the types of anomalies, and as a result, the world introduced a unified classification. Humanity had a multitude of nightmares, and every time a Class S spirit appeared, it meant the destruction of an entire city. At that time, there were already 10 such no-go zones, the number of which continued to grow every few years. There was also another phenomenon. The anomalies that appeared during the blood moon were never below B-class. In one region, a team of B-class demon slayers hesitated before entering, afraid to go further. However, their captain Charles coldly said that there was no retreat. The anomalous aura had appeared only recently, and was not yet above Class B. When the door was opened with a gentle push, an eerie voice was heard from inside, as if welcoming guests into its home. The demon slayers raised their weapons warily and focused their gaze forward. One of them checked the activated device. The anomalous compass revealed the presence of a C-class grudge demon located an hour away from them. Then the tension in the group eased a little, as they could handle that level. The light in the window indicated that the target was inside the house. Finally, the fighters entered cautiously, clutching their weapons. However, upon seeing the situation, their expressions changed dramatically. The room was filled with flowers and plants, and among them lay a man, motionless. The glow emanating from the plants looked unnatural, and the man, namely Jasper, was resting among the flowers with his eyes closed. The group leader hesitated, feeling that this spirit was too unusual. Jasper's body emitted a faint glow, and although Charles had him at gunpoint, there was no movement or evil aura emanating from the man lying there. Moreover, the readings from the spiritual compass surprised the assistant, as the device detected not a spirit of resentment, but a D-class spirit. At the same moment, strange tentacle-like appendages began to crawl out from outside, next to the sentry. They slowly approached the soldier from behind, gliding unnoticed towards his helmet. Soon a scream was heard, causing everyone to jump. Turning around, they saw Soldier B09 being tied up and dragged out the door. Charles and the others immediately gave chase. Noticing the soldier suspended in the air, the captain immediately ordered Soldiers 8 and 10 to maintain maximum vigilance. The assistant's face turned suddenly pale, and he informed the captain with obvious alarm that the C-class spirit had not yet manifested itself. Then Charles narrowed his eyes coldly and raised his weapon, deciding to act himself. The bullet left the muzzle and rushed at great speed towards the soldier, whose neck was being squeezed ever more tightly by the tentacles. It was expected that the projectile would pierce them right through, but a shield appeared in its path. The bullet only slightly penetrated the barrier and immediately disintegrated. At that moment, a layer of bright armor appeared, and then a blurry silhouette appeared, tightly clutching the fighter's head. Cracks appeared along the protective shell, and the witch, losing her concealment, opened her mouth and growled with rage. The members of the Spirit Exterminator Squad immediately realized that the anomaly had materialized, and the captain immediately gave the order to open fire. Immediately after this, the witch was covered by a dense barrage of shots. Each bullet in flight turned into a net and rushed at a furious speed towards the spirit woman. She desperately dodged, but continued to hold on to the soldier. Then, at the most unexpected moment, a bullet net appeared in front of her, and without having time to react, the witch found herself trapped. The deputy captain, raising his weapon, noted that the vengeful spirit had already completely stabilized. The witch began to beg for mercy, reacting with fear to the smell of the black dog's blood. But the shot drowned out her screams. The bullet instantly pierced her head, and blood and fragments of her spiritual body flew into the air. After this, the deputy captain, having checked the compass, stated that the vengeful spirit of the C-class had been destroyed. He then inquired about the condition of soldier Bezo-9, who reported that the trachea was slightly compressed, but there were no serious consequences. Meanwhile, Jasper's soul slowly opened its eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings made the young man look around warily, and mentally wonder where he was and where Levi was. Suddenly he saw that the barrel of a gun was pointed right at him, which made him flinch. The soldier immediately reported to the captain that the dark spirit had regained consciousness. The deputy captain gestured for the others to remain calm, noting to himself that the D-class spirit was not yet showing aggression. However, deciding not to take any chances, Charles raised his weapon, considering elimination the safest option. And then Jasper realized in a panic that he had become a ghost. He decided that they were going to kill him precisely because of this. However, the situation changed dramatically when the deputy captain hastily reported the appearance of a strange green glow. The compass screen lit up, showing a B-class threat, Furious Spirit. The squad immediately obeyed the order and retreated, leaving Jasper curled up in a corner of the castle. Only after this did he dare to relax a little and cautiously look outside. However, he feared that the fighters might return to destroy him after all. The realization that he was now a spirit frightened Jasper greatly. Soon, the young man suddenly ran out of the villa and ran forward with all his might under the blood-red moonlight. And then suddenly an ominous laugh was heard from inside the house, as if hinting that something even more dangerous was hiding there. As Jasper walked down the road, a trembling fear came over him as he tried to figure out if he was really dead. Shaking with fear, he began calling Levi again. At that moment, a girl suddenly appeared in front of him. He turned around abruptly and saw a child with a bloody face and wide eyes staring straight at him. He broke out in a cold sweat of horror and screamed in panic, mistaking her for a ghost. But the girl immediately waved her hands, denying it. She told through tears that something terrible had grabbed her, and she called for her mom and dad. Then Jasper realized that he was now the ghost. The girl begged for help and said that she had been pulled out of a window, hit against a pole, and had her teeth knocked out, causing her mouth to hurt terribly. Then Jasper looked up in confusion. There I saw two spirits, grinning evilly and holding the child by the legs. The girl, swinging in the air, cried until she was suddenly pulled even higher. One of the spirits triumphantly decided that the height was sufficient, and the second suggested that they let her go to watch her fall to her death. The next moment they released their grip, and the girl flew down with a scream. Even though he was just a spirit, Jasper rushed forward, his eyes closed in terror, and caught her at the last moment. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to realize that he was able to fly at incredible speed. However, both spirits immediately flew up to him, accusing him of saving a man, although he himself was a spirit. They declared that being a spirit, he was obliged to kill people, and that all people should die at the hands of ghosts. The creatures suddenly closed in, blocking all escape routes for the frightened Jasper and the girl. Then the boy, holding the child close to him, anxiously tried to ask the spirits what they were going to do. In response, the spirits extended sharp claws and pounced on him with cold smiles. They began to attack the unfortunate Jasper relentlessly, while he continued to protect the girl, holding back his cries of pain. He closed his eyes and cried silently, realizing that even ghosts could feel pain. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, a bullet cut through the air and struck the green-haired spirit. The wounded spirit froze in panic, realizing that these were fighters. In the end, both spirits were destroyed by the fighters before they could do anything. Jasper was shaking, clutching the child tightly in his arms, when the gun was pointed at him again, and he was ordered to let the girl go. Charles's entire squad was aiming their guns at him with caution. Then the girl, trembling, turned around and recognized them as those very spirit exterminators. And then suddenly she unexpectedly stood up for Jasper, declaring that this ghost had not harmed her, and, on the contrary, had saved her. Her words caused genuine amazement among everyone present. One of the squad members doubtfully wondered whether there were ghosts that did not harm people. The deputy captain calmly noted that no such cases had been recorded to date. Then everyone turned their gaze to Jasper, and it was impossible not to admit that he had indeed not given off an evil aura to begin with. Charles thought for a while, then suggested taking this unusual ghost for research. His deputy agreed. However, at that moment, something strange happened to Jasper's body. A sharp hum was heard in his ears, and then a loud warning cry was heard. Almost simultaneously, a wooden stick flew out from somewhere and struck the deputy captain, who was standing nearby, with terrifying speed. It all happened too quickly. In an instant, his body was pinned to the tree trunk, and all he could do was let out a painful groan. The compass fell from his hands, fell to the ground, and turned purple. Its glow clearly showed that it was Class A. It was an A- class evil spirit. A truly horrific scene unfolded on the road. Bodies lay everywhere, and only 3 people from the fighter squad remained alive. The A-class evil spirit dealt with all the others, and then arrogantly stepped on the head of one of the fallen. The spirit introduced herself as Dead Girl, then looked at Jasper and asked with cold interest if he was protecting people. The young man and the girl next to him trembled with fear, unable to utter a word, and began to retreat in panic. Suddenly, a purple beam pierced Jasper's body and hit the girl directly. She screamed in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes filled with tears. The young man instantly turned around and saw that she was about to fall. At that moment, a strange golden sign flashed on his forehead, as if part of the power of the primordial spirit from his past life had awakened again. The girl collapsed to the ground, blood spreading across the asphalt, and that's when Jasper swung his hand, releasing a powerful shining cut. He rushed straight towards the dead one. The blinding blow frightened the evil spirit so much that she froze in place. The force threw her far back and she crashed into a huge tree with a roar. Her face distorted and blood gushed from her mouth. At that moment, the system suddenly manifested itself, warning that he was just a fragment of the primordial spirit, and he was too weak for this. A sharp pain shot through Jasper's head. But the system continued, explaining that this was an alien world and that such power was too dangerous. If it is detected, it will be immediately purified. The young man collapsed to the ground, completely disoriented, and the system's voice continued to sound in his mind. She explained that she had brought him here to return the fragments, and asked him to wait until her carrier completed the task. While Jasper was still trying to comprehend what was happening and arguing with the system, Dead Girl took advantage of the moment. She rushed forward and grabbed him by the neck, her face distorted with murderous intent, her veins bulging, and a sinister smile appearing on her lips. The system screamed in horror, realizing that if he died completely, he would only have residual energy left. However, Dead Girl suddenly smiled even more strangely and said that simple destruction was too boring for her. She lowered her head and then let out a loud roar. At that very moment, numerous evil spirits began to gather around. The dead woman, without loosening her grip on Jasper's neck, coldly explained that in front of them was a special spirit that had betrayed them because it protects people. She emphasized that this ghost was capable of suppressing the murderous instincts, and therefore ordered that it be properly served. Not long before, a car was speeding down the road. The driver reported that a D-class spirit had been detected, and management had sent them to eliminate it. Levi, being the captain of the D-class spirit extermination squad, listened to him silently, remaining unperturbed. Behind him, the other crew members whispered among themselves, discussing how, despite his status as captain, it was the deputy who was constantly giving orders. Someone explained to the new recruit that he simply didn't know. During training, the captain allegedly didn't dare shoot at the spirits. Another man remarked that the captain was afraid of ghosts, which left one of the recruits wondering what kind of unit he had even been assigned to. The destination turned out to be a villa, and the deputy captain reported that it was here that the D-class spirit was recorded. Despite the man's confident words, deep down Levi still felt fear. The deputy then pointed out that the target was an hour away from them and ordered them to follow him. One of the fighters quietly asked if this was the villa and immediately received confirmation with a reminder to remain vigilant. They soon forced the door open, and the deputy was the first to rush inside, pointing his gun forward. What he saw made his eyes widen. The spirit was found shackled in special chains, covered in wounds and looking extremely pitiful. The deputy captain examined the creature with curiosity. At that moment, Jasper opened his eyes slightly, and barely audibly tried to warn him not to go any further. The fighters looked up, and the second-in-command remarked again that it felt like the spirit would have been destroyed by a single stray shot. Meanwhile, Jasper's lips were still moving weakly, as if he was trying his best to warn them and keep them from going inside. Suddenly the door slammed behind them, which immediately made everyone wary. The deputy captain asked sharply what had happened, and one of the soldiers reported that the door had closed on its own. Then the squad huddled together in a tight group, clutching their weapons and looking around tensely. At that moment, a strange voice was heard, and it became clear that something unpleasant was awaiting them. The deputy captain quickly took out his compass, and the device immediately showed the presence of a C-class evil spirit. His face instantly turned pale, his forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he realized with a stutter that they were trapped. He turned sharply to Jasper, then cocked the gun, deciding in rage that the spirit had been nothing but bait. In response, the head of an evil spirit with a creepy smile appeared from the darkness and mockingly rewarded them for their foresight. Suddenly the spirit opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and a long, writhing tongue. Standing before this mouth, the man was frozen with horror, unable to move, and when the monster came close, fear finally paralyzed him. However, at the last moment, a bullet whistled through the air, gliding across the head of the evil spirit. The spirit immediately disintegrated and turned into smoke, leaving the deputy captain standing frozen. Only then did it become clear that the shot had been fired by Levi. The barrel of his gun was still smoking, and the protagonist's face remained just as pale. A scene from the past surfaced in the hero's memory. He too had held a weapon in these hands, had also been choking with fear, and had taken aim at the evil spirit. Then the creature hid behind his father, using him as a human shield. The man begged his son to shoot, convincing him that the spirit had already materialized. Little Levi cried in horror, not knowing what to do, because he did not want to kill his father. However, the man simply asked him to shoot. He said that he believed in him, and that Levi had always been a source of pride for him and his mother. Then little Levi pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through his father's body and destroyed the evil spirit. He screamed in despair, and when it was all over, his father died along with the enemy. Returning to reality, Levi shuddered and loudly declared that he was capable of shooting and destroying spirits until humanity saw the light. At that very moment, another evil spirit appeared behind him, mockingly asking what he could do at all. The hero broke out in a cold sweat. The creature's claws pierced Levi's body, and it whispered in his ear that he was not capable of this. Then the spirit pulled its claws out of him, and the hero lost his balance. Falling to his knees, the rest of the squad members called out to their captain in alarm. Despite his severe wounds, Levi's will remained unyielding, and he desperately refused to die. However, he soon collapsed to the ground, his last thought before falling being the regret that he never saw the dawn of humanity. The next moment he slammed his palm down on the floor and suddenly sat up as if nothing had happened. He didn't understand what was happening, while his teammates called out to him in complete confusion. Then Levi stood up and threw the gun aside. It was at that moment, while no one was paying attention, that an evil spirit behind them opened its mouth wide, intending to devour the squad of fighters. His sharp teeth were already closing when the deputy captain felt something and turned around sharply. Suddenly, Levi grabbed the huge evil spirit by the hair on his head with lightning speed, stopping the attack at the very last moment. The creature's hideous face recoiled from the people. The protagonist held him down with one hand, while the expressions on the faces of the four fighters opposite him were truly stunned. Levi's face turned icy, and he coldly asked why the creature only had one head and whether it was just going to eat people. The hero remembered the words of the director, who once told him that eating people turns you into a monster, and evil spirits must be killed. Hearing this, the creature laughed with contempt and asked if he was going to kill it with his bare hands. Ignoring the ridicule, Levi simply clenched his palm and crushed the evil spirit's head. He cut him off coldly, saying that what he had said no longer mattered. Seeing this, the deputy captain instinctively covered his most vulnerable spots, and the remaining 3 soldiers huddled together, trembling with terror. And then suddenly someone called out to the captain in a familiar voice. Levi turned around and immediately noticed Jasper. The young man was chained in iron chains. Levi couldn't believe his eyes, and in his mind the system's voice immediately sounded, confirming that it was indeed him. She explained that she had previously felt fluctuations in her father's power, so she went to check on his condition. But Jasper had already been seriously injured. Jasper looked at Levi with tears in his eyes and called his name. The protagonist immediately broke the iron shackles and supported the staggering Jasper with both hands, helping him stand up. Levi noted that he had suffered greatly here, and Jasper hastily added that he was sure of his own death and thought that he had become a ghost. Levi immediately explained that this was not the case, and that everything that was happening was just that same anomalous scene from another world that he had spoken about earlier. The young man began to cry pitifully, pouting, and admitted that even in the form of a ghost he continued to feel pain. At that moment, the system screamed in alarm, calling on the host to help Jasper recover as quickly as possible. The members of the Spirit Exterminator Squad looked at this scene with genuine amazement, unable to comprehend what was happening. One of the fighters assessed the situation and reported that they were facing a D-class spirit. The hero then explained that it was Jasper, his best friend, and that he was allowing him to absorb yang energy to help him recover. However, these words caused a sharp reaction. The deputy captain shouted, accusing Levi of madness, stating that all spirits are aggressive towards people. The soldiers immediately supported him, and they also pointed out that the captain had been seriously wounded quite recently. The second-in-command pointed his gun at Jasper, declaring that as members of the extermination team they had no right to be deceived. He cocked the trigger and was about to shoot, adding sullenly that he would sort it out himself. Suddenly a shot rang out. Jasper closed his eyes in horror, but Levi managed to stretch out his hand and caught the bullet with his palm. He warned that no one was allowed to harm Jasper, emphasizing that he had never done anything evil and that he would protect him. The soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. The deputy captain became furious, and citing his position, shouted that Levi was protecting a spirit, while spirits were killing people. However, the protagonist firmly stated that Jasper would not harm people, and that he believed him. However, the deputy captain continued. He demanded to know how it could be guaranteed that this spirit was an exception. Levi replied with a serious expression that he personally vouched for him. He also added that he did not understand what was being discussed, but in any case, he forbade harming Jasper. The deputy captain's face darkened. He reminded them that they were a spirit extermination team. Then he raised his weapon again and said bluntly that either they would kill the spirits or the spirits would kill them. At that moment, Levi's eyes filled with cold rage, and he rushed forward, clenching his fist to strike. The deputy captain panicked and thought that Levi had completely gone crazy. However, the blow whistled past. The deputy captain was shocked, and immediately noticed behind him an evil spirit with a face distorted with horror. He shouted that he had just appeared. Levi should not have noticed him so quickly. The next second, a powerful blow completely smashed his face. Levi calmly explained that this spirit was going to eat them, so it had to be destroyed. The deputy captain was unable to utter a word. The rest of the squad were in a panic. Their captain was capable of killing a C-class evil spirit with one blow. Someone reminded that the hero had previously destroyed a spirit of the same rank with his bare hands. The deputy captain suddenly remembered that, in theory, physical attacks should not work on spirits. Then Levi smiled and praised Jasper, noting that he immediately felt the thirst for blood. One of the subordinates immediately suspected that this D-class spirit had previously sensed the presence of the evil C-class spirit and warned the captain. Suddenly, a scream echoed throughout the room. The team looked around warily, and the ominous voice continued to echo around. Jasper, shaking, said that they were the ones who caught him and bit him, and it caused a lot of pain. Anger flared up in the protagonist's heart, and his fist seemed to be engulfed in flames. Gritting his teeth, Levi demanded to know where these creatures were, promising revenge. Hearing this, Jasper pulled back in surprise. However, he then became happy to realize that he now had a protector and agreed. He looked around, and at that moment the system intervened again, informing him that the enemies had to appear in order for the crimson fire to activate. Then Jasper pointed forward. Levi stamped his foot and rushed forward with blinding speed. The bone spirit screamed in panic that the fire was burning him. However, just one blow put an end to his existence. Landing, Levi asked emotionlessly if there were more. Then Jasper pointed in the other direction. Immediately after this, the main character, using inertia, soared into the air, attacking the next spirit. His face contorted from the impact, and he screamed before being destroyed. Jasper grew increasingly inspired, excitedly pointing out new directions, flashes of blinding light accompanied by the cries of spirits. All witnesses of what was happening were in complete stupor. The deputy captain, his face pale, swallowed in disbelief as he watched his once timid captain fight like a lion. After another landing, Levi asked again if there was anyone left, and Jasper happily replied that there was no one else here. The vice-captain realized that they were using the D-class spirit as bait to ambush many C-class evil spirits. At that moment, Jasper seemed to sense something. His face suddenly turned pale, and he began to tremble, pressing himself against Levi's shoulder and shaking with fear. At that moment, a red light flashed behind the gate. Jasper was still shaking and holding tightly to Levi, indicating that there was an extremely strong female evil spirit outside. The deputy captain glanced at the compass in his hand, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. A primal fear gripped him, cold sweat ran down his forehead, and stuttering, he came to the conclusion that this was an A-class spirit. Hearing this, the squad members immediately raised their weapons, and panic broke out in the ranks, since they were only a D-class team. The protagonist, maintaining a serious expression on his face, turned to Jasper and asked if it was she who had been bullying him. He pressed himself pitifully against Levi's shoulder and, stumbling, told him that it was this woman who had hung him up and allowed others to beat and bite him. Hearing this, Levi's face darkened, and the system immediately confirmed his words, noting that the female spirit was extremely cruel. The hero then coldly ordered the people behind him to make Jasper hide behind his back. At that very moment, a huge tree was torn out from behind the gate, its roots spreading out like a giant, terrifying hand, and it flew straight towards the detachment. Levi jumped up sharply, shielding everyone with his body, and with one powerful kick pressed the tree into the ground. The spirit woman was shocked by what she saw, and could not believe that a person could possess such power. However, before she could recover from the shock, she saw the tree rapidly flying back towards her. She was forced to sharply rise into the air, dodging. At that moment, the hero appeared behind her and attacked, kicking her. The dead woman only glanced at him briefly, but her face instantly tensed. A flash of light slid across her face, then another followed, but this time the blow hit the target. The undead creature was shot out of the air and crashed to the ground with a roar, causing a powerful explosion. The crew watched the scene and couldn't contain their amazement, as they realized that their captain had easily crushed the spirit of the A-class. The deputy captain immediately activated the compass, and, after studying the speed and force readings, came to the conclusion that the sensor might be faulty. But he quickly realized that there was no doubt. The spirit really was A-class. Meanwhile, Levi stood calmly on the lawn, watching the defeated enemy, who was literally driven into the wall. The dead woman touched her damaged head several times, coming to her senses. She then growled in rage, claiming that no human could have such power and demanded to know who he really was. The hero's face was no less gloomy, and he coldly said that she had mocked Jasper, which meant he had come for revenge. Hearing this, she cast an angry glance towards Jasper and the others. She muttered contemptuously that he was just a human, and even one connected to a D-class spirit, and Jasper trembled again from that look. The dead woman opened her eyes wide, as if they were about to burst, and opening her mouth, she declared in rage that people deserved to die. Immediately after this, she pushed off the ground with force, rose into the air and extended her sharp claws. However, suddenly her neck was squeezed by Levi's hand. He held her in the air, completely depriving her of the ability to resist. They fell down together, and after a loud thud, the hero still continued to press her to the ground. His fist rose mercilessly above the dead man. He then attacked her body with a series of furious blows. The scene was so brutal that fear gripped the onlookers, and the soldiers whispered among themselves that the captain looked far more terrible than the spirit. The more they thought about it, the more they huddled closer to each other, not believing that it was really that same Levi in front of them. The spirit's upper body began to take on its true form, but it declared that no human could kill it, no matter how strong it was. At this moment, Levi's face became truly frightening. He coldly said that he had simply beaten her before. Then he raised his fist again, but now it was enveloped in blue flames. Seeing this, the spirit woman was horrified, desperately shaking her head and trying to break free, begging to put out the fire. However, the hero declared that the flames were meant to burn her alive, after which the flaming fist fell straight onto her skull. The dead woman let out a piercing scream, and Levi stood and watched as she writhed in the blue flames, slowly turning to ash. His face was cold and grim as he concluded that anyone who bullied Jasper must die. At the same time, in the command center's emergency conference room, employees were focused on their work. Suddenly, one of the girls noticed something strange. She reported in a panic that she had discovered an A-class spirit. The signal came from an area of abandoned villas, not far from where Charles's B-class team had previously been completely wiped out. The general commander, a middle-aged man, sternly inquired whether there were any spirit extermination teams nearby. The employee replied that Levi's D-class team was nearby, but expressed doubt that they would be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The next moment, the girl turned even paler and confusedly reported that the A-class spirit wave had disappeared. The commander anxiously asked what exactly this disappearance meant. The staff member pointed to the screen and reported that Levi's team had just transmitted a fragment of the spiritual body of an A-class spirit. She covered her mouth with her hand, unable to believe what was happening as the D-class team destroyed the A-class spirit. Shocking news continued to come in one after another. It became known that the same D-class team had previously destroyed 8 C-class spirits. The general commander, not hiding his mistrust, asked again if there were other teams nearby. The employee, having checked all the information, confirmed that she did not see any signals from other units. The commander was lost in thought, unable to find an explanation for how the D-class team had managed to destroy so many spirits, including an A-class spirit. Moreover, this was the first combat mission of the D-class under Levi's command. Their original task was to eliminate only the D-class spirit. Previously, if a low-level team encountered a high-level evil spirit, the chance of complete annihilation was 99%. However, now the D-class not only survived, but also eliminated the spirit of the A- class, an incident that had never been recorded in history. As the sun was already setting, the hero's car was moving back to the base. The deputy captain assumed that the command center had already recorded their return, and probably noticed spiritual fluctuations. Perhaps headquarters will decide that this spirit was brought in for training purposes. However, he understood perfectly well that the behavior of the captain, who so desperately defended this spirit, clearly had other reasons. The team's car soon arrived at headquarters, where the commander-in-chief was already waiting for them at the entrance. The deputy captain was amazed by such a reception, and noted with amazement that the commander-in-chief himself personally came out to meet them at the entrance. The rest of the team were also confused, and some quietly admired him, calling him their idol. The commander-in-chief looked sternly at the squad, and asked directly whether Levi's team had really destroyed an A-class spirit. The entire group stood at attention and saluted. The deputy captain confirmed the report, clarifying that, to be precise, the elimination was carried out solely by Captain Levy alone. He explained that so-called cyborgs capable of independently eliminating anomalies had already been encountered abroad. Captain Levi was exactly that type, destroying evil spirits and ghosts with his bare hands. Captain Louis chuckled, stating that such words sounded completely absurd, since a D-class could not possibly possess such power. However, the fighters standing behind the hero nodded in unison, confirming that it was Levi who had destroyed all the spirits single-handedly. Louis and his deputy looked at them with obvious disbelief. The commander-in-chief then pointed to Jasper, whom Levi had brought with him, and asked why the D-class spirit was not immediately destroyed. The deputy then reported that this spirit, apparently, retained memory and human emotions, and was also familiar to the captain during his lifetime. This statement shocked everyone present, as there was not a single documented case of a spirit retaining its humanity. The employee then discovered that Charles's B-class team had previously encountered a low-level spirit without an evil aura. The commander-in-chief looked at Jasper thoughtfully and wondered if he was truly harmless. However, Louis, not believing this, took out a gun, pointed it at Jasper, and expressed the opinion that ghosts cannot be trusted. Jasper trembled in horror. Levi immediately stood in front of him, covering him with his body, and said that he would not allow Jasper to be frightened. Louis did not lower his weapon, hinting that he had no intention of simply scaring the spirit. At that moment, the deputy stood between them, and reported to the commander that all the spirits that had been destroyed earlier were discovered by this very spirit. He had indicated their exact location in advance, including the A-class spirit. The commander-in-chief was stunned to realize that this spirit was actually helping people destroy other spirits. He suggested that, on a subconscious level, he truly considered himself a human being, and was completely on the side of humanity. Looking at Levi, who was still protecting Jasper, he concluded that they had already eliminated 8 C-class spirits and 1 A-class spirit. After this, he stopped Louis, who was raising his weapon again, and stated that if the spirit was truly harmless, it should be given a chance. The commander-in-chief then called a closed meeting, as he believed Jasper could be trusted. Moreover, his ability to detect anomalous spirits, even those that had not yet manifested, was extremely useful. The meeting participants listened attentively, although many expressed dissatisfaction. And then suddenly the commander-in-chief proposed to form a separate independent group of Levi and Jasper. At that moment, the entire hall was gripped by shock. Although everyone was in shock, few were ready to openly argue with the commander-in-chief. Louis protested sharply, not believing that the spirit was going to be officially accepted, and doubting the seriousness of such a decision. But the commander-in-chief firmly said that he was absolutely serious. After the meeting, he met personally with Levi and Jasper to discuss the details of the offer and possible benefits. Because Jasper is a spirit, he will be temporarily ineligible for government benefits, but terms will be worked out later. But he warned that if the spirit harmed people, Levi would be held responsible, and in extreme cases, it could result in the death penalty. The hero, in turn, supported this idea and noted that he really intended to exterminate such creatures. Jasper admitted that he was still a little afraid of spirits, so Leon gently stroked his head, saying that he would protect him. From the sidelines, the general watched the scene closely, wondering if this Jasper really didn't see himself as a ghost. Meanwhile, in the wooden house, the messenger was in a state of daze, not understanding where exactly he was. Through the fog of his mind, he noticed a man who extended his hand towards him. Then the herald screamed in panic, demanding an explanation, but his screams soon turned into helpless clucking. Realizing what was happening, he realized in horror that instead of a phoenix, he had become an ordinary chicken. They grabbed him by the wing and shook him roughly. And at that moment, it finally dawned on him that he had indeed turned into a rooster. Fragments of memories surfaced in his memory of how he had previously evolved into a phoenix, and then how he was dragged into another world. Now he was mercilessly pressed against the cutting board, and the messenger, in despair, decided that this time it was all over, and he was about to be slaughtered. The man, feigning pity, explained that he had not meant to kill, but that something was wrong in the house, and the rooster's blood was said to ward off evil. The messenger closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate, and wondering if he would be able to return if he died. However, he was suddenly overcome with fear when he remembered that last time it was Levi who brought him back, and not someone else. The knife came down sharply, but the herald managed to dodge. The blade pierced very close, and it made him shudder. As he struggled desperately, the man grabbed his leg, muttering that he was possessed by a spirit, and therefore hoped that the blood would help drive out the evil spirit. Despite his pleas, the rooster resisted more and more, but soon he discovered that his beak did not allow him to utter a word. At this point, despair reached its limit, and he decided to take a risk by resorting to his last resort, a sensual appeal. To his surprise, the heavens seemed to respond, and this time the herald successfully summoned Theo. The butcher, who intended to use it to exorcise spirits, screamed in horror, mistaking what was happening for the appearance of a ghost. Taking advantage of the confusion, the rooster broke free from the grip and rushed towards Theo, trembling all over and clinging to him. Theo looked at the trembling rooster in surprise, trying to guess from his plumage who he was. He soon assumed that if the creature was able to summon him, then it really was that very phoenix in front of him. Theo called him his brother-in-law, and the man who had been a butcher collapsed to the floor in fear. Without saying a word, Theo took out a vial from the spatial storage. The demon then carefully gave the rooster a purple pill. The messenger swallowed it, and even managed to note that the taste was reminiscent of corn. Almost immediately after this, he realized with delight that he could speak again. Theo explained that it was a human speech pill that allowed demons who had not yet reached the transformation stage to speak human language. Hearing this, the phoenix showered him with praise, calling his son-in-law a fine fellow. Then Theo, looking around, asked how the phoenix turned into a rooster, and also where they were. Then the rooster explained that he had found himself in a new world, different from Theo's world and from his own, and that it was Levi who had brought him here, just like last time. Theo, however, didn't understand which last time he was talking about. At this moment, the phoenix suddenly wondered why the sensual call worked again, although it had not happened before. After analyzing the events, he came to the conclusion that he gained this ability after Levi brought him to another world. Theo, standing nearby, curiously asked what exactly was meant by this world. Phoenix quickly confirmed that they were talking about himself, but immediately became afraid that he had said too much. Avoiding his interlocutor's gaze, he remarked that this was a place he knew little about, after which he coughed and added that he felt unwell. Theo stroked the chicken's head carefully, and then worriedly asked his son-in-law if he was feeling unwell. He added that he had pills to strengthen his vitality, but the messenger refused, explaining that he was not that bad. After that, Theo turned around and looked around the room again. The spiritual energy around him was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Then the kitchen door suddenly swung open. Just as Theo said the word about ghosts, he turned around and saw the boy. The boy's face was gloomy, and his dark, bright eyes with blood-red pupils were especially striking. He added that Atsai was his best friend and warned his father not to dare kill him. Afterwards, he coldly noted that blood was still not able to drive away evil. The boy froze, as if only now realizing what was happening, and noticed that his father was lying on the floor, wondering if he was dead. At that moment, a voice rang out, attracting his attention. Phoenix explained that the man was not dead, but had only lost consciousness. The child stared at the talking chicken in amazement. Then Theo explained that he was possessed by a spirit. A dark voice responded, asking who they were. But Theo was unhappy that such a weak spirit dared to speak to this king using a possessed body. The evil spirit trembled, realizing that the other person's aura was too strong, and that he was capable of killing him without the slightest effort. The boy's body immediately fell to his knees. A ghostly voice begged for mercy, promising never to dare to do such a thing again. Then Theo coldly ordered to leave the body, and the spirit obediently obeyed. Black smoke began to ooze out of the boy, but the rooster did not notice it, and doubtfully asked if the creature had come out and what kind of spirit it was. Seeing his confusion, Theo confirmed that the spirit had indeed left the body, and then added that an ordinary rooster was not capable of seeing spirits. The messenger did not quite understand what was being discussed. Suddenly Theo's eyes sparkled. A strange vessel appeared in his hand. The rooster asked suspiciously what it was and what was inside, noting that it looked quite appetizing. Without waiting for an explanation, he opened his beak and a drop of crystal-clear water fell inside. The sensation was sharp, cool, and completely tasteless. He complained that they gave him only one drop, considering his son-in-law too stingy. However, he soon noticed with amazement that the shadow in front of him was gradually becoming clear. Theo confirmed that it is a spirit born from resentment, anger, and evil energy, which after a person's death enters the living. He also explained that the vessel had a powerful origin, and the drop he drank was his spiritual heart, the equivalent of a cultivator's core. Hearing this, the rooster turned pale and cried out in horror that he should not have been given such a thing. But Theo doubted his son-in-law knew how important it was, although he admitted that he could only guess from the name. Past events flashed in his memory, and the messenger noted in a panic that he did not want to feel someone else's heart, and certainly did not want to live together. Theo gently explained that although the item was extremely valuable, one drop was harmless and would only improve one's physique, laying the foundation without consequences. Only then did the rooster calm down. He then learned that after laying the foundation, the demon surpasses ordinary people in strength and speed, and is also capable of absorbing spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the shadow that had been watching this was silently pondering, looking at the herald as if he were a particularly appetizing and energy-rich prey. She quickly made a decision, deciding that if she ate this rooster, she could directly rise from the rank of a vengeful spirit to the rank of a demon. And then the rooster suddenly felt something was wrong when a strange coldness came over him. When the question arose about what to do with the spirit, the rooster suggested killing him. The creature immediately lost all arrogance and began desperately begging for mercy, promising never to harm either people or spirits again. But Theo coldly stated that evil creatures, by their nature, harm people, and therefore their words cannot be trusted. Hearing this, the messenger mentally noted that he himself was a demon, and could not compare with the one who was born of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, he stood up for the spirit, reasoning that since he had promised not to cause any more harm, there was no point in interfering. Theo eventually compromised, admitting that it was indeed a spirit. But since he wasn't human himself, he could turn a blind eye to it. Hearing their decision, the ghost began to bow continuously, gratefully repeating that his life had been spared. The herald then told him to return, stating that he was going to find Levi and Jasper, and then ask the protagonist to return him to his home world. Theo heard this, and noted with regret that his accompaniment was no longer required. The rooster declared that he could handle it himself, as a demon at the stage of laying the foundations could not be caught by ordinary people. With these words he quickly flew away. He was shuffling his chicken feet along the ground, in a good mood, and unaware that he had already become someone's target. Meanwhile, the spirit bared his teeth and whispered quietly, wondering if his friend had left. A dark, ominous energy filled the room, causing the phoenix to tremble in fear. He began to let out shrill screams and, in panic, cursed the spirit and begged it not to chase after him. Having no other choice, the chick was forced to use his last resort, a sensual appeal. The appearance of Theo became a real salvation for him. Phoenix called out to him in a hurry, and then instantly flew to him. Into the arms of this man now was the safest place in the world. At that very moment, the vengeful spirit bared its teeth and rushed forward. However, Theo stopped him with one hand. He squeezed him by the throat, and only then did the evil spirit, in panic, realize his mistake. Both the spirit and the messenger trembled even more violently. The spirit immediately changed its tone and began to pitifully beg for mercy, swearing never to repeat its actions again. Then the phoenix turned around and indignantly declared that he could not be spared, because as soon as Theo disappeared, he immediately tried to eat him. The man was surprised to hear this and asked if the spirit had really tried to attack the phoenix, as such creatures usually only devour people. Almost immediately, he understood the reason for what was happening, and explained that the problem was that the messenger had reached the foundation stage and had become a spiritual beast. He then added that the spirit wanted to take over the body of a foundation stage spirit to strengthen itself. However, he himself did not realize what this would lead to. Without showing the slightest pity, Theo squeezed his hand, and the vengeful spirit crumbled into fragments filled with black, offensive energy. This energy began to slowly gather in his palm, and he continued that such power could be used to strengthen oneself. The messenger stared in surprise at the black pearl in his hand and asked what it was. The man blew lightly on the pearl and calmly explained that it was an energy sphere formed after the death of spirits. The spiritual energy in this world is rarefied, and the energy of such beings is polluted, but after purification it can be used for cultivation. Foundation stage spirit beasts can strengthen themselves infinitely by absorbing energy, and all they need to do is simply inhale it through their nose. The cockerel's nose immediately twitched, and he gloated internally, rejoicing that the one who wanted to eat him had now become food himself. Theo, meanwhile, continued to explain that in his dantian there was a pearl of purification, with which one could directly absorb the energy of beings. At that moment, a faint halo flared up in the area of his stomach. The man was surprised to find that his vault would not open, which he found strange. However, he quickly pulled himself together and decided that he still had a pearl of purification that he could pass on to his son-in-law. The messenger obediently agreed. The man told him to open his beak, and he did so with his eyes glowing. Then he carefully lifted his head. At this point, the phoenix panicked, noticing that Theo's actions were becoming increasingly strange. When he leaned too close, the chick became confused and screamed in panic, wondering if this was really how power was transmitted. He immediately pushed him away with his wings, demanding that he stay away. The man himself, however, did not understand why. With the pearl of purification, the phoenix would be able to directly absorb energy and become stronger. Gradually, the rooster began to hesitate, convincing himself that it was just a pearl and there was nothing to be ashamed of. However, his wings still awkwardly pressed against his interlocutor's face, he shyly hurried him, asking him to hand over the artifact faster. Gradually, the phoenix relaxed and opened its beak again. The pearl of purification glowed softly, and the herald smugly moved its tail. This time the sensation was not cold, but warm and almost tasteless. But Theo calmly explained that the warmth came from his body temperature. Sensing something was wrong, the phoenix panicked, making a strange sound, and immediately ran away, feeling its cheeks burning. Theo remained standing there, clearly wanting to explain something, but was forced to return to the other world without finishing his sentence. Meanwhile, the phoenix felt its body begin to warm up, as if the energy had already begun to be absorbed. Muttering under his breath, he walked outside, not knowing where to go now or how to find Levi and Jasper. After thinking for a while, he decided to at least leave this place first. Spreading his wings, the messenger flew away from the frightening space. The scent of his power spread everywhere. It awakened all the spirits. They greedily inhaled the air, wondering where this scent was coming from. Soon they sensed the source, a phoenix from which emanated the purest energy, incredibly attractive and nourishing. The creatures whispered, feeling that if they ate this phoenix, they would be able to rise at least 2 ranks. It was at this moment that the messenger felt a strange chill behind his back, and wondered in bewilderment why he had suddenly become so chilly. The messenger looked around cautiously, and saw that a group of ghosts were staring at him, and it was clear from their looks that they were eager to devour this rooster. The next moment, the phoenix suddenly vomited, causing the surrounding spirits to become confused. The herald himself was also at a loss. He did not understand why he could not absorb the energy of these creatures as before. Meanwhile, on the Hongyu continent, Theo was meditating. He wondered why his vault had suddenly stopped opening. The magic circle gradually appeared. Everything should work fine. Then he wondered if it was possible to open it again. After quickly swallowing the spirit purification pearl, he regained his strength and came to the conclusion that the problem probably originated in that other world. At this moment, the Scarlet Phoenix, noticing that the ruler had just returned, mockingly asked if the queen had kicked him out so quickly. These words made Theo remember the story of how he once deceived his brother. He had then lied to the Scarlet Phoenix, claiming that the egg was a gift from his beloved in another world, and he still felt bad about that lie. But Phoenix, as usual, saw right through him. He had already predicted that the story about the queen from another world and the gifted egg was a fabrication. Phoenix noticed that now that he was being summoned every 2 or 3 days and then immediately sent back, he began to believe in the existence of the queen. He explained that perhaps only the queen could make him so obedient. They call him, they drive him away, but he never got angry. Then Theo panicked and wondered if he should even be angry in this situation. Phoenix was finally tired of his naivety and declared that the lack of anger only proved how strong the feelings were between him and the queen. Theo couldn't help but agree with this, and thought that every time he saw her, he really felt joy. Pointing to the egg, he tried to explain that it was in fact his. However, he didn't have time to finish the sentence, because he was called again and disappeared. The Scarlet Phoenix merely snorted in disdain, declaring that he was completely under the Queen's control. Suddenly there was a loud bang and someone cried out in panic that His Majesty had disappeared again. The servant hurriedly reported to the Scarlet Phoenix that human cultivators had once again invaded the forest to hunt spirit beasts. Hearing this, the demon ordered the lower animals to deal with it themselves, since the king was still not there. He asked me to tell them that human food is very tasty. Meanwhile, Theo had already arrived to his brother-in-law, who was already screaming in horror, and immediately rushed towards him. The messenger shouted that he himself was not happy about all this, but he had no choice. He pressed himself tightly against Theo's body, and Theo only said with a smile that it was okay. He had already come to the rescue. Then he raised his head and, noticing a whole crowd of evil spirits, stopped them with one hand. He used the glacier skill to freeze them all at once. In an instant, the spirits stopped, turning into one huge piece of ice. Theo glared at them, clearly unhappy that they had decided to attack the herald. Soon the battle was over. The black aura of the fallen spirits still hung in the air, and the phoenix greedily sucked it in. His mood immediately improved as he felt the energy awakening in his body. Theo tried to open the vault again, but to no avail, which made him wonder if it was really because he had arrived in an alien world. While he was thinking, someone's eyes were watching them from the depths of the forest. A sudden feeling of alarm made him turn around sharply. He immediately pointed his sword in that direction and demanded to show himself. The creature, taken by surprise, recoiled in panic and screamed, begging for mercy. It assured that it was just a child and not a ghost at all, after which it collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. Through tears, he told how he saw them destroy the ghostly spirits. It was then that I realized how strong the messenger and his companion were. The boy then began to beg the Holy Rooster and the Holy Beast to save his sister. Theo turned to the phoenix and they exchanged glances, as if silently discussing a decision. The messenger hesitated, not knowing whether it was worth helping people, but Theo himself did not interfere, and said that the decision remained with his son-in-law. Then the phoenix sharply remarked that it saw no benefit in saving the man. But then he looked at the crying boy again. In the end, the messenger sighed and agreed to go and have a look first. As the sun set, a battle began with the spirit that had captured the boy's sister. The spirit was thrown far back, and its piercing cries echoed around. Theo used a technique to separate the soul from the child's body and hold it in the air, and then tried to use glacier. The spirit trembled, feeling the piercing cold. However, the next moment he was thrown back by a powerful force, which immediately dissipated. Theo realized with surprise that his technique had not worked. Everyone around stared at him in bewilderment. Even the spirit was shocked that the cold had disappeared, and he was still alive. And then suddenly an idea came into Theo's head. The young man then continued his attempts, using an ice blade. However, even this technique dissipated before reaching its target. It simply hovered a centimeter away from the spirit-possessed girl. Gradually he realized that neither the ice fang nor other techniques worked here. The enraged spirit roared, declaring that he was an A-rank evil spirit and would not allow himself to be bullied. He rushed into the attack, shouting that it was interference in the affairs of ghosts. A crooked smile appeared on the evil ghost's face. It was clear that he was not going to let this humiliation go so easily. However, the next moment a long spear pierced his body through and through, leaving no time for his spirit to react. The creature was thrown back with force. As a result, it began to tremble and soon completely dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a clot of black energy. The two children immediately began to thank their saviors for saving the girl and for destroying the ghost. The children then mentioned that there were also people possessed by ghosts in the neighboring village and timidly asked for help. The messenger straightened up proudly and, assuming a self-satisfied pose, declared that, seeing their pitiful situation, he was ready to help one more time. However, Theo said outright that they didn't have time, and that was the end of it. Immediately after this, he turned around and called his brother-in-law to follow him, leaving the children behind. The children desperately cried out to them, calling them benefactors and their last hope, begging them not to abandon them. However, Theo carried the phoenix away, even though it still looked back at the children with regret. The messenger did not understand this decision and asked in bewilderment why he refused to help, since he had previously treated people much more gently. Hearing this, Theo stopped and quietly explained that in the future, they should avoid the creatures of this world, especially demons, as much as possible. He recalled that after absorbing the spirit's energy, the phoenix had noticeably strengthened. In confirmation of this, the messenger immediately began to demonstrate his muscles, and enthusiastically noted that he felt an overwhelming strength. Theo continued to explain that the phoenix had not only grown stronger, but had also displayed new abilities. The inspired messenger took a deep breath and then exhaled a stream of cold air towards the small bird flying peacefully in the sky. It instantly became covered in ice and fell down like a stone. Theo immediately began to praise the phoenix, surprised that it was able to spew cold. However, a moment later the ice dissipated. The bird came to its senses and flapped its wings furiously. Then, as she flew away, she cast an angry glance at them, and both animals felt disappointed at that moment. Theo thoughtfully came to the conclusion that the effect of the ice seal only lasted for a moment. He explained that this world limited his abilities. Any technique used once would no longer work. Hearing this, the messenger panicked. He realized that if they continued to destroy powerful spirits, Theo's abilities would eventually run out, and he would be unable to protect him. Now the phoenix finally understood why such a kind and selfless demon no longer strives to save everyone. Theo clearly stated his main goal, to protect his brother-in-law and find Levi and Jasper as soon as possible so that they could return the phoenix to his world. However, then the young man looked around gloomily. More and more spirits were quietly gathering around them. He pointed out another serious problem. Because of the special energy of the phoenix as a spiritual beast, spirits would flock to them on their own, attracted by the aroma. Meanwhile, the main character was given new equipment. It was a miniature camera, the size of an earring, designed to broadcast live footage from a first-person perspective. The commander explained that the broadcast was necessary to show real scenes of spirit hunting. And since the sensors will not be used, the squad's deputy captain, Ethan, is sent to help and is supposed to accompany Levi. However, the commander, concerned about the risk, specifically warned him that all data on the detachment's combat strength was based only on verbal reports. With sadness in his voice, the commander said that he should have written a will before leaving. However, Ethan refused, explaining that even when he joined the squad, he was ready to sacrifice himself for the cause and had already settled everything with his family. The commander proudly patted him on the shoulder and called him a good fellow. Then he gathered everyone and announced the first mission, the destruction of an A-rank evil spirit. His name was Butcher. He wished everyone a safe return, after which the boys set off on their mission. Soon, the squad of ghost fighters stood in front of an abandoned empty house, which, according to archival data, was where the Butcher lived. Ethan pinched his nose, unable to bear the stench emanating from the building, the smell of rotting flesh perfectly matching the creature's notoriety. Levi frowned and turned to Jasper, asking if there really was a ghost inside. The guy hugged him tightly, trembling with fear, and admitted that he could smell blood. This ghost had already eaten many people. However, Levi reassured him, telling him that he shouldn't be afraid. At the same time, Ethan's camera began transmitting a signal, and headquarters received a message that the extermination squad had entered the target area. The commander gave the order to continue observation. Meanwhile, Levi, the main character, along with two comrades, began to move deeper into the dilapidated house. At some point, Jasper suddenly felt a rapidly approaching ominous aura and sharply pointed to the side. The footsteps gradually came closer and closer from that direction. Then all three froze at the same time, as if they sensed something terrifying. At headquarters, on the other side of the screen, observers also witnessed this horrific scene. A chilling sight opened before them. Mutilated bodies hung from the ceiling. It was obvious that these were the remains of former members of the extermination squad. The putrid, nauseating smell made everyone go cold. And then Ethan couldn't take it anymore, and he threw up. Jasper hugged Levi tightly, his whole body shaking. He confirmed that he was right. This creature really did eat many people. The next moment, a huge palm fell with terrifying force, and the pot-bellied ghost slowly prepared to enjoy its fresh prey. Even behind the screen, the headquarters staff felt the pressure and fear that made them tremble. Everyone understood that the Butcher was standing in front of them. Jasper, although he was afraid, still couldn't help but mock, noticing that his head was indeed round, like the rubber ball the director had talked about. The sinister spirit spoke again, declaring with pleasure that it loved nothing more than the flesh of the members of the extermination squad, especially the young and strong ones. A heavy atmosphere filled the entire office. It became clear to everyone that the fighters sent here had become nothing more than food for the monster, despite being A-rank elite. The Butcher tore the bodies apart and ate them with relish, like a delicacy, mocking the fact that the Bureau still dared to send people. And suddenly a lightning-fast kick hit the monster's head. Levi's movement was sharp and impeccably precise. The Butcher's head was separated from his body and crashed into the wall with a deafening roar. Everyone who saw this was stunned, People couldn't believe that the captain single-handedly took off the head of an A-rank spirit. At the same time, the head still retained consciousness, as if nothing had happened to it. The ghost, unwilling to admit defeat, arrogantly declared that brute force could not kill him. However, the hero kicked his head again and again, throwing it from wall to wall, as if playing with a ball. The audience was both horrified and amazed, Ethan thinking that the captain was actually using the butcher's head as a toy. Even the headquarters staff couldn't immediately believe what was happening. Finally, Levi stopped, and turning to his friend, remarked that such a ball was not at all interesting, and Jasper immediately suggested burning it. The spirit's head was indignant, not understanding what exactly they were going to burn, and continued to insist that people were still not capable of destroying it. At that moment, a small ball of green flame slowly formed in the air, seemingly harmless, but radiating a frightening heat. Even without knowing what it was, the spirit sensed mortal danger and tried to escape. But it was too late. The flames completely engulfed the butcher, and he let out a piercing scream. Ethan, standing slightly to the side, recorded the entire process and noted that the ghost clearly experienced extreme fear of Captain Levi's fire. Upon seeing this, the commander immediately realized that Levi was the bearer of the ability, and that his fire had a powerful suppressive effect. For him, this was a glimmer of hope. In the last 50 years, since humanity had been under the oppression of spirits, no one like this had appeared. During this time, people lost 11 cities with a population of over 1 million, and fear and death became constant companions of life. 1 in 5 people died, millions could not bear it and committed suicide. Even now, suicide rates remained alarmingly high around the world, with humanity standing no chance against powerful ghosts. It was still possible to destroy the weak, but hundreds of elite fighters were required to eliminate a single A-rank spirit. S-rank spirits even destroyed entire cities, turning them into forbidden zones. And now a man has appeared who is capable of single-handedly destroying an A-rank spirit. The commander realized that this hero, the hope of humanity, was the result of all those years of desperate struggle. And those who managed to hold out until this day desperately needed this support. The extermination squad office suddenly received confirmation of the transfer of the butcher fragments. The first mission was officially completed. The commander did not hide his joy and immediately ordered contact with the detachment, ordering them to prepare a little for the next mission. The target was to be the 3rd A-rank spirit, the old woman, recorded in the city's archives. It was a ghost with a long neck, and in an ominous tone she said that young people had come to see the old woman again, and she was already anticipating a treat. The people at the observation center immediately began assessing the situation. According to the archives, the speed of this spirit was extremely high. One of the A-rank fighters had already died before, without even being able to hit her. The old woman moved like a gust of wind, appearing and disappearing so quickly that the human eye could not follow her. The spirit then suddenly rushed straight at Levi and his comrades. But the protagonist remained calm. The next moment, the hero delivered a powerful blow straight into the ghost's face. The creature flew into the wall with a deafening roar, causing the room to shake. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned by Levi's incredible strength. The spirit, having received the blow, began to pitifully beg him to stop the beating and especially not to hit her in the face. However, the captain was not going to stop. He grabbed the ghost by the leg and, as if playing, began to swing it, causing the old woman to start screaming. Meanwhile, Levi summoned the flames. As soon as the fire appeared, the evil spirit trembled even more and began to scream desperately, begging for mercy. The commander, watching what was happening, mentally noted that Levi was truly capable of the impossible. Soon, the destruction operation was completely completed. The atmosphere at headquarters changed dramatically. People were filled with joy. The commander then turned abruptly and gave the order to collect all video footage and combat data related to the destruction of the A-rank spirits. At headquarters, he gathered the leadership to report in detail on what had happened. In his hands were records confirming that the last A-rank evil spirit recorded in the city's archives had been destroyed. He expressed confidence that after viewing these materials, the commander-in-chief would be able to objectively assess the combat power of the detachment. The commander-in-chief admitted that he was pleased, but he pointed out that if soldiers were killed live on air, fear among the population could only increase. But the commander immediately objected, firmly defending his position. He reminded that the squad had already destroyed 4 A-rank spirits on their own. He also noted that the country needs hope, which people must see with their own eyes. However, the commander-in-chief suggested a safer option, using pre-recorded materials. Despite this, the commander continued to insist. He stated that the recordings would definitely be published, but a live broadcast was also necessary. According to him, Videos can always be faked, and people will doubt their authenticity. Only a live broadcast can dispel these doubts. In conclusion, he urged people to believe that what was happening could become a turning point in the fate of humanity. Unable to contain his emotions, the commander slammed his palm on the table and declared that he sincerely believed in these people, in their ability to bring more hope. The commander-in-chief was silent for a long time, then smiled, looking at him with satisfaction. He noted with slight irony that he should become an orator. He patted the commander on the shoulder in a friendly manner, asking whether it was thanks to such eloquence that he had taken his post. He eventually agreed to the proposed plan. Meanwhile, in one of the apartments, a man sat in front of a monitor, scrolling through his feed while eating. His attention was drawn to a new, rapidly gaining popularity stream. Taking a closer look, he adjusted his glasses in horror, realizing that the broadcast was being conducted by the official headquarters of China's fighter jets. He tried to make sense of what was happening, recalling that since the Bureau's founding, the loss rate there had reached 65%. The idea that the organization would go live seemed crazy to him, as if someone was going to show them a real horror movie. Elsewhere, a young girl, wrapped in a blanket, looked anxiously at the screen. She doubted that anyone would dare to turn on the broadcast at all, fearing bloodshed and severe psychological consequences. Word of the stream spread quickly, with many believing that the headquarters was deliberately forcing viewers to watch the fighter jet's destruction. People were overcome with fear and melancholy, and they tried to support each other, admitting that they already had enough horror in their daily lives. After the announcement of the live broadcast was published, many people, although they had signed up for updates, experienced great fear. The commander, however, reassured the staff in advance, as humanity had always been in a depressed position compared to the spirits in terms of power. Those who had previously seen Levi's battle footage and witnessed the protagonist overwhelmingly destroying A-rank spirits said nothing. Then, however, new opinions began to emerge in the discussions that the level of external combat evaluation of the unit had to be revised. Some argued that if a single squad was able to destroy 4 A-rank spirits in a row, then its overall rating must be at least A. Others, however, turned their attention to the captain, noting that Levi possessed incredible strength and wondering if he was an S-rank fighter. The commander thought about it and eventually made a temporary decision to set the level as A for now. It was clear, however, that he had his own plan to demonstrate the true strength of the Levi squad. If they can destroy all the A-rank spirits recorded in China's archives, then they can officially be upgraded to S-rank. After much deliberation, he finally agreed to the proposal. Soon, a new notification appeared on the screens. The official live broadcast of China, hosted by the A-rank fighter headquarters, would begin in 3 hours. The news immediately sparked a heated discussion, with people noticing that the squad's poster had been updated and actively sharing it. Meanwhile, information about the Middle Exorcism Squad continued to be updated. The official page has changed the poster again, and the team member's introduction has appeared on the screen. As expected, it was Jasper who surprised the audience when he learned that there was indeed a spirit in the squad, and the audience began to argue heatedly. Many considered this completely unacceptable, and were outraged that official structures allowed a spirit into a fighter squad. Finally, the broadcast started. A voice came from the screens. Ethan announced that the first batch of official footage was now available. At that moment, Levi and Jasper turned to the camera and greeted viewers across the country. Meanwhile, the attention of the audience was immediately drawn to Jasper's appearance, with many noting that this spirit looked unexpected. His innocent appearance was puzzling, and the initial disgust felt by the audience noticeably weakened. Suddenly, one of the spectators jumped up from his chair in horror and stared at the screen, realizing that the squad was in Changping Hospital. It was a place known throughout the country as the area possessed by the A-rank spirit nicknamed the Thousand-Armed Doctor. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the squad gradually moved deeper. Jasper felt a powerful aura and said that the spirit was ahead. Soon the evil spirit actually appeared before them. His head resembled an octopus with disgusting tentacles. It was a spirit of rank, the sight of which alone took the breath away from the audience. His voice echoed throughout the space and even sounded through the broadcast screen, declaring that people were desecrating his hospital with their breath. One of the spectators screamed in horror when he realized that this was indeed Changping Hospital, where all the doctors and patients were killed in one night 7 years ago. His scream attracted the attention of his colleagues in the office. Then the guy, realizing that he was being too emotional, put the phone away and tried to continue working. The girl sitting next to him noticed his condition and quietly asked if he was also watching the live broadcast of the Exterminator Bureau. The guy, as if having found a like-minded person, perked up, and they exchanged glances, after which they switched to a whisper. He admitted that he did not expect the country to go so far and start broadcasting from the Champan hospital. The girl immediately agreed, adding that over the years, dozens of A-rank units had been sent there, and all of them had been destroyed. She was perplexed, because there were only 2 fighters in this detachment, and the second of them was the weakest in spirit, and many doubted their reliability. Meanwhile, Jasper confessed to the protagonist that the creature had too many tentacles, and he was truly scared. Then he suddenly showed a strange greed again, and remembered how they had previously eaten a fragrant octopus with many tentacles. The young man calmly confirmed that he remembered it, and the mere memory made them both swallow their saliva. The girls watching the broadcast were stunned. They couldn't believe that the squad members were still chatting calmly at such a moment. At that moment, the angry voice of the evil spirit was heard, outraged that people had desecrated his hospital and still dared to discuss his tentacles. Jasper, looking at the creature, explained that they only said that tentacles can be tasty, but this particular creature was not appetizing. The evil spirit could not accept this humiliation and began to scream in rage, demanding to know who dared to call him ugly. He claimed that his tentacles were the most perfect in the world. However, Levi and Jasper remained surprisingly calm. As soon as the tentacles tried to get closer, the hero's figure instantly disappeared. The spirit was confused, not understanding what had happened. At the same time, the hero was already behind him. A powerful blow followed, and the monster was thrown away. The male spectators screamed in delight, and the girls involuntarily blushed. They couldn't believe that one blow sent an A-rank spirit flying. The doctor, having flown several meters, howled in pain. But our heroes, on the contrary, looked relaxed, and Jasper remembered how he used to tear off octopus tentacles and fry them for Levi. He noted that the creature's tentacles were too ugly to cook with, but suggested at least tearing them off for fun, and the hero agreed. Fear appeared on the evil spirit's face. He turned pale and asked in despair what they were going to do with him. His pitiful voice echoed with each new blow, begging them to stop and spare his tentacles. The audience was absolutely delighted. It became obvious to them that the doctor was completely incapable of resisting a squad of fighters. People were amazed at how powerful and overwhelming it was. Jasper soon noticed with disappointment that all the tentacles had already been torn out, and there was nothing left to play with. So Levi suggested simply burning the remains. A flame burst into flames in his hand, instantly engulfing his body. However, Jasper couldn't help but yawn as he looked at the fire. The girls watching the stream exclaimed that in front of them was not a person, but a spirit, but at the same time incredibly beautiful. More and more viewers recognized that the squad was indeed incredibly strong, and that Captain Levi clearly had some kind of ability. Soon, an update appeared on the screen. The fragments of the thousand-armed doctor were collected and downloaded, and he himself was officially declared destroyed. Everyone watched the audience's reaction closely, and many had tears of joy in their eyes. But the previous fears did not go away. The commander again recalled the old warnings about what would happen if they were killed by spirits during the national broadcast. In this case, all viewers will be plunged into even deeper despair and fear. Then hope will disappear completely, and humanity, like a small flower, will simply wither, unable to withstand the pressure. And yet, the emergence of those with these abilities could have been a turning point in the fate of people. Now Levi and Jasper had a huge mission on their shoulders. No matter the outcome, the hope they brought continued to grow rapidly. The commander looked at them with a deeply touched soul, and could only pray that they would live as long as possible. Meanwhile, the hero was already using the same technique against the new two-headed evil spirit. The green flame flared up again in his hand, burning another monster. The comments continued to flood the broadcast with waves of delight. Viewers discussed how the third A-rank evil spirit was destroyed on air, and then the fourth, the snake-headed banshee. By the end of the day, the last monster from the city archives had also been cleared out. Outside, fans were held back by security guards, not allowing them to get any closer, as this was still the territory of an A-rank evil spirit. The danger level in the area was still considered extremely high, but despite this, many fans did not feel any fear at all. People said they came only to personally thank the fighter squad. After some time, Levi and Jasper came into view. The crowd immediately began to cheer as they came out. However, the two themselves looked surprisingly calm, and even a little confused, clearly not fully understanding what was happening around them. Then someone remembered the daring cameraman and asked with genuine admiration how anyone could be so bold. Ethan, hearing this, was frankly stunned and even thought that he too had fans. One of the viewers loudly thanked the squad, admitting that after these broadcasts he was no longer afraid of spirits. Words of gratitude poured in one after another. Someone wrote that they did not want to die and would continue to observe the fighters' actions. Ethan noticed that Levi and Jasper were standing there a little confused the whole time, and quietly explained to them that people had come specifically to see them. Then the hero and his friend waved to the crowd. Jasper happily thanked everyone for their support, and the hero limited himself to short words of gratitude. After some time, a helicopter landed nearby. The crowd began to say goodbye to the fighters, and Ethan reminded them to be careful, to go home, and promised to meet them on the next stream. Even when the fighters were about to fly away, people continued to desperately wave after them. One of the security guards smiled and remarked that the scene reminded him of stories about idols of the past, who were also seen off by crowds of fans. Another person noted that everything used to be safe, but after the advent of the spirit era, people began to be afraid to leave their homes. He then added bitterly that hiding at home does not mean survival, and that is what scares him most. The guard happily noted that all the A-rank spirits in their city had been exterminated in just 2 days, which seemed incredible. He then admitted with a grin that their own extermination team was now primarily tasked with maintaining order and crowd control. Soon the fighters' location changed. They flew to another. There Levi encountered a spirit that had taken possession of a small child. However, he instantly sent it into the wall, just as he was about to destroy it with fire. At that moment Jasper sensed another spirit. He also warned that there was someone else nearby. A huge frog-like evil spirit suddenly appeared, frightening the live broadcast viewers. People recognized him as another A-rank spirit from the archives of City B Frog. However, they were surprised how he ended up in the territory of the demon doll. The girls behind the screen began to worry, suspecting that the spirits might be working together. However, the hero's blow landed directly on the frog spirit, knocking it unconscious and throwing it away. This simultaneously frightened the approaching five-eyed ghost, but it still tried to attack, stretching out its sharp claws. Then Levi kicked it with his foot, and the creature burst into curses. Both spirits trembled as they watched the protagonist slowly approach them, the green flame flaring up in his hand again. People watching the broadcast said with admiration that the captain was incredibly strong. Even A-rank spirits united in a group are unable to withstand a squad of fighters. Suddenly, Jasper let out a cry of alarm as he sensed another spirit. Then both fighters simultaneously turned to Ethan. A spirit with a bloody mouth and sharp teeth hovered above his head. The creature threatened to put out the flames or it would bite off half the operator's head. Meanwhile, the female spectators discussed what they had seen in horror, asking each other why that terrifying voice was coming so close to the camera. Others noticed that the image on the phone was shaking a lot. It became clear to everyone that a third evil spirit had appeared and had now taken the cameraman hostage. Levi asked Jasper if the creature really wanted him to put out the flames, and Jasper confirmed that otherwise the spirit would eat Ethan in front of everyone. Then the power of fire in the hero's hand began to gradually weaken. Ethan was deeply touched. With tears in his eyes, he begged them not to worry about him, saying that he was just a cameraman. He claimed that there was no point in making concessions to the spirits for his sake, and that he had long been ready to sacrifice himself. He recalled that he was prepared for this from the very first day of joining the medium fighter squadron. At that moment, a female spectator couldn't hold back her tears. Her boyfriend also couldn't accept what was happening, and silently looked at the screen. Seeing what was happening, the commander immediately gave the order to switch to the image from the camera attached to Levi's left ear. When the image shifted completely and showed Ethan standing right in front of the extremely dangerous spirit, the girl broke down and burst into tears. The married couple, watching what was happening, felt a heaviness in their hearts. The girl worriedly assumed that the operator might die. At the same time, the observer could not hold back her tears and reported to the commander that another C-rank spirit, Dwarf, was above them. Hearing this, the commander was shocked. It became clear almost immediately that Lizard, the fourth A-rank spirit, was hiding upside down behind Levi and Jasper. A shocked Jasper quickly warned the hero that there was another ghost behind them. However, it didn't end there. Behind the column next to them, another evil spirit was hiding, the fifth one, also belonging to the A-rank, Mummy. Looking around, Jasper realized that there were 5 spirits around Levi at once. The chat instantly exploded with discussions, people cursing the spirits' vile methods and continuing to pray for the safety of the extermination squad. The commander, realizing the full danger of the situation, ordered that the City B Fighter Bureau be contacted and that a support detachment be urgently dispatched to the scene. Soon, soldiers moved to the scene, realizing that they had to support the middle squad of fighters in destroying the A-rank spirits. However, the commander of City B clarified that their mission is not just to support, but to protect the hope of all humanity. Looking at the concentrated faces of the fighters, she ordered that under no circumstances should these people be allowed to die. Meanwhile, The big-headed evil spirit noticed that these people were indeed capable of extinguishing the terrible green fire. Then he laughed with contempt, calling the human race stupid for its attachments and feelings. The spirit then sank its teeth into Ethan's head, threatening to bite off half and drench the hero in his blood. Blood began to flow down the operator's head. But despite his fear, the young man still screamed, begging the captain not to pay attention to him. However, Levi, the main character, tried to negotiate, stating that he does not use flames and does not move, which means the spirit has no right to eat people. Then Levi looked up and asked Jasper to move away, explaining that if he didn't move, he couldn't protect him. Hearing their conversation, the big-headed evil spirit continued to mock them, declaring that this traitorous spirit was too weak to be taken into account. Secretly, he hoped that if he only killed the hero, the rest would be completely under the control of the spirits. Soon Jasper's soul soared high into the sky. Levi remained standing among several spirits, asking if they would let Ethan go if he didn't move and used blue fire. As soon as he finished, the big-headed evil spirit burst into mad laughter and ordered the others to attack. The hungry ghosts immediately rushed towards the hero. At that moment, Ethan extended his hand and desperately begged the captain not to sacrifice himself. In the office, two young men also screamed, not believing that Levi really wasn't moving. On the plane flying to City B to help, all the fighters kept their eyes glued to their phone screens. One of them froze when he saw what was happening. At that moment, the system suddenly activated, announcing the activation of protection. All the spirits were confused, not understanding what had happened. Levi looked at the spirit, noticing that he was forbidden to use green fire, but no one spoke about other types of flame. The next moment, black tongues of flame flared up around him. The spirits screamed in pain as the black fire began to devour their bodies. The hero's colossal power instantly destroyed all opponents, leaving not even ashes. Feeling this terrifying power, the remaining spirit was seized with panic. Tongues of black flame reached out to him, reflecting in his eyes. He stuttered as he asked what kind of fire it was, but the next moment he was completely engulfed in flames. At that moment, when the black flame was about to touch Ethan, the operator immediately understood what this sensation was, recognizing the dark flame. Then suddenly a hand reached through the black tongues of fire and pulled Ethan out of the spirit-consuming flames. All this time, the young man continued to hold the camera. It turned out that Jasper had pulled him out, and Ethan looked at the spirit with gratitude. It was the first time he had been held in midair by a ghost, but he felt no fear or anxiety, only unexpected happiness. The married couple watching the broadcast were pleasantly stunned. The three students screamed happily, admiring how strong Captain Levi was, and how Jasper managed to save the cameraman at the last moment. The young man in glasses exclaimed enthusiastically that the main character's strength was simply incredible. At this time, the commander mentally acknowledged that the human fighter squad turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Soon, the system issued a new notification, stating that the wearer had activated a rank 4 divine fire control skill. As a result, a new skill, Geocentric Fire Cage, was unlocked, an advanced skill that combines attack and defense. The geocentric cage allows allies to be placed inside, with the fire burning the outside without harming those inside. Within a month, the squad destroyed 63 third-rank spirits in the vicinity of 10 cities. 2 months later, the human squad had completely cleared China of all A-rank spirits. The story now shifts to another place where the messenger was running with all his might from the evil spirits, with Theo desperately running after him. Suddenly the messenger stopped in panic, and his companion asked anxiously what had happened. The cause turned out to be a huge screen on the building opposite, where the news was being broadcast with Levi and Jasper. The news said that in just 3 months, they had exterminated all the registered A-rank spirits. Images of the hero and his partner appeared on the screen. Theo was shocked, and the herald immediately confirmed that it was them. Then he nodded his head in disbelief and cursed, realizing that they had gone to the neighboring country. That's why they couldn't be found. The news reported that the squad's reputation was rapidly growing, and the government had officially awarded them S-rank combat power. The messenger and Theo listened to all this as they ran, looked at each other and silently decided to go to this city. However, the demon then stopped abruptly, turned back and noted that first they needed to deal with the creatures that were chasing them. After this, Theo furiously struck the evil spirit with his staff, and it instantly dispersed. The next enemy jumped out from behind. He was about to attack Theo. However, the herald released an icy breath, freezing his leg. Then the spirit turned around in confusion to see what had stopped him. And at the same moment, a blow from the staff shattered his body. After this, the herald breathed a sigh of relief. Theo threw away the bamboo stick and wearily noticed that his weapon had also become useless. The messenger was still breathing heavily, but noticed that his partner's spiritual strength was still intact. However, Theo immediately closed his mouth and whispered that he should not talk about it anymore, fearing that they might be heard and take away his remaining strength. Soon fatigue took over. The messenger collapsed to the ground and complained with irritation that he did not understand how they would get to China. Theo sat thoughtfully next to him, while his companion was already falling asleep. Meanwhile, the news continued to air, and a shot of Theo's back and the tail of the herald flashed on the screen. Fighter squads began arriving in areas with strong fluctuations, where the usual anomalies had already been completely eliminated. At the same time, at the airport, everyone's attention was focused on one man. People were whispering that he looked like a celebrity. It turned out that it was Theo, dressed elegantly and tastefully, carrying the messenger in his arms, and this scene attracted the admiring glances of passers-by. Theo walked past, charming the girls and making the guys envious. His long hair and tall height left no one indifferent. He then went to the check-in counter to get a ticket for the flight. However, the airport employee confusedly informed him that he could not take the bird on board the plane. The man then picked up the messenger and explained that it was his relative. But the employee replied that even so, pets were not allowed in the salon. They need to be checked in as baggage, so she suggested transferring the bird to cargo to avoid delaying the flight. Hearing this, the messenger turned to him in panic, fearing that they might be separated and that ghosts might find him in the luggage compartment. The people, realizing that the rooster was speaking in human language, turned pale, and the girls, who had recently admired Theo, recoiled in horror. People ran away in panic, and the entire airport instantly isolated Theo and his companion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Theo teleported. The next moment, he was already confidently walking down the road. Those around him watched as it passed by like a gust of wind, not understanding what it was. Later, taking refuge in the toilet, Theo stated seriously that if separate transport was required, an airplane became a dangerous option. After some thought, he decided with a gloomy expression on his face that they had no other choice. Soon they found themselves on the seashore. Theo then admitted that although his strength was almost exhausted, he still had enough energy to defend himself and try to swim across the sea. Then he threw off his clothes and jumped into the water. The messenger held tightly to his shoulders, completely concentrating on not falling, but halfway through they suddenly stopped. Theo turned sharply and swam back to the shore even faster, complaining that the sea was full of strange creatures, and their level of development was high. Having climbed onto dry land, both were breathing heavily, greedily gulping air. The sea spirits surfaced and stared at them greedily. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave hit the spirits. This caused them to hide underwater in panic. Then Theo raised his hand and noticed that there was only one way left. The messenger looked at him with curiosity, lying on his thigh. Soon the demon spread his dark blue wings. Theo turned into a giant bird and picked up the messenger. He noted with satisfaction that, as divine beasts, they could easily escape from the ghosts, since they were unable to catch up with them in the sky. They soared high into the sky and flew without any unnecessary obstacles to their destination. A few hours later, the messenger noted with embarrassment that he felt something strange. It felt like the space on Theo's back was getting smaller. He too thought about it, suggesting that this world might not allow the existence of spiritual spirits of his size. Realizing this, the rooster panicked. The messenger hugged him tightly and urged him to fly faster. Theo beat his wings desperately, and soon the messenger himself began to fly alongside, their feathers almost falling off from the strain. After several hours of frantic flying, they finally saw the shore. Theo happily announced that they had arrived, but the messenger, gasping for breath, could no longer stay in the air. He lost consciousness, and his body began to fall. At that very second, Theo rushed after him in panic. Meanwhile, a flock of monsters had already gathered on the surface of the sea, waiting for prey. One water monster had already opened its mouth, but Theo managed to snatch the herald from the clutches of death itself. The monsters looked with fury at the flying figures, but they could do nothing. Although the messenger was saved, his condition remained serious, and he did not regain consciousness. Theo looked at him in panic, and then, seeing no reaction, transferred life force to him through blowing kisses. Eventually the messenger finally woke up, but still looked extremely pale. Theo was overjoyed and announced that they had reached China. These words made the herald sit up abruptly, his eyes lighting up. Realizing that they had indeed arrived, he jumped up joyfully and hugged Theo tightly, enthusiastically repeating that they had made it. Theo was stunned, at a loss for words, but he still hugged him tightly, overcome with emotion. On the busy street, people were rushing in a continuous stream about their business. At this point, Theo was carrying the messenger in his arms and approached a street stall, asking how to get to the city of Z. Hearing this, the shop owner turned pale with horror and declared that City Z was a real death zone, where one should not go under any circumstances. When Theo saw this reaction, he immediately turned around and asked a guy passing by in bewilderment why he considered this place dangerous. He noted that even if it was a death zone, the ghost extermination squad would still be sent there, which meant they could follow. The inspired young man approached Theo and said that he was also going to Z City to support the fighter squad. Then, without waiting for an answer, he pulled both the messenger and Theo along with him, inviting them to join the company of fellow travelers. Soon a blue car was racing down the road at high speed. All three of them were sitting in a row and heading straight for their destination. Suddenly, Theo felt a strange presence behind him. He and the messenger turned around and saw two girls who were happily waving at them and encouraging them. The guy next to them also encouraged them, saying that despite the danger, there was no need to be afraid, because they were not fighting alone. Meanwhile, several spirits hid in the grass by the road, catching a strange aroma. This smell seemed incredibly attractive to them. Almost immediately, the herald and Theo realized that a group of spirits were following them, Theo adding that he still had one more ability. The guy sitting next to him was shaking with fear, and noted with confusion that it seemed to him as if the rooster had just spoken. At this moment, several spirits had already covered the body of the car, looking inside. Suddenly, Theo's voice was heard, activating the battle seal. Immediately after this, cold magic covered the spirits. They were completely frozen and then slowly dissipated. The passengers in the car felt a sharp cold and looked at each other in bewilderment. Soon the car stopped and people began to get out. They all came here to support the Ghost Extermination Squad, to show that the whole country is behind them. Elsewhere, in the S-rank Devil Beast's lair, there was a deathly silence. Suddenly he felt the presence of people, opened his scarlet eyes, and greedily noted that another source of delicious energy had appeared. Meanwhile, Theo carried the messenger. Suddenly the sky began to darken, and those around were overcome with an uneasy feeling. Suddenly, a red silhouette flashed through the air, attacking with lightning speed and piercing the man next to them. The girl staggered and fell. The messenger looked at the wounded woman in panic and realized that he had felt powerful vibrations of evil energy. Panic arose among the people around. Then Theo quickly stopped the bleeding and the wound began to heal. He said that he had protected her heart with spiritual breath and that the girl could still be saved. He then ordered the rest of the people to immediately put her in the car and leave. Inwardly, he was worried, realizing that the enemy was incredibly fast and significantly stronger than anyone they had faced before. Suddenly, a strange monster with a booming, heavy voice appeared in the air. He stated that this chicken posed a serious threat to him. The devil then stared at Theo and ordered him to give him the beast. The young man met this gaze calmly and without fear. Hearing the sound of an approaching engine, people rushed into their cars to escape. The people still didn't fully understand what had just happened, but they still decided that it was dangerous to stay there. However, Theo remained outside, covering the retreat. The kids in the car anxiously tried to persuade him to leave, believing that he should leave this to the squad. In response, the messenger irritably ordered them to ignore them and leave immediately. With this, he again stunned those around him, forcing them to realize that the rooster really does talk. Meanwhile, the monster continued its furious attacks. However, Theo easily dodged and counterattacked him. Then the monster arrogantly declared that he was only looking at a spirit and demanded that he give up the chicken. However, Theo frowned and contemptuously called him a small spirit. But deep down, he still felt anger because if it weren't for his skills, they would have been killed long ago. At this moment, the beast was about to attack the demons from behind. However, Theo noticed the approaching attack in time and easily blocked it with his foot. In response, the monster, as if going crazy, screamed for him to die quickly. He then directed 6 attacks at once towards the demons. Meanwhile, the people on the bus kept calling for Theo and the messenger to come with them, saying that they were just getting in the way. But Theo didn't listen to them. He continued to fight the beast. The attacks followed one after another. He watched the enemy's movements, responding with lightning-fast blows, cutting through his defense. However, suddenly the creature tried to attack the herald. Sensing danger, Theo instantly covered him with his body and took the blow himself. However, his body was damaged, the pain was unbearable, and his balance was lost. However, the monster did not give up his position and continued to mercilessly attack the demons. With the last of his strength, Theo managed to block another attack with his foot. However, the devil managed to hit him, causing a serious wound to Theo's wing. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he ordered the rooster to fly away immediately, promising to detain the enemy. The herald complied, though he grumbled that he had summoned this idiot solely for his own protection. However, deep down he was genuinely worried about him. Theo continued to fight, but the enemy's attacks became more and more furious. However, he suddenly changed direction. and Theo realized that the enemy was aiming at his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, the herald tried to fly away, thinking that he could not allow Theo to die for him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was almost saying goodbye to the world. However, it was at this critical moment that Jasper and Levi appeared in time. The protagonist immediately intervened and saved both of them. The messenger opened his eyes wide and even shed a tear, deeply touched by what had happened. Jasper immediately recognized the familiar figure by the characteristic color of his feathers. Having made sure that he was not mistaken, he joyfully waved his hand and mentally called out to the chicken. Meanwhile, Levi, the squad's main character, continued his furious attack, using a mad flame strike on the sinister creature. The evil spirit was frightened by the heat of the reception and dodged in panic, realizing that this flame was indeed as dangerous as the rumors said. He cursed the squad, noting that the people suddenly had real strength. However, this power only aroused great interest in him. However, as an S-rank spirit, he considered himself an absolute predator. All the explosions and hunting for people were just a game for him. For the beast, it was like crushing ants. He was used to controlling everything, and did not believe that some people could become serious opponents for him. In the beast's opinion, there was no one who could resist him. At that moment, Levi's gaze darkened. The hero clearly said that he knew that it was this creature that killed countless people. In response, he burst out laughing, calling his victims part of the collection. He was sure that now that a person is scared, his bones will also replenish this archive. However, the main character turned out to be faster than lightning. He realized that in front of him was exactly the monster the commander had spoken of, and decided to destroy it. Without thinking twice, he struck him with the flame that the devil feared so much. The evil spirit felt the pressure coming from the green flame for the first time, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He roared in pain as the fire began to eat away at his body, gradually revealing his sharp bones. Despite this, he bent over but did not fall, realizing that he was still alive. He was stunned that he didn't burn alive. He then laughed and concluded that the green flames were incapable of killing him, wondering if his opponent had any other moves. The answer was a blow of black fire, a fire that was rumored to have been used once before, and now for the first time fear appeared in the creature's eyes. One blow was enough for the monster's bones to crumble like a porcelain vase. Levi frowned, noting to himself that the enemy was indeed strong, and that the flames were no longer effective. Jasper, on the other hand, almost started dancing with joy, admiring the strength of the main character. Ethan watched in amazement as Captain Levi destroyed an S-rank devil with a single blast of black fire. One of the viewers of the live broadcast delightedly noted that even creatures of such rank cannot compete with the captain. The broadcast's connection began to distort, and the chat instantly filled with messages about Levi successfully eliminating an S-rank spirit. The high school girls nearby began to sincerely admire the squad, wondering if these people would be able to destroy all the S-rank spirits in the world. One girl thought hopefully that if this was truly possible, then it was only a matter of time before the remaining A-rank ghosts disappeared. This meant that humanity would finally be able to put an end to the apocalypse. People around seemed to see hope for the first time, hope to end the era of horror and darkness. The girl, holding back tears, remembered her parents, and deep down she understood that they had finally waited for those who were capable of saving the world. Another young man felt a quiet joy, believing that these people could really put an end to the nightmare that had lasted for more than half a century. Elsewhere, a mother and child hugged each other and watched the news on the sofa. The little girl naively asked if this meant that she could no longer be afraid. Upon hearing this, her mother could not hold back her tears. Meanwhile, one high school girl was crying, sitting on the street. She turned mentally to her parents, realizing that hope had indeed appeared. Tears of happiness rolled down her cheeks as she looked at the warm photograph of the family of 3, wishing they were all alive. Later, our heroes went to the peace treaty signing ceremony. When the moment came, Russia and China formally exchanged agreements. The messenger yawned while the others were happily chatting, and complained that the return was being delayed, and it was unclear how much longer they would have to wait. Meanwhile, Ethan and his colleagues cheerfully pointed their cameras at the chicken. At that moment, the messenger suddenly felt alarm, realizing that he had forgotten something, and then the operators experienced fear, realizing that the rooster was talking. The messenger himself was focused only on the fact that he could not remember what he had missed. Meanwhile, Theo looked exhausted, as if he was on the verge of a breakdown. Turning to Phoenix, he wondered in fear if the one who had not yet summoned him had died. At that moment, a subordinate burst in with a report that people were asking for permission to use the spiritual spring in the east of the forest. However, upon seeing the appearance of his master, he was horrified and could not hide his shock. Theo himself gloomily asked if he really looked that bad. His feathers began to fall out, and he wondered bitterly why he had not yet been called. The subordinate noticed in a panic that the feathers continued to fall. Then the phoenix silently concluded that everything had gone too wrong. The queen had died, and the king was dying after her. Meanwhile, in the dead city of P in Russia, Jasper and the messenger followed Levi. The protagonist asked Jasper if there was a ghost in the building, and he confirmed it. Suddenly, a giant rock fell on them at great speed. The herald's eyes widened, and he realized that the ghost was already here. Levi stood in front, covering everyone with his body. At that moment, the spirit rushed to attack. It was none other than the S-rank devil, Mishutka. However, Levi remained calm as always. The next moment, the devil was thrown back with one kick. Mishutka could not believe that this man was even stronger than himself. Meanwhile, Levi himself had already appeared behind him. The hero continued his advance, striking in the air and catching his opponent off guard, eventually driving him into the ground with one powerful blow. Meanwhile, Jasper continued to admire Levi, and the herald assessed the situation, noting that this enemy was only S-rank. At the same time, the Supreme Commander of Russia felt genuine surprise, realizing how much incredible power this man possessed. One young viewer watching the broadcast at home couldn't help but let out a cry of admiration. In another family, a couple, watching how Levi boldly and cold-bloodedly destroyed an evil spirit, did not hide their envy and admiration. Meanwhile, the hero himself grabbed the evil spirit by the head with one hand and began to spin a sea of flame around him. Fire instantly engulfed the creature's body, causing it to scream in pain. However, Levi watched what was happening with slight bewilderment, hoping that Mishutka had died. Last time, the flames were unable to destroy the enemy, who was stronger than this creature surrounded by red light. The evil spirit, growling, tried to cling to the wall, admitting that this man really was as dangerous as the rumors said. He hid behind the barrier, secretly glad that he still had an escape route. Seeing Levi leaving, the creature tried to escape, but was noticed by the herald. The rooster felt that the ominous energy of this bear was unusually strong, and immediately realized that this was probably the true form of an S-rank. Then the messenger immediately flew up to the hero and informed him about this. Soon the rooster was already next to the spirit. The creature, running away, furiously cursed him. Then Mishutka suddenly swung his claws, delivering a sharp blow. The herald deftly dodged, continuing to retreat, and then unleashed an icy attack at the devil. The evil spirit sensed something was wrong too late, as one of his legs was already frozen in ice. The creature's face contorted with rage, and losing control, it rushed to attack. The herald panicked as the sharp claws rushed towards him, and in despair he realized that his life hung in the balance. At that moment, he mentally called out to Theo for help. Almost immediately, Levi appeared in front of him, shielding him. Then he destroyed the evil spirit's attack with one powerful blow. Only then did the messenger feel safe and was able to come to his senses. But he did not stop calling for his son-in-law. All this happened before Jasper's eyes, who really wanted to know who the rooster was calling so desperately. Meanwhile, the devil bear tried to escape in panic. However, the hero instantly teleported and stood right in front of him. He looked at the creature with indifference and suddenly noted its cuteness. These words shocked the evil spirit. Levi then lifted him up by the neck, causing him to completely panic and begin to violently resist, reminding him that he was an S-rank spirit. Without further ado, the protagonist walked up to Jasper, handed him the monster, and asked if he thought the little bear was cute. The messenger, watching this, turned pale, feeling an extremely bad premonition. Levi and Jasper looked at the creature with equal greedy interest, wondering if such a cute little bear could be roasted and made into meat. The messenger, seeing the familiar picture, only thought that he had known from the very beginning how it would all end. Then the hero suggested to his friend to try the bear, and Jasper cheerfully agreed. Soon the bear was engulfed in flames and gnashed his teeth in fury, convinced that it was impossible to roast him with such primitive fires. However, he was suddenly overcome with fear as blue flames flared up around his body, the cold penetrating inside, as if dissolving his bones. Jasper, noticing that the meat was not cooking, noted with disappointment that these types of fire were clearly not suitable, so Levi summoned a green flame. It seemed that the devil bear had already resigned itself to its fate. The creature barely had time to recover from the previous pain when a new fire engulfed it completely. It screamed in unbearable pain, and Jasper, unable to bear the sight of the charred body, turned away. When only bones remained of the evil spirit, he noted with regret that no meat appeared. At that moment, Levi's gaze turned cold, and a black fire flared up in his hand, instantly incinerating the remaining bones. The creature screeched in terror, crumbling into ash in the wind, and Levi and Jasper decided that it would be easier to just burn the spirits from now on. Meanwhile, the messenger frowned, finally remembering what exactly he had forgotten. He remembered that Theo had been wounded in battle and wondered with concern how he had recovered after his return. His face lit up for a moment with the thought of calling him. However, he then became sad again, deciding to give him time to heal, since the injury was received for his protection. Meanwhile, Theo's subordinates noticed with horror that their lord had almost gone bald, and if this continued, he would be left without hair at all. At the same time, the news reported that the Ghost Extermination Squad had eliminated the Shadow Dragon spirit and an S-rank spirit in Country Z. Outdoor screens showed footage of the destruction of the Blood Queen, another S-rank creature from Country Y. Then came the news of the death of the Scorpion Lord from Country S. One after another, all states sent letters to China with proposals for mutual understanding and assistance. Document exchange ceremonies took place on stages, where countries expressed their willingness to be friends with China and rely on it. The Ghost Extermination Squad's news has been sweeping the world as it helps another country destroy an S-rank Thunderlord. People all over the world gathered in excitement to watch the news about the Ghost Extermination Squad from China. It was thanks to their help that the King of Ghost Wolves, an S-rank spirit, was destroyed in one of the countries. The world was gradually returning to life, but in the dead city of P in the state of T, another spirit appeared. He said that he had finally waited for this moment. He was able to meet with the legendary squad of man and spirit. But Levi looked at him indifferently and asked with slight bewilderment whether he knew about their arrival. In response, the Lord of the Underworld struck the stone with his scythe, splitting it, and mockingly asked if the hero really considered this a greeting. He then mockingly noted that Levi had already destroyed all the other S-rank spirits, and was apparently going to eliminate him as well in order to save the world. The Lord of the Underworld chuckled softly, and noted that there was some truth in that statement. Jasper, who was nearby, enthusiastically supported the protagonist, saying that they really should destroy the enemy and save humanity. However, the spirit's face remained impassive. A satisfied smile appeared on it. He noted that, unfortunately for them, it was impossible to destroy him. Jasper frowned, wondering if this meant that even Levi's black flames couldn't harm the enemy. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld, surrounded by black fire, laughed loudly and contemptuously reminded that he had already spoken of his invulnerability. The messenger who was nearby couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that the enemy really wasn't afraid of Levi's black flame. Then the Lord of the Underworld slowly raised his scythe and coldly declared that the end of humanity was inevitable. The era of anomalies had finally fully arrived. He acknowledged that the humans had fought well, then gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, hanging in the air. He twirled his scythe, pushing away Levi's black flames. Then he rushed into the attack, confidently declaring that it was time for the hero to rest in peace. However, Levi cleverly dodged it. Then he looked coldly at his opponent, and in an instant moved behind him. The Lord of the Underworld sensed something was wrong and turned around abruptly. But at that moment, Levi's red flame hit him in the head. He immediately turned his scythe, slashing through the air with it, but the hero managed to dodge. The Lord of the Underworld laughed, not hiding his contempt, and noted that the black flame, capable of burning souls, turned out to be useless. He easily threw away the red fire and mockingly added that ordinary flames could not harm him even more. After this, he, jubilant, rushed into the attack again, confident of his victory. Levi watched his movements calmly and at the last moment rolled, avoiding the blow. The enemy looked at the hero in surprise. The next moment, Levi's palm began to glow. A blow enveloped in blue flames fell with force on the face of the Lord of the Underworld. The hero immediately retreated, hearing his painful, hoarse voice. The creature with hatred acknowledged that this fire penetrated to the bones. The herald watched the battle. The black flame was ineffective, but the blue flame was capable of damaging the enemy, although previously, it only burned bones. Realizing this, he immediately conveyed his thought to Levi, and the hero immediately agreed to try the green flame again. The green flame quickly concentrated in his hands and, swirling into a huge whirlwind, rushed towards the Lord of the Underworld. He stood in the fire, laughing confidently and declaring that neither the blue nor the black flames could destroy him, since he was the ruler. He claimed that as long as his true body existed, spirits and anomalous creatures would be born again and again, and the era of anomalies would not end. He arrogantly declared himself the apocalypse itself for humanity. The herald, looking at this, tried his best to remember the nature of the blue flame, and then he suddenly noticed something frightening. Black smoke swirled around the body of the Lord of the Underworld. It was the residual energy left over after the death of creatures. At that moment, it was as if lightning had struck him, and a terrifying guess arose in his head. At the same time, the commander and observers in front of the screens quickly reacted to what was happening. The commander tensely ordered the woman to immediately contact Ethan and then convey this information to the fighter squad. At that moment, Ethan was standing on the ground and using a camera to broadcast live what was happening in the sky. Having received the message through the earpiece, he immediately conveyed that he had to convey this information urgently. After finishing his report, the young man called out loudly to Levi and said that the spirit was most likely unable to leave the restricted area. Therefore, he suggested that the hero try to forcefully push the enemy out of its boundaries. The Lord of the Underworld, meanwhile, fell silent, as if calculating something. Suddenly, Levi teleported right to him, causing the enemy to flinch. At that moment, the hero's blow turned into a blinding column of light that pierced his stomach. The powerful blow threw the Lord of the Underworld back several meters. He looked tensely at the scarlet border behind him, and only after making sure that he had not touched her, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it had been very close. However, the very next second he noticed a new threat. Levi's fist was whistling towards him. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld had already flown beyond the shining red line of the Forbidden Zone. He quickly regained his balance in the air, bent his knees and stared at the boundary in front of him, realizing that he was outside. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and he told Levi that even outside the restricted area, he had not received any injuries. Then the herald frowned and loudly advised the protagonist to try using the green and black flames again. Hearing the voice of the Lord of the Underworld, the god turned sharply towards him, gritting his teeth in irritation. The thought flashed through his mind that this bird was too much of an eyesore. At that moment, the Lord of the Underworld suddenly thought that if he ate her, his strength would instantly increase. While the enemy was distracted, Levi had already rushed forward, clutching a furiously blazing green flame in his hands. However, he suddenly stopped in midair. The hero frowned and looked around in surprise, as if he had lost his target. The messenger also opened his eyes wide, looking around the space and not noticing the hand reaching out to him from the darkness. At that moment, Jasper, reacting instantly, abruptly pulled the god aside, causing the attack to fail. The Lord of the Underworld turned around sharply and stared at them in surprise, while Jasper desperately began calling for Levi. The enemy became enraged, the veins on his face bulged, he gnashed his teeth and mentally cursed the traitor. He roared, swinging his scythe, shrouded in blue flame, and raised it high to strike. However, the next second, Levi's hand stopped the weapon, causing even the souls trapped in the flames to shudder. Ethan, watching from the sidelines, broke out in a cold sweat as he realized how close everything had come to disaster. Meanwhile, the hero had already released a stream of green flame towards the Lord of the Underworld. A wave of fire quickly covered his lower body, causing the enemy to panic. He glared at Jasper, who was holding the rooster, and cursed him endlessly, considering him a traitor. Then he changed his tone, threateningly making it clear that if he was destroyed, Jasper would simply disappear after him. He also, in a rage, demanded that he completely disappear from this world. Levi then calmly turned to Jasper and asked if he understood what they were talking about. But the young man sincerely admitted that he did not know. Ethan, listening to the analysis of the comments in his earpiece, was shocked by the thought that the destruction of the Lord of the Underworld could mean the death of Jasper. Suddenly, the enemy began to flicker again, appearing and disappearing, which greatly frightened the young man. While Levi was looking around, Jasper called out to him and pointed in the direction. Hearing this, the hero instantly turned around. The next second, he rushed forward and struck with a fist shrouded in green flames in the direction Jasper pointed. As soon as the Lord of the Underworld appeared, he saw with horror a fist right in front of him, the blow knocking him away. He continued to curse Jasper, gritting his teeth and calling him a traitor, staring at him. At that moment, it dawned on the herald that after leaving the Forbidden Zone, the Overlord avoided the green flame, which meant that the zone was the source of his power. Realizing this, he warned Levi that the enemy was weakening outside the Forbidden Zone and could not be allowed to return back, but rather burned here. Hearing this, the rage of the Lord of the Underworld reached its limit. Suddenly, Levi teleported behind him, leaving no time to defend himself. He tried to strike, but missed, as the enemy had already disappeared. The next second, Jasper shouted, pointing to the enemy's location. Levi immediately struck him on the shoulder, and the hand holding the scythe was torn off. The Lord of the Underworld howled in pain, trembling and shouting threats to kill Levi. They continued their fierce battle in the air, the herald watching from the side, prompting Levi to burn the enemy right in the middle of the fight. The Lord of the Underworld tried to kick him, but the hero blocked the attack, then hit him in the back, then in the face, and several more times in the body. Levi finally kicked him hard in the stomach with both feet, then pinned him down and unleashed a series of vicious punches on him. He could no longer resist, and only muttered incoherently. His energy was depleted too quickly, and he no longer had time to replenish it. The messenger, on the contrary, noted to himself that his conclusion had been correct. Within the forbidden zone, enormous volumes of energy could be blocked. Realizing this, he flapped his wings again and began to continuously prompt Levi to continue burning the ghost with fire. Meanwhile, the battle continued with the same fury. 6 hours passed, and the Lord of the Underworld was still in a chokehold. He was on the verge of death, engulfed in blue fire, but he still clung to life, cursing the hero and demanding that he let him go. Levi frowned darkly before delivering another punch. This time his fist was enveloped in black flames. It pierced the body of the Lord of the Underworld in the abdominal area, and instantly spread, devouring him entirely. Another 3 hours passed from that moment, and then Jasper noticed that his own hand was gradually beginning to dissipate. The hero turned around and saw this, while the Lord of the Underworld, who even while dying, maliciously cursed them, assuring that Jasper would die before him. Levi's eyes widened in horror as a notification appeared in front of him that the Lord of the Underworld was about to be destroyed. It was also reported that one of the satellites that completed the mission would be sent back early. The Lord of the Underworld was already burned to the bone by that time, but suddenly he felt something. The system appeared again, this time reassuring Levi and telling him that Jasper would be okay. By this point, the young man had almost completely disappeared, but he still smiled and mentally supported Levi, urging him to save the world. The hero continued to hold the Lord of the Underworld until he finally crumbled and disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, the black flame in his hand flared up with unprecedented force, incinerating everything around. A few moments later, Levi's palm was empty. The Lord of the Underworld was completely destroyed and finally dissipated. Suddenly, a shining rift opened in the cloud-covered sky, and light spilled onto the earth. A beautiful girl appeared in the air, radiating a dazzling glow, and she extended her hand to Levi. After that, she hugged the crying hero tightly. A bright, glowing mark began to form in the center of Levi's forehead, and the system quickly explained that the heavenly path had bestowed upon him a special astral body. The light from the heavens fell on Levi's forehead, but he remained motionless. The mark flickered, then faded and merged with his skin. The system watched helplessly as its host continued to sob, repeating Jasper's name. She tried to gently comfort him, telling him that the mission was complete and he could return to the real world immediately. Meanwhile, the herald inhaled the remains of the black smoke with satisfaction. Ethan still couldn't believe his eyes. Only after he was sure that it was not a dream did he burst into tears of joy, realizing that the Lord of the Underworld had truly been destroyed. In the real world, light began to gradually dispel the darkness on the streets. A girl on the street pointed at the sky and noticed that it had become clear. Her mother covered her mouth in excitement, looking up and unable to hold back tears of joy. The dark clouds slowly disappeared, returning the clear blue sky to the earth. The two students hugged, crying with happiness, and repeating that the Lord of the Underworld was destroyed. But their friend sobbed, remembering Jasper. Hearing his name, she couldn't hold back her tears, and the other two girls looked at her in shock. Meanwhile, the couple was also grieving over Jasper's disappearance. Elsewhere, a girl wrapped in a blanket cried, sincerely thanking Jasper. Then she pulled the curtain cord and the room filled with light, a blinding radiance that made her shield her eyes with her hand. People all over the world silently thanked Levi and Jasper, sending their most sincere feelings. At the awards ceremony, the protagonist was presented with a bouquet of bright flowers, and the system's voice announced that the goddess had fully awakened and the spirits had disappeared. In the luxurious hall, Levi and the herald accepted flowers to thunderous applause, and the system announced that Levi had completed the mission. The hero and the god looked at the flowers in their hands, listening to the explanation of the task. Levi's image appeared on the huge screen, and everyone on the street looked up. The system reported that he had completed the mission with an SSS rating. Moreover, he received the blessing of humanity in the era of the end of the world. It was the sincere wish of people and the other world itself. Now there were only 3 seconds left before Levi and the herald would be teleported back. The system started counting down. When the count reached 1, the flowers scattered on the ground suddenly rose up and flew away. The moment the system announced its return, Levi and the rooster collapsed to the ground under the astonished gazes of those around them. They lay motionless, spread out, and people rushed towards them in panic. Sometime later, already in the hospital, the real fighter Levi was sitting in his room. The young man pointed at himself in confusion and tried to explain to the man in front of him that he did not understand why he was the savior. He admitted that he didn't remember anything at all. Then the hero Levi's hands, carefully examined them, and added that he was no longer able to summon those same fiery abilities. The commander and several of his subordinates standing behind did not know how to react to this. On the other side of the screen, a man was comforting his crying wife. In one of the shops, several schoolgirls were also crying, hoping that in the new world, the two could be reunited. Some more time passed, and in the park, in front of the huge statue of the Ghost Extermination Squad, a man was standing. Levi, under the gusts of wind, silently looked at the towering figure. He carefully studied every detail, especially the face. Seeing features that completely matched his own, the hero involuntarily wondered if it was really him. Suddenly, the fans' enthusiastic shouts rang out, causing him to turn around sharply. He saw a group of children happily reaching out to him for autographs, among them a girl holding a Levi-shaped balloon. Meanwhile, in another place, Mugu approached the gentleman and asked if he had really already given his consent, and he answered in the affirmative. The young man frowned and noted with concern that this should not have been done. In response, the god sighed wearily and admitted that he had become too soft and was unable to refuse. He then reminded that if the absolute protective barrier were to be expanded to cover the entire earth, the consumption of divine power would increase several times. The man squeezed his fingers slightly and replied that extraterrestrial forces were lined up ahead, and the earth needed this protection. Mugu frowned even more, saying that he understood this perfectly well as the fact that among all the gods, it was the Lord who had the strongest protection. Hearing this, the man finally looked up, but the young man immediately interrupted him. He said that if he interfered, the divine power would be exhausted within 1,000 years, and he could become the first god to die in this war. Then Jasper quietly asked how one could be content with just one surviving corner of the world. The young man looked at him sadly. Then, not finding an answer, he admitted that he understood it. He soon returned again and declared that all 9 battles were lost, and that the earthly gods were not able to resist the alien race. Jasper frowned and reminded that the situation with the 5-star Union had long been known to all the gods. He continued to draw talismans on the table when the young man again asked why it was impossible to simply give up the Earth's resources. Then the man raised his head and declared that they, the gods, were born on Earth, called to protect this world and be responsible for everything that happens. He himself was born here, and therefore he is obliged to protect everything that belongs to this planet. He then added that even if his body perished, his will would remain, and only in this way would he be worthy of being called a god. Meanwhile, in the real world, the system reported the completion of the fusion of the primordial spirit fragment, and one of the companions received a reward. Jasper's eyes were tightly closed and a glowing mark flickered on his forehead. The system congratulated him on receiving the shard of the original spirit. Its voice woke Jasper up, and he slowly opened his eyes. The system immediately said that he looked incredibly cute. Jasper looked around in confusion and suddenly found himself wrapped around the neck of a sleeping young man at the roots of a tree. He stared at Levi's face and couldn't help but notice that it seemed too big. He then looked at his paws in surprise, realizing that they weren't hands at all, but dragon claws, a discovery that sent him into a panic. After this, he noticed a huge pink bow behind him and indignantly asked what his body had turned into. As Jasper continued to move, he suddenly realized that he could fly. He pondered this fact for a few seconds, and then called out to Levi again. He gently nudged the protagonist's cheek with his paw, urging him to wake up and look at his new appearance. After some time, Levi finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Jasper's dragon face with shining eyes, calling him. The hero recognized him with surprise, and Jasper proudly arched his stomach, confirming that it was indeed him. They looked at each other with genuine joy, realizing that they had both finally woken up. Levi watched in amazement as Jasper flew around, showing off his new body. The hero then gave him a knowing thumbs up, silently praising him, which made Jasper's mustache stand up in joy. Jasper happily accepted the praise, but then Levi asked if he could turn back into a human. The question instantly brought him back to reality, the young dragon suddenly realizing that he seemed to no longer be able to return to human form. The protagonist asked what to do now, but Jasper admitted that he himself did not know. However, after just a second, Jasper's mood changed dramatically. He happily wagged his tail and said that now he could fly. After some time, the system announced the return of the second satellite to its original body. The messenger slowly opened his eyes. He spread his wings and screamed loudly, while the system simultaneously announced the reward for the second companion, piercing arrows. Levi and Jasper watched as the rooster suddenly began shaking its head violently, thinking it had acquired some useless skill again. However, then another thought flashed through the herald's mind. He remembered that it was Levi who brought him to another world and endowed him with special abilities. Realizing this, the herald rejoiced again. He confidently flapped his wings, deciding that everything that was happening was nothing more than another sensual call. Then he spread his wings, looked around, carefully probed the surrounding area, and concluded that they had indeed returned. Immediately after this, he spread his wings again, admiring his new appearance, because finally he could take the form of a phoenix again. Having confirmed this, the herald immediately switched to his usual complaints and swearing, mentally cursing this strange, anomalous world. The demons that Levi had destroyed looked at the rooster with silent reproach. Suddenly the herald remembered that he needed to call Theo and check his wounds. The next moment the demon appeared on the grass. The messenger joyfully flew up to him and began to ask about his condition. Theo stepped forward, sliding past Levi and Jasper. Then suddenly he dropped to his knees and hugged the rooster tightly, completely stunning him. The creature's eyes widened in shock when it saw the two people in front of it. Suddenly he himself turned back into a human, which surprised those watching even more. Theo wept with joy, admitting that he had been sure of the worst. Then he continued to sob, which took the herald completely by surprise. He stood there, trembling and not knowing what to do, helplessly looking for help from his two comrades who were watching the scene. At that moment, the messenger suddenly noticed something strange about Theo and interrupted him. He reached out and touched Theo's hair, intending to ask him about his change of hairstyle. However, the tuft of hair suddenly slipped off, revealing a smooth, shiny bald head. The herald froze, staring in shock at the blinding glare, the light so bright that Levi and Jasper wished they had glasses. The messenger then quickly placed the bun back on Theo's still stunned head. He turned away, but the other immediately called out to him from behind. Theo then turned in confusion to his son-in-law, who was already holding onto the tree trunk and trying to catch his breath. And then the messenger couldn't stand it any longer. He grabbed his stomach and burst into laughter until tears started flowing from his eyes. His laughter echoed throughout the forest, causing Theo to scream in shame and outrage. At that moment, the system said that the owner was missing only one explosive-type skill, and immediately asked if he wanted to add it. However, Levi was completely absorbed in the game with Jasper at that moment, and then the system itself announced the start of the update. Meanwhile, an irritated Theo finally stopped the herald, who was still laughing at his misfortune. The panel displayed a message congratulating the user on the successful download of the update, but no one paid any attention to it. Even in Levi's eyes, only Jasper existed now. Meanwhile, Jasper himself was happily playing with the butterflies, and the system, with a sigh, returned to working mode. The system could no longer contain its joy and excitement. It was confident that with its new capabilities, it would help its owner become even stronger. Sobbing inwardly, she lamented that the path ahead had become even more difficult, and the small system could fail its father. At that moment, Sean approached the guys. Levi and Jasper, who had been playing before, stopped and looked at him. Sean was acting reserved but happy. He noted that Jasper had been turned into a spirit, and therefore it was especially good that he had woken up and could still speak human language. Levi quietly, with a slight sadness, asked if the director had come to get them back to work. Sean quickly reassured him, saying that he had just come to visit everyone and that the work was not urgent yet. Hearing this, Levi and Jasper's eyes widened in surprise, and Sean looked at them with joy, barely holding back his tears. Not long before, Sean, having received a notification on his phone, opened his eyes in confusion. One Eye sighed quietly and reported that the United Department of the Five Nations had just published a list of the 100 strongest strategists in humanity. Levi turned out to be the most powerful strategist in humanity, and the billion-dollar bonus, apparently, had already been transferred to the account of his mental hospital. Sean himself, at this moment, seemed to be already fantasizing about becoming Buddha. He then hugged Jasper and Levi, praising them and telling them they had done a good job. The one-eyed man sighed again and explained that the commander had seen the mental hospital bill and asked questions. Sean also became nervous, not knowing how to explain it, but the man responded calmly, saying that they just wanted to fund the institution. He also added that the mother who once abandoned these two children never returned. Sean happily stated that Levi and Jasper had been under his care the whole time, and there were no problems with that. However, his attitude made One Eye frown, reminding him that all the salaries and bonuses of these two actually went to Sean. Now Sean just smiled, calling Levi and Jasper his favorites and saying that they worked hard outside. He then pulled money out of his pocket, noting that Jasper's transformation could very well be considered an industrial injury. However, Levi and Jasper were doubtful whether this money would be enough for even milk. Sean happily assured them that between the two of them they could buy a whole bucket, as long as they didn't choose the most expensive one. Both boys were deeply touched, thanked the director and hugged him. Watching Sean's happiness, One Eye thought to himself that the old curmudgeon was probably quite happy with how much he had earned from them. He then took out his cigarettes and announced that this time the Five Nations Department was extremely determined to reward strong fighters. Under Sean's watchful gaze, One Eye, lighting a cigarette, announced that in addition to rating bonuses, a tournament would also be introduced. He explained that the department actively encourages lower-ranking fighters to train and challenge those on the list. Anyone who successfully wins directly takes the place of the loser and receives the corresponding reward. Sean immediately realized that if someone beat Levi, the country would have to pay $1 billion. However, One Eye cooled his ardor, explaining that the Five Nations did not have such funds. Half came from the budget, and the other half from Levi's own funds. Therefore, he advised not to spend it all at once and to leave half in case of defeat. Wiping away the sweat, Sean tried to calm himself with the thought that there were unlikely to be many people who would dare challenge Levi, the #1 ranked player. However, One Eye noticed that he was being challenged every day, and Sean exclaimed in shock, not understanding how anyone had the courage to do this. He then reminded that Levi was still in his psychiatric clinic and had not returned. One Eye replied that the Five Nations Department had already launched combat simulation capsules that accurately recreated combat power. All the data and results of the top 100 fighters were recorded and converted into digital copies. He explained that anyone could apply through the national agency, enter the capsule, and battle a digital double. One Eye then reported that last night, the digital double of the fighter ranked 100th was defeated by a national fighter from Diaogo. Less than an hour later, he received a notification. It stated that it was necessary to conduct a real battle through a simulation capsule no later than today. Sean immediately asked how it went. The man replied that the fighter had lost and was also required to pay half of the previously received reward. As it turned out, the amount in question was 500,000. Then Sean, confused, asked how One Eye knew everything in such detail. One Eye calmly explained that the man who had previously occupied the 100th place in the ranking was, in fact, himself. After these words, a short silence fell in the room. Sean tried to console him, noting that in just a few days he had been on and off the list, but had earned 500,000. He asked if he was satisfied with the result, but One Eye responded by waving his hand in irritation and telling him to get lost. He reminded that the bonus for 100th place was 1 million, and upon hearing this, his interlocutor smiled slightly. Then One Eye began listing the reward amounts. 2 million was awarded for 99th place, and a whole billion for first place. Sean immediately started counting, thinking that if he beat the fighters ranked 100, 99, and 98, he could get 1, 2, and 3 million respectively. He froze, realizing that it actually worked. However, One Eye noted that it was unlikely that one would find such strong people above 40th place. Almost everyone there was of national rank. He added that when he was defeated, his rank was automatically replaced, and at that moment he felt a little awkward, as if something like this had only happened to him. Sean sincerely tried to support him, explaining that there were only a little over 40 national-ranking fighters in the Lungo Special Forces. One Eye scratched the back of his head, and noted with annoyance that if his heart dragon had not been damaged, he would not have lost so easily. Sean smiled and clarified that, essentially, any strong fighter with an official position in the department could be challenged to a duel. In response, One Eye frankly confirmed that this was true, and added that young people from the department now submit requests for calls almost every day. Sean's face immediately lit up with hope. Returning to the present, he placed his hands on Levi and Jasper. The man thought to himself that Jasper had never been able to take human form because of the tricks of that evil creature. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The cause turned out to be the messenger, who, holding his stomach, burst into laughter and insisted that he was no longer laughing and would indeed stop. However, the next moment he shuddered, feeling a sudden cold. The herald turned around, noticing a black aura emanating from behind Director Sean. At that moment, a man came out of the elevator and burst into laughter, mockingly calling national rank Lungo a weakling. The researcher added that he would soon receive a notification of the call, but he responded with dissatisfaction, noting that he had just been included in the rating. However, he was informed that a fighter from Lungo had defeated his understudy 5 minutes ago, and the system required his personal appearance no later than tomorrow. Hearing this, the man abruptly declared that there was a difference between the avatar and the actual fighting force, and therefore he had nothing to fear from the Lungo fighters. Meanwhile, the herald looked at the notification and muttered under his breath that this, it turns out, was the very same combat simulation capsule module. With its help, it was possible to conduct real fights with human fighters of national rank. Meanwhile, Sean explained that the current top 100 is the 100 strongest people, and participating in fights will definitely make him stronger. The messenger responded happily, noting that he hadn't had a chance to fight properly yet, so this was an excellent chance to practice. Sean nodded approvingly and suggested starting from 100th place, fighting at full strength. The messenger haughtily agreed and stated that he also wanted to fight several times in a row, so he would start from the bottom of the rankings. Sean explained that the device was located in the special department building, and since he had an ID, he could use his ID. At that moment, Levi, the main character, turned his head slightly and looked at the rooster, which for some reason made the messenger shudder again. After a moment, he hesitantly asked if it was dangerous to use the capsule and his abilities, in case he harmed people, but Sean immediately objected that there was nothing to worry about. However, the Phoenix became even more worried that if he were to fight with people, Levi and Jasper might be against it. Sean immediately calmed him down and told him to wait. A second later, he calmly announced that he had asked both of them, and they had agreed. He then put on a threatening expression and sternly asked Levi and Jasper if they were okay with it, and they nodded obediently. After this, Sean turned around and declared that there was nothing to worry about now, and that he could confidently go and challenge them. Soon the messenger was already in the arena. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky and hit that arrogant fighter, Thomas, right on top. The system instantly reported that he had lost his combat capability and had been defeated. Within a second, the herald appeared behind him, and a notification announced a successful battle. Moreover, he took the 100th place in the ranking. Returning, Thomas stared at the screen in anger, not understanding how a fighter from Lungo could be so strong. He ordered an immediate check of the last 5 names in the updated top 100. When he saw that the winner was just a pet, he was shocked. Only then did Thomas realize that he had been defeated by Lungo's pet. Meanwhile, the story moves to a luxurious apartment, where someone's phone was vibrating non-stop with notifications. Message after message informed 99th place that his digital double had been defeated by a fighter from Lungo, and that he was required to appear by tomorrow. After some time, the same notification arrived in 98th place. Soon the fighter in 97th place received the same SMS. Meanwhile, in the arena, the system began to continuously issue notifications that the 93rd place, Grigori from Dialgo, had lost. Then a similar notice came to the 92nd place, Sophia from Huiguo. The system then recorded the defeat of the 91st place winner, Amina from Shago. After her defeat, the girl could not contain her emotions and exclaimed, wondering how he could even be so strong. Then she suddenly felt uneasy, because she realized another detail. This opponent was frighteningly beautiful. It didn't take long before 90th place, Keiichi from Jigo was declared the loser. Then the same fate befell Colin from Baogo, who finished 89th. Next was the turn of Representative Huiguo Kanan, who was ranked 88th. Meanwhile, the player ranked 80th was closely following the battles and what people were writing about them. He stated that if Lungo's pet continued to challenge him, he would be the one to confront him and tell everyone what he saw with his own eyes. However, at that moment his speech was interrupted by a phone ringing, and the guy wondered with bewilderment who could have written to him. He glanced at the screen and broke out in a cold sweat. His understudy had been defeated, and the system required his personal intervention no later than tomorrow. Wiping his mouth, he doubtfully wondered if this was the same opponent, since he had already fought more than 10 battles today. However, he did not dwell on this thought, and immediately wrote in the general chat that he would personally go against this pet. Soon he was already there. Taking just one glance, the guy couldn't help but be surprised. The creature turned out to be too tall and looked almost humanoid. The messenger, hearing movement behind him, turned around and calmly asked if the enemy had arrived. The boy, without retreating, asked whether he was the very pet from Lungo, the Herald of Dawn. The messenger replied irritably that this was back when he was only at the national level. Deciding that his opponent had simply forgotten about it, he directly confirmed that it was indeed him and offered to begin the fight. The guy was stunned that the creature spoke human language. However, their fight lasted only a few minutes, during which time the guy in 80th place suffered a crushing defeat. After some time, he had to silently admit that the enemy was too strong. His techniques were terrifying, and on top of that, he used poison that was impossible to defend against. After the official announcement of defeat, he began to doubt whether this creature was not an entire rank superior to him. He no longer thought about the reward that had already been transferred to another. He was only tormented by the question of how a pet could be so strong. Meanwhile, Sean stood by the window and trembled slightly. The man looked at his account balance and literally beamed with happiness. He jumped up and down joyfully, mentally praising the messenger. Soon the system sent a notification to the fighter ranked 79th. Then the same fate befell the man in 70th position. A little later, the holder of 65th place also received a challenge. Soon, the messenger easily defeated the fighter ranked 60. He then successfully crushed his opponent in 50th place. A little later, with one jerk, he knocked out the fighter occupying the 41st position. Thus, in just one day, he reached 41st place in the overall ranking. When night fell, Theo sat on his bed in a foul mood. At that moment, the messenger, humming to himself, pushed the door in a good mood. It was obvious that he was in an excellent mood. However, as soon as the door swung open, he was met with Theo's murderous gaze. He coldly asked why he had returned so late. He added that he had been waiting for him for a very long time and could not sleep. In the end, Theo demanded an immediate apology from his brother-in-law. At that moment, the messenger froze, looking at him. An image of Theo's bald head appeared in his mind, and he quickly covered his mouth, trying to hold back his laughter. It looked extremely suspicious, and he ended up laughing, which infuriated Theo. Realizing that the matter was serious, the messenger stopped laughing and apologized. Feeling that this was not enough, he added that he was wrong. Hearing this, Theo immediately softened and said that he forgave him. In fact, the messenger pinched his leg with all his might to avoid it again. When it was the first official day of the Herald's victories, Tracy decided to have a little talk with One Eye. She coldly asked who had approved his application. The one-eyed man stuttered as he explained that he had an ID. The procedure had been followed completely, and the system had automatically approved the application. He confirmed that after his promotion to continental rank, the commander ordered him to be monitored and not to be mentioned online. However, Tracy sharply objected, reminding him that today he had qualified and won 10 victories in a row, attracting the attention of the international community. She ordered that if there was a new application the next day, she would not be allowed through, and One-Eyed nodded, assuring that he understood everything. However, the next day, the Herald again challenged the rating. Tracy, with a murderous expression on her face, demanded to know why the new application had been successful again, and resulted in a rise from 91st to 41st place. One-Eyed repeated his previous justification, claiming that the system had approved everything automatically, and that he had nothing to do with it. Then she asked what time he arrived at the department today. One-Eyed calmly replied that it was at 5 o'clock in the evening. Then Tracy opened her phone and noted that it was now 5 minutes to 6, which meant he only had 5 minutes left before the end of the workday. Hearing that they were going to report him to the supervisory group, One-Eye panicked. He began to apologize and beg for another chance. Eventually, Tracy showed mercy and hung up, then threw the phone down on the table with force and demanded an explanation in a dangerous tone. Faced with such pressure, One-Eye was forced to admit that Sean had treated him to the most expensive wine the previous evening. It was a rare act of generosity, and he knew that if he missed this chance, he would never get another one. Upon hearing this, Tracy became furious and screamed, asking if he had ever thought about where Sean got the money for such an expensive wine. His account is registered to a psychiatric hospital, and for each fight he receives at least several million. Realizing that Sean had simply tricked him, One-Eye became completely angry and decided to stop the battles at any cost. Tracy only replied helplessly that if he wasn't stopped tomorrow, the international community certainly wouldn't sit idly by. She recalled that the first 40 places are occupied by fighters of continental rank, and the pet of national rank has already caused a stir around the world. If the international community learns of his real situation, the consequences could be unpredictable. And just then, suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Tracy asked what the message was, but the man chose to remain silent. On the third day, the Herald challenged the rankings again. At that moment, a palm fell on him. He instantly dodged the terrifying blow. Then Berkeley thought that even so, the enemy still could not harm him. The gap in strength was much greater than he expected. Just a second later, the Herald lunged forward like an enraged bull. Seeing this, Berkeley quickly went into a defensive stance. However, he soon realized with horror that the difference in strength was too great, and he was simply unable to stop this attack. As a result, Berkeley lost his balance, slipped, and his defense instantly collapsed. The system immediately declared that he had lost. The messenger received congratulations again and rose to 40th place. The girl, who was ranked 38th, after her defeat only admitted that this pet was truly incredibly strong. The man in 35th place also couldn't hide his sigh, noting that it was amazing to see how a pet could develop to such a rank. Even the third-place fighter admitted that it now becomes clear why this pet is being discussed so actively around the world. After some time, the 25th ranked player also fell, and the defeated girl was puzzled as to why he constantly emitted some kind of ominous feeling. The man in 20th place was surprised by the battle with the Herald, because he clearly felt a dark aura inside him. Even the young girl from the 15th seat was deeply thoughtful, noticing that his techniques were too reminiscent of Demon's abilities. A second later, the herald swung his blade and ended the fight. A little later, the fighter occupying the 11th position thought about the fact that no demon could possess so many techniques. In the end, they came to the conclusion that he was definitely not truly evil. Soon Vivian entered the battle, unfurling her shield. She couldn't help but be surprised, admitting that it was now clear why there was so much controversy and suspicion around him. He had become stronger than he had been before. Feeling her use touch of life, the herald noted that the ability was familiar to him. At that very moment, a tentacle suddenly appeared behind his back and furiously attacked him. Although he managed to dodge, he noted to himself how dangerous it was. He remembered how he had once been pierced by a similar attack, and the poison had been extremely strong. Vivian honestly admitted that this was her brother's ability, and her body automatically grasped all the skills that he cultivated. Hearing this, the messenger sighed lazily. He noted that it is now clear why it is among the top 10 strategic rankings. Faced with such blatant ridicule, the girl only silently agreed. After that, she activated the Dead Thorns technique. The messenger was incredibly pleased, because he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so he immediately released his majestic flames. Soon the herald's fire filled the entire sky. He easily incinerated even the still writhing tentacles, which seemed quite strong. Vivian tried to extinguish the flames, but quickly realized it was impossible. In the end, all she could do was land and look for another way out. However, before she could do anything, the messenger was already behind her. He came closer, and with a chuckle in his head, declared that Vivian had lost. After that, he swung his blade, ending the fight. When she fell, the system immediately declared that she had failed. After this, the herald thought with satisfaction about what techniques the next opponent would use. The one he was waiting for used the soul song, and simultaneously released a rising wall of water. A huge wave of water appeared right in front of him. However, the herald said nothing, only hissed a few times and released true solar fire from his mouth, using the flame against the water. He had already burned opponents in this manner, and soon the system notified him of his victory. At that moment, the herald's opponent realized that the discussions about him online were not unfounded. The 8th participant in the rating could not help but admit that this pet acts like a demon. The girl from 7th place even decided that he was superior to demons of the same rank of strength. After a short confrontation, the messenger asked who his next opponent would be. Gio, with a dangerous expression on his face, confirmed that he would be the opponent. When the battle began, Gio moved so fast that the herald began to lose his bearings. He finally noticed that he had come here to fight, not to play hide-and-seek. In response, Gio calmly explained that the messenger was mistaken, because he had been standing in the same place the whole time. Hearing this, the messenger sharply objected, not believing that he had not moved at all. At that moment, Gio suddenly spoke. Noting that it was time, he struck the ground with his staff, and a strange power spread around. The herald was instantly surrounded by Gio clones. Seeing this, he noted with noticeable enthusiasm that it seemed like another interesting opponent had appeared here. In response, Gio politely warned him that things would only get more interesting and advised him to be careful. Immediately after this, the enemy used the Dao chain technique, and at that very moment, hundreds of sharp blades rushed towards the herald. However, he decided that this level of threat meant nothing to him. He immediately activated the Titan Scythe technique, easily repelling the attack. But Gio didn't lose heart. On the contrary, a dangerous smile appeared on his face. This time, the speed of the blades increased sharply, and they began to spin around the countless clones. And then they suddenly concentrated their attack directly on the herald. At that moment, he began to understand something. However, there was no time left for reflection. He had to urgently repel the onslaught. After some time, the attack was repeated, becoming even more powerful. Now the messenger found himself entangled in countless chains of the Dao. Despite desperate resistance, he still received serious injuries. His body collapsed to the ground, and upon seeing this, Gio declared that anyone who fell into his chains and dared to disobey him was doomed to death. Almost immediately after these words, the herald completely lost his strength. A sharp pain overwhelmed him, depriving him of the ability to fight. However, less than a second later he turned sharply and prepared to attack again. A sly smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he was completely prepared this time. However, Gio watched silently as the enemy approached. As the attack passed him by, he noted to himself that the herald's endless rebirth was indeed like the North Star. The herald then coldly remarked that even with these illusions, he still wouldn't be able to harm him. At the same time, Gio mentally acknowledged that even with the 9-turn array and the Dao chains, he would still be at a loss. After this, the herald proudly declared that he had finally understood the pattern. Gio's illusions were appearing more and more slowly. Hearing this, Gio silently acknowledged the reason. He simply did not have the ability to destroy a soul. Realizing this, he only sighed helplessly. After a short but grueling struggle, the system finally announced that Geo had been defeated. The Herald formally won the victory, but inside he felt a sense of relief, recognizing that without the endless rebirth, things could have ended differently. Meanwhile, two other fighters were fighting in another arena, the battle taking place between Hamu and Steven. Hamu watched the oncoming strike with fury and mentally cursed Steven for using such excessive firepower. The next moment there was a deafening explosion. Steven whistled carelessly, and the system immediately notified that Hamu had lost. Seeing that all attempts for the day had been exhausted, he burst into furious curses at his partner. At that moment his phone rang. A call came from the scientific department of the police. Hamu quickly grabbed the device and stepped aside. He rudely replied that he knew who was calling, and asked what he wanted. Steven mockingly asked what it was like to be roasted alive. Hearing this, Hamu literally exploded with rage. He cursed Steven and wished him to go to hell. However, the blonde calmly stated that Hamu should not have challenged opponents he was not capable of defeating. This completely infuriated the man. He accused his interlocutor of trying to sow discord and declared that he had no intention of challenging the goddess. He suspected everyone above her of bribery, but Steven only replied that his position was due to force, but added, in conclusion, he advised him that if he was dissatisfied, he should try to bribe the department with even more money. Hamu was about to yell at him again, but Steven suddenly cut off the connection. Almost immediately after this, the guy received a message that confused Hamu. The notification stated that his digital double had been defeated, and he was required to accept the challenge in person no later than tomorrow. After reading this, Hamu thought in confusion. By all the rules, fighters below his rank could not challenge him, and those above him even more so. So, the one who defeated him was the new ruler from Lungo, but that seemed even more impossible. Thus it turned out that there were already two rulers in Lungo, and the more Hamu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. In the end, he decided that whatever the case, he needed to go and find out everything himself, and then headed towards the capsule.